In front of you are two buttons. Pressing the button on the left allows you to choose any skill of a hero in the game. Pressing the button on the right will give you a random skill without cooldown, which can be released freely. The cost of choosing a button is to pay 3 dog heads. You look at the two buttons in front of you and smile faintly. Only kids make choices. I want them all. So you press both buttons at the same time, and countless skill icons appear in your mind instantly, and you have already made your choice. I choose Summon Undead. With no cooldown release, wouldn't it be possible to summon a massive army of millions of skeletons with just a wave of your hand? Just as you made your choice, a sudden system prompt sounded in your mind. Congratulations, host, on completing your selection. Host identity granted, Undead Mage. Skill, Summoning Undead. Teleportation commencing now. When you opened your eyes again, you found yourself in a world where everyone could awaken to a profession. And the original owner of this body was the person who had just awakened as an Undead Mage. You eagerly opened your panel to check it out. Occupation, Undead Mage. Level, 0. Health, 100. Mana, 100. Current gold skill, borrowing from the Celestial Master. All skills have no cooldown, and every 5 levels unlock a gold skill, regardless of the gold skills to be unlocked later. Just having no cooldown at the moment is enough to surpass all SSS grade hidden professions in this world. You no longer hesitate and head straight towards the novice trial ground. After all, the most important thing now is to level up yourself. The novice trial ground is a massive floating platform. You arrive at the center of the floating platform through a dungeon portal, finding yourself in a safe zone with a radius of 10 meters. Outside the safe zone, level 1 Pippy Pigs were wandering around. Although the attack range of Pippy Pigs was only 3 meters, there were many of them. No wonder no newbies came to the trial field. If they accidentally attracted several of them, unable to return to the safe zone in battle mode, and with only one skill, newbies would be waiting for death. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out of the safe zone directly, pointing forward with the dry wooden staff in my hand. I uttered, "Summon Undead." 2 black smokes shot out from the dry wooden staff, and in the blink of an eye, 2 skeletons materialized in front of me. I continued casting the spell, and the black smoke kept shooting out, quickly forming 40 of them in no time, densely packed into a large group. However, although the skills have no cooldown, summoning requires mana consumption. After summoning 40, the mana was depleted, but it was enough. Let's go! With a thought, the skeletons swarmed out and pounced on the surrounding pigskins. The pigskins had decent health points, but they couldn't withstand the skeleton group's onslaught. Successfully killed the pigskins, gaining 10 experience points. The prompt messages kept refreshing, and you suddenly smiled, deliberately leaving 5 by your side as bodyguards, while the other skeletons rampaged around. You seem to be taking a leisurely stroll. Your mana has recovered to 10 points, immediately replenishing 2 more. The whole process is extremely leisurely. In just 10 minutes, your level has reached level 1, and you have also gained 5 free attribute points. You directly allocated all 5 points to intelligence. At this point, your mana has reached 250 points. Glancing at the skeleton group beside you, you cast a spell again, depleting your mana in one go, and the skeleton army grows stronger once more. You are no longer satisfied with the piggy pig, but are heading towards the outer area, facing level 2 monsters, the pale wolf. After grinding for 2 hours like this, your level successfully increased to level 5. Your eyes lit up, hastily opening the panel. You didn't even bother looking at the attributes, directly adding them to intelligence. Next, he couldn't wait to check the skill panel, because reaching level 5 would unlock new skills and new gold attributes. Congratulations on acquiring the new skill, Corpse Explosion, no cost. Control the skeleton corpse in the explosion, dealing 300% magic damage to all enemy units within a range of 2 meters. Looking at the skill description, you can't help but gasp. Looking up again at the skeleton group around you killing monsters. These are not skeletons, are they? Aren't they a group of bombs? At this moment, you have already entered the territory of the level 5 Splithoof Bulls. The Splithoof Bulls have thick blood and high defense, and the speed at which the skeletons are attacking has slowed down considerably. With a thought, over a dozen skeletons charged into the midst of the Splithoof Bull herd. Then with a loud bang, over a dozen of them exploded on the spot in unison, successfully killing the Splithoof Bull. You gained 50 experience points. In one go, 8 Splithoof Bulls dropped dead, granting you a total of 400 experience points. So powerful, you exclaimed. It's just a pity that your mana is insufficient, and the number of skeletons is limited. If all of them exploded, there wouldn't be enough time to replenish them. Otherwise, this monster farming session would have been even more satisfying. At this moment, you suddenly remembered that you forgot to check the newly unlocked entry. You opened the attribute panel again. Entry, transplanting flowers. Effect: 100% of the damage received by the player is transferred to the summoned creature. Your mind was blown when you saw this. This means that as long as there is a summoned creature present, you won't die, and you won't even lose health. Skill combinations have no cooldown. Summonings are endless. It's basically invincibility. Too powerful. You can't help but curse out loud, feeling a bit twisted about your own abilities. Then, Lu Ran turned around and slowly returned to the edge of the safe zone, and with a thought, all the skeletons frantically rushed towards the surrounding skinned pigs, and then exploded in unison. Only after blowing up the last wave did Lu Ran exit the trial field. After awakening to his profession in the morning he came to practice, and by now it was midday and his stomach was hungry. This trip to brush and upgrade monsters was not bad in terms of efficiency, and Lu Ran was very satisfied. So he exited the trysting ground, intending to get a meal first. The crowd in the hall. The assassin youth from earlier suddenly saw Lu Ran coming out of the trial ground. Immediately staring at Lu Ran, his eyes flickered slightly as he utilized his insight skill to look away. Then he was stunned and surprised as he opened his communicator and hurriedly sent a message to Qin Wuyao. Miss, Lu Ran exited the trial field. He's level 5. Chapter 4, Don't Get Caught Alone. The Other End. Qin Wuyao was flipping through career information in the living room. The middle-aged man on the side was a bit anxious, urging, "What's there to see in the career profile? I've arranged someone for you to take you upgrading." Upgrade first. Qin Wuyao was not flustered and said, "Father, what's the hurry? Anyway, I'm a hidden profession. A month later the Heavenly Dao Alliance will be recruiting. I'll get in steadily." At those words, Qi Lai's eyes glazed over. Angrily, he said, "1 month from now, the Heaven's Path Alliance is responsible for recruiting people to Blackfire Academy. And it's your father me. By then, you won't have a higher level than the other professions. I can't afford to lose that person." Qin Wuyao hemmed and hawed. Putting away his career information, he slowly said, "Alright, let's eat first, and after that, this is how we'll go to the field to practice leveling." The words just fell. Ding! A message came from Qin Wuyao's communicator. She opened it and looked at it, then her whole body froze in place. The message is very short. Miss, Lu Ran quit the trial field. He's level 5. The dining room table. Qi Lai looked at Qin Wuyao in a daze. Couldn't help but urge. "What are you fuming about? Hurry up and eat. After eating let someone take you to the field to upgrade. Strive to upgrade to level 5 before nightfall. Then you can enter the copy." Qin Wuyao returned to her senses. It was still full of news from the people she had arranged to poke around. Originally, Qin Wuyao only thought that Lu Ran's 130 points of spiritual power shouldn't be as simple as just an ordinary necromancer, but only thought that Lu Ran's innate 4-dimensional attributes might be higher than others. But what's going on now? No one dared to enter the novice trial field. Lu Ran entered. Get in even. It's only been 2 hours and you're out and level 5. This was several times faster than every other clan arranging for high wars to bring newcomers in the wilderness. Father, the novice trial ground, do you understand it? Qin Wuyao couldn't help but ask. Why are you asking that? I can warn you, the novice trial grounds are treacherous. Even if you fight carefully, the mortality rate is high. Although the experience of the monsters is a bit higher, the brushing speed of the monsters is very slow. It's totally not as fast as finding someone to take you in the wild, or even as fast as brushing the monsters in the wild by yourself. Qin Lai said with a serious face. He thought it was Qin Wuyao who wanted to try the novice trial ground one. Qin Wuyao looked at Qin Lai in shock. Continued. If there is a novice, just awakened profession, went to the trial field, 2 hours later, upgraded to level 5. This, possible? Possible my ass. Qin Lai said without hesitation. Even if a hidden profession goes to the trial grounds, on the premise that they don't die by a fluke, not to mention 2 hours, even if it's 10 hours, they won't be able to ascend to level 5. Do you think the trial field is a joke? Gulp. Qin Wuyao gulped. Hidden professions can't level up to 5 in 10 hours in the novice trials? But Lu Ran did. True to form. Then what if it's a necromancer? Qin Wuyao continued to ask. The initial skill of the necromancer can only summon 2 skeleton soldiers, and the cooldown is 10 minutes. When the 2 skeleton soldiers die, the necromancer can only wait for death in place. Still want to practice leveling? Want to fart eat? Qin Lai said nonchalantly. But the words were right, and Qin Wuyao could understand. But how did Lu Ran do it? I will never allow you to enter the novice trial grounds. Don't even think about it. Qin Lai added. Having said that, something else seemed to come to mind, continuing to ask. By the way Yao Yao, for this awakening profession, other than you, are there any other people that you think are good seedlings? Qin Wuyao shrugged and said. There is one. Oh, who is it? Qin Lai's eyes lit up. Can't tell you yet. Qin Wuyao murmured. What can't I say? Besides you, There are a total of 5 rare professions. I'm just asking you how those 5 are. Qin Lai said thoughtfully. Oh, those 5 don't understand. Not familiar. Qin Wuyao immediately shook her head. Who else could it be? Regular professions want to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. That's never going to happen. Qin Lai said. Phew. Qin Wuya opened her communicator and sent a message out. Continue to keep an eye on Lu Ran. Only then did he pick up his chopsticks and say seriously. I'll go practice after dinner. Lu Ran sighed. Coming out of the central square, Lu Ran was ready to go to dinner. And when he passed by the Heaven's Edge building, Lu Ran stopped in his tracks. This is the most upscale restaurant in Blackfire City. It is said that those who serve as chefs in it are all high-level life profession extraordinaire chefs. Moreover, the main chef located on the top floor was even a living hidden profession elemental magic chef. The dishes it produces can even increase attribute points. And of course, the price of each dish is sky high. Not to mention ordinary people, even rich big shots may not be able to afford to eat. Even the ordinary meals in here, in addition to being extremely tasty, they also added time-sensitive game buffs. Something that only the powerful bigwigs of Blackfire City were qualified to consume. Lu Ran was certainly not qualified to go in. Just passing through, getting ready to eat in the ghetto. He still had over 100 gold coins in his full pocket, enough for a good meal in the slums. After the transfer, it is much simpler to make money. The most direct way is to play equipment. Copies of the inside can also pick up gold. But just as he lifted his foot, he met Liang Xiaoyu walking over with Wang Yujio and a few dog legs. At the first sight of Lu Ran, Liang Xiaoyu immediately became interested. College for 3 years. Cannot take Wang Yujio. Now one day to gain power. Once known as the genius of the attention of all the people, Lu Ran has now become a common necromancer. Liang Xiaoyu naturally happy in Lu Ran to get back the face, and in the meantime to show a little bit of superiority. But Lu Ran was obviously too lazy to satisfy Liang Xiaoyu. It's about to be the wrong way around. However, he was blocked by Liang Xiaoyu, who moved 2 steps sideways. What a coincidence. Young Master Lu didn't go practicing? Liang Xiaoyu said in a conspiratorial manner. Lu Ran looked at him faintly and didn't say anything. Why don't you squeak? Wasn't it quite dejected before? TSK. 130 points of spiritual power. But in the end, this? What's with this white plate equipment of yours? That's too poor, isn't it? Look at us, all decked out in blue gear. Are you afraid you can't afford a single piece? It's only been a little over 2 hours, hasn't it? And we're already almost at level 3, aren't you? Liang Xiaoyu was gushing. Get lost. Lu Ran said coldly. What did you say? Liang Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows. He was looking for a sense of superiority. How could he allow Lu Ran to be so disobedient? Immediately, he and a few others behind him gathered around. Wang Yujiao bit her lips lightly on the side, looking at Lu Ran, but from the beginning to the end, Lu Ran did not look at her even a glance, as if when she did not exist in general. Favoritism. Qin Wuyao suddenly walked over and without saying anything, kicked Liang Xiaoyu in the waist. The force of this kick was not small. Liang Xiaoyu immediately tumbled over. Angrily, he twisted his head and was about to start cursing, but after realizing that it was Qin Wuyao, his face instantly stiffened and he awkwardly climbed up. Not daring to speak, Qin Wuyao said indifferently, Lu Ran is a necromancer, but you're just an ordinary berserker. What are you fooling around for? No, nothing. Liang Xiaoyu accompanied the smile, still not daring to resist, just with a malicious look in his eyes. He looked at Lu Ran and said, all right, Lu Ran, you'd better not fall behind and get caught. A hint of killing intent flashed under Lu Ran's eyes. Thinking to myself, you'd better not fall off the wagon and get caught by me either. Otherwise, dozens of skeletons will go up and explode, leaving you with no crumbs left. Chapter 5, Speed Scouring Frostwolf Valley. Liang Xiaoyu led the men away. Qin Wuyao glanced at the nearby Heaven's Edge building and said to Lu Ran, you want to eat? I'll treat you. That's not necessary. Thanks for earlier. Lu Ran said thank you, although it was strange why Qin Wuyao was so eager to help him. I'm about to go practicing. Do you want to join me? Qin Wuyao continued to ask. I'm going to eat. Lu Ran waved his hand, glancing at the few people around Qin Wuyao. They were all high-level professionals. Of course, the rating won't be too high. There are severe experience penalties for not even giving experience because the level gap in the team is too large. Often, when the big families brought in newcomers, the difference in level would not be more than 15 levels. For level 15 professionals brushing monsters in the field to bring in newcomers had experience penalties as well. But the advantage was that it was fast. It's much faster than a newcomer teaming up on their own to paint field monsters. Previously Lu Ran knew that Qin Wuyao's family power is not small, but there is no specific concept. Now it seems that even Liang Xiaoyu kind of goods by Qin Wuyao kicked a foot do not dare to squeak. Obviously Qin Wuyao family lineage than the Liang family is much bigger. Do you need equipment then? Better equipment for newbies will make it easier for you to practice leveling. Qin Wuyao continued. Really no need. Thanks a lot. Lu Ran shook his head and said, stretching his hand. Qin Wuyao was so nice to him that Lu Ran was not really comfortable with it. Qin Wuyao had no choice but to go out of the city to practice. Lu Ran, on the other hand, went to the slums to fix up a good meal, and spent almost all of the 100 or so gold coins before he re-entered the replica hall. Down the hall, the assassin youth from earlier had trailed all the way over. However, he was surprised to find that Lu Ran did not continue to the trial grounds, but instead came to the squad copy area. The place is divided into several areas based on the various levels. Lu Ran came to the area below level 10, and there weren't many options, because below level 10, there were only 2 copies, level 5 Frostwolf Valley, a level 10 Death Mine. Inside the teleportation array, quite a few low-level professionals formed a team, with the captain choosing the copy as well as the difficulty, and then the whole team entered. There are also some high-level professionals with low-level professionals. Only Lu Ran had only himself. Stepping into the teleportation array, the youth in charge of keeping an eye on Lu Ran was a bit surprised and looked around, but he didn't see where Lu Ran's teammates were. Lu Ran, on the other hand, directly chose Frostwolf Valley. As for the difficulty, Lu Ran didn't drift and chose normal difficulty to determine entry. Swish, Solo entered the squad copy. When the youth saw Lu Ran's figure flicker and disappear in place, he was dumbfounded and hurriedly opened his communicator with a trembling hand. Send a message to Qin Wuyao. Lu Ran he went into Frostwolf Valley alone. Qin Wuyao on the other end of the communicator had just left the city and was looking for a leveling area when she suddenly received a message. Looking at it, Qin Wuyao was also confused. Lu Ran is only just level 5. Just leveled 5, had a meal, and went solo into Frostwolf Valley? What kind of operation is this? Not even a blood-boosting nurse teammate, and this is going in? Isn't this a death wish? After thinking about it, Qin Wuyao replied, continue to keep an eye on him. If he manages to come out alive, notify me at the first opportunity. Lu Ran entered the copy. The cold that hit him made him shiver. In front of me was the icy snow-covered valley. Twisting and turning a straight line leads to the final boss, the Frost Wolf King. The Frost Wolf Valley on normal difficulty has a total of 150 Frost Wolves in the 3 areas, 3 elite Frost Wolves, and the final boss, the Frost Wolf King. Lu Ran mused. Lu Ran had studied the theoretical classes at the academy quite seriously, so he was familiar with them. There are 5 difficulty levels: normal, hard, hell, nightmare, and abyss. The harder the difficulty, the different experience and equipment rewards, and more gold drops. However, the harder the difficulty, the stronger the monsters are in all aspects of their attributes. Lu Ran's first time playing a copy. It's better to play it safe and try the water first. The trial copies couldn't satisfy Lu Ran because he needed money. And, of course, gear is needed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ran stepped forward and walked out of the safe zone. Then the withered wood staff was pestled towards the ground, and an unending stream of skeletons spread out. Nowadays, Lu Ran already had 450 mana points. A total of 90 skeleton soldiers can be summoned. That's not counting the natural recovery of mana added on. Then, with a wave of Lu Ran's staff, the army of skeleton soldiers marched in. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. All frost wolves encountered were swarmed up and screwed by skeleton soldiers. Even the skeleton soldiers weren't very expendable. After all, the frost wolves had limited attacks, and once they couldn't kill the skeleton soldiers in seconds, they would immediately be slashed to death by the skeleton soldiers. Successfully killed the frost wolf. Gained 70 points of experience. The experience was good, and it was higher than the experience of monsters of the same level inside the pilgrimage grounds. The most important thing is that not only experience, the small monsters in the copy also have a chance to drop equipment and gold. Lu Ran was in the back while concentrating on picking it up, even feeling a bit bored. Soon came the area of the first elite frost wolf. The elite frost wolf was as strong as an ox, extremely fast, and had high attacks, and the attacks came with frost attributes. So if you were hit by an elite frost wolf attack, your attack speed would be reduced as well as your movement speed. But this thing, pressed, had no chance of touching Lu Ran. The moment they entered the combat zone, a group of skeletons went up. Then, bang! 20 skeleton soldiers surrounded the elite frostwolf in place and corpse exploded. -1, 120, -1, 120, -1, 120. A series of damage numbers floated out, and the elite frost wolf instantly emptied its blood and fell to the ground with a wail. Successfully killed the elite frost wolf. Gained 300 points of experience. There was also a blue light flickering on the wolf carcass. Bursting blue armor? Lu Ran's eyes lit up and he excitedly came over. His calculations were precise. The elite frost wolves had no magic resistance and could eat full corpse explosion damage, with a blood level of only 2,000. Lu Ran manipulated 20 skeleton corpse explosions, but the damage was as high as 2,400. It didn't even need 20 skeleton soldiers. A dozen or so could just kill them in seconds. In this world, the quality division of the suit grades is extremely strict. White inferior equipment, green normal equipment, blue fine equipment, rare purple equipment, golden legendary gear, red epic gear. The higher the grade, the better the quality and the more valuable it is. Also, the value varies wildly depending on the strength of the attributes. Luck wasn't too bad. This frost wolf popped out a level 5 frost wolf vestment. The attributes of the fine quality were not bad. Intelligence adds 13 points. The other defense attributes and whatnot, Lu Ran didn't bother to look at them because they couldn't be used at all. However, those 13 points of intelligence could provide Lu Ran with a mana cap of 130 points, which meant that he could summon over 20 more skeleton soldiers. As a result, Lu Ran's next brush was faster. When you see an elite frostwolf, corpse blast it for seconds and move on to the back. After only 20 minutes, Lu Ran arrived at the Frost Wolf King's area. The Frost Wolf King, whose snow-white fur was almost metallic in color, was roaming around the boss area. The size was a circle larger than the elite Frost Wolf, seemingly sensing the intrusion of someone in his territory. The Frost Wolf King paused in his steps and stared dead in Lu Ran's direction. However, since Lu Ran hadn't stepped into the boss field yet, he couldn't trigger a fight, and the Frost Wolf King was just on guard. Lu Ran glanced at the Frost Wolf King, raised his eyebrows, and muttered, "What are you looking at?" Then a big wave of the hand. A full complement of hundreds of skeleton soldiers then swarmed up. Collective self-immolation. The poor boss Frost Wolf King Wolf was so suffocated for the first time in his life, and didn't even move his feet a few steps before he was blown up on the spot and died violently in place. Lu Ran also got the hint. Successfully killed the boss Frost Wolf King, gained 1000 experience points. At the same time, at the feet of the Frost Wolf King, two pieces of equipment burst out. One blue equipment and one purple equipment. Chapter 6 Rift Copy Deed. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. The first time I played a copy, and it was still on normal difficulty. And I was surprised that I dropped purple rare equipment. He excitedly ran over to pick it up. The blue one was a pair of double armor shoes, which Lu Ran couldn't use, but could be sold. The purple rare equipment, surprisingly, was a staff, which Lu Ran could just use. Frost Wolf Staff. Lu Ran had learned copying strategies at the academy, and the Frost Wolf Staff was the best magic weapon that could be produced in Frost Wolf Valley. But the burst rate is extremely low. It doesn't necessarily pop up even if you swipe it 100 times. But because of the low level, it's not worth very much. The price at the trading floor was around 8,000 gold coins. This was already an absolute treasure to Lu Ran. The key thing was that the Frostwolf Staff, as a weapon, boosted intelligence the most, to 30 points. This not only enhanced Lu Ran's spell attacks, but indirectly boosted the power of the skeleton soldiers' attacks and corpse explosion. It also provided Lu Ran with a mana cap of 300 points. The gain in snowballing Lu Ran's replica swipes was off the charts. Good stuff. Not bad, not bad. Keep brushing. Lu Ran licked his lips in excitement and chose to leave the copy. The assassin youth who was waiting outside in tedium. Suddenly, he saw Lu Ran's figure appear in the teleportation array and froze violently. Ha! The youth's eyes glazed over and he hastily glanced at the time. It was discovered that only more than 20 minutes had passed since Lu Ran had entered the Frost Wolf Valley. Over 20 minutes for a level 5 necromancer to speed through Frost Wolf Valley? No, it can't be. This guy must have come out midway knowing what's going on, the youth said in his heart, because even for a normal party of 5, going to brush the Frost Wolf Valley would take at least an hour or so, but suddenly, he saw what Lu Ran was wearing, and what he was holding in his hand. Is that the Frostwolf robe and Frostwolf staff? The youth's brain exploded with a buzz, not to mention Lu Ran's luck in popping out the Frostwolf staff on his first time playing Frost Wolf Valley. This already showed that Lu Ran had indeed cleared Frost Wolf Valley. The youth looked instantly serious. By now, he was well aware of why Qin Wuyo had asked him to keep an eye on Lu Ran. This guy, to be so contrary. And at this time, Lu Ran has once again chosen to enter the copy. Still normal difficulty. Speed brush. The youth, on the other hand, opened his communicator and reported to Qin Wuyo at the first opportunity. Lu Ran came out in speed pass through Frost Wolf Valley in 23 minutes solo. He was wearing a Frost Wolf Dharma robe, and he also popped out the Frost Wolf staff of Frost Wolf Valley. As for the other harvests, I don't know for the time being. Outside the city, Qin Wuya, who was sitting boredly on a rock watching the Qin clan's people help him brush the monsters, saw the message and froze. Lu Ran's harvest was of no concern to her. She didn't expect that Lu Ran would come out alive. Also, a 23-minute speed pass through Frostwolf Valley. He's a single brush. So, I guessed correctly. 130 spiritual power. Even if one transmigrates to become a necromancer, how can one bumble around? Compared to which hidden profession can do this? Qin Wuyao's eyes narrowed slightly. A profession that awakens together. Although Qin Wuyao had just started upgrading, she was already level 2 at this moment because of the Qin family's help in brushing the monsters. Large swathes of other novice professionals in the neighborhood were brushing up on their monsters. The highest level, however, was just over 3. But Lu Ran, he was level 5 before lunch. Now it's even a solo Frostwolf Valley in the city. The gap, it's too big. He really is the same unbeatable guy he once was. But she really couldn't figure out how Lu Ran did it. Necromancer level 5. There are only 2 skills. Summoning undead and corpse explosion. And can only summon 2. Corpse explosion twice. Cooldown 10 minutes. There is no other means beyond that. What did Lu Ran rely on to speed brush the hundreds of Frostwolf wolves in Frostwolf Valley? And 3 elite Frost wolves and a boss Frostwolf King? Besides, how does he add blood? Is it possible to speed through Frostwolf Valley without losing any blood? Soloing through Frostwolf Valley without any damage? The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Qin Wuyao's brain buzzed. All thought that Lu Ran, who once had a mental power of 130, had awakened to his regular profession and become a clown. But really, the people who belittle and mock him are the real clowns. No one has discovered his abilities yet today. So the Qin clan can just take this opportunity to befriend him. It's that Wang Yujiao who gave up Lu Ran and turned to that denizen Liang Xiaoyu. Which is also funny. On Lu Ran's side, Frostwolf Valley was in and out. Because of the increasing proficiency and the increased mana cap after equipping the Frostwolf staff and Frostwolf robe, the skeleton soldiers have grown even larger. Lu Ran's monster brushing speed was also getting faster and faster. And along the way, through corpse explosion and summoning skeleton soldiers, he was able to ensure the fastest speed to brush the monsters, while still ensuring that there were enough skeleton soldiers for the base size. As a result, Lu Ran's time in and out of the copy became shorter and shorter. Toward evening, Lu Ran came out of Frostwolf Valley for the last time, and the assassin youth outside glanced at the time. Mechanically and numbly, he opened his communicator and sent a message to Qin Wuyao. Lu Ran is out. This time the Frostwolf Valley pastime is 16 minutes. Lu Ran, on the other hand, had successfully upgraded to level 8. The further you upgrade, the more horrible experience you need. Lu Ran walked out of the teleportation array, intending to call it a day, while opening his backpack to check today's harvest. The gold coins picked up by brushing the monsters through the speed pass Frostwolf Valley alone amounted to more than 1,700, with 37 green suits, 18 blue suits, and a purple dagger for assassins in addition to the Frostwolf staff that Lu Ran himself used. Lu Ran couldn't use it, so naturally he had to sell it. As for the white plate equipment, it is not worth a few cents. Lu Ran backpack space is not enough. Initially picked up, later also threw away. At the same time, Lu Ran's entire body had been bird-dogged in fully blue-suited. Before dinner, Lu Ran went to the trading house and put all the equipment in his backpack on the shelves in bulk according to the current market. Then he went to look for a restaurant. After someone in the trading house purchased it, the gold coins would be transferred directly into Lu Ran's account, which was quite convenient. In the restaurant, Lu Ran ordered a few dishes that he couldn't afford to eat before, and while waiting for the food to be served, he opened his backpack once again. The equipment was all cleared out, except for one thing. It was a scroll, level 10 rift deed. Through this item, you can open a level 10 rift copy once. The rift copy requires a group to go there. That's the good stuff. There is a small chance of dropping the rift pact when painting a 5-player copy. So Lu Ran was pretty lucky. Usually, the location of the rift copy is near the main city, and you can access it by using the map on the deed to reach the specified location and open the rift. However, it is not possible to enter solo. You need to form a group of up to 5 people, at least 2. The difficulty of the rift copy was comparable to that of a squad copy of the same level, but the experience was generous and the equipment drops were better. Although the price of level 10 rift contracts in the trading house had been speculated to 30,000 gold coins apiece, Lu Ran didn't intend to sell them. He wasn't short of money right now, but he was short of experience and equipment. If you were lucky and hit an extremely good equipment, even if it was level 10, whether you used it yourself or sold it, it was worth it. Just missing a teammate. Who should I look for? Lu Ran muttered with a frown. If it was before, Lu Ran would have had no hesitation in going to shout at Wang Yujiao. But now, as he was thinking, suddenly a figure sat on his butt opposite Lu Ran, grinned at him and said, "What a coincidence. You're eating here too?" Lu Ran looked up. The young girl in front of him who was smiling sweetly at him was none other than Qin Wuyao. Chapter 7, Isn't it easy to get on base? Lu Ran rolled his eyes and said, Looking for me for something? Qin Wuyao heatedly smiled, said, Not looking for you, happened to run into it. Of course Lu Ran doesn't believe in this nonsense. This is a slum area, and a rich girl like Qin Wuyao probably won't come to this kind of small restaurant to eat for the rest of her life. Instead, it was Lu Ran who stared at Qin Wuyao. It suddenly occurred to me, wouldn't it be just right to find Qin Wuyao to team up with? Not the best person for the job, but the two are friends at the very least. In the past few years at the academy, Lu Ran didn't have many friends, and although he was in the limelight because of his 130 spiritual power, he seldom came into contact with other people because of his personality. Wang Yujiao was a special case. After all, she was Lu Ran's girlfriend, but unfortunately, she was no longer either. As for Qin Wuyao, she was considered the only person Lu Ran still considered a friend. Just in time, Qin Wuyao asked without words, Any plans for tomorrow? I'm level 5, so we can team up and play a copy. Lu Ran took over, placed the rift deed on the table, said, If you're interested, let's come and beat this up tomorrow for a 70 to 30 reward. What do you say? Qin Wuyao froze, looking at the scroll on the table in surprise before reacting furiously. Surprised? This is a rift contract? Where did you get it? Lu Ran shrugged his shoulders and said, Luck burst out, but the level is very low, only level 10. If you are willing to fight tomorrow together. If not, I will find another dawn. I'm willing, Qin Wuyao said decisively. Then it's a deal. See you tomorrow. Seemingly worried that Lu Ran would back out, he hurriedly ran away after saying that. Early the next morning, Lu Ran reported to the academy. Even though you've graduated, you still need to report to the academy every day for this last month. After all, it's a bunch of fledgling newbies. The academy is responsible for correcting their growth path, as well as the issues and details that need to be taken care of, such as painting copies. Meanwhile, it's still a big day. Lu Ran lived in the slum area. The academy was located in the center of the city in the rich area. The distance was not too far, not too close, but Lu Ran was accustomed to walking. Do not feel how. Instead, Qin Lai personally drove Qin Wuyao to the entrance of the academy today. I could see people coming and going outside through the car window. Quite a few trainees entered the academy with flare-wearing equipment whose attribute levels were all average, but whose appearance was extremely bombastic. Qin Lai burst into tears and said, It's like this every year. After all, it's a newly transferred professional who feels new to equipment and likes to show off. When they get past this stage, these people will choose to hide the appearance of their equipment when they're not playing copies. Yao, how much experience do you have at level 5? Qin Lai asked. Yesterday, I didn't stop all afternoon. Plus the group contract lowered the experience penalty. It's already level 5 more than 80%. And today, when I turn to the copy fight, I should be able to successfully level 6. Qin Wuyao murmured. Not bad. At this speed, it should be number 1 in this session, right? Qin Lai said. Qin Wuyao's face suddenly stiffened. It's hard to say what number 1 is, but it's certainly not number 1. Qin Wuyao responded. There's a Lu Ran up there. He's in the 8th grade. Qin Lai, however, didn't know about these things and retorted. Don't you have this much confidence? Besides, which other family can match this upgrade speed? Qin Wuyao skimmed her mouth and didn't reply. Self-consciously opened the car door. Get off the car before thinking of what like. Added, right. A moment after the morning meeting, I asked a friend to go to brush the copy. The people arranged at home will not be needed first. After saying that, he closed the car door with his backhand and didn't give Qin Lai a chance to continue his questioning. But Qin Lai didn't go back. In a month's time, he was going to recruit on behalf of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. So he was also curious about the results of the first day of this group of trainees. So through the side door to the college administration. On the playground, the students of each class came one after another, and were seated according to the area of their respective classes. On top of the high platform in front of them, the school leaders hadn't come yet. The huge screen behind the high platform was also off at the moment. Not lit up. The stage was very lively at this point. Many of the trainees were excitedly exchanging insights from yesterday's first day of upgrades. Some were showing off the coolness of their skills. Some were fooling around with the fact that they had exploded blue suits by hitting wild monsters. And some were ganging up and begging for a group. The newcomer rank list is going to be updated starting today. How many levels are you all? What's so great about the first day? Top 5. Every year, I teamed up with someone to brush the wild monsters yesterday, and I vomited. And I'm only at level 3. I went to bed yesterday afternoon before level 2. That goes without saying. Qin Wuyao is number 1. That's a hidden profession. At that moment, Lu Ran also arrived. Qin Wuya was in class 5 and Lu Ran was in class 3. Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiao are both from class 3. Seeing Lu Ran arrive, Liang Xiaoyu immediately became interested. As soon as he grabbed Wang Yujiao's wrist and was about to come over, Wang Yujiao obviously discovered Liang Xiaoyu's intentions and somewhat resisted. But Liang Xiaoyu didn't care about that, and with a rough tug, he pulled Wang Yujiao hard in front of Lu Ran. Then in front of Lu Ran one hand wrapped Wang Yujiao in her arms. This is not just to taunt Lu Ran, but also to express the revenge of these 3 years of chasing Wang Yujiao and begging for nothing. He wanted to show this group of people from class 3 that in the end, the one who took down Wang Yujiao was still him, Liang Xiaoyu. The students of class 3 who had once flattered Lu Ran no longer paid any attention to him at this time. Instead, they laughed and laughed when they saw Lu Ran being taunted by Liang Xiaoyu. Xiao Liang, it's not good for you to treat Lu Ran like this, is it? People Lu Ran and Wang Yujiao have been dating for 3 years without getting on base. Mr. Liang, have you gotten on base yet? But don't say that. How hurtful. People Lu Ran awakening a normal necromancer is quite depressing in itself. What are you afraid of? Lu Ran's mental power is 130. It can hold up. Ha ha. The mocking voices around him entered his ears, but Lu Ran's heart was unperturbed. If Lu Ran was really an ordinary necromancer, there was no chance that he would really feel frustrated. But now, Lu Ran, who possessed the golden word, looked at these students around him, and it was really no different from looking at trash. On the contrary, Liang Xiaoyu enjoyed it very much. Smugly, he said, isn't getting on base easy? Just look at the way Wang Yujiao walks. Ha ha. Wang Yujiao who was wrapped in his arms. It feels like a toy at this point. The 100 good things Lu Ran had once done for her were simply not visible in Liang Xiaoyu, but she had to grit her teeth. She needed the spot to enter the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and this is a spot that she is convinced she can't get with Lu Ran. Why don't you say anything? Lu Ran, how many levels are you? Say it to make everyone happy. Liang Xiaoyu provocatively asked. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm already at level 4 and looking at level 5. Wang Yujiao is also at level 4. How about you? Got 2 levels yet? Lu Ran didn't bother with them. But in his seat. This is the academy. And seeing that it is about to be an early meeting, Liang Xiaoyu can only play a mouthful. And that is all. Chapter 8, Top of the Newcomer List. In order to be the first to humiliate Lu Ran when the newcomer rank list was announced, Liang Xiaoyu directly chased away the other students around Lu Ran. He sat down next to Lu Ran, and Wang Yujiao sat on the other side of him. The students in the front and back were also getting excited, anticipating Liang Xiaoyu's taunting of Lu Ran. In fact, they had no grievances with Lu Ran. It was only because Lu Ran, who they once needed to look up to, had fallen to the same position as them, and they had finally found mental balance. At this point, above the high platform school leaders and the fall of each class are all seated one after another. In the very center is the school Chungkong Town North. It was worth mentioning that beside the principal, there was Qin Lai sitting. That person seems to be Qin Lai, the archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch in Black Flame City. It's Qin Lai, Qin Wuyao's father. Ah, you guys don't know? The people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance are here. So someone is going to be in the limelight today with this ranking list announcement. It's just the first day. The rankings don't count for anything. Everyone's gap isn't widened. Amidst the clamor, Zhang Jinbei cleared his throat, and only after the scene had quieted down did he say, as in previous years, I'll be leading the morning meeting on the first day after the awakening. All of you should have a preliminary knowledge of each other's professions after awakening them yesterday. But I'll instruct you all here. Whether it's the combat system or the support system, or the defense system, or even the life system, this is the profession you're going to be with for the rest of your lives. As you all know, today is the first day that the newcomer list is open. I hope everyone won't be affected by the listings. After all, the ranking differences on the first day are not big enough to count for anything. After the oceanic speech, Zhang Jinbei nodded to the backstage. The academy has information on all ranked cadets and has the power to extract and consolidate lists. So after getting the go-ahead from the principal, the huge screen behind the high platform lit up. Only 30 positions are shown in total. And for visual effect, the 30 rankings, from bottom to top, emerge in order. 30th place, level 4 archer, Duanzong Hang. In order, it's almost always a 4. With the same 4 levels, rankings are determined by the length of the 4-level experience bar. 22nd place, level 4 berserker, Liang Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Liang Xiaoyu instantly raised his eyebrows. To Lu Ran beside him, he said indifferently, see clearly? On the first day of the newcomer ranking list, I was able to rank 22, and after that, the gap between us will get bigger and bigger, and in front of me, you'll always be a piece of trash. Lu Ran was silent. Instead, his heart was a little depressed. and he wasn't a high-profile person. But at the moment, it seems like he simply can't keep his head down. This newcomer rank list, he couldn't sway. It's 21, level 4 magic archer. Wang Yujiao. She and Liang Xiaoyu are almost tied in rankings, but Wang Yujiao was not satisfied with this. Yesterday's awakening. Rare occupation had 5 people to compete for the 2 Heavenly Dao Alliance places. That's not a great first day in the rankings. Of course, it was much faster than Wang Yujiao going to practice on her own. It was also much faster than her following Lu Ran to practice. Unfortunately, this was only what Wang Yujiao thought. See, Jiajiao and I are tied in the rankings. What are you going to do to catch up with us? Liang Xiaoyu continued to say to Lu Ran. But since the beginning, Lu Ran didn't pay any attention to him. Let him yammer in his ear. The rankings are all the way up to the 4th level. All the way to the 8th place, level 5 water magician. Yuan Ziqin. Level 5 showed up. So that means that on the first day of this session, there are 8 level 5 students. Not bad, not bad. Qin Lai nodded in satisfaction. Last year, on the first day of the newcomer rank list, there were like only 6? School headmaster Chang Jiangjinbei nodded his head from the side. Continuing upwards, the remaining 4 rare professions, except for Wang Yujiao, appeared. These 4 people, their families were in good condition, and each of them was arranged properly, so they were upgraded very quickly. The only one, Wang Yujiao, followed Liang Xiaoyu, and because there were 2 dragons in the team, her and Liang Xiaoyu, who became the 3rd generation too, the efficiency was much worse. Wang Yujiao, who had always had a strong sense of self-esteem, grimaced. As one of the same 5 rare professionals, her ranking ran into the 20s. No one said anything, but she herself felt her face burning. In his heart, he felt even more resentment towards Liang Xiaoyu. She treats Liang Xiaoyu as a tool for her own growth, and Liang Xiaoyu treats her as a toy, and they each get what they want. But last night, Liang Xiaoyu crazy demand. Sent a blood of Wang Yujiao today walking posture have become odd. Such a huge pay, but ranked in the 20th place, which makes Wang Yujiao heart very dissatisfied, but didn't dare to show it. In case Liang Xiaoyu stomped her out, her practicing speed would be even slower. 2nd place, level 5 spacewalker, Qin Wuyao. Everyone was confused when they saw this ranking. Only Qin Wuyao herself was frank and unconcerned about losing. The gap between her and Lu Ran was just too big. The stage, on the other hand, was in an uproar. Holy, Qin Wuyao ranks 2nd? What the hell? With the Qin family's ability, Qin Wuyao is only 2nd? Who's number 1? So arrogant. It's probably from that big family too, but it seems like the ones from the big family have shown up. Qin Lai was also stunned. That's something he didn't expect. Earlier in the car, Qin Wuyao said that she definitely wasn't number 1, and Qin Lai even said that she was being presumptuous. Now it seems, does that girl know something? But with such a good seedling, why didn't you see Qin Wuyao mention it? And, 1 hidden profession, 5 rare professions, all of which have appeared. In other words, this top-ranked one is a regular occupation? It didn't matter. After all, this first day of the list, almost all of those who could go up weren't promoted themselves. On the side, the school's Jiang Jinbei was also a bit surprised. Contemplating, he said, this is something I hadn't really thought of. This term is really a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. At this moment, everyone was staring at the list. The first name then slowly emerged. 1st place, level 8 necromancer, Lu Ran. At this moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The whole playground seemed to be frozen as the breeze blew by. After a short silence, the whole playground exploded. Lu Ran? The Lu Ran with a mental power of 130. He did awaken the necromancer. But this, level 8. Ha, holy, what the hell? How did it get upgraded? That's too much of a nigga, isn't it? How the hell did that happen? In the history of Blackfire City Academy, has there ever been a newcomer who was rank 8 on the first day of the rookie list? Don't even talk about level 8. Level 6 has only appeared a handful of times, and level 7 hasn't even appeared once. On stage, Qin Lai, Jiang Jinbei, and a cadre of instructors stood up at almost the same time. In unison, they turned to look at the big screen behind them, suspecting they were seeing things. Jiang Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, surprisingly, it's Lu Ran, 8th level. Chapter 9, I'm willing to give you a chance. The entire room, without exception, was no stranger to Lu Ran. As the student with the highest spiritual power ever in Blackfire Academy, all the instructors had high hopes for Lu Ran. The school, Jiang Jinbei, had even contacted the Heavenly Dao Alliance a long time ago. As the Archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch in Black Flame City, Qin Lai had also been paying attention to Lu Ran for a long time. Yesterday's Awakening Conference, the same countless people were paying attention to Lu Ran, but as a result, Lu Ran had awakened a necromancer. In an instant, all the attention that had once been there disappeared almost at the same time. But after lamenting, their sights were placed on Qin Wuyo and the few rare professionals. But I didn't expect it. It's only been a short day. No, less than a day. Lu Ran was surprisingly level 8. This upgrade speed is too much. In previous years, the first day of the newcomer rank list was basically up to level 5, which was already quite extreme. Unless it's a large family in extreme pursuit of first day upgrade speed, chartering a field to drive away other newcomers and occupy a large area of wild monsters, while pairing it with an expensive group contract to reduce the experience penalty. And you also have to work well together the whole time to maximize the speed of brushing monsters. 4 belts in 1. In order to be able to rise to level 6 on the first day. As for reaching level 7 on the first day, there hadn't even been a few times in history. Not to mention 8th grade. Unheard of. No one knew how Lu Ran did it. As we all know, the further you upgrade, the more exaggerated experience you need. The amount of experience needed to level up from 7 to 8 was more than the sum of all the previous experience. And comparing the experience needed to upgrade to level 5, it was almost 5 times worse. In front of Lu Ran, it was as if each family's 4 generations and 1 upgrade yesterday had become a joke. Beside Lu Ran, Liang Xiaoyu man was dumbfounded, staring at the leaderboards with unblinking eyes. Wang Yujio was even more stunned. Then he looked at Lu Ran, his eyes twinkling. She didn't know how Lu Ran did it, but what she thought was that if she was willing to upgrade with Lu Ran yesterday, then there would definitely be a place for her. Wang Yujio, in the top 3 of the leaderboard today. Think about it. Wang Yujio leaned forward and bypassed Liang Xiaoyu to Lu Ran. Lu Ran, congratulations. I didn't expect you to upgrade so fast. I don't know how. You did it. Before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by Lu Ran. Lu Ran glanced at Wang Yujio and said, "There's no need to get close. You're right. The two of us, we're not from the same world." Wang Yujio opened her mouth. The last glimmer of hope in her heart dashed. She was still planning to team up with Lu Ran today, although she didn't know what method Lu Ran used to upgrade. As long as she teamed up with Lu Ran, she would be able to enjoy the experience as well. Unfortunately, Lu Ran's cold eyes looked at Wang Yujio, even revealing a hint of disgust. And at this point, the most embarrassed person would be Liang Xiaoyu. He stiffened, caught between the two. It was obvious to sense that Wang Yujio had renewed her desire to show favor to Lu Ran because of Lu Ran's ranking, but was unfortunately rejected by Lu Ran. Wang Yujio, who was so hard to dig and pry away, felt like a piece of trash that Lu Ran had casually discarded at this time, plus Liang Xiaoyu's previous mockery of Lu Ran. The 4th level of the district. In front of Lu Ran fooled around for half a day, ranked 22 to taunt Lu Ran. Now that he thought about it, in front of Lu Ran, who was already at the 8th level, Liang Xiaoyu's behavior just now was nothing but a clown. Favoritism. Lu Ran looked at Liang Xiaoyu with interest and said, "Young Master Liang, why don't you say anything? Your ranking is not bad. At least it's still on. Many students don't even have the qualification to be on the ranking. Congratulations. It's just that the gap is a bit big. Keep up the good work." This didactic tone infuriated Liang Xiaoyu's face, but not a word of rebuttal could be uttered. The fact is in front of us. Lu Ran of level 8, Liang Xiaoyu of level 4. The gap between them is not as simple as 2 times. That's tens of times. On the stage, the crowd returned. Zhang Zhenbei said smilingly, "It seems that our classmates are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Good, good, worthy of praise." Xin Lai, on the other hand, swept his gaze across the stage like a torch, searching for Lu Ran's figure in the crowd, because he suddenly remembered Qin Wuyao's strange behavior yesterday. The necromancer was mentioned repeatedly over the course of the meal. This morning, it was even more categorical that there was no way she could get first place. Qin Wuyao must know something. If you don't say it's a veteran, you integrate all the information and get the result almost instantly. But exactly how Lu Ran did it, Xin Lai couldn't think of. Then, in accordance with the usual practice, Zhang Zhenbei briefly explained some of the details that needed to be paid attention to when brushing copies and field monsters after the newly awakened profession. Finally, he said, "It's almost time. If the students of each class still have any questions, they can find the instructors of each class to make detailed inquiries. Let's adjourn the meeting." After the meeting broke up, Lu Ran was about to leave the playground. Suddenly Wang Yujiao playfully stopped in front of Lu Ran. She apologized. "Lu Ran, I'm sorry for what happened yesterday. Something's wrong?" Lu Ran directly interrupted her. "Are you going to upgrade? Let's team up," Wang Yujio said eagerly. Lu Ran let out a light laugh. He said, "What? Young Master Liang isn't with you? I'm just an ordinary necromancer. What kind of team are you forming with me? Besides, didn't you say that we're not from the same world?" Wang Yujiao's face was ugly for a while. You are still angry with me, right? I was drunk last night with Liang Xiaoyu. It wasn't my voluntary. If you want, I can give it to you. Right now, let's go to your house, okay? To be honest, at this moment, Lu Ran relaxed instead. Wang Yujiao's current appearance was considered to have completely broken Lu Ran's last trace of reluctance towards her. Such a lousy person. Qin Wuyao is right. It's good to graduate and split up to minimize losses. It doesn't work for me, Lu Ran said indifferently. I know you still like me. I'm willing to give you a chance. Let's get back together. Let's team up and upgrade, okay? Wang Yujiao's tone almost carried a plea, but the words just fell. Lu Ran hadn't had time to reply. Qin Wuyao then flew to Lu Ran's side, intimately holding Lu Ran's arm. She said, "What are you doing here? Come on, let's go. Let's team up and go brush copies." Immediately, Wang Yujiao's expression stiffened on her face. After Qin Wuyao finished speaking, she glanced at Wang Yujiao again and pretended to be surprised. "Isn't this Wang Yujiao? What? Your young master Liang didn't take you to upgrade?" Wang Yujiao's face became even more ugly. She knew Qin Wuyao's identity, and even Liang Xiaoyu didn't dare to go against Qin Wuyao, so she dared even less. Xiaoyu went to the restroom and will be right back. I'll go first. After saying that, he left in a cloud of gray. Lu Ran cried and laughed as he looked at Qin Wuyao. In his heart, he was quite grateful. He could see clearly that Qin Wuyao was acting like this because she saw Wang Yujiao coming to pester her. Chapter 10, A certain piece of equipment. North of the city, the Liang family, Liang Xiaoyu's father, Liang Tai, belonged to the same Heavenly Dao Alliance as Qin Lai. It was just that Qin Lai was the archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch, but Liang Tai was just an ordinary member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, he naturally had an honorable status in front of ordinary people, but in front of Qin Lai, he naturally had to grovel. Rather, because of Liang Tai's identity and ability, the Liang family was well developed by him. Level 8. Liang Tai held a cup of tea and raised it to his lips for a sip. Noticing that it was getting slightly cold, he frowned again and put it down. The maid at her side understood and immediately remade the tea. That's right, it's level 8. The rookie list won't make a mistake. Liang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said. Apparently the humiliation of mocking Lu Ran and getting Ed in return made him unable to get past this hurdle in his heart. Surprisingly, he didn't go to practice leveling in the first place, but instead came here to Liang Tai to complain. At the same time adding to the day's events. Qin Lai has always pushed me down over the years in the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch and never looked me in the eye. And now Qin Wuyao is close to Lu Ran. It's not good, Liang Tai said with a frown. Father, do you mean that Qin Wuyao is going to pull in Lu Ran? Liang Xiaoyu asked. No, a mere necromancer, or a newcomer. I don't put it in my eyes. Qin Lai's only purpose for letting Qin Wuyao get close to Lu Ran should be a certain piece of equipment on him. Liang Tai analyzed and said. Some piece of equipment? Liang Xiaoyu was a bit confused. That Lu Ran comes from the slums. How could he have any good equipment? Liang Tai glanced at Liang Xiaoyu. Explained, rising to level 8 in a day, regardless of the method, is impossible, even if you find 4 of the most appropriate level and fastest monster brushing profession combinations, and utilize the group contract to cut down on experience penalties. It's impossible, unless, Liang Tai paused in his speech. Continuing, he said, unless Lu Ran's body has a piece of equipment that can boost the efficiency of experience acquisition, which is the only possibility. Therefore, what Liang Tai cared about was not Lu Ran himself, but that piece of equipment on Lu Ran, because that was the only way to explain why Lu Ran was able to upgrade to level 8 in one day. There is no other possibility. Liang Xiaoyu's heart tightened and he immediately asked again, but he's not even level 10. Not to mention that the equipment that boosts the efficiency of experience acquisition is sky high, the equipment level he doesn't have enough of. Liang Tai sneered, unless that piece of equipment is still unranked. Saying that, Liang Xiaoyu couldn't help but gulp as well. In this market today, equipment that enhances the efficiency of experience acquisition is sky high. However, the levels were generally very high, and if Lu Ran could equip it, it meant that his piece was still level less. The equipment that had no level restriction and came with the efficiency of experience gain, although it hadn't been seen yet. If it existed, the value, it was simply incalculable. Regardless of which power got it, it would be a counterintuitive tool for training newcomers. Father, then we can't just sit back and wait for death. If Qin Lai gets that piece of equipment on Lu Ran, whether he contributes it to the Heavenly Dao Alliance or the Qin family for their own use, it will be hard for our Liang family to look up to him. Liang Xiaoyu said anxiously. That's what I was worried about. But luckily, it's in time. A hint of killing intent flashed under Liang Tai's eyes. Father, what are you going to do? Liang Xiaoyu asked carefully. I'll arrange it. Kill him. That equipment. It must be in my Liang family's hands, Liang Tai said decisively. As the head of the Liang family, Liang Tai was much more decisive and ruthless than this waste of a son of his. Good. Kill him. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. But it wasn't the equipment he was excited about. It was the fact that he could screw Lu Ran. An hour or so later, outside the village of Temple King. It was a ruin, said to be a village before global data mining, and after data mining, wild monsters ravaged the area and everyone gathered in a main city like Blackfire City. The main city is generated by the world rules, and the replica halls, teleportation arrays, and so on, are also data generated. And in the wild, such old world villages, even towns, are almost all abandoned. In this neighborhood, it's already the area of the level 13 monster Phantom King Butterfly. Do we still need to go forward? It'll be dangerous if we go any further. Qin Wuyao's pretty face blanched as she said, all the while keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Some millstone-sized equipment-speckled butterfly monsters could be seen wandering around sporadically. The Phantom King Butterfly's active trigger range was 15 meters. Qin Wuyao kept this in mind and bent her way to avoid fighting the Phantom King Butterfly. After all, she was only level 5 and Lu Ran was only level 8. The two of them are barely enough to fight a Phantom King Butterfly. And if they are unfortunate enough to attract a few more, they are afraid to die here today. She somewhat regretted coming out with Lu Ran so impulsively. It's too risky to run for a copy of a rift. And a copy of a rift that isn't necessarily beatable yet. In comparison, Lu Ran was much more calm. He glanced around, tightened the Frostwolf staff in his hand, and murmured, "It's right around here, above the rift deed." The location marked was in this neighborhood, less than 50 meters apart. Once you find the exact location, the option to open a copy of the rift will now appear. But just then, not far from the two of them, three figures emerged, twisting and turning as if they were ghosts. It was actually three assassins who had appeared from stealth. The two men snapped to attention. Those three, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ran and Qin Wuya with smiles on their faces. Originally, when I received the mission, I still thought that it would be difficult. After all, newbies who have just awakened their professions are either brushing monsters outside the city or going to fight a level 5 copy. So it's hard to have a chance to assassinate them. But I didn't expect that. But you ran out of the city. A once-in-a-lifetime awe. The youth in the lead laughed and said. The three men stepped closer. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's hearts tightened. What do you mean? Lu Ran asked with a frown. The staff in his hand was slowly raised. The youth looked around. After confirming that there were no other professionals around, then he said, "There is no harm in telling you. There is a piece of equipment on your body. The Liang family is very interested in it, naming you to kill you. Getting that piece of equipment can only be blamed on your bad fate. The brothers have recently lacked money, so they took it." After saying that, the three of them drew their daggers. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. The Liang family? Isn't that Liang Xiaoyu? He had friction with Liang Xiaoyu, but his crime is not to death, right? Moreover, the reason why the Liang family wanted to kill him seemed to have nothing to do with Liang Xiaoyu, but because of a certain piece of equipment? Lu Ran looked down at the frost wolf staff in his hand. Although this thing was a purple rare equipment, it was low grade and not very valuable. Liang Xiaoyu's father, Liang Tai, was a high combat professional and a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, so he shouldn't be able to look at this frost wolf staff of his, right? Moreover, not to mention the frost wolf staff, even if it was better, the Liang family could afford it, much less looking to assassinate him for a frost wolf staff. But Lu Ran's entire body was also blue equipment except for this frost wolf staff, and that was even less valuable, though Lu Ran was puzzled. However, facing three assassins who were quite a bit higher in rank than him at a glance, the killing intent in Lu Ran's heart gradually filled up. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you. It's as simple as that. Chapter 11. Lu Ran was thinking. Suddenly an assassin approached, but the target was not Lu Ran. The opponent was extremely fast, approaching almost instantly, the dagger in his hand pointing at Qin Wuya. Out of the corner of his mouth, he said, "Little girl, I advise you not to touch the communicator." At this moment, Qin Wuya was raising her wrist and preparing to utilize her communicator to notify the Qin family, but it was stopped by the other side. "Touch the communicator one more time and I'll kill you right now," the other party said coldly. The youth leading the group and the other man came forward as well. Qin Wuyao's pretty face furrowed as she said, "Didn't the Liang family tell you my identity before they let you guys make your move? My father is Qin Lai. If you guys dare to make a move, have you considered the consequences?" Qin Lai's reputation was still resounding. All three of them had their expressions changed. The youth in the lead stared at Qin Wuyao, then sneered, "So what if she's Qin Lai's daughter? If we kill you here, who will know that we did it? It's good after global data mining. Destroying the bodies is much simpler. Qin Wuyao's heart sank to the bottom as she saw that moving out her father was useless, although he still didn't know what Lu Ran had relied on to brush his copy against the 3 high combat assassins. This trip, he was afraid that it would be a bad one. Even she, Qin Wuyao, is going to die here. After saying that, the youth also raised his dagger, intending to kill Lu Ran first, but at that moment, Lu Ran suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The youth moved, stared at Lu Ran and said, "What kind of tricks are you trying to pull? Let me tell you, buy us off even if, not that we are much loyal, but kill you guys, all the things on your body, all of them are ours. The Liang family only need that piece of equipment on you only." Lu Ran shook his head and said, "Although this place is a wilderness, there could be people passing by. If you guys make a move here, if you are seen, you will have to eat your words. After all, it doesn't matter if you kill me, but Qin Wuyao is Qin Lai's daughter." The youth sniffed and frowned, but also looked around carefully and said, "Cut the crap, there's no one else here." Lu Ran continued, "What I mean is, we can go to that White Tiger Gully in front of us. It's sparsely populated. Absolutely no one can find out if we kill us. Moreover, Qin Wuyao and I are here because of the rift contract in my hand. The location marked by the contract is in the White Tiger Gully. When the time comes, kill both of us, and you'll be able to make a trip to play a copy of the rift. So why not do it?" "Oh," the youth's eyes lit up. At the same time, he also saw the map of the rift contract in Lu Ran's hand. Only, without a group, they couldn't see what was shown on the map. The other 2 youths couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You kid is quite up to it, and you even found your own burial place. But unfortunately, we won't let you go even if that's the case," one of them said, but they were indeed heartened by Lu Ran's offer. "The White Tiger Gully is secluded and sparsely populated, and kills without leaving a trace. You also get to play a copy of the rift once, which is a real moneymaker. Go, lead the way, or we'll do it now," the youth said threateningly. "Good, this is the way to go." Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. He wanted to get these 3 dead, but they were assassins and extremely fast. The terrain here was open, and even if Lu Ran summoned skeleton soldiers without cooldowns to corpse explosion, there was a high probability that he wouldn't be able to keep them. But get to the White Tiger Gulch up ahead. They can't get away. Qin Wuyao, who was beside her, was completely confused. Lu Ran, this fellow, didn't want to find a way to escape. Why did he still bring people to the White Tiger Ditch? When he arrived at the White Tiger Ditch, that was the real dead end. Out of fear, she leaned close to Lu Ran, her hands grasping Lu Ran's arm, her small face white. She had been intelligent since childhood, but had grown up in the rich neighborhoods of the city. And this yesterday she had just awakened her profession. And today she had come into the treacherous wilderness and encountered this certain death. The fear in the young girl's heart was palpable. Lu Ran sensed Qin Wuyao's emotional tension and patted on her slightly cool little hand before lifting his feet and walking towards the White Tiger Ditch in front of him. Along the way the 3 were beside each other to the left and right, with one behind them. The Phantom King butterflies that they encountered were all directly killed by the 3 of them. The 3 big brothers are so strong with their attacks. Even the Phantom King butterfly can take a second, so they must be very high ranked, right? Lu Ran suddenly asked. "Nonsense, the 3 of us, we are all level 18 assassins. A mere level 13 Phantom King butterfly is naturally killed in seconds in front of us," one of the youths immediately said with a face full of complacency. 18 levels, Lu Ran murmured in his heart. At the same time there was a great deal of certainty in his mind. The level difference isn't that big to screw up. Instead, Qin Wuyao's heart sank once again when she heard the 3's rank. It could be too easy for 3 level 18 assassins to kill a level 5 and a level 8 novice. The White Tiger Gully is deep, narrow, and twisting, so you can only go back and forth, not climb. Among them roamed the 15th level tailed fire tiger, not too large, with a signature cloud of fire in its tail, and a yellow and white body with white stripes predominating, which was why this place was known as the White Tiger Gully. Lu Ran walked forward for a while, and the white tiger he encountered on the way was killed by 3 assassin youths. Interestingly enough, the level 15 white tiger, which they could no longer kill in seconds, needed to come in for 2 or 3 hits in conjunction with their skills in order to finish it off. This also gave Lu Ran a clearer idea of the trio's equipment and overall strength. "Have you arrived yet? Where is the exact location?" the trio impatiently urged. "This way, just go in." Lu Ran reached out and pointed to the right fork in the road. The fork in the road was short, only 20 meters or so, and most importantly, it ended in a dead end. It's simply a great place to kill people and get away with it. "It's in here?" The trio's eyes lit up. "Find the location, and you're ready to kill." After killing and scavenging, they'd open the entrance to the rift pack to go in and swipe it. Perfect. The 3 walked into the fork in unison, causing Lu Ran to be quite surprised. originally thought about how to let them go in first. They are quite active. Probably because they think that behind the White Tiger Gully has refreshed a lot of tailed fire tigers. Lu Ran and Qin Wuya can't run away, so they are so relieved. In that case, it's a good thing. Without saying a word, Lu Ran raised his staff in his hand. Pang! 2 black mists floated out and immediately condensed into 2 skeletal soldiers. This action startled the 3 of them for a moment, and Qin Wuya also froze. What's the meaning? Kid, before you die, you still want to have a fight with us? One of the youths laughed out loud as he looked at the 2 skeleton soldiers and said with a teasing smile, not putting them in the slightest bit. The skeleton soldiers summoned by the level 8 Lu Ran had only half the attributes of Lu Ran's own. They come with seconds. The other 2 youths also looked at Lu Ran with a good laugh. That's what I mean. But instead of going through the motions with you guys, I intend to get you killed here. Lu Ran said bluntly. The trio laughed out loud at this statement. Even Qin Wuya wondered if Lu Ran had been driven mad in despair. Kid, did you not do well in school? Do you know how big the gap is brought about by the level of rank between professionals? With you, you want to kill the 3 of us? Ha ha. Ignoring the taunts of the 3, Lu Ran led Qin Wuya back a few steps with one hand. With his other hand, he waved the staff in his hand and thrust it hard into the earth at his feet. Summoned the undead again. Chapter 12. This kid is invincible. Swish, swish, swish. A black aura continued to emerge from the frost wolf staff, and because of the constant release, at first glance it looked like a thick fog exploding. In front of Lu Ran, a skeleton soldier kept popping up with a bang. Dense clusters of skeletal soldiers clustered forward, closing in on the trio, and it was a sight to behold. At this moment, Qin Wuya, the 3 assassin youths, were all dumbfounded. This is a necromancer's primary skill of summoning the undead? How can you summon so many? Damn! Does this kid summon undead without a cooldown? Kill him quickly. This kid is level 8, and he also has the level 5 skill corpse explosion. One of the youths quickly sensed something was wrong. They looked down on level 8 necromancers, and that was because a normal level 8 necromancer could only summon 2 skeleton soldiers. You can also only corpse bomb twice. But right now, these more than 100 skeleton soldiers were equivalent to more than 50 level 8 necromancers. More ants bit the elephant, and they were only level 18 after all. Qin Wuya beside Lu Ran saw this scene. People are silly. She also suddenly reacted to what Lu Ran is relying on to brush the copy. This army of undead rushed into the level 5 copies and simply pushed all the way through. Boom! Suddenly, the first skeleton soldier to approach the trio exploded in place. The shockwave covered the 3, dealing damage while Lu Ran saw their blood bars. Then, the surrounding skeleton soldiers went crazy and pounced on them. None of them went to normal attacks to take a knife to cut. All of them exploded on the spot. The trio's blood levels were dropping crazily. One of the youth's face changed drastically, and he violently jumped into the air with a rising leap, then rushed towards Lu Ran, dragging a residual shadow behind him. Assassin's shadow attack. Lu Ran, be careful. Qin Wuyao's face changed drastically, but it was too late to warn. The assassin's shadow attack was the only skill, and almost instantly, the dagger stabbed Lu Ran's chest. Bingo! The youth looked delighted. However, when he looked up, he realized that Lu Ran's blood bar was not moving at all. Even if you can't fall in seconds, this girl doesn't even drop blood. Triple surge. The youth's teeth clenched as the second attack skill followed. Poo poo poo. The daggers blitzed over Lu Ran's body continuously, and the 3 times of damage seemed like waves, one stronger than the other, and the damage gradually increased. But as a result, Lu Ran's blood bar remained motionless. Only he hadn't realized that 4 skeletons in Lu Ran's skeleton army had died violently. 2 skills, 4 damage, and 4 skeletons killed in seconds through Lu Ran's shift word. But Lu Ran was unharmed. The youth looked dumbfounded. He was an 18th level assassin with 2 skills, but he couldn't kill an 8th level mage in seconds. Lu Ran came face to face with him, showing his teeth. It wasn't that Lu Ran was pretending to be fierce to scare people, but although shifted flowers avoided damage, the nasty pain was really painful. Next, boom! The 20 or so skeleton soldiers that Lu Ran had prepared long ago around him exploded in place in unison. The youth couldn't react in time. His blood bar was directly emptied and he slumped to the ground without moving. Looking up at the remaining 2 youths, one of them had also been killed by a corpse explosion. The other burst back out, dodging a few waves of corpse explosions, but the path was a dead end, and there was no way back. Seeing that there were still 40 to 50 skeleton soldiers left swooping in black, the youth yelled, "Don't kill me! I have money! I'll give you money! I also have equipment! I'll give you the equipment too!" Lu Ran laughed. Faintly, he said, "If I kill you, won't all the stuff be mine? That's what you guys taught me, remember?" Lu Ran would never be merciful. Now it was Lu Ran who had the upper hand, and if he didn't have the golden word, it would be him. Lu ran. Who would be begging for mercy right now? But Lu Ran was certain that no matter how much he begged for forgiveness, there was no way these three would let him go. Thus, amidst the youth's pleas for mercy, the approaching skeletons exploded one after another, and after only 20 or so, the youth was also emptied of his blood bar. So far, all three are dead. Lu Ran even had more than 20 skeleton soldiers left to use up. Seeing that he had recovered a little bit of his mana, Lu Ran replenished another 10 or so out. This is, after all, White Tiger Gulch, and there's no room for sloppiness. Qin Wuyao also came back to her senses at this moment, not daring to utter a single breath as she looked at Lu Ran, especially with the corpse exploding in front of me just now. It's downright scary. Luckily, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had teamed up a long time ago, and the corpse explosion would not harm Qin Wuyao. What are you waiting for? Scavenge. We agreed to split it 30 to 70. Lu Ran urged and shouted. Then close in on the assassin's body he opened the other's backpack. This was Lu Ran's first time killing people in goods. Not to mention, it was quite rewarding. This youth in front of him had over 80,000 gold coins in his backpack alone. There was also a level 20 purple rare equipment in the bag, but unfortunately it was worn by an assassin, and the rest of the several pieces of blue equipment, which should be the opponent's spare, were better than nothing. Qin Wuyao was stumped in place, and Lu Ran didn't care about him, scouring the other two on his own. So that's how it is. Qin Wuyao gulped. It was finally a visualization of how Lu Ran had brushed his copy. The army of undead pushed all the way flat. Corpse explosion opened the way. Which Frost Wolf of level 5 Frost Wolf Valley could carry it? Even the three elites, as well as the final Frost Wolf boss, had to be blown up in place. She also understood why Lu Ran didn't need someone to blood him for his solo copy, because Odd couldn't even touch him. Moreover, even if they ran into each other, this Lu Ran fellow would be able to remain unharmed. After all, even if an 18-level assassin went down with 2 skills, Lu Ran's blood bar wouldn't even move. Simply unbeatable. It didn't drop blood and brushed monsters quickly. In contrast, Qin Wuyao's hidden profession was simply too poor. The difference between heaven and earth. After searching, the gold coins totaled 150,000, 37%. Here you go. Well, Lu Ran calculated in his heart. I don't want the gold coins. They're yours. Qin Wuyao said immediately. Really don't want that equipment? Lu Ran will not be false politeness. Do not, that will not give you none of it. You sort of saved my life. All of this belongs to you. Qin Wuyao insisted. She wasn't short of money, and she wasn't short of this equipment. And besides, it was all assassin equipment, so she couldn't use it even more. Lu Ran was satisfied. This trip was quite rewarding. Since that's the case, let's go brush the rift copy. Experience is definitely something you need, Lu Ran said smilingly. Then he led the way out the door. While walking, replenish 2 skeleton soldiers through mana recovery. If you encounter a tailed fire tiger, you will be directly corpsed. Qin Wuyao just watched as an 8th level necromancer, who was flaunting and rampaging in White Tiger Gully, walked out idly. How did you? Qin Wuyao couldn't help but ask, but halfway through her words, she paused. It's hard enough to see such a secret. It would be presumptuous to ask directly. She had been smart enough since childhood to know what to ask and what not to ask. So instead, he said, let's go brush the rift copy. You can have all the stuff. I just want the experience. Chapter 13, The Ironback Bear. If it was before, Qin Wuyao might have hesitated. This is because the rift copy is comparable in difficulty to a squad copy of the same level. The level 10 rift contract in Lu Ran's hand naturally opens up a rift copy that is comparable in difficulty to a level 10 copy. Lu Ran was a level 8 necromancer, and although Qin Wuyao was a hidden profession, she was only level 5. Professionals with rift contracts either choose to sell the contract or hire or find a more advanced professional they know to fight on their behalf. Under normal circumstances, a level 10 copy of the rift would be impossible for a level 8 necromancer and a level 5 spacewalker to beat. But now, Qin Wuyao didn't have the slightest scruple. She knew that rift contracts were different from squad replicas, which could be entered solo, but rift replicas had rules that required at least 2 and up to 5 people to team up to enter. The reason Lu Ran pulled her over was probably because he wanted a tool person. It didn't even occur to me at all to ask this toolman to help with the output. Then, the two quickly returned to the previous illusory King Butterfly area, and after another 10 minutes, they pinpointed the exact location of the entrance to the rift replica marked by the rift contract. The markings on the rift compact began to flash up. Lu Ran also saw the option to open a copy of the rift and chose to open it without hesitation. In an instant, the space in front of the two was torn open by a mysterious force. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao exchanged glances and both stepped into it. After a brief blurring of vision, a hillside opened up in front of him. similar to the area of the Phantom King butterfly that he had been in before coming in. The area wasn't small, but the monsters inside weren't Phantom King butterflies, but a wide-bodied, fat, black giant bear that was roaming around. The giant bear's black fur glowed cold and ebony in the sunlight, and its back was covered in a metallic sheen. A level 10 iron-backed sang bear. Shin Wuyao immediately recognized it. Lu Ran was no stranger to it. Low-level copy-related material is learned most at the academy. Lu Ran checked the name of the copy and it was indeed a level 10 rift copy, the Pale Bear Slope. Rift copies exist independently of normal copies, with fixed levels and randomized monsters, and there's only one boss, and numerous smaller monsters of varying numbers. No elites. The iron-backed sang bear has a low attack frequency but high damage, and it has thick defense and blood, so we have to be careful. Qin Wuyao instructed. It's fine. Open and kill. Lu Ran said indifferently. Then, the staff in his hand was pestled towards the ground. An unending source of skeletal soldiers began to emerge explosively, densely covering a large area in front of them in an instant. Because this copy of the open terrain, there is no fixed area. Lu Ran simply spread out the skeleton soldiers, and when they encountered the ironback pale bear, they exploded. The team has successfully killed the ironback bear and gained 180 experience. Holy, the experience is so high. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. It was almost 3 times the experience of a level 5 Frost Wolf Valley Frost Wolf. But the difficulty is the same, after all, no matter what the monster. Anyway, a group of skeletons go up and slash to death. Slash not dead on the corpse explosion to make up for it. Very high indeed. Qin Wuya was also thrilled. After all, she hadn't entered a copy yet, and brushing wild monsters in the wild. The experience penalty coupled with the low experience of the wild monsters themselves only gave 30 points of experience for one. I had planned to go to a level 5 copy today and have someone take it. Now first, he was pulled inside the rift copy by Lu Ran. One monster is 180 experience. Moreover, Lu Ran's monster brushing speed was fast. Even after having a skeleton soldier corpse explosion fill in, Lu Ran could replenish through naturally recovered mana. But throughout the entire process, the two didn't need to do anything at all. They just touched the ironback pale bear's corpse once along the way. The experience of the rift copy is high, not to mention the high burst rate. With just these small monsters alone, Lu Ran had picked up a dozen blue suits and 1 purple rare equipment. Unfortunately, all of the equipment that popped out of this rift copy was heavy armor, which Lu Ran could not use as a law profession, but could be sold for money. The two of them idly walked along the way, and when they were about to meet the Bear King, Qin Wuya managed to ascend to level 6. She herself was the second on the newcomer list, and her experience wasn't too far from level 6. And with this rift copy having such high experience, it was only right to upgrade. For Lu, however, although the experience was also high, it was quite a bit short of what was needed to upgrade to level 9. After collecting all the small monsters, the two of them came to the area of the Bear King. Lu Ran, who had already blown up quite a few Frost Wolf King bosses, made light of the situation and saved a wave of skeleton soldiers outside just to be on the safe side. Finally, just a hello. More than 100 skeleton soldiers rushed up in a big way, approaching the Bear King and directly exploding corpses. The Bear King, who suffered damage, hissed angrily and raised his claws to attack the surrounding skeleton soldiers indiscriminately. But it simply couldn't withstand this wave of corpse explosions. A short period of less than 10 seconds. The Bear King's blood bar was then emptied, and with a mournful howl, he fell to the ground without moving. Pang! 5 pieces of equipment burst out from the Bear King's corpse. 2 blue ones, 2 purple ones, and 1 surprisingly gold-colored equipment. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Gold! That's legendary equipment. Even level 10 legendary equipment was worth a lot. He excitedly rushed over and picked up all the equipment. It's a pity that all the heavy armor equipment dropped from this crappy copy is too much for me to use as a law system. Lu Ran was speechless to the extreme. If the legendary equipment that popped out was legal, Lu Ran could wear it when he waited until level 10, and it would be considered a bird in the hand. Now it's all for sale, but the overall math makes this wave worth a lot of money when all the gear is sold. Compared to the price of the Rift Pact itself, it's a bloody good deal. Luck, because even if the Rift copy has a high explosive rate, the drop rate of legendary equipment isn't much higher, Qin Wuyo said from the side. As for the gold coins, Lu Ran had picked up over 5,000, which was quite a lot, and at the same time, Liang Ka, Liang Xiaoyu and Liang Tai were sitting together. Both of their faces were very ugly. Dad, those 3 guys' communicators are offline. It's also possible that they have manually set up offline undisturbed. It doesn't necessarily mean that they are dead, Liang Xiaoyu said carefully. The 3 were sent out by me to kill Lu Ran, and nothing came back, and suddenly they were set offline en masse? Liang Tai asked rhetorically. Liang Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded. Liang Tai frowned and mused. But if it's dead, what about the reason? Killing a Lu Ran shouldn't be enough to be killed in return. Unless someone else has intervened. Could it be the Qin family? And the key thing is Lu Ran dead? Where's the equipment? Father, it can't be that those three guys got the unranked equipment on Lu Ran and got greedy and ran away, right? Liang Xiaoyu reminded as if he thought of something. Liang Tai's face suddenly darkened. It's not that there isn't this possibility but just as the two masters were worrying about this matter, someone suddenly came in to report. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo have returned from outside the city. Safe and sound. Chapter 14 State Gifts to Treat. The man was confused. Lu Ran is not dead. But what's up with those three guys not being heard from? Communicator offline status is either dead or manually set. Originally, Lu Ran left Blackfire City, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it turned out that those three guys failed? What can we do? If we didn't kill Lu Ran, it won't be easy to find another opportunity in the future. Liang Xiaoyu asked anxiously. He didn't care what equipment Lu Ran had on him. He wants Lu Ran dead, especially when he thought of the scene yesterday where he was humiliated by Lu Ran instead of being able to insult him. And in front of all the students in class 3. Even if Wan Yujiao followed him now, he was still a clown in front of Lu Ran. This is not something you should worry about. Instead, if those three fail to kill Lu Ran and the news leaks, do you know the consequences? Liang Tai said with a gloomy face. Even though Lu Ran was a pauper, the laws were still very strict in this world today. It's a felony to hire someone to kill another professional and be exposed. Let's leave this matter for now and see how it develops. Also, keep contacting those three idiots. I want to know what exactly happened today. Liang Tai ordered the man to say. Another time, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo parted ways, and Lu Ran went straight to brush his copy. Surprisingly, Qin Wuyo didn't ask to join Lu Ran. Instead, he returned to the Qin family in a flash. In the living room, Qin Lai was talking face-to-face with a middle-aged man. Seeing Qin Wuyo come in, Qin Lai immediately asked, "Where have you run off to, you ninny? Didn't I say that after the morning meeting I've asked a friend to go brush up on copies?" Qin Wuyo explained, then looked at the middle-aged man and greeted him. "Hello, Uncle Su Jie, a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, but not from the Blackfire City branch, but from the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance. Haven't seen you for a few years, Yao Yao has grown so big." Su Jie responded smilingly. "Old Su, let's continue," Qin Lai urged. Qin Wuya, on the other hand, sat herself on a sofa to the side, flipping through the strategy guide in her hand with boredom, but she couldn't get into it. From time to time, he twisted his head to look at Qin Lai, but he always wanted to speak. Qin Lai and Su Jie then returned to their previous topic. Su Jie sighed and said, "Now there are just two issues. The raid for the level 60 group book Black Dragon Mountain Range, and the national war in a month's time." Qin Lai nodded his head and said, "As the highest leveled team copy at the moment, all countries are trying to raid it, but the difficulty is too great and the casualties are too high to rush." Su Jie sniffed. Shaking his head, he said, "There's no rush, because just yesterday, Hawkjam has successfully raided the normal difficulty of the Black Dragon copy for the first time in the world." When these words came out, Qin Lai's face also changed drastically. The national war is in a month's time, and now that Eagle Sauce has successfully raided the Black Dragon Mountain Range, won't they be able to get their hands on the equipment from the Black Dragon replica? When the time comes for the national war, the strength of the Eagle Sauce, which has armed a group of people with Black Dragon replica equipment, is naturally incomparable to that of other countries. Alas, this is what I'm worried about. Our Huaxia has been unable to enter the top 3 for 3 consecutive years. If the ranking is lowered again this year, the national war resource rewards will be drastically reduced once again. It's a vicious cycle. On an international scale, it's not just the Eagle Sauce that's staring at our Huaxia. After hearing this, Qin Lai also fell silent. It was only after a half-rate that he spoke with a serious face. "So you came to find me. What do you need me to do? If the country needs me, I will immediately head to the imperial capital and join the team that will conquer the Black Dragon." But Su Jie shook his head, said, "You should understand. Our country, people-oriented. Eagle Sauce used the tactics of the Sea of People. Do not know how many professionals sacrificed before the thrilling passage of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, but we cannot be so reckless. With human life to fight. This trip too, just to find you complain. After all, have not seen for a few days." After that, the two of them looked at each other again. Qin Wuya, who was on the side, was listening in. Almost immediately, she thought of Lu Ran. The Black Dragon Mountain Range, as the world's highest level large-scale team copy at this stage, was extremely difficult. Even if you are in a hidden profession group, the mortality rate is very high. It is important to realize that a death is a death during a raid copy, and casualties cannot be reversed. Although there were many people in Huaxia, the style of doing things was different from other countries, so there was a delay in taking the Black Dragon Mountain range. Eagle Sauce also depleted an unknown number of professionals before it was successfully raided. However, after they have raided once and have a certain amount of Black Dragon Mountain range's group equipment, the subsequent raids will be less and less difficult to obtain more and more equipment, and once the snowball is up, a month's time will be enough to arm a large number of high combat professionals, and this group of high combat professionals would inevitably deal a confounding blow to other countries during the national war. Even China, which has always been incompatible with Eagle Sauce, will bear the brunt as the first target. The ranking of the national war is once again lower compared to last year, and the less resources rewarded for the national war. The vicious circle, which is the most terrible, but if Lu Ran can grow up, not to mention how his other subsequent skills were, just the endless summoning of skeleton soldiers to corpse explosion alone was capable of forming a small army by itself. Of course, this was still Qin Wuyao's conservative estimate of Lu Ran's ability. The impact that Lu Ran would cause if he served his country would be unprecedented. Of course, the premise was that Lu Ran would be able to grow up this month, before the start of the national war. If a person could sway the situation of the national war, or play an overwhelming role in raiding the Black Dragon Mountain range, or even succeed in a solo raid, what kind of treatment would he get? Qin Wuyao suddenly asked. Qin Lai and Su Jia looked at Qin Wuyao in unison, but immediately after, Su Jia then said, a single person can't sway the situation of the national war. That's not determined by the strength or weakness of a certain profession or personal equipment alone. Qin Lai added, yes Yao Yao, don't think nonsense all day. Although you are a hidden profession, but in the Black Dragon Mountain range this kind of large group book, still need everyone's cooperation to be able to do it. A single person want to play an overwhelming role in the current stage? Absolutely impossible. Qin Wuyao insisted. What if? Su Jia pondered for a few seconds. He said, if such a person really exists, I can't even predict what kind of treatment he'll get, but it's certain that he'll be a talent that Huaxia is willing to raise its national efforts to cultivate. The word treatment can no longer be summarized. He'll be treated with national courtesy. He can do whatever he wants in Huaxia. Qin Wuyao's eyes lit up as she heard the words. At the curious gazes of the two, he got up and said, I'm going to go practice. And the other side, Lu Ran was still spamming in the Frost Wolf Valley at this time. Only that Lu Ran, who had a new perception of his own strength, had chosen the difficulty Frost Wolf Valley this time. The experience was doubled. However, the efficiency speed of brushing monsters did not decrease too much. After all, corpse explosion comes to blow up. Higher blood, as usual, is killed by corpse explosion in seconds. Lu Ran's rank, climbing upwards. He didn't even eat lunch and stayed until sunset. Lu Ran finally heard the beep he had been waiting for. The level has been successfully raised to 10. Chapter 15, New Word Unlocked. Level 10. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. He was still satisfied with this upgrade speed, casually picking up the equipment dropped by the Frost Wolf King boss and scanning it. One of the purple rare equipment was a law system shoe, which could be used. Lu Ran directly equipped it. The others were nothing special, so he received them in his backpack. Then, he couldn't wait to open the skill panel. He had learned some of each profession when he was in school, so he knew very well that the skill unlocked at level 10 was Undead Touch. Skill, Undead Touch. Cooling, 2 minutes. Consumption, 10 mana. Effect, summons Undead Touch within 10 meters. Binding enemy units for 3 seconds. It is the first control skill of the Necromancer. For law professions, control skills are especially important to provide more time for law professions to output and avoid enemy units approaching. The restraints lasted 3 seconds, which is not too long to say, but to Lu however, he immediately thought of the horror of this thing. He's got no cooldown on his skills. As long as he had enough mana, he could cast unlimited spells, with the continuation of the binding time constantly stacking within a 10-meter range. In this way, all enemy units have to be beaten in place in front of him. If Lu Ran did not run out of mana, the opponent would only be penalized in place. Good stuff. Lu Ran licked his lips excitedly, then looked back to the gold word panel. Level 5 unlocks a gold phrase, counting the beginner's celestial borrowing, which is now the third word, Haina Bai Chuan. Effect, from the date this phrase is unlocked. For every enemy unit killed, the casting range of all skills will be increased by 1 meter, with no upper limit. Oh, Lu Ran was confused, but immediately came back to his senses. Kill a monster and the skill range increases by 1 meter? Lu Ran mused. Nowadays, the summoning range of skeleton soldiers was 10 meters, which meant that Lu Ran could only summon skeleton soldiers within 10 meters of himself. This sea of words doesn't seem to do much at first glance. It just throws the skeleton soldiers farther away. But realize that the phrase targets all skills. Who doesn't kill a million monsters in their hands when they get to high level? In Lu Ran's case, 1,000,000 monsters could be 1,000,000 meters. That's 1,000 kilometers. In the later stages, Lu Ran could summon Skeleton Tyrant, Abyssal Bone Dragon. He could even be hundreds of kilometers away and keep throwing bone dragons at a city. One man, hundreds of kilometers away, easily destroys a city, and no one knows it was him. At the same time, Lu then continues to unlock the Necromancer's attack system skills. That's really taking a man's head from 1,000 miles away. Just for now alone, Lu Ran kept brushing his copies, and with a few random brushes, his skill casting range could be expanded to hundreds of meters. Brush for a day and the skill casting range can reach several kilometers. At this stage it's perfectly possible to cover the entire copy with full skill. Thinking of this, Lu Ran was excited beyond measure. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Originally planning to hit the road to go to dinner, he couldn't help but brush up on Frost Wolf Valley again, because it was entirely a test of the roll of words. Lu Ran wasn't in a hurry to play a level 10 copy and wanted to save it for tomorrow. It's still Frost Wolf Valley on hard difficulty. Charge all the way to the final boss, the Frost Wolf King's boss field. With an undead touch from Lu Ran, several black tentacles immediately stretched out from underneath the Frost Wolf King's feet and wrapped around the Frost Wolf King's limbs. It also triggered the boss battle, and the Frost Wolf King, who was bound to action, howled at Lu Ran in place, but was unable to break free. Binding time is only 3 seconds. Lu Ran estimated the time to throw one undead touch after another. It was just as he thought it would be. The Frost Wolf King punished in place, and the undead touch continued to refresh the 3-second shackle time. Played for a full 2 minutes. The poor Frost Wolf King could only howl in place, but could not move at all to attack Lu Ran. This will be much safer to brush the boss in the future. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Then, while continuing the undead touch, he maneuvered the skeleton soldiers to surround the corpse explosion, and easily, without any pressure, finished off the Frost Wolf King. Meanwhile, within the difficulty Frost Wolf Valley copy, there were a total of 300 normal Frost Wolves in the 3 areas, plus 3 elite Frost Wolves, and 1 Frost Wolf King boss, for a total of 304 enemy units. Lu Ran's skill casting range, too, was an additional 304 meters. Lu Ran could now casually throw skeleton soldiers up to 300 meters away. Can also be 300 meters outside the infinite shackle a person's action, even if the other party is a long-range attack profession, but also cannot touch Lu Ran, can only be punished in place, waiting for the corpse to burst. It would be much easier if we encountered those 3 assassins again now. Lu Ran mused. After all, undead touch itself is still ranged control. Although it was only a 10-meter range, it was enough to make those 3 assassins who were known for their agility wait for death in place, unable to escape with their wings. After brushing this trip and verifying the effects of the words and skills, Lu Ran was satisfied. After leaving the copy, he first threw all the equipment he had fought out today into the trading house before running to eat. It was worth mentioning that the equipment in the Rift copy, as well as the equipment that Lu Ran had fought out in the Frost Wolf Valley, had all been sold. Lu Ran himself had a low price tag, so he got out fast too. Together with the money scavenged from the 3 assassins, Lu Ran now had a full 220,000 gold coins. But who would have thought that just before awakening to his profession yesterday, Lu Ran's pocket was full of only a few hundred gold coins, and he was poor. He was also perfectly capable of purchasing low-grade extreme equipment now, but that wasn't worth it. It was purely a waste of money. Upgrades are fast enough for equipment updates and have very limited benefits for Lu Ran. Only at an advanced level could the additional attributes of the very best equipment allow Lu Ran's battle power to take a qualitative leap. After finishing his meal and returning home, Lu Ran couldn't sleep around. Lying on the plank bed that he had long been accustomed to after living in a rented house for 10 years, Lu Ran sighed. The necromancers themselves were normal, ordinary, but the bonuses from the word system are simply horror level. He was only level 10, and counting the initial words, he only had 3 words, but with just these 3 phrases alone, they were enough for Lu Ran to crush any hidden profession in the world. Not to mention that more words will be unlocked later. Was thinking, dang dang dang, there came a knocking sound. Lu Ran glanced at the door, then realized that the knocking was coming from the window. Lu Ran was startled and came to the front, only to realize that it was Qin Wuyao outside the window. Miss Qin, what are you doing in the dark? Lu Ran said breathlessly. Hey, came to play with you. Qin Wuyao heatedly smiled. It's late at night, a lone man and woman. What can we play? Lu Ran glanced at Qin Wuyao's gradually developing figure and muttered. Which midnight? It's only not long after nightfall. Qin Wuyao skimmed her mouth. Then he took it upon himself to jump in through the window. Looking around, he said, you live here? It's not as big as my toilet. Lu Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes. Crying and laughing, she said, Missy, you ran to find me. You didn't come all the way here just to bury me, right? Qin Wuyao hurriedly waved her hand and said, how can I? I just want to come and ask you, do you want to serve the country? Chapter 16, do you want to serve your country? Serve your country? Lu Ran originally wanted to sit down and talk, but Qin Wuyao didn't mind sitting on his hardboard bed. The bed itself was small, and Lu Ran would have to sit over there again to stay close to Qin Wuyao, which was a bit awkward in the middle of the night. Solely leaned against the window. Yeah, join the Heavenly Dao Alliance and serve the country, Qin Wuyao added. Lu Ran skimmed his mouth and said, joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance is the dream of all professionals. Right, and when the time comes, whether it's to fight a copy or a national war, it's all about serving the country. So naturally, I'm willing to do it, but I'm currently just an ordinary profession necromancer, so I'm not qualified enough. Qin Wuyao sniffed and rolled her eyes. He said, if you're not qualified, those so-called hidden professions of the Heaven's Path Alliance are even less qualified. Lu Ran didn't deny that Qin Wuyao had seen his ability. He's also just being modest. After all, Lu Ran wasn't a cutie pie either. His skills paired with words brought enough impact to crush any profession around the globe. But he didn't understand Qin Wuyao's purpose for coming here. So he asked, so, that's what you came to see me about? It's not up to you or me to decide whether or not we can join, is it? Qin Wuyao heatedly smiled and said, go to my house. My father Qin Lai is the Archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch, and now Uncle Su Jiesu of the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance is also at my house. All you need to do is to show them your ability, and I'm sure that you'll get what you deserve, which is a lot quicker than practicing on your own, and at the same time, you'll be able to obtain the resources that countless people can only dream of. Lu Ran stared at Qin Wuyao for a long time. Honestly, it's tempting. Lu Ran had once dreamed of joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and now he knew that with his current abilities, he could easily join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. But that was on the premise that Lu Ran had a normal career and normal abilities. Nowadays, Lu Ran relied entirely on the word system, and his abilities were too perverse. Lu Ran understood the truth that a big tree attracted the wind. Therefore, he was not willing to go out of his way to show what he could do. Or rather, until Lu Ran had grown up, he didn't dare to display it hastily. Qin Wuyao seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's thoughts. Said, first of all, with your ability, the Heavenly Dao Alliance will definitely rearrange where you live, so you won't have to live here. Lu Ran frowned. Said, I don't think it's that bad here. I grew up here. Lu Ran now has money. Of course, also want to change. He will not be no bitter hard to eat, but does not resist here. Qin Wuyao hurriedly waved her hand and said, I don't mean that. The Liang family wants to kill you. This time they failed and they know it. Do you think they will arrange a second time? Although your ability is not afraid, being stared at for assassination is always not a good thing. When these words came out, Lu Ran froze. Indeed, he hadn't thought back on that carefully enough. Liang's reason for killing him was a bit odd, but he probably figured that he didn't have any of the so-called mysterious equipment. The Beamer seemed to think that Lu Ran's upgrading so quickly came from some mysterious unleveled equipment, so he wanted to kill him to get his hands on it. If it fails this time, there will likely be a next time. Lu Ran wasn't really invincible. He needed to have a summon when he was attacked in order to trigger the damage transfer of shifting blossoms, but without a summon, a random higher-level assassin could kill him in seconds without a sound. Eyes on Lu Ran fell silent. Qin Wuyao struck the iron while it was hot, saying, furthermore, on a larger scale, the national war will be a month from now. You know that, right? Lu Ran nodded. The date of the War of Nations he did know. Qin Wuyao immediately said, nowadays, our Huaxia is in a bad situation under the global situation, and I also heard Uncle Su talk about it today. After saying that, Lu Ran repeated the conversation between Su Jie and Qin Lai today. Lu Ran frowned as he listened. This kind of international situation was not accessible to ordinary professionals except for large labor unions like the Heaven's Path Alliance, and the full-time union. But judging from the rankings, it is also known that Wachovia has, over the past few years, underperformed. It's not just about honor. The national war rankings are about the national material rewards given by the data mine world. This has the most direct impact on national power. The higher you rank, the more resources you have, the stronger your country is, and the better you will perform in the next national war, which is a virtuous cycle. But for a superpower like Huaxia, falling in the rankings is a vicious cycle. Eagle Sauce cleared the current highest level team copy of the Black Dragon Mountain Range yesterday. Even though it's only normal difficulty, the addition of the Black Dragon equipment is bound to make Eagle Sauce perform even more prominently during the Battle of Nations. On top of that, the bullet-ridden Sakura, because of the featured exclusive profession of Yin Yang Master, manipulates a strong god. We were ranked below Sakura in last year's national war. If we still underperform this year, The future situation of China will be even worse. Hearing this, Lu Ran was instantly pumped. Other countries didn't matter, but the little day Sakura even stepped on China's head and Lu Ran couldn't hold it in right then. So you're saying that you want me to participate in this national war? Lu Ran asked. Yeah, when you grow up. Your personal impact on the national war is definitely terror level and more. You're fully capable of leading the members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to fight the Black Dragon Mountain Range, surpassing Eagle Sauce. Qin Wuyao analyzed and said. I didn't realize she was a teenage girl with a lot of worries. Already, Lu Ran's ability to serve his country is so closely linked. No wonder he came to Lu Ran in the middle of the night. Yes, I'll talk to your father and that Uncle Su. If they are willing to use me, I naturally won't resist serving my country. Lu Ran murmured. That's great. Let's go. Pack up and go to my house. Qin Wuyao's pretty face turned red with excitement. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. Going now? Qin Wuyao thought for sure. Yeah, it's only a few o'clock. You're not going to sleep, are you? You're too young to take care of your health? Go to my house. Let the kitchen cook you something delicious. Lu Ran couldn't argue. And anyway, there was nothing to clean up in the house. So he followed Qin Wuyao out of the house. The Qin family's mansion was in a wealthy neighborhood, not far from the central square. It's a large area, with a 7-in, 7-out compound, and security guards patrolling the area, clear of berserkers. Qin Wuyao led Lu Ran straight to the lobby parlor. Qin Lai was sipping wine with Su Jie, sighing whenever they talked about the recent situation. As members of the Tian Dao Alliance, people want to serve their country too much. However, the impact of individual combat power on the international situation is minimal, and it is not something that can be solved overnight. The Black Dragon Mountain Range wasn't something you could fight just because you wanted to. Asterisk and headache. Forget about it. Let's drink and drink. Qin Lai cursed and raised his glass. But suddenly, he saw Qin Lai and Lu Ran walk in. Yao, why aren't you resting this late? And who is this student? Qin Lai asked curiously. This was the first time Qin Wuyao brought a classmate home. And it's still a male student. And it's still night. Dad, he's Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao introduced with a big grin. Chapter 17 I think I'm entitled. This was indeed the first time Qin Lai had met Lu Ran. Although 3 years in school, Lu Ran had long been noticed by the Heavenly Dao Alliance because of his 130 spiritual power. However, there was no direct contact and Lu Ran had never been seen. Now that it was nighttime and he was suddenly brought to his home by Qin Wuyao, Qin Lai was a bit surprised. So it's Mr. Lu, sit down first, Qin Lai said smilingly. On the opposite side, Su Jie looked at Lu Ran and then Qin Lai in confusion. He could clearly see the profession mark on Lu Ran's chest, a necromancer only. Qin Lai also introduced himself at this time. Su Jie, do you still remember what I told you 2 years ago? About our Blackfire City Academy student with a mental strength of up to 130? Su Jie was stunned, subconsciously said, of course I remember. 130 spiritual power, placed in the country, but also the existence of the phoenix feather, if awakening occupation, basically. Halfway through his words, Su Jie's tone lurched. Surprised, he looked at Lu Ran and exclaimed, it can't be the student, can it? Qin Lai shrugged, sighed, and said, it is indeed Lu. Having said that, he seemed to feel that there was something wrong with behaving in such a manner. Hurriedly said to Lu Ran, Lu students don't mind. There's nothing wrong with necromancers. It's just that up to 130 spiritual power ends up awakening necromancers. It's more or less a mismatch. Lu Ran was indifferent, and understand their size. But before Lu Ran could say anything, Qin Wuyao grabbed the opportunity to say, I brought Lu Ran to my home so that you guys could meet him. His 130 spiritual power is not useless. It just hasn't manifested itself professionally. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai and Su Jie were a bit confused and didn't quite understand Qin Wuyao's words. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, elbowed Lu Ran at her side and said, Lu Ran, you say it. Lu Ran subconsciously said, I want to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Qin Lai and Su Jie were both in tears. Su Jie said, although I'm not a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch in Black Flame City, the rules here are the same as in other cities. All of them are selected to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance after a month of comprehensive examination, and cannot join in advance. Qin Lai also said, the Heaven's Path Alliance does have necromancers, but they are all high combat necromancers, well equipped, and not many in number. At this stage, even when it comes to the comprehensive examination in a month's time, the necromancers won't have much of a chance of joining the Heaven's Path Alliance. But classmate, don't get discouraged. When you get to the later stages, with a higher level, the words were not finished. Lu Ran then shook his head and said, I'm not quite the same as other necromancers. I think I'm qualified to join the Heaven's Path Alliance, even if I can't join now due to the rules in the way. I'm sure I'll definitely be able to get a spot in the examination in a month's time. This confidence, however, caused Qinlai to furrow his brows. Qinlai said in a deep voice, "You were number 1 in yesterday's newcomer rankings, and the speed of upgrading surprised me. But even so, it's still not enough to qualify, and it's only been a day." He even thought Lu Ran was arrogant. Lu Ran also understood that conventional thinking. No one would feel that Lu Ran was qualified to join the Heaven's Path Alliance until they understood the abilities of Lu Ran's profession skills and terror words. A little faster upgrade on the first day is surprising, but that's about it. There is no way to synthesize his fighting ability. Lu Ran took a deep breath and after a few seconds of thought, he directly gritted his teeth and with a lift of his wrist, the Frost Wolf staff appeared in his hand. Qinlai and Su Jie froze. What is this kid going to do? Pang! With a muffled sound, 2 skeleton soldiers were directly summoned by Lu Ran. Qinlai and Su Jie looked at each other and then at the skeleton soldier. What's wrong with this? Isn't it just the basic skill of a necromancer? But immediately after, bang, 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 in a succession of muffled sounds, a single skeleton soldier spilled out in front of Lu Ran as if it didn't need money. In the blink of an eye, it was 30 or 40 of them, and the numbers are growing. This scene looked at Qinlai and Su Jie. People were dumbfounded. What the hell is this situation? This kid's summoning of the undead. Can it be used like this? Lu Ran, you are. Qinlai spoke with a bit of a big tongue. Seeing as the whole office is going to be stuffed, Su Jie also hurriedly shouted, "It's okay. Stop. Don't summon." Lu Ran then stopped, and at this moment, inside the office, it was already densely packed with more than 60 skeleton soldiers. The sound of bones rubbing against the tattered armor on their bodies clicked and rattled a bit. My skill has no cooldown and can be summoned indefinitely as long as I have enough mana. This ability, for all skills, summoning, control, strong attack, all skills apply. I was level 8 yesterday and level 10 today, and I don't have any experience boosting equipment or anyone to guide me. I soloed Frostwolf Valley by myself. Yesterday on normal difficulty and today on hard difficulty, Lu Ran said eloquently. Hearing Qinlai and Su Jie's brains buzzed. This skill is not on cooldown, and still all the skills are not on cooldown. Never heard of it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes at this point, there was no way they would have believed Lu Ran's words. And, surely what Lu Ran said was completely true. Qinlai and Su Jie thought of his terror and the role he could play at almost the same time. So, at the later stages, you can even summon the Abyssal Bone Dragon. Infinitely? Su Jie asked. So far, it seems so. Lu Ran nodded. Next, Lu Ran simply didn't hide anything, and directly shared and publicly opened his skill panel, as well as the word panel below. My skills are actually the same as the other necromancers, and my attributes and everything are the same, but I have an extra word panel compared to the others. One word is unlocked every 5 levels, counting the words at the initial level 0. I now have 3 words, Lu Ran said. Qinlai and Su Jie glanced at the skill panel, and it was indeed mediocre. The basic skill panel of a necromancer. But the following words were read in such a way that the 2 men almost didn't pass out on the spot. Words, Heavenly Master Borrowing. Effect, no cooldown for all skills. Word, Shift. Effect, 100% of the damage suffered by the player will be transferred to the summon. Word, Haina Bai Chuan. Effect, from the date this phrase is unlocked. For every enemy unit killed, the casting range of all skills is increased by 1 meter. With no upper limit, current bonus, 304 meters. 3 words, each one. So anticlimactic. It's really true that all the skills don't have cooldowns. You take damage that can be completely transferred to your summons, but you can summon it infinitely. So wouldn't it be impossible to die? This skill casting range can still be increased? 304 meters now. Qinlai and Su Jie exclaimed in unison. Qin Woyao also reacted to why Lu Ran didn't drop blood under the surprise attack at the moment. As long as the skeleton soldiers existed, Lu Ran was immortal. Wait, I stroked. Wait, a little bit, said Qinlai, lifting his trembling hand and trembling. There was so much information crammed into his brain at once that he was a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 18, Extraordinary Emergency Response. Su Jie also slapped his cheeks to clear his head, and even wondered if he was dreaming at this point, or was he drunk. Half a rate later, Qinlai looked at Lu Ran again and said, I understand why Yao Yao brought you back. On the side, Su Jie nodded along, said, you're only at level 10. But the words you've unlocked are already so unbelievable, and with more and more words that can be unlocked in the later stages, your battle power, too, will be even more terrifying. Even if there are no word entries in the follow-up, just with these 3 now, it's completely enough to crush all hidden professions. Qinlai added, The third phrase was unlocked at level 10. So I think you just unlocked it, right? Then you fought a hard difficulty Frost Wolf copy and boosted to 304 meters. Because as I recall, the hard difficulty Frost Wolf Valley is 304 monsters in total, counting the elites and bosses. It still had to be Qinlai. It was instantly clear. Lu Ran nodded. Qinlai continued. So, in the later stages, your skill range can easily reach hundreds of kilometers. If you can brush up the number of monsters to boost the casting range, you can even cover thousands of kilometers. It was mentioned by Qinlai. Su Jie suddenly brightened up and said, the land area of the small Sakura Bullet Country, although there are 378,000 square kilometers, but the length of the depth is only more than 2,000 kilometers, which means that when you reach advanced, you can throw abyssal bone dragons outside of the borderline, to anywhere within Sakura's borders, and it's endless. Speaking of which, including Qinlai and Qin Wuya, all three of them had their sweaty hairs explode. One man, with firepower covering the entire cherry blossom. The endless abyssal bone dragons consume a country. Qinlai added at this time. In comparison, the highest ranked team copy at this stage, the Black Dragon Mountain Range, which our country has not been able to raid so far, doesn't seem to be much of a challenge. After all, you can cover the entire group with your firepower alone. But compared to this, the national war is when you really come into play. Speaking here, Qinlai glanced at Qin Wuya, thinking back to the question Qin Wuya had asked earlier, asking him if it was possible for a professional to influence the situation of the national war. Qinlai, at the beginning, thought for sure that it was not possible. It was impossible. But now it seems there are no absolutes. Lu Ran, who manipulated the army of the undead, could replenish his troops indefinitely, and in the presence of a summon. Lu Ran was immortal. As long as you don't die, you can continue to replenish indefinitely and the cycle continues. Being analyzed by them like this, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's hearts became clearer. Moreover, this is only for Lu Ran's current three-word conception. With the subsequent appearance of more powerful words, I can no longer imagine any way for other countries to be able to win against us in the national war. No, to be exact, to win against Lu Ran alone, Su Jie said in a deep voice. End of sigh. The two men looked at each other with serious expressions. Qinlai said, good job coming. Yao Yao did a good job. Lu Ran, tonight you'll stay in the Qin family, don't wander around. So far, who knows all about your abilities? Lu Ran said, just the three of you. I know the truth that a tree attracts the wind, so I won't flaunt it everywhere, and it's also the result of my deep thought that I can come here today, and I'm willing to serve and stand with my country. Well said. Su Jie's face was red with excitement. For now, the less people know the better. If your ability is exposed, I can envision that other countries will assassinate you at all costs. That night, Lu Ran was taken by Qin Wuya to arrange a room. Qinlai and Su Jie chatted in the living room. Su Jie then hurriedly got up and said, I'm going to make a trip back immediately to inform the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance of this matter before making a decision. He didn't dare delay a moment. After saying that, he hurriedly left the Qin family and went to the imperial capital through the teleportation array. At 3 o'clock in the hour that night, Huaxia suddenly activated a special-level emergency response, shutting down the transnational transmission function of all transnational transmission points within the country. At 3:15, the presidents of the other three of the four major guilds in Huaxia besides the Heavenly Dao Alliance received a message from the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance at the same time. Early the next morning, Lu Ran and Qin Wuya went to the Academy's morning meeting first. To be honest, Lu Ran was too lazy to go, and if he did, he would be forced to pretend that his 10th grade would definitely cause another sensation in the whole school. The atmosphere in the third class today was also very different from before. There were no more classmates to taunt Lu Ran. Although Lu Ran was only a necromancer, the title of No. 1 on the newcomer list slapped everyone in the face. Wouldn't it be clownish behavior to go up and taunt at this point? Lu Ran was still sitting next to Liang Xiaoyu. Although Liang Xiaoyu was humiliated, he still sat beside Lu Ran with a stiff upper lip in order to pry for information. Observing Lu Ran's expression, realizing that Lu Ran did not mention the matter of being assassinated yesterday, he muttered a little in his heart. Liang Jia didn't even know whether the three assassins from yesterday were dead or alive now. And did he take a shot at Lu Ran or not? Failed? Or didn't do it at all? Or was there a mysterious force that intervened before doing it, so Lu Ran didn't know about it? In the crowd outside the playground, directly behind the third class, four youths in civilian clothes in the crowd had their eyes intentionally or unintentionally resting on Lu Ran's body, while looking around from time to time. Qinlai surprisingly didn't go, but left the Qin family early in the morning and went to the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch. Not much later, the conference room. There were 3 men and 2 women sitting in the left and right rows, and the one sitting in the main seat was Yu Qing-song, the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance and also the number 1 in China's rank list, a level 63 hidden profession dragon descent warrior, and those 3 men and 2 women, besides Qinlai and Su Jie, and a man and 2 women. The male, with a stout figure and coiled muscles, was the president of one of the 4 major guilds, the Battle Flag Protectorate, and the level 61 hidden profession Earth Knight, Lei Tai. The red-haired woman with an enchanting figure and a delicate face was the president of one of the 4 major unions and the only women's union, Red Clothes House. The level 62 hidden profession Karma Fire Heavenly Master, Yi Hongyi, the last woman with unusually fair skin, looking a little shy and coy, is the president of Mirror Flower Water Moon, the level 61 hidden profession Elf High Priestess, Lu Xinxin. These 4, leading the 4 major guilds of China, could be said to be big shots who called the shots, but now they were all gathered here, in the conference room of the Heaven's Path Alliance branch in this Blackfire City, except for Yu Qing-song. The other 3 presidents looked at me and I looked at you. Then the acute Lei Tai asked, summoned all night long, what on earth for? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing-song looked at Qinlai and asked, where is our Lu Ran Lu student? Yu Qing-song is listening to Su Jie detailed introduction, but has not yet seen the person. Such a rare talent. Yu Qing-song also looked forward to see. Qinlai said, he went to the morning meeting. I asked Yao Yao to join him and bring him here first after the morning meeting. Upon hearing this, Su Jie, who was on the side, was a bit worried. Why are you still relieved that he's going to the morning meeting? We haven't arranged a protection plan yet. Qinlai waved his hand and said, I've arranged for 4 paladins to secretly protect him. He'll be fine. The other 3 presidents listened in disbelief. What do you mean? Who is Lu Ran? What are you talking about? Chapter 19, The Fist is the Hard Way. Aside from Yu Qing-song, the other 3 presidents were full of doubts. Lei Tai is the most acute, said in a deep voice, old Yu, in the end what is the meaning? Quickly say ah, can anxious dead me? Yi Hongyi, on the other hand, is relatively rational, and is not in a hurry, and has come anyway. She leaned on the chair with a graceful posture and said slowly, because of this Lu Ran? What kind of person is he? From what you guys are saying, it seems like you're still attending the Academy's morning meeting? A newcomer? But just what kind of a newcomer was it that could cause the Heavenly Dao Alliance to initiate such an urgent summons? The 4 major guild presidents are all here. Even the usually shy and little-spoken Lu Xinxin couldn't help but say, I know that last night emergency upgraded the national contingency plan, and it's the highest level at the moment, restricting all the transnational teleportation points within the country. And it's also because of this Lu Ran? Lei Tai took one listen. Brain didn't react. Subconsciously asked, what? Which son is this Lu Ran? Want to fight or do something? Speak directly. My protectorate army will assemble immediately. Yu Qing-song cried and laughed and said, everyone calm down. In fact, to be honest, I now also only know part of the situation. The specific people I have not seen. Early will soon be finished. Everyone wait a moment. Other side. After the school's opening remarks, as usual, Zhang Jinbei began to reveal the rankings of the newcomers. Same as yesterday, floating in order from bottom to top. It was worth mentioning that Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiu had risen to the 5th level, and the rankings, surprisingly, had dropped a few places compared to yesterday. It was estimated that the assassination of Lu Ran had delayed the progress of brushing monsters, resulting in a much slower efficiency. Seeing this, Liang Xiaoyu didn't feel anything. Anyway, his Liang family is a big family. He doesn't bother to fight for this newcomer ranking. It's useless to fight for it. He's just a regular occupation. But Wang Yujiu was getting anxious. When Liang Xiaoyu came to her, the promised efficiency of taking her to upgrade was not this slow. Xiaoyu, we need to hurry up and upgrade, Wang Yujiu said worriedly. She still had to compete for the other 2 Heavenly Dao Alliance spots besides Qin Wuya. That's all that matters to her. For this reason, she had no qualms about breaking up with Lu Ran and giving up the boy who had been the best thing to her since she was born. In the end, it would be a tragedy if one was unable to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Although she had a rare profession and other large guilds wanted it, it was a heaven and a hell compared to the Heaven's Path Alliance. Only what she didn't know yet was that of the 3 spots in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Qin Wuyo had reserved one because she was a hidden profession. Of the remaining 2, one more is now attributed to Lu Ran. There was only one last spot left, and with 5 rare professions coming up for grabs, she was still at the bottom of the rankings. What's the hurry? This has just started. What can 3 or 2 days of slowness do? Liang Xiaoyu was already distracted, and when he was urged by Wang Yujiu, he immediately turned his head and shouted. Wang Yujiu's face was ugly, but she didn't dare to confront Liang Xiaoyu. Lu Ran looked at her in this state now, and was saddened in his heart. From the time he saw through Wang Yujiu, Lu Ran was destined not to have any more feelings for her. Lu Ran wasn't the kind of licking dog without a bottom line. It was just pathetic to see that the girl he had once pampered and taken care of so carefully was now being plowed through by the dude at night and reprimanded during the day. The newcomer list lasts for a month. This month, but all those who are willing to compete for the ranking, do not dare to slacken for a moment. You two are ranked so bottom, even if you follow up to catch up, Lu Ran said in a conspiratorial manner from the side. Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiao's faces became even more ugly. But what I didn't expect was this. The first one to retort this time was surprisingly Wang Yujiao. Probably the poor self-esteem in her heart was acting up. Wang Yujiao gritted her teeth and said, levels can't represent everything. A month later, the Heavenly Dao Alliance is going to be considered comprehensively. Don't be too happy. Although you upgraded very quickly, you're ultimately just a necromancer. There's no way you can qualify for joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance. I'm different from you. I'm a rare occupation. I believe that after a month, I'll have the chance to join the Heaven's Path Alliance. Lu Ran glanced at Wang Yujiao in amusement. Don't even bother. So confident. Let her be. The rankings were revealed in order upwards. There were quite a few people at level 6, and the third place was not bad in terms of efficiency. Surprisingly level 7. And the second place, without a doubt, was still Qin Wuyao, who was also at level 7. Qin Wuyao had gone to Lu Ran's rift copy and gained a lot of experience. Then she teamed up with the Qin family's professionals to take her upgrading, and with the group contract and all, the speed was certainly fast. At this moment, everyone was staring at the first place position. Yesterday, it was this position where Lu Ran hit the ground running. With the strong position of the first place 8th rank, he crushed all the newcomers. The whole playground was buzzing with noise. Coming. The first place must still be Lu Ran, right? Nonsense. The second place Miss Qin Wuyao is still rank 7. Lu Ran's ranking yesterday was already rank 8. How much can I get up today? The subsequent difficulty of upgrading and the experience required is becoming more and more terrifying. I estimate that Lu Ran should be at level 9. On the first day it all went up to level 8. On the second day I don't think I can beat level 9. It should be level 10. The first place gradually emerged from the clamor. First place, level 10 necromancer, Lu Ran. At this moment, the whole room was in an uproar. Although many people had expected it, but seeing it with their own eyes, they still felt their brains buzzing. Wang Yujiao's body even trembled fiercely. Lu Ran, 10th grade. The day before yesterday, she broke up with Lu Ran face to face, and threw herself into Liang Xiaoyu's arms, but as a result, she is now at the bottom of the rankings. Instead of Lu Ran, topped the first place, and it is with a huge gap to crush the second place to top the first place. Surprisingly, it went up 2 more levels compared to yesterday. You should know that the further you upgrade, the more experience you need is geometrically increased. Don't look at Wang Yujiao's 5 levels and Lu Ran's 10 levels. It seems to be a double gap, but in reality, it is feared that there is a 10-fold gap. How in the world did he do it? Wang Yujiao's eyes are full of complexity. Wang Yujiao at least had someone arranged by the Liang family to bring her. And although it was unlikely that the Liang family would be willing to spend the group contract for her, a tool Liang Xiaoyu used to vent, the upgrade speed was definitely not slow. But even so, it was still pulled apart by 10 times by Lu Ran. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lu Ran became familiar. Lu Ran, who had been in school for 3 years and had a mental strength of 130, enjoyed this kind of gaze, only, after he had awakened the necromancer the day before and fell off the face of the earth. Losing attention, Lu Ran didn't care about any of that. False name appearance like dreams and bubbles, broken at any time, the fist is the hard truth. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran got up, and the surrounding students clattered around. Even many students from other classes followed and came over. Wang Yujiao looked at Liang Xiaoyu who was full of iron face beside her, and hesitated to go over to Lu Ran again to strike up a conversation, to try to see if Lu Ran was willing to take her. After all, once Lu Ran was full of her, and responded to any request. Chapter 20. What a big row. But Wang Yujiao didn't have much of a chance to get close and try. Lu Ran was surrounded by his classmates in a dense, watery crowd. Brother Ran, do you remember me? I even invited you to dinner? Lu Ran, I want to give you a monkey. Look at me. Look at me. Lu Ran, I'll do anything if you take me to upgrade. Lu Ran, make an offer. How much would you be willing to take me with you to upgrade? Facing the clamor of countless students surrounding him, Lu Ran directly waved his hand, lit up his frost wolf staff, and forcefully pushed through the crowd toward the outside. Qin Wuyao was waiting just outside the crowd, and when she saw Lu Ran squeezing out, Qin Wuyao grinned, took Lu Ran's arm, and both left. The world is a cold place and the people are not in the right place. The two heavenly prides who once had the highest rankings of mental strength in the school and were jokingly called the Golden Girls now had a feeling of being in pairs instead. Instead, Wang Yujio, Lu Ran's girlfriend who was envied by countless people, had become Liang Xiaoyu's toy at this time. Instead, it was all her choice. She was the one who personally pushed Lu Ran away. Just the day before yesterday. Just before Lu Ran hit the ground running. But what she didn't know was that Lu Ran and her gap. This was just beginning. After Lu Ran left, Wang Yuzhao's heart suddenly felt empty. I do not know whether it is because of the loss of Lu Ran, or because of seeing Lu Ran re-emerge and regret their missed opportunities. The surrounding students dispersed resentfully, but no one dared to complain about Lu Ran's arrogant attitude. Instead, the compliments keep coming. I told you, how could Lu Ran, whose mental power is as high as 130, flame out because of his occupation? Are necromancers this strong? Isn't this profession a regular profession? More than that, the profession of necromancer is so rare. The diarrhea is for others. I, Rango, am invincible. Hey, 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 hey. That's not what you guys said the day before yesterday. Listening to the surrounding students' compliments to Lu Ran in her ears, it was clear that Wang Yuzhou had accompanied Lu Ran and listened to them countless times over the past 3 years. But for the first time it felt so harsh that it made her even more upset. Even the students who brushed past her looked at her and Liang Xiaoyu with teasing eyes. Liang Xiaoyu doesn't matter. Dude, wind and flowers, it's not a secret. But she, Wang Yuzhou, is a toy. Go, practice. Liang Xiaoyu was also in a terrible mood, especially after listening to the people around him paying compliments to Lu Ran. He's even taken Wang Yuzhou now. Yet there was no sense of superiority at all in front of Lu Ran. After saying that, he didn't care what Wang Yuzhou's reaction was, and roughly yanked her wrist and left. At the same time, he said, let's go back before practicing. I need to vent my fire. At this time, Lu Ran had already left the school with Qin Wuyao and made their way to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Your father asked us both to go to the Heaven's Path Alliance. It can't be true that he's going to directly accept me, right? But according to the rules, newcomers can't join the guild for a month, right? Lu Ran asked. You join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Surely there's no problem. The rules were generated after the world was data mined. Of course we can't break the rules of the world. Exactly what to go to the Heavenly Dao Alliance to do? I don't know. It's my father who said so. We'll know when we go. Qin Wuyao shook her head and said. Having said that, another thieving elbow disliked Lu Ran and asked. Your little girlfriend. It's an ex-girlfriend. Lu Ran corrected directly. Okay, ex-girlfriend. Your ex-girlfriend. With Liang Xiaoyu seems to be in a bad situation. Do you want to pull her up? Qin Wuyao asked with a playful smile. What? Do I look like a cutie to you? Or like a 250? I have nothing to do with her anymore. And how she develops in the future has nothing to do with me. Lu Ran said emphatically. Qin Wuyao's eyes flashed with a strange color when she heard this. Ha 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 ha. Said. That's good. I'm just testing you to see if you're not over your old feelings. Lu Ran glanced at Qin Wuyao who was holding his arm, as well as the slightly bulging breasts of Qin Wuyao's petite figure as he looked down from this angle. Flirting, he said. So what if the old feelings are gone? Brother is single now. So if you have any ideas, brother is willing to give you a chance. Qin Wuyao's hand holding Lu Ran's arm tightened violently, but immediately stepped hard on Lu Ran's toes and glared. Who wants you to give a chance? Shameless. Go go go. After saying that, she huffed and pulled Lu Ran forward. However, when her back was turned to Lu Ran, her cheeks had reddened to the base of her neck. Lu Ran probably didn't know that for 3 years in the academy, Qin Wuyao had actually been paying attention to Lu Ran. It could be because Lu Ran was the only one whose spiritual power exceeded hers, or it could be something else. But as of now, Qin Wuyao liked the current situation. It didn't take long. Inside the conference room, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao walked in. Immediately, everyone's eyes went to the two. Among them, Yu Qingsong's gaze was the most burning. After all, he knew quite a lot of news, but he hadn't seen Lu Ran in person yet. As for Qin Lai and Su Jie, they were the ones who had initially come into contact with Lu Ran and knew all of it. As for Lei Tai, Yi Hongyi, and Lu Xinxin, the 3 presidents, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Su Jie stepped forward at this time and locked the conference room door tightly. At the same time one hand slowly pressed down. Pang! A golden light exploded beneath Su Jie's feet, instantly spreading out and encompassing the entire conference room. Boundary? Su Jie, what are you doing? Yi Hongyi froze. The whole mysterious. I still don't know anything until now. I don't like to see you bunch of grunts. Lei Tai was dissatisfied. Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, was relatively quiet and just looked at Lu Ran curiously. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao, however, were startled by the situation before them. Qin Lai and Su Jie Lu Ran had met before. The other four, Lu Ran also recognized as the president of the four major guilds in Huaxia, an absolute man of the hour. Yu Qingtsong, the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the president of the War Flag Protectorate. Lei Tai, Yi Hongyi, the president of the Red Clothes Building, the president of Mirror Flower Watermoon. Lu Xinxin, four of the absolute superstars in China were gathered here. Today's matter needs to be kept completely secret, so it's better to be careful. Su Jie laughed. Then he pulled Lu Ran in front of him while signaling Qin Wuyao to sit down on the side. Qin Wuyao sat down next to Qin Lai with an expression of watching a good show and looked at Lu Ran. First of all, to introduce to you, this student, called Lu Ran, is a newcomer, just awakened the occupation the day before yesterday. This time to convene a few presidents to come, is to discuss how to bring Lu Ran upgrade program with the highest efficiency, as well as the follow-up Lu Ran participation in the national war. The occupation of the various guilds to cooperate with the Lu Ran in scheduling issues. Su Jie directly said. It's fairly concise. However, the three presidents were confused by what they heard. Wait. Why am I confused? A newbie necromancer? First of all, I'm not targeting this profession but a newbie necromancer. Making such a big deal out of letting us discuss his upgrade program? What? Who is this kid's father? Which family? Lei Tai. Don't eat that. Lei Tai was a bit annoyed at this point. Although Yi Hongyi felt that the Heaven's Path Alliance couldn't be so superficial, she couldn't figure out where a newbie necromancer would get such a big row. Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, as always, smiled coyly and did not interrupt. Su Jie glanced at the trio of puzzled people, then at Yu Qingtsong, who was full of anticipation and excitement. Without any nonsense, he nodded and said to Lu Ran, release the skill and summon the undead. Chapter 21, Sister has a gift for you. At those words, the four major presidents all looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran wasn't a cutie either, naturally understood what Su Jie meant, although by now, Lu Ran was still a bit confused. Could it be that the four major presidents were all here because of him? Lu Ran was certain that he was capable of joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and that confidence was still there. But having the Heaven's Path Alliance president come in person, along with the other three major guild presidents, this was something Lu Ran hadn't expected. Now is the time to express yourself, to be recognized, to walk with your country, to serve your country. The Frost Wolf staff immediately appeared in Lu Ran's hand. Pang! The summon undead skill was cast and two skeleton soldiers immediately appeared in front of them. And then, just two skeleton soldiers. What? Think I've never seen a necromancer's skeleton. Lei Tai grumbled from the sidelines. Obviously in his heart, he still felt that Lu Ran, the necromancer, had a powerful background, but Lei Tai had always despised these rich kids and such. But the words weren't even finished. Bang! 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 Successive black smoke continued to emerge and condense, and a skeleton soldier continued to appear in front of the crowd without interruption. But in just a few seconds, dozens of skeletons emerged. The large conference room was also slowly looking a little crowded. It's true. Yu Qingtsong got up straight away in excitement, his eyes glowing as he looked at Lu Ran, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. The other three presidents looked dumbfounded. Did I miss any important information? Is this the necromancer's summon undead? Why doesn't it have a cooldown? I seem to understand what you guys are saying, but I don't know how this is possible. The three looked at Lu Ran with different eyes. Su Jie didn't sell himself short and patted Lu Ran's shoulder, saying, Lu Ran, that's enough. Disperse these skeleton soldiers. Lu Ran did as he was told, and with a single thought, all the skeletal soldiers dissipated in place and disappeared. Only then did Su Jie mysteriously continue. The effect should have been seen by everyone. I believe that several presidents have questions. Come on, Lu Ran, share your skill panels and word panels. We are all on our own here, so don't worry. After saying that, he also gave Lu Ran a reassuring look. Lu Ran did understand that he had stopped hiding when he thought deeply about his willingness to give himself to the state, to his country. He can have no reservations. Then, Lu Ran opened the skill panel and word panel sharing and displayed them in front of everyone. Apart from Yu Qingtsong, the three presidents were still muttering. They knew about the skill panel, but what the hell was the word panel? At this point, two panels are seen unfolding. The crowd's eyes immediately focused. The skill panel above, sparse, was the same as theirs, except that only three skills were unlocked. Summon undead, corpse explosion, and undead touch. It's a perfectly normal skill panel for a necromancer with a normal skill description. Isn't this skill normal? Nothing special but just now so many skeletons. Lei Tai acute, subconsciously said. As he spoke, his eyes swept downward. His voice came to an abrupt halt when he saw the word panel. At this moment, the entire conference room was silent. This included Qin Lai and Su Jie. as well as Qin Wuya. Even though all three of them had seen this word panel already, but looking over again, it still felt like a dream. Lu Ran, the panel is put away. Yi Hongyi suddenly spoke. The previous lethargic state was also instantly converged at this time. The rest of the crowd glanced at each other, all seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Yu Qingtsong was very satisfied. It was hard to hide his inner excitement, but he still forced himself to be calm and said, "Well, Lu Ran, you sit down first. No need to be formal. They are all your own people." Then he looked at the three presidents and said, "Do you three have anything to say?" Lei Tai was the first to speak up, saying, "I've realized why we had to block the transnational teleportation last night. If Lu Ran is exposed, there will be an endless stream of assassins infiltrating from other countries. No cooldown on all skills. We saw it clearly just now as well. And that's just a word for word." Yi Hongyi nodded deeply. Full of seriousness, he said, "Lu Ran's level is still low right now. Unlimited summoning of skeleton soldiers isn't much use yet, but it's more than enough to single brush a copy. No wonder he's level 10 in only 2 days." Even Lu Xinxin, who talks very little, both couldn't help but open their mouths. There are quite a few summoning classes in necromancy magic. Besides skeleton soldiers, there are also skeleton tyrants, ancient demon statues, etc. And of course, there's also the necromancer's most powerful summoning skill, the abyssal bone dragon. I'm sure everyone is well aware of how terrifying it would be if a necromancer could infinitely summon an abyssal bone dragon. National war. Lei Tai instantly reacted and yelled excitedly. The others are also brightening up. Lei Tai impatiently continued, "Good lord, if we bring Lu Ran into the national battlefield during the national war, and Lu Ran infinitely summons the abyssal bone dragon, the other countries will just eat farts, and still want to compete with us for the ranking? Steady, steady, this one's a sure thing." According to the rule limitations after data mining, each country could battle a maximum of 5 million professionals during a national war. After all, there is a huge difference in numbers between countries. Without limiting the number of people, China will crush the world. The 5 million professionals, on the other hand, are arranged by each country itself, combining professions at will, and, with no level restrictions. Among them, the vast majority of the professionals came from the 4 major guilds. And this was the biggest problem that the 4 major guilds were worried about recently. Everyone was worried about the national war ranking. Don't forget Lu Ran's third phrase, by brushing monsters, he can increase the casting distance of all his skills. In other words, the more monsters he brushes, the further the skills are thrown. By brushing a few tens of thousands of monsters at random, Lu Ran's skills can be thrown tens of kilometers away. And if he brushes a few hundred thousands of monsters, then the skills can be thrown a few hundred kilometers away. Yu Qingtsong said with a reminder, "That's actually pretty easy to think of." But because everyone was in an excited mood and had never been exposed to this kind of thing before, some people's brains were really spinning. Now that they were reminded by Yu Qingtsong, everyone immediately thought of it. Yi Hongyi's eyes narrowed slightly and said, "At that time, Lu Ran is in the rear of our army, throwing abyssal bone dragons, skeleton tyrants infinitely to the enemy army hundreds of kilometers away, and even pairing them with endless skeleton troopers exploding corpses everywhere." Yi Hongyi didn't continue, but all of you who had participated in the national war, especially the 4 presidents who served as commanders-in-chief, could visualize that image, hundreds of kilometers away. The enemy army couldn't even see the shadow of Huaxia, and they had to face an overwhelming army of undead, and an endless army of undead. Lu Xinxin then added, "And Lu Ran also doesn't need our protection, because his second phrase, even more counterintuitive, as long as the existence of summons, can transfer damage. Endless legions of undead in front of. I can't think of any way to kill him." The crowd twisted their heads to look at Lu Ran. One's face was odd. This kid, he's going to go against the big sky. At this time, Yi Hongyi suddenly came in front of Lu Ran and said with a smile, "Brother, first time meeting, sister sends you a gift. Nu aw, this is for you." After saying that, he pulled out a piece of equipment and placed it on the table in front of Lu Ran. That equipment flashed with red light. Lu Ran's heart jumped. Red epic equipment. Chapter 22, The Honor He Deserves. Good man. The crowd in the room was taken aback. Yi Hongyi came up to give away epic equipment. Just any epic equipment taken out. It would be a sky-high price. Lei Tai looked at it with wide eyes and mused. A treasure gourd? Summoner's artifact treasure gourd? Yi Hongyi nodded and looked at Lu Ran with a smile. Lu Ran was honestly a bit flattered and scratched his head. "This is too expensive, isn't it? And, since I'm only level 10, I probably won't be able to use it." Yi Hongyi immediately shook her head and said, "This one is rankless." Lu Ran looked at Yi Hongyi in dismay. "Unranked epic equipment. Say give it away?" Yi Hongyi introduced and said, "This treasure gourd its own attributes are actually average, but as a law equipment, it can increase 100 points of intelligence, can increase your mana value, use skills without cooldown. Mana value is more critical. Of course, this is not the most colorful place of this equipment. The most colorful place of this equipment is that he can store the summons, although it can only be stored in one. The reason why it is an artifact for the profession of summoner is because of this. As we all know, the summoner can summon powerful favored beasts to assist in battle, similar to the necromancer's summoning of undead and other skills, but the summoner's summons are even more powerful, and can be attacked with a variety of skill combinations of the summoner. With an amazing combat power, the summoner's skill mechanic prevents repeated summoning even when the summoning cooldown skill is up. There is only one way to circumvent it, and that is the treasure gourd. The summoner can store a powerful summon into it ahead of time, then summon one by skill, and the one in the treasure gourd is then released, allowing the summoner to control two favored beasts, distinguished from the things summoned by necromancers. The summons of summoners were exceptionally powerful. Manipulating one and manipulating two has a huge impact on a summoner's battle power, so high-level summoners dream of a treasure gourd, and its price, naturally, is strangely high. But the treasure gourd doesn't do much for the necromancer. The necromancer can be summoned when the cooldown arrives, and placing it in the treasure gourd and placing it outside will have the same result. Only the more powerful the necromancer's summoning skills, the longer the cooldown time, making it difficult to stack. Abyssal Bone Dragon. The cooldown is up to 3 hours long. Almost a copy can only be used once, and the bone dragon can only be dry and wait when it dies. But you're different. You have no cooldown on your skills, and at the same time, because of the existence of your second phrase, you can transfer the damage to the summons, so you put an undead in the treasure gourd ahead of time. On weekdays, even if you're assassinated by a surprise attack, you'll still deduct the undead's life value at the first time, and take advantage of the gap. You can already endlessly replenish the summoned undead, and when you can't do it in an assassination attempt, and you want to kill you again, it's harder than heaven, Yi Hongyi said with an introduction. Even the others were taken aback at this point. This was indeed an issue that Lu Ran needed to be aware of. Although Lu Ran could transfer damage to summons, but Lu Ran couldn't run around carrying a few skeleton soldiers day and night. Just like right now, when he didn't have his summons, he was still easily assassinated. The Balhulu can provide a great deal of tolerance for Lu Ran. Of course, your skeleton soldiers are too fragile and generally effective. When you're level 25 and unlock the ancient demon statue, you can put a demon statue in there. Then trying to raid and assassinate you in seconds will be almost impossible, Yi Hongyi instructed. Lu Ran also immediately thought of the benefits of this thing. The ancient devil statue itself was a meat tank type of undead summoned by necromancers, and when placed inside the treasure gourd in conjunction with the word shift, no one would be able to kill Lu Ran in seconds. And as long as Lu Ran reacted and casually summoned an endless stream of meat titan undead ancient demon statues again, the ghost could kill him. Very useful indeed. Lu Ran, put it on, and put a skeleton soldier in it by the way. At this stage, we can only put skeletons first, Yu Qingtsong urged. Then thank you, President Yi, Lu Ran said through gritted teeth. It was, indeed, an absolute treasure for him. And the treasure gourd is an accessory that does not take up any of the other equipment squares, only one of the 3 accessory squares. Call what, President Yi? Call sister. Yi Hongyi glared and said in a whiny and strange manner. The president of the Red Clothes Building, the dream goddess of countless professionals, and a woman like a siren. Letting Lu Ran call her sister intimately, Lu Ran was still a little too good to be true, but unable to argue, he still spoke. Many thanks to Sister Red. Yi Hongyi was then satisfied. Then, Lu Xinxin also walked to Lu Ran's side, handing out a piece of equipment. He said, speaking of mana, I happen to have an unranked piece of equipment here for you as well. It was a ring. A red epic equipment, moon-glazed ring. A rankless hallowed moon-glazed ring. Yi Hongyi was also taken aback. That's right. It has a single attribute, but it boosts intelligence by 300 points, which is a huge boost to the attacks of the law professions, and of course, a huge boost to your mana value, Lu Xinxin said with a smile. 300 points. Lu Ran almost bit his tongue. The treasure gourd given by Yi Hongyi just now only added 100 points. This moon-glazed ring, surprisingly added 300 points. Of course, the treasure gourd doesn't work in terms of an intelligence bonus. Lu Ran, brain melon buzzing, reached out to take, busy saying, thank you XIN sister. When he finished, he put the ring on as well. Just these 2 pieces of equipment given by the 2 of them alone had boosted Lu Ran's intelligence by 400 points. He's only level 10. Most notably, this added 4,000 mana points to Lu Ran. Together with Lu Ran's original equipment bonus and the free attribute points given by upgrading, Lu Ran now had 560 points of intelligence. That's more intelligence than quite a few level 30 mages. This also meant that Lu Ran had 5,600 mana points and could release 560 summon undead. Thousands of skeleton soldiers in one breath. Skeleton soldiers' corpse explosion damage, too, was multiplied several times. At this point, Raitai awkwardly came to heal, both hands empty. Said, Lu Ran, it's not that brother is stingy. Brother is a heavy armor class. There is no law equipment can give you. So, brother will take you to massage at night. Enjoy. Knock. I didn't expect that the one who made a move would be the seemingly shy Lu Xinshin. A staff appeared in her hand at some point, and she tapped Raitai on the head, and said, press your head. It's going to kill you. Lu Ran is only how old? You don't want to bring him into those messy things. Yu Qingsong watched them fool around for a while. Only then did he say, Lu Ran, Yao. You two go to the side parlor first and wait. We'll discuss the discussion. Wait for the two to go out. The crowd's expression immediately became serious. Yu Qingsong said, Lu Ran's ability can't be exposed too much? In addition to all of you here, even the members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, I can't fully trust Lu Ran's ability. I don't intend to let more people know. So his upgrade program. Yi Hongyi didn't hesitate and was the first to say, I'll personally take him to upgrade. And me, Lei Tai hurriedly shouted after him. Indeed, it's more peaceful for us to personally lead him to upgrade. Lu Xinshin thought deeply. Su Jie and Qin Lai were watching in excitement. Under the heavens, counting all the hidden professions, who else could have such an honor? Chapter 23, Highest Difficulty Open Brush. Yu Qingsong nodded in satisfaction. He said, once my teacher told me a saying, the best way to cherish something is for you to realize that you could lose it at any time. And the same goes for Lu Ran. Even though Lu Ran is a Chinese, as an autonomous individual he has the right not to serve his country. I believe that if Lu Ran's ability is exposed, apart from attracting a large number of assassination assassins, there will also be various countries that will try to pull him in at all costs. Yi Hongyi added. That's right. That's what I mean. And we all understand the truth that trees attract the wind, and Lu Ran understands it as well. But he's willing to take the risk of exposing himself to us, so we can't let the boy cool his heels. Yu Qingsong said. Having said that, he paused in his tone and said, I will make a report to the higher-ups and open up the highest authority of the equipment treasury to Lu Ran, so that the equipment he wants to use can be accessed at will without having to report it, and at the same time, set up the highest resource level for him. This was a great surprise to the crowd. Open up the equipment treasury and take it at will. Lu Ran doesn't even need to be able to go and constantly try a certain copy in order to pursue a certain piece of equipment. He can upgrade wholeheartedly. Lu Xinshin nodded. Everyone understands the importance of Lu Ran. This is not only in our country. Even in the history of the global professionals, there has never been such a horrible ability. 1 month later, he grows up. No matter if it's a national war or a large team copy, Lu Ran will lead us to the top of the world. Qin Lai and Su Jie couldn't interject. It was rare to hear the four major presidents, who used to call the shots in the past, even praise Lu Ran in a somewhat middle-aged manner nowadays. It was also a relief to both men. At least these guys don't feel justified in standing up for Lu Ran on behalf of the country. Yu Qingsong said at this time, as the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, I have more matters to deal with at the top, so I can't personally take him anymore, so I can only bother the three of you. In addition, the level gap between the three of you and him is too large, which needs to be compensated for through the platinum grouping contract to reduce the grouping experience penalty, or else it's not efficient enough. Yi Hongyi immediately said, platinum contract, my Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce is responsible for the daily supply. Yi Hongyi was not only the president of the Red Clothes Building, but also the president of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, the largest civil chamber of commerce in China outside of the data-generated trading houses. It's not too much to say that she's the richest professional in China. Yu Qingsong was full of smiles. Continued. There is also the issue of Lu Ran's guild. A month from now, the Heavenly Dao Alliance will launch an invitation to Lu Ran, inviting him to join the guild. Although professionals can join more than one guild, but historically, the major guilds have explicitly prohibited their own members from mixing in both. But for Lu Ran, I don't know if the three of you are willing to accept. Willing. The other three presidents almost spoke in unison. Yu Qingsong was willing to let this slip, and of course they were happy that the Heavenly Dao Alliance did not monopolize Lu Ran. Well then, in a month's time, the Heaven's Path Alliance will take the lead and the four major guilds will simultaneously launch invitations to Lu Ran, which is what he deserves. Yu Qingsong said with a big grin, but Lei Tai suddenly said from the side, it's normal for the other three guilds to invite Lu Ran, but isn't Red Clothes House a women's guild? In all these years, it has never broken this rule. Saying that, the crowd looked at Yi Hongyi. It was true that since the Yi family had dominated the Red Clothes House, there had never been any male professionals joining the Red Clothes House. It's the biggest rule in the Red Dress House. However, Yi Hongyi shrugged indifferently and said, rules are dead, people are alive. Giving up inviting Lu Ran into the club for the sake of rules. I'm not that stupid. Eventually, the crowd negotiated the results. Members of the 5-member squad, Lei Tai, Yi Hongyi, Lu Xinxin, Lu Ran, and Qin Wuya. As one of those in the know, Qin Wuya followed suit. As the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Yu Qingsong also held important positions at the top and was busy with his affairs, so he naturally couldn't spare that much time to bring Lu Ran. The good thing is, the other 3 presidents, they're almost a full complement. Lei Tai, as an Earth Knight, placed among the Meat Titan hidden professions, was also a unique existence, coupled with its level, identity, ability, and equipment. It could be said that it was the first Meat Titan in Huaxia. Yi Hongyi's Karma Fire Celestial Master was almost considered the top version of the strong attack fire method, serving as the main fire output. Lu Xinxin was simple, following Lu Ran closely throughout. The Elf High Priestess's terrifying healing skills and skills to protect her teammates could prevent all accidents against Lu Ran. The extra position was Qin Wuyao's. The reason, with a young girl of the same age accompanying him, Lu Ran wouldn't be too bored when brushing copies. Qin Wuyao became a chaperone. 3 big Congress presidents with upgrades, and a little beauty to accompany the chat. This treatment, simply unrivaled in the world. Qin Lai was all smiles. Cultivating Lu Ran while also allowing Qin Wuya to follow suit and level up by leaps and bounds was simply blood money. After that, the 4 major presidents, as well as Qin Lai, Su Jie, and Qin Wuya, all added Lu Ran's communicator. Lu Ran could, at any time, initiate a request for help to the 4 major presidents to get help. The road to upgrading begins. Lu Ran could only enter the level 10 copy, the Death Mine, right now due to level restrictions. In order to not be so shocking, the 3 presidents also put on a special cloak and hat to cover their faces and went to the replica hall with Lu Ran and Qin Wuya. Otherwise, with the 3 presidents following around, Lu Ran's fame was estimated to be enough to explode across the country and even spread abroad in a day. Lu Ran, you'll be the captain to open the copy, Lu Xinxin said as she followed Lu Ran. She seemed to have a shy personality, but how could she be mousy if she could become the president of Mirror Flower Water Moon? Okay, what difficulty to choose? Lu Ran asked as he opened the list of copies and chose Death Mine, glancing at the difficulty level. Abyss, the highest difficulty copy, more monsters and higher experience, Lu Xinxin said without hesitation. Lu Ran secretly said he was careless. What else can be difficult when the 3 assembly presidents lead a fight against a level 10 copy of the district? Although the difficulty of the copy is increased, the attributes of the monsters such as blood, defense, attack, and speed are increased geometrically. But even if it was abyssal difficulty, in front of the 3 presidents, it was not the slightest difference. Qin Wuyo immediately followed Lu Ran, waiting beautifully to enter the copy. Then, with a flash of white light, the 5 of them disappeared into the copy hall's teleportation array. The scene in front of him shifted, and Lu Ran hadn't regained his senses yet. The voice of Lu Xinxin came from the ear. Death Mine Abyss difficulty. There are 4 areas, 5 different types totaling 480 ordinary kobolds. The first 3 areas have 3 elite kobolds. The 4th area has 2 kobold brothers, and the final boss is a combination type boss. For explosive inflammation kobolds, a total of 489 monsters. The words just fell. Yi Hongyi walked over to Lu Ran and traded him a sheepskin scroll that glowed with a metallic color. Said, as your captain, use the contract scroll to lower the experience penalty, and then we'll brush up. Chapter 24. This welfare is too much. Lu Ran took a look. His eyes widened and he said, this is a platinum teaming contract? 1 copy at a time with 1? This is too wasteful. Within the trading house, the Platinum Grouping Pact is the highest ranked pact that reduces the group experience penalty. It reduces the group experience penalty by 80%. There are also additional attributes that boost the probability of duplicate output by 20%, both in terms of equipment and money. But that's nowhere near enough to make up for the price of the Platinum Grouping Pact. Inside the trading house, 500,000 apiece. This is not at all something for civilians to use. A trip to use 1 copy, costing $500,000, simply losing money. It is usually used by high combat professionals to brush high level and difficult copies to enhance the explosion rate to brush the best equipment to use. In order for you to upgrade quickly, this is nothing, Yi Hongyi said. That is fine. Lu Ran was truly flattered and gritted his teeth to use the Platinum Grouping contract. Then, in Yi Hongyi's other hand, a fire crystal staff burning with blazing flames and scorching heat appeared in her hand. Even the civilian clothes on his body were replaced at the same time with a display of equipment. The fire-colored vestments, with the staff and a head of long fiery red hair, as well as Yi Hongyi's perfect figure and delicate face, simply looked like a flame queen. Undeterred, Lei Tai stomped his feet on the ground, pawing. A set of black heavy armor was on display, along with two shields that shimmered with ebony light as if they were huge door panels held in both the left and right hands, which made Lei Tai's entire body look as if it was an impenetrable black fortress. Lu Xinxin is much quieter, facing Lu Ran's curious gaze, a guffawing smile. A set of emerald green translucent gauze-like vestments appeared on the body, and the staff was not so exaggerated. It was a wooden staff like a tree vine, but the eye-catching light of the gemstone inlaid at the top also indicated that the staff was certainly worth a lot. Where did Lu Ran know that just these three sets of equipment displayed by these three people almost dominated half of the top 30 of the Chinese equipment list? Lu Ran's blood boiled as he watched, unwilling to show his equipment. But in contrast, the grayish frost wolf vestments, the withered tree trunk-like frost wolf staff, and the other ugly loose items were shabby. Lu Ran awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Let's start painting then. I can actually paint it myself with skeleton soldiers and unlimited corpse explosion, and there's no experience penalty." Yi Hongyi waved her hand and said, "It's too slow for you to brush yourself." After saying that, he stepped out and looked at the densely packed kobolds roaming within the wide tunnel of the death mine. The staff in his hand casually swung forward. Boom! A huge ball of fire tilted and crushed to cover the entire tunnel, leveling all the way and rolling forward with a rumble. Wherever they passed, all the noisy kobolds that touched them burst in place and turned into black ash that floated down. "It's a bit boring, so I won't wait here. I'll go first." Lei Tai watched Yi Hongyi push all the way across the room. He was hot and anxious. The words just fell. Pawing. The whole person jumped out as if it were a cannonball. Dum 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 dum. Holding his shield disc up, he stepped across the ground as if he were a human tank, charging across the room at the kobolds in front of him. Team kills throwing goblin, gaining 320 experience. Team kills self-exploding goblin, gaining 280 experience. The team killed the goblin mage and gained 360 experience. Team kills self-exploding goblin, gaining 280 experience. The experience almost brushed the screen. Watching Lu Ran sked, this speed, really much faster than his skeleton soldier corpse explosion. Especially Yi Hongyi, the large range karma fire skill was thrown out, instantly clearing a large section of the tunnel. Lei Tai was also having fun within this level 10 abyss difficulty copy. Let's follow us over. The gold coins on the road and those broken equipment you see if you need to pick them up. Lu Xinxin looked at Lu Ran and said, "Of course I'm picking it up. Waste is shameful." Thus, this copy Lu Ran was completely unable to participate, just following along and picking up the equipment and gold coins, although these equipments were called rags by Lu Xinxin. However, within this abyss difficulty, the worst drops are blue equipment. There are quite a few purple rare equipment, and occasionally you can even see golden legendary equipment. This is all money. At the same time, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's experience bars continued to soar at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Xinxin looked up at Yi Hongyi, who was bombarding the death mine in front of him, and Lei Tai, who had already scurried to nowhere. A casual wave of the staff. A green aura spread out in place. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao immediately felt their movement speed explode by a large margin. Wind whisper. Can run faster. Lu Xinxin explained. Just like that, Lu Ran ran all the way through, and some of the equipment he didn't even have time to pick up, the moment he managed to run to the boss field, just in time to see a large area of karma fire covering the entire boss field area. The 4 explosive flame goblins inside didn't even have the time to put up their combo skills before they hiccuped in place. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 2000 experience. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 2000 experience. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 2000 experience. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 2000 experience. There were 4 final bosses, giving 4 experiences that added up to 8000 points, and the total time taken, less than 15 minutes. All run time. Pick up the equipment. Next trip, Yi Hongyi said casually. For explosive goblins, dropping 3 pieces of purple equipment and 1 piece of gold equipment. Lu Ran couldn't even wait to check the attributes of the equipment, and casually swept all of them up. Then it was immediately reopened as a captain, over and over again. In between, except for lunch, it kept repeating. Although the process was boring, the 3 presidents didn't dare to stop for a moment when they thought that the national war was imminent. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Ran was already level 13 and had passed most of his experience bar. Qin Wuyao had risen 4 levels because she needed much less experience to upgrade, and was already 11 levels up. This speed, it's just too much. At this rate of progress, Lu Ran should be able to rise to level 15 tomorrow. Lu Xinxin analyzed and said. Looking forward to it. I wonder what words Lu Ran will unlock when he upgrades to level 15 tomorrow. Lei Tai said excitedly. But with this stuff, it's anyone's guess. After all, the phrase thing has never been found on any professional's body. But whatever it was, the boost to Lu Ran was absolutely counterintuitive. That's it for today. A few people out of the copy. Lu Ran, you should return the rental house in the outer city. The environment is bad and unsafe. Live in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Lu Xinxin said. Staying at my house is fine. Qin Woyao hurriedly said. But Rai Tai waved his hand mysteriously. He said, the Qin family is inconvenient, and it's not good for the Heavenly Dao Alliance Lu Ran to come in and out. Follow me, said the man, leading the way toward the main street off to the side. Within one of the alleys, Rai Tai paused in his tracks. The crowd craned their heads to see that next to them were large mansions in the inner city's most central area, with wide gates and a favorable location. Lei Tai patted Lu Ran's shoulder, said, brother isn't being petty. It's just that brother is a heavy armor class and doesn't have any good equipment to give you. So during the daytime when he was brushing the copy, brother arranged for someone to purchase this mansion in your name. Lu Ran, this will be your home from now on. Ha! Lu Ran's eyes almost glazed over, looking at the mansion in front of him, which he couldn't even dream of. Lu Ran was dumbfounded. Holy, backing the country. The perks are too much, right Lu Ran? I forgot to ask you, after brushing so many copies today, how much spell casting range have you accumulated with your high Nichuan word entry? Yi Hongyi cried and laughed as she glanced at Lei Tai. Suddenly thinking of Lu Ran's phrase, she casually asked, Chapter 25 being in your place, doing your thing. The scene in her mind fantasizing about kissing her favorite person under the fireworks hadn't completely dissipated, and she was nervous with a little shyness when she saw Zhang Hao. Zhao Hao himself naturally has no attainments in poetry, but some of the stems have already been played by the travelers, so it's best not to force me to play. Zhao Hao smiled helplessly and bitterly. After choosing a location, she started digging near the tent, but unfortunately, after digging for a while, she couldn't get her favorite shape. So it's true that all the TV is a lie. Just one continuous normal punch from your opponent and you'll be on your way to meet the Hitz brothers, who have already gone ahead of you. Don't you understand the principle that one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers unless one is male and one is female? Not to mention it's not like we're both in a situation where one male and one female are eye to eye. Jinri voiced her despair at this idiot brother. Finally cooked a pea-top tofu soup. The tofu was the villagers themselves with beans pushed out of the tofu. The appearance is not as good as the tofu sold in the market, but the flavor cannot be said. As she got closer and closer to the Holy Grail, Lin Qingyin was also a bit excited. She had been planning for so long as she could get her hands on the Holy Grail, she could utilize its almost endless magical power to implement that compound magic. But why would it say that it would be 5 days before he would come out? Because after all these years McGonagall's had been pressed by their expedition. Every time he failed to come out the time would be delayed backward. According to the normal algorithm this time he would come out after 5 days. However, it now seemed that the bamboo stick was able to increase his flames, causing them to increase in power dramatically, perhaps because of the special nature of its material. After all, no bamboo was able to do this. However, he was really worried about the washing sect and didn't want to go back and wait for that teleportation array that he didn't know when it would be repaired. And now that there was a path in front of him, he had to try it out before he said anything. Enough! Red Refining Mad really want to poke the death of these two heartless rash goods. Really? Not a family does not enter a family door. Dead to the end of the head is still ing blind force then. The team that went to ambush the magic crystal stones this time. All but you were wiped out? The Lord of the Thunder Ministry, Lei Kafa, asked, his eyebrows furrowed, just like two thunder dragons coalescing between them. Alchemists most avoid dirt, obviously have cleanliness. Xian Yi annoyed some rebuke, especially the room spirit, ant family into what behavior? But under the saliva of the three people did not react, simply a wave of the sleeve. The Hall of the Wind tornado churned on the three flew out of the house. Fell a 7 dazed and confused, sobered up. Before these mud people could react, they were all of a sudden washed away in their mud form, turned into mud, and washed away by the strong and violent current. This first great mage in the history of the East and the founder of Yin Yang Masters, he may have calculated that in the near future, there might be a revival of the aura, but the exact time could not be determined. So he decided to take a risky gamble. Tuoba Jie's heart was slightly stunned. Tuoba Hui is his father, was killed by the Xiangnu country's bone capital candidate Hilianto United Lulun country's princess Yuchi Qingqing, although avenged his father's great revenge. But the family's Yuanyang copper locks have always been the Han dynasty martial arts and the western region countries fought for the important martial arts secrets. Unauthorized acceptance of the lodging of the man who killed the 3 patriarchs of the Chris family. When the people of the Chris family come to the door, he will be dead. Nako waited a little impatiently. It hadn't really been more than a few seconds. Except that even a few seconds was a long time for him. As soon as the skeleton surfaced violently, a hint of greed appeared in its eyes, and with one bite, it sucked dozens of souls from the front row into its mouth. The white-haired old man and the black-haired old man glanced at each other, knowing that Zai Hong was thinking about his own family again, so they didn't say anything more. Rumo took 3 steps forward. She would rather she hadn't seen it. She would rather the stalker hadn't appeared. She would rather the child was someone else's child. There are some things that lurk deep inside. Once they are uncovered, they are going to make a mess of it. And at that moment, Mandax then instructed the 5 elders to leave after that. It was Mandax alone who led Lei Hu and the 4 of them to visit the various courtyards in general, as if it was for the purpose of going to show off something in general, but Lei Hu and the others would not care. A handful of pills were swallowed into Chen Shi's stomach. Chen Shi's voice was calm. If I tell you that I am immortal, do you believe me? She scrambled to get up from the couch, but the body of the thin veil suddenly with the curtain hooked together. A yank, the veil instantly torn. Breasts on the hidden Jasmine will be exposed. In the distance the guns were firing faster and faster. It was the Union army that had collapsed, shooting around aimlessly, shooting at their inner fears. Such soldiers were no longer soldiers, just lambs to the slaughter. Remember every word, don't dare or forget. Su Feng pondered a little, and now every word that Master had just said was as if it was carved by an axe and a knife, deeply engraved in his heart and memorized so deeply that he was afraid that he would not be able to forget a single word in the future. So he respectfully replied, recently, Morong is a bit busy. There is no time to pay attention to the news, although there are all the requirements to let the assistant to put the daily newspaper on the table. But, she does not have much time to look at it. So, this period of time, she is there to miss something? Bang! Xiaoyan pushed the door in as soon as he could. Wow! The water splashed and the candle flame went out immediately, while in the darkness, the snow light flashed, and a piece of bright moonlight glow vaguely kept flashing, and then flickered away. It's nothing, and neither am I. As usual, live well. Lu Shangyin laughed softly, looked very calm. For these things he has always been unimportant. He only lives in his own world. I also know this. As long as happy that's good. Of course they're together. Why else would they stick together every day in and out of class? There's nothing to see. Chapter 26. I'll take this one down. I also had to awkwardly put my hand down and obey old Qin's request. Putting his hands behind his back, he probed at the cell phone screen. No, I repeated old Qin's words, an inexplicable sense of superiority steeping in. So it's an interview with me? A smile almost broke out on my face, like slices of roasted pancetta, oily. Tian, who heard the words in a hurry, will be in the hands of the sword to Hu Yenjua smashed. Hu Yenjua see Tian, who in the hands of the sword to fly, hastily crouch under the horse to avoid. Tian, who took the opportunity to turn the horse's head, pull out the waist of the sword to Li Tianqi snatched. The 2 men with the battle of the Guanshang. What's the hurry? It's not over yet? Yi Yu said indifferently, without the slightest worry on his face. After roughly calculating, Shuahao only had 100,000 low-grade immortal crystals in his hand, and if he converted them according to intermediate-grade immortal crystals, there were only a pitiful 100 of them, and if he converted them into high-grade immortal crystals, Shuahao didn't even have one. Under orders, Dong Yidan was overjoyed to hear Zhu Wu's words, and hurriedly bid farewell to Zhu Wu, Gongsun Shang, and Xiao Daoqing, heading out of the tent. Zhou Weiguang also saw this moment. Zhang Haotian, this is what is wrong. Is there any problem? A spark splashed up. Yi Yu's body slightly swayed, looking at the door that was unharmed and did not even leave a trace. His brows slightly frowned. This is obviously in front of the crowd playing grandchildren. The feeling of having a fire cannot be sent. Think about it, all feel suffocated. Lu Yun laughed softly. Don't forget what profession we are. At this time, his face was no longer cold, and when he spoke to Lu Tian, it was as if he had been a brother for many years. Maybe it was the alcohol in the body. Liang Xiaoping's drunken eyes looked at me. I grabbed my hand. I raised my eyes to look at him. Did not move. Unfortunately, this was understood too late, and by the time now finally thought of this level, it was after the old horse's attack. Ao Tian had already explained everything to the 4 elders of the Immortal Palace. The only thing Long Qianxuan can do now is to seize the time to cultivate. But now Long Qianxuan's realm wants to raise again in a short period of time. That is also impossible. Amano's water nature in the usual is very good. 1,000 meters of freestyle 10-20 minutes of level. But any you water nature again good. In this kind of unexpected by the tide of water. A mouthful of swallowed. How to say also have to struggle for a while, this situation. The world champion came to have to drink a few mouthfuls of water before. After saying that, Luo Tian suddenly heard a soft sound in the woods, and just as he wanted to turn around to look, he was surprised to find that the faint light within the moon nurturing well had turned extremely dazzling in an instant. The dazzling light seemed to be filled with powerful energy, making it impossible for his body to move. If that energy expert died, it would definitely have a great impact on Wang Yu's plan, and with his own strength, it was hard to say if he could handle the flying dragon core. At this moment, Long Qianxuan was sitting on top of the main hall. The four elders stood beside Long Qianxuan. Long Qianxuan had sent the four elders out some time ago, asking them to go around and spy on the movements of the strongest people in the western immortal land, especially those strong people who had thoughts about the immortal lord's position. 5 steps to destroy God. Long Qianxuan multiplied Tianxian great joy, suddenly burst out step 5 steps, only to see Tianxian this time early defense. Long Qianxuan 5 steps did not cause any effect on Tianxian. Tianxian looked at the hands of the long stick eyes float out of the obvious joy, but Long Qianxuan is a face of treacherous smile. Mo Yunshan they did not know that Wang Yu went out at night. See the Tianhu all said so, and then do not open the doors to appear to have a ghost in their hearts. So they all opened the door to the room, so that the Tianhu core of people to search one by one. You're going now, and you're still afraid that I won't know the way to Xianlai Palace? Emperor Longwu glared at Park Quaner and scolded with a smile. Bolden no longer had any chance to cut down the Right Honorable King of Xiongnu with his own hands, because at this very moment, the Right Honorable King of Xiongnu, who was being carried by the guards to flee for his life, had already taken the last breath of his life after spitting out a mouthful of blood, and closed his eyes forever. Her voice was very light. For a moment she actually didn't know what to say, but Huangfu Rui was looking at her lightly. Those meaningful eyes were just looking at Long Yuyue, which made even Long Yuyue's face carry a few moments of embarrassment, a bit at a loss for words. The reason why Broken Gujin was able to finally rebound in his last life was related to the fact that he had obtained the underworld treasure and had practiced the underworld secret scripture diligently. In the right center of the cotton cloth, the word, Bao, was written in white, bolded letters. It was also circled with the same bolded circle. Kuko, I just really can't stand him bullying you. I really hate to kill him. Takai Taro was indignant, his face full of shade. Yifeng respectfully hugged his fist to the sweeping god monk. Then he performed Lingbo Weibu and ran to the wall of Shaolin Temple, then directly flipped out. And Long Yuyue was only worried for a moment when she suddenly heard a hint of sound. She raised her head and instantly saw that Huangfu Rui had already stepped in. Lu Lily couldn't help the smile on her mouth, which was hooked until now, and her hand unconsciously touched Long Yuyue's stomach. Even though both of those two young men at the Martial Saint realm were given the same cultivation level as him, they were both at the first level of Martial Saint. Huang Yuan was very clear about the threat of wind ice as a hidden danger. He himself was not afraid of the other party, but it was definitely easy for the other party to deal with his uncle's family, so what he had to do as a matter of urgency was that he had to come up with a way to find wind ice out. Chapter 27. The Liang family's father and son suffer. The two of them were gone, but Wang Yujiao stayed where she was. She looked at Lu Ran with hopeful eyes and spoke with difficulty. Lu Ran, this is such a coincidence. Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran curiously, asked, brother, do you know this girl? Lu Ran shrugged and said, not familiar. A sentence of not being familiar with it instantly tore the sliver of hope in Wang Yujiao's heart to shreds. She and Lu Ran locked eyes. But if we falsely agree to it, and use it to distract some of the Jin's troops from daring to move lightly, wouldn't that be a good thing for us? Aliki asked again. Borrowed by the Shin family to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Deterred the Jiangnan clan. Now, they are well behaved it, quiet and abide by their own very much. Coupled with, before the Zhenjiang River pirates, the momentum also made quite a big, but did not think, was Xiezan with troops, destroyed like a takedown. Now, the entire Jiangnan, are very peaceful. Ever since Su Hang took over the pawnshop, he had been so busy that there wasn't a single time he could rest, and now that he could finally rest, Su Hang decided to find a place to take a good vacation. At this point, the state of Zhou, south of the Yangtze River, in addition to the Yun Gue Chuan 3 places, has been fully returned to the Qishanbeg. The name is right, the words are smooth. The fire on his body was still burning, and his whole body was already in pain to the point of almost numbness, but strangely enough the clothes on his body were doing nothing. The endless rain falling on him was as if it was pouring oil on the fire, making the flames rise higher and higher. Xia Luanen's sentence, flat and slow, was like a needle that stabbed Su Ziheng to shrink. The shadow and I had long since withdrawn from the fray, and with the key we had fished out of the Undertaker's possession, we began to undo the shackles. It's a good thing that I've read a lot of talking books, and combining it with what Feng Zhui said, I understood it at once. Zhang Bao is the sky of all the generals of Zhang's private army. The Lord is worried. The subject is humiliated. The master is humiliated. the subject dies. When the generals of the Wuxing army heard that Li Biao dared to offer a reward for the head of their breadwinner, how could they not be angry? Wuxing army morale rose. Li Biao brought the horses and men followed by the bloodluck. Master Jiang Lu and I are both busy dying, and those red-eyed people who are still alive are now unconscious, while Jun Li happens to be comfortably asleep. Brass hollowed-out scented sachets with herbs to repel mosquitoes are hanging everywhere in the treetops. The two of them were not convinced by anyone, and at this collision, the corner of Wan Sangun's mouth curled up, because he clearly felt that Chun Yi's qi was only around the 5th stage of qi refining, and it simply caused damage to his qi transformation stage qi, and at this one moment, Chen Yi's yen dragon drill instantly shattered. You don't know. I don't know. I've only met you twice in your Thai bar. Fell in love the first time. Fell out of love the second time. Come on. Come on. Heartbreaks aside. Cheers. Guan Ning obviously still hadn't gotten out of her crush, and Meng Hu also clearly felt that the blade did not touch him. Just in the air will be an invisible force to hold, and then a violent shock. The blade even from the center of the break. Yen looked as if he had already known about the existence of the Taiyan clan, and immediately informed Shui Feng of the basic message of the Taiyan clan without thinking. Closing his eyes, Wang Xianlong carefully recalled Wang Xuanwen's unusual behavior lately, but he couldn't recall what exactly was abnormal about her. Since that Bai Yifeng himself had brought up Wang Xianwen, it was definitely impossible for the two of them to not have a relationship. A drop of greenish-yellow colored liquid fell down low, and at that moment, the greenstone road plate below was completely poisoned into a deep giant pit. Whether I can beat you or not, I'll only know after I fight. I'm no longer the Leng Jianfeng who would only follow you once. Besides, even if I can't beat you, I'm going to put my best foot forward and kill you. The traitor who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors. Leng Jianfeng said coldly after hearing Shi Yan's words. Rebuild a Jinyuan main battleship and lead my Qing Navy to defeat the Japanese naval fleet and wash away the shame of my Qing Navy, demanded Zai Sun. Antir lying on the bed began to think in the end this Lu Lingshan this time ready to play what trick, but thinking to think in the brain popped up always Fei Liangyan's face. I don't know what is the situation of Fei Liangyan now. The company encountered this kind of thing. Fei Liangyan must be under a lot of pressure. How in the world should I help him? The ground here is filled with the huge corpses of magical beasts. Moreover, these corpses were not complete at all. Some of them even only had heads, and their hides were covered in dried brain matter and blood foam. If Shinshur was not already in the middle stage of foundation establishment, he almost didn't notice that old eunuch. That is to say that he had the same skill of concealing his breath, or his kung fu itself had this ability, and as long as one didn't reach the end of one's lifespan, without the need for other means, a cultivator's face would remain. Yen Xuanqi looked like she was still very young in appearance, so it would be a bit too strange to say that it was the end of her lifespan. While Xiao Myrick sked inside at Yi Chang's various weapons, the location switched to Suzhou, where the dock in Haiyan County ushered in a flotilla of more than a dozen sea vessels. A person like this was believed to be the favorite target of all evil arts. As long as Bai Zhu recognized that this was Shinshur, there was no reason for him not to strike. Yi Chang checked again. It turned out that this wound looked scary, but in fact, it only hurt a little bit of skin and flesh. Yi Chong simply bandaged it to stop the bleeding. Then he turned his gaze to the perpetrator. Looking down from the sky at this time, one could see narrow gullies and cracked ripples of thick smoke lingering toward the end of the earth, and the entire surface of the planet seemed to have been plowed, crumbling craters. Massive craters and open copper mines were flooded with tumbling soil. A sensible decision. By the way, next, we still have a communication meeting with Sega. I hope all of you will come over then, provided that you eat up these 2 pieces of information. Li Fancheng pulled out 2 copies of information and placed them on the table. Janehua had inherited the memories of this demonic person, and the original owner had also come to Kyushu through that door, and roughly remembered what that door looked like. Only the route from it all the way to the ground was vague and could not be described. The tripod was collected by Shinshur's essence, and the human heart idea power in that tripod did not enter the heart of the tree like the spiritual liquid. Instead, it entered Shinshur's body. After the way the two basically did not speak, there is nothing to talk about. But Baishi still cannot help but look at Jiang Ke from the rearview mirror several times. Think this face is quite familiar. Really not a netizen or game anchor or something? Lu Qianqiu settled for a long time, slowly turned around, and a word managed to burst out of his mouth. Go. The people he brought with him then stepped back. Ah Shui long sword straight forward. Suddenly feel chest popping 3 sound. Actually by smoke 3 palms. Ah Shui was stunned, and then already knew that Smokeless was merciful, and did not use force on his palm. If not, he would have already fallen on the ground. Chapter 28 New Skills and Words. However, at this moment, Nightwind pressed down his inner turmoil and looked towards the last words spoken by this old man. But in fact, it is not that they are self-indulgent. but that they want to seek excitement and free themselves from their laborious lives. Chen Chuan smashed his mouth, but did not think to hang in this aspect. Alone 2 airdrops led to the people have hung up dozens of people. Can only say that these people resisted the death. Hard just in the end of the spirit is very reckless. With a clang, the steel pipe in Quan Shouting's hand smashed out, the camera shattered in response, and a syringe was injected into his body behind him. After searching for a long time, Lori has been helped up. Chen Chuan handily bandaged himself, and only found the clip after 3 consecutive hits. That lobby manager is no cutie pie, knows that this money cannot be taken, so find all the people, just waiting for the night, to burn this money. Since that time, Loose Shadow's personality had become even more twisted. That head who had a relationship with Loose Shadow was the boss of the Honku organization in R. Shang Wanqing wore a masked duck tongue cap, which could be said to be fully armed, and a pair of almond eyes under the sunglasses were extremely cold and cold. With just one glance, Yen Zhuanju was like a deflated ball of leather, hanging his head in shame as he moved back behind Rong Baochan. Dian Sangsong suddenly stared with wide eyes and sat down on the ground with a shriveled, disoriented look. The more excellent Luo Hao's performance was, the stronger Jin Fengjiao's heart for Luo Hao's certain death was. If he didn't take the opportunity to take down the other party today, when Luo Hao grew up completely in the future, it would be much harder to deal with him. Yes, Su Yenmu hemmed and hawed, striding out of the office. Not long after, 3 military vehicles rushed out of the military area and headed in the direction of the Forbidden City. Xiang Gangtian sighed somewhat helplessly. This demeanor of Yu Chenlin's could be quite a blow to his people, because, with his knowledge, he has never seen such a demonic Buddha statue. A few thoughts turn, he finally sent out a summoning talisman. Things are weird, always have to report up. The line of sight landed on Chen Sharan's face, and as soon as it did, Hao Erba narrowed his eyes, one corner of his mouth, and said with a cold smile, "You couldn't have imagined it, could you?" As he spoke, he moved closer before stopping in front of Chen Shaoran. This was a wisp of which forbidden Qian's spiritual thoughts that was given to him as a means of preserving his life, capable of exerting the peak attack of an 8th-grade witch saint, which was incomparably powerful. Xiang Gangtian, who was in the air, didn't know about the doubts in the mind of Qi Yuan Xiaolang. He was urging his mana and urging the blood refining 9 diagrams with all his might. But now, Hein was linked to the Ancestral Realm Core's destiny, and if Hein wasn't defeated head-on, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Ancestral Realm Core no matter what. The black gas rushed out of the woods, circled high in the air for a while, and was about to shoot towards the bottom. Just at this time, a rainbow light emanating sharp edges suddenly shot across the sky. The black gas was right in the position where the rainbow light was advancing. It was too late to dodge, and was instantly obliterated by the sword chi that surrounded the rainbow light. Simon the snowblower bellowed. Everyone's heart and mind trembled, and those who had their heads swept up in anger also came to their senses all of a sudden, and when they saw that their own lieutenant was furious, each of them dropped their heads to be silent. Spiritual power changes, same as spiritual power transformations, also 5 changes. Palm fist needle hammer spirit, 5 variations, 5 characteristics, like one of the big hands of spiritual power. It is the means of tackling, and it is also the means that Zun Soul Realm people use the longest. Koriko now also still hold this idea. In its opinion, Hasagata is really too much procrastination. Obviously the inner heart for home desire is strong to the extreme, but in reality the action is slower than a snail. A whole decade has passed. Actually still stay in this country. The cat also stretched out its claws and protected it. Mother Yao's space was finally not churned up by the crow's wings. The more information he reads, the more Xiongyan understands the situation of the 6 counties in Jiangdong, and slowly in his mind, he has some ideas. In this kind of environment, Hanyu Takashi felt extraordinarily comfortable. His special ability itself is closely related to the plant system. At this time and this kind of environment for him is like a dragon returning to the sea in general. Even if the eyes cannot see, the body cannot move at will, but he still has a kind of everything in the grasp of the feeling. Upon hearing this, Xiongyan then nodded with satisfaction. More than 1 million people, living in a city, moreover, all relying on various industries instead of farming to support themselves. Was this considered a certain achievement in industrialization? Just as he was wondering if the Chujie bastard was secretly using a fixation charm, suddenly, Shen Yuan William turned towards him, and Shangguan Lan also walked to the other side, looking towards the lake. Jane Kangwu strides to the door, inserts the rune card with a jerk. The indicator light turns green, and wrenches the door handle downward. Yes, look at that humanoid monster, covered in darkness, with 1 black and 1 white pupil. It's a demon at first sight. Litvai chimed in. Qin Yang estimated the distance. This want to rush out in one go and successfully subdue Jin Libo is not impossible. It's just that it's too treacherous. have to divert Jean Libo's attention through something to be good. It was true that he was confident, but Wu Jia had impressed him so much that he had to take it with a grain of salt. Dressed in black, with a simple basalt iron sword stuck in his back, a unicorn thorn in his waist, 2 daggers, and of course 2,000 pounds of basalt iron armor on his body, he rushed to the Sky Dragon sect alone like this. There was speculation that it was related to the kiwi fruit, though, after all, the news had been rumored so much lately that it was easy to connect the two pieces of news. Good, there's a forest in front of us, and there's even a thick fog inside. Great. Zhou Dao could not help but see from afar that there was a forest in front of him in the middle of a thick fog and could not help but have a glimmer of hope in his heart. Damn! This stinking is at it again. Again! A man with a broken arm screamed and cursed. Chapter 29, What's the point of having a small life? Lu Ran did as he was told, and the blood spear built up its strength. Stored skills are different from normal skills. Normal skills are released immediately after you choose to release them. Stored power skills will go into a stored power state first when you select them for release, and will not actually be released until you select them again or they are fully stored. And in Lu Ran's case, there is no such thing as an auto-release when the stored power is full, and the blood spear is invisible until it is released, existing in the underworld space, and only when it is released. Han Linza instantly rolled her eyes helplessly. Her palms flipped and pinched up a strange hand seal as she droned. This girl isn't a vegetarian, either, and the monster looks at my immortal technique. Although Lu Fan's strategy was not as good as the capable people of this era, he was well informed and had a long-term vision. But sins, people have human ways and ghosts have ghost ways. How dare you violate the rules of the 3 religions? Still not lying back, Grandpa held a peachwood sword and shouted at a floating corpse, only to see that this person had a golden crown on his head and was wearing a king's robe, and he was the Lu Ha from 1,000 years ago. Xiao Mimi opened the door and looked at the people. Isn't Su Shuer relationship is very good, Nurse Wang? And Nurse Wang behind the 2 nurses, but she has never heard of delivering food but also so many nurses. Since the establishment of the Crown Prince, Yang Jian's side is not endless denigration of the Crown Prince's remarks. The initial time he will still reprimand 1 or 2, but later on, he himself has been convinced that Yang Yong is a waste. With a crunching sound, the falling treasure copper coin instantly lost its splendor and fell to the ground, surprisingly shattering into 2 halves. Turning his head a few steps, he suddenly turned around and grabbed a hand behind him, followed by a hard kick. The cultivators in the restaurant were all looking at Qin in astonishment, as Qin Yu's strike that killed Golin had left them all a little shaken. Compared to Zhang Chen, Wang Minglong's means were even more advantageous. After this fat man had taken the Fury Qi Dan, he was able to use both sword Qi and beast power. Both attacks were extremely domineering. If this fat man's brain was more flexible, I'm afraid that his combat power would not be weaker than Zhang Chen's. Towards the end, Royal Maple had already used prayers. And look at his good intentions. Heaven and earth can be judged. Li Si frowned, with a cold aura in his eyes, looking as if he could be said to feel extremely terrified, far beyond what they had imagined. Co-captain, any reply from those people outside the courtyard gate? Takagi Hiroshi's question interrupted Nakagawa Eiichi's scheming thoughts. Looking at the gallant martial arts even let become such a face. Looking at the gradually fading away forging Tienda's figure, only helplessly shook his head. Well, has Mr. Herman come up with any plans yet? Eleanor saw Herman pacing around, and without rushing, brought over a cup of hot tea. A round head stretched out from the car, and rebuked in a jarring voice. Who is it that dares to hijack this king's carriage? Do they all not want to live? Not jumping words. On whose orders? Tone Bell was greatly confused in her heart. She had resided in the royal palace for 16 years, not to mention that she had never offended anyone from the outside world, even the people in the royal palace. She had never been in trouble with anyone. She was puzzled. Mangerchi followed Zichu in the front, and a few of her attendants rudely pushed Tone Bell, completely disregarding her feelings. No, we're here to eat, sleep, bathe and change clothes, rest our feet and take a breather, and stay for a few days before we leave. Uncle Su, take the time to tell me carefully about the situation in Linen Town. Fong Jiren said, but, I've made a big mess. Xiao Bing saw that 100,000 returns did not blame himself, and his heart was filled with self-blame. Su Zihua wanted to defend Wang Mingren. Chen Haiban has already made a baby. His status is incomparable. If he wants to make things difficult for Wang Mingren will definitely not have a good day. Kobe had long since retrieved the basketball from his head, leaned toward Garnett and then threw the ball up in a smooth motion. And as soon as the two of them themselves emerged from the cave tunnel, 2 of the men who had been watching the area saluted Bao Bei. These words, which he did not secretly vocalize, were spoken directly, reaching everyone's ears. A P woke up Xiao Air and he scratched his head. It was still dark and the moonlight hit the ground miserably through the windowpane. Fearing that it was the ugly hour, the beasts outside occasionally chirped a few times, giving people goosebumps. Another compliment from Hutu made Wei Wei laugh all of a sudden. Only her face was too stiff to make a big smile. West Point is the brainchild of the War Department. While this department is stuffed with accountants, auditors, statisticians, purchasers, and others. Xiao Erzi laughed bitterly from below. The iron hammer is also falling below. If I give you my hand now, all three of us will fall at once. Silly girl, you can't pull us up. Under the sunlight, the already shiny blade was exceptionally eye-catching, and there was even a faint brownish glow that covered the blade. No, you don't understand. You taste carefully. An office in Hollywood, which had been chartered by Jack Nelson to act as an audition for Kirby's upcoming movie. As soon as the words fell, the shell landed next to the stone pillar. Boom burst out a dozen-meter-high blue fire mass, and at once anytime flying, the airwaves wildly soared. The scene was a messy mess. Lan Shilua and Yun Hanshi were even more anxious. At this moment, how they wished that they could kill someone halfway through the banquet to disrupt it. Finally, let me ask you all a question. What do you say? Should I leave my job? I don't even know how I got home today. He used to have a friend called Bainan. A year just in the PayPal expenses up to 138,000 yuan. Not to mention also bought a car or something, but also every day to cry poor, make a handful of good death. Finished every time they look for him to borrow money. He will pick his nose and say there is no money. With a stagger of his feet, Ling Tianyun avoided the flying hooves and swung his fist towards the horse's neck. He clearly felt the wind of his fist with a dash of hissing air breaking strong wind wildly surging away, while the powerful strength in his body that filled his body was suddenly majestic like a river flowing like water from his fist thus upward surging away. Chapter 30 13 Hours of Pent-Up Energy. Yin Xingyu wanted to eat a meal alone with Xiao Yao cannot do. The most tragic. This matter the Emperor and the Empress Dowager do not care. They are happy to be close to Princess Minun and Xiao Yao, resulting in a long time. In House of the Ghost of the Air more and more dense. On the side, Yuan Bo was still huffing and puffing, and with a helpless look on his face. He put on his coat and went down to the ground silently. Gritting her teeth, she looked at him for half a second, wanting to say something, but then realized she didn't seem to know how to respond to his remark. This night's Jane Liwa, sleep is not stable. Many times are in a muddle talking in his sleep. What is said? I do not hear too clearly, only vaguely know that he should be in the name of who is shouting. In Ershio didn't know what to do. Xiao Yao hadn't taught the family's cooks many new dishes. Most of them were nutritious and delicious. He thought, even if Yao's cooking wasn't outstanding, it should still be good, right? When Roatio looked at Uncle Liang with a smile, his gaze penetrating nostalgia affectionate. Let Uncle Liang worried. I am fine. Everything is fine. Sun Yifan glanced at Bai Manjun, and saw Bai Manjun snort coldly, her eyes filled with disdain. How can you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? Charlotte also went out of his way. He walked to the door, poked and cooed twice. Click. The door of the room opened in response. He slipped in with a flash. To him, you had saved his life, and after following her he had been rewarded with riches and the king of Danyang as a result. This was something that Zhao Lin didn't expect, and actually opened the money bag if he opened a large number of them. The system would also send out an announcement. Zhou Yang casually responded to Zhu Zijian's words, but his eyes were a bit fluttering, seemingly absent-minded. People who have cried can be very different from those who haven't, and that's something that can't be realized in any disguise. Alright, don't cry. There's Brother Lin. Zhao Lin didn't have any way to do anything but comfort right now. Gu Beiron's eyebrows jumped, so he simply rejected her directly in silence. This girl took the wrong medicine today? She had originally thought that by following the Dragon and Phoenix group, she would indeed be able to find Lu Sansheng, leaving him nowhere to hide. Exhausted brother. CU really likes you, said DCU. Sobbing out these words, turned around and ran out. Extreme Knife relies on his speed. Now the knife on is not yet arrived, but is already blocked by its cold. Lost the wind of the lightness of meaning. This kind of blade, where is still counted as Extreme Knife. But just after 4 minutes, the German team also scored. Just a moment ago still gloomy face of Mr. Zhao, at the moment so excited that smashed a bottle of wine. Listening to Qin Hui said this is more than 30,000 a bottle of whiskey. A berserk sword instantly arrived with a loud bang, causing the entire ancient castle to emit a violent tremor. I said I won't let you follow me here but you didn't listen. Afraid? Qing Yuan glanced at the fearful Yi Qiaoqiao and complained. Yi Qiaoqiao didn't make a sound. She just grabbed Qing Yuan's arm and hid tightly behind Qing Yuan. Qing Yuan's fat thick spine made Yi Qiaoqiao feel at ease. She also kind of understood a little bit why she felt that the young master had made her strange before. It was because she was not used to it. The young master had originally treated her nonchalantly and was suddenly so nice to her, so that was why she was like that. Hearing that their son was abolished cultivation has always been a calm and tranquil as the lake of the night mood, and more people did not expect is that the abolition of their own baby son's cultivation is actually the Knight family's eldest young master, Knight Maple. Ha! That's a good move. Chi-Jean licked the corner of his mouth, very excited. On the other hand, Kawasaki was very worried. He and Jiling didn't have much spiritual energy left, but Chi-Jean's strength was still so strong, and its skin was very hard. It wasn't a normal move that could hurt it. Come on, another psycho. I should have known I would have settled her down there. Greenleaf shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, just one mist fairy was hard enough to deal with, and now there was an additional crazy sister, which made it even more difficult. Bing Chen had just received a phone call and looked flustered. He told her that Bing Shui was leaving, so he had to rush over to see Bing Shui off. Although there are many beautiful women in the palace, the door guards were the first time to see such a beautiful woman. See, their eyes are straight, but they are loyal people. In their eyes, master, only the emperor won. The emperor did not command down to invite her in. They are not free to let go. Ai Jia originally thought that Bing Chen would definitely find a way to make her drop out of school, but, unexpectedly, Bing Chen didn't make any moves, and she continued to stay on unharmed. The big fat man was very arrogant. His target was not Qin Bin, but Gu Light Wind, so Qin Bin was just a front. And now that Qin Bin actually dared to insult him, it was even more of an unforgivable sin. As the soup in the pot turned an orange color, a rich aroma rolled out, a distinctive flavor of mashed potatoes mixed with the clean scent of mushrooms. Dajin had been following his side ever since he saved his life at the hands of a group of peach-furred beasts 2 nights ago, immediately after being successfully communicated with by mistake. After the thick fog had obscured the hunting grounds, it was even more likely that it had never even left the teenager's line of sight when foraging for food. Snort! The last yellow-striped bird dragon still remaining on the dune was pierced through the chest by a thick, long arrow, nailing it into the rumbling sand in front of the one-star hunters. The tenacious monster still stomped on its hind legs to try to pull itself out, and after a few futile attempts it lost consciousness completely. Mudash, not only was the monster's body like a cow's, but even its bellowing sound was not unlike a bison's. A bellowing sound that came out of the spinning, wavering and far away and near. Spring rolls. Not bad creativity. Tang Yu smiled and nodded. Regardless of the flavor of the cuisine, just the fact that the other party was able to make a snapper dish that was different from the other contestants was worthy of praise based on that. Choi Jin-sil's death. In addition to attracting the attention of these huge numbers of South Korea's entertainment industry insiders, the political and business sectors have also been affected. After all, public opinion and rumors are also very close to them. Because of the powerful presence of the Four Fiends Divine Alliance, there was hardly any problem that was so difficult that it could be their turn to take action. Bai Ziyan was already ready to argue with Zhu Su at length, not realizing that Zhu Su directly brought it over in one sentence, not giving him a chance at all. Chapter 31. It's ready. Collect the reward. This killing the strongest 6-9 door realm powerhouses did not intervene. Standing in 1,000 feet in the air, they just quietly watched. Dawn seems to be watching a show, but this show seems to be a little bloody and horrible. I don't know anything about YA or not, but I'd be like the monkey in the story who never dies. Although he didn't want to invite trouble, if the other party invoked him, he wouldn't back down in the slightest. But what greeted the giant was an unassuming magic bullet that was the same touch as the party. No one. Xing Qianshan's divine sense had already covered 1,000 miles away. Every blade of grass and every tree was in his eyes, yet he didn't see anything unusual. Lin Feng knew in his heart that at this level of Saint King, if Phantom Lady didn't obey herself even in death, he really couldn't do anything about it. He could tell Meiji to die, or he could tell Meiji to live or die, but Meiji could also die and not obey. Isn't this an impasse? The last lime green light was the one that jumped twice before it didn't separate and resumed its original state again. Looking at Lin Feng, who was constantly transient in front of him, Jiang Shanyue's killing heart was getting heavier and heavier. The importance he attached to Lin Feng was getting bigger and bigger. If such a character tossed off in the Moonfall continent, it would be almost a disaster for the 4 great clans. When Zhang Fu answered the secretary room to sit down, drink a cup of hot tea, the body warmed up over the time. Looking at the thick roster confused, how the night's work people changed sex. All figured out? Qian Mo, of course, also gazed at Ji Gasang favorably, then looked towards the kitchen, where Qian Meteor was still busy. Chao Jin stood in silence. His remaining light glanced at Ali, who stood by with her head bowed, and a group of attendants who were walking over with breakfast. He was silent for a moment, and took Qin Ro's handkerchief. This paranoid fondness caused Qin Shen to be stunned for another moment, and then he thought of the man who had appeared this morning, said, fed 2 pills to it as a snack, or 1,000 specially refined for it wind and thunder dual attribute pills. if it is taken out to auction, even if the spirit root is not completely equivalent, can be sold for a sky-high price. If the spirit root is completely fit, it is simply to grab the sky. Yi Feng held his hand back, looking at the deep wound in his palm that was cut by the spirit bone. Her heart also hurt. Evil Li ate little by little. Not more than a moment's time, the meal was already swept clean by him. Even Zhao Meng, old Mrs. Su, Mrs. Pei, the people closest to her, didn't know about the wedding. His eyes were gleaming, deep and dark, reflecting her clearly, staring at a seriousness she couldn't deny. Gao Ming went up to the 11th floor and directly entered Mr. Huan's office without even knocking on the door. General Manager Huan was sitting on the sofa waiting for him, sitting upright and looking like he was about to go out. Zhao Jincheng touched his face. In the past so many years, he actually always felt that although his face was a bit odd, but his facial features were correct, elegant, even if he couldn't call it a jade tree. At least he was a temperamental man. But since he went to Xinjiang once, his 3 views were crushed miserably. He Fei hurriedly pushed her away and said, "What are you doing? This is the office. Beware of people bumping into." The words are so, but He Fei's real feeling, but always feel that Lin Yi body has other men's breath, so he is very uncomfortable. After hanging up the phone with Director Ma, Zhu Jiangwo carefully thought about these things in front of him again, and suddenly realized the seriousness of the problem. In the open space outside the Jin Yuan Jai temple, Xia Naitu was wearing a loose dress and competing with Athena Asamiya in Chinese boxing. And the same is true for the divine power of doom, the power to disguise luck. 2 closely related and completely opposite forces that mimic each other? The people from the Genetic Union's operations department went to the online community to brush up on it, and not a single one praised them, and almost everyone who mentioned this matter was thankful to Chen Feng. Awakening 100 segments. If it were to fully explode, under the multiplication of the genjutsu, it would be the power of awakening 10,000 segments, a number that was terrifying. A concept that surpassed that of a resonator. Not only is Zhou waiting for this moment, at the same time in countless places in the country there are the same people are waiting for this moment, either with computers or cell phones. Gui Yuan didn't open his mouth. He just sat aside and quietly watched this computer boot up. If he remembered correctly, the system that Zhang Yao carried was a CE kind of interface. After hearing this, Zhao Yang's face changed slightly, but then it returned to normal and then laughed. Then a moment's effort passed, and Rose who stepped out from behind a large tree in the distance and walked into the side of those prickly-capped mushrooms that she had just sneaked up on. The Sword Sect Patriarch thought that Gu Ling's biggest card was that battle pet, and without it, it would be unbeatable. Wing De, isn't your reasoning all in that Zhanba snake spear of yours? Sui twisted his head to look at Zhang Fei and said with a smile, "Since you, Chang Koren, have played it this way, the rest of our editorial team will at best just follow suit. Boss, look!" Right at this moment, a somewhat surprised voice rang in Fan Xiaodong's ears, and it was precisely what the Fire Spectre Pig had said. Chang Yi pretended to be asleep and breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Song Soul Moon's words. Could it be that the county princess already had a lover in mind? I don't think Dad should be anymore. The reason why he's like this time is probably because the burden pressing on his shoulders is too heavy. Dongfang Ziqing was delicate. She still understood how her own dad treated her in the past. This old remembered disciple at first, although barely advanced into the Jindan stage, but also over 200 years old. Now 200 years passed. Even if the Dan after the cultivation of longevity has exceeded, not in the human world is also natural. Having lost her mother at the age of 6, all she could remember was her mother's gentle calling and hugging her, and she missed the time when she was pampered and bargained for in her mother's arms. Yu Qing was now confident, remembering Gu Fang's passage about her having the ability to change her fate against the odds. Something happened to him at the pharmacopoeia, in Sherman's territory, and no one knew where he was. Blade-ons dispersed, revealing a thin figure standing with the air. People once again look at that figure. The previous kind of contempt has all disappeared, replaced by some admiration, some surprise. Lin Yu saw the other side to the really some fear. Although the other side cannot hurt his life, but if let him suffer some flesh and blood is not a hand-to-hand? Far away from the Puff Yen looked at the stalemate of the battlefield heart-anxious. This battle into this also let the Puff Yen surprised, did not think that the opponent so tenacious. Not only the defense of the watertight, and weapons fine good combat courage, their own troops firmly dragged in the first fence outside. Chapter 32 Who can kill me here? I turned back to help Lon up, and looked to see that her hand was already bleeding, and there were crumbs from a beer bottle on the wound. Yes, although Woban's fighting spirit was very tenacious, even if he was turned into a chihuahua by Yachiyu in full view of his men, he didn't want to die. But at this moment, he really had the urge to commit suicide, because he was taller than me. I had to jump up and cut, but we were so close that if I wanted to jump up, I had to step back or I wouldn't be able to cut his head. As for Yuan Xian, from the beginning to the end, she did not have too many words, did not have too many expressions, letting people not be able to read or guess. The wind is light, the water waves do not rise, letting the two make a scene in front of their eyes, but also did not move in the slightest. As usual, throwing the bloodstains on the iron spear on the ground, it formed a graceful arc in the air and finally landed on the yellow map, like a poignant and magnificent ink drawing. I, on the other hand, can't stand it when people abuse me, and you, too, were the first to be able to kick me up against the wall twice when I was in bulimic mode. I think you get my point? Kamiyo Rise looked at him evilly. The fifth is the Hell Path, where the souls drawn out using the Earth Path ability will be stored inside the Eye of Reincarnation, and can be used to repair or revive the Eye of Reincarnation's puppets with those stored souls. See Lishan old mother like this. Lin Yuhan heart is also very bad taste, always feel a ball of gas in the heart. Suffocated Lin Yuhan some breathless. Lin Yuhan would like to raise his hand to help old mother Lishan wipe away the tears on her face, but the two arms seem to be filled with lead in general. Lifting up a minute and a millimeter are difficult. Hey, if it doesn't work, forget it, no need to force it, ha ha ha. Arms 3 concluded that Wang Jie couldn't find it at all, and that he had come up with such a question simply to make things difficult for him, wanting to see him make a fool of himself. So you don't have to do something? Jia Wuduan was lying on the ground, raising his eyes to glance at Feng Mu, and said with a smile on his face, in this conference room that was no more than 10 meters in circumference, he exerted his stance to put in a long strike and hit anyone in seconds. However, ever since Emperor Jun Taiyi started it, successive heavenly emperors, as long as they sat in that position, the stars of the circumference of the sky never opened up again. There were definitely some. This was the Blackwood battlefield after all, but it was also absolutely rare. After all, he was already comparable to a 10-step Void God Realm powerhouse. The other Bioroid troop commanders all revealed a wave of sudden realization, and were instantly energized. After all, just now it was as exciting as watching a big show. The moonlight was dim, nearly non-existent. The window ridge carvings coldly swept over Janhua. The air was filled with a light and cool plum scent. It couldn't be otherwise. Ji Yaxbai wasn't a vegetarian. Would he allow it to exist on his body for more than a decade? Then, Su Wuyo and his group just appeared in the depths of the Gate of Supreme Strength, and the search for Bai Ling kicked off, and the successive appearances of Kyoko Zanaji, Yagami and Leona throws the whole story off kilter. Until after World War II, many industries within the defeated Axis Germany were split up by the United States, and many experts were either secretly poached by the United States or killed by American agents. The Fong family had no choice but to withdraw from the shares of BMW, and then the entire family returned to the country. Yi Chong left the Yang mansion, changed into the steel battle robe of the left protector of the smell and fragrance sect, and summoned the congregation under him. Words fell, only to see the cold light flying flash. Those who have been waving weapons swooped over. A piece of knife-light sword shadow cover to Xia Hongfei. There are countless other conspiracies behind the Qin family. Father-in-law's two brothers, who are always eyeing father-in-law's family fortune, will make a move against him whenever they get the chance. With the population of the Great Ming Empire accounting for about half of the total global population, that would make it impossible for certain challengers to ever turn around again. Not knowing why Su Sun needed the ruby badge so urgently, Shuishingji couldn't be bothered to ask more, lest it cause embarrassment to both parties. He sighed in relief when Chen Feng scattered him, and immediately led his men away in a roll. Once the words came out, as Su Sun thought, Ningfengji was scripted to be shocked, but in front of Su Sun, a movie star, this kind of skill can be a little bit insufficient. 200,000 Ming troops and 200,000 King's division in the wilderness duel. Dorgan naturally believed that the Qing will achieve a decisive victory. Despite Xia Hongfei's timely reminder, none of the Dark Board's brothers were spared and all of them fell. Xia Hongfei jumped up, abruptly turned around. The hands of the heavenly Jedi magic knife swung out, only to hear blast sound, followed by a muffled grunt. They had paid attention to the Yen Su Construction Guild before, but it was only an ordinary vice-professional guild. Many of the more dilapidated buildings. Hua Wui was deeply impressed with a lot of feelings in his heart, because these dilapidated buildings were basically the most luxurious buildings in Linhai City 21 years ago. After Wang Lang let Yaya ride on his shoulder, his two hands were free, so he took out the wood and started to hurry again while carving puppets with his flying dagger and practicing the power of mind. Apart from the 5 great elders who were in the center of the square, surrounding a large pile of coals as if they were chanting some kind of sacrificial words, there was no one left. Ali shouted, Q-skill peacemaker in his hand hit, and then directly as in cast a clip rode Nami's feet. In ancient times, the golden-blooded sky mosquito beast reigns supreme, by virtue of the number of, every time out, must be like an army of locusts. less than thousands, more than a million, the ancient gods see, also want to look at the stop. Lawless looked at the heavenly sea bastard diagram in surprise. All along, the three top inheritances had not been exposed. He thought that it was because these participating martial artists were not fully familiar with it and did not dare to use it out. Before the words left his mouth, on the muzzle of the triple Gatling gun above Impreza's head, yellow energy quickly gathered, and in a split second, it turned into an electron beam that shot towards the air combat masquerade. Chapter 33. Lu Rant's brain exploded with a buzz. This equipment, it's even entered the global equipment list? Is it that scary? Eyes are counting down to the prompt query. Lu Ran hurriedly asked. This equipment has entered the global equipment list. What is the meaning of asking to display personal information? Hide. Lu Xinshan immediately shouted. Choose hide first. Don't show it. Lu Ran hurriedly did as he was told. He could probably tell. It was not true that Old Man Ji was motivated by the purpose of protecting her, while Lorden had long been at loggerheads with Old Man Shen, but he was just trying to find a partner to wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Even though he had seen it with binoculars before, at this moment, Captain Song couldn't help but marvel at it. The entire coffin was 4 meters long and 2 meters wide, and was completely made of gold, just maybe due to the age of dust. No one cleaned for many years. The color has some slightly dark. Appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Is a beard and hair a rendered golden old man. The old man is full of fury. Seems to be from the mountain of corpses out of the sea of blood, dressed in red robes, just standing in front of the people. Will give a person an indescribable sense of harshness. The old man looked at Xiao Yan. The voice is cold, just like the 9 ghosts of cold ice. Scolding that Hongye? If you don't know what you're talking about, and you spit on him like that, and in the end the truth isn't what you guessed, won't you die of embarrassment? She was secretly suspicious. Could this stone really be some kind of ebony gold? Could Dear Duan really refine gold here? Many ancient gods' ideas transformed into terrifying great Tao forces that bombarded down, colliding with Xianyuan Shen Tian's body. And Xianyuan Shen Tian let out a long roar as he lifted his feet and walked straight forward. Intense booming sounds continuously emanating from his body, shaking the space. With a gentle smile, Kaoru's eyes looked towards Xiaoyan's body and she could not help but turn her pretty face red and turn her head away in a somewhat unnatural manner. He led 2,000 men to break out, but was sent by the White Wolf King and the Xian King to search along the way, exhausted for 3 days and 3 nights, and was about to be wiped out. But fortunately Fu Yu arrived in time to take out this bronze divine tree. Seeing Hiroshi, Shuryao's heart that had not been in love for a long time throbbed again. She looked at the person walking towards her in a daze with a complicated expression. Zhang Jazz was startled, and only then did he look down at his dirty clothes, realized that something was wrong, and turned around to silently leave. Participate in the rescue operation of a group of people, casually take out a put in the Jianghu or atop one of the masters, flying eaves and walls or something since it is not a matter of course, all the way to sneak and hide in the vicinity of the Lord of the City. Take out the Lord of the City on the right side of the front of the guard tower patrolling the night of the ghost Shara. There is no one to find their traces. I asked. And how did Xiong know? When we first resolved Zhao Xianer's matter, it was reasonable to say that no outsiders knew about it, and people from the outside world thought that she had fled because of her husband's affairs. In the moment when this sigh occurred to Ling Yun, suddenly a sword light stormed up from behind Li Suifeng. The sky was filled with sword chi surging, covering the sky and the sun, aiming straight for Li Suifeng's back heart keel bone point. Of course, this kind of impeachment does not have any actual credentials to support. Simply cannot help him. But now Xin Yu with this piece of jade pendant back to the capital. But everything will become very different. The immortal soldiers outside died one by one. And other than the ghost people trapped by Su Chen, the other ghost people likewise died one by one. Sizzle. Flying away embroidery needle again into the abdomen of the finger. This time is deep Nazi blood. Straight Luo pain greatly backward breath. Lei was looking for a chance to escape from the Huainan prefecture and went straight north. And the place he was going to was Chang'an. Buyer if you like. Take a few grains. This brocade silk woven into a bead spike, used as a waist ornament can be good? Xingfang very casually grabbed a few grains from the brocade box, letting it slide back to the brocade box from the gap between her fingers. Several grains of blue beads colliding with each other, emitting a crisp and pleasant sound. Either way, Xiao Wangji's death seems to be foreshadowing something, and I see it as a pretty clear sign of a country going downhill. Just saw 2 black shadows come together as if they were secretly whispering. In a moment, suddenly one of the black shadows took out a slender bamboo-like object from his bosom, quietly poked through the window paper on the window pane, and stretched the bamboo-like object in. Shulai breeze in a magnolia flower fragrance. Money matchmaker side of the body at the head of their own door, looking askance at the 2 sisters. The big one is really good. Recently heard the scolding and words back. It's still senior brother Wang Tong who has the vision. Right there in the southeast corner. Tang Yu looked along and immediately said with a happy face, "Very good." Qin Yilong's heart rejoiced. He didn't expect his character to be good. At this moment, Qin Yilong had just landed in the air and was unable to avoid it. A scorching hot appeared. Right. It was not long after Ruelan had just enrolled in graduate school. The first semester, although there are many theoretical courses, but the instructor requires that if there is no class, the freshman must enter the laboratory. The instructor assigned each freshman to follow a senior brother or sister to do experiments. Here to explain, although the last Qin Yilong in the United States of America's cooperation to complete the peacekeeping mission, but does not mean that the United States of America's political foo secretly in China is well water. A middle-aged man stepped into the middle of the city, looking at the city full of corpses pointing there, with a look as if he was looking for his loved ones there. Beichen Hao looked at Su Fan, who was standing in the center of the lightning storm, and his expression, in addition to being surprised, also carried that little bit of jealousy. At this time, although the news of Gao Jingzong being crown king did not spread, but Gao Jingzong is the grand governor of the Northern Household Army, holding hundreds of thousands of soldiers and civilians the power of life and death. How about explaining a little? Ling Yan squinted and smiled as the pressure of his aura pressed towards the two. The last general is here. Sun Anping and Tian Dashan were both generals of Tianxi's ministry of the Tianjia army. The so-called ministry generals were the same as the dead army's other divisions generals. All of them were the officers who mastered the two quartets of thousands of people and one division's troops and horses, similar to regiment-level officers in the later times. With that, Yunqi had gotten up, blessed and saluted toward the macaque king, saluted again toward the monkey, brushed shoulders with the monkey, and left the room. This gift was quite generous. A card was $1,000 limit, and Lu Hu casually gave out $3,000. Xuemingjiao's eyes were full of anger this time, and although the sword in his hand was a prop sword, his aura was like a real one. King of Equality sneered. He didn't wait for Li Changqing to unleash the full power in his Yin spirit. He took a step ahead and unleashed his equalization heavenly gong. Li Changqing had injured him before, so his equalization heavenly gong could work on Li Changqing. His damn exes. It's already 10 p.m. and he still doesn't call the payment over. You want me to find you for tea tomorrow, right, sir? Namely, at 10 p.m., Mr. Wang called Li Ruofei again. His tone was like the growl of a hungry tiger. Chapter 34, The Hawksbane Deal. Junsu finds himself becoming trash. Trash among men. Mouthing love but bringing them a hurt. In his heart, he doesn't want to give up, but the fact that he does is disgraceful. On top of the ceremonial platform, the top executives of the 6 great clans gathered together, each looking at Ji Xianyuan, who was surrounded by guards, all hissing arrogantly. In fact, even in the Heavenly Zone, he also has a large number of fans of the game circle. Many of the Heavenly Zone players on the King's Man this 4 particularly familiar. Some people talk about it will also be very happy to talk about. Cristiano Ronaldo now only gets 7 million euros a year from Nike and Lionel Messi only gets 6 million euros from Adidas. Thinking of this, Ji Xianyuan didn't make any pretense. The bronze ancient sword shook. The 9-colored sword intent instantly surged, and the bright cross chopped out on the ground. Where? Hote asked anxiously as he looked at Suryu, who didn't really know where to go. Above the ruins, Cloud Crisp waited with anticipation. From time to time, she glanced anxiously at Skolt and his party working beside her, and at the laborers who had been brought in to help. Marcel Leaf pulled up his pitch and stretched his voice as long as he could, leaving one to admire his incredible lung capacity. Taking over the body wasn't very difficult. What was difficult was how to deceive the alpha girls who had the ability to see through their souls. If you want to deceive them, then you have to fuse Asakuraba's soul, or else you'll only die if you're torn apart. It has slowed down. Night Sky looked at the clothes on his body. Relative to how fast he used to change his clothes, he had slowed down quite a bit now, patted his chest and said to the surprised two, the night was cool. GMO tightened the jacket on his body again, and after strutting out of the forest, he saw Zhang Er, Ma Dong, and Cripple on their horses with the help of the firelight from the horse lamps and torches. Ming Jin Shang suddenly felt a message coming, and looked down to see that it was sent by Zhang Xiaoran, and the message only had 4 words, purple copper hot pot. Dai Li clenched her teeth tightly. She knew who this familiar aura belonged to. Everyone had been together for so many years, and knew each other's auras very well. Dai Li knew that such an aura was definitely not something that the 10 of them were able to break out right now. The only explanation was that they had used the Nirvana technique. Looked at the old uncle boarded the carriage to go. Li Tai murmured, this ING day is called what things? In order to the Tang dynasty, we labor also have to take 500,000 guan. And Nianchu heart only one feeling. She was fooled. Asshole Chao Chu. Forget it. No more asshole did not do anything really asshole. Still count on him to have good intentions. Not to send her home. Suddenly Saya realized that there was a huge bird's nest in this big tree. That bird's nest was blocked by the lush branches and leaves. Plus the moment Luo Yunshi and Saya came down, they were without spiritual power, so they didn't notice this thing. Now the whole house is swooning. The princess is going to be happy, now busy with the reward. Previously there have been disciples who have counted the time, by taking the training mission and avoiding the alchemy task, for a period of 3 years, 3 consecutive years of avoidance, directly kicked out of the alchemy academy. Of course before kicking out there will be the supervision of the law enforcement disciples of the law enforcement academy until all the arrears of the share is completed. And the iron-armed ape, who had stepped on a foot, roared angrily and thumped after Yun Hao, chasing after him in deadly pursuit. But its body was too huge and there were too many trees, and Yun Hao was also specializing in picking out thickly wooded places to flee, for a while, letting the trees block its progress, wailing anxiously. As for the falling mortal dust side, there were also quite a few of them. Falling mortal dust, white phantom dream, falling sand follows the sky, 9 specters, and barbarian heaven. After saying that, a burst of eerie laughter suddenly resounded throughout the entire Thundercloud City, the sound of laughter suddenly accompanied by the sound of crying. Thundercloud City's young children heard such a laugh, all ready to frighten the wow wow cry. He would investigate Chi Yufei's family background, find that fiancé of hers, and then personally, crush his neck. Tang Xin looked at the Chen banknote thought, and then nodded, directly ran to get the key. Looking at the room is very calm. There is no fight. Then Katrina will not again Chen banknote shot, because if Katrina want to do it, in the moment Tang Xin rushed in, Chen banknote will directly become Katrina's hostage. But now this thing is very good, and this armor is the whole body armor. That is to say a piece of the whole body are included. Do not have to collect another. Yi Xian look is really eyes, but in order to pressure the price. Yi Xian face but do not dare to show, or this treacherous businessman will not necessarily out a lion's mouth. With a click, Han Shi lifted the head in his hand, and without any blood spattering from the headless body, the body rapidly dried up as it slowly fell to the ground. When the second thunderbolt came, the demon general was dumbfounded, and even the demon race's exalted lord was dumbfounded. Extinction underworld thunder. The Qi recovery pill replenished Qi in blood, and the origin force replenished the feathered Dao force. At this rate, even if he encountered how many more demonic wolf sieges, he would not have to worry about anything. Gradually, Xiao Xian entered the state of enlightenment and began to refer to the newly learned combat techniques, including that second blade. Du Yun Tao screamed miserably, only feeling that his sea of consciousness was suddenly blocked. Not only was he unable to mobilize the source power in his body, even his thinking and vision, all of them experienced a brief pause in vacuum. From his teenage years, the emperor went to the fiefdom of humble Zhou, followed by Shin Taifu rule, came back to the crown prince, but only a few days. The emperor's death, the crown prince will become the emperor. He Yangji had a helpless look on his face. This person was very blasé when it came to music. If he wanted him to see this as a good thing instead, Zhao Lan has something to ask for, and this request is still irrelevant for them, so he thinks this can still be operated. Did you do all these things? A hint of sadness appeared in the emperor's eyes, but his expression remained solemn. With a distance of 30 meters, Zhang Haixiong could also hear the conversation between Qi Ziqiang and Sister Su. So he listened quietly. Hu Wei was naturally able to resist it now that his realm was pushed to the god level, but it still had a slight effect on him. Chapter 35, Once a Chancellor. Jiang Xuan heard him relieve himself and passed over a grateful smile, but he hadn't interacted with people properly for too many days, so the smile was very stiff, as if his face was twitching. These days he is either on some trivial mission or being educated by a horny fairy and his mom. Wu Guide patiently explained, I also do not understand. The official explanation is, such as is everyone with a cell phone or camera. Tourists are playing with selfies, affecting the atmosphere. Incongruous, platform for the local area network, not connected to the external network, only to the scenic area within a certain range. The platform can be used. Ensure network security. Hackers want to attack the platform. The difficulty has increased countless times. Night Moon Plume only had to cross his arms in front of him to resist its damage, and his body issued a snorting sound of thunder jumping. The entire Thunderclap armor defense focus are focused on his arms above. At the end of the first 10 days of November, the private assembly of the workshop workers became more and more intensive, and the time was set for 3 days later, when all the contacted workshop workers from the smelting division all stopped their labor, and did not violently resist or cooperate with the people of the summer city. Now is the time to report to father, and at least seal the general with 1,000 houses marquee. Ying Quan didn't care about the crowd here, but instead directly talked about decentralization. He didn't explicitly give the benefits, Just this name of the Grand Marshal of the Conquest of the North alone was enough to make Lu Junyi's heart flutter. The story behind the story is not a fairy tale of beautiful countryside construction, but is interspersed with betrayal, faltering, young people's anger, frenzy, and so much fruitless, destroyed love that takes place in the countryside in ignorance. Chui Sungkook knew that something had to be done in the next few days. If there was no one to act with him, there was no hope at all. He had reported the complexity here with the headquarters, but the headquarters did not tell him how to deal with it. The top just said that they trusted him unconditionally and told him to do everything on the cheap. What a terrifying potential. To think that even I can't fight against his spiritual pressure. Xu Ziming's heart shook tremendously. Liang Xining looked around and walked towards the floor of his house. Suddenly, a pair of beastly, sharp and ferocious eyes flashed out from within the dark, lightless loophole. No problem. Feel free to shout. Yi Yaohua's heart trembled, but there was really no way to refute Zhao Guohua. Slowly peeking out from the gap in the container, Sumubai found that the front is still pitifully blocked to death by a container, and can't see the outside scene at all. But fortunately that horizontal container and this side of the container is not close to each other, or Sumubai will have to climb up again. While the crowd was horrified, they also felt a burst of despair like waves invading the fragile beach sculpture of the mind. Lu Yen burst into flames, turned around and swayed, and disappeared in a few rises and falls. At that time, all the rules and balances in this space that were painstakingly being set back then would be broken. But before Shani could finish his sentence, he yelled, "Get down!" Without waiting for me to react, he violently pressed my head down, and then overlapped himself on my back. And within a second, a series of gunshots rang through the sky. Go with this king to that side and take a look. Yi Hua pulled Hua Xian Gui's hand without a second thought, ignoring Jade Wuxia as if she were air, pulling Hua Xian Gui along. She is not too old now as long as she puts down Song Zi thought to be able to live a better life. And if it is not because her sister does not have to be chastised by her father. A few days' time Meng Huaixiong has grown a lot. Dikui Courtyard near the top of Dikui Mountain. Law Enforcement Hall. Wanji Building. Ask Building are hidden in the pines and cypresses. But as long as you, Sheen, are as peaceful as before, I, Korea, will naturally not violate the alliance between Han and Sheen. Zhang Liang said with a softness in his words that people have to take into account. One more thing. Is that heavy machine gun bullets, which rely solely on the whirlwind cut, power to hit the enemy and suppress the opponent. Therefore, in ancient times, the Qin and Han dynasties and even later, all the elixirs of the refining sand had to be removed from the toxicity of the sand by rinsing with water and going through the steaming barrels. Since they were all above the first floor, I'm sure they couldn't collide with their classmates who were studying under the great physician, as well as the great physician, not to mention the door-to-door buying of paintings. The occasional few who came to loiter turned into Wine-Sen Alley and turned their heads away before they reached the gallery at the end of the alley. The old man completely rested, an old face embarrassed that way. The sight of the onlookers Jean Pei and others, amused and laughed. Customers who had reserved a spot to grab a spot lined up in an orderly fashion, while those who hadn't grabbed a spot were clamoring for Yi Lanju to open up a few more reservation spots. However, that this person wearing a university uniform, and then some ancient martial arts practitioners of the eyes of the high people is the pace of robust and powerful. The dragon's soul stands, giving people a kind of immovable as a mountain of momentum. On the other side, Xue Qingyun hurriedly helped Li Zichen up and said, "Brother, I'll take you away." Li Zichen's face sank slightly as he gently nodded his head. Two people follow the wall portraits, one by one to see down, gradually came to the depths of the hall. Two people's hearts were aghast. There is actually a person standing in front of them. Shang Wanyun was also held hostage. He knew that he was in danger, but also in the body of a major secret. Still playing dumb. "I just saw you being tortured in knowing heaven," Hikago said in an anxious voice. "You knew? Then why didn't you stop it?" "Did I know you liked Hikago too?" Maizu growled at her hideously. Shang Wanyun heard the heart of remorse, but he is not afraid of the person. He is evil to the gall. "Step forward," angrily shouted Zhao Gong. "If you dare to kill you big brother, I Shang Wanyun will definitely ask you to accompany the funeral." This roar shook the roof tiles. Really powerful. Chapter 36, The Newcomer's Well-Deserved No. 1. Black Seat nodded, seeming a little less than assured. But what he was most proud of was this extremely talented baby son. For Hei Fu, he was almost obedient to his words. Since Hei Vo said so, he naturally let go and let him go. He was not so far gone that he would believe that Jifeng could defeat Hei Fu. Xiang Shuihai frowned and stared at this arrogant magical beast in front of him, although the other party has already transformed into a form. But, compared to them, that gap is not a star. It's hard to believe that all of this magical beasts are so stupid, knowingly know that they are not their opponents, but still so arrogant? Great empty continuous slash. Jean Guangu droned. and the aura around his body suddenly became harsh, like a sharp blade that could disconnect all obstacles. The Hawkman who caught Yifeng was overjoyed at the sight and shouted, "Captain Gu Subcaptain, Captain Kung Na!" Yifeng fixed his eyes on the strength of these two Hawkmen. Surprisingly, they had both reached the 8th stage of the condensed form realm, and were no less than Shan Gu in terms of their aura. The lynx kept shaking its head as it frantically tore at its body. Blood instantly gushed out, and a large amount of red color began to spray from its body into the main coffin. Its limbs also began to move back and forth non-stop. Those blood followed its limbs and began to penetrate into the inside of the glutinous rice thinning. More and more and more. Zhang Yang had been practicing Tiger Cannon Fist for almost a year and was no longer limited to his fists. Seeing his opponent's long sword stabbing, his right arm curved up, and his elbow transformed into a fan tiger head, striking downwards in a straight line. Wei Yaodu flew out backwards, and Lu Wuxin leaped up and caught him. He then arched his hand at the Poison King and said, "Farewell." Then he fled. Chen Xian no longer bothered to guess the other party's mind, as he was tired and hadn't slept well after being pressed by Xianlang almost all last night. Lei Ao's strength could also be seen by the wind, probably also at the 3rd or 4th stage of the condensed form realm. However, Lei Ao couldn't tell the depth of Yifeng and only thought that he was an ordinary young master from a rich family who sometimes bragged about himself. Yifeng smiled without saying anything and did not expose him. After all, what he needed was just a familiar guide, and Lei Ao's experience was the real deal. Ouyang Qi hadn't seen Hu Cheng's true abilities like Li Shuiqian had, and when she saw that he was still bragging, she wanted to give him a pop. Me. I shook my head dully and turned my head towards Yang Jian by the Dharma altar, who was still clenching his teeth and pinching his sword fingers, fighting with another Duan Gong. There is no other way to solve this. Only two strategies: either make the Holy Fathers fewer or the land more. Lucky Chen saw that he had mastered his skills well, so he let him follow the people inside the club to fight copies. The 180-degree change in attitude of Dagger and the others had left the Autumn family's father and son a little confused, and they were still in the clouds, not reacting, and not knowing what had happened. But one thing was for sure. There was a red light in front of them, and Nan Jinghong slowly stopped the car, followed by reaching over and grabbing her slender wrist. "Let's play mixed doubles then. I'll be on a team with Dowling and you'll be on a team with Chiu Wei." Zhuang Jingyi glanced at Wang Daolin seemingly casually, then instantly withdrew her gaze and said to Wang Nanxiang. After sending the message, Xun Yanchen called the team leader again, and this time, the other side was finally connected. But I guessed wrong. This rare snow fell continuously for 3 whole days, the road into the mountains completely blocked, and during these 3 days Ji Chao and I can only hide in the house, cannot do anything. Thinking of this, the corner of Wang Daoling's mouth curled up. He and Zhuang Jingyi Wang Nanxiang had rehearsed together for so long, wasn't it, for this day? I don't know how long it took, but I felt my body return to my control and opened my eyes. Looking at Tingting's almost stunned expression, a strange emotion surged through my heart, but I couldn't control myself. In fact, I didn't know why I was happy. Anyway, it was just an inexplicable, uncontrollable happy delight. I slid my hand down her back all the way to the bottom, stopping only where it reached the edge of her underwear. Xiao Cheng's tea will have something. Xiao Chuan heart is very clear, and now he is whether he thinks that I did it on purpose, or the work is not favorable are unknown. Fu Yanqin looked calm and collected. The anxiety in his eyes still betrayed him. He was also panicked in his heart. Don't the accounts go to headquarters every year? It was only at the end of last month that the financial statements for the last year were handed over to the head office. The chief officer wondered. A bus came over and directly transported away, and someone on the Binhai side was also responsible for the reception, and if it wasn't for her help, Zheng Fan really couldn't arrange it. No one noticed that in the direction of the divine tree, a black shadow suddenly appeared, athletic and swift, like a spirit in the night. On this day, Yang Xiu was studying the map with Fei Qing and others in the guard's office, hoping to find some breakthroughs from it. Waste. Borja glared fiercely at this personal guard and hurriedly picked up the phone on the side, ready to call Iron Wolf. But the phone line had already been cut off long ago, and picked up the cell phone, but the phone didn't have the slightest signal either. Seeing the master is one thing that Duo must do at present. Have become the beautiful stove lady in the kitchen, at least it is considered to be ranked in the class of immortals. How can it work without some ability? Lu Xinru had a bad smile on her face, and as she spoke, she stretched out her own hand and made a motion to ask for money. Chapter 37. This is now truly invincible. This was Lu Ran's first time entering a copy of the Endless Tower. His position was within the safety zone on the side of a huge platform. In the center of the platform is a Peppy Pig, only larger. Grade 1 Peppy Pig, first floor. Lu Ran could see the level, the name of the monster, but not the blood, attributes, etc. This level 1 is, obviously, the easiest. Lu Ran didn't rush to fight, but twisted his head to look around. That's fine. I've given you all the matters of the internet cafe and the internet company, and it's up to you to implement them. I'm going to my godmother's house. Joey has given up again. That said, these days can really let him die a lot of brain cells. Then what are you waking me up for? Channing muttered, while looking through the car window at the crowd of people rushing to the market. Lintang was a 1,000-year-old town. Changning had been here twice. There was a market here every day, and it was the largest distribution center for agricultural and sideline products in Ningbei City. Mr. Li, Elder Joie. This murderer of my son has a high level of cultivation and my city guards have suffered heavy deaths and injuries, so I would like to ask the two of you to take him down. Xiaoyan said to the two standing beside him. Intelligence is important, but I'm afraid that an arrogant guy in the middle of intelligence, who is very capable of causing trouble, is not so good. Listen to Ding Yilong's account. Changning did not say anything. People who know him know that at such times he is always thinking in his mind. Plus the car did not turn on the lights. You can hardly perceive his anger. Oh no! Heavenly Flame Exalted One is furious. Lin Reese was even sweating profusely as he guarded outside the Heavenly Flame Court. For a while he didn't dare to indiscriminately barge into the Heavenly Flame Court. After all, his identity was special. If he offended the Heavenly Flame Exalted One, then the Bounty City would only be in trouble. Let's go! After hearing Xiao Yi's shout, the car drove off into the distance like a sharp arrow flying out of the sky. However, as the sky gradually brightened, there were more and more enemies outside the Panlong Gorge fortifications. When Yang Changfeng looked inside the binoculars, he could almost see 3,000 to 4,000 men and horses, and all of them were clear-colored border guard elites. According to Zhu Feiye's speculation, Zhao Haiting is a management talent, although the words are not a lot, but can hit the nail on the head, and is very capable, especially for the operation of the hotel. Zhao Haiting seems to have an innate sense of smell, and she was even able to put forward the Xinhua Hotel's current operation is not the right place and how to correct the method. I don't mean anything. 1. I did hit someone, but I was in self-defense. 2. It's not whether he pursues my responsibility or not, but I want to pursue their responsibility. 3. What do I want? Do I need to tell you? Joey said, but I knew that was impossible. After all, no matter what, my current position in the flowing fire country was extraordinary, and the place where I lived indirectly represented the face of the flowing fire country. In fact, now he had a strange thought in his mind. Could it be that he had recognized the wrong person earlier? Could it be that this Tianchi Taoist is the real man in black? Chen Xuanwu smiled and glanced at Moon Yanxue, and with just this glance, Moon Yanxue immediately guessed Chen Xuanwu's intentions and cooperatively lowered her head. From Shandong? Haven't read it yet, but already know. Zhang Dong said with a tired face. He had pulled another 3 consecutive all-nighters this time. Okay, you two go ahead and press the elevator and we'll go together. Han Shua said breathlessly as he closed the door. People on both sides of the galaxy were looking at this energy. This earth-shattering energy. On the contrary, it was the new continent, where many people still stayed behind, and that included many of the relatives and friends of the originators. And in this way, they went to the cultivation plane much more often than normal. Seeing that Shenxian's mana was about to be exhausted, he finally could not feel the presence of any other summoning markers. He could finally stop summoning, sparing him the encounter of exhausting his mana. What are you looking at? Is it because you haven't seen such a handsome man before? Chen Xuanwu glanced at Moon Yanxue with a glowing face. Then the elders took out their maps, which had already been laid out with the comparative strengths of the two sides as well as the location analysis and so on. As for the boss, he saw the gangsters as if they were saviors, but he quickly retreated into the kitchen and locked the door. Originally thought that the Neptune ritual was already the pinnacle of his creation. I did not expect that the wizard's composing a song is not enough. A song and a song and a song. It is his talented fruitful should be the achievement. I lay in bed tossing and turning, grabbing my cell phone in a daze and dialing Jiang Qingqing's number. Zeus understands that he is now as powerful as Fred E, but those other heavenly deities are definitely not a match for Fred E, and are only afraid that they will also be turned into merit beads and soul beads under Fred Yi's strike, then their physical bodies will fall into reincarnation. Next, making accessories and organs all had their own scores. 10 points for a fine type accessory and 2,000 points for a fine type primary organ, adding up to more than 30,000 points. Spruce walked forward a little lost in thought. Might as well be a gentle tap on the shoulder. Alarmed, he turned around, and dang, his sword was half drawn. In fact, when Li Myung-soon said it was a work of art, it was a complete euphemism. In the eyes of most entertainment companies, the other girls are just a commodity with a shelf life. 10,000 swordlights shot chaotically, making the golden zombie General Emperor seem like a round of golden sun, releasing 10,000 feet of golden light. Entering the door, Li Mingshan just swept a glance, and did not stay more on this one. The hands of thunder instantly appeared, and leaped up high as a straight rush over. The troll life dice rely on the life of the troll to make the hexahedron more powerful. The current troll life dice can only be used once per day. Once advanced can be used twice. Twice advanced can be used 3 times. And 3 times advanced can be used 4 times. Janie froze and looked at her, thinking that this 160 is already very cheap. The worst of them all is estimated to be more than 260. Some brands, maybe 1 or 2,000, are considered cheap. A person wearing a striking white trench coat enters the surveillance, and there is a high likelihood that the person is a man. Analyzed by body type and shoe prints. The set carriage was already waiting outside the door. Seeing the two come over, Mubai jumped off the carriage, raised the curtain for them and welcomed the two inside. Each according to the theme of the show is different. Around the set, the pool props will follow to make some adjustments. This time there are 3 2 meters in diameter in the pool circular pontoon. The opposite side of the 3 swings hanging like swing rope. Chapter 38, Honoring the Rankings. Lu Lingshan took the other party's cell phone, but saw that this forum actually recorded a ritual that seemed to be something. The fossilized pterodactyl's upright height was close to 2 meters, and its wingspan even reached 4 meters in width, and it seemed to have grown a bit in size during the hunt in the secret realm. Chen Feng had spent a few credits to exchange some toiletries, while the few trainees at the bottom of the rankings did not even have the credits to exchange toiletries. However, most of them were very simple body hardening techniques, such as the skin grinding decision, bone refining decision, and body strengthening decision. After seeing this series of advertisement spots demanded by the other party, Changnan also couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The extent of the evil may not be that great, but to some he may have to be even more abhorrent than some resurrection society. So although most of these people also had the same thoughts inside, they all had a tacit understanding to quietly watch the show from behind the curtain. In the 10 days since the virtual lover had spread all over the world, Chen Yu had been thinking about how to solve the problem of monstrous side effects. Chen Yu's heart stirred. If not wrong, this cell phone was probably the contact equipment that could be used in the aberration effect as mentioned in the information. Lin Xiaowei changed her smelly face again and smiled. Maybe calling it like that was just what someone wanted. Hearing the words of this forbidden General Fu Yuchang was greatly surprised. Even if the vast majority of the beach army has been lost, but guarding beach's most important Surabaya Castle harbor guards, the fighting strength is still considerable. But I can't imagine that in a short period of time has already been wiped out all the troops. How Julai died, but he witnessed it. Think of being boiled blood refining the spirit. Feel creepy, how can not be afraid? Ha ha. Okay, I'm done here for the time being. There's nothing left and right. Call them all down. Since I've come to Huaxia, how can I as the home ground take you guys for a good time? Lei laughed and bumped Huang Yunfei with his arm, telling him to gather all the people down. Seeing their companions going to his death, those bodyguards wanted to go and avenge him. But they all knew that they and the others wouldn't be Li Xian's opponents. So they chose to leave Naha town. Of course, even taking Li Fan with them to leave, the latter didn't want to leave, but was being dragged back by the bodyguards in a hard way. When the people on the tower heard this, their faces immediately all changed, obviously understanding that Zheng Tian and the others were coming from a bad place. I'm Ziling Tian. The technique I cultivated advanced, so I became like this. Let's go. Ziling Tian didn't want to explain more, and separated a stream of qi to wrap her up, his figure disappearing. And Ziling Tian lightly in and turned around, only to see 4 long rainbows speeding out of the Skywolf forest, arriving in an instant and appearing on a huge boulder not far from Ziling Tian. Looking down on him, 1,000 faces laughed. A good person like you, how could I be willing to kill? Saying that, he pushed in front of Jiang Jihui's chest, and old Jiang was caught off guard, lying on his back on the bed. Cough cough. I'm fine, Captain, just some chest tightness, Zhao Yu said as he opened his eyes and bared his teeth and rubbed his chest. I think it's worth it for President Lei to decide this way, because you're not just a president, but also the best special operations officer, and we certainly hope that President Lei will personally carry out our commission. Satu Zhang said hesitantly, but Guto knew that would be useless. He didn't have the courage, either, to watch his muscles break free of their sutures again, so he refused it across the board. Moreover, even Zhang Chen, who had always been lonely and arrogant and usually treated him nonchalantly, had openly expressed his heart's submission to him, so what would he think? Actually, you can be unnecessarily busy, can't you? There are plenty of management positions in my family that are suitable for you, and they don't need to be too busy either, Morong Xian said. He secretly decided that after the full moon feast, he would receive them to the Dowager Empress place and let them stay with her for a few days, since the Dowager Empress wanted her own great-grandson anyway. Ah, Xiang, this is your fault. What are you keeping so much money for? Zhang Ling laughed so hard that he turned off his breath, lying on the ground holding his stomach and said in a strange voice, The day of the accident the two brothers weren't tied up because the older brother was taken away again, and the younger brother just felt hot and had a headache and then lost consciousness. Lida, if it weren't for the chief tonight you wouldn't be able to get out at Ling's villa, Wang Gang said. Yuan Jinman hesitated for a moment. When did Chen Weiru call him? Chen Weiru was in a very bad situation now. Why would he still contact Prof. Lu? Why would he contact Prof. Louis? Wukai sensed from Dong Yu's tone that Dong Yu's current mood had indeed changed for the better. Seeing Dong Yu's mood change for the better, he also let go of his heart and smiled. Sis. Then first, we will see you tomorrow. Sis, bye. After saying that, Wukai waited for Dong Yu to hang up the phone, and also followed to hang up the phone. The 9:30 sun lengthened her shadow, and Su Ruocheng looked so quiet and measured. Temuli Lai froze shrinking hand, with the lamplight to look at. Skin Bari's skin black, hidden layer of blue light, picked up the crossbow, arrowhead color green and blue, full to flow, clearly fed with extremely powerful poison. Lone Cloud was slightly surprised, and then he thought about what kind of intention Dean Dusty Wind had told himself about killing without amnesty. It turned out that the Academy and the Kingdom were not as amicable as it seemed on the surface, and that the battle had already come to the point where it was a one-touch, unmanageable step. Chapter 39, A Global Sensation. Rachel relaxed her steps towards the room where she lived, passing outside that Samson's room in the process. Thinking of Cold Moon's words, Rachel sighed languidly and softly, and without alerting anyone, Rachel returned to her bed. In the system space, the chilling Zhanxian sword appeared, and the sword was used for law enforcement. As the name suggests, Lin Wei Yuan was one step slower, realizing that when she self-harmed, it was already too late to save her, staggering over and reaching out a hand to catch Lanner's body. In 1997, the municipal government once again made an appropriate expansion of the land scale on the basis of the previous one, and the planning scope was expanded from the 3rd Ring Road eastward to West Dawang Road, radiating northward to the Liangmei area. In fact, Elder Fang Liancheng has now regained control of the Fang family and is involved in ruling the country. So why would young Master Fang still want to venture out on his own? Monk Bedlam continued again. However, now, Tanimura Yasuta and the others have made the matter of the ancient tomb openly known. If we don't go ahead and excavate it, the people of the inner sect will instead become even more skeptical, which is why a few bigwigs in Huaxia decided to excavate it after discussing the matter. Chen Longping said. The black-clothed man did not raise his head and replied respectfully. Reporting to my lord, they retrogressed back according to the route Fatty Song fled, and finally found that mountain wall, and all of the lost supplies have been recovered. He also took the drug, but he didn't have the same reaction as Su Mingxin, although this was an exaggeration, and at least none of the current Kunlun Void cultivators had been able to cultivate it to such a level. It was sufficient to see the power of this divine ability. The originally standing Xiang Yuanyang suddenly grimaced and ferociously pounced over, pressing Tao Xueming to the ground and pounding him vigorously, and his sharp nails still pinched and strangled his neck to death. I didn't expect a million awkward scenes, but Zhou Beiying was the first to open her mouth. Everyone don't guess. Li Tianqian's cultivation realm was not high, although the Golden Crow Spirit Shadow Tiger's cultivation realm was high, but they had many strong people here. It was hard to beat them with 2 fists, plus they occupied the right place, right time, right person, and the latent power of various formations. Once they exploded, there was absolutely no possibility for Li Tianqian and the Golden Crow Spirit Shadow Tiger to escape. Of course, Morong Yunxian among them might suspect Yi Yun's identity, but Yi Yun didn't care in the slightest because he knew that those two guys, Yang Chang and Jun Tianzi, were arrogant and categorically believed that he should run away when he saw them and would never stay. Despite restraining his voice, it was still audible to several of the bigwigs in the room. Lu Yuanxiao has never been an emotional person. Even when he met troubles, he could solve them one by one, adjusted in order, and never panicked. In actuality, if Su Menjing hadn't clearly told Li Mengru on the phone that she and Lin Yi were not possible, I'm afraid that Li Mengru would have stormed out by now. How could she still help Lin Yi with his vacation? Everyone knew Li Tianqian's methods, and numerous top big shots had suffered losses at Li Tianqian's hands. But now, she could observe Li Tianqian calmly, silently grasping everything about him, and it was really a wonderful feeling. This point look at Chu Xiong and Xuefeng duo they can also see. Our Chen Fan before and Taishan take in, at least at this moment to see, and is not the kind of feeling of slaves. I had a dream before I woke up that my destiny in marriage was in the southern underworld palace and not to be missed, so I came here. He had to say that Yu Hanxin was getting better looking the more he grew, which always made him worried that one day Yu Hanxin would be snatched away by someone else. Lei Shang wanted to try Kuan Jian's attitude towards the 10 great families. After all, they were behind this incident. Lei Min had no choice but to shut his mouth. He also knew that wanting to make Lei Yuan change his mind wasn't that easy. After all, What was at stake was a great war between the human races. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to let go of their mouths so easily unless you had the absolute strength to crush all of your opponents. Lei Shang dawned on him. So that's how the seeds of food came to be. But since the dragons retained the habit of planting, they must know the method of planting. It's just that the human race was so eager to make quick profits that they only thought of plundering. And the relationship with the dragons deteriorated and even started a war, which made them miss out on receiving the correct guidance from the dragons on how to plant. Feng Yuemo slowly loosened some of his strength, and only after confirming that Gu Yuer was sitting firmly, did he completely release his hand. Once Yin Xiao fell from the position of heir, the old man would definitely make Yin Chao the heir. This beautiful big sister is actually the palace maiden. But my sister did not always say that the palace maiden dress are very bejeweled. Why this maiden in front of me is so frugal? Xu Yan's long and slender jade-like hand gently held Dai White's hand, trying to make Dai White's hand a little warmer. They showed his long and slender jade-like hand hanging at his side unconsciously clenched tighter. A pair of black eyes as dark as ink seeped with a little bit of cold air, making people feel inexplicably dangerous. Yu Hanxin, on the other hand, felt that she had never felt any of this on Di Li Ji's body, and at most, she had only felt a smile as old as time, and purple clothes that intoxicated the city. Ling Tianyi woke up early, mainly not wanting to spend a long time in the infirmary. She didn't like the smell of sterilized water in the first place. The air had a pungent scent of blood and corruption. There were 50 first-order zombies in total, and the other 15 normal zombies that were held together had disappeared after a large hole was broken in the cage. Chapter 40 Xin Sister is really good. After the ruthless few finally took care of the two Shadow Knights, they hurriedly rushed to Li Hanmei's side to distract the ghost giant, allowing Li Hanmei to run to the treasure chest with her hands free. The man's face suddenly changed as Yi Ruoshua's figure appeared in front of him. Almost subconsciously, the man raised the sledgehammer in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it towards Yi Ruoshua's brain door. Several of the farmers directly in front of us were shaken violently, and in a short time it was as if they had been struck by lightning, and one of them fell limply to the ground, and a tall man closest to us stood up, shook himself, and turned violently to face us. Don't worry, it's enough to kill you. A pair of eyes erupted with a deep light, and Niefeng's left hand violently erupted with a bright purple light. And then, Niefeng's figure transformed into an illusion and disappeared. And in the next moment, an ice prison palm violently blasted straight towards the copper-faced man. With the passage of time, Niefeng had completely mastered the manipulation of the refining flames, and without the slightest bit of pity, Wu Yingzhong had given all of the large number of low-ranked refining jade slips to Niefeng, so that Niefeng could try refining them as soon as he had the time to do so, and he could be described as caring to Niefeng. This gorilla will eat bananas to replenish blood, throw banana peels to make them wrestle, and a rather nasty trick, banana stinky farts. After dealing with the matter of Fu Bo, Chen Chang thought of buying a car for all the NV, so he let all the NV wait at home, and he and Chu Jian went to the Tianjin Auto Center, and bought dozens of sports cars in one breath, which scared the manager of the auto center silly. And he only came back to his senses after half a day. The middle-aged man naturally knew what circle he was talking about. He smiled and did not comment. The Shadow Knight's charge skill was disabled after the crowd climbed onto the wall, and the broken wall was not spacious. Only one Shadow Knight could pass through at a time. As long as Lu Lin blocked its path, then it could only be sent to Lu Lin and the others by the companions behind it on top. After the drums sounded, Nanfeng didn't watch the battle, but instantly disappeared, and after a few moments, returned with Li Fushue. Go! Chi, however, seemed to have some scruples, grabbing Tang Xuanzong. The few of them quickly left Wanku Valley in the clouds, so Si Yuan and retreat, but Lu Qingshan will not agree. His advantage lies in the close combat. If Yuan and out of the battle circle, take himself as a living arrow target, so will be completely at a disadvantage, and even can be said that there is no hope for victory. Make me a promise, Pinkie Pie said lightly, as if all that had gone before had been a dream. As expected, this armor was just enough to block my fire meteor and red sky sword, and it fit quite well. Su Wenwen, Zheng Qing, two people's eyes are respectively flashed a trace of concern, seems to be concerned about the number of people, do not dare to show it recklessly, and respectively in time to hide in their respective smiles. And Lan Luo was only at the Shin Tai realm's cultivation level, but he had already managed to initially fuse the two most difficult laws, thus generating a perfectly fused realm of time and space, which even Xin Tian's original self was far from being able to do. Your uncle Fan Kun should know him. He's actually an outcast from the Fan family of the weapon refining family, Muzin said indifferently. Since they are all fine with it, then let's take a break and start practicing, Mu Zifei said indifferently. The crowd responded in a lifeless manner. Old man, why did she pass out? I kicked open the door of the fortune-telling center with one hand carrying Azuchi Snow. The man, however, was of that opinion. But of course, he didn't hold out much hope, but he wasn't willing to go down the road either. Brahma Luo was sweating profusely. His mind power was almost exhausted, and that Linglong heart only jumped 3 times, and when his mind power was weak, it directly went dark. During this period of time, there are a lot of things to be dealt with inside the Shangu Academy. Qin Ting took over all of them at once some strain. She thought for a long time and decided to find Yang Chong to talk about it. Qian Qinshi gazed at her brows and pondered for a while. This time if Chio was rescued, she would definitely not return to Wen Lingwan's side. What's even more infuriating is that we were actually used. And we've also formed a blood feud with Island City, which already had some sparks. A cultivator clenched his teeth and clenched his fists and said, I was just lucky to get the foreign fire. Although Mo Xingqian didn't like the fact that Muyu was robbing the Brahma Luo with himself, he didn't want to hit Muyu at this moment. As the same man, he knew his suffering. Why did she suddenly feel that their relationship had become raw, and that she was particularly concerned about being in the same room with him? My subordinate doesn't know. It seems like Lord State Master asked him to come. Lord Zhou frowned slightly, his gaze glancing towards Fan Tianluo behind Dongfang Jian. At first Xian Yu thought it was because it was dark inside, but when Xian Yu saw the gap next to the stone wall under the dim light hissing, Xian Yu knew that was not the case. Even where the naked eye could see, Xian Yu could only blame it on feeling a darkness. It wasn't long before the girl told her parents that she had quietly tied a piece of red thread to the mysterious man's left foot, just as the godly man had said. At this time, another person wearing the Ming sex costume came in after the briefing and handed the note to Zhang Wuji. Major General Inoue turned his head to look at Qian Zhoukong very angrily, only to find that Qian Zhoukong did not look at him, but rather, his eyes flickered and his gaze averted, not daring to meet his Inoue's eyes. True disciple. This really dares to think. One must know that if one wants to become a true disciple, this kind of person would appear to be an extremely powerful existence even when placed amongst the seed-level geniuses. Why was it that only he, Huang Feng, could feel it, but the others couldn't? Look at these people's reactions. Calm and collected, like they were reacting with warning? It could only rely on its own thinking to fulfill its duties as an instrumental spirit, and for Xiao He's orders, it would carry them out as much as possible. The 9 yang true qi within Xiao He's dantian was burning violently, and the dragon's morning was completely molded. He had been lucky to get the black soil from the last Star Wasteland martial artist, mainly because that Star Wasteland martial artist was busy with other things and didn't have time to devour it. They went to a breakfast store first and ordered 2 bowls of soy milk and some donuts, ready to eat and then go around to other places. Miss Shan was quite right. Lien Battle thought for a moment and agreed, and more than a dozen people traveled together to the cliff to save Ran Fei. He was tempted to take Keed and the others away from the isolated island. He had the ability to fly back to his country with the 3 of them, but he didn't dare. He knew that no matter where he ran to, Nair would find him, and it was the same whether he escaped or not. It was better to take advantage of the fact that she hadn't made any trouble to practice diligently and strengthen himself. Chapter 41, Let me try a new phrase. Using Lu Xinxin's explanation, when Lu Ran went in to charge the layers, she didn't necessarily need the blood spear, but she wanted to make sure that Lu Ran, on every layer, would crush everyone on the same layer with an absolute advantage and rank first on that layer. That's the way to maximize the pressure on Nanako. Imagine a regular profession that hides its personal information profile, a necromancer who has never been on the Endless Tower. Suddenly there was a layer in the morning, a layer in the evening, and a thunderstorm. These words caused a compelling light to flash through Dan Seeker's eyes, frightening Tianshang to involuntarily take a step backward, looking at his master with a bit of fear. He was the first son of the Yun family, and could still be treated with good medicine for the pain of the poisoned fetus. However, the flesh in Chui's womb was not from the first son, and could not even be considered a concubine's son, and even if he was born, he could take care of himself for a while, but how could he take care of himself for the rest of his life? If there was a chance that they would be left with a mother and child, it would be even more difficult. Yuan Xiuhua squinted her eyes, beamed, all kinds of petulant and combative. After all, he's been with me for so long, I hope he's sincere, or else it looks like how stupid I am to have trusted him for so long. Chen Langia sneered at Lin Yan. For this unknown middle-aged aunt, Chen Langia did not have half a good feeling. The reason why come out to say a fair word, mainly to see that she is really too much. Now the 3 began to be a bit skeptical. At the same time, in the outside world a large number of people waiting for the news of the second negotiation. But there is a delay. They do not know what happened. Is it that the country, the people, the first 3 parties do not want to talk? Or was there an accident? Why are you suddenly targeting Yun Feng? What? If he doesn't become the steward of Yunfu, is it possible for him to ask you to do the same? Chui smiled and picked up the tea, gently sipping a mouthful. The hand under the sleeve gradually clenched, Hanshu finally couldn't stand the atmosphere and raised her eyes to look at Yunji. Wherever she looked, that person's brimming gaze was moving, as if it could penetrate through the ice, the peaks and fog, and landed on her like this. His words were unanimously recognized. At the same time, it was very clear to those present that something was going to happen at the next meeting. I'm afraid. Hua Qingsong saw that it was getting late, so he went to see the sunset before returning to his room to rest. Once he woke up, the sky was already slightly bright. Hua Qingsong was dressed in civilian clothes, and took Hua Bao to the Lu family in a carriage. Hua Qingqing is leaving Jiangling Mansion. Hua Qingsong can't return with her, so he plans to come to see his sister off. I was shocked in my heart, thinking that I must have been drugged. I tried to open my mouth to speak, well except for some hoarseness in my voice, the rest was not affected. I shouted Iron Eagle twice as loudly as I could. Then I heard him grunt, and then the big 1 meter 8 or so rolled onto the bed at once. And how could he do as she wished? With a slight force from his hands, he easily broke free of the rope and pulled Yun Mo's wrists in the process, forcing her underneath him. Kiki, see your sister's sorrow? Remember in the future, don't trust men easily. Bai Wanru's aggrieved tears also came out of the frame. She thought that after so many years, Lu Fan's feelings for her should still be there, but Lu Fan's silence made her completely hurt. Hearing this, I probably had an idea in my heart. After thanking the old lady, I called Su to my side. I asked him if he still had the landlord's phone number, and he flipped through his cell phone and said he still had it, but he didn't know if he could still get in touch with it. I asked him to call him and ask him how his wife is doing. It worked, brother, it really worked, yeah. Walking Stop excitedly showed the new result to Zhang Ning. Old man Feng and Aya's sister listened without saying a word. In fact, the two of them had been in the clouds, not knowing what Chen Tai Ran was talking about, and it was only when discussing martial arts that a glimmer appeared on old man Feng's face. Apart from this incident, the rest is about how he Defeng helped Gao Lin to take by force and usurp other people's property. This poem is awesome. Bald brother tall and strong at least 180 pounds, was shot straight out of a dozen meters away. Landing position is also standard dog-eat-sure style, to be more woeful on more woeful. When Wang Xini heard Qin Tian's words, the corner of her mouth slightly lifted up in a nice-looking arc. Humph. This big bad guy, he's finally getting impatient. I'm fine. Gunyan lightly coughed twice, sure that the third brother that the other party was talking about was Xiao Jingchen. A strange pang ran through her heart, and the source of heat in her ears seemed to be starting to spread out at a rapid pace, and her actions of using a cough to cover up her loss of composure due to the sudden hearing of the name was seen by Bai Lin. Manhwa once again took out her cell phone and looked at the message Guyan sent to herself. The ward is the 5th floor of the 502. Manhwa looked at her feet on the high heels, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately it is not a dozen floors, or that could really kill her. Facing the army of Mai, Chiton must send out more than 100,000 troops, or even just the whole army of 200,000 to 300,000 men. At this time, it would be very dangerous to be cut off by Lu Gui. To prevent Lu Gui, tens of thousands of troops would have to be split up to block the various mountain passes. The dean and others were shocked and furious. The feelings of Ikbu Daisan also gave Li Ji a trap. After all, Li Ji was out to save the life. If the rescue fails, then according to the rules, this game is really lost. It seemed that Yun Qingzi projected an abnormal gaze over. Feng Jinglan scolded the old man severely in his heart. However, Lu Chen didn't rush up to help Ji Yao because he was well aware of Wang Volong's frightening nature. Even if he rushed up and joined hands with Ji Yao, at most, he would only be able to suppress Wang Volong, and it would be difficult, if not impossible, to kill him. Vampires turned into dry corpses are only in a state of false death. As long as they encounter blood they can be revived again. This is the unique ability of vampires. But Becky Jolson, who had turned into a dry corpse, was really dead, and even if he was soaked in a pool of blood, it was impossible for him to come back to life. At this moment, after he had learned this talisman from Gao Mingyuan that had relieved him of his urgent need, he immediately walked out of his room with his hands upside down and walked within the gates of Qijian Mountain. Twisting his head to look at Dijio, he then thought back to Dijio's male appearance again, and then his face was filled with an incredulous expression. Sure. Steel Cannon and Monkey couldn't help but change their faces. How could they not expect Tang Lin to really dare to make a move? In that case, things would be difficult. After all, this rule was stipulated by the 7 Holy Lands. Tang Lin had violated it. The 7 Holy Lands would definitely lay hands on Tang Lin. Chapter 42. Before Lu Ran. All beings are equal. Lu Ran was not rusty because he had tried the Skeleton Storm and the Tower of Endlessness. Moreover, at this time, the range of the Skeleton Storm, instead of the basic 30 meters, was 34 meters attached by the Haikyuu word. This is because Lu Ran unlocked the word after he passed the 17th floor, counting from the time it was unlocked. Every boss kill after that increased the range by 1 meter. By the 51st floor, the words added 34 meters to Lu Ran's range, shackling Lu Mubai and Lu Qingdu with chains that suppressed the flow of true essence. They were imprisoned in a dark and sunless water prison. Viperit and the spider have been ordinary attacks, and this move it is also a few seconds of power to spray a mouthful of venom. But under the interrupt skills, these moves, that is one, are not used out. After running for a long time, Han Xianyu entered a narrow mountain pass with 2 lofty peaks standing to the left and right. In the hall of pill refining, there were more ointments than could be counted that could help martial artists to concentrate and calm their chi, with values ranging from 10 beast energy points to 100 beast energy points. Hey, watch what you say, don't expose my relationship with Master. Zhang Wei prompted helplessly. I didn't know how long the lie would last, but I made up a random excuse in order to find evidence of a divorce. Mrs. Lin's cursing voice was so high-pitched that the prison guards came over and warned her several times, and only then did she manage to restrain herself. Some love. It is clearly in front of the eyes, but always because of the self-blocking blind. Until the time to open the heart again, only to realize that the original love, it is in front of us. Fortunately, love, and did not leave themselves far away. The moment the laser squid launched its attack, the crowd also finally realized why this thing was called a laser squid. It turned out that when it attacked, the tentacles on its body were like lasers, shooting out a blue beam of light. People who smoke may have the habit of collecting lighters. Lu Qidong, on the other hand, is not picky about lighters, but he is an ashtray controller. Chao Wei is also a bit saddened. His subordinates just want to sleep well. This request is not excessive, but he as a master cannot satisfy them, because that shameless old man, he cannot afford to mess with. Along the way, Chao Wei spat on the official road traffic of the Ming dynasty, and the bumpy journey made Chao Wei feel miserable. And 2 days later, he finally arrived at the southern city of Nanjing, outside the gate of Zhengyang. That's good. As long as we sit down and talk, the rights and wrongs will naturally be explained. It's still like before. Let's brother and sister find a place to boulder a few cups first, Tiger Boss said. With a wave of his hand, the jade butterfly flew and sat on the rift sky. Tiger, if I don't let Xian bitter call you today, are you planning to leave me hanging here and never care again? Jin Liansheng ignored Xiao Yusheng's flirting and looked at Xiao Yusheng with an accusing face and said. Lin Chen was furious. If he had the words heart sword in his hand, even if he couldn't repel the soul suppressor bell, it would still be enough to defend himself. Why did he still need the middle-aged uncle to say that? She went back to the villa with Zhang Jinyu. Both of his hands were injured, because he rushed to find her, smashed the window, and when he climbed the stairs, he cut the palm of his hand. The wounds were very deep, and he did not treat them in time, and they were bloody. After hanging up the phone, Shijin went to the inpatient department, and went to Hua Yining's place after checking the wards. Hua Yining's surgery was performed by him, and his situation has stabilized without any major problems. Generally speaking, the intern doctor will then be in charge of it, but Shijin is personally involved in Hua Yining's follow-up treatments. If the sect master has to drag me down with him, I'll admit it. The divine healer sect's grand elder sighed deeply. The other elders did not open their mouths, naturally meaning the same as the grand elder. Between heaven and earth, white snow, red plums, and lone eagles flying high, it was an extremely beautiful picture and a feast of killing. As soon as she entered inside, the wide dark and damp smell came on her face, and the rich smell of blood even made her brows tightly screwed up, especially when she saw the person tied to the stake with blood or blurred. It was even more tightened, and her body's bloodthirsty and murderous aura overflowed. Shang Yu's side, however, didn't pick up on Lin Ying's brainwaves that were so abnormal, and instead felt that the sun was just right, and it would be nice to have a different kind of competition. However, they saw that the medicinal herbs they had planted earlier had all turned withered, as if they had been sucked of all their vitality by something. However, when it came to someone like Lin Ying, whose heart was thicker than a bucket of water, Wu Yu was destined to waste her efforts. This is not. After walking up to the head-to-head touch, she thousands of gestures very reserved rushed Lin Ying slightly jaw, but Lin Ying as if she did not see her. A gust of wind kind of scraped past her. Shangguan Lingqi is not unhappy that she and Shangguan Jior are together. Then she will abduct Shangguan Jior directly to Emperor Jing Tiancheng. After Father Park left the Park family villa, he immediately went to Pan's headquarters. He and Mr. Pan already had an appointment, and as soon as his car left, Qin Wanz's side received the news. Yun Xiao had wanted to chase after him, but just then, a throbbing pain came from his heart once again, forcing his footsteps to stop. Of course, the most conspicuous and familiar to the Navy, the Black Hawk and the Muse, stayed quite honestly far out to sea. and Keith Longfellow just docked with a couple of transports. At this moment, the man's lapel was half open, revealing his snow-white and alluring skin, which radiated a bewildering light under the moonlight. For example, a yin and yang realm powerhouse, a wisp of his own true chi will be separated out. It is considered his second life. The supreme body can speak, and even strategize, planning, instead of their own to deal with a lot of things. Furthermore, if it was before, when he saw someone provoking and abusing Yun Jiuqing, he would be cold-eyed and tense-faced, wanting to fight back. Immediately afterward, 49 silhouettes appeared almost simultaneously, and the entire white jade staircase became transparent. Yun Jiuqing sighed helplessly and without much else to indicate directly turned around and turned back to walk. Meng Tianjin's temper tantrum against Bai Tongshi in the hospital is still fresh in everyone's mind, and they were originally worried about when they would make up. But today it seems that this aunt and sister-in-law are already crying and pursing their enmity where they can't see it. The number of people attending was not small, and the clan was prepared to transmit in batches as they went along, and she was not grouped with any of them with Yun Xian. Lin Zihao was surprised in her heart. This child also knows too much. How can she change so much after not seeing her for almost a year? This key that controlled the entire Blazing Sun Immortal Mansion was a lower-grade treasure artifact, but it didn't have much offensive power, and the value of its existence was that it was used to manipulate the Blazing Sun Immortal Mansion. Chapter 43 How Can Other Countries Live? Willoway looked at the phone and kept going for 2 minutes without ringing, a disappointed expression on her face. This time, the King of Siam, the King of Luzon, and the King of Kampa, the three most prominent native kings here in the Southeast story, were also gathered. Originally, getting back to the point, I just saw that after I dripped blood, a huge amount of information instantly filled my head as if it was going to explode for a moment. I go, play with me? Only to see both eyes go black. Suddenly fainted. He sweet directly took advantage of the situation and ran into his room with his own cell phone, and closed the door. At the same time, he muttered in his heart, I'll go. What could be going on at this kind of juncture? That is to say, the result that awaits AI Hada if he dares to disobey team leader Cass is a very miserable situation. Although Gong Shao's injuries were much better, his meridians were still fragile, and if he inhaled too much toxin, he was afraid that it would have a great impact on his injuries. Jing Ran, I don't need to give you any feedback, and you're not qualified to ask me to promise you, Mu Zhengchen said coldly. The first 3 days of airplay is a soaring trend. By tonight airplay, it is estimated to meet the Bishop's Office review and approval standards. From a newspaper? Honey, then it must be her. We are all people who want face. Only a reporter like her would have no morals and broadcast the privacy of other people's homes indiscriminately. Zhou Yan hastily interjected from the side. Even he almost died in the hands of the Purgatory Sect Master. So one could imagine how terrifying the strength of this Purgatory Sect Master was. He just in the cave, just want to sit in the octagonal pavilion, boil water to make tea, but wait until the hands of the time to take the water. Found that the spirit of the spring water in the concentration of spiritual chi, in the blink of an eye, dropped 90%. Turned into a very ordinary spiritual spring water. Then the seventh princess brought in a loom used for weaving from the courtyard outside the door, after which she began to skillfully weave the cloth. And all of this is all because of Lu Mix. If there is no Lu Mix then none of this will happen. So at this moment Long John's old man has almost reached a point of madness. Your situation is special. The breakthrough method should be different from the ordinary celestial realm. I only know the breakthrough method for the great circle of the ordinary celestial realm, but I don't know what should be done in a situation like yours. The old man Dean shook his head without any surprise and spoke directly. He naturally couldn't let his fellow disciples see that he was afraid, or else he would really not have the face to come out in the future. Li Dong took the initiative to step forward and directly jumped in, and behind him Shi Yun Tian, Shi Shan, Dani Chang Tian, as well as Dong Lishani, Chang Feng Shuani and the others all jumped in. In an instant, they were swallowed up by this bottomless abyss. With a face of excitement toward the next fuel pool, Chen Ran found that there was no heat energy released from this fuel pool at all, only some trace radiation released. In a state of dead silence. Here, there is the world's most famous assassin organization. There is the world's most famous mercenary organization. There is the world's most luxurious and complete variety of laboratories, with the world's top weapons manufacturing technology and research and development power. However, I advanced again and struck out with a palm strike, striking out with lightning speed towards the tyrant ape's chest. The tyrannical ape shook its hands upwards, trying to block my attack, but it was still a step too slow, and my hand had already imprinted on its chest. Not bad. Not caring about Emoson's surprised expression because he suddenly came out. Emoson's father just looked at the black box in his hand and said, until the 3-meter deep pool of water was everyone drink all loaded. Did not drink the water Yao Yong thirst unbearable. Send someone to keep an eye on them. Remember, don't scare the snakes, Zheng Longjiang commanded. Lu De looked at the 20,000 skill points with the reward given to him by the system for defeating Yang Zichuan, was secretly swallowing his saliva, and there were also 5 draws, a gift pack of military generals. In other words, the excuse that the so-called dragon egg was a trophy taken from the invaders could no longer be used, and it was now utterly and completely stolen from the hands of an honored guest, and there was no way to give it to grandma as a birthday gift. However, she believed that the school side would support this matter, and when the college students went to the Northwest to teach, she must go there too, or at least be a leader and arrange everything for these caring college students. Named Knight, who was still playing the role of a senior, even though he didn't understand exactly why this rat demon had died violently, and didn't know exactly who the lord they were talking about was, he also pretended to act as if I understood everything you guys were saying, and sat calmly on the sidelines. At this moment, the numerous Shui foot soldiers also seemed to have become ruthless, and against the locust-like arrows, they stepped on the corpses of their companions and charged upward in a frenzy. This time it was the elves' turn to have a headache. They couldn't tie up the white wolf and carry it to meet the lord, so the situation appeared in front of them. A large number of guards were standing around the parlor, eyeing the white wolf. Among them there were also a few wizards, Tao Xiuying also a little tasteless. His own man back then, that point of is not a secret. So many years, think about it, is really pointless. The blood wheel I rotated at 1200 revolutions per second, and Achilles instantly transformed into a hot golden shadow in Yifeng's eyes, and the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from Achilles could be felt, and Yifeng could even see that the space around Achilles seemed to be faintly distorted. Seeing the huge loss of this trip to Japan, the merchants are not anxious. The only thing that can make these merchants feel better is that they don't need to sell their goods at a depressed price like last time before returning to their country this time, and the stocks in their hands will be placed in the lease area to ship slowly, which is considered to be a reduction of some of the losses. Although the White Lotus sect was divided into the White Lotus main hall and the Lotus sacrifice hall as well as the partial frontal hall, it didn't mean that there was no penalty hall. It was just that the penalty hall was merged into the White Lotus main hall. You shameless person! Lai Qingyuan gritted his teeth and stepped on the flying spirit vessel underneath his own feet to turn around and flee. Purchasing the download is easy. Download it online and then purchase an account. After logging into your account you can protect your phone or computer. Looking at Wang Luo's approach, it was almost as if he had made the operation in the space his primary job and the adventure within the scene his secondary job. Zhou Hua and Meng Na got into the car one after the other, and in addition to the aluminum alloy first aid kit, Meng Na was holding another paper box in her arms, which didn't look too light. Chapter 44, You're the first one who dares to come to my face. At this time Morong Fong had just exited the realm. The pair of black bright eyes were like thousands of stars shining brightly. The stunning face was a bright smile. The beauty was unbelievable. After he and Mo Basia Morong Fong ran separately that day, he broke into a place where the blood mist was very thick, and after that, he inexplicably fainted while running. She was bordered by the Zheng Kingdom to the north, connected to the strongest Great Cloud Empire in this continent to the south, with insurmountable mountains to the east and an ocean to the west. Morong Fong knew that Mo Yuan's subcompulsion poison had a long number of years, and after suddenly taking the cracked medicine, it was estimated that the poison was doing battle with the medicine, and he wouldn't be able to wake up for a while. Suddenly, his hands pinched Chu Chao's waist, taking advantage of his arm's looseness, and then instantly displaying his own good flexibility, he drilled out from under his arm. Before they could catch up, a thunderbolt suddenly exploded, and those present were caught off guard and shuddered. In the peach forest, she had no concept of time, and had long since lost track of how much time had passed since her daily routine consisted of nothing but resting and fighting. Mo Basia nodded. When she came back last night, he felt that her aura had changed, although he didn't know what had happened to her, but it was definitely stronger than before. Egu, so much. Writer by you, wait a moment. The boss was shocked, holding the silver back to the stall for a while to pound it, only to come back with some broken silver and a string of coins, counting it again in front of Bai Yuqing. 9 coins of silver and 90 coins. For her love of playing with her mouth and only playing with her mouth without taking action, Xiao Fan said that he didn't take it seriously at all and treated it completely as an earworm. This situation had been expected by Tanya, but she really didn't want it to happen if it was possible, because the way it would be handled next might not be as well handled, and it might also make the princess who had been obedient turn into an enemy, and it would naturally be a lot harder to hide again. Stop pretending and come out. Zaturi was pumped up. The other party was obviously someone who was able to master instantaneous movement. It is also because of this relationship. Huang Pengfei engaged in a few companies, Duas and those outside the development of Pengcheng Enterprises joint operation business. What? Who did you see? Lawyer Zhuang's side of the line of sight happened to be blocked by a pillar and didn't see it. Des said. Just one look and anyone knows you're old men. It's obvious. What's so unusual about it? Reach out and push. I did not think there is Chi-old investigation does not come out of things. This thing that Chi-old side. What are the clues? Lu Mang continued to ask. In fact, his side wants to help Chi Lao. Investigation. But just do not know. Chi Lao side. In the end with or without consent. When Li Jin reached out this hand and twisted the not-so-large piece of sky in front of him, there were immortals above the clouds staring at Li Jin. He saw Sui Yao's face full of haggardness. Although he covered it with delicate makeup, the dark circles under those eyes were so thick. As Meng Luisa's figure disappeared before their eyes, these people couldn't hold on any longer and followed. The sales department is internally divided into two teams. The supervisor Li Mao with the team led by the A group is her own people. These years the thorns and thistles for the company to open up a lot of new markets. But in fact, the list that was lost this time was the responsibility of the deputy supervisor's team. And the deputy supervisor was Lin Qingji's man. The thought of having dinner with Gai Qian still makes me apprehensive. Does he think I'm not good enough for Gai Nia like Shang Ruyu does? Or something else? Do I need to prepare a gift? What do they like? Hey, wait a minute. This isn't the governor's mansion. There's no way there's a place to drink. Falcon was wearing clothes, calling out towards Falcon Eagle who ran out. Really? Such a rush at the thought of alcohol. Thanks to her just now. She was suspecting something was wrong here. Just agonizing over what the hell to do. I can't believe I ran into you again. We're kinda meant to be haha, she said with a smile. Why is it that you people, being the same Yaka people, are walking like you're drunk? Coupled with the colorful clothes and the various weapons on their bodies, how do you look like they're from the Star Pirates? I asked him if he'd seen Ho Ching. He said no. What about Rat? He said that Rat should still be in the hospital right now, but the gangsters who followed Rat have been driven away by him. I said that since it's done, the three of them should go back to rest. This can get rid of Pang Yahao and also put a lot of controlled students in the school out of their misery. I believe the school is also happy to see this situation. If the school then take the evidence to put pressure on the district board, this is perfect. I can also completely detach myself from this matter. Will not make people suspicious. This at least shows that he forgave us. Xia Mengyue slowly walked forward and comforted. I didn't continue with the latter words. Chairman Lin is a smart person. He clearly understands that I want to firmly crush Qishan this time. Their eyes were bloodshot and glowing with a crystalline light, and when they were close enough, they were able to see the blood in their eyes. Knowing that you like to eat? Of course I'm going to buy it, provided that you come with me to make it. Nangdong Lin specifically wanted to buy it to make it for her to eat. Chapter 45. Do you know the consequences? These 4 paladins, all of them were high combat paladins of over 50 levels. Naturally, it was arranged by Qin Lai, as Lu Ran's bodyguard. He secretly followed on weekdays, tasked with preventing accidents when Lu Ran was alone and providing protection in times of emergency. If Lu Wenshan's men hadn't flashed their weapons and pressed on step by step, they probably wouldn't have come out yet. At this moment, Lu Wenshan was completely confused. The Lu family professionals at the front and back were also scared of the, "Okay, take a break," Star said. An usher didn't say anything, but did stop a short distance ahead. "Feng, what are you thinking?" Qingxue hugged Chu Feng's arm, her beautiful, cool eyes quietly looking at him. Yi Tian was very embarrassed when he heard Lanqi's words, but he still nodded. "Of course, whether Shuer can be my wife in the future depends on you guys," Yi Tian said with a smile. What used to be a land of fish and rice is now a place where the smoke is cut off. No dogs or chickens are heard. The villages and towns are deserted. Just one more big mound of dirt. Under the gaze of the crowd, the flames surrounding Shuhao's body slowly merged into the pill at this moment. The 10,000 Realms Alliance appeared to be getting more and more overbearing, and thus, in order to avoid having their chi taken away, many worlds directly chose to withdraw from the 10,000 Realms Alliance. Everyone gasped and crooked their noses. Have seen shameless? Have not seen Shuhao so shameless. Obviously you ran away yourself, but also said that you went to chase and kill other people's Taoists? I have already reported to Mr. Iron Wolf, who will definitely not let him go, Jack said with hatred. Shuhao was curious. Would raising these children according to the way they were raised in the desolate ancient period make the world tremble? In the end, she was rushed to the school hospital by ambulance. That day she was teaching a class. Suddenly the sky turned, and when people reflected, their bodies were already uncontrollably soft on the ground. The students in the classroom let out a scream. Some people immediately called 120, and some people went to the classroom office to notify the other teachers. The smile on Master Longwu's face grew even wider as he kept sprinkling things. When Yi Tong wasn't looking, he touched the huge bone hammer again. Luo Zhenyuan was a bit dissatisfied with his attitude, and the voice that spoke on the other end of the phone already carried a hidden anger. This task is mainly to keep the passengers safe in the car and to guard them at all times if there is an accident on the road. At least Saiwa is real. And it's more convincing to make this up when Saiwa has been gone for years and people don't know her current status. A group of people hastily changed the topic, talking about the Oriental cuisine. In just half a year, has already conquered half of the Roman Empire? To say that the strongest weapon of the East is the food. One helped him gain his raw buildup, and the other began to temper his flesh and blood, insulating him for life. When Nowitzki mentioned the high post, Yang immediately passed the ball to Dirk, the high point, to hold the ball, while he himself began to run at full speed. The moment the black light shot out, the white jade hand abruptly stopped in the air, and the void that was already dead silent became even more silent. Jiang Dong and the golden ass were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The divine sense stood in the void trembling nervously. Straighten up when Luvia. After hearing this sentence, the smile on the side of the mouth froze. The smile in her eyes was instantly replaced by indifference. The two Thunder God experts who flew in with faces full of murderous anger could not help but lose their colors in horror the moment they felt Xiao Feng's breath erupt. There were indeed a lot of people in the Sifang pavilion, and the hall was almost full. Seeing Zhu Tianpeng, many people were pointing their fingers. The words fell, but saw the Zhanxian sword collide on the orc's broadsword with a clang, followed by the Zhanxian sword performing the sticky character technique, followed by invoking the space in the hands of the orcified warrior. He simply didn't expect that Hong Shangxing would use the power of law as soon as he came up, and it was also hidden in the longsword, which happened to be fiery red, right in line with the color of Hong Shangxing's power of law, allowing old Zhu to suffer a stifling loss. Lord, Heavenly Lord, I'm a little unwell, so I'll leave first. Situ Dao bowed towards the Heavenly Lord. His face color was ugly and couldn't hide it, after which he left straight away. By the time they managed to climb onto the shore, several people were already in a sorry state, wet through and through. Their long hair all stuck to their faces and kept dripping, and their wide hoods were stuck to their heads, looking like Spider-Man from the back, with mockery in his eyes, as well as gloating. Wei Rui glanced at Chen Feng before leaving the place with the other instructors. Zhao Yun steeply startled. The terrain here is flat, and there is not much cover. If you release arrows, obviously you have to suffer. Immediately retreat. Turning toward the Chao army to kill. A sprint passed. The Chao army once again fell hundreds of people. Looking at the three generals heartbroken, ugly face, Chao Chang Chao Shan is hesitant. Do not dare to release arrows. Li Rui, who had participated in such a thrilling activity for the first time, exploded with excitement as he came back to his senses. Just like that, Fang Yi picked up the slack after those celestial pride, approaching the past all the way to Burning Lotus Mountain, has been on the sidelines quietly watching, very no sense of existence of the false bamboo, but suddenly said, this only afraid not. He just saw Morong Fu played this move, so he spoke out to remind. Divine Dr. Shui was better. After all, he had already seen that Jifeng was able to hurt people through the air in the gathering of virtues, but Su Xinghao was taken aback, never imagining that Yifeng's martial arts realm had already reached such a high level. Now that the king's flower was dead and Dean Chen's clues were broken, Chen Tianhao really didn't know how to investigate. He struck like lightning, the silver needles in his hand constantly flipping and flying, while the other hand was also constantly channeling internal energy into it to ensure that the medicinal power could be evenly distributed. After thinking about it, the chief director of this program but didn't care much. Very normal thing. It seems that this Li Linlong's manager is also a newcomer egg. Although he owes Su Xiling's handsome, but the aspect of the big ears, the outline has a kind of full of male tough flavor. The demeanor does not care about. Very attractive. The eyes of the deep dynamic, more never inferior to Su Xiling, so that people feel that this son of his day will not be a pool of things. Chapter 46, Four Great Guilds Working Together. Hearing this, Lu Wenshan's body shuddered fiercely. Gulping, he opened his mouth to say something, but it felt dry. I was holding my teacup, but I couldn't drink from it because my arm was shaking. The words have come to this. Wenshan, I'm moving out of Black Flame City. This matter was never my concern in the first place, so be good. After saying that, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. But it doesn't matter if he goes. Lu Wenshan has no way to go. So old who believed that there was definitely something incredible in this world, or something that science could not explain. The Portuguese blood spirit was stunned, and the flash of surprise in her beautiful eyes had not yet disappeared. She could not imagine that Shuahao would be able to tough out a martial spirit at the peak martial artist realm. However, Shuahao's foul language also made the Portuguese blood spirit freeze, knowing that she had never been spoken to, let alone scolded. In the imperial capital, TSK, look at this girl. Seeing Lin Chuan is like seeing a lover, Hippo said with great displeasure. However, this Li Gang is a surprise. The thing is not a big deal. The key is that this thing is a bit disgusting. This time, Yang Lin made a comeback again for the sake of the Great Qian River and Mountain, and the world was silent. After all, a person's name is a tree's shadow. Whether it's Han Hongyu, Feng Xiangyang or Lian Yuling and Guyuhan, all of them are doing their best in filming. Their acting skills are completely online, and they have completely achieved the effect of tears amidst laughter that Lin Qihua asked for. The Zhao family had occupied this place for so many years, and had always simply used the Sinner's Mirror platform without actually controlling it. Or, if you want them to cry, they'll cry, and if you want them to laugh, they'll break out in heartfelt, happy laughter. This ID card is a collection of functions. Want to surf the internet? It immediately projects a holographic screen. Qin Chaolong was originally at the 10th level of the martial zone realm, and after the white light was injected into his body, his cultivation instantly soared. First level martial emperor, second level martial emperor, and third level martial emperor. Finally stopped when Qin Chaolong's cultivation reached the first level martial emperor. Or, there was before, but after that level 9 demon came here, all the fish in the lake were eaten by it. Hishan could tell from the smile on Lin Tian's face that this matter was by no means that simple, as if there was something fishy going on. This guard's words then changed, and in a rare move, he actually arched his hand at Luo Feng and entered the mansion. And then Xuanpu left with Lin Tian's trio and headed to where the leader of the sub-blood art organization was. Unexpectedly, the East Ancestor Sage actually laughed out loud after hearing these words, and the mockery on his face couldn't have been more obvious. Before everyone's words were finished discussing, they saw that Wang Hanji's entire body was covered with a layer of fiery red lava. That's when one of Galilee's entourage drew a pistol from his belt and just fired 2 shots towards the top. She gazed at Yi Xingchen with great disappointment. When Yi Xingchen joined the Yao family, it was something her parents had decided on their deathbeds, and that was why she had put up with it until now. To the crowd's surprise, just then a sergeant came to report that someone from the Jade Palace had come to seek an audience. As a matter of fact, his mind Yi was annoyed beyond measure. This thing, how did it come to be so sudden and involve him in it? Completely unimaginable? Li Hanan's eyes glistened in the orange-colored light, as if they contained teardrops. He slowly raised his head, and his crazy-like face unexpectedly contained a strange smile, and then, unexpectedly ate and laughed. Lin Shifan nodded slightly. The reason why he would feel embarrassed was solely because Fu Yuya was a person from the Guangfu sect. Saying to Fu Yuya that he was going to do something else to a person from the Guangfu sect would ultimately make him feel a little embarrassed. As soon as those words fell, the man beside that wolf-headed masked youth then tossed an illusory bag over. As soon as they heard Suzuki Yuri say that they were her friends, those people changed their appearance, as if someone had thrown a dog bone to them, and they all wagged their tails. Helping Chelsea to be so considerate also made Chelsea feel grateful to Lu Hao, and also a feeling of being valued. At that time, she really didn't know whether to blame herself for not being strong-willed enough to stand the temptation of Hua, or to blame Lu Hao and Estes for not being able to do such a thing in front of her so much. Since they will all be divided, then isn't it better to follow in and be with their own men? They are also not playing words, at least to accept Lu Hao's training. That's good. He killed someone, and it's absolutely impossible to get away with murder. Zhang Jiao shouted. After the sudden movement behind him, Liang Dong was again shocked to find that the energy in his body had started to strangely drain away. This discovery made Liang Dong completely panic. Seeing this, Luo Yi is also stayed. He just complained. Actually, this boss really reduced the strength. Endless Altar can also play so well. Next, the Lunar Temple can just take this angel feather and summon that angel directly. What? Are you afraid of Pei Wu Fu? The corner of Naylan Ningzhu's mouth sketched out a mocking smile. When this thought rose, it was as if it was like a wire that strung together all the doubts that had preceded it. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he was being chased by someone and fled to this place in a panic. Unsurprisingly, something had happened at the bar as well, and from a distance you could see police lights flashing. At least 1 ambulance and 3 police cars lined up and parked at the end of the street, surrounded by people watching. The Alaskan dog walked up to Penny's room first, and Penny had only just picked up the microphone when Jack wailed and bit right towards Penny's ass. In fact, among these exams, the one that was the least stressful for Lin Yi was the math exam, and behind the demon-subduing golden body, a blinding and eye-catching light bloomed, as if it looked like there was a bright great sun rising, only to see that the forest, which was still bright sunshine, was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Lightning and thunder don't want to cross the sky. Even the wind was used from all directions. Chapter 47: The Power of the State. Yu Sanlong's words are in the right place. Although Tang Xiaobo put out harsh words, but did not do anything out of the ordinary. People in the world, when the peace is precious. Most of the present are in the city of Suzhou crawling and fighting for decades of old geezer. Is not Su Biao such as the newborn calf? So most of them agree with Yu Sanlong's statement. The obscure and steep Black Dragon Mountain is indeed a difficult location. It was no wonder that Chen Zijuan didn't dare to come over at night. the driver would get lost if he drove over. There's a saying within snipers that at all times, you should trust that partner beside you, no matter who he is. And the best way to get your partner to trust you unconditionally as well is to have no secrets from him. Perhaps it was because he had just passed by evil Lord Baston's place and he had become sensitive and paranoid. Zhang Tianyang relieved himself in this way. In this process, as long as one is not careful, connecting a little bit of the wrong nuance, Nicole will die. He will also be affected by the true chi backlash, light or go into the devil, heavy or die. After saying that, Long Tian saw that Jing Pang and Battle Name both revealed that they were ready. Then he reached out and pushed open the stone door. When the stone door was opened, Long Tian and the others immediately asked about the disgusting putrid odor. The phrases have and have not had mean pretty much the same thing on the surface, but with the difference in tone, the meanings are just worlds apart. With this cognizance, Chen was instantly in a great hurry. Panicking, he utilized all his connections and used the satellite positioning system to find out the exact location of where Wu Yu's cell phone was. Although the layout of this place is quite simple, but the precious quiet, the sound insulation of the box is also good. Close the door. What happens inside? The outside simply cannot hear. Li Shun, who has been repeatedly hit by Chen Feng, wants to get married and have children to hit Chen Feng again and get back some revenge. Where to know Chen Feng for these issues? Has long been in the mind to think of ways to deal with. At this time did not suffer a little blow. Still smiling, happy. The most notable example of this is celebrities, where a close friend suddenly admires a newly minted star, while he or she is unfamiliar with him or the other person has nothing to show for his or her accomplishments. By the time it rushed out of the spatial storm, the spatial turbulence was already 10 meters thick, and the clouds below were sucked into the turbulence under the turbulence's horrifying suction, and for a while, a huge tornado that was 100 meters high appeared in the air. Sure Meng after tycoon a whole night of destruction. The next day early in the morning to find Tang Xing orange, simply long ago to this matter to the clouds. At this time, when she heard him mention it, she remembered that the red rope had been placed in her bedroom drawer. When Yi Tong was brushing the dishes, Han Che was still uneasy to follow her over and wash them with her, and De Bao squatted behind them wagging his tail and tilting his head as he watched them curiously. Right far away, he realized that she was following him and couldn't help but stop, and Tokumo almost braked and ran into him, taking 2 steps back and frowning at him. If his own son, Pang Jiantao also reprimanded, but Lu Chuanwei is his nephew, cannot say heavy, if he told his mother, that is, Pang Jiantao's sister, there is no way to fall into the complaint. The father was scolded. Su Lizhang and cannot sit still, from the side to pick up an iron basin to be smashed towards the body of Jiang Sun, but was Jiang Sun directly reached out to pick up, and then reversed the non-stop towards the body of Su Lizhang smashed. Xiao Tian. Li Renbing's throat choked. There were too many feelings and gratitude he wanted to say, but for a moment he didn't know where to start. When the Grandmaster saw Jiang Sun coming over, his eyes couldn't help but twitch, as if he had something difficult to say. The long spear stabbed out like lightning, almost transforming into an invisible phantom, and the crowd realized that what they could see clearly was only the flickering cold aura on the head of the spear, which was just like the stars in the sky in the night, but was more murderous than the stars. Hiefeng sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard these words and looked at Yulu in shock. He never thought that Yulu would say such words to himself. She had long heard that the Gu family and the Shang family were family friends, but she hadn't expected Gu Weiran to even have his office on this side of the Shangshire mansion. This kind of thing is absolutely no one is willing to do. After all, everyone understands in their hearts, this against the He family, that is against the Shangguan family, at the same time against 2 powerful families, that must be dead. Prince Henry is looking for me. I wonder what the reason is? As Ling Shi waited for the coffee to be served, Ling Shi got straight to the point. Lian Zon's mood, however, was much better because of this. She could be so close to Ling Shi. Of course she liked it. Zhao Yi nodded and followed Zhuofeng to the palace. Since Cao Cao and Sun Jian leading their troops had already arrived here, it meant that Zhao Yi would have to go on an expedition against Bei Gongboyu in the near future. In an instant, the duo realized that perhaps the dumplings had stopped screaming and it had lost its guiding direction. In the next moment, the 2 painfully struggling Xuanliao Pishi suddenly wailed. The red light in their eyes flourished, followed by the surface of their bodies instantly covered with blood-colored patterns. The moment the patterns appeared, the 2 Xuanliao Pishi's bodies steeply burst apart, and the huge impact caused the nearby giant trees to cut off, and the dust filled the air. Song Yaju's purpose for wanting a second child is not like Zhang Jiaze's, just to keep one more family member for the child. She wants a second child just because Meng Furong wants a second child. Chapter 48 approaching step by step. Even most of those who came on as second-half substitutes have lost a lot of fitness. The number of cases where cramps appeared was likewise increasing. Bang! The basketball hit the floor, And the dugout instantly erupted in laughter. It was a 3-and-out shot. The rain outside the tent gradually weakened. Jiang Lu look and the rainbow slowly appeared in the distant sky. Irritable mood rare, some relaxed a lot. Or I'll go to the TV station and completely blow the whistle on your. Theron sounded determined. The pedestrians coming and going, the red flames above their heads, made Kylan half believing. After all, he didn't see the black flames with his own eyes, but Dukai didn't have the means to really find a foreigner to come over and make Kylan trust him for a while. However, Dukai's requirements were not too high. Kylan was able to half believe in it. It was a success. While the North was building a harbor in preparation for the extermination of the Southern trouble in one fell swoop, Xi's circular saucer to the 3 Miao had already spread through the Miao lands. Only, the two of them didn't realize that the questions Dukai asked again were no longer to know about the 9 Rivers Martial Arts Center, but rather, they wanted to see if there were any clues that could point to the person behind the accuser. From between those clues, the man's consciousness returned to reality at this time, then slowly opened his eyes, felt being watched, and followed his gaze to see a pair of big watery eyes. Left and right sides are manned. Novitsky crosses the road and rushes to the basket, like a tiger raising its head, sinking its shoulders and bending its back to take advantage of the strong rise. The speed of the two of them could be completely described as shooting out arrows. These guys really weren't simple. That is, at that moment, Nightwind also sensed that his reincarnation technique was just like that of Lu Zihan just now, and it was surprisingly ineffective. Regardless of using the evil dragon power even on a random detainee, he was unable to get a response from his heart. Taking a step back, even if they had shrunk their spawn and issued a flag order for the entire army to retreat and disengage from the battlefield, it would at least have been an effective command that would have brought 10,000 men and hundreds of boats up and down the fleet out of Blackwater Bay in a mostly intact manner. Is that the best you can do? Suchin directly exceeded 10 meters with that leap just now, and he looked down on John and his flame titan. He turned back to the fleet soldier who had followed him, who had been responsible for the earlier search, and gestured for him to bring the long wooden box that had been opened to Eager, who did so, and signaled to Eager that he had already done his examination, and Melisandre stepped forward and removed the thick, large roll of material that housed it, and with the three of them trusting each other, they were also able to work together to keep an eye on the newest survivors so that the strangers wouldn't do something nefarious. Have you ever heard of the contract of life and death? Deetsong looked at cultivation and smiled mysteriously. From its internal source to extract soul power. Want to resist the pressure of the soul brand in the body of Du Xin soul, but cannot work. The significance of this handover of power to the head of the family ceremony that was about to take place in the Saikujo family was already completely different. Mi Jianzhong now cannot wait for me to commit something. If he caught the handle, then I am afraid that I will have to squat for a period of time in the number. Along with the sword pattern flying back, the obscure fluctuation dispersed, and above the sky, the ripples that had been created gradually disappeared. Hilda's eyes went wild with longing at the thought. The feeling of omnipotence was an addictive drug. The wine was good, and the food was good. Next to the table, a Taisher chair with carved dragons and phoenixes was placed. Lu Miaochan was shocked. This boyfriend can still be let? She hurriedly went forward and hugged Yi Xian's arm, afraid that Yi Xian would be snatched away. However, after absorbing these spirit crystals, his spiritual yuan had only risen by a minuscule amount, which made Li Sheng somewhat dissatisfied. The blood-colored lightning kept jumping and wandering, and the bursts of energy seemed to be about to pierce through this side of space. Han didn't reflect on himself. Instead, he ordered his men to search for those assassins all over Calvary. What's worse, Han ordered that those racing club members be executed. Blue Shark Legion's Legion commander, Blue New Wall, helped the Water Qilin tribe kill the Qilin king, Zhu Huayu, and now he basically controls the Qilin star. However, Yi Xian had long been on guard and moved out before the gunshots rang out. Boom! Boom! The M203 grenade launchers in the hands of the two Terminators blew up without a doubt. The grenades exploded violently in the chambers. The mechanical arms holding the guns along with half of their chests instantly blew up, and the several Terminators closest to them were more or less affected by the ripple effects. Yi Yang didn't expect to talk about it properly. How did he suddenly pull it into sleeping? And was immediately ashamed and angry. Secondly, it is obvious that this poem of His Majesty Lier was written about hibiscus in spring and summer. In other words, this poem is probably an old composition. Now that the situation was urgent, Xiao Yao no longer had time to spend with him, and if he ate for a few moments more, he was afraid that Linger would be completely hopeless. For these 20 or so children, Lu Han didn't let them start practicing weapons. He only let them practice internal martial arts. He made up his mind that he wouldn't let them practice weapons until they entered the warrior realm, and after they entered the warrior realm, it would be up to them to choose their own weapons. What's going on? Song Li was a little puzzled, and in his heart, he said, "You two are menopausal, right?" but he didn't dare to say this. And besides, Long Xian and Ning Shangyue didn't know what menopause meant. Chapter 49. Feeling the pressure? Nanako suddenly fell silent. It had only been a few days since she had won the top spot in the Endless Tower, and suppressing the once exclusive Yukenkang was a huge honor for Sakura. But now, everyone's focus gradually shifted to a necromancer. All this attention was supposed to be hers, Nanao. Moreover, in the past 2 days, the necromancer, one after another, rushed the floor, once in the morning, once in the evening, and even the time was not very different, as if on time and on schedule. A short sentence, she could deeply feel the deep chill in the tone. Her ears had gone silent and she still maintained her posture of answering the phone. Gu Qing could only keep walking, but her body was already so weak that every step was a burden to her. Mr. Ran, you're here. I was really afraid you'd be late. As soon as Gu Jianping stepped out of the elevator, he saw Situ Ran standing in the lobby, and he walked over briskly. Su Tianlin looked at Yu who was standing in front of him smiling at him. His eyes were cold as he turned his body sideways to look to the side. Take this elixir. Xiao Wanqi picked up a silk scarf and wiped off the bloodstains at the corner of Han Bing's mouth. It only took half a day for one of the main commanders of the Alliance's garrison troops and 3 of their deputies to be assassinated, and the military was in great disarray. At night, some soldiers had already begun to sneak out of the camp and escape. Where is this? What am I doing in here? Situ Ran asked himself in his mind as he walked. He looked up and had already walked to the door of a room, so he gently knocked on the door, but the room was silent and there was no sound. Hearing that popping sound, Jiang Qinglu thought it was Hai Hong being beaten, and was about to push the door. But when she looked through the doorway, Zhang Wei was riding on Hai Hong, and the 2 of them had no clothes on, so she quickly withdrew her hand. Tang Yin took out his communication crystal and inputted his spiritual energy, and a moment later the communication crystal lit up with a glow, and an image appeared with it. Jun Lin Feng at this time also walked to the side of Nangong Qingqing, tenderly said to her, now you can feel at ease? I've already told you. Umo won't blame you. Brother-in-law is just talking. He doesn't dare to take you how to do. See it. Lu Yuhan was indeed drunk, and only just stood. She was unsteady on her feet. Chen Lin rushed to hold her hand. Xianyan smiled without saying anything. His hand kept pestle were waiting for me to shake hands with him, and I didn't think that much to extend my hand and shake his. What the hell is he up to now? He's going to ask for a cucumber himself and he's going to get what he needs for the evening? How is that possible? And at no cost? Who would believe that? The energy in his palm hit me, and I immediately felt like all the bones in my body were shattered as I spat out a large mouthful of blood. Good opportunity. Zhang Jian swung his right fist towards Xiang Jingjian's face. Xiang Jingjian had no choice but to dodge, and when he reappeared, he was already in a corner of the palace. Only now, he had already converged his entire body's aura, so even if someone passed by in front of him, they wouldn't necessarily discover his trail. She wasn't too touched. On the contrary, she felt that Chi Hao was a bit of a hindrance. There would have been a lot of people talking about it. Chi Hao going out like this would attract even more attention and make even more people talk about her. Was there a need for this? What was he going to do? Have a fight with the other party? Or hit them with his hands? That seemed a bit childish. High in the air, Mu Ziyun vaguely heard the murmur of voices in the shadows below, and it seemed that the pillar of firelight must have hit the siren. Guan Feiha obviously found that Chi Hao's mood is not right. He seems to be very sensitive to the name Chi Si. Could it be that he knows the relationship? Although there was some doubt, Chi Hao did not allow her to follow her. She could not do anything but to bring the dumb-looking demon child back home. Zombies are coming. With a sound of surprise, these few fellows of Lu Wangan who were incredibly sleepy, one jumped up. Even the wooden stick in his hand was thrown away. Xiao Kokai's spirit has been fixed, because once he saw the road that young warrior, his heart was much more at ease. Before the Xia soldiers even launched their attack, they inflicted heavy casualties on the Serbian army, and the walls of the Sama Quiver began to shake under the blows of the Xia army. And just at first the city of Sama Quiver was in danger of falling at any moment. Off the powder keg, Li Qianqiu once again shot a shot towards Shang Maja's captain. The horrible bludgeoning damage instantly blew away 1/3 of Shang Maja's captain's blood on top of his head, while at this time Mu Jing was using the double shift speed bonus of W skill and Arisher cut to continuously walk A to output the enemy's limbo who was attempting to output on his face. Throwing car is even more cattle. This time to throw out is not a stone, but with fish paste boiled into a fierce fire oil, was lit by the fire cans across the sky fell into the Liao water. Due to the strong impact of the tile cans directly shattered, the cans within the fierce fire oil sprinkled on the water surface immediately formed a stream of fire. Even the water cannot be extinguished. Without Ma Jinlong's efforts to establish the OB and gather like-minded players, the OB would have remained an ideal world forever. and it was his efforts that made the OB turn from an ideal into a reality, including people saying things like, "She's that Chinese girl, Pillow Creek? She doesn't look like much. I don't know why she came to Korea," and so on. She used the excuse that she was Chinese and didn't understand, such as basketball, soccer and other highly competitive and highly ornamental sports for the physical quality of the requirements of the brain quality is higher than the quality of a perfect physical quality of the basketball or soccer player. If there is not a good enough to use the brain, then it is also not high walk not far. People greeted her all along the way as she walked past. Sitting next to Ganru were two young boys, and before she even got close, the people were already bending over and bowing to her. If we have surveillance in this room as well, what we just did should have gotten their attention, Crystal reminded. There are many kinds of human nature, but once in extreme circumstances human nature is a kind of selfishness, selfish to the point of distortion of selfishness. The main reason Lu Jejun chose this boat was that it did not have high driving requirements, and the requirement for the number of crew members was only 1 to 3, considering that he might be the only one who could pilot the ship in this temporarily assembled team. Lu Jejun had no other choice. At that moment, Bai Yuding also ran to the bathroom to simply draw a makeup for herself to cover up the day's labor, and then immediately also rushed towards the location that had been agreed upon with Wang Yuan, and I don't know why, but the corners of Bai Yuding's mouth at this moment were with a smile. Wordlessly, a space fluctuation occurred above the sky dome, and the killing saint appeared here with a gloomy face, his eyes looking downward with a gloomy look. Among them, the one who made the most trouble was the Chancellor of the Val's Empire, who cursed while walking towards the Pope's place. He had the appearance that if you don't give me a resolution, I'm going to make trouble. There are so few questioning stage cultivators in the world, who will not gamble with their own lives. This is already the common sense of the questioning stage. After all, the bitter cultivation of hundreds of years, who do not want to die. The higher the cultivation, then the more they cherish life. Chapter 50, Who the hell is this? President, the time is up. That necromancer should not continue, right? It's nothing to squeak through a few floors. It's just a necromancer after all. Being able to enter the top 10 of the rankings is already the limit of limits. In my opinion, there is no need to pay attention to it. I can't imagine what that necromancer is relying on to be rushing through the tiers any longer. Don't you forget, that necromancer is less than 53. His figure all of a sudden disappeared in thin air in front of the eyes of all the people, and did not wait for those police officers to react to what is going on. They feel a light hand, and they look down to realize that the gun is actually all cut off at the waist. That is to say, even if some individual soldiers make waves in front of him, he will not pay any attention to them. The boss's wife raised her eyebrows slightly, seemingly sensing something, and was about to snap, but swallowed her words as they came out of her mouth. The table is a long table. The meat is also south of the world. Everything, not only has pork, beef, mutton, rabbit, even geese, roe deer meat is also cooked on the table, and then with a few winter seasonal vegetables to accompany. After Fujita finished listening to interpreter Lu's words, he gently walked over to Yuan Mingchang and patted his shoulder affectionately, but then whispered in his ear, grimly. In short, there were only a few dozen people in total, and basically all of them didn't think he would win. There were even those who felt sorry for him under the stage. Hearing such comments, Dracula smiled invisibly. The Heavenly Devil organization, on the other hand, has not been completely dismantled, and even covets the powerful power of the Yuan Shinbid, and Rakshasa is on Earth, thinking only of turning into a real human being herself when she finds me, instead of a robot. Ling Xiang opened his bright eyes. No matter how could not imagine that the young man with his age can make the 5 knives in the most difficult to deal with Xueqi also lost fold down. But even though I racked my brain, I couldn't come up with a foolproof plan, and the crowd's stamina and energy couldn't wait for me for so long. Hey, nothing, just for you to come to a whole set of Korean plastic surgery. Looking at Wang Ben broke the face. Each one did not come a burst of dark pleasure. Will be far hui to the ground a plug? Cynical smile said, but also took the time to pour a bottle of blood medicine in the mouth. A lot of people froze, because it had been a long time ago and some had long forgotten about it, only to be brought up by Leona to remind people of the prison guards that had been in the African tribe back in the day. Zishan froze and smiled, but realized that the situation seemed to be very bad, and when he got into the city, he would have to go to the Zhou family to check out the situation. Xingyu Lu for Fei listening to Snow but smashed a big price to cultivate. The money has not earned enough. We're willing to let her fly. Saying that, he waved his fan behind him, and a few disciples rushed over and carried the young master of the Fong family, who was sleeping like a dead pig, away from there. Wanted to grab his arm. Wanted to smell blood. Wanted to see the look of pain on someone's face in front of them. The imperial son of the Grand Xian Kingdom had fallen into such a miserable situation. simply ashamed of the subjects of the world and the ancestors of Grand Xian. If it weren't for the close proximity, with Ergos so tanned its sexy skin, you wouldn't really be able to tell that he blushes too. If someone was willing to help the groundhog dragon out, such as by funding him some awesome firearms, it would be a different story. In the past 6 months, there were still an unknown number of families like May's, and the initiator was the Real Estate Developers Alliance headed by Li Zhiheng. While Oberth was fine, the Dark Order's sword wielder had several holes seared in his clothes by the debris from the blasted orb of holy light. As the cigarette in the man's hand emitted a faint smoke, it depressed the man to the extreme. Lu Ping secretly laughed in his heart. There is not a big city nearby. Where did the tens of thousands of officials and soldiers come from? But he didn't say anything, so he nodded and looked outside again. The soldiers that were walking around were coming and going, and it looked like it had become very orderly. Although he encountered so many things in the middle of the expedition, but everything was still good. Could it be that he already knew that Yi Kai had come here to look for the Jade Shao? So he had specially used this method to point Yi Kai to a clear path. With the last Baron Qin Lan's body, Lin Feng was shaken by the snowy whiteness in front of him. Grinning, Lin Feng's gaze hotly met Qin Lan's beautiful eyes that were already completely mesmerized. And then, heavily pressed down, there's something to find the father of Otter. By the way, it turns out that there was no one defending this side. Why have you guys been sent out now? Lin Chong wasn't clear about Terra being ambushed here when he went to Earth. As soon as Vice Admiral Tsuru turned his head, a group of people were already running towards this side, led by a mediocre-looking naval soldier. Seeing this youth, at first realization, Hank didn't take it to heart. After all, this was a nightclub. Anything could happen. And this was most likely just a guy who walked in the wrong door. This, not good. Mr. Ishiguro originally did not feel anything. Can listen to Lin Chong is also in a hurry to leave. The North Pole side is Fujinomiya. And now I Dream also come out. These three are the Earth's current foremost single combatant. The other side wants to divide and conquer. The first ringing sound is the sound when Li Yang stepped on the dead bones when he landed on his feet. This glance, Li Yang was shocked to find that the ground of this heavenly wind grievance valley, covered with dead bones. In the haze, there are points with a green light undulating. She guessed that Ling Qing at that time was just trying to save people, and couldn't care much about it at all. In the eyes of a doctor, there is actually just no difference between genders, not to mention the kind of Ling Qing that doesn't know anything about feelings. Chapter 51, giving Yu Qingsong a little shock. At the entrance of the academy, Zhou Liangyu and the bigwigs of the board's great clans were talking about something together, and the wind and snow were steaming a hazy mist over them because the heat from their bodies hadn't dispersed yet after the battle they had just experienced. Window paper swaying on the shadow of the two worldly masters do. One long arm forward, raised above his head, ruthlessly slapped a piece in his hand on the board. The other immediately got up, raised his hand to catch. Look at the shadow can be seen to repent chess, not to mention the ensuing sound of the quarrel. Rarely, Yi Tsongwei still feel very difficult to endure. She stoically do not squeak. Helpless body of people will want to devour her into the belly of the frame. Even that big wooden fish that was used to listening to Namo Amitba for so long would surely shut Han Wuchen up. Yi Tsongfei never went out for half a step since she was poisoned and mute. She stayed in her husband's house and didn't come back to her mother's house. By the way, what lineage of dragon are you? Until now Zhou Koan didn't know what lineage Qin, the black dragon, was. In the end, when the medicine was too strong, there were side effects. Plus the party had taken the soup boiled with the blazing inflammation grass, which belonged to the masculine gender, in order to prevent the cold erosion from carrying out a backlash. Slowly, she crawled to the bed. This moment Jean Yan has been really not in the hotel. Finally the meeting he owed for 2 days. In the morning before going out, see her sleepy and confused. A little explanation, then let her fall asleep. People unlucky to the extreme will be reversed. Lu Ming just arrived at the city gates to find 100 meters away there is a white horse. It seems to be the top quality goods. Earlier, Evil Yen had said that the stone essence was a soul object birthed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and Lu Ming ran towards the Chi mountain location despite it. Ji Shang, why don't you follow the routine? Then the two of them got tired for a while and watched Ji Shang walk away before Gulele returned to the private room. Yang Lin's face was sincere and asking for advice. Chang Sun Wuji was kind of dead to this uneducated brother-in-law who couldn't even run through this bit of common sense, so he had to patiently explain it to him. In Hong's deep and emotional words are still coming from the cell phone. Rue Long, do you still remember the night you studied abroad? Rue Long, if time can be turned back, I would like to go back to the old days, to the days when we studied abroad together. Tianqi was even more depressed and stood still, his eyes staring blankly ahead. At this time the air was silent, only the sound of the old city lords crying. 6 thin, slightly taller than the rat, the two people crammed into a hole. The searchers froze. Philip had no idea that Gu Tanfeng was married and already had 3 children. This hand of Jing Shou's managed to make the crowd shut their mouths and cast envious and jealous glances at Ling Hulan. She was also very desperate at the end of her words, although she was telling the truth, but the truth made her really sad. Her body was shaking a little, and she shouted these words like an ultimatum. Gu Lele brought Tang Xinghe to the supermarket for a big shopping trip. As to why she brought him here, because the bastard was too picky, so she could only bring him to choose for himself. How can I say this? It's probably just that my family has a mind, and it just so happens that old Song came back from a business trip and brought me a gift. Zhang San can fight well. Wu De long-sleeved good dance. The two cooperate with each other. Tension and relaxation also complement each other. Not only to let these lowly people around the heart to convince, with the Su official soldiers also get along with a lot of fun. Almost every single one of them ended in failure, even from start to finish, without giving them any meaningful news. Thank you, King. Thank you, County Lord. Edgar received a double promise from both King Luangjia and County Lord, dropping the saw in his hand. Not to mention Wei Tang, Xian, Sima Daozi and Hong Xian father and son are even more shocked. Is that the self-proclaimed world's best Zhou Mu has also swiftly lowered his head. The lounge for him, next to the one where the hosts laugh at the Fukutiite Suruga bottles. It is laid out in Japanese style with tatami mats. On the outside of the door is a printout of his name. See Mr. Shinichi Iwahashi. Peach cake, a pastry made from peach blossom petals. She put the peach blossom petals she bought into a container and mashed them. The traditional peach cake was peach blossom petals with lotus root powder. It didn't have much flavor when made. In order to make the taste more delicious, Wu Zhizhi added milk and rock sugar. Although Liang Xiao wanted to collect evidence of Director Huang, but now, his own wings are not yet full. If he is out of any sinister means, his own change really not necessarily can cope with. This time Jun Xian did not speak, but looked to Ling Si, who was sitting beside him, to ask for his opinion. Everyone didn't know that I had memories since I was born. In order to get back at those who abandoned me, and to take revenge on my master, I went to the Ninefold Palace. They all wanted to see what the legendary Dragon Boy, Baron Nash, was like, and after a minute, it seemed that a breeze was born in that iron box, rolled up and tore it apart in an instant. Chen Shuo was stunned by what he heard, not realizing that in the afternoon he had only heard that Sima Xiang might have to be replaced, and by the evening Wu Qi had told him that he had a chance as well. Decimus also rode the airship to the mine where he belonged, where he was greeted with hospitality from the head of the mine. At that time, he who had concentrated the industrial power of the northern part of Cybertron thought that he should be able to compete with Sentinel to see who was the true leader of Cybertron in the future. Chapter 52, The Provocation of Eagle Sauce in the Deadly Arena. Quake was talking about the world government agents who were secretly watching them, and even if they had the strength of the Colonel, they would still be untouchable in front of him. Don't thank me. Thank this partner of yours if you want. Zelnias looked towards Nanashir Aoshi and spoke slowly. Zhao Kong had been angry with Su Yinshu's attitude, and still cared a lot about Zhao Yun, his own sister. This is a huge city. More than 500,000 soldiers and civilians together are too large in number. There are constantly people rushing out of the city and turning back, and the grounds Duwei army and Tap Bai army make the land outside the city turn into death. Not only did the suspects succeed in stealing up to $1.8 million in jewelry from Star and Moon Jewelry Store, but they also ended up shooting 2 mall security guards in order to kill them when they were already in control. The 3 swords of the beginning, the universe, and the chaos, transformed into transportation light and rushed over, only to see that with every flash of the sword blade, there was a void human race that directly fell on the spot. This is a hunting war, the upside-down world, and the only way to face any danger is to be in top form. Things like strengthening the body, enhancing the bloodline, etc. Although it didn't change the power, it was enough to add to Chu Fengnian's strength. There was only one possibility that could make Huaxia make such a move, and that was that the Ice Ghost Island had something they wanted in the end. For someone like her, who grew up in the post-apocalyptic world, trust is a very scary and dangerous thing. After the Great War, some of the descendants of the angel race stayed in the secret realm of the Emperor Star, and they also became greedy for the treasures of Emperor Xian Yuan. The same for Li Bai is also prepared for Yu Ji. Yu Ji can be said to be the most unafraid of Li Bai inside the shooter. A second skill can perfectly unlock Li Bai's big move. Just as they ran dozens of meters away, a violent explosion suddenly came from behind them, followed by the entire building shaking with a roar. Although it is narrated in the voice of a spectator, the mural paintings that come to life give you the feeling as if you are witnessing a sweeping scroll. It is an epic of the battle between the native inhabitants and the invaders of the outer universe, where life between races has to fight against each other in order to survive. It's not easy for their group to let go and take a rest, but this person is disturbing people's sleep in the early morning. Do you think it's easy for us? After the 5 skeleton soldiers, at the back of the group, another skeleton archer appeared. Only that pure white skeleton, upon seeing Erbai who was walking at the front, directly drew his longbow and prepared to aim and shoot. Freeze lost another blood, this time even shorter than the previous game, losing his head in the opening 35 seconds, and Freeze managed to break the league record for earliest head loss. Yanagi Zenichi laughed, patted the bladder of that traitorous interpreter, and said, "Your conscience is greatly good, is the work of our friends of the great Japanese Empire." Saying this, he came to a firing hole of the gun tower and looked around with binoculars. It was only at this point that Mi-chen reacted to the fact that Ingzhan was dissatisfied with the Northern Palace and resented the fact that Chen Shi was taking too much money in grain. "That sounds great, but Grand Wizard Hyde, can you guarantee that it will definitely work? In case it fails, will there be any repercussions?" Yao Ruwashi was also cautious upon hearing this. "It's very possible. What North remembers of that time before he lost consciousness? There was a flash of white light, and then he lost consciousness and didn't know anything." Even though Wen Bailey did not understand calligraphy and painting, she looked at the entourage of the Eastern Ingman, and from their delighted gazes, she could still guess that these goods were very valuable. As soon as Jiao Mu opened his mouth, he calmed down a lot of people. Jiao Mu's shouting song was the same song that Gadu chose, but Jiao Mu shouted a completely different feeling from Gadu's shouting. It was a bit wrong to say that everyone knew, though at least Blue Jingle was still sitting next to Wara with a douchey look on her face and not the slightest bit of nervousness. Obviously there was no fault. Obviously the other party caused everything, but why should they take the blame for all the sins? Coach Zhang Guodong's face was a bit ugly, full of thought that as long as he opened his mouth, it would definitely be a handful of things. Who knew that it would actually turn out like this? Just now the two people did not recognize themselves just now know their identity actually made such a choice. Let this confident coach is very embarrassed. Since last night, Mao Mao had rarely taken the initiative to talk to him, a far cry from her previous warm caring. Wang Yao had always thought that he had upset her somewhere, but now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had thought too much. "Retard, did you find anything?" Shadushin asked. He still had a lot of honey on him. Every step he took left a footprint on the ground. He regretted very much that it would have been better if he had worn a bee-proof suit to cross the bridge just now. After the 2 treasures in the interior had been taken out, and after some of the gold had been converted into capital, he had about $30 million of savings on hand, which the Phillips Finance Company had helped to take care of. Under the setting sun, blood, broken swords, and countless stacked corpses converged into an unspeakable painting of hell, and there is no sadder scene in war than this. Later on, I realized that the beginning of the like indeed has nothing to do with other. Wait until later. The more we get along, the more we want to go to the end of the time. The previous do not care about the things, all become obstacles. It's probably because he looks like an elite aristocrat that the Pearl municipal government took the initiative to pull the strings to get 4 banks to jointly loan him money in order to bring in foreign investment. Yang Tianshu then returned to his seat and lowered his head in contemplation. Suddenly seeing Jiang Yingxue, he actually forgot about her. In the future, it will only seem more justified when she is cut out of her son's life, without upsetting him. If this matter is not investigated seriously, how can it be fair to other students? The deputy director of the Department of Higher Education can't control everything, right? Chapter 53, we can't take this loss. Swish, the eyes of the 4 major presidents instantly focused on Lu Ran. No way. Lu Xinxin was the first to say, "It's too risky." Not knowing the other party's occupation, level, and skills, it's too risky to rush in under these circumstances. Yi Honi and Lei Gang also shook their heads. Yu Qing-song said, "Lu Ran, you can't be impulsive. I know you're very strong, but the other party is acting in such a way, obviously for revenge. It must be authorized by the Congress, and extremely. Now is not the time to go public." Gulu also had a lot of concerns in his heart. After all, they were all still students now, and for the time being, they had to focus on their studies as well. Li Muji looked at him with a calm gaze, and when Shui Yang touched her eyes, it was like he was being jerked around and removed all his strength. That fist just now was ironically more than 70 pounds. Of course, punching and grasping are inherently different. In addition, the party was also a potential outburst under the crisis, not representative of the usual state. Just wanted to say hello. After all, we're kind of heroes. We both have our eyes on that diamond. Zhou Qiaoqiao smiled too, when the two sides met on the campus of Hogwarts. Seeing Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall and the others walking on their way, Hermione and Harry could not hold back the sadness in their hearts and cried bitterly. He appeared to be picking up on Mr. He's words, but there was nothing comforting about them. When Cheng Sang played with the crickets, it was the same as usual, which made people think that she was not cured of her madness at all. Their very nature is not to treat patients well. but instead to think in different ways about how to get as much money out of the consumer as possible. Chen Yong was unimpressed and asked Sito Wang Yun to make himself at home. Wang Yun left the back of the house, and Chen Yong had also moved. He directly scaled the wall and crossed the ridge to within the living room, found a hidden place and prepared to eavesdrop on the chat between Lu Bu and Wang Situ. Su Chang was cleaning the yard, and Su Ergu had moved back from the Jinbei Marquis residence, and was now feeding the 4 tigers. People think that manufacturing climate, although the cost is a little higher, but the scientific management makes better quality and higher yield, and it saves on labor, and the future competitive advantage is even greater than their own. Jing Yun, Li Xiu Yuan frowned slightly when he heard this. His voice was a bit displeased. He felt that Guan Jingyun seemed to have gone a bit too far, and his tone clearly carried a strong sense of targeting. Even if he wanted to be removed, then he should go and say such things in the office, not in front of all the students of the first year of high school. Who says it isn't? My old man has found me a lot of godly doctors, and as a result, no money has been spent, but I haven't seen any improvement in my illness at all. Wang Xian let out a bitter smile. It's nothing. Chang Jin reached into her arms and took out a cell phone, pressed a certain button on it, and put it aside. Then, she bit her lip and asked a question. The truth was exactly the same. In the sky, the cracks were densely covered in dark. This scene was like the doomsday scene in the God's catacombs. Even Aston Martin, which was a poor seller, has seen its sales increase dramatically after completing electrification. Also, the attributes of the dropped equipment are only slightly better than those dropped from the novice scene. On Captain Gad's side, as well as the few battles that Lin Farui went through, it seems like the item drops were similar to what we have here. The principle behind the creation of the 1,000-year mosquito beasts was the same as that of the otherworldly monsters. So if this herb was used, wouldn't it be possible to achieve a saving effect as well? Just at the same time, the gray-blue sword on stuck to the halberd, leaving a dazzling residual shadow in mid-air. Don't mention it. Xiahou Dan and I have been thinking of going to the west, seeking to find the spirit of skin, and as a result, the spirit of skin didn't run into it, but ran into orange righteousness instead. When Zhuge Liang spoke of orange righteousness, the expression on his face was one of hatred. Li Tai went forward, pulling Cui Rennie warm, 2 big men pretense half a day, and finally waved tears goodbye. Li Tai promise, we'll give Cui Rennie a satisfactory answer. Oh, Nan Korue nodded in understanding and raised his foot to go in, but was once again interrupted by Wu Xianyang. The Xin iron sword in his hand transformed into a black phantom and shrouded over towards Xia Zhang. Even if it was a matter of spelling consumption, he was confident that he would be able to exhaust Xia Zhang to death. Ran Yun obviously panicked. Dark Sentry, this kind of state secrets. If it is true, and how would it be said in front of a civilian like him? Long ago to make up a reason to fool him. Xia Frost converted his long knife, and between the flashes of light, the dominating and incomparable knife power cut through the void, transforming into a shocking black tiger that collided with the demonic halberd. At this time, Yuan Xinxin and the others who were cowering behind the rooftop were all excited. Although being sent a good guy card was a very sad thing, how could they not stop the smiles on their lips? 100,000 ghosts now got the order, one by one, whimpering and chirping flying out of their respective soul chains. A moment of black and white ghosts, rising up in the air, whistling and whistling of the various colors of the soul chain, long and short, unpredictable, rushed to and came. What should we do? Is it really necessary to go inside the Paragon Casino to gamble? Looking at the only 10,000 yen left in her backpack, she was in a struggle. Then after the divine calculator yelled, Noisy put the fire on the Lin family crowd, all of them kneeling down. What the hell is this? Long Jin's arm sprinted out, instantly fending off the 2 sharp claws of the giant eagle, but his entire body was slammed backward by the tremendous force, and with a thud crashed into the top of Chen Guo's spatial barrier. Xia Jingdi looked at Zhao Jingyi with some surprise. He's dead or not, he does not care. Just Zhao Jingyi dealt with the people who know, and submitted the confession. Even the letter before the death of the autumn did not leave. Is intended to rest in peace, not to recover a fare? Long Wantao, this guy pulled Lu Chuan after dinner, took the initiative to suggest that Lu Chuan go out to stroll. In this case, Lu Chuan smiled and did not say anything. And the money for this meal is Long Wantao to give. Yamakio swam to the west coast of Pai Island, quickly gathered the surviving soldiers, and then hid between the dense jungle of Pai Island. After Yamakio counted, there were only about 100 survivors on the Pai Island side, and there should be about 100 on the Lulin Island side as well. A battalion of 500 Special Forces soldiers had lost half of them. Chapter 54, Whatever It Takes. 57 floors of the Tower of Endlessness. The dome is higher and larger here, and the size of the monsters seems to have increased geometrically. The windows of the surrounding towers look out. Clouds could be seen gathering around in blackness as thunderclouds rolled in. Lu Ran raised his eyes. The one standing there in the distance was the 57th floor's floorguard boss. Level 57 Sacred Fire Brute, 57th floor. It's still a sacred monster. I know. It won't happen next time. Zhongqi could tell that Mo Yichen's attitude was strong. And Muan at this moment only felt that Jiang Yao was incomparably pitiful. Her husband had an affair and she never knew who the other person was from the beginning to the end, bringing this kind of complaining mind to her closest people, leading to family disharmony. I don't know why. I always feel that Zhang Yang's body has a kind of magic power. When I am powerless to struggle in the darkness, as long as he appears, as if a tranquilizer pill, the heart will become particularly calm, as if it is a piece of pure land in the prosperous world, which can let go of the greed in the heart and peace of mind. A few punks are a little excited. Wolfsbane has a deep face with no reaction. That old Yoshi boasts and says a lot of nonsense words to encourage everyone. Yes? Her black and white eyes looked straight at me with a clear gaze. But for some reason, I always felt that Lin Yu's sense of simplicity and cleanliness was all superficial. No eating too much. Don't forget. You've only been in the hospital once for diarrhea. I instructed her. Lu Wanting did not react at first. And when her reasoning cleared up a bit and she looked back at Bei Wuyo's appearance, she was so angry that she could not speak. Blood was scattered. Countless limbs and broken arms. Stirring blood spilled on people's bodies. For figures appeared in the sky. They were like gods of war illuminating the crowd. And the beasts were dumbfounded by this sudden blow. I kicked him in the crotch of his pants and his eyes glazed over in pain. I shot him in the crotch and there was blood. Bah! What an actor! Yu Ming cursed fiercely at the hypocritical Yu Yang on the TV. What can we do? Will he come to kill us? Lu Tong was a bit panicked. He had thought that Captain Wu would be the straw that saves the day, but never dreamed that he was the ghost. At the sight of Tirangel's appearance, a buzz of mingled voices rang out in the square. Well then, you can keep it a secret. Alfonso weighed his options and finally made up his mind. His pirate career was going to start with these 3 battleships. Shangguan Lin's reason for defying the Yiyan continent was not entirely without reason. I'm afraid that the literacy rate of the residents here was less than 1/10 of the Yilan continent. I walked over to the wall and took out one of the wood carvings from the colorful wooden cabinet on the wall. For years ago my handiwork was still rusty and I could only carve simple finished pieces. Why are you always silent? Lan Shuyan suddenly opened her eyes and said curiously. The head of the general rear chief naturally heard clearly the contempt in McCoyan's words. Captured. The future is uncertain, but unconcerned about eating and sleeping. Except for the heart is bigger than the sky of the second generation. Who else can be so romanticism? Seeing that no one moved, Palm Pearl naturally moved first. Let the point hairpin how to persuade all do not listen to. Gathered the veil on the cross to the stage. Yu Ming was on the sidelines, watching Quan Kai go back and forth and investigate for half a day, making him feel that Quan Kai is close to Wei Renwu in terms of ability, making him feel that what makes Quan Kai even better is that he is much more humane than Wei Renwu. In May this year, the Central Organization Department in the country's 19 provinces, autonomous regions and municipalities recommended 32 cadres at the level of the local hall in the National Exchange, which is so far. The country involves the provinces and the largest number of cadres at the level of the local hall of the interprovincial exchanges. The Brahmin god armor is on you. I can feel it. Lin Feng glared at Xiao Ran at this time, exuding disgust. Jinping City Public Security Bureau. Liang Chen had just finished the second arraignment of Wang Jing. Despite Jian Ronghua's face-to-face confrontation and the recording evidence, Wang Jing still clenched his teeth and refused to confess. However, on the day Xiang Ru decided to cultivate, Yu Kagong, who had been away for more than half a month, returned, and along with him were several other imposing cultivation experts. The third planet in our solar system has re-emerged as a living planet, and today marks the return of the human race. Just like the star field of the heavens, high above, mortals look up at the starry sky, always feel the stars flashing, beautiful, overflowing with spirituality and mystery, between the secular world, and even circulated countless poems and songs about the stars and the moon. However, the star field of the heavens is actually quiet and fearful. The dragon leaned against the kitchen doorway and watched as Howie skillfully fried eggs and grilled meat, as the hardened body, which didn't look at all like it could ever be intertwined with the kitchen, faced himself with a large platter. He had an inexplicable moment of delusion. What kind of people are present? All of them are not the people who have climbed and stumbled all their lives but still stand at the top of China. These words of hidden wit in their ears is the same as opening another door. In the whole living room are silent. The doorbell rings. This is Li Yan, the 16-year-old who fascinates Liu Yan, the jewel of the Liu family, to the point of no return. She felt that his body was full of enigmas that his peers did not have. Zhang Yao chatted with Huang Mao like this, and after chatting for a while, he learned that this dream departure fruit could modify all the memories of the recent period of time, and things created out of nothing would appear in their minds as if they had really happened. because Xia Zishuan and Bai Yunhao are also very curious about the legendary king of the underworld in the end is what level. So many years of rumors are too metaphysical. They do not know in the end their said is true. Run Inger threw the innkeeper 1,000 taels of silver, and also asked the innkeeper to change a room for herself. Uncle 2, you're under an illusion. We had a hard time getting you to wake up. I soothed him, keeping him calm. If that was the case, this elder Zheng Tianyuan most likely knew her mother in this body. The carriage came all the way to the back door of the Rui Wang house. Looking from the outside, the king's house was calm, and there was no way to see that someone had passed away. Pei Shiner couldn't help but feel her heart sink. Behind her, however, a pair of burning eyes gazed at her back until late into the night, before slowly falling asleep. Dojo is not close to the capital, not far away. To prepare things is not troublesome, just to everything, or need to spend some effort to do. Oh no, I've been tricked. I was so worried about Susie, and my thinking was so fixed that I thought it would be okay if I took out Shinganshin's 2 henchmen, but I didn't realize that he was still working on Susie. Chapter 55, that's it? That's it? Of course, this was just his thought process, or you could say, he listened to the girl's words, and his thoughts, subconsciously, were moving closer to her, utilizing various reasons. You know, there is a world of difference between the situation 3 days ago and the situation now, and it's also exciting that Qin Hu, who has personally experienced it all, can't believe it. It's too shocking. With that, Qin Lang released Lingyan with a movement of his divine thoughts. The reason why he dared to release Lingyan was because Qin Lang could be sure that this heavily evil would not pose a threat to her. The god of fate. Then it's not difficult to understand. But I'm curious what you're looking for Elder Tianji for. When she heard the name God of Fate 10,000 Flowers Fairy was first shocked. Then she released her mind and nodded her nodding her head. After all, the God of Fate was omniscient and omnipresent. There was simply nothing that could be hidden from him. Salt is really an indispensable necessity for the herders. And the story about the salt bar is full of heartache and tears. Tian Yu had already seen who was entering the city at this point, while Gongsun Zan still thought that all the people entering the city were Lu Dai's Yuzhou prefecture soldiers. Dale had wanted to say something before asking Yi to open the storage bag, but who knew that the bastard would monkey around without waiting for it to speak? Since they had Zhao Xing's instructions, Zhang Yan and Jia Mu immediately started naming the territories they had already captured. After the Red Rebels press conference, media outlets around the world began to reprint the news that Kaka had extended his contract with the Red Rebels for 5 years, which is tantamount to completely cutting off the last thought of those who covet Kaka's giants, and that Kaka will completely end up in the Red Rebels. Already feeling the extreme lack of air inside the elevator, Lin Mengjia had begun to have some difficulty breathing, but his character was that if he couldn't find it then he wouldn't find it. However, Zhang Yang had been suppressing his cultivation level before. Right now even if he made breakthroughs one after another it was no big deal to him. And since the aura in his dantian had long since turned into a purple aura now, he wouldn't be in a situation of having unstable foundations. Lu Shufei smiled faintly. Yui, bring the wine. The brothers and Hall Master Qin will celebrate with each other. The crowd roared in approval. Monkey first used the split, smashed Huamulan a stick. Huamulan reacted to the second skill counter control, after opening a large one skill section. Yes really it's been a long time. For Siki it's been decades of absence. For Donda's family it's ostensibly years, but for the family that misses Siki, the days that feel like years. I'm afraid it's been a long time of absence. The lunch crowd had a great time, and the gap between the people had pretty much been removed. So Duan Yi called Wang Yuntian as Yuntian to show his affection. Chu Yifei was now a little embarrassed, slightly raised her eyes and secretly glanced at Yi Tian. Just in time to see Yi Tian's bad smile, she became even more shy. Li by displacement out. A skill slightly stunned Guan Yu. The monkey took advantage of the opportunity. The two of them a moment to Guan Yu to the blood. Guan Yu opened the move with the speed of no one can run. Qin Shijie and Master sitting silently at a table. There are beggar disciples handed tea. Qin Shijie took silently drinking. Qin Shao teacher's eyes do not leave her body for a moment. See Qin Shijie uncomfortable. I didn't do anything, why should I admit fault? Shao Shiwei, if you are bent on believing that I did this, then you should produce evidence. If there's no evidence, then it's proof that you're deliberately wronging me. Shao Shila raised her eyes to glare at Shao Shiwei, her voice sharp and fierce. Qi County. The king of Zhao looked at Yu Qing somewhat dumbfounded, hoping that he would inform himself about this place. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was black and carried a very heavy stench, stronger than the smell from the gutter. And his face instantly became extremely ugly. This was not a physical manifestation of the poisoning. It was his own reaction to it. After waiting for the hand edict to be sent out, the king of Zhao walked around the map again, rubbing his hands together in excitement. This was after all his first battle since he became a great king. and the confidence he had felt before faded away and turned back into apprehension. Earthen incense is made of ordinary sawdust. After lighting, the smoke is very choking. The advantage is suitable for any ritual activities, because the material is taken freely, so basically will not and the dead production cannot react. I inserted the incense into the incense burner, and then paid 3 obeisances to the idol. Only after this did I dare to take the spirit tablet in my hands. I haven't forgotten that I'm Xiaoyu's slave, and I still have to clean up last night's mess. He opened the door, threw me on the bed, and climbed up to lie next to me himself, covering the covers with one hand on mine. Humans are all capable of fighting back now, and it won't be long before they can get out of the cities, take back control of the earth, and become masters of it again. Good opportunity, take advantage of it and go. Ling Fang's eyes lit up before he rushed towards the gap that had just opened up. Ow! That chosen tiger showed a look of fear and let out a low roar to show that he was scared, until the sound of footsteps came to his ears, and in a few moments, an old man with thinning white hair appeared at the immortal emperor's side. Xu Bingmeng was like a cold flower of ice. She seldom showed her smile, but when she smiled, she was especially beautiful, just like the most beautiful ice flower blooming, as if the whole world was crystal and shining. It wasn't until after everyone had left that Carmen was scratching his head in the room. A moment later, as if he had just thought of something, he yelled out the window. 874 looked at Wave Chi suspiciously. Since a while ago she noticed that Wave Chi seemed to have fallen back into a self-absorbed thinking mode and started saying something inexplicable. The 2 fingers are still half a foot away from the rock. Qin Yin with his mind, blood chi shot out, suddenly saw the golden light, noiselessly penetrated into the stone, such as a sharp blade cutting tofu. The front of the rock cut down, plopped down into the water pool. Chapter 56, the new words are a bit anticlimactic. The second cabinet at the door. Xiao Xiaofeng took out a bottle of red wine from the bar and said without even looking at me. Swoosh sound. Just stepped out of the door half a step of Paul, as if a bowed-body shrimp general, was once again kicked into the headquarters of the Scar Gang Hall. A few moments, Paul's mouth sprayed blood wildly, on the ground screaming bitterly, screaming repeatedly. It wasn't until the best embroiderer in the 9 heavens was recruited into Jing Chen's mansion, and I saw with my own eyes the 3-inch-long embroidery silver needles sticking sheepishly into Chining's brand new fan, that I came to a realization. The crown prince's face color paled slightly, recalling the situation in the dream, and at that moment, he no longer hesitated and followed the crowd to search. As it gradually went deeper, the smell of blood at the tip of his nose became thicker and thicker. Wisps of it diffused in the air. He said. His fingers slowly stroked the back of Rongqiu's hand. Her hand was glossy and delicate, like a piece of flawless porcelain. She slightly hung her head, her eyes looking at his fingers, covering the hint of delight in her eyes. Happiness was needless to say, but they were still faced with serious problems. She said that he might have to search for the Mu family himself, but at the moment it was only envisioned. Before settling down his mother in Xiangxiang, if not for the fact that this hunting trip like the palace was almost all gone, he would not leave for a long period of time, leaving them in the imperial city. I dead look at his serious look, actually cannot find the slightest trace of pretending. This god wasted so much effort to him with the 6th brother trapped in the boundary, so as not to destroy the love of Dan phagocytosis of his memory, and now it is actually a basket of water is empty. He is still all forgotten. Suddenly feel the world a black, a paralyzed next to his body. Who dares? Lightly shouted angrily, looking at Tai concubine Luo's stance of picking a fight. She was even more irritated. Obviously, she had already let Crown Princess Luo off the hook, not to provoke her, but she still came to cause trouble. She should be damned. In the depths of her feelings, Xiang couldn't help but choke. If you say you don't want me anymore, I'll leave now. I won't pester you. Having said that, she tightly grasped Qi's hand. His real concern was that once the British 2nd Armored Division and other units within the encirclement were wiped out in formation, the German units that had surrounded these British troops were not liberated, and under the threat of the undead plague, whether it was the proud elves or the conceited dwarves, the whole of Lordaeron was forced to unite and form the Lordaeron Alliance to defend against the plague. 3 days later, a shocking news quickly spread all over the world. One of the 4 emperors, known as the strongest creatures under the Tang Ming, the 100 Beasts Kaido, was challenged by someone. The 2 sides fought for a day and a night, indistinguishable from each other, and the island of the war was completely reduced to rubble. With the rout of the Black Dragon, it was not only frustration that assailed the people's hearts, but also the sense of crisis of the coming disaster and the perilous fear that they would not be able to escape if the demonic dragon rushed down to wreak havoc on Nandu at a low altitude. The Golden Lion nodded slightly. Even when the flying air pirates were in their heyday, he was the only one who could defeat Kaido, and the others, even if they were more numerous, couldn't hurt him at all. Su Shangqing was a bit puzzled as to who was getting engaged. and Ji Huafeng was actually here. Su Shangqing was about to go over to say hello, when the hotel staff happened to move over a large shelf, unveiling the red cloth on it, and inside was a photo of the couple. Su Shangqing just stepped into the classroom to feel a lot of students in the class is watching themselves. Those eyes have envy, jealousy, admiration and also have doubts. Why absence is half a month first place or Su Shangqing? The German army is less than 10 kilometers away from here. We will be cut off here soon. The general of the Soviet army depressedly looked at the supplementary troops that kept entering Moscow in front of him and opened his mouth to say to the political commissar beside him, Tang Quan now as long as he was carrying out cultivation, that 36 styles was almost just too high to stop, according to what the Gongfu said. Unless he was able to completely unite his Yuan Xing Yuan spirit with his fleshly body, he usually needed to rely on this point to calm down his blood qi. A lion and camel kingdom. 5 demons, want to fight with the spirit mountain and the heavenly court. What is the possibility of winning? Is to use the but to think also no? Doomed to fail to solve. In just a moment, there were 60 to 70 commanders present who became confused because of the buzzing sound of the black annihilation ants, and thus were killed by 2 groups of black annihilation ants. And even the spatial rings of those commanders were also collected by the black annihilation ants. This sudden situation caused Descendant Phoenix to instantly discard the idea of recognizing her stepmother and curiously follow along on her tiptoes. Was guessing wildly, did not expect the green Fu painted dragon head, but did not stop the intention. She got up to the fingertips and dipped some water, and then painted on. The Jade Emperor has also made a bloody effort this time, sending out 200,000 soldiers to surround the entire Jade Thunder Mountain, ready to unite with the Spirit Mountain and exterminate the rebellious demons in this western Nuga continent in one fell swoop. His intention is unwilling to owe Mobai favors, so before the very resolute refused Mobai's help, but now is this result really helpless? Not long after, Niu Jing photographed the Cheongsam. By the way, the dress also photographed. How to treat yourself. There is that good people also ran to the Yangfu neighborhood to probe, because Yangfu was more remote. So, the nearby streets pressed no forbidden army. Good things folded nagging. So what really happened? Seemingly ordinary 3 dishes, but each one of them, peanut rice is Liaodong red cliff peanuts, pig's ear is Shandong black pig, chicken is Tsinchi 3 yellow chicken, by the hands of the famous chef of Quanjude. The taste is fantastic. Sun Jia woke up and then went to walk to the Eiffel clothing store, and after getting the reward for the treasure book of business, Sun Jia was refreshed. You know, in the past, when there were guests in the house, although all the houses had gifts, the best ones were definitely for the several children in the big house, and the second best ones were for them. He is now injured is not yet good. If on those ordinary disciples have their own method to live, and can even help him recover with the help of its cultivation essence. If on Qinmu several should also be able to fight, but if it is the beast clan, he is afraid that it is difficult to fight for. Maybe the injury that is not easy to recover is going to be heavy again for a few points. Chapter 57 Fighting for Our Country. It was also at this time that Li Zhanghe's cell phone rang, and a text message from China entered his cell phone. The Cohen family was able to get the news of the ship's ticket, and other powerful people, naturally, knew about it. Ling Feng's mouth flared with surprise upon hearing this. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, he straightaway ingested this spirit-devouring ant into the ring space, and then he unfolded his body and flew in the direction of his left hand. Originally can travel the 4 seas, free between the clouds and waters of the 8 desert cultivators, and now can only be so quietly lying under a few feet of soil. Merits and demerits of the right and wrong there are a few people know. 10 years later there will be a few people remember. Qinger naturally understood Li Zhanghe no better. She knew what factors were being weighed in Li Zhanghe's mind. That's when the organizers finally had a response. A person, presumably a commentator, began to explain it to the audience, claiming that it was an exhibition match before a regular match to help the players warm up. I don't know how long. I don't know how deep to dive. In vain, the purple aura stopped. Zhang Tianzong looked gloomy with a hint of excitement. The compass in his hand was already hot, but also at this time temporarily lost its value, and was put into the spatial ring and sealed up. The body in his hand, which had lost its vitality due to a broken neck bone, fell to the ground with a loud bang, and it was then that the crowd snapped back to their senses, and raised the weapons in their hands, attacking Yi Zining. We'll help you give them their meals, so go look for them. Gong and I took the rice spoon in Tainyo's hand. Although the exams remained completely over, Mu Xinghe had not yet been expelled from the Magic Gauntlet intranet, and Mu Xinghe was puzzled. And among the logistic soldiers accompanying the army, there were quite a few original chefs from all over the world, and the taste of the meals they carefully cooked naturally did not need much. Just as Mu Xinghe was gawking at the smart brain, a thick paste odor suddenly came from the air, and Mu Xinghe raised his head. Tian had never missed the earth-filled ground so much, and he lay down on his back, embracing. Jiang Yao nodded her head obediently, and when the people walked away, she left in a puff of smoke. Ghosts waiting for you, waiting to carry your food box again? Jiang Yao continued to clip the dishes and didn't bother with him. He was so angry that he grabbed Jiang Yao's chopsticks and flung them. The chopsticks in Jiang Yao's hand were thrown aside. Helicopters, while not uncommon in the mountain town, are not always visible, especially to the general public. Now that he had come this way, part of his enemies had shown up, but those who had once sheltered him were never to be seen. His accompanying 36 blue Chen sword instantly turned into a large blue sword flower. This sword flower all over the body sword tip outward. As forest, cold aura, the black dragon's claws violently struck down, and the blue light collided with the place, issued a shocking ring. Alright then, you guys go back. The older man in the lead waved his hand, full of concern. Although Yang Nan's language is light, but the killing gas is infinite. All the demons behind him to hear the heart of the austere, and immediately answered yes in unison. The morning light falls on her perfect face, cannot say intoxicating. She is closing her eyes, long eyelashes like brushes slightly trembling open, the eyes of a moment of beautiful eyes like stars, like deep look. I was uncomfortable, as if all their secrets cannot be hidden as well. A few fat crows, freshly satiated, flew twice around a large tree that had already withered, and landed on the withered branches that were tuned out, combing their feathers carelessly with sharp pecks with remnants of blood, hiccuping from time to time as if mocking the land. Now the triads were being sabotaged by them in regards to New Hung Sek's entry into Australia, and even many of Huatai Group's development plans in Australia. In such a situation, it was impossible for Hua Feng to allow them to exist anymore. What exactly is the Gate of Nirvana? Is there really a great creation? Is it? Xing Fei was a little confused in his heart, but he was having trouble figuring out the key to it. Of course teachers weren't all that good, and that young Master Lu's other teachers had been prejudiced. After all, the age was there. Yang Nan's forearms pressed to the ground violently, as sinking. Endless white light such as a blazing fire will explode. Fierce and domineering obliterating force such as countless columns hostage, 10,000 pounds of force wildly bombarded to the Li Ku. Where to prohibit the Yang Nan this Yang Huang Qi and the four artifacts of the force? The huge hideous monster instantly appeared in front of Xing Fei. What shocked Xing Fei was that this huge monster spat out human words. What surprised Xing Fei even more was that the hideous monster's mouth carried a kind of superior's pressure when it spoke, oppressing Xing Fei a little hard to catch his breath. Lin Xian forehead, strange symbols glowing, bright and piercing, seems to have everything evolved. There is the cold silence at the beginning of the universe. There is also the most glorious period of the 10,000 races. All of them are taking the heart and soul. The news will have to find someone else to release it. There were journalists involved in the meeting, but all of them died in Inferno 1. And now even the slightest remaining limb can't be found. Only a crisp pop was heard, and Shin Yulo collapsed in front of the Taoist temple with a miserable cry. Bai Xiaolian turned back to look at Shin Yulo and saw that one of Shin Yulo's legs was a bloody mess. Knowing that this lover of hers was considered ruined, how terrifying a war emperor powerhouse was could be seen from Tahoe City. In the entire Purple family, there were only 3 war emperors, while in the entire Tahoe City, there were only 5 second-tier forces. I remember. But can you please take us to senior sister Luo first? Bai Yuyan faintly said. All the hopes in his heart over the years had led Mo Sanyun to complete despair after this wedding farce. What are you looking at? Did you see offal and want haggis soup again? What's the situation on your side? The captain shouted at me from a distance. With a horizontal slash, Demiria jumped backward and re-increased the distance between him and Luli. A purple shimmer had begun to converge above his head. At the time when Yuan's brothers were discussing the big event, Lu Xie also made an imperial decree to let those who surrendered in good faith to come to Luoyang, the imperial capital of the Han dynasty, for an audience. The meaning of this decree is that since it is a sincere defection, then it is necessary to take out the sincerity, and if those who don't come to the imperial capital of the Han dynasty, they will be responsible for their own consequences. Chapter 58, surely there's something there. At this moment, inside the main city's replica hall on a global scale, countless professionals smelled the wind and entered. That was anxious to head in to see the fun. The people who came out of the replica hall after painting their replicas were also startled by the sea of people in front of them. Some couldn't even make it out if they wanted to, plus more were willing to stay and watch the action. There are more and more people. Yu Qingtsong's several people started out here. In front of the panel, the 4 of them looked up to see. Is that so? Yu Zi's gaze flickered once again, and after hearing Queen Zhao's words, her heart settled instead. Yanzi began to arrange for the studio's manpower to contact the actors, and sent people to the Magic City site to communicate with the local film and television base to arrange venues, including contact with the media to arrange some early promotional activities, and so on and so forth. Master, How did these dragonized monsters suddenly die? Bijia lay on Bear's left shoulder with doubt in his eyes. Below, the two of them, Ao Yan and Yang, instantly changed their shapes, similarly transforming into two huge beasts hundreds of meters long, one with a lion's body and one horn, and the other with a sheep's body and human face, pounced towards the withered underworld clan in midair, until the swordsman retired. The maidservants came to the courtyard one after another. Yuzi glanced towards the door of the mansion, and secretly thought, even without realizing it, all the servant girls and swordsmen in this compound have already attached themselves to me, hoping to borrow my power to achieve wealth and prosperity? Lan Lan sipped her wine while swaying to the music, and after a few glasses of wine, her eyes began to wander. So Jojo simply mentioned the charcoal, the ground, and before the outline drawn on the board with the charcoal. Take a piece of charcoal on the ground to write and draw. Always will not be out of the way, right? Fortunately for Yu Kai, he wasn't the kind of person who had a brain fart and didn't say anything he shouldn't have. But the current result was already worth the surprise, and for that reason Yi Qianhu gave the White Queen a batch of heart-shaped herb fruits again at that time so that she could continue with the planting. Violet Emperor, don't. There are words that can be said properly? Why do you want to hurt the peace? Peace makes money. Fatty Zhang said smilingly. Each of Chihuahua's slashes accurately chopped right above the original hole in the ground, and the strength of the slashes was just enough to break open the soil above to reveal the hole in the ground. Liang Chen glared at Nangong Qingyun without any good humor, and immediately changed the subject. By the way, who else is in your Nangong family now? Speaking of this, Liang Chen inexplicably recalled the eccentric old man who had just come by. He didn't have anything to do during this period of time, so he followed Lin Jie to brush up on the news. But he didn't expect to brush up on such a big piece of news, with a bold and capitalized headline that stood out. Liang Chen only felt a numbness in his scalp, and only felt as if he was wrong from beginning to end, and the person who should explain was more like himself instead, because then in the eyes of outsiders, he and Tongning are brothers, brother and sister. This is not a normal thing? This poor guy, until now do not know. He is only a pawn in the hands of the Black Dragon Society, but also naively thought that there is a day to turn over. Regarding Flame's matter, he didn't even want to touch the edge right now, but for someone to deal with Flame, he was inwardly happy, because he realized that Flame's strength was too strong, and even the great demon advanced couldn't resist it. Although he hadn't hunted any fierce beasts, this large pile of prey still made Tongning very satisfied, and he couldn't wait to roast the meat. Suddenly, a sound of a telegraph resounded over the city wall, and when Chao Ming heard it, a hint of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes as he turned around and walked towards the city. Red walls and blue tiles, brilliant golden light. The whole palace is rich and magnificent beyond compare. Separated from a long distance can feel that solemn and noble atmosphere. It was not the same thing as the imagined border town where the military situation was like a fire. Tang Yi just simply drank 2 cups, and then pushed that he was tired of traveling, and directly returned to the handsome mansion. Pouring the bait a second time drew the hesitant ones in as well 90% of the time like this, or so Tang Hai's eyes told him. A group of people probably ran about 30 to 50 miles. One forehead has already emerged a fine bead of sweat, sweating profusely. Some already have injuries and the body is even more pale and incomparable. The original bandaged wounds are vaguely cracked. There is a trace of crimson blood in the overflow. Horses' hooves clattered, the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer, and in no time at all, a team of Imperial Guards appeared on both sides of the street, each wearing steel helmets and iron armor, holding sharp blades in their hands, and surrounded this side of the Lu Mansion's main entrance. You guys don't come up with random ideas? Can't you see that the Heavenly Ghost sect is so powerful that it's all gone up in smoke? It's not good to eat alone, so now it's the king's way to get rich by moping like this. Huang Didao. Moreover, Yi Xing was now in the 9th turn of the flesh, reaching the golden body extreme realm, and his strength had increased by 1 point, and the rising sun 9 heavens was even more helpless against Yi Xing. In addition, next to the 3 shares of cold air swept in, but it was the Grand Palace Master Tantai Yu, the Old Palace Master Shang Guan Yu, and other 3 Cold Moon Palace Water Saints who had quickly rushed over. The primitive way of eating advocated by Tang Hai is the favorite way of celebrities over the years, and if you think carefully about whether meat-eating animals are fat or thin, and whether vegetarian animals are fat or thin, you can actually understand why. This time, suddenly invited them to make a movie, not inevitably have to consider more. The stars also have to cherish their own feathers. Make a bad movie out of the bad reputation. The situation will be difficult in the future. So amazing. A tribe with no position of power and influence can still receive such treatment. Dong Yuanqiu murmured playfully, guessing that this Bai Tongyu was from the White Tribe, so it seemed that he had to go to the White Tribe for a walk before he could do so. Dong Chenghu has long asked from Pei Zhongjuan and Pei Zhonglin's side of the cause of the matter through the results, This moment to see Pei Zhongxin behind Pei Zhongren and Pei Zhonghe. That is not the eyes. Nose is not the nose. How to look at the eyes are not good. Facts prove that Pei Zhonghe still overestimated Pei Zhongren. During the day also swore that the wedding day do not go out of the person. To the evening even began to think of those warm and soft jade in the greenhouse. Although strength could make the North Sea Xian turtle act submissive, it wouldn't make the other party really hit the bottom of his heart and not have any hard feelings towards himself. It was a long night anyway, so he'd use several ways of eating to make sure he was satisfied. And the outhouses in this world. It's hot and the smell is strong, not to mention the flies. But the good thing is that here in this yard of hers they don't live there often. So it's better. Xingyu turned his head to look at Wu Mo too, who stood a few feet away. His figure ethereal, like a smoke cloud. Chapter 59. All at my command. The words just fell. Ping. Rand deliberately showed the appearance of the equipment. It was a law system Black Dragon equipment, with Black Dragon scale armor covering the vestments, with a Black Dragon head staff, and a Black Dragon skull helmet on top of his head, with a fierce aura. Kinda bluffing, I must say. It seemed that Yu Qingsong's guess was right. This guy, indeed, had a full set of Black Dragon equipment, a high combat professional of the same level, equipped with a full set of Black Dragon equipment. Black. Isn't this a direct descendant of the Mixed Elemental Immortal sect? If it weren't for the fact that this seat knows that the Mixed Immortal sect only has 1/3 Tribulation Heavenly Monarch, Lang Rumei, I would definitely have thought that it was originally a disciple of the Mixed Immortal sect. Lu Rui exclaimed to the fountainhead Immortal Wang. The snowflakes that were originally fluttering in the air suddenly froze the moment his shirt shattered, and settled motionless in the air. Shining pushed my hand away and questioned. You feel the pain, don't you? What is this pain? Can it be compared to the pain of my mother's ashes? Shining was like a furious trapped beast with bloodshot eyes. How could he have known that after Jiang Chen took the Mealxiao red fruit, he made an instant breakthrough, smoothly entering the 9th level of the spirit realm and climbing all the way up to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit realm in one go? And it could even be argued that there was no problem in obtaining the title of Spirit King. Arnab made a large vat of medicinal broth for the boy to soak in to help him recover his body's functions first. Various nutrients were added to the medicinal broth. The boy in the medicine tank first soaked. Soaked up that soup medicine. I feel disgusted. To stop him, but Arnab is not allowed. Chinese cuisine restaurant with dinner. Today's Gold Coast trip to the end of all. Cloud fall of these two cities to play. The feeling is that the Gold Coast is a vacation mecca. There are beautiful beaches, first-class resort hotels, and friends who like animals can play in. Australia's largest wildlife park can also hold koalas. Late that night, 3 men clad in black cloaks suddenly arrived at the Whitewater Fox camp. The public identity of the 3 men was a Hadong merchant in the leather goods business, but in reality, they were the envoys of Lu Qingling, the Hadong provincial governor. The leader's name was Chu Ji, one of the top strategists under Lu Qingling. Sui Feng has been silent for more than 10 years, from a level 8 1-star Magneto degraded to ordinary level 8, followed by a promotion to level 9, in the Basho or becoming a few big names. It can be said that Sui Feng's epiphany, in the view of Nangong, probably with the cloud fall some unclear relationship with the bar. That is neither the fancy tune, more not what sad sentence, from the beginning of that plainly as the same narration, to the halfway that as if from the heart of the cry, as if it is sung also sung with the front of the chest of the world's great aspirations of the heart of the man of the strange greatness. A strong dragon does not suppress a snake. Since I am on Earth's turf, let's follow the human's routine of doing things. That way I won't jeopardize the original impermanence of karma and retribution. The more we get to the end, the harder it gets. Papers are handed out in piles. Done. But the teachers don't talk about them. And now it's late May, and the teachers are barely coming to class. Li Yaotian's mission was to leave when he said he was leaving. And that afternoon, Li Yaotian left Sumo's hospital room. He didn't go back to the Lai family compound either. He just made a call to his family about his own mission. Fang Shuming also felt that his thoughts were getting more and more chaotic. In fact, in his heart, he has always felt that this matter is Mu Haotian's doing. Even if Mu Haotian denies it now, he still feels that this matter must have something to do with Mu Haotian, but he doesn't know why. Fang Anyuan bought all kinds of sour milk, enough for her to drink for a long time. Putting down the milk, Fang Anyuan left. Zhao Lin only hurriedly Fang Shujing said goodbye and left with Fang Anyuan. As for how the audience under the stage interpreted it, it no longer had any effect on Yi Duan. After all, there was no excuse for the song to be interpreted as a love song. Okay kids, line up, don't crowd together. Willowmist played up her big sister prowess at this point and commanded. If he wasn't busy accompanying Yi Zitong around at that time, Ling Juanhao would not have given Mei Lily the chance to leave. But thinking about this, Ling Junhao never cared. After all, in order to blue old master that ruthless means, How is it possible to let Mei Lily on this to escape in a foreign country to live the rest of her life peacefully? Feng Shumi, I didn't dare to delay him so much. If it was because she returned to Zhao Bin's future, she would really live in guilt for the rest of her life. And this creation is half a month. During the period, Han Xia has come back twice, but see brother in the busy business did not disturb him. Mom and dad also just call on Han Xiu at dinner time. The rest of the time will let Han Xiu shut himself in the house. Obviously Ao Yu did not hesitate at all to expose the words of that big Yin master, making him a little red in the face. It is true that here are all their territories, but can survive the people but only one here. Ao Yu said in his sore spot, how can he not let him angry? Just as Wang Kai and Ching Cheng were joking around and enjoying the cozy atmosphere, the voice call rang at an inopportune time. Even with the inherited equipment, you're just a dusk-ranked mage. Do you really think you're a rigid-backed beast? It was a formal dinner, but the synagogue was filled with laughter, as if a party was taking place. Rodero remembered this too, and immediately lost his enthusiasm for serving and began to fidget. Chen Kuping smiled slightly and seemed to have looked away. Come to think of it, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Life was so long, there would always be one or two major events that would influence the movements of the next few decades. Hello Madonna. You have a ring to it. Li Donglai smiled, making the interviewing actor's mood relax quite a bit. Ha ha, he won't, and I'll fight back. You know, I'm the one who beat up Mickey Ward. With a cocky look, Annie gave a Mr. Bodybuilder pose that made people laugh. Seeing that it was about time, Naruto put down the bento box and unhooked the 3 bells clasped around his waist. Sure enough, the water blended together, and the poison was easily absorbed by the avatar. It was just that from the feeling that came back from the avatar. It seemed that the amount was not enough. Chapter 60, Come one, kill one. Is it easy for him to raise this one sister? And to raise her in such a beautiful and bright way? However, at this time, they didn't look deeper into this issue because they were stunned by what happened next. After that sword chopped through, that golden beast was even directly chopped into 2 halves. Of course, those are all hypotheticals now. And what's happening is that Rocket has offered a great price, and the Phantom Panther organization is ready to eat the ore. So they've asked Old 10 and Old 11 to go to Laos together to deal with Rocket in person. Seeing the Chen Feng in a white coat and the customer lying on the physiotherapy bed, the live broadcast room was full of chatter. Shaking his head, Kai Chengren said that he didn't have any way out, turning his head to look at Chen Feng, who also shrugged his shoulders, saying that he couldn't do anything about it for the time being. In the face of the current situation, wanting to have a good talk was definitely impossible, so he could only wait and wait for them to get tired of cursing, and wait for them to have no more strength to shout, and then this side would step in to talk to them. But Yellow Hair thought wrong. The next moment Ali backhanded him with a slap that crisply hit his face. But then again, is there any invention that is created overnight without failure? Chui Lai cursed angrily. These dogs, they don't think about practicing properly. They learn all the sideways and wreak havoc on their senior sister, he said and whisked his sleeves away. Filthy words reached Yun Shuiyao's ears. Infuriated, she clenched her teeth and her full mountain peaks went up and down. Hearing Tang Yi's words, the Grand Prince's mouth opened wide, his face filled with an unbelievable expression. There was another sentence below, deeply engraved, saying that if the monster underneath forced its way out, the infant in the frigid coffin would be automatically released. Wen Zhouwei, Jin Gang and Xiao Qiu, and even Vermilion Bird, were all Xiang Yu's friends. What they drew was Xiang Yu's monstrous wrath whether they died or were harmed. Now Xiang Yu's limit between one instant is 3 steps, reaching 4 meters, with the gap between this stage. There are still 2 meters, while these 2 meters are needed for 2 steps. Shangwan Xiu Luo glanced at Fatty Dragon. Can't open it, can't satisfy your curiosity, downstairs for dinner. Saying that, as soon as he hooked up the mysterious long box, he walked out. As expected, it was not what he expected. The ghostly light that transformed into one was as thick as a pillar, penetrating through while carrying a destructive aura. Song Ming's spiritual power violently contracted, firmly guarding the position. Song Ming didn't notice Li Mingru's sexy red lips biting the wineglass as her face changed expression for a while. As he walked, Zhang Yi realized that it was just as he thought, directly bringing him to the Southern District branch. If he traveled to the Song dynasty capital, then this appearance would likely make Zhang Yi rich overnight and become one of the rich men of the time. A military general teased that if he had known that withdrawing the satellite would make the Federation so flush, he might as well have taken it back earlier so that there would probably be fewer curses against the military. And many thought deeply of that. When the few devil cultivators here saw Zhu Qi coming this way, how would they dare to stay? Except that a few silhouettes appeared out of nowhere and had actually appeared in front of them, blocking the few people. Until today, Ao Koan at first sight saw White Dragon Ian and Green Dragon Sai appear in front of his eyes. In addition to the beast skin longsword on Li Chuji's body that is greatly associated with the demon emperor sword, railing his veteran and calm, his mind could not help but blank out. Right at this moment, Fish Old Man and Zhaoishan arrived at Nishang Building. The noisy Nishang Building quieted down in an instant. Many people pushed away the chickens and ducks on their bodies and fled outside with their heads smothered. She didn't have half the breath of a cultivator all over her body, but her face was a cold color, and the blood-colored cloak behind her gave an inexplicable sense of oppression. Lord God Emperor, as I told you, those cultivators who don't have Yuan crystal will also go to blood-clothed Xian to gain a better understanding. Su Dashan asked for a lot of details and confirmed that there was no mistake before he took the money to buy the 7-star vine and turned to leave. Boss, there are no more big water fish on the shore now, and both Heavy Mountain and I have searched 100 or 10 meter radius twice. Luoda slowly walked over with a dagger that still smelled of blood and said, people didn't know who was standing behind Elise. They just thought that the Broomstar girl was so sick that she made such a stupid move. But at this moment, Chen Erlang died. Only then did Chen Tongpu suddenly realize that Chen surely had a firm and impregnable control over the entire Chen family. The connections in all aspects of the relationship were beyond Chen Tongpu's imagination. Some of the Falling Clouds City players, seeing the hurriedly traveling Thorn Alliance Guild players, one by one were already looking puzzled and couldn't stop talking about it. Only see dressed in men's clothing Wei Ruozhang, although the words to Lu Fan, but a pair of eyes looking at the feather wolf. Eyes from time to time flow out of the heart of the evil idea. See Lu Fan heart hair, only the feather wolf himself seems to be not the slightest notice. At the end, Tong Lei's face turned even redder, and her words revealed a murderous aura. As if the other party didn't agree, she was immediately going to pounce and fight for her life. Only, after that flame burned out, it actually went out abruptly as if it had been poured over the fire with a dish of cold water. Yen Dong also didn't know if Knight Badian didn't understand Wu Qilin or if he wanted to help him, and at that time, he even said if he wanted him to arrange for a line of people to help, and Wu Qilin's answer was naturally that he didn't need it. Chapter 61, then you should try it. The most effective of these is the blood sacrifice. Using one's own blood to form a spell formation to melt one's will into the item to be sacrificed. General Chaoring came to report that Zhang Liao's army is showing signs of difficulty in crossing the border. It is better to annihilate Zhang Liao's main force in Chang'an under his command first, Chang Yu said. After Mu Sanxian politely thanked him, he was guided by Mr. Lan and went to the back with Anren, while Huo Siyuan went out of the royal residence to look for the great general. Apart from the light snoring, this fat man did not move at all. Shi Jingtian hopelessly squatted down and poked his finger twice on his stomach. It was really fat and chubby. The whole finger seemed to be sunk into the meat. Luo Shoujuan had just placed the patriarch's token into the keyhole of the second stone door, and before he went to twist the key, the stone door moved on its own. Another person shouted, the disciples of the immortal Edge Dao have met the new sect leader, and everything is at the command of the new sect leader. Jade Void and Ju Silence both seem to have discussed the general. In this moment actually pursed lips together. In the face of Mu Wanrong's questioning, did not say a word. There's nothing wrong with it, as long as it's ground into a powder and taken. It can make the dead alive and flesh white. Gu Changfeng nodded affirmatively. Cannon fodder red hair. I'm not discovering. Lin Dong was so shouted by Xiao Yan. Woke up, his face was also a little red. In order to cover up the embarrassment, he subconsciously also shouted out to Xiao Yan to obtain a new nickname since ancient times. Red hair is more cannon fodder. Gun Lady Apricot Lucky E. The knocking on the door continued to ring out, while Qinli hesitated for a moment with a tangled face, then gritted his teeth and reached out to open the door. On the contrary, it was Gu Wei, who took the initiative to extend his hand and give Zhang Ruofeng a high five when he walked down. Leaving tonight, right? The restaurant reached its busiest point of the day, and Misaki Nagano asked with concern as she poured food into Shin Nagano's bowl. I swept a glance. Xiang Yan guarded the place as only 3 meters square space. Chu Fluorescent and Liang Mi are collapsed on the side of the bed. Motionless, do not know whether it is injured. Is the Zoji altar set up yet? Jiang Qi then asked, looking toward Xin Bai, who was slightly dusty. Lin Wood took it, thanked him, and went to one side of the table and sat down and began to fill it out. What's wrong with young master? The people seem to be afraid of us? Uncle Jiang Ring drew his sword to protect in front of Jiang Qi. As the highest official guard here, he was duty-bound to butt up the responsibility. The faint musty smell in the room lingered in the tip of the nose. The dark night sky, a harsh lightning fell in the air. Rolling thunder from far and near, gradually reached the top of the head, the black canopy gradually approaching, and a deafening thunder, in front of the depth of unconsciousness, but also seemed so pale and powerless. One of them held a wand of a somewhat unique shape, much like the lightning that slid across the skies of the above-ground world. But of course, being a member of the underground world, he probably never knew the resemblance in his life. That's it? Methinks was a little surprised, but couldn't point to a loophole in that statement, just purely surprised at the other man's dog. Luck, or maybe he was too far off the mark. The landscape looks like a corner of what used to be heavy mercury. Not to say it's special. And the silver moon laurel forest looks like deja vu. Mother asterisk 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 error. What are you talking about? It wasn't because you guys were filming things, or else how could we have gotten beaten up by Sonoko? Morong Chong leaned down to look at her again. I said no pushing me to someone else. I said no leaving me for no reason. Even if I did something wrong, you can't just leave without saying anything. Morong Chong wrapped his arms around Tianjiao so that she had to look straight into his eyes. I'm well aware of that, and have done my research before coming. The richest man smiled at Senna and took the spiritual tea of enlightenment that was brought up. Then backing up some distance, the dragon's eyes flashed with extremely complicated colors, carefully examining Lu Xianlang. Yes, as long as the princess says so, even if it's the stars in the sky, the great king is sure to pick them for the princess. Qingtao moved the chair to cat check, not understanding what was missing that would make Tianjiao so preoccupied, so anxious that her complexion changed. Said the sea to the bed ally, stretched a lazy waist. I just realized that there is only one bed here. The sea, this guy really finds surprisingly preconceived ideas. I bet I also want to squeeze together with him. Anyway, are wearing clothes. When I went to school and lived in school, I did not mess with my roommates crowded in a bed. Are their own people? Not so much to talk about. Sure enough, Morong Chang's body could not be warmed up. Even when he was surrounded in the fire of the cowhide tent, his body was still as cold as iron. But fortunately the frost on his eyebrows melted, and Lu Yong helped him from time to time to wipe the melted frost running down his hair. If the crowd knew that Xiao Yun had already completely offended the evil prison a long time ago, it was estimated that many people's eyes would be popped out in shock, only to see the amazing charge bow on fire. A shadow of arrows whistled out. For a moment the entire Jiejie killing formation was filled with arrow shadows, densely packed like the transit of locusts. It was impossible to tell how many arrows there were in the end. These arrows overlapped to form a burst of silver-gray clouds, completely enveloping the three blue Kuan clansmen. Once this top 5 ranked martial king was allowed to react, even if it was Fan Pingan, it wouldn't be easy to kill him in a short period of time. When Jin Jihuang saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile. Killing this mortal was just too stress-free. With this punch, he was 100% sure that Yang Hao would definitely die. She will become a cold, only cultivating, without the slightest emotion, a walking corpse. Li Yuan was shocked, while Zhang Yao also looked at Fan Pingan incredulously. It was actually the bloody-handed monk within the stone city. It turned out that he didn't die, but instead, he had subdued the Shiman family. In that case, the Shiman family's guardian spirit beast had really been defeated? Those cultivators as if amnestied. A smoke all ran away. The only remaining black-faced cultivator, still stayed in the same place, did not go. Chapter 62. Killing you is just the process, not the goal. Baron seemed to freeze in the moment, stiffening in place, looking at the endless stream of ancient demonic statues appearing around Lu Ran. Baron only felt his scalp go numb. Never seen it. The regular profession of necromancer is not new to anyone. Ancient demon statue was just that, just a summoning skill for a necromancer at level 25. But what the hell is this in front of us? Endless ancient demon statues? Did he summon the ancient golem? Yeah. A boy's eyes were bright, literally shining brighter than the stars in the sky. Straight nose, thin lips as if they were dotted with rouge, bewitching and confusing. Shangguan Xingyu pursed her lips, raised her eyes to look at Lei Xiao, then walked to the window with sinking steps, squinting her eyes to survey the large garden, opening her eyes and letting the cold wind pour in. An Nian took out his cell phone and found that there was no signal, and he couldn't even log on to the internet, so he couldn't do anything. I've been looking for you most of the day. Where have you been? Why didn't you answer the phone? Gao Muyuan said with some reproach. Morong Xian looked deeply at Shangguan Shanyu, reached out and continued to take the clothes, just to get up. A homey white sportswear, hair slightly fluffy and messy, simple wash and go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The morning sunlight poured in through the window, and the beautiful boy bathed in the golden sunlight, now focused and charming smile on his face, preparing breakfast for his beloved, is a scene that has appeared several times in his dreams. This request is a bit hard to say. It's not a matter of a day or two to get Lu Shiyuan awakened. Even if the Regent King doesn't mind running to King Jin's mansion every day, this king also minds you going to my mansion the whole day. Feng Junyi's words clearly said that he would bring the person to King Jin for medical treatment and that the days would not be short. Playground in addition to bring children to play parents. Is the hot couples? It seems that only here, everyone can be reckless to spend their youth. Her dad appeared out of nowhere, grimacing, blood dripping from the beer bottle that had been cracked in his hand. From the time he learned of Nian's existence, I have explicitly, though never indicated that there was anything to be gained with him again. Every time I see some news that I feel more curious about, I desperately want to figure it out. He gave my arm a gentle squeeze with his hand, as if to remind me of something, followed by dragging me back into the living room. Almost at the same time, two attacks that glowed with a powerful aura fell towards him at the same time. The Green Cloud Peak Elder and Lin both struck out at the same time, wanting to snatch that light over. This photo is Tao Aimin's formal photo. Face to the camera. The face is unobstructed. In all fairness, Tao Aimin, this photo is very handsome. At the very least, more handsome than in person. After all, she had disappeared for 7 months this time, and for various reasons she hadn't dared to call her mom and dad, much less her big sister. Wang Chongyang entered the door and saw a lot of decorators were busy inside, and a lot of mirrors that could be seen with the naked eye had been removed. And a few days ago the old Mr. White letter. Although there is also a mountain of rain, the words, but let him be careful with his words. Slow down the pace. Su Ruotong could see Su Taohua's inner thoughts, but she knew that Su Taohua really didn't like to show his eyes in a crowded place, and he would even fear this. Feng Junyao and Yu Liuzhou's martial arts were indeed both much higher than hers, but they were far inferior to her in terms of organ techniques and formations, and it would only be difficult for the two of them to enter the Demon Palace unknowingly. Don't worry, Senior. Senior will definitely do it even if I have to put my life on the line. Feng's expression straightened, and he busily performed a big salute towards this distant figure. After a few days of hospitalization, the doctors from the pediatrics and the emergency department, even the old man who was the dean has come to see her, but Li Huanran hasn't seen anyone. That's why he asked this question. What? Elder Wang immediately walked over to investigate. His heart was shocked. These two half-immortal realm second realm experts just died. Who actually killed them? His sight shifted to A Oolong Chen Haitao's body. His eyes were lost in thought. Just how strong were these two people? So Cao Cao beckoned from his horse. The whole army surged up and killed the yellow turbans, and the yellow turbans were almost completely wiped out. Unfortunately, Zhang Liang and Zhang Bao were able to get away in a deadly battle, but they did capture a lot of horses and money and grain that the yellow turban bandits had robbed from the common people. In the darkness, Hua Tianxiang once again waved her sleeve, and the torches on the wall instantly lit up, illuminating the entire passageway, and the uninvited guests also had nothing to hide under the bright light. The peeper is not someone else, but it turns out to be the Chang brothers who have been keeping their heads down as police officers. Pa! Dongjue did not show any mercy with his hand, and all of a sudden, the corner of Sable Cicada's mouth was cracked, leaving out a trace of blood. Hearing her say so, Morong Jianxin laughed even more. When the guy with big yellow teeth opened his mouth to gnaw on Jiang Ming drank down the river water sprayed out of his mouth, and the person also followed the wake up. Said to be woke up in fear is not an exaggeration at all. The strangest thing was that the roof in the room was at least 5 feet higher than the first and second floors underneath, and the top was an octagon-shaped figure made of some unknown substance, black and glowing with ebony light. Immortal soldiers ceremonial thousands. Red cloth casually detached toward the sky phase gathered up. Not long, a red carpet formed by the red brocade cloth cross succession of the upper sky, straight to the edge of the sky. It was hard to make someone blush a little, but in the end, not a moment later, she didn't know what to think about. Wei Qingqing was very angry. Xia Yang grit his teeth and hold on. Well, not too long. Xia Yang again heard a thud sound. The explosion-proof barrel did not know what hit the top. Along with another pop sound fell to the ground. The Alliance Colonel's face was slightly puzzled, surprised by this look on the Alliance Lieutenant Colonel's face. In the Wolf Clan even the Wolf Emperor wouldn't necessarily be able to defeat him unless he could reach the legendary returning ancestor level. Runan, listen to my explanation. She was visualized by that chicken. I think she appeared just to stop me from building you an eastern palace that belongs to you. Lin Feng was sweating. He really didn't expect Li Runan to be so distrustful of him. Couldn't it be that he could still hide a woman in a golden house? Chapter 63, is this all the hawk sauce? The process is extremely painful. Lu Rant's spell attack power was naturally inferior to that of a high combat spell profession, so the damage from corpse explosion wasn't very high. Baron's lifesteal wasn't dropping very fast either, but the pain is real. And, as an assassin, instead of being killed in battle, you are forced to mortar and pestle in place and wait for death. As he watched his life value gradually drop, Baron's eyes were bloodshot and his mental strength was almost about to collapse. If Van Dyne doesn't go, it'll be rumored the next day. If you don't go, the next day it will be rumored that Fanda would not dare to meet Zhang Yang, or Fanda, rumors that he couldn't command out of the hospital, and people's hearts would be biased in Zhang Yang's favor. At this moment, the black-robed man couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. He didn't expect that Luo Hao, this person, was hiding so deeply, and the techniques he performed were all powerful and overbearing. The original hand-to-hand extermination task was completely broken because of the other party's appearance. In the Tao of the Void, my ancient family recognizes itself as the second and no one dares to call it the first. They can't hide from me even if they hide in the void. Ancient God Void said. I was surprised that things were so hasty with Li Tingting, but I figured it out right away. Wasn't it just as hasty to fire me and Fan Dalong in the first place? Into the boundary a deafening music came, not far ahead of a burst of neon green from the doorway. It was the rose bar I was looking for. Even if it was just a shrine, then the strength of its guards would definitely not be weak, and according to their current strength they would probably be killed in seconds, which meant that they would have to be prepared to wait for death once they were discovered. The Lai clan has been operating in the city for many years, with strong roots, and the current Luo city lord is his own brother, Lai Devouring Een. But why did he still refuse to look at De Lung? I went over and pushed Fan De Lung, even hit him, and De Lung was oblivious, only feeling a hand grabbing me. Now at this point in time, but surprisingly gradually in awakening that strange feeling, I suddenly remembered that I seemed to have relied on him before. The soldiers on the other walls did not know what was happening on the east side of the city. They only heard loud noises and violent vibrations, and it was only then when they saw the yellow flag that they reacted to the fact that the outer city had lost its defense, so they had to start retreating like the inner city one after another. Nonsense! What nonsense! Ling Su opened his hand and was about to give Ling Jihan a slap, while Ling Jihan was not the least bit afraid and looked at her father with wide-eyed stubbornness. Can't talk about confidence, I guess, but it's just a matter of raising my hand. That old man once again blandly said. Desperate strike back. A true warrior has no fear. You choose to integrate the Denton pirates, become the new captain, and lead the remnants of the army to defeat the pursuing navy, taking the path of the new nobility of pirates. The doubt in Solon's heart had just flared up when Edmund, who had been coldly watching everything in front of him beside William, suddenly struck out. It wasn't that Grimm was afraid of the three of them. These three were only at the peak level of the second turn. The key matter really had nothing to do with him. He had gotten into trouble with people's lives for no reason and had to take the blame. How could he not be annoyed in his heart? Forced Dao hand-to-hand combat is somewhat similar to mortal fighting. It is still mainly based on combat, and then in the complementary change Dao and so on other compulsion of the Dao. I'll take this money and buy a choice. Buy one. A choice that will benefit both you and me. Young Ting said. He swallowed a big mouthful of saliva, touched his bald head, and started to skate around aimlessly in the slums, and from time to time, he even looked up at the roofs of the houses on both sides, but Yang Hao's traces were completely missing. At night, just as Zhang Chang was teaching Miranda various combat techniques and Aisha's power generation techniques for having just become a grand knight at night, Zhang Chang suddenly stopped his voice, remembering that Li Qingxin had treated her well. She thought of seeking ways to meet the two masters of the black and white irregulars the next time she saw them. The outside of this still busy cruise ship on the inside was filled with nothing but water, either seawater or rain. The cruise ship was rocking in the waves. The chains on the sides of the ship were cackling, and from time to time there would be the dull thud of something collapsing from a distance. Behind her, Fujiwara Rinya, looking at the back of her flushed neck, somewhat reluctantly let go of her waist, allowing her to pull out the legs pressed under her buttocks. Then, he twisted his head and poked at a section of white thigh at the edge of that garter stocking, bouncing and soft. He was already completely under the control of that organization, and there was no need to use the ghost domain to bluff his way through. Wang Hao took his sister to the balcony. The sun was shining, the sky was high, and the fruit trees in the orchard were blooming. 8 spirit weapons placed on the ground. Even if they were only 8 lower grade spirit weapons, they still made all the elders light up their eyes. I think it was when she was invited out of the drawing room by Lang Mo and Chiao Mena in a high profile, she followed them out to see what was going on. These days, Shang Wanyan would often discuss various things with Qin Tian. There were times when the two shared the same opinion, and each other had a feeling of heroes sharing the same opinion. And there were times when Shang Wanyan would be dissatisfied with Qin Tian's arguments, and the two of them would even argue because of it. The 6th Dragon Ball means that, the game, has been able to cause relatively strong interference in the human world. If I had known, I would have agreed to the old man's request in a hurry, and let Iki know about it a few days earlier. I wouldn't have gotten the idea into my head. Crown Prince, this is a good intention to remind you once. Do people have to have self-knowledge? Throughout the ages, those who are pretentious are not a good end. Jerry Chen nodded and gave him a general overview of the matter, of course directly concealing the matter of that time when Zhang Xiano went on a blind date. She, a genuine Lu family member, couldn't even go to the county, and that money loser from the Zhu family, whose parents didn't want her, managed to get by better than she did. This makes the other ambassadors not good words. We all have a number in mind. There must be a lot of water. But no matter what, this let people catch the handle and then how to defend is powerless. now can only let both sides restraint. As much restraint as possible, and after the discussion of compensation. The people in the room were all shocked at this, and a number of them even secretly applauded, with a look of favorable appreciation on their faces. Chapter 64, Playing Like This? Just as the head of the whole lot complained loudly, the bomb lifter suddenly slowed to a stop, which brought his words to a screeching halt and caused the whole lot of soldiers who were pushing spare ammunition to drift inside the deck a bit at a loss for what to do. But Sirius was sunk by the Guion army's water with MS, and when the TV routinely broadcast the news, Eugene's daughter-in-law Davina, who was already in the hospital in labor, Chen couldn't take the blow and rolled off the bed, suffering a hemorrhage. Wow! The entire audience was surprised. Knowing that Wei Yong had already lost in terms of momentum, could there still be an Ultraman in the world? How many of Hollywood's so-called international superstars have ever been recognized by Europe's top 3, let alone won 2 acting awards alone? This skill almost made me die in the martial arts arena of the world's decision. The damage of the skill attack is great, and it comes with an explosion effect. If there is no adequate preparation and enough power value, it is not easy to carry this blow hard, pulling an ordinary person over, like the current low-level attribute segment, and also basically in the initial state of the situation. A failure indicates bad luck. The second failure can only say that the point back. If you say that the third time will still be a failure, that is basically an impossible thing. As Yi Fan's wives and concubines were all very united, they all knew very well what was most important right now. Yi Fan was an imperial crown prince, and likewise also possessed an ancestral dragon bloodline. And now that there was a problem with the teleportation array that he was traveling in, it was a stone-cold matter that was far from being comparable to the previous disappearance of the Divine Emperor. Blade Alliance Master, what do you think of Ghost Seeker's proposal? The two of them walked out from inside, and with no one around, they simply stopped. You haven't answered me if you want to be in my world or not. How could you forget? Perhaps we have become two ways on this? Any more agreements will be worn out by time. Sun Li propped up her chin, looked at the light on the table, and slowly fell into tears. The national war was imminent, and although the American service area was now in chaos due to the fall of Purple Amazing City causing the majority of the gangs to disband, there was still half a month left, enough time for them to adjust their status. Why are you doing this? Hot tears filled her eyes. What he had just said was the same as what Shen Tianyu had said at the Gao family mansion back then. The Qing dynasty's Ministry of Etiquette is responsible for handling and coordinating relations with countries around the world as well as the Qing dynasty's etiquette of a department, also one of the 6 ministries, but his authority is not as large as the Ministry of Households, the Ministry of Etiquette, the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Industry, the Ministry of Criminal Justice, is one of 6 ministries ranked after the department. Qian looked at Rong Gij. These two children are also really incompatible. No matter how she pulls the strings, the emperor just does not have a good face for her. She, the emperor's mother, can only do this. Even if he likes someone else, it's not so bright and honorable that he doesn't care about the sincere love between us. He's not that kind of thin-skinned and unsympathetic person. It can be seen from the tolerance and understanding he showed to Jin Barbarian earlier. So what's the matter with him? The grandmother does not need to go. The year 70 or more exempt. Ning old lady and the grandmother do not need to go. You do not have to worry. Jiang Yanming busy explaining. Li Danrua slightly relieved. Into the palace crying mourning such a big ceremony. A few days down. Body bones slightly worse. Have to toss a big illness. For a long time, vampires and werewolves only existed in fairy tales or magic, and no one would take these two creatures seriously in reality. Wang Kai said. The two men bowed a few rounds of worship, performed this round of blessing rituals, got up and followed the knowledgeable monks to the back of the purification room to rest for the time being. Li Danrua stood in front of the courtyard. His heart is confused. Send someone to follow her? Forget it. Looks like this is a powerful corner. Their hands? No one can do this. Red Cloud. In the end, what happened? Although the old housekeeper didn't know Ling Yang's real identity, but from the usual Yao Haitao's respectful attitude towards Ling Yang, he guessed that Ling Yang must be a great man of great importance, and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, and carried out Ling Yang's order quickly. The store was usually handled by the owner's men, and as for what the real owner of the pet store was like, no one was quite sure except the 3 club leaders. This is the meaning of firing in Drow language. At once only heard a series of poo sound. 50 cold iron crossbow arrows with huge kinetic energy rushed out of the city wall, heading straight to the magma destroyer. After giving her a puzzled look, she withdrew her gaze. She didn't know what had happened to Sakuraichi, but she knew that no matter what happened, Sakuraichi wouldn't bring that kind of emotion to the court, which was why she was training them with such confidence. Perhaps the power contained in the corpse was so rich that Doro just jumped into the rocky crevice and passed out. Li's father was emotionally moved by the sincerity of the townspeople of Sangjiawu. In the days of treatment in Sangjiawu, Li's father was always concerned by the townspeople, and after careful treatment by Chu's uncle, his condition has greatly improved, and according to his words, he has regained a new life in the Sangjiawu in Chu's uncle's holy hands. Undoubtedly, the teenager poured out the soup, scooped fresh water from the tank, and put it on the stove once again, intending to cook a new pot of wine-enriched rounds. Dongming got up very early in the morning to practice his soft sword in his courtyard. His swordsmanship was a bit peculiar, and his steps were strange, as if he was dancing from afar, light and soft. However, there is rigidity and softness. The combination of rigidity and softness is dangerous. Faced with his first astral mass construct, Doro looked satisfied. This was after all the first astral mass construct he had created with his own hands. When Wu Kai heard the reply, he nodded and smiled. Good, then I'll leave this side to you guys. I'll go over to the expert group side now. If you guys have much of a problem you can come to me over there. Wu Kai turned around and walked out of the tent after saying that. And to get these sphinxes you need to build a specific cultivation room, which will automatically absorb the evil thoughts from the humans in each of the facets, from which such sphinxes will be spawned. At that moment, the door to the bar was kicked in with a bang, and I looked up to see a man in a black jacket posing with a grim look on his face standing in front of our bar. Guqing reached out his palm and gently rubbed a few parts of her body. Hoo! The six jin's divine flame reacted and blazed up. Chapter 65 I'm going to hit 5. There were even quite a few people running from afar, all arriving in Haizhou to watch this calamity event. This is the holy land of Jingning Prefecture. Many pedestrians passing by here will involuntarily stop their footsteps, do not dare to approach, but look at each other from afar, eyes full of longing and admiration, and even more with a little envy and even jealousy, looking at those who are able to pass through the gates of the Palace of Learning freely. This was a proud ability of the new army in Danglai, marching at night to be able to conceal their movements and catch the opponent off guard. The animals have lost the color of life in their eyes, and have just become a dead thing, turned into dust when the wind clears their eyes, leaving only those solid minerals behind. Today's Lin you can no longer be the once mute and silent, one-dimensional guy, although it is not clear what exactly happened. But look at this situation. Obviously this wanting Jia is by the meaning of standing up for himself. And then look at the eyes of Li Liang and others thrown over. He cannot help but cold smile in his heart. That's right, your brother Huanzhang is only temporarily mesmerized. In reality, the person he loves the most is still you. Lu Yun tenderly stroked Qin Ro's head. These words were not just comforting Qin Ro, but actually speaking her own inner thoughts. Adam didn't realize that the once invincible upper bite had been reduced to collecting scrap for a living, so it was really a world of hurt. Lu Guanyu said, not really. Our 5 great clans have agreed that only once every 10 years, we can make a teleportation disc. Wu Fei raised his eyes to look at this very delicate flying boat and thought to himself that it is this spirit boat that has been flying all the time. And I, the one who sits in the spirit boat, really can't feel tired. So he taught his father some breathing and exhaling methods after he had cut his hair and cleansed his marrow. Seeing this, Su Ming didn't purposely help them dispel their alcohol. After all, being drunk was also a very enjoyable taste. Big brother Ching, I see that your cultivation is not weak and the techniques you know are also extremely skillful and unusual. In looking at your mannerisms, I'm afraid that you're more than simply a relative of the Star Hall Master. Chen Hao shot a ray of essence toward that brother Ching. Sure, you Heartmore cannot help but nod secretly, since I know that as living tens of thousands of years of the old monster may not be able to have this kind of wisdom. Only a look. The other side will immediately understand. This is the humane in the multitude of ants. Although the life of a short but a few decades, but the wonderful is better than the immortal Buddha thousands of years of cultivation. Neza gave another fierce hug, and then lifted his leg, and directly went down to the world. Of course, before going down to the world, but also did not forget to condescendingly scan the hall full of immortal secretary gods and generals a glance, but also contemptuous slanting Toda heavenly king Li Jing a glance, and then a slight grunt, down to the world and go. God, Jesus, Pharaoh, Allah, all the gods except Odin. All came from a mutant called Apocalypse, with its temperament, even if it didn't know what level its strength was at, but now even if the King of Heaven was in front of it, it dared to take a look at it. However, these two things that Su Ming wanted to do when he came to the Thunder Extinction Domain were not good. Therefore, Su Ming had to take things one step at a time. This first step was to construct an identity for himself that would facilitate his actions in the Thunder Extinction Domain. The leader of the soldiers actually opened his eyes violently and recoiled towards the Iron Cavalry with his sword, followed by the other soldiers, who raised their long swords one after another. The routed Goryeo soldiers realized that in front of them, the copper wall, the lances are like a forest, and the way of retreat is blocked, and they do not know what to do for a moment. When the 4 of them slid down into the cave below, they realized that it was a circular cave below, with 4 altars that looked like shrines or something like that on all 4 sides of the cave, which in the eyes of the 2 Japanese gendarmes was what was called a building. In Director Peak's opinion, even if Xiao Tian was powerful, he couldn't possibly be able to defeat 40 to 50 big men holding weapons, right? Although I already knew that Hualong would appear in this video, but when I really saw him appear in the video, my heart still involuntarily stuttered, because until now, I was not willing to believe that the demon sword Hualong would kill Yin Fei. Now I finally understood how the spirit protectors escorted the spirits. It turned out that the seal on the palm of the hand would allow them to be hosted, which was convenient, otherwise the stuff would be seen by others and would cause big trouble. What really startled Zhang Wanchao and Li Zhongyang was not Li Jianwei's behavior, but the names Li shouted out, each of which was a parting of life and death. Come in and try no? Wu Tong asked. The buddies from the Ministry of State Security still didn't have to be defensive about the first unit. Advance forward, Che Wanzhong shouted, and Wang Jiazhen, who was in charge of driving, turned the front of the vehicle around and slowly advanced, while the rest of the team followed on both sides of the armored vehicle. From the time he took the Lei Yao wood to cultivate the battle heavenly treasure body 10 days ago, Yi Wu Bai had not eaten. These are all of Li Jianwei's diagnostic information, and from his psychological tests, there are no problems. However, Chen Li frowned. His mother used to tell Lin Yun that his grandmother and grandfather had passed away before Lin Yun was even born, so Lin Yun had never met his grandfather and didn't know anything about them. Damn, Laozi is really lying. Who did I invite and who did I mess with? Outside the Dorsher fan patted his chest and was also helpless. Today's practice is different from yesterday's. Yesterday, I held the end of the gun in my hand and drove the gun to shake with my own center of gravity. But today, I only use my thumb and forefinger to form a circle and tightly hoop the end of the gun, turning myself and the gun into a hole, and finding a point of equilibrium in the hole, and then using this as a base to shake my body. But even if it was difficult, Cassius had to find a way to do it, otherwise he didn't know if he would be trapped here forever. So he thought about everything he knew about formations in his memory. Chapter 66 challenges the entire Hawk Jam. He's just crazy. The people looked dumbfounded at Naneo of Hawk Jam. As a necromancer of less than 53 levels, holding out for so long and killing so many Eagle Sauce professionals, it has been remarkable, almost miraculous, though no one knew what was really going on in the death chamber. But it was also evident that the necromancer was more powerful than anyone could have imagined. But even so, 1. Sumu vaguely realized that many things had changed since he was reborn. Some things that should have happened had not happened, and some things that should not have happened kept presenting themselves. However, this time, where the two collided together, a terrifying storm appeared out of nowhere. Mo Yuan is really a face. Their own these 2 days did not online. How to get involved with you guys? We're fine, but the Arcturus is seriously injured, White Zephyr said, and went with the crowd to check on Arcturus' injuries. And the rhetoric of currying favor and praise basically comes from within the great powers and from those countries that are friends with them. The girl had a very recognizable googly egg face, slightly baby fat, but not fat, with bright eyes and white teeth, looked extremely cute. There are 18 people under Freeman's command. You should be well aware that Freeman is a madman, and all of his subordinates are madmen as well. Chinny shook his head, rubbing the fat on his face in annoyance, and said bitterly. Luo brainlessly told all of his experiences to Ming Chen. In fact, also to himself. This period of time is really too many things have happened. Luo cannot hesitate and helpless, just so by fate to push even rolling forward to run life. There, the biggest weakness in its circumference is the eye in its armpit. That's why it was so annoyed when you sneak attacked it just now. We now have to slowly bide our time for now and see if there's a chance we can attack its eyes. Luo said as he looked at the battle in the distance. They were right outside earlier, and those changes were happening right beside them. As one by one, the puppets sank into the heavenly river, all gone in the blink of an eye. Lumby's eyes showed sadness as he thought again of his brother, Blue Dew, who would never come back, no matter what the future held. So far, this Dragonborn hadn't released any elemental magic. Was he masking his elemental aura? Or did he not have the strength himself and wanted to crush himself just by using magic props? Along the way out, Zhang Fei had already learned that the east and north gates were guarded by Zhao Hong and Han Zhong under Zhang Mancheng's command respectively, while the south and west gates were guarded by Zhang Liang's men, with Du Yuan at the south gate and Liao Hua at the west gate. Don't worry, old man. I, Zhang Fei, will definitely not abandon the people of White Horse. Zhang Fei opened his mouth. First give this 3 old men to eat a pill of peace of mind. Looking at the wrinkles on the 3 people's faces seemed to have spared some, which makes his heart very satisfied. Is not to say that those who win the hearts of the people of the world? With a flash of his figure, Naruto appeared at the table, eyes lost in tears as he stared at one of the empty cup and noodle bowls on the table. stationing his army in Hanoi and placing it under the command of Chengyu. Zhang Fei brought Guan Yu, Jian Wei, Su Huang, Zhang Liao, and all 7,000 cavalrymen under his command to join Yuan Shao at Acid Zao for an alliance. No, 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 I can't take this. Let's just pretend there's no such thing. After all, we're all happy with our wine. What's the point of being so serious? Chen Hao refused up. The words came out of Betty's mouth, and nothing more, but a few glimmers returned to Gulston's gaze. And how could she not arrange for someone to look out and keep watch? Just now she must have found out that she had arrived, and she deliberately appeared in order to lure herself here. As soon as these words were uttered, the dozens of people present even looked at each other with an expression of having seen a ghost. Even the red-faced big man who made the comment had his mouth open and was filled with disbelief. Karp was silent, but in his heart, he could not help but admire the man who had occupied the name of the strongest for an extremely long time, and the only man who was worthy of competing with Roger. Before Fengjian finished all the benefits, Zhang Yu agreed to his request with a smile on his face, and while agreeing, he lifted the armrests of the chair, so that the original chaise lounge chair was straightened up. The likes of Tian Feng and frustrated in Chen Gong all saw the difference in the situation and went to Zhang, wanting to ask something out of Zhang's mouth, but Zhang all smiled but did not answer, and said that he was probably preparing to go back to Jiasu. The talk of preparing to go back to Jiasu dominated the conversation. Lan Shi hurriedly sat up and took a piece of apple pie, was about to import, suddenly remembered something, attached his ear to Hua Pan Pan, whispered something. The two looked at each other and laughed. Food imported. Inspiration burst out. Although it is already a hot day, early in the morning is still cool. The sun shines down through the dense shade of the trees. A little light looks very beautiful. Hua Pan Pan sized up the bright and glowing Lan Shi, secretly thinking that it is a pity that today's appearance is very beautiful and compelling. But the emperor cannot see. Originally, when he saw that he was in a cave, he thought that he had been captured by the monkey-like savages, and was wondering what he could think of to get out and escape while he had the chance. At this moment, Lan Shi no longer has so many worries. She is going to enjoy his tenderness. This time, she is going to indulge herself and follow her inner feelings. The gentleman's heart is unpredictable. Perhaps out of this door, everything will be all changed, precisely because it is rare, so she should cherish this moment all the more. Su Yan in his previous life had also gone to see the imperial palace, but the feeling is not as strong as this now. A tall building connected to a piece of carved beams and paintings. As far as the eye can see all the golden color. The atmosphere is magnificent. Who with a muffled sound, I dived straight over, and already saw Su Fei, who looked very annoyed at being called up in the middle of the night, lashing out at a bunch of his men. The points of light gradually became less and less, and after a few minutes, everything returned to calm. The light column slowly thinned until it disappeared, and even those dark clouds dispersed, and Hurricane City was once again a clear sky, especially when Zhang Ming said that Ji Xianyuan was most likely practicing the Devil's Way technique. At once, their faces changed differently. So these people still don't know yet that it was done by the people who came from the south? Jin Zhou touched his bare head in surprise. Song Solstice glanced at her mouth and said, "What do I care? Who told you guys to hurt him?" Saying this, she flung her sleeves and turned around to walk back, although he had promised himself before. After this period of time and the dark current to calm down, the war barbarians were also restored to the normal heart, from the beginning of the fire to become calm. This time Lia Shirshan led 200,000 troops to go. Originally thought always have to play a year and a half. Choose terrain is complex, the most difficult to fight. Who knows, but 2 months on the conquest down. Chang Yi converged her eyebrows, just about to approach King Ming, when the sound of hurried footsteps came from behind her, and Princess Ming came in with a panicked look on her face as she carried the medicine. Chapter 67 The Battle of the Century. And since the beginning, Lu Ran had never modified the rules of the death arena again. He sat cross-legged in his safe zone, looked at the death chamber that had been cleared of data and restored to become empty. Instead, the mind was thinking. Lu Ran was not impulsive, but had his own ideas. Given the opportunity, they will surely cherish it. The odds are, it'll be 5 high-fighting professionals in a well-defined configuration. After saying that, the giant Mololi bit towards the chain and broke it in 3 or 2 strokes. The shareholders' meeting will be held in half a month. Cousin, do you have enough shares in hand? Cousin Chu only cared about the outcome. Doesn't care about the process. In the afternoon there were still no guests. Chang Yi sat in front of the computer somewhat absent-minded, neither supervising Kong Yixian's practice nor putting on death heavy metal. Instead, she let her off early at 5 in the afternoon. The next day, Su Jinli slept until sunrise, and when she woke up, Gu Mingjue was looking at her favorably. Powerful sound control, clearly more powerful than the one he had previously encountered at Shui Yan's concert. Kong Yixian, who was putting the medicine bottle back into the box, did not feel any difference at first, until the warm touch slipped under her nose and itched a little, and then, subconsciously, she wiped it with the back of her hand, because Char had forgotten about the armor he had brought with him when he arrived. He suddenly remembered that the gift hadn't been given before he left, so much so that along the way the blonde Fenrod couldn't help but survey the new armor he hadn't been wearing for long. Han Yenlin was dumbfounded when he heard this. This Ning Ning had some discontent left at this time. Nancy heard all this and was so angry that she simply wanted to vomit blood. In the past, her co-workers had gossip, but only dared to say it behind her back. But now it's good. They dare to say it in front of and behind the back of people. And the more they say it, the harder it gets to hear it. When I fished out a dog leash in the courtyard, I inquired that Li Sai was bathing in the soup kitchen, about to make some preparations for this night's wedding ceremony. Shu Yun knew that Mrs. E was unhappy and wanted to open her mouth 3 times to comfort her, but when the words came to her mouth, she didn't know what to say. He had always had a habit of drinking coffee in the morning, which he Yuma only discovered later. Bai Qiueying grinned. It turned out that they were all watching from afar. Even when his own senior brother was about to die, they didn't come to his aid. Bai Qiujing sensed that he was definitely not the only one who was watching from afar just now, so why didn't they all come out together? November wind blowing on the face, cool, and a kind of wet feeling. Raising his head to look up at the sky, the clouds of people in the sky remained the same, and touching his face, he realized that the wetness came from the corners of his eyes. Go down if you wanna go. It's not like you don't know martial arts. You should be able to protect yourself. Saying that, he didn't care about Morong Yi and took the lead to go down the rope. Jianghu Baishao Shang red robe hunting. Hands from the robe took out a blood-red long sword. The hilt of the sword above the hidden blood flow, tendon vein pattern. Bought a good breakfast. All the way to think of words. Thinking how to apologize, how to say something soft, how to let Yen Ko retract those hurtful words. The belly of the draft played 1,000 times, but did not find a suitable. See, the hospital is about to arrive. The heart is actually a little apprehensive. In the end, one person and one beast were resolved in a most primitive way. Looking at the brown bear next to him who couldn't even open his eyes, and then looking at Latte who was getting high on fresh fruit on the side, he knew the outcome. Didn't he mean to bite you? If she didn't bite you, I guess now she wouldn't have to be so up and down and unable to move. So the root of the problem was that she shouldn't have bitten him. Everyone also expressed their support, and seeing everyone so supportive of him, Yu Zhe was instantly energized, and everyone's attention shifted to Shui Air once again. Su Shang mobilized soldiers from Wu County, reorganized his army and prepared for battle, and finally stationed himself in Wanling County. His intention was to stop the Chu army at the line of Wanling. He had repeatedly made efforts to deal with Lu Xiu, and ultimately failed, and even facilitated Lu Xiu to travel to Jiangdong to meet his bride, and failed to let Lu Xiu die in Jiangdong, and was in a bad mood. After a while, the ladder that had stretched them all the way down seemed to come to an end, and was then in a horizontal state, with the passage curving and stretching. At that time, Chao Chang, who was loved by Cao Cao and was unbeatable, once scolded Lu Xiu to his face. In his previous life, Lu Xiu held his tongue and swallowed the anger in his heart. The two of them, Li Shuxian and Nailan Rong, looked at each other breathlessly before focusing their eyes on the jade trigger finger on the auction table. Yimor entered the Xingwu Hall and saw a few disciples who each found a corner and sat cross-legged, recuperating their qi, while in the center of the field there were some other disciples sparring. As he left, he didn't notice that Tianqi was showing an imperceptible smile behind his back. When word of this spreads, it's almost a done deal. At this time, Zhou Yu listened to the group of people under his command. A burst of anticipation rose in his heart. And even more so, there was endless complacency. He had repeatedly designed and dealt with Lu Xiu, but every time, he had planted himself in Lu Xiu's hands. The route taken by Silver Feather is very interesting. His profession choice of Giant Rex, but his weapon choice of Longsword, which is on the lighter side of the spectrum, is highly disorienting. The swordsman had the intention to chase after them, but the tunnel that the armored man had made was too narrow for the swordsman to drill through. He also had to resentfully return from the original way. Anyway, the Wear Mountain armor in the end also want to take the 7-colored lotus seed to find the 7-gourd baby. Lu Yi and the others weren't quite aware of the great battle between the devil and the Three Kingdoms coalition outside. They were tricked into coming here by Situ Kong in the name of joining forces before the great battle. The psychedelic master looked around. After looking at the still distant Zhou Xianzi shook his head and continued to walk towards the front. But at this time he also found something wrong. No matter how he walked is always more than 100 meters away from Zhou Xianzi. If this shark hunting gang made another move against the great white shark and other sea beasts after he left, it would be more trouble than it was worth. So before he left, he was prepared to teach this gang of island Yakuza a lesson. Chapter 68, Fastest Speed. Kill him. Hearing this, Bino felt angry. Did she mean that I had become a third party between them? But as long as there were such wonderful moments as now, even if it was only with the help of Viagra's potency, Zhang Lizhu felt very satisfied. However, just at this moment, Zhang Chen felt a relief in his surroundings, and the fury chi that he had condensed at that moment was once again incorporated into his body. Night of the Lighthouse Star, Mount Zephyr. The battleship Age is hidden here, in a secluded corner, hovering 10 meters off the ground, with 11 braves surrounding it. After Tanghua finished copying those, and then looked at Qin Song. See, Qin Song no longer have any words, want to ask Suan Bang. Then the cell phone to him, let him leave contact information, so that after the investigation of the work there is a need to look for him to confirm and verify things, and then let him leave. As his cultivation continued to grow over the past half a year, the mad sword was becoming less and less helpful when following him around, instead becoming a liability. So Qian Yun had long been thinking of ways to increase the mad sword's strength. According to your meaning, if the one who died was me, you might think it's more appropriate? As soon as Kong Yuanzhang heard his father's cries, his face sank, and he choked out a voice that was not in his nose or in his face. Lin Shi Snap ran out of the basement with dry heaves, inhaled hard a few times before gradually calming the feeling of revulsion, and ran with his legs towards Su Xiuqing's sister-in-law. You seek death. Frost fall. Sword rain. Ji Rushua roared angrily, and suddenly the sunny weather turned dark and cloudy. In an instant, a torrential downpour fell from the sky, but the instant it rained, the rainwater froze into ice and poured out like prismatic cones in a frenzy. Shu was the world's most concerned about the birth of the country. The surname descendants were born than the rest of the other deceased noble, occupy important positions in the court, talented scholars but suffering no way out. So in Chu, ghosts and gods and the fate of heaven are very prevalent. Good or bad birth, the future achievements, are all born to decide. If I had known this, I wouldn't have gotten a room at the inn. Never mind, this is free anyway, at least this place is taking advantage of it. So Tinglong still dodged left and right as before, just not taking his opponent's attacks head on. But I've already collected the silver, she said with difficulty, looking at Xiao Shiwei with a somewhat evasive look. Moonlight also nodded with hatred. That's right, they just want to see us and others make a fool of ourselves. These two now couldn't imagine at all that they were the ones who took the initiative to lie to the fan in the first place, and had the feeling that they and the others were being backstabbed, and that it was all a conspiracy. The ladies at the banquet didn't say anything on their lips, but their hearts turned over many thoughts in an instant. The old dowager's brow was slightly twisted. A trace of displeasure clearly flashed in her eyes, but in the way of so many people at the banquet, she didn't say anything after all. The implication is, Gu Qingcheng can stay. Everyone was able to work together peacefully. For Guan Boling's existence, Su Luan had always held an attitude of rejection, but for Gu Qingcheng, who suddenly appeared out of nowhere, but she was welcomed with open arms. Lao Zi is even more big name. No appointment are not divination. Each divination will only say 3 words, but listen to the people have been nodding. A sincere face. The last time someone also consult Lao Zi, said that the old man to set up a long life plate for the old man to offer. Although it was a little different from what was planned, their attack came quite suddenly. The group of thieves were using the looted food to build a meal on wild vegetables, fish and shrimp. Perhaps it was because it had been too long since anyone had killed here before, and they were still a little surprised and bewildered when shouts of murder came from outside. Shitzi doesn't have to be like this. This matter isn't to be blamed on Shitzi. Xiao Shiwei busily got up and reached out to help down Lu Haichuan's hand. Being stomped to death by Jin Tian, Dr. Mike had a look of disbelief on his face, knowing that with his status, in this world, even first-class powerhouses would treat him with respect. Very much her own style, but it was because of this style that the accident occurred again. Because of this, Shen Qi, the third generation of the Shen family's grandchildren, is particularly favored by Shen Beiyang, the old master of the Shen family. Today, Zhang Jiao 3 brothers went to Li Mingda attached. The news came, Li Chengqian put off the afternoon of some things, ran over early. When people are unlucky, they drink cold water and stuff their teeth. Not to mention the internal contradictions of their own regimes and factions that are hidden during the mutual games between countries. The old man on the side, on the other hand, sensed that something was wrong and immediately frowned slightly as he looked at Jin Tian. What kind of person is Wu Shi, the controller of the entire Huadu, reaching a height like him? If he offended the Xiao family, the lightest result would be that his position would not be guaranteed. The more she talked, the more she got energized. The force of her hand slapping the pillow also increased a lot. And all that came to her mind was Song Jinyao's face that made her disgusted to the extreme. Song Jinyao was very thorough, but how can Hua Xiao Ting not understand? The heart of his heart is much more than Song Jinyao. All the stakes are clear to her, but she just doesn't want Song Jinyao to work so hard. For Matsui Ichiro's command, Wang Tianju naturally didn't dare to say a single word. He nodded his head in agreement without making hardly any pause. The Chaos Nobles watching the battle held their breath and stared, wondering who would be the winner today. Thinking of this and the SWAT team leader in the heart of the fire is even greater. On the above orders more than a few points of doubt. But the thought of the person who gave the order is usually upright and upright style hesitates, searching for whether the superior is also being taken advantage of. Thinking of this eyes become sharp, more and more aware of the back is not simple. Swallowing Heaven's body was just too big. When the seawater rushed in, Qin Feng felt that there was no difference between himself and falling into the middle of the sea, surrounded by seawater, even boundless. Although Fang Sheng's first place in the Green Academy was obtained through Red Flame's cheating, it was still a real first place. As a result, Fang Sheng didn't even ask about the reward for being the first in the Green Academy from beginning to end. Nor did he mention it. It wasn't that the actor arranged by the Dark Lord had an accident, but the time left for the Dark Lord was too short, and the Dark Lord hadn't yet had time to fully integrate the soul fragments inside Gunter's ring into the puppet double. Chapter 69. No kidding. The opposite side is invincible. Liang Lingfeng returned to Guan Zhang's side, and by this time Guan Zhang had already released his aura to confront Elder Wan, only to see that both of them looked quite grave. They didn't spread all of their auras outwards, but rather condensed at one point to fight against each other. A cold sweat slid down from his face. The activation actually requires 300,000 points. Fortunately, it is not enough now. Otherwise, when out of the space, do not want to drink the northwest wind to go. Xiao Yiyan also understood that what Shuri had said was not wrong. For today's solution, the only way was to take Shuri as the leader. He faintly looked at Zhang Yuni and Yuan Shixiang beside Shuri. Your Majesty, Lu Biao is a Han clan member, loyal to the Han, and your Majesty is the son of heaven of the Han. Can't you still reward the land of Jingzhou? Sun Tzu wore a mysterious smile as he wondered to Su Gue. Rolling on the ground a few times, Andre popped up and drew the heavy sword at his waist with a clang, twisting his head toward the phantomite pig demon. Wang Bo smiled and nodded towards the man's back, continuing to play his guitar on his own without stopping his song. Hearing this again, Yang Chang was even more confused. So whether this is like or dislike, although there is no practical significance in exploring this issue, but if you really explore it, this seems to be contradictory and not contradictory. In the end, which one is it? Poisonous? Li Chuanzhong angrily shouted and waved out a white mist, which covered a huge area and instantly made the ground of the entire battlefield covered with ice crystals. Obviously, Zhang Yuni this half a year, the power aspect has grown a lot again. Just the divine idea, the way of attack, is already quite powerful. Shi Yi's inches of 1,000 miles, so far still remains in the stage of protection. Every player rest area is driving 360 degrees without dead angle HD camera. The world live broadcast, Gu Cheng's team as soon as he showed his face domestic pop-up screen exploded. From Li Tianxiang found him, took away the sword soul. Shui Xiaohong can be sure that Li Tianxiang must have found the secret of the sword soul. Originally, he should have been called King Crab, but at the request of the Blood Coral, he was given the title of King Blood. After Mangli Ge's words, the entire stands above the silence, and even some people are directly along with the atmosphere do not dare to utter a sound. Yesterday, Gu Shocking Frost had said that he had to get an explanation from Wu Jing at the hour of noon today. Unsurprisingly, Gu Shocking Frost was too punctual, so punctual that Wu Jing didn't even dare to doubt Song Zhao's position in his mind. As soon as Su Yunji saw Su Yunbai, the humiliation brought to her by the previous slap encouraged her courage again. Su Yunin cannot help but put a laugh. This laugh in the eyes of the tears but again cannot be pocketed, unconsciously fell down. Indeed, you even managed to get him to come and arrest me. Really half-hearted. Seeing that she wasn't half flustered, Gu Shokfang simply got up and sat down beside her, speaking with slight dissatisfaction. In a blink of an eye, the village chief's demeanor once again returned to that of the old days. Hunched over, wrapping the gold and silver in his clothes, and following Qin Mo's instructions, he began to send the silver from house to house. Not too good. Su Yunyan was a little hesitant, although a little bit of wine and food is not a big deal, but after all, it is in the palace. In case it is seen, tomorrow it will definitely spread all over the capital. The fury filled the air like the remnants of the sun. Between the swings of the long blades, even in those spiritual mists began to retreat. Gong Qianzhu lost his mind looking at him, his ears still echoing his ethereal and indifferent voice. Something slowly clearing and taking shape in his mind. What flashed in front of his eyes at that moment was the bright and vast soil on Penglai Dock, the 9 blazed palace lanterns blooming and rotating on the high altar, and the Queen Mother of the West that he met in Yuzhou City that day. Sui Sui clutched a cup of milk tea and looked inside the cafe curiously. wondering how his poop blind date was going. There is no difference between day and night in the light of the sky, and the golden will bell in the hall of the god of 10,000 phases rings 1 round for 1 day, and 2 rounds for 1 day. Hearing Fan Xiaohua's strange remarks, Chen Hao almost sprayed out the beer he had just drank, and said without a trace of anger. Gong Xianzhu was taken aback by his anger and looked at Gong Xianyu for help in a helpless manner. At first, she only thought that her death had come and gone, and that the world forgetting was the best way to end it, and if she let him remember, she didn't know how many more wars with the immortal world would be caused. Okay, you go back to your seat. The inspector told him to find a random seat and sit down while everyone around him gave a look like this you can believe. Of course the inspector wasn't such an idiot. He was waiting for Ribiki to come over and ask for clarification. And just as he was thinking about it, something incredible happened. Su Tanchi bought Qi Zhuyang quit smoking candies. Qi Zhuyang smoked before and was seen by Su Tanchi. She didn't say anything but sneezed. And after that Qi Zhuyang started to quit smoking. What hasn't been done? Win Lei had long been flustered at this point, and a short-circuited brain was a normal expression. It's the power of the rules of spatial blockade. We've been circled and isolated from space. The people outside can't feel us at all. Royal Wind put his hand on Xiao Ling's shoulder, who was making an effort to step forward. With your imagination, it's really condescending to open a birthday suit store. I shook my head and laughed helplessly and bitterly, only wishing extravagantly that Han Yu would stop bothering me. I sniffed and looked at myself in the mirror. I have to say that Cholin's craftsmanship is getting more and more skillful, but I always feel that something is not right. After looking at it for half a day I realized that it was my own stinky face. I couldn't help but let out a sigh. Vidarija had also advised AI Jing that it was no longer possible to be reborn to this extent, as River Knight's vital characteristics had completely disappeared. But AI Jing still had trouble letting go of the idea that maybe it was just her own wishful thinking, wanting to simply give herself an explanation and let herself die completely. Shun Ruochu instantly and unconsciously got goosebumps. She lifted her eyelids and saw that he was slightly lowering his head at the moment, surprisingly close to her. As long as she straightened her body slightly, her forehead would hit his lips. The sea of bitterness has no boundaries, turning back as the shore. If you put down the butcher's knife I will degree you to extreme happiness. Yun Du-han looked at Muyu-chan with one hand behind his back indifferently. That second elders for Nomiya is indeed disliked, but seems to have an inexplicable fear of her? But if the Morong family has this ability, but did not perform, then there are only 2 reasons to explain. Either the Morong family for some reason intentionally let himself into here is also just for the ancestral training to go through the motions, or the Morong family. This feng shui formation underneath. There are more yet to show the raging waves. Chapter 70, He is the Immortal. At this point, fighting Master Kasi was the closest. Lu ran in order to prevent him from coming over to punch and kick him again when the time for bursting gas is up in a while. He decisively separated a portion of the skeleton soldiers to go up to corpse explosion. In Lu Ran's case, skeleton soldiers were no longer used as a means of consumption. After all, the skeleton soldiers' normal attacks do so little damage that they can just corpse blast anyway since they can be sourced, totally used as a bomb. Poor Cassie was shackled in place. Empty. Plain walked into the kitchen and came to this from the heart. It was Chinese New Year, and they were frying up Chinese food that smelled delicious. At this moment, the old demon of Black Mountain City Hall was full of ghosts and mountains and seas of ghosts both inside and outside. So Xia Feng only had to lead Uncle's son with the crowd to the Moonwatch building, which was divided into 2 halves. The room was dimly lit, and Yen Ruyu's kisses fell on Xiaofeng's body like a wildstorm. It was only that those memory fragments did not originally belong to this world, and thus became a whirlwind that had been hovering in Zhang Yifan's spiritual world but could not grow or dissipate. Dry Gamin, specializing in beating you rice devils. Old Iron Fist rolled his eyes and said without a word of humor. However, after everyone had crossed the fence, when Rinshu squatted in the bushes and didn't leave, for a while, no one could guess what kind of medicine he had in his gourd. To be honest, Xiang Yue was really nervous for a moment and forgot all about the fact that she and Tang Genoa had already pulled a marriage license. Master Scar, are you threatening me? Shangguan Ruweixin picked up the bottle and fiercely poured a mouthful of beer. After placing the bottle on the table, the surrounding area was lush with wild grass, and after the whimpering mountain wind blew through, everyone felt a chill. The chain reaction caused by the large-scale death of marine life is a drastic change in climate, a change that is difficult for land creatures to overcome. And the same is true for human beings, and when the time comes, there will surely be a large-scale death, and there is no conclusion as to whether or not there will be extinction. For those who take the path of soul sainthood, the earth immortal realm grows the strength of the soul, and by the time they reach the heavenly immortal realm, they will be able to split into thousands of subdivisions and break through the shell to ascend. For an enthusiastic contestant like Blink, the hosts and judges pulled him aside with a matter-of-fact smile and cleared the stage for a beautiful romance. I've just recovered from a broken leg. As a matter of fact, I've been learning to make movies with EE, and since I'm a professional, I've got a good feel for the camera. So brother-in-law, you give me a chance. Give me a chance to reflect their values well. Lily Tang. He was tricked by Lin Yuan from the beginning. Not only sent a large number of supplies, but even his beloved generals Zongtong was hitched. Xiao Rui then thought that the air in the countryside was good, and the pressure of life wasn't so great. So Qiao Xian would definitely be able to relax her mind to recuperate her body. After all, when it blatantly says 8 pieces of meat for $50, many people see it and sputter and look away. Mo Chen looked at her with a frightened look and pulled her into his arms, stroking her head with a gentle movement. Just got off the phone with Mom. Joanan replied with a deflated mouth, as if she was being snapped at by Zhao Ke to her face. Xiao Xian took out her cell phone and wanted to call the police station police to come. Suddenly Chen Ning'er jumped down from the car and raised the knife to charge at an old grandfather who was herding cows by the side of the road. When Wei Yan was introduced, Zhuge Liang's eyes narrowed slightly and he was about to open his mouth, but he was directly pulled back by Lin Yuan. When he waited for the poison circle to shrink, Tang Hao had been directing him from the side, letting him eat the poison in the first few circles to enter the circle. I see you guys are having so much fun. Why don't you take me one? Take me one and I'll show you what this ID means. Sun Shiwu continued to send out pop-ups. Words to the people too. A shake of the body. Has been close to the body of Mile. A yellow eagle pinch crop. Mile hastily withdrew back. The other side of the left foot to the front of the right foot to take a step forward. 2 legs slightly bent. The right palm at the same time from the left palm below the elbow to the body stretched out in front of the body. And another yellow eagle pinch crop. Mile once again backward. But this yin and yang fire at first no only chat a few people. This is a very private thing. The general public will not even know. Lin Chang couldn't stop shaking his head after hearing this. He also didn't think that one day he would be sold here, and it was only 500 copper coins. After Su Bo Feng left, he went to the jewelry store and bought 3 strings, one of jade and the other 2 of silver. This was still Lin Chang was only a bronze first order knight. If he had reached bronze second order, then I'm afraid that all these barons would have to offer him up before they could do so. The first grade seed wizard stopped in mid-sentence and repeated himself as if he somewhat couldn't believe the words he was hearing. It was fine if he didn't ask, but when he did, take asterisk 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 Katoshi instantly cried even harder, and shook his head as he did so, and only Liang Shyu, who was in the distance, looked at the sun that had already set, not knowing what he was thinking. Darrow heard this and hesitated to speak out, guarding his own father's side and looking at his old aunt. He didn't know how to make a choice. After pointing the camera at herself, Su Yun's slender and long fingers casually grabbed a stack of poker, and with a gentle push of her thumb, an ace of hearts was held in Su Yun's hand. His face had a pale hue, and his skin was not even a hint of smoothness in sight, but his eyes were the only ones with a burning light. Fang Rongrong poured water for her and helped Tang Shiyong drink the medicine and lie down again. That lake water was dirty and cold last night. She was a little nauseous even thinking about it now. Sweat was creeping up on Soho's head as she thought about it, but wasn't sure if Peely could do it. There are more and more bug demons, and it's only the second day today. Kong Linghai, who had already advanced to an F2 level domain returner, looked around nervously, fearing that another bunch of bug demons would rush out. Hey, is your lay named Zhang Zhong'an? Liang'an sat up and looked at Zhang Sujing with a smile flashing in her eyes, looking at Yangxin who gnashed his teeth straight from the side. It was a political marriage between them, and he should have found a way to fall in love with Su Lin Moon, but he had a person in his heart a long time ago, and could not tolerate anyone else. If the other party was slightly more Lilicon inclined, Ding Xiaoming simply couldn't think of how she should lose. It wasn't a pillow that came to him when he dozed off. It was a set of Simmons that came to him when he dozed off and warmed up his bed. In those previous years, Yan's life in the Chao clan was indeed not easy, but since the level of his spiritual cultivation technique had greatly improved, no one dared to haphazardly bother themselves again, so she lived a relatively peaceful life afterwards. Do you really think the old demoness is crazy? Taishan sect killed Wu Tianen, and she only requested to start a beast tide. Chapter 71, This person must not be retained. It was a meeting to which Neil was among the invitees. The atmosphere in the huge conference room inside the Eagle Palace was as it should be. When Neil came in, all the leaders looked at Neil. Behind Neil, the other guild presidents who were qualified to participate all dared not squeak. They are the bottom on weekdays. Didn't even climb the rank list, didn't have much to say, but I didn't expect it. Now they're some of the highest ranking people under Neil. Then when he actually went into battle, this good man of the Bohai kingdom faced the interception of a martial exalt, yet he rose to the challenge without saying a word. After seeing that Sai Lia was truly naturally dumb, this Miao brother happily took out the silver light oathkeeper from his backpack. After the Celia saw this bow, it was as if her eyes were sucked in by the Silverlight Oathkeeper. That majestic building built against the mountain wall was, back then, the place where the shattered Sky Valley Master deliberated, and for the past 20 years, it had been the place where the current generation of the Valley Master was in seclusion. The first thing, all to Uz said accurate. Uz believed Li Huqing words, the two sides to establish a relationship of trust. Even if Li Huqing's words were nonsense, Uz would still believe them. Originally, simply watching the video was nothing, but when hearing that sound, as long as it was a normal person, in that lightning only, the reaction was extremely sensitive. Looking at Su Yuan Nian when Zhao Dancheng bent down and kissed Su Yuan Nian said, "Good night," said and got up to leave. Zhao Dancheng after recovering his memory, with Su Yuan Nian's daily routine is basically to wander around the tour. Upon hearing this, Ko Qingyun heatedly laughed while continuously picking up those scattered eggshells on the ground, while Tang Yuan was bubbling with black lines. Seeing that there was no one else in the room, Ning Rongrong was also not polite at all, and without waiting for Ling Feng to open the door, she herself directly pushed the door in. Originally still in the middle of running, Horn immediately made a 180 degrees turn on his way to escape, so the relationship between the three has always been good. There is no bloodshed of who is sorry or who is green, and between the three maybe there will only be until one side gives up. A young cultivator like Lin Feng, and alone, was naturally easy to target. Someone cut out a divine weapon. The killing aura overflows and cracks the void. It's only feared to be an ancient divine weapon. As long as family head Su Linhong wanted to randomly activate a mechanism, they would fall down and be devoured by 10,000 snakes. But he couldn't back down, couldn't be resentful, because this was the destiny they were born with as trickster Shura. Lin Feng, on the other hand, asked the 5 forces you mentioned, besides your holy evil sect, the other 4 forces. Which 4 forces are they? He took the volleyball and subconsciously looked at Yi Xian on the other side of the net, his heartbeat accelerating to a point that could not be described. The golden threads struck down on the ground, and for a time, smoke and dust surrounded them, and the violent air currents blew the buildings around them to the east and west. The cloud ninjas were even screaming. Just the air currents made them lose a large portion of their combat power. I know you don't believe. Yang Zhe shook his head and said, the Li family's change of family head was not something that too many people knew about, because it wasn't something honorable. So the change of family head wasn't spread out by the Li family. So naturally, outsiders didn't know about it. Not to mention Xiao Zhenlong, an ordinary person. The king's red eyes were full of killing intent and hatred. He wanted this punch to smash Yi Xian into a corpse. Thank you, your majesty. The man hurriedly walked out as if he had been pardoned. Thanking God. He thought he would be heavily punished even if he didn't die, but he didn't realize that his majesty had spared them so lightly. After Nierong his father walked inside the room where Qin Miniang was, he also walked right in front of Qin Miniang. Lang Yu's movements were gentle, so gentle that Mu Qinyan couldn't help but start moaning in. Listening to his emotional voice, Lang Yu lifted her head and looked at his face that was flushed with emotion. Under the moonlight it was actually that absolutely beautiful and alluring. She looked at him with drunken eyes for a moment before coming to her senses, busy lowering her head to straighten her clothes. Why are you here? After brushing off the fallen flowers on her clothes, she wanted to get up. However, her feet were so numb that she didn't get up for a moment. Nonsense! Who comes out to run in this heat when there's nothing going on? Someone has reported that you are privately using the word royal, bullying the market in Yangzhou City, and deliberately monopolizing goods. Come with us, the constable said with a big grin. Long Qing was about to say a few words of thanks when the knock on the door sounded again. Father Qi raised his head and faintly said, the people have arrived. Saying so, he stood up and walked over. In Sangyu didn't say anything else because he knew that Wu Xiaoyang had already made up his mind to lend him a hand to get rid of the Qiu family. So even if this was someone else's plotting and scheming, it didn't matter at all to Wu Xiaoyang. But this time, she saw the Linghu Han she had never seen through the eyes of a bystander. From that memory, she felt the intense tangle of love and hate that belongs to people. Yun Xiu had planned to play the zither to meditate and concentrate, to see if he could calm down and finally struggle a bit more. Tang Xiaofu nodded and said, the fourth master has a good heart and doesn't want this compensation, but the fourth master was injured at my place, so I'll pay for this. So she took out $5 to compensate the fourth master as medical expenses. What kind of people are they? Jerk, they are all dead face and live to suffer. The Lord is afraid of them, will not admit it. With my words, 8 people are patting their chests and yelling. I hurriedly turned my head to look underneath me when I heard the commotion, and the body of a baby not much bigger than the palm of my hand lay silently on the ground. Jane Dan then told Tang Xiaofu the original story. It turned out that on the first day of the new year Jane's mother wanted to invite Tang Xiaofu to their home, so that their relatives could meet this excellent future daughter-in-law. but was refused by Jane Ming on the grounds that on the first day of the new year Tang Shoufu also had to go out to pay her respects. Just as soon as he opened the door to the room, the scene outside the door called Arthur, who was walking in the forefront, to stop, his expression seeming to smile somewhat subtly. Sitting in the car, I rubbed my fingers against the copper coins, thinking about Huang Shang. This old lady is mysterious in every way, always appearing when I'm in danger. And according to Huang Shang, every time she comes, the old maniac lets her come. Could it be that the old maniac has been paying attention to me? Chapter 72 Ghosts at the Southern Border. If one then converges and joins this earth's heartstring chi to one's profound dragon strength and strikes it together, thereby boosting the profound dragon gong string strength. As in the past, the familiar eyes appeared in the dream world, and the incomparably real sense of touch instantly confused the mind. Desire is like a flood that opens the floodgates and erupts wildly. When Father Yi saw that Chen Ping was silent, he attentively poured tea for Chen Ping. Only then did the crowd see that, as expected, Father Ye's palms were covered with beads of sweat. He also realized that he didn't want to smudge the creamy paper by closing the book before the ink was dry. If he, as Li Yunmu's shadow, were to be sacrificed, it would be the greatest disrespect to Li Yunmu, and might even affect Lin Ye's position in Li Yunmu's heart. Max sat down obediently and held out his hand. The old man's somewhat dry fingers rested on his wrist. Love is like a moth to a flame, knowing that the future is doom and ashes, but still recklessly head into it. Bitch, I'll see where you run to. Run home this time. At this moment, an arrogant man's voice came from outside. In the end, the Sith family ceded territory and annexed the Sith castle into the territory of the Noct family next to it. The Noct family was defecting to Rhode Island, which everyone already knew. Yao Chu, if you don't come back for 1 day, I will wait for you for 1 day. Wait until I'm old. Wait until I die. Su Lin gently pressed her face against that tonguewood zither, tears dripping down onto that zither one by one, tracing out a touch of silent sorrow. The farm's food is good, the pay is high, and the work is comfortable. It's a job you can't even find by beating your head against the wall. Cootie, I don't want to leave. However, this kind of threat is just like thunder but no rain. Chu court ladies are not afraid at all. Stretching her neck to look forward, the more she looked, the more she felt that there must be a good show. The one who asked was of course Wu Feng. The current Wu Feng, although his breath was evil, but all other circumstances were very normal. The only thing that would become crazy and tyrannical was fighting. And coincidentally, he and Li Zhong had a very good relationship, and Li Zhong's recent encounters were very clear to Gui Junyang. In this way, he naturally also knew about Mu Fan's news, and this Xian weaponry sect's newly risen first-day talent. In fact, they do not know. Chu court officials themselves feel they are not forget to memorize which sentence, or forget to memorize which word. Just, forget it. I got into the elevator, holding the flowers, and stood behind Philip Lee, smiling at the man in the elevator in appreciation. Of course, it was still far, far away from the school Lin Shang's wish to stuff the whole room with trophies. As soon as Ji Feng finished speaking, he didn't wait for her to speak again and directly retreated. He felt that once he talked to the system girl, he really wasn't sad anymore. Instead, he found his confidence again. Although Ji Feng has been stored Yu's phone, but they have almost not how to pass the words. This time Yu called himself to do what? It can't be that something has happened again. When we first met at the age of 9, I was as skinny as a beansprout, with no beauty to speak of, and he used to come into my room in the middle of the night and bring me a lot of food. Returning again, Kagome, the 7th woman, had brought the items they needed, and while the 7th woman went to start the shelves and boil the medicine and water as Kagome had requested, Kagome walked a short distance away from Zheng. Lu Chen smiled at Yi Fubo. In his eyes, a cold aura quickly coalesced, and then he laughed softly and opened his mouth, killing intent spreading out with his voice. The purple sun blade emitted a buzzing sound. A purple blade flashed. The left dragon head's pair of dragon eyes was directly cut out a blood scar. Blood splattered. The left dragon head directly emitted a tearing miserable scream, began to crazily shake up. Black Bear's head was full of black lines, but nay, he couldn't beat Marev, so he had to admit to the title of brother. My lord, I already know where they live. It's inside the city god temple in the west of the city. Not to mention how this white teenager knew all this. Let's just say that in the current situation, even if Songzhou sent someone to kill him and take his life right now, in the eyes of the world, it would still be an act of justice. Mei Qi came back when she heard about this matter, smiled, first not in a hurry to clean up herself, and then went to greet Old Lady Mei. When she arrived, Old Lady Mei was instructing Mei Xinjin to make talismans, and that Lu Cheng was also being instructed along with her. Live fire target practice, for many POWs, was something they had never experienced earlier in the army. Fortunately, They had all been to war and were considered veterans who had fired a gun. However, the level of shooting is still somewhat lacking and insufficient. It was the old beggar that Hua 11 had picked up at the beginning. No, it was the old beggar who had once stalked Hua 11. Ha ha, of course I know that you don't lack gold, silver, treasure or status and fame, but I have another way of trading, I said with a straight face. Where is the point of treating that child to fight for a reputation? Dear Ming took Luo Yun's hand and shook his head and laughed. It's not right, even if the Tao of the 7-star grass. We are always still in the Dragon Protector Villa. Yi Feng shook his head and said. After hearing this, Wang Xiu felt saddened, not realizing that this brother of his had such a twisted story. The Shi joined forces with the Khitan army, which further hurt the Shi's pride, and attacked their friends with their enemies, which would shame the Shi themselves. So the war was doomed to be unwinnable from the start. Yi Feng's gaze was scarlet. His right hand was tightly pinched on Mad Dog's neck. Mad Dog's forehead veins were rippling, and he felt that it was difficult to even gasp for air. Let's see if they're here again. Shanghai Ma Chao also looked a bit agitated at this point, which was different from his previous professional matches. Get it is not that you have been fantasizing about my son's beauty? Su Rohan asked, looking seriously at Shinyashi. Then I'll just pay attention next time. Yi Feng's hands climbed onto her breasts and gently kneaded them. Di Qingjiang sneered. You can pay if you don't want to. Assassin Li has already cleaned the prison and is waiting for you to live there, so I advise you to go back and get the money ready, or else I won't be able to protect you. That, class isn't in session yet. I'll go buy a bottle of water first. Yi Feng escaped like an excuse and switched places with someone in the class or something. Of course, whether or not it's beneficial to the user master can only be decided by the user master himself. The gray-handed man laughed. Demon, don't talk nonsense. You broke into the mountain gate and were so impetuous that it's hard to relieve your hatred without killing you. The Great Flame Sword sect leader hysterically growled and roared. Violet shook her head and said, before you entered the world of reincarnation, you and Ling Yan were a great pair of lovebirds. Chapter 73, Nanio's Choice. Xiao Chu's face sank violently as she picked up the 2 cups of water sitting on the side and walked over in large strides. It can't be helped. The peach blossom luck is too good. A few senior brothers from the previous semesters who followed beside him laughed when they heard Tortoiseshell's words. On the branches of the trees, there are birds singing. In the grass, there are rabbits running. Birds and flowers, gurgling water, a scene of vitality. This palace doesn't know if this is right or wrong, but this palace does know that there is nothing wrong with things being the way they are, and there is nothing wrong with the saying that the situation is more than a wall of people. Is this right, sir? The third prince asked. Knowing that the Shang Emperor was about to come to the imperial city, Zhao Huan's mood could be said to be flying beautifully these past few days, and Prince Rong came back from his busy schedule in the palace just in time to see Zhao Huan in the gazebo in the backyard, talking and laughing with her 2 accompanying maids. Behind the house is a large alchemy furnace. She followed the master used a few times. For space water good, is no food, if not the 2 years of hunting, in the space to save a little food. Good here to put anything will not be bad. Put in what kind of? Take out or what kind of? Guo Bin heard. First a stunned, then back to God. Lu Tao word Ziki, Ing Chuaning, is the Western Han Huainan Li Wan Lu Long second son of Ji Beijian Wan Lu Bo after. Although with this dynasty Shizuzu Guangwu Emperor lineage of kinship is extremely far away, but also counted as a clan. Love requires interaction and giving. How can you love when you don't have an ounce of desire to give to your lover? I just want to see the sunset with you, but I've said it 6 times and you haven't come out once. Jun said. Where? I see it everywhere. Forget it if you don't admit it. That's your own son. Where in the world would there be a father like you? Zhang didn't have the good sense to say. The piercing sunlight is not afraid of the majesty of the ancient Suj. Like firelight sprinkled on the canopy, but by the layers of leaves was taught a hard lesson. Woefully fled to the tree. Became like the evening meek starlight. Bright and dark. Like a veil like waves. The 7th prince nodded with a well-behaved face and didn't ask anything. However, he tossed around Chuyu's head for a while. But in the end, it was nothing. Nanweiqing was deliberately grabbing it from Yi Fanxing, wanting to provoke her. Unexpectedly, Yi Fanxing not only gave her hands, her attitude was also particularly doggy. So Nanweiqing got annoyed. The dry and skinny middle-aged man nodded his head, and with a dominating wave of his hand, a giant boar appeared in the Thunder martial arts. The first 6 matches opponents were practically all randomized, and only the last 3 matches were fixed, because she also knew the truth between Fu Shishi and Nan Shu. Sun Imo now looked at Fu Shishi in any way. After all, reborn back, life is really not too interesting. Just to see these people make a demon. Can make to what extent? This was bad, because no matter who it was, even if he was the emperor of the Xianwu Empire, the lord of the noble empire, He could not detach himself from the support of the cultivators, and once he detached himself from the support of the cultivators, then the Xianwu Empire, the emperor of the Xianwu Empire, would all fall from heaven to hell overnight. At this moment, Zhou Tian's clothes were all wet with sweat, and the ground around him was also covered in sweat. Conan was relieved. He gave him the Western medicines he had brought. Wang Quan was very happy. These medicines, he knew them all. No need for Conan to explain. He knew how to take it. After all, it was a medicine pot for many years, and if he drank medicine every day, he could become half a bone setter. Suddenly, right in the middle of his sleep, he heard a creepy laugh in his ear that sent chills down his spine. Qin Ming frowned. Now that he had broken through to the sixth juncture of the Yuan fetus, his spiritual senses were very sharp, and he immediately felt the strangeness of this futon. After a while, a silhouette appeared at the end of the horizon, darting towards his direction at an astonishing speed, crossing a mountain and river, and it was none other than the headless corpse. Can't read? Lin Hao and Shi Jia glanced at each other, each noticing the surprise in the bottom of the other's eyes. Accompany me to the Fenghua garden to sit down. Hui Shui. Jing Luyan looked at her fixedly, calling her name tenderly. After all, the old master's works, not just anyone can act, need to be selected by thousands of people. Then Gu Jianfan exited the arena, and Su Nanchuan, not knowing what was going on and easily provoked by him, also left. Nancy glanced up absently. Her eyes had only been on the notice board, which was the day's work assignments and schedules, and there was no news. She hadn't even thought to look at the list. In this case, let's each take a step back. 250,000 episodes. We'll buy it. If you still insist on 260,000 episodes, then, we can only say sorry, Wang Xiaolei said in a deep voice. She tried to yell, but her throat, being already hoarse, was even harder at the moment, so before she could yell, she had fainted. During this time the company recruited a lot of new people. Bai Shiyun's team became more complete, but not as busy as the beginning, but the notice is still very tight. The overly weakened gods, although their abilities were relatively weird, their frontal combat power was actually only at the level of 3 or 4 world bosses combined. After David reacted and chose defense, there was no possibility of actually destroying everything on this swamp. Timothy's wrist was tightly clutched by him, and although his expression was taut, his heart was thick with dissatisfaction. In a happy mood, she made herself a cup of coffee, and Timothy leisurely held the cup as she sat in Lu Yinzhou's previous favorite spot, her spirit emptying. As she appeared, the cold living room came to life. The elder brother and sister-in-law, the second brother and sister-in-law, they appeared one after another, and Xin Shouwan was finally able to follow Fu Jincheng downstairs to see Gu Lingjun. It was just that compared to when Bai Yuanjing first saw her 4 years ago, her condition was still that much worse. The 100 or so Tao family experts, led by Tao Pang, stood in the air, all of them staring at the black figure that was getting closer and closer with a strict gaze. She remembered that Lai Baochun had married a girl from his mother's side of the family. So how did he become the young proprietor of the Nanfeng factory again? The first time the two met was 6 years ago, just this once. Directly on the Shi Kite and Feng Uchuan's relationship had a sky-high impact. It just so happened that Emily, Unica, and Alice were called in by the way to keep the bored Lilith company. Chapter 74, Isn't this just delivered to your door? The hills are bare and no one passes by. Between the jagged rocks, the 4 presidents and Lu Ran sat opposite each other, chatting and farting leisurely with the sea breeze. There aren't many days left until the national war. Inexplicably, I'm looking forward to it, Yu Qingtsong said cozily. The worries that were once there have long since dissipated, especially when Eagle Sauce managed to clear the Black Dragon Mountain range on normal difficulty. He had almost decided that Long Xia was going to be suppressed by Eagle Sauce during the national wars. It was only that if they were to take their lives, once this was done by themselves, it would be an undying hatred with Yi Chu, for the ironclad waste to be discarded, but no one is willing to die with them. Although the county minister said that it is reasonable, a change in the governor, especially a change in the northern official, the whole county's big households are not good, but this does not mean that others are willing to take out food. When Solomon and Thomas heard that their hosts were seeing them off in person, they both froze and wondered what was hidden behind this event. The 5-colored blade astral deity appeared, and the king of ferocious beasts completely burst into pieces in the void, and after chopping the king of ferocious beasts, the 5-colored blade astral deity did not deplete much, but instead rumbled towards the densely packed red-tailed iron dragon ferocious beasts outside of the 9th city and chopped them away. Quest reward, for every heavenly tablet fragment obtained, one can receive a blessing from the wordless heavenly tablet and gain a more thorough understanding of one's own skills. The reward after the heavenly tablet is fully restored is unknown. After he said that, all of them dropped their hearts and exhaled in relaxation, especially the last sentence. Yu Luoshang rolled towards the edge of the side. Using the 1-second stealth time, he was like a ghost, sliding to the most edge of the grass. Don't worry, when I, Zhou Yuan, speak, I never do what I say. Otherwise, they wouldn't be dead set on following me. Zhou Yuan nodded firmly and said, his means of torturing people's flesh and soul, even Pine Lei, who had served in the military mechanics battalion for more than 10 years, would be creeped out just thinking about it. They are able to thrive like this. It couldn't be without your careful care. Bai Ruoyun said with a smile. The many items here were actually items that Song Ming could only browse online. Song Ming's eyes straightened as he looked around with intense incredulity. He couldn't guess in any way that so many ultra-modern items had appeared here. Was this all the masterpiece of Dark Knight Hurley? After that, there was light overflowing from that palace, rushing like water, holding the palace as it flowed toward the bottom. This king still trusts Lord Wang. Otherwise the emperor wouldn't have been treating Lord Wang as his beloved for the past few years. And even this king has been kept in the dark. Sima Daozi calmed his emotions and spoke. The duo at the head of the Black Blood Divine Hall laughed when they saw the protective spirit formation burst open and shouted in a loud voice. This His Royal Highness doesn't know. In fact, Fatty had planned to prepare the equipment and supplies overnight today and move forward tomorrow, without being urged by others. Fatty couldn't wait to leave that apartment building earlier. Rook understood now, and glancing at Shrek next to him, whose strange name Shrek also seemed to have been given on a whim by the headmaster, instantly understood and called straight away. Fatty washed his face and came back, then heard Green Bamboo and Tong Shiya talking about killing zombies at night. You're going too? He looked at him in surprise. He looked at Green Bamboo with surprise. Fatty, who had already begun his systematic training. Obtaining these 20 basic attribute points not only meant that he could add 20 points to his basic attributes at will, but more importantly, utilizing these 20 basic attribute points, he could complete at least 20 days of extreme training. That said, he's already scoring quite a bit of points now, and should be able to advance to the finals already. Although Tang Yi stood by the door of the main hall, there was some distance from where the executives were located inside. However, Tang Yi had opened the door of the 6 spirits, and the 6 spirits were all open, so his ears were exceptionally sensitive, and he could hear all the voices inside. Dense sweat seeped out from Nangon Lin E's head, until he felt that Ouyang Sakura Chi's body slightly adapted to him a little bit when he moved. Take it! The man gave another order without saying a word. The 2 secret constables who had circled around behind Old Money, simultaneously shot out and grabbed between Old Money's shoulder armor, surprisingly using the tendon-splitting hand, removing both of Old Money's bladders in a single glance. There was a 120 ambulance parked next to the police car, and I glanced over to see the car empty, a couple of paramedics spinning Dad's 4-wheeled car with the police. Although Andy left the location of the boss, but he still found the boss's attack is completely locked a player, killed in a change, and hit the damage each is very high. Countless rebel witches split into 2 sides to surround the White Lotus sect and the Water Moon sect in the center, with an average of 8 elders monitoring one of the sides, and as long as they made any movement, they would surely be dealt a fatal blow by the rebel witches. Although he said that the marriage contract has been finalized, but in reality, the decision lies in Yin Yu. If the two are truly destined for each other, he and that old man of the Yin family will not force Yin Yu. What business is it of yours? Nangon Lin was displeased. Ouyang Sakura Chi was his fiancée, and he just didn't like other members of the opposite sex caring about Ouyang Sakura Chi's affairs, even if it was his younger brother. Not to mention that Nuo Mingyu didn't have the usual emotions towards Ouyang Sakura Chi. Michelle seemed to understand that the boy in front of her had this cold attitude towards everyone else except for Ouyang Sakuraji. Tong Ming Group has now come to the brink of bankruptcy. The stock has dropped so much that it is unbearable to look at. There is no good news coming from all sides. Chapter 75, Wild Boss Sea Patrol Nightfork. Only, based on Ren Shan's pricing for pills, essence pills might not be affordable for the average person. Many soldiers drew their swords, just waiting for Chowin to fall down. The marshal had ordered that as long as he fell, he could be chopped into pieces. Hearing this question, Ling Yi subconsciously looked towards Ren Shan's pants and couldn't help but reveal a look of disappointment. Old man, if you don't say anything, I'll get this sister yo. At this time the driver said, after saying that his hands were touching Yi Xilan's body. When the tent curtain was lifted, Jiang Zhang Xian was drinking medicine, looked up and saw the bad intentions of Jia Yi and the giant wolf beside him, immediately choked and choked up. Zhang Xian froze a little when she saw that the caller displayed on the screen of her cell phone was Xiao Feng. How could Xiao Feng call her all of a sudden? Ever since she returned to school, the two of them had rarely contacted each other. Sir, you are aware of our abilities. In fact, we are able to help, Li Danqing said eagerly. After dealing with things above work, later in the evening, Zheng Shui came to Gu's building. Gu Yanzi was dealing with some personnel matters. Goose does not keep idle people, and at the same time will not condone those business spies. Tang Hai left Duan Qi, Shuren, Lin Yuan, Wolfba to lead the army to stay in the city to rest and reorganize, since with the Lords of the Dragon, Lu Jia, Zhang Boat, Wang Feng, Jin Z5 generals, with 2,000 men and horses came to Chongping village, see Wu Liang according to the risk of fortresses, high above the ground, and then bring the generals around the fortress to investigate in detail. Shen Bing bit my ear and said, okay, go back, not to tease you, island private long trash, that's good, this palace will come back tomorrow. Only then did Wei Nong regain his spirits and return to the Pantai Palace, not forgetting to instruct the craftsman to make sure that he did his best to make this wrench finger well before he left. There were also ones at more crowded intersections, but it was a last resort because it wasn't expected that they would go to a crowded place like that. Although the Grand Elder's latter words were not said, they were all clear that if their guess was good, although Yi Xingshan's life was saved, his cultivation was almost wasted. After all, now that everyone in Gear City was dead, she was already the premier mechanic in the world, and a half-assed mechanic like Edgelong Knight couldn't even compare to her. The war is full of fire. Countries have suffered heavy losses everywhere. The global population has dropped from over 10 billion people to just over 3 billion, and national powers have been disrupted and re-ranked. The north side hangs a painting a few children are playing. Looks like it is also ancient paintings. Just grandpa is not much research on this, also cannot see when it is. Then the person who arranged the matter led us into the Lu residence. And when we entered the Lu residence, I suddenly saw a person wearing white clothes, crying and hiding behind the door. I can't imagine that this thing that can make the python lose 50% of its defense value is actually andrographis powder. That's right, andrographis is the nemesis of snakes, so it's no wonder it would have such a good effect. At this time, drunken Qingfeng also finally remembered the main point that had flashed through his mind earlier but he hadn't caught it, and it turned out to be here. And, if one were to wield a sword with the strength of an ordinary person, it might not be able to break through his skin membrane. Lord East asked. This is related to the people's food and clothing. Lord East is still quite concerned. Jean Dajiao felt more than a little ashamed to say such meaty words in public. The sound of hooves, shouts and pleas for mercy intertwined with the clash of arms and the crackle of flames in a grand night of death. This white day she was brought back to the Qingfeng terrace by the king, spread all over the royal residence. The high-side consort went crazy in her own courtyard, and then smashed a whole lot of things, facing the maids who came in to persuade her. One by one, they were all blown out. The banquet began, and it was only after taking her seat that Song Emma retrieved her thoughts, and she also finally got a good look at the legendary favored concubine Zhang. The man at the head of the group had sword brows and starry eyes, and his eyebrows were filled with coldness, giving off an aura of unruffled authority. Otherwise, once the city is invaded by an extremist dictator like Kim Young-hyuk, won't all the citizens of Iron Fortress be wiped out if they don't have a single one who can fight? And when Jiang Yushu found out about this, she burst out laughing, although her heart was clogged up. But the high-side consort was obviously more angry, so this was still a win for herself. The soldier was stunned. He looked up and down at Lin Xiaoyu's body. Where did this hoe come from? Her drink hadn't passed and she stood under the shower suddenly excited, throwing her arms around him and refusing to let go. Yes, it's me, Feng Yan answered without hesitation. He never felt that he had done anything wrong. The only thing that he felt a little bit sorry for was that he had been hiding the truth of the matter from Shifeng, but he had also done it completely for his own good, so he never regretted it. With this appearance, he looked to be no different than usual. Zhang Guangguang's footsteps paused for a moment before he hung his head and walked over. His lips hooked up a cold smile to come and did not turn back. Stopping in his tracks, he fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, then continued on his way. That's no problem. A directed bomb and some black smoke will do the trick, TJ said with a seemingly knowing nod. You can't drink too much of this. I've put rune paper ash in this to ward off evil spirits. Drinking too much of it hurts your energy. He put away the kettle and re-led me forward. Nan, you thought, if she had such an open mind as Wang Xinyue, along the way, wouldn't a lot of things be different? You, Rong Rong raised her eyebrows. Her palm instantly transformed into a trail of residual shadows and struck towards Lucifer's cheek. With such speed, it could be said that Rong Rong was giving Lucifer the chance to dodge. Otherwise Lucifer wouldn't have been able to see how Rong Rong struck and would have been struck. Hearing her say this, I was instead a little angry. Holding for Wang Xing, he is also her child. How can I not see her heartache? He stood up from the ground, his gaze pausing on me for a moment before he looked over at Dove, grunting softly as he flicked his finger at the few terracotta figurines that were still intact in the 2A position. Chapter 76, Tailor-Made Extreme Equipment. Next, The professionals who were chickening out and planning to avoid the Nightcrawler's frenzy suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why isn't this Sea Ranger moving? Where's the bloodstain? Where's the Sea Patrol Nightstalker's bloodstain? Someone shouted. The crowd looked up. Only then did he realize that the blood bar of the Sea Patrol Nightstalker was gone. The Sea Patrol Night Fork also became immobilized in an instant. Immediately after that, the huge mountain-like body, boom! Besides, this time, the G family probably wouldn't be soft or anything to this incompetent son of his. Zhang Ren, don't be impulsive. Gao Shun is only a former enemy to me. At this moment, he cannot, at all, threaten me. In addition, I still want to understand some things from his body. All the gazes in the hall suddenly shot towards Lin Chen in unison, and those eyes were like knives and swords, just like substance. I don't know how Tai Shoma wants to divide it. Lu Bu frowned, his mind playing with the idea that once Ma Tang asked for a division of Chang'an, he would have to turn the other cheek and not hesitate to go to war with Ma Tang and Chang'an. How could he share the duck in his hand with others? It is a very humble-looking earth hut that deals in liquor on the surface, but secretly hides a lot of unknown activities. He slowly knocked down the words Zhou Rui Pharmaceuticals, and it took a long time for Duan Yang to respond. Originally thought that Nguyen was scared by the kidnapping thing, but at this moment, listening to Nguyen's words, found that he seems to be a little misunderstanding. Nguyen is not because of the help to build the thing scared. This is because of Jiang Shirlan's relationship, so at this moment, the heart is quite difficult. Thanks for the reminder, Elder. I'll immediately instruct the branches across the country, as well as our mines, to try to raise as much of this iron ore as possible. Bai Feng Yun said. Since the puzzle kicked over, Luo's father could only pick it up with his bare hands. Not only was he a man who loved face, but more importantly, his superiors were also present, and he could not afford to lose this face. So he gritted his teeth and nodded his head towards the fat boss. It can be. However, people have thoughts that are hard to control. They need to reach a higher level, and levels so can't be controlled by most. Ling Feng explained with her. Got it. Where it is here. Zhao Xueyin smiled and pointed to her left shoulder, close to her left flank. As for Link, his face was directly buried into the towering chest of Li Shishir because of the impact of the descent, and after this cushion made him unharmed except for a bit of dizziness. On the contrary, he was unharmed. Below the bloodline warlocks were the apprentices who also practiced knights on the side. Although Lindy hadn't broken through tonight, this stat wasn't much worse than those apprentices because he had been insisting on exercising. A shard. A shard. It's not something that's very descriptive, because every shard can't be exactly the same and varies greatly. As a result, just at this time, a lament could be heard from the 7-7 corn. This person who has been playing soy sauce the whole time, how can his life be good? Originally, a single thread was not only limited in power, but also extremely easy to break, causing injuries to the being, but after braiding many threads into a rope, the whole would become tough, become unbreakable, and even be able to stealthily yet easily bind and tie up the enemy under Suluan's manipulation. Lin Jie suddenly asked, how many evaluations would it cost if I chose to learn to turn into a giant bear form? Since this matter became public 2 years ago, it has long been common knowledge, and there is no need to even investigate it. Qin Yu coldly snorted, stood with his arms folded, incomparably bland, as if he had just lightly swatted a fly to death, and immediately said with a look of utter disdain. Yang Rushue pouted and shook his head. That look was very disgusting. I had seen him before when he was in the Dragon King village. He still had a deep look, not very talkative. How did he become so today? That's not true. I've been here since Yuhao's birth. I raised Yuhao with my own hands. Seeing that she couldn't stop it, Sister Chen could only continue to do her own work. I appreciate Minister Luo's kindness, but I want to go out and put up a fight and live for myself for once. Chen Yuanfang made up his mind. So that's how it was. Yesterday, well, it was supposed to be the weekend. Everyone was off work, and a drink was no big deal. Meng Yanlong said, nothing, just letting her explain. I said carelessly, pretending to be full of concern. Ha ha, then you have to cheer up. When the test is over, sister treats you to dinner. Ha. Chu Chu laughed playfully and encouraged me. Heaven and earth are the game. All things are chess. So that's what it means. I didn't realize that underneath this Panglai immortal territory, there was actually a place where such an existence was suppressed. At this moment, the light in Mu Shifeng's eyes flickered as he looked at the entire altar inside. I can't touch red wine, and I can't seem to drink mixed drinks, so how can I still be considered a good drinker? She smiled to herself. There's no harm. Next, let's leave it to teacher to solve it. Zhang Ziling's gentle voice rang in Mu Ku's ears, instantly putting Mu Ku at ease. Tong En lay on the bed. The dizziness gradually disappeared. She opened her eyes. In front of her was Zhong Yu's anxious and worried face. She smiled apologetically at him, her heart pounding. Period. Yao. Listen to me. Will you? Yang Jia painting walked forward somewhat anxiously, but was stopped in her tracks by Qian Jiao's raised hand. Media reporters from all over the country didn't know where they got the news, and they flocked over from all over. Among them, there was no lack of some nationally recognized media, such as the editors of 17K and so on. Last night, I had nightmares again. I dreamt that I had a knife in my hand. I was covered in blood, and the people around me looked at me like I was crazy. Xin Kuxian opened her mouth as she sat in a soft and cozy soft chair. Yi Shaoxian was a saint, with strength that killed supreme saints straight away. Sui Yuqing and Xianluan were both in the quasi-supreme saints realm. Both in terms of numbers and cultivation, Yi Shaoxian and the others blew away that one old man and one young man. The next day, of course, Han Xiao came to the F-gate as promised and waited early for Xin Kuxian to get out of class. There is a reincarnation of everything in the world, little by little moving forward in time. One has to be alive to witness everything. No one is guilty on the field of reincarnation. Everyone wants to live well. Some people are companions. Some people walk alone. Some people want to live. Some people want to die. All kinds of things, so why give up? It doesn't matter as long as it comes. Is this the same person who insisted that she come back, regardless of her wishes, ignoring her claims, just so directly, unreasonably and directly took her away from her brother's side? That's not taking her away, it's basically plundering. Taking her away from her brother's side was an unforgivable sin. Chapter 77 can be, well, rehearsed, although he hadn't seen it. As soon as this guy opened his mouth, Shin Feng could feel this guy's hostility. About Chinese kebabs or not to marinate the meat. This issue is debated a lot. In fact, marinated or not marinated are available. Marinated then eat as seasoning. Black pepper flavor, honey, juice flavor, spicy flavor, seasoning, pick good words, can indeed make the meat more delicious, but that takes more time, and a level of skill in making the marinade. Yes, my brother, he really doesn't understand how he could question King Zhang's thoughts. We are excusing ourselves. Zhang Jiang hurriedly interrupted his brother and pulled him towards the tent. He felt that King Zhang had become temperamental, which was not a good sign, and it was better to retreat hurriedly. When Garbanelna returned to the demon realm that day, she only brought a dozen or so of her personal demonic bees with her, and her army of tens of thousands of bee demons remained in the earthly realm. Along with the shattering of Ren Haoshuan's spiritual palm, Xu Ming's body, too, gradually appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The incense smoke continued to fill the air, and the figure seated high in the chair had become illusory and indistinct, and the Oakland races were chosen to be held not long after the auction for that reason. However, he wasn't prepared to attack Zoma. Whether the other party escaped or not had little to do with him, as the person he actually had to deal with was Cusin. From the Indian Exclusion Act of 1830, which forced Indians to migrate westward. On this long road to the west, close to 1/4 of the Indians lost their lives to cold, hunger and disease, and to this day, this road to the west is still called the Road of Blood and Tears by the Indians. Why don't they talk? Li Yuanba heard him answering the question and got angry again and asked Li Si loudly, thinking that this little cutie, how come you don't know to answer to harm me? Back at the general's residence, Li Wan saw Hu Tianming coaxing the old man as if nothing was wrong. She wanted to go up and tell him what she had heard today, but after thinking about it, since her husband had not yet found Wan Ning, she put it aside for the time being. After that, Wu Yuqing called me to her room for a talk and asked me about the reason why Chen Feiyang and I had quarreled. And naturally, I put all the points of conflict on Chen Shanshan to make the issue seem as simple as possible. Hearing that Three Eyes was so helpful to him, Li Xuan was very touched. He nodded his head and went back up with a basin of paste. 2 weeks had passed, and it was time to count down the hours of training in the military area. The army is a very strange place. The beginning of the drop are thinking of going out. Zhang House lifted the crisis. When everyone learned the news of Zhang Daqi's disappearance, all panicked. Still, Master Feng has some mastery, and immediately arranged for people to split up to look for him. Brother Bartle, tell us what we should do. The bearded man who was in the same car as Bartle earlier squeezed over and said, Lei Yuan failed to find out the murderer who killed Zhong Qian in Zhong County, and it was as if this murderer had evaporated from the earth and did not appear again. Ha ha, Brother Dong is brilliant. The surrounding brothers secretly gave a thumbs up in their hearts and exclaimed. It didn't take long for the crowd to arrive at Wancheng, but there were no encounters on the way, and it seems that the decimation hasn't spread to here yet. You have to know that next to this side is Xianyang, where Lu Biao is located. There is no reason why it would be so peaceful. No. Anyway, I had known that it was an unreasonable one, so I might as well meet the boss of some mountain village. Wan Ning made up her mind. Boss, do you think the Golden Spirit Realm is strange? Zhang Ma's curiosity instantly actually seemed a bit puzzled when he asked. Without letting the Black Iron Man's body turn around to deal with him, Yi Yu's body flashed and reached another Black Iron Man's body. And just like just now, the coiled dragon sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. Early the next morning, she got off the game, stretched, and went to wash and change her clothes. Now he was considering how he could obtain more vermilion bird tokens so that the White Tiger Academy could win. There was an explosion in the air, and when everyone pushed their way out, they looked up into the sky and couldn't see anything anymore, wondering what had just happened. Dongfang Xiao secretly said in his heart. At this moment, the only weapons he could use that could effectively resist the power of cold ice were the crack creation Mind Blade and the lightsaber Inferno Sun. The huge flower of blood chi blossomed on the back of that Shin turtle, and the defense that was condensed by the water attribute spiritual power seemed to be as if it was made of papier-mâché, and was easily torn away by the power of that blood chi, and was only able to rely on the strong defense of its own turtle shell to withstand the attack. Zeus enjoyed the scene immensely, descending slowly to the ground and raising his hands theatrically, a ball of light wrapped in lightning coalescing in the center of both palms, the difference being that one was bright like a lone star on a moonless night, while the other was more shadowy than even Tartarus. In the afternoon, our sisters sent the palace scattered 8 treasures kanji, about noon boiled, now already cold. Sister quite impatiently handed the bowl of porridge to the hands of Juanyang, only said that the palace in accordance with the rules of the reward, seems to be unable to see the Qinglian palace of the cold and clear. Put down the thing twisted head to go. My patience is limited. Answer my question. You still have a way to live. Zhou Bing ran through his hand and threw Yao Ji on the ground. His expression was indifferent. He was not afraid of her escaping at all. Dai Huadong rolled his eyes and ignored her, thinking to himself that she was older than all of Yutang clan combined. The golden dragon's body was still unable to move. Seeing Zhang Hao looking over, his eyes flickered vainly, and fear crossed the bottom of his eyes. The current half of its strength did not exist, and if Zhang Hao wanted to kill it to seize the inner elixir, alas, the golden dragon felt tragic. The heaven-breaking giant sword exuded a trace of oozing black aura, like a poisonous snake's fangs sticking on one's own dragon claw, which had already lost its senses. No wonder one couldn't control it anymore. I nodded, overwhelmed, looking at him before he tugged at me to put both of my arms on his shoulders. A bit of a strain, and he lowered his head to accommodate me. It's because you're the vice president that you were released? Guo Xiaotian said in disbelief. You, Pete stretched his finger towards Zhang Hao, only to have Zhang Hao slap his finger off, and naturally, the following words didn't come out, exasperating Pete with a big gasp for a while before he calmed down. How about this? I'll let you kiss me and you let me touch you? Stone smiled and hemmed. Chapter 78. The God of Forms is out of control. The 4 presidents are spread out though, but still communicating with each other via comms. Lu Ran only summoned one ancient demon statue. It's too risky, isn't it? Yu Song was the most worried and asked in the squad communication. I've seen it. This dozen people. The highest level is level 51. The lowest level is level 43. It's nothing. Lu Ran also has Yin and Yang and the ancient magic statue in the treasure gourd. Don't worry, Lu Xinshan said. Speaking, Lu Xin. With a single movement of Fong Bai's thoughts, there was almost no delay as everyone received the information Fong Bai sent in real time. The vast spatial force spread out like ripples, and in the blink of an eye, it made the space within a radius of 1,000 feet around it distort and fluctuate, and even the air became heavy. Zhang Bufan, who was sitting cross-legged in the underground palace eating elixir to try to cultivate, finally broke through his cultivation to the second level of the Qi refining realm after cultivating for most of the day, and the game system's beeps rang out at this time. Tang Ziyu immediately got up from his seat and searched left and right, finally finding an empty janitor's bucket in the back of the car. He put it under his feet and reached out to open the sunroof. Tossed aside the cell phone still continues to call in. Luo Qingbuk picked up the shopping bag when he finally impatiently connected. After deeply communicating with the fox, he then realized that not only was his bone-eroding poison temporarily eliminated, but his realm had also, without him realizing it, broken through the martial artist and arrived at the refining realm. The underground cemetery was very cold. Yi Shang was already not in good health, and when he walked inside, his face was almost bloodless, but his eyes were still cold, like a cold blade illuminating the dark night. Something like that had just happened yesterday, and even though it was later known that it was just an oopsie, Zhou Fan's security system around him was upgraded once again. The ringing sound of the cell phone falling to the ground was particularly sobering, and after a few more curses, he called Zhou Fan again after finding Luo Qingbao's cell phone. After all, the Zhou family, as an external force of the Maoshan sacred ground, one of the 3 holy places of the Taoist sect, was already responsible for monitoring the world. If Wang Ming was really accepted as a disciple by the so-called foreigner, then if Wang Ming wanted to remain in the Wang family, then he would have to be scrutinized before he could do so. Young master, I advise you to just follow the example of other people's TV cottage kings to come up with something simple and rough is better. This time, Yi Zian left the stone formation far away before moving along the route, moving a bit slowly with Qian's support, so he couldn't walk too big a distance for a long time. Ji Yuchen saw her chopsticks holding the dish. Half a minute didn't send it to her mouth, knew that she was lost in thought and didn't disturb her. Steam curled up in the private room. The duck blood and beef meatballs that Tongning had put down were cooked, floating on the spicy oil pot. The aroma of the butter and the heat of the chili peppers came out, making people's mouth and tongue tingle, and they couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of water. If the soul system level was higher and the soul energy slot had a little more soul energy, there would be no need to be in such a passive situation right now. Generally speaking, the strongest were the power of time, space and fate, and next came the power of the elements, such as the power of flame, the power of metal and other elemental powers. Christmas is still Hannah's favorite time of year. She received gifts from Santa Claus, even for her 4 pets. That's right, Samuel Wang nodded. Wei Jiang was originally a member of the Tsonglong sect in his lifetime, so there is still karma between him and the Tsonglong sect in order. So if Wei Jiang insists on taking the lead for the Tsonglong sect, then the underworld naturally won't have any objections. Zanmus came early, also surrounded by the media, could not enter for a moment, and finally the security guards were deployed so that he could enter the training hall. Go prepare a congratulatory gift, and I will personally go there on the day of the additional makeup. Consort Jean whispered her orders to Prince Jin's Shitsi consort. Anine said, this paper I received. As long as what you say is true, I will do you justice, but also the Yin family affair. If what is said is not true, Ajio faintly glanced over. Majestic and incomparable. That was his valuable research material. It was diluted every time, and only Master Shaw would take it out and fill up a large tank for Wanchi to use for bathing. Fengling Shallow was instantly stunned, and only reacted after half a second. Her hands clenched into fists, staring at the half bowl of deer blood soup on the table, gritting her teeth in anger and shaking, the bottom of her eyes filled with a fierce light. Chen Hanwei never believed in love at first sight, but this time she was really moved. She couldn't help but blush when she thought about it. Seeing the handsome man walking away, she shook her head in frustration and tried to shake the thought out of her head, concentrating heavily on the pedestrians coming and going again. She looked for her next target. Yi Qingqing sked twice. She followed the route in her memory and came to Jun Feiyu's room. From afar she saw Wu Shang standing guard in front of the door, motionless as if he was a statue. He Wanning is aggrieved, tightly biting her lips. Hate to immediately pounce on the front to bite He Wanru only good. Was seen all the jokes. He Wanning and glanced at Lu Shang. The mouth of the heart gushed out a touch of fishy sweetness. Angry and anxious to attack, the heart of the two eyes rolled over, thumped down on the couch. Even Peach Blossom looked at her son disapprovingly. Helping others was a matter of virtue and good deeds. How could her son take advantage of others? Painted eyebrows did not say anything. Occasionally tilted her head and moved her neck. The tassels on her temples collided, showing her slight eagerness and anger. But in actuality, the painted eyebrows had a light expression and was not at all irritated. No need to be polite. I am not an outsider. Hearing Qi Yenting's words, Yi Qian's cheeks reddened even more and her fingers stirred white. When Chen Feng came out of the restroom, he was still looking like a hangdog, and his gaze fell on their dining table, but he saw that Chun Qingyue, whom he was looking for, was sitting there with an impatient look on her face. By late afternoon, Chu Xian moved to the new lodging place Jingzhu had mentioned after having his meal, and aside from the heaven-prying book and that pocket of spirit stones, he had almost nothing else to take along with him. Ruoshuas looked at Ruyunfan's back, and in a trance, it was as if he had seen that tall and powerful back again 10 years ago. Chapter 79, The Natural Enemy of a Small Life. Sometimes things like coincidences are so common that some people are very fond of dismissing common coincidences as fate. Seeing the battle between the two men intensify, I simply threw down a silencing spell that covered my room in its entirety, after which I sat down on the end of my bed and rolled all the covers around me like a big caterpillar. Is that enough space? You two barbarians have a good time communicating. Seeing this, Morong Shaoyan reached out and pulled Jolie Chenyao, and also followed. They ran while keeping a watchful eye on that blockhead. Seeing that he didn't chase after them, they were relieved. Li Badao and Lin Wanrong had been firmly in control of the initiative ever since they saw Qin Lingyun. They had always treated Qin Lingyun with a teasing attitude. They simply did not think that she would have a way to escape, and had already regarded her as a bag of tricks. As the two were talking about Stephanie, Zhang Hao felt a strange vibration in his Susakizi, and hurriedly took the blue unwatering sword out of it, and in the same blue light as usual, Stephanie's pretty face, so beautiful that it was not tainted by the winds of the world, appeared in the magical reflection. So, when she heard that Zhang Hao was planning to enter the World Tree Forbidden, she was happy, very happy. In her entire life, Lin Jinrong had never used such a tone of voice to say such unpleasant words to herself. Lin Jingyin's face changed dramatically, pointing at Lin Jinrong and gritting her teeth. You mean I don't know how good you are? I don't care about you? I don't think for you guys? My eyes were already red. A prepared silence accompanied by soft breathing. People could be heard talking to each other, but it was difficult to hear what they were saying. After a few moments, Bishop Luther's speech continued. Now Chang Tian is caught in such a scandal. Even if it can still operate again in the future, the reputation is completely ruined. Make it simpler, preferably one where you don't have to show your face or go out. Lin Shan added that he had already considered this for the entertainment industry, and that he might move in that direction in the future, but it wasn't quite right for now. Shoot! Muyin retrieved his mind from the ceiling, and seeing the form of the surroundings, he decisively opened fire and swept away. The knocking sounded like it came from the deep mountains, still tainted with the night's coolness, and with each knock, it was telling Gun Yanqing that a certain time had arrived. Since you want me to go in, I'll just go in. Yi Shangchen let out an evil smile and went in towards the entrance. Buried face in the elder brother's robes in the shallow Yu, tears in the face of a smile. The words of Jing Tai Fei and when Mr. Shin taught the same, the family or not, Qi Shi Xiang Xiang or not, all end of the good man and live. She is a good man to get their trust and like, she openly to grab. Who will see her as a different kind of person? This day happens to be the captain of the soldiers Su Ding on duty. Both see Zhang Lingerdor, cannot help but a shock. Others do not know the details of Zhang Linger. Su Ding is to know clearly, but this is not what he cares about. He learned his Uxin and Zhang Linger relationship is very good. This is enough. This score was crucial for Aoi Kentaro, like a drowning man grasping the last trunk that saves his life, or like a person who is trapped inside a quagmire getting out of the quagmire. His mind was finally no longer bound by Muyun's pressure, and he was completely liberated. Heart stopped beating for a beat, and suddenly, with a spin, he carried Xiang Qing to sit on the wash basin. Sugar gourd? Xiang froze, looked around, red-faced and sent the sugar gourd to Qi Shi's mouth. Qi Shi bit half of it. Xiang followed and ate half of it. Qi Shi was counting and frowning, but Xiang ate it with gusto. The driver sent Luscious back and froze with Xia for a moment before driving off. Luscious not giving them the time of day to stay here. No, it's not. It's enlightened. The seller said it's old and spiritual. Cici had an aggrieved look on her face. The sign had cost her a lot of money. Li Dingchun looked at the body that came in. His body was stunned, put down the cup in his hand and softly fell to his knees. Zhu Kehui was helpless. She held the steering wheel with one hand and pressed her brow with the other. She was really pissed off by her brother. Su Lao pair narrowed their eyes to gossip. He had personally experienced the fighting strength of the Huns, and if the other side exerted all their strength, it was bound to be another fierce battle, and the battle would be quite grueling. Learning the news, Yan Jia and Zhao Zichen both rushed over it the first time. Yan Jia jumped directly into the river to fish for people without saying anything, but it was too late. Yang Qiqi had already sunk. With a satisfied smile on her face, Linger slowly dissipated along with the illusion, turning into a bit of starlight. After the illusion dissipated, a vast world appeared in front of Chen Hao. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless wilderness with a monotonous environment. As long as I'm not allowed to sit dry and do nothing in this place, go anywhere, Barbarian Sky said decisively. He had waited for this day. He was really afraid of waiting. If he was still allowed to stay inside the inn for 3 days, he was probably going to go crazy. At this moment, under the power of the heart, the sorrowful devil was actually directly purified and transformed into a guardian angel, no longer inducing Chen Hao to commit suicide, only seeing a faint smile. His figure flickered into the gate of the subdimension and disappeared. At this moment, the morning sun rose, and the golden morning light poured over him, looking down from the city like a god in gold. Beichenju didn't expect that a Buddha king would actually make this request. This was completely rushing the duck. A nurse carrying a medical tray glanced at Jean Feng, who was standing furtively outside the ward like a thief, as she made her way to the entrance of Guyu's ward. Lao Li's death brought a painful blow to the family, but made their hearts close together. Lonnie indeed not quite dare to go down to the crowded place. After all the stranger, after hearing the words of Jing, immediately get up and happy to be an errand boy to push her over. It was only after a long time that Jean Feng snapped out of a piece of illusory imagination and came to the realization that the Guyu at this moment was only saying such things to avoid physical contact with himself. Chapter 80, Nanao's competitive spirit. He had just finished speaking, but he was facing the playful smiles at the corners of the 4 presidents' mouths, and was suddenly embarrassed and stubbed his toe on the ground. Hurriedly said, "What's that? This carp spirit indeed quality is quite high." Right. Xin sister just said. The other style god is more garbage. There is no need to keep. Yi Hongyi patted Lu Rant's shoulder. Cunningly, he said. No need to explain. Brother, you always have to grow up. Some little fetishes it. Also understandable. But this mermaid, it seems that it is really not good. Mo Shanggu roared, and was about to strike out to kill those 9-headed snake augurs that were in the way, but out of the corner of his eye, he only saw a silhouette wrapped in a black cloak leaping up from underneath the stone platform, and a pair of fists with whistling wind whistles punched towards him. Of course, this matter, in the end, let the Ninth Master take care of it. Master 9 is the god thief, and Ning Choi-san is the king of gamblers. Damn it, Sandetsi even stole the god thief's hairdryer home. Isn't he making a big axe in front of Ruben's door? On the third day after the hairdryer was stolen, Ning Kaichen guessed it was him. Zhang Ruochen had no time to care about it as he clasped his palms around the heaven-sacrificing copper cauldron, his palms surging with blazing divine fire as he burned it with all his might. Shen Yuan Lian is the same age as Shen Yuan Cheng, but his cultivation has already reached the Taishu realm. On behalf of the Heavenly Father to walk the heavenly realm, scheduling all parties, and the limitless realm of those who have sealed the king to be called the strongest are on an equal footing, but it was all in vain without a doubt. Just like the results of Irina's last locate, several locate locations spanning the entire U.S. territory appeared on the screen, and it was simply impossible to search them all in this short period of time. Ye Kai's voice was not loud, but it clearly fell in the ears of everyone present. After a short contact, Dongfang Qingqing was getting more and more shocked that the knowledge of formations that Yang Fan possessed was far beyond her. In a starry sky not far from the heavenly court, space was torn apart by a powerful force and collapsed inward, forming a black hole 10,000 feet long. Everyone be careful. The shields won't be effective for long away from my energy supply, Brad explained. Of course all these things were also told to Liang Shui through Yuan Qing. First nowadays, apart from Chen Taiyuan, it was Liang Shui who could make Yuan Qing feel most at ease, and both of them were Yuan Qing's sweethearts, a relationship that seemed to be a bit of a pain in the ass. And then look outside at the occasional encounter between two outcasts of anyone's family, laughing and joking a bit, with work in their hands that they don't quite recognize. If you let me eat it, then I'll eat it. The Holy Mother of the Pure Land unexpectedly revealed a sweet smile and poured out the elixir from the bottle, swallowing it in one gulp. The Tongbao is equivalent to a platform. And if it is a Jianghu people to Jianghu people send hunting orders, the Tongbao, as the first major intelligence organization in the Jianghu, will sell information. But if it involves the imperial court, the Tongbao does not sell the relevant information, and only give to do the guarantee. At this moment, everyone's gazes were gathered on Qin Xian and Su Li, and no one noticed Hua Tian next to him slowly standing up and leaping onto the ring in one step. There's no fancy modeling techniques, and there's no longer any need for emotional synchronization. It's basically cry if you want to cry, laugh if you want to laugh. It's easy to create all sorts of extreme emotions, and it's possible to scare people to death, laugh them to death, piss them off, embarrass them to death, and so on. You grow walnut fruit? 9 days froze. Usually people who lived in the suburbs were walnut growers. Living in the suburbs was convenient to take care of. Zhou Yue Guion's teeth ached. He felt that this grandson was full of running savage dragons. He couldn't listen to his blind vernacular. He could only selectively mull it over. And it had a premonition that this soil was really too scary and special. Outside the school gate, most of those spectators who came from all over the country to watch the Spring Festival Gala were sitting on the ground. And when they turned around and saw the situation inside the school gate, they couldn't help but be curious, pointing and talking. Many people are really the first time to encounter a real minotaur. Across the iron gate of the school entrance, as if it is really watching monkeys in the zoo, Lei Wuxuan was about to make a move when Feng Yanqin rushed out. She was all in flaming red, delicate like fire. Her childish face carried a superior arrogance. Looking into the distance, gullies and ravines, magma spewed out, and black mist rushed high into the sky before it was destroyed by the power of a thunderbolt. As for what was said on the golden scroll just now, it was just an explanation, a knock on certain people. He had thought that Chu Yang was just looking for a step down, not believing that the other party would make a move at all. Phoenix Wangu was knocked high into the sky by a blow, spewing out long rivers of blood. With one strike, all the bones in his body shattered, and the power of the heaven opening invaded his body, causing his immortal soul to break. Looking at this, Yang but surprisingly had the upper hand. He managed to defend against Nangon Hong's circumference attack. At this rate, in less than a minute, he would be able to completely disintegrate Nangon Hong's attack. Let's do it this way. Let my Eagle King take them to the Tubans. With their temperament they will definitely kill those tame eagles of the Tubans by then. Looking at the three scouts who were pacifying the three golden eagles, Dendrobang suddenly said, although the golden eagles were strong, but they flew a little slower than his Eagle King. As soon as the first fireball exploded, a silver knight had fled on his horse towards the west. He was followed by a gold knight, and 7 bronze knights, who fled far to the west to a river, where a group of men and horses caught them, and 2 groups in one group galloped towards the south. However, Guapi's lineup doesn't need her to contribute much, or even to restrict anyone, just listen to the instructions and put skills in time to protect the back row. Before the housekeeper left, he glanced at Yi Jinli who was crouching and kneeling in front of Ling still, and not only did his heart sigh for a while, don't worry about the wheels, with the wagon first, it's just a matter of adjusting them, so it's not hard to make them. The hardest part is the transmission structure. If we don't have a chain, let's use a linkage. Plum dumped another question on me. Why is this Maisie's brain so convoluted? I don't know what to think. My brain is still a mess. Xinhao made a call to Ouyang Hai, then increased the throttle to the city center village, and after a flurry of speed and passion, the 2 tracking cars made him lose them. Kai Jiangwo listened to the clouds, did not quite understand what the village head said, looked at the village head, frowning. The mayor of Fuyu village threw the things in his hand, slapped his thighs, and cursed with raised eyebrows. Hu Laosan's face was grim, and when he looked at Lan Tian as he answered these words, his eyes already revealed his worry and lack of certainty, as Sui expected. Seeing the Divine Strategies army crippling and breaking up the blocking Tubo army and leaving with a flare just like that should have been a happy event, but Gashuhan and Chui Gue both returned to Shanzhou City with a somber look on their faces. Meng Qinghan narrowed his eyes as he swept Tang Feishue with his afterglow from time to time, just to see what the other party's attitude was. Thus the Sun family mining area, dozens of miles to the east and at the southern foot of the Bean Lane mountain range, was their lifeblood. There are resources to live, but only to live. Even so, it was only after they had attached themselves to the Pang family that they had such a mining site. This was also the reason why the rich butler's status was superior. He was sent by the Pang family. Chapter 81, It's Not Good. Looking at the white light, Gong Yahaomiao hoped that this was not what he had imagined, even as he began to pray that this was not related to Ji Xian. Only his words didn't get a response from the rest of the people, because those people all looked greedily at the life force above Tang Yi's head. 110,000. Such a horrifying number was unheard of, and just within this bit of time that they froze, that wooden demonic beast roared, and an endless amount of power came towards them. Han Feng collected all of the sacred flame vermilion fruits and planted 3 more sacred flame vermilion fruits, while the remaining 3 spirit fields were planted with spirit dignity flowers. Chen Yuming saw many people's gazes around them looking at the 2 people's side, slightly shyly lowered her head. The 2 of them were from a mountain village thousands of miles away from here. More than a year ago they left the family to come out for training. According to the regulations it was also time to go back. Although her heart was happy, but at the moment there were many people, she was still embarrassed. All the boatmen on the boat have been hiding in the boat. The deck is a colorful clothing Penglai disciples, each standing in the direction, holding a sword to wait. Above the 5 people, is also 4 people stand 4 sides. There is one is floating in midair to gaze at the movements of the sea. This person is the person who just spoke. It really is the fire element. This is the heavenly flame, true flame, isn't it? It's so hot. Xiao Qianshan couldn't help but shout. They had only just entered this space when they were surrounded by a large mass of flames that they could only use their true power to discard. Looking at the fiery red water yuan fruit in Luo Chen's hand, Luo Xiaotian's body trembled slightly with excitement. Although it wasn't the first time he had seen an extremely high-grade spirit medicine, he had never possessed one either. If all of this strength was unleashed, not to mention the fact that so many people had come, any 2 or 3 demigods would be able to exterminate these dozens of people in the Flowing Cloud Palace. Miss Xin, I didn't mean to put on airs just now. I just wanted you to come over and accompany me. When Lin Shuyang saw Xin's timid appearance, he felt some impatience in his heart, so he explained, you can't just adjust all the other trains on the entire line because your family is picking up a relative, can you? In the end it was decided to charter a plane. Brother Shirshan, Brother Jinshu once said that during the time you were in Huiji, you discovered one of Su Daolu's dens in the East China Sea, so why didn't you look for an opportunity to end the dens? Waystage asked in a slightly strange manner. Zuigation double axe raised, 10,000 axe shadows emerged, as if 10,000 rivers returned to the sea, rushed into the double axe, transformed into infinite power, toward Chu Yen, ruthlessly chopped down. However, they thought that Chu Yen was already considered strong for being able to last for the current 70 breaths of time. After the 12 heavenly tribulations had fallen, the swirls of dark clouds in the sky hadn't dispersed yet, and the countless thunder snakes were still weaving in and out. But in the close to 2 months of Roman's time, the system hadn't moved at all, and the attribute points he had accumulated had long since been depleted, except for the 2 basic attribute points that were left behind as a precautionary measure. The other attribute points had long since been added to his body. Put it this way, it seems that Suda's ending was a blessing. Perhaps the level of technology also limits the eye. The vast and intricate realm of Porin. Suda, even though she was smart, she had to fail in her technological knowledge and eye, and I think that was a very important lesson for her. Now, why don't you think about what I said? It would have done you a lot of good before, said Tianma, who was now tempted to take out a pot of tea and pretend to be a man. However, it was only due to the fact that Duke Bai had suddenly been promoted to having mid-earth ruler rank strength some time ago, and that it was different from the usual mid-ranking experts, that the celestial family and the sacred court had received extra attention. Instead of going straight, the two ate something at one of the restaurants in the mall, and the two soldiers following them were off coordinating mall deliveries, and when the two immortals, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, smelled the stench, they were dumbfounded and froze there. In fact, even if the Tantric God Cave Heaven explicitly prohibited interracial marriages, there were still more sordid people who thought about Yi Zishan being in a state of dissolution towards Firecloud Sakura. Golden hair, golden hair. Hua Tiancheng was calling for help with all his strength, his voice traveling far and wide. So, this is the real beginning of this shattered scale decision cultivation. Shattered scale, without scales all over the body, blood and flesh. And how to say that it is shattered scale? Jia Yu looked down at the clouds, and Helan Mountain was getting farther and farther away from them. But the bloody corpses in the streams and gullies were still reflected so clearly in her eyes. These were all her tyrannical deeds. The tea used was none other than the Lily Kingdom's sacred lake flower tea, which Zhang Dang tasted and praised. Believe. Yun Mu and Su Shimo answered in unison, and both of their eyes suddenly blossomed with a strange light, the light of true longing hope. Only heard, and not let himself go. Face anxious, heart also dry anxious. Can't he help again? Yanagami took this hatred as a grudge from yesterday, and gritted his teeth and called out the price of $800,000. No wonder it looks so young. Yi Zishan's heart suddenly realized that this Longwu was really gifted, and given time, I'm afraid that his achievements would really not be weaker than other genius-level characters. By him to monitor all the time, this mallet is a heavenly wrist, but also cannot be used. Tomorrow must be a lead party. Take him to the mountain gate of the Y-Ghost sect. Hao Yen glanced at Aoshi. Although Aoshi's cultivation was not as good as AOC and the others, his mind was much more alive than theirs. The valet with the luggage will come knocking at the door later, won't he? Ebel said as she sat in her chair, looking openly at the door. Tens of thousands of years ago, the elf races of the Yulan continent had already returned to the life god realm en masse. The high priest said, when the original chaos gods and demons were still powerful, even though some chaos domains were occupied, there would still be a large portion of worlds that failed to advance and the chaos domains would be empty again. At this moment the sky is dark. The stage one after another people left. The original sea of people, only 10 people left. The surrounding gambling stalls all are preparing to pack up and leave. Chapter 82, that's not even human. The necromancer, has he moved? Nanazan asked directly. The maid had just arrived in front of her and didn't even have time to open her mouth. It's good that Nanako has learned to snatch the answer. The maid nodded through clenched teeth. He passed the 59th floor? Nanako continued to ask. Although there was already a rough guess in my mind, it was still unbelievable. Yes, just now, the maid said with a nod. And he also understands that his life has not yet come to the peak. The road to seek longevity is long. There is no hurry. Need to have a constant heart, as well as indispensable luck. Why don't ZZ directly use his divine sense to participate in the battle? Find an opportunity and directly attack the opponent with his divine sense, Kai ZD suggested. This was probably also the reason why Snow 13 clearly only recovered 70% of his power. Yet he had the courage to step onto the eternal star. Humph. Are you saying this because you are doubting the few of us? If it wasn't for this royal spirit Seven Sons formation, you guys would have died in the belly of the python long ago, Chen Hani said angrily, fighting for Li Jiwei. Once she was inside, the guy looked around, then placed a temporarily out-of-service sign on the doorway and dashed in after her. Hello. Li Shui gently nodded to Ning Feng and opened her mouth to greet him, but her movements were raw and her speech bite was unclear. It turns out that Senior actually has such a high level of spiritual intelligence. This is something that Yi Mao has underestimated. Yi Zian said, I could fight like this all day. Captain America jumps up and delivers a fierce shield strike to the head of the destroyer mech, but again with little success. The vast sword awning soared into the air, as huge as billions of miles, and the canopy was torn apart, decimating the stars and rivers on the 9 heavens, and the order of the laws was inverted one after another. Upon hearing these words, everyone except Lu Chen froze for a moment, not understanding why Chen Zhang had suddenly uttered such a sentence. Could it be that he wanted to rely on his mouth or something to gain victory in this life and death fight? Now, Lu Bing came to Colonel Manticore, grasped his arm, and begged for mercy to the death. All the trainees stopped clamoring, their eyes with curiosity and awe, looking towards the gate of the county guardian's residence, where a big shot was supposed to be arriving. Zhou Donghuang mouth with a playful smile, did not say anything, seems to signal Rocket Andy, continue to talk. He came to the cold-winged tiger's side, this wound with snake venom. As long as his own ice snake kissed it, it would immediately be absorbed by his own ice snake. Just as she was about to release the poisonous snake, the doorway walked into one person, frightening Feng Lingxue to immediately dismiss the idea. Feng Lingxue was shaken by his pale face, body powerless. In fact, she is not hard-hearted, had wanted to defend their dignity, not let him pick up the opportunity to get his way. Some of the very sick listened, and feeling that his sadness touched their own feelings, they followed suit and asked her to be buried with them. The sapium seedling in his stomach also drew out a second branch and hung an unripe sapium fruit. Just as he watched, the sapium seedling fruit of the first branch rapidly ripened. At the same time, a metaphysical feeling came over him, giving him a clear understanding of the abilities of this sapium seedling fruit. Yang Guang, what do you want to find me about? Just say it on the phone. Why do you need to be so roundabout? Shui Chen asked with a light smile, glancing at Zhao Pengcheng, sensing that what Yang Guang had to say must be related to this person. Otherwise Zhao Pengcheng wouldn't have appeared here. What's going on? What happened? Red Jin could see the human change in Wan Jisu's face and directly opened his mouth to ask. Returning to her room, she unlocked the door, which she had taken to doing ever since that day. The emergence of the two cannot even be called a dark horse, but should be said to be natural. Lu Dao froze, then whooshed and jumped away. Bad daddy, this baby ignores you. I'll find mommy and tell her off. Sure enough, it went upstairs to find Son Lin, and Hugo had, just as Leonardo and Kate had said, pushed a little too hard, and he needed to reel it in a little. But the situation was critical. If she didn't use a method to put down that horse, then both she and Shen Tsungtsun would be in danger. In her mind, her place was barely home, and the company-arranged dormitory was a refuge. Young Son, you go back first. I will give you a satisfactory answer for what happened here. Just after coming out, Zhang Jin smiled at Song Jie, who was waiting at the door. Only this almost instantaneous delay made him lose the chance to tackle Lu Hao again, and he could only point a finger. Originally also wanted to take advantage of the opportunity of this demon butterfly metamorphosis. In one fell swoop will be seriously injured her. Did not expect her so vigilant, even if the breakthrough, but also follow into the attention of the surrounding changes. Thinking about this, he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Why? Why did such a demon appear that was so bullish to such an extent? Yanjin raised her eyes and glanced at the blazing sun outside the house, while the flowers and plants in the yard were already showing some signs of withering. It was only 10 points. Zhou Shan hadn't really put it on his mind. It was just that the person who could make him lose a bet hadn't appeared for a long time. Then from the cargo hold, he pulled out a gas mask, a stun baton, and put it in a tote bag with the rest of his stuff. I understand the general situation. Wearing a white coat, Jiang Yin skipped over Fu Yunchuan and directly stepped towards Sanghua. Zhao Ziao looked at the regal cliff where the sea of clouds tumbled and couldn't see the bottom, and then looked at Li Yang with an expression of eagerness to try, and an unbelievable idea broke into her mind. Chapter 83, The 100,000 Mountains of the Southern Borderlands. Summer finally stopped being scrupulous, not caring if she would be slapped to death by her, and immediately shouted loudly at the top of her voice. I felt that something was wrong, as if I was suffocating my heart. Since when do we need to be so polite? Being polite made me uncomfortable. Why do I feel something indescribably odd about this desert? Why didn't I have this feeling when I came here? It can't be? My feeling can't be wrong? Could it be that this desert really has an oddity? Or is the secret of the Holy See and the Xianyuan family about this place? Lin Tian walked on one side and speculated in his heart. In other words, the current big move was at best a pose for Lu Qingyu, and it was almost impossible to rely on it against the enemy. It doesn't matter if it's a trick or anything, if it's more than luck. I've never lost. Perino wouldn't look ahead. He made a big wave of his hand, throwing all the remaining cards on the ground. He was already tired of the chatter from the left. All he could think about was ending this sooner rather than later. But, what about these people? Magpie looked with a frown at the killer cultivators who were lunging towards Yu. Lin Xinyu and Lu Hao were both happy and a little nervous. How could they not be nervous when they were able to represent the National Art Museum in the competition, which was both an honor and a pressure? As the last sword was chopped out, Lu Qingyu used the momentum to violently swing the loss's blade in his hand, and all those golden liquids attached to the periphery of the storm were instantly thrown out. Sorcerer Dao King Sang Moore leaped onto the Xin ring. The martial arts scene set off another wave of frenzy. The bottom applauded. Next to the gung ring, Wu Mai fought Qing Yang descendant Luo Qisha, Taoist Qi flying, sword sound moving heaven. Buddha sound. I don't know what method Diao Chen used. It was an incredible thing that he could sway the company's internal affairs with the means of an outsider. When the announcement of the medical examination came out, the whole company was abuzz. Uncle Missy had been in Lin Ji Snapdragon's house quite casually, but saw the presence of Gu Xiaowei and Xiao Yubin and other criminal and special police officers, thinking that it would be safer to bring Lu Jianming and Xiao Meixiang to his home to eat, lest it affect the security work of Gu Xiaowei and Xiao Yubin. He, Long Jin, could not sit back and watch a person who had good roots being killed in front of him for strange reasons. Only at the beginning there were still bubbles. After that even the bubbles were gone. That's when Shi Qianwei got anxious, and shouted from the boat to Lin Tian's drop point, but Lin Tian didn't respond at all. Now Shi Qianwei understood that her joke was too much, and said that Lin Tian was not allowed to be dragged away by the monsters in the river. Senior Marshal Brother mad. Still fighting? Xia Zixuan did not reply positively. Just now. On the one hand, it was because his 9th grade physical body had reached the extreme level. On the other hand, it was also thanks to the 9 characters of the Taoist Lin seal that he had just formed. Under the combination of the two, it had helped his physical body to reach its optimal level. With the prospect that Rong had always thought that Xiangyang Marquis was a man as gentle as spring, only now did he realize that this great uncle of his was really good at putting on a show. Where warmth, to him, it was more like he had robbed his sister. Not gentle at all. She now really wanted to know what Yang Qi had in mind, because the current Yang Qi was the only one who could pose a threat to them, and the only one who was still qualified to compete with Yang Ruoxing for the clan head, even if Yang Qi was her son. Golden Buddha light blossomed as a lotus flower bloomed out of the void, and a golden figure strolled along on the lotus flower, with a ring of relics cloth behind his head. Lin Shi Snapdragon retracted his intention, only to feel his throat sweeten and spit out a large mouthful of blood with a puff, and fainted with a loud scream. Other people see the situation have to choose other Dao platform to sit down enlightenment, because I do not know this enlightenment cliff opening time will be how long. Now all the people have come in for a long time, but do not know how the alternation of the sun and the moon, do not know the time, seize the time for the good. You, how dare you hit me? Men, arrest them all. Having been slapped by Zhou Karen in public, the eunuch was instantly enraged, and instantly roared for the guards in armor behind him to rush up and arrest them. It was already 11:30 at this time. Zhang Jia's cell phone ringing in the silent night. It was Song Yaju's call. That kind of feeling is like the calmness that does not change the color of the face in front of the collapse of Tarzan. That is definitely not a trait that can be found on a boudoir girl. Shin Shuyue's gaze was biting cold, sweeping through the surrounding area, steeply throwing a punch towards a spot of nothingness. The wind of the fist whistled past, and the space instantly rippled for a moment, and then returned to normal. Lu Dongting didn't say anything, told her to pack up her things, and then called Yao Xian to send a helicopter to wait for the snow to stop and immediately come into the mountains. Shi Yao looked at the large pile of herbs in front of her, and was a bit anxious. All these herbs had been messed up, and now they were piled up in a disorganized manner, and Shi Yao didn't know what to do to separate them all clearly. The old man said, "Your Highness," so it can be seen that the old man is a smart person, and has already heard the identity of the Chen Wang from the waist plate in the Chen Wang's words. If that was the case, how could he still be so ignorant as to let her look at the lanterns by the river? Did he not know how valuable the life of the current Chen Wang was? Chen Shui never believed that Shi Yao was really a person who loved the fragrance of the zither and tea, as she said herself. From the first moment he met her, he knew that this was a person with a story. I can feel it. At most 1 month, that mysterious summoning force will appear. Xiao Yan suddenly spoke out, and what he said caused the several Do saints beside him to be shaken. What are we going to do? Are we just going to keep spending time with it like this? Captain Song asked with an anxious face. Spirit Academy disciple. Forget it, I'm now a wanted criminal on the Spirit Academy's reward list. Hani said without a trace of humor. Lord Wolfgod need not be saddened. Everything has its destiny. Elder Heaven Emperor opened those cloudy eyes where he couldn't see his eyeballs and exhorted with a frank expression. Your Majesty is polite. The Puyang Sui trio also picked up their wine cups and signaled to the Jinxiao couple before finishing their drinks in one go. The ageless divine spring was bubbling. Lin Wu Wan's body was infiltrated in it. Dense aura. Surrounded by immortal mist, a trace of ethereal spirit rose from the ageless divine spring. They carried some kind of magical power drilling in from Lin Wu Wan's 36,000 pores, between opening and closing, nurturing her only remaining trace of obsession. As expected, neither Jiang Xiuming nor Mei Meng said anything, but instead turned their gazes to Lan Qian. Lan Qian understood what they meant. It was a recognition and respect for his status. It's simple, the same price as Mr. Morong. 50 million gold coins. Hua Yan faintly said. Chapter 84 Miao Village in the Southern Territory. This trip out, with Carp Spirit many inconveniences, Simply stay at home. A few minutes later, Lu Ran and the others then arrived at Nine Specters City. Joyua City was located within the 100,000 Great Mountains, although it was a large main city. But when Lu Ran and the others came out of the teleportation array, the entire city center square was empty. The ground was full of dead branches and leaves, the air was damp, the ground was covered with moss, and there were even some saplings growing around the "What is the Tao?" Junen, who had used his physical body to harden against the lightning, still recalled the scene from that day when he had broken through to the Foundation establishment realm at the Dangyun Tower. Despite knowing so much information about the stolen star, if we don't know where it is, everything is still for nothing? When he was spending money at the Dragon Mansion earlier, he had overheard the owner, Huang Xianjin, nodding to a young man. Chui forced himself to calm down and looked at his detrimental friend in front of him who claimed that he possessed superpowers. These words were clearly naked provocation. Gu Changlin and Gu Heng's faces changed drastically, and even the following disciples beside them raised their heads and stared angrily at each other. In an instant, he was in a fighting position, and if it was an ordinary demon, he would have no fear. The first time he saw this kind of divine beast, he felt an inexplicable affinity. The field wailed a piece of wild. Lu is as is the object of their worship. Is youth, now directly broken. The first time, when researching the magic induction cooker, he had no idea that it would explode like that. When Zhao Xian got up from his bed, he looked at the swaying shapely body consort Xian appeared in front of him. Lang Yihan's gaze, carelessly, swept the crowd over. Then, gazing at everyone, he raised an eyebrow and laughed out softly. Father, Ron Yixia trembled, but it was as if she had a midnight dream, remembering the nightmare of that year, and whimpered. Strangely enough, they also seemed to have been given some kind of order, and despite all kinds of grimacing and making threatening gestures, just none of them came charging up. Although I didn't directly say it was true, I answered them in a different way. What's going on? Go Jinri glanced in the direction of Shungu Momona. It seemed that, judging from her expression, she had received a similar report as Go Higumi. A few minutes later, the entire village of Deba and the supply wagons were on their way to evacuate, and beside the road, Gallo, on his horse, looked at the long line with a smile on his face. The grasshopper's huge head shook, obviously unable to believe its own deduction, but then it had frozen. If it wasn't that human who had finished off his own kind, then where did that huge piece of crystal core come from? Spectral Shadow, your mission is to protect Master Hong's safety. You don't have the right to ask about what's going on outside, do you? Ben Lei said unhappily. I'm going to meet my brother. You guys go ahead and arrange for that newly purchased slave to check into the training camp and wait for my orders, Cornelia said with a slight lift of her jaw, her eyes glancing at Orca who approached with her horse and barked a command to the guards who came forward to greet her. Luo Jun first combed his own power. His cultivation was thicker by an unknown number of times. Now, even if he fought hard against an expert at the 4th level of the Creation God King realm, he was not afraid in the slightest. By way, his own girl has always despised his own intelligence. As her mother, how can I endure? So Bai Wei turned off the video again, but also directly shut down the computer almost smashed. I'm leaving, Dr. Sheen didn't dare to stay any longer for even a fraction of a second, hugged his clothes into a ball, and fled out the door as if he were fleeing. Rong Qianshan recognized that the cold-faced maid on the side was Gu Nianqing's personal maid. Apart from the exchange of words at the beginning of a banquet, the scene afterward was considered amicable. The banquet ended, and the people dispersed with their own thoughts, where she looked like she was delirious, looking so lucid and analyzing everything so well. Su Minyuo echoed Yuan Yiting's words, gently leaning into Yuan Yiting's embrace as she quietly listened to his steady and powerful heartbeat, which rang in her ears with a thud and drove every breath she took. Shen Ninghua walked into the hall and saw old lady Xiao with a smiling face listening to Shun Linghan. As soon as she walked in, she felt a violent silence in the hall, and the gazes fell on her. Di Fei Yen found a desolate planet and then hit on an isolated island in the ocean to heal. This planet was unpopulated, but had a boundless ocean. But didn't you say before that the people in South China have a good relationship with you? I just wondered. Phase 1 and 2 were entrusted to us. How come we changed people in Phase 3? Zhang fell in accordance with what we said before. As far as possible to put words to the project to spare. Injin opened a food box, which is loaded with elk meat strips, and then open one, which is white tender-rolled tofu. These days, Injin never ate a peaceful meal, mostly with some dried meat buns on the fight. At the moment the aroma of the nose let him appetite. In fact, it is no wonder. The fire flag house is the Ming church tree. The first treetop bifurcation point is the center of the Ming church of the 5 elements of the flag. It can be said to be surrounded by enemies, no matter which sect landed there. It is also difficult to resist the siege of the other several directions. So in the case of Li Guo whiteboard helplessness, the physically handicapped coldly ventured a human off. I blinked in confusion and looked around, but there were no other objects around me that needed to be determined whether they were alive or not, except for the humans who were confirmed alive. Ligua poofed a mouthful of tea and the light reflected into a poignant rainbow. If to this point Ligua still does not know that Imocho was actually really seducing himself, then his so many years of dog blood romance drama, even if it is to see the dog on the body. And the most bizarre time. Ligua woke up now. He is sleeping next to the Egyptian pharaoh Tutkamen next to, in a museum. The Panchur spirit general nodded his head and said, "Yes, my lord, I will go back and inform." Using spirit sword bodies to prospect was the only way Li Chang could think of. Spirit sword bodies were naturally earthwalkers, and it was more than appropriate to use them to uncover underground treasures. But who could have so many spirit sword bodies at their disposal? That is, Li Chang had the capital to do so. Chapter 85. Who the hell is this kid? Bah. Medical malpractice? You sons of ES. You're too blind to realize who this is, right? A dogged medical malpractice man pointed at a man beside him. This can't be someone's prank, right? Lu Zi has disappeared for 5 years. How could he possibly send us this? Swallow frowned and casually rolled the invitation, intending to throw it into the sea. After Zhao Yanyan regained her freedom, she turned back and smiled sweetly at Big Knife. Then in the midst of the others' completely dumbfounded expressions, she swayed and walked step by step to Lu Kai's side. Smart. This son is Nangong Zhaoan didn't want to. But, if you use Nangong Zhaoan's name, you will definitely be exposed. Xiaolei, what are you? Tang Xiaoyan looked at her in disbelief. In her eyes, there was clearly a hint of cunning. It seems that your brain is still quite smart. You guessed it in one go. Not bad. It was indeed Young Qin who asked us to capture you to this place. You look really pretty. No wonder Young Qin can't get enough of you. Scar said in admiration as he looked at Renelle. Not bad. It's you who are talking about. You're so strong and powerful, and you won't be like those old guys who are bent on pursuing the martial arts path. So you're the most suitable person for the job. Lei Hong nodded and said. Narainer naturally did not think of Wan Air's meaning above. She just looked straight at Yun Zicheng, flabbergasted not because of suspicion, but to re-examine Yun Zicheng. Perhaps Yun Zicheng nature is more simple, but the brain is not stupid. Helena, I'm going to take a break. Don't call me for dinner. We'll report together in the morning, I said as I leaned over the door. Xin Xiao was a bit dumbfounded. Today was not the first time he grabbed her like this to make her very dismayed. Wait. Primatius pointed to the south, and to the south, Zonaz, Orton, and Legrito teleported from the teleportation array with their troop center. The final Dragon Emperor had once said that most of the travelers in the Kulachoni realm had crossed over because they had violated the final Dragon Emperor's laws and were afraid of being punished. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the two of them, instead of walking out of the ancient path, even heard a pleasant bird song. It had to be said that the aura radiating from Huang Zi did not resemble someone who talked big. What he was expressing at this moment was not what an ordinary entertainer could express. He was more like a businessman with absolute strength. Vasquez nodded and continued to watch the battle on the ground in an effort to come up with a new approach. Then he would never have confidently played all his cards and tried to wipe out the entire camp of Ares here. When the rest of the Sea Dragon commandos arrived at the roof of the building, Wang Jin was already leaning against the wall of the building in a pretense to observe the enemy situation around him. Wang Jin entered the room and looked to where the perceived man was, but saw nothing. Manipulated by that god? What's going on? What's a god? Shuyan remembered the guy who claimed to be a god that had just spoken in his head. He had taken that god as a psychopath with stronger magic at that time, and pressed it not like to take care of it, but now it seemed like it wasn't that simple. Hull's attack was a magnificent one, with more than 20 airborne battleships and ground troops in both directions out of sight. The third level is the capital region centered on the royal capital, Star Fantasy City, and the so-called capital region does not only refer to Star Fantasy City, but also includes many metropolitan cities distributed in the northeast corner of the Heman continent. When we meet next time, I will get someone to design the musket and cannon, and put you down, in one shot. Hell, let the good life not. Looking for people to fight what? 400 years from now, all wars will be fought with missiles. One launch, a city is reduced to nothing. If you were born in that era, not depressed to death, the rest of the people's hearts are surprised. I cannot imagine Zhang Ziyun actually let people go to the barracks of the arms are all brought, and now such a potential, certainly is to cast this Qin family army. Zhang Ziyun vision has always been very accurate. It seems to go back to the braid to cut off the line. Goi's order made Tifa's whole body start trembling. Last night she was planning for Shuken's future happiness, and now, it's all over. What on earth is happening? If Shuken died, Tifa definitely wouldn't have the courage to live in the world anymore. Probably because of the time. This song was not yet fully mastered by Xianmi, but with the emotion invested in it, it made up for the shortcomings in this area. Park Jin-young's brows also tightened and relaxed. although he didn't know why seeing me was getting better and better. But wasn't it a good thing after all? Rommel ventured this sentence to make Lin heart-shocked, a moment and cannot figure out the intention behind it, had to rise directly from the chair, as if to accept the questioning of the general head Tingxion, eyes flat in front. Some of them were ordinary people, not spiritists. The people of races such as the giant race and the spirit race were fine. They were born with physical advantages and did not fear the wind and cold. But the ordinary human races were naturally weak, and for them, all this wind and snow could kill them. If Chen Tian wanted the human sword to be one, his fit with the regular sword had to be high. Step by step, he approached to the point where his mind was in sync before he could do so. Tatsuya smiled faintly and casually blasted his fist to the side, the raging power of his fist rushing into the depths of the wooden part. If the war is regarded as the only make of a soldier as, perhaps, Lin expressed his opinion in a euphemistic way, except that the chief of the engine did not understand the meaning behind the words, and he went over to the navigator with a helpless look on his face. Each floor is no less than 3 meters high, and the buildings everywhere narrow the view. The buildings in the living area were all dormitory structures, and the beds in the bedrooms were either upper, middle, and lower bunks, or pass-through bunks. Most of the Tyrone goblins liked to huddle together when they slept, so there were more through bunks than upper-middle-bottom bunks. Then why don't you draw my likeness? Chishima Lina said to Natty with affection. At Lartzi's suggestion, the Theological Research Society was ready to ask Jerry for help, but at that time, Jerry was too busy pursuing Dashu Yunshin to care about anything else. After receiving the student's letter, he did not check it in time. By the time he saw the letter of help written by Bolton, he had already taken Yunshin to live in seclusion in the mountains. Some people may speculate that the victim was trying to find a place to relieve himself, but this is impossible. The sanitary facilities in Castle Rock Palace are quite good, so if you want to relieve yourself, you can go to a public restroom, and there is no need to go to a remote place. Chapter 86, Can you still brush monsters like this? Sister Hong, the Hall of 10,000 Snakes is a copy? Lu Ran asked curiously. No, it's the relic area. Yi Hongyi shook her head and said, Legacy region. Lu Ran was a bit confused. Hadn't heard of the term? Lu Xinxin seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's doubts at a glance. Explained, the ones you've learned in the academy are just the tip of the iceberg of the data mine world, designed to get you quickly into the state of being a professional, the real digital. I know that Big Brother should not be busy yet. Thought about it. Still called up Wei Daming. Went back to the ward. In addition to the flowers, other than the other, all packed away. These words seemed to have a deep meaning, so he Yinlong had to look up at Lu Shishang, but he only saw that Lu Shishang's eyes were as wise as they could be. And at this time the Hallow Assassin is no longer a pure zombie leader. It is more in accordance with Zhu Yushan's will in action, and according to Zhu Yushan's method of fighting, is to control the Hallow Assassin from time to Chino, and then do not do too much melee entanglement. Hit a move and run, and then as a method. I didn't say anything, sniffled and looked askance at her rubbing her feet quite heartlessly, Yen Nelling. You weigh yourself, do you want us all to be wiped out, or give yourself a wiggle room? She harmed me, I also have to pull her down. With a loud roar, the Volkswagen broke through the guardrail and plummeted toward the high cliff. Gu Jiao also witnessed the change in her demeanor, to which she was sort of used to. She lowered her head and sipped the drink in front of her, saying nothing. I wanted to reply, but my voice was a bit muffled, and I weakly looked at him. Hua Jidu, he's really bad, knowing full well that I'm already beyond my ability to bear it. He's still fiddling. I heard him speak to Hua Jidu. I really cannot get it. Really, Jidu, I have no way. Lily is still normal to me. The other people are all cold face, all day to say that I want to you. Poor. Your place is still strictly prohibited from entering and exiting? Can you get her over here? Listening to her for a long time, I turned around and she was looking at me out of the corner of her eye, tears all over her face. The yellow old road simply do not care. In front of the crowd, the face does not change color, heart does not jump, legs do not bend, the head is not low, the bored straight body, all the body is full of a death-like home, steel and iron of the divine spirit. Yu Shinran mocked herself fiercely in her heart, then obediently shut her mouth and never complained another word. Maybe it was because he had been worn out by the disease. He only felt now that there was no need to care so much about some things, and that letting go was actually forgiving himself, because now this barracks, indeed, is inside the Great Liao's Heaven's Gate formation. In the end there are some inconvenient and unsafe factors inside. With Zhang Lufeng's thoughts, even if the entire Zhang family was gone, as long as Zhang Lingshui was still around, there would definitely be a chance to avenge the Zhang family. But now that even Zhang Lingshui had become like this, where was the hope for the Zhang family? No magical beast, keep it away from us. Jiang Yuan and Hua Qingdao were also in love with adultery. They didn't have much heart to fight monsters at all. And they couldn't deal with a level 35 polar bear. Let's have dinner together tonight then, and let these kids get to know each other, Li Shui proposed. Jean Nanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he sized up Nanyu, trying to see reluctance on her face, even if it was just the slightest bit, but he was unsuccessful. Nanyu's face, full of sincere smiles, half dissatisfied, but Hua Jitian allowed Qian Duo to take revenge later, just today temporarily repairing soldiers. It is estimated that Qian Duo can agree, and will not back out. Li Zhenzi also laughed. More people think he can really for people clean white, hanging temple hair quite beard, inging gongfu cloth, ran fuzhong tend. It was just that it was too late for her to think deeply about this matter, and the news of the regent's upcoming wedding had already spread throughout the city-state. Chapter 87, I'm afraid it's alien writing. In the process, Lu Ren couldn't fully control the balance between the controlled and uncontrolled monsters, but it doesn't matter. When Lu Ran realized that the efficiency of brushing the monsters had decreased and the enslaved snake monsters were overwhelmed, he only needed a look to gather a large group of snake monsters to join in once again. Let's go in, Lu Ran said to the three presidents. They quickly followed, moving forward right behind Lu Ran. After all, they don't have a group. Jonathan and Lita, who had been standing by since their return, were thrilled to see Shadow Hatchet figure out where the other was. Zhang Chunming and Sun Tingwen felt a burst of gratitude in their hearts, and it was obvious that Qin Mingxin really regarded them as Xiaoye's good friends. She saw that there was actually a baking oven and some molds in the kitchen, as well as milk coolers and a few kinds of seasonal fruits, and she was even more delighted, sighing that Lu Man was really a winner in life, and that she could still live such a luxurious and cozy life in the ancient times. It's over. With such heavy injuries, it's definitely hopeless. Brother Lone, how did you injure him like this? Luo Chong opened his mouth and everyone had to shake. 10,000 top-grade yuan spirit stones was the price they expected from the Zhou Heavenly Chamber of Commerce, and to their surprise, it was 2,000 more. What kind of scientist is this? What kind of talk is this? Is that how you ask a question? Closer, closer. The guards who were ready to shoot blinked and realized that the other side turned out to be a military license plate car. But the license plate number is hard to read. Chao Wei's leader is Xiahou Dun, who entered Luoyang City in high spirits and was greeted by an ambush that had already been set up. This was also too strange. The true martial tower, which spiritual sea realm's 6th level spiritual body geniuses were unable to pass through. At this time, it was unbelievable that a group of outer palace trainees could easily pass through it. Gu Ming quietly rolled her eyes. If she let Bai Fangfang know that she slept with that starlight sapphire in her arms every night, she wouldn't be able to envy this girl to death. He entered the mountain gate, originally thinking that a car would come to take him up. After all, it was a bit far to walk up from the bottom of the mountain for several kilometers. The result was surprisingly the same as at the train station. No one was available. Su Dongpa angrily cursed and then walked up the mountain himself. Fan Zhongxi and Chen Zhihao looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The emperor has been displeased. They can only go back to the government office to supervise their subordinates. Su Xian nodded knowingly and was about to retreat. However, they heard someone outside call out, "Is the third girl in the house?" It turned out to be Wanning's maid, Smoke Cloud. Ren Yaoqi and Ren Yaohua stayed in the east wing of Fangji courtyard for some more time, and they didn't speak to disturb Ren Shimen afterward, so Ren Shimen didn't kick them out. Xiao Yun kowtowed with a red face before she retreated and was about to return to her room, when she saw Qiu Ju on the porch looking at herself with a surprised face. She raised her head and walked past her with a hum. Now that Ren Lan had managed to stop targeting her, if she said what was on her mind, there was no need to doubt that Ren Lan would definitely get angry. I'm only afraid that it's unavoidable? The demon Mirage sighed softly, not realizing that there were actually so many immortal king-level experts in this second layer of space. There's something going on today. Mr. Yang, how's the creation of this theme song of ours coming along? Su Shan smiled and said. Zhang Peiqi heard Song Ke's urgency and gave a general overview of the current situation. As for what was going on outside, she really didn't know because she hadn't gone out to take a look. Instead of going back to Qingting Entertainment, Sui said goodbye to the crowd and boarded a car back to Qingting Ancient Town, while the one who drove the car was Mei Huifan, who had simply eaten something after arriving. With this realization, Xin Zhang was not prepared to grade, and among the harvested humanity's supreme treasures, Xin Zhang once again picked out 3 pieces out, preparing to integrate them into the territory and transform them into special buildings. With Yao Haina giving the word, everyone can't concave shape again. One by one, they take out the most beautiful and handsome side of their photo shoots, and some of them even take out their magazine's shooting strength. 45-degree angle. Chapter 88. The 3 presidents are not that capable. It's so quiet. The 10,000 Snakes Hall can be found up ahead. Someone beside her asked Wei Yingying's doubts out. Wei Yingying frowned slightly. Looking around, he said, How come the original monsters in this neighborhood have all disappeared? And this way, it looks like they've just been refreshed in bits and pieces. This statement was made. Several people around him were looking at each other. In other words, the three presidents have traveled all the way and cleared all the monsters along the way? Seeing the sword chi attacking, the corner of the Beast King's eyes revealed a wisp of essence. But on his face, he was not the least bit flustered, only to see his right hand violently waved, and a black sharp claw instantly dispersed that cold light sword chi. From the moment Zhang Yiren knew that this Morong Ping was practicing the blood-transforming demonic skill, she did not want to stay here even for a moment. Coming from the Three Jedi sect, she understood the horror and power of the blood-transforming demonic skill better than anyone else. I was busy taking the teapot on the table and pouring water for Granny Mei Xiang, and Li Qitom was also busy untangling the ropes from Granny Mei Xiang's body. Since Yan Wang called him brother, it meant that not only had he forgiven him, he had also sincerely made a vow to him. He would definitely protect her and give her happiness. That would be enough. Her escape from suffering was his greatest wish. Don't worry, it's not like you're acting on TV and forgetting everything. He's just confused now, slowly recovering. We'll be fine. He's not too old. Maybe in a few years, it will all be fine. Ai Yun comforted me. Lang Set pulled Yuan's hand. Emotional intelligence is not low. This time he also do not know how to comfort Yuan. Said that surely it is okay. Yuan himself also consult the doctor. The heart also has a bottom. Talking Nebula seemed to have predicted what was about to happen when Talking Lingxi inclined her head. She secretly screamed in her heart that it was bad, and directly raised her foot to kick away Rongchenyu in front of her nonchalantly, catching off guard. Rongchenyu was kicked and staggered back a few steps, and finally the posture was very lousy and directly sat down on the ground. The Western Lord God was completely disturbed by that instantaneous aura just now, and didn't even notice the departure of the Eastern Lord God. Suddenly, it occurred to him that the reason why this spiritual grass could contain the spiritual chi of heaven and earth should also be due to its own specific biofield that could attract the external spiritual chi into its own energy storage. Looking at the suddenly mutated Ouyang Jin in front of him, although the heavenly flame demon beast didn't know exactly what had happened, the demon beast that sensed a hint of danger from it still raised its barrel-like right arm and pointed it at the Ouyang Jin that was rushing towards it. If he had lost his soul it would have been fine. He could have seen the soul leaving, but the point was that he hadn't seen anything and the man had fainted. Could it be that he had suffered internal injuries? Sun Manjin and the others didn't react for a while, and they were all looking at Mu Jijun and this big boy with a face full of suspicion. Even though he was saved by Chu He still had to face the test of the 5 decays of Celestials. So far, Fengyan Wuji had not even successfully passed the 5 decays of Celestial Man and was still in the midst of the last decaying calamity. Ling Night Phone carried me back to the resort, and since I was freezing cold, he carried me directly to the bathroom to soak in the hot spring water. He had thought that he and Ruan Xue were not liked by his mother because they had never had a child, and it was not easy to look forward to a child. But then all of a sudden it was gone. The staff of beneficial Herb Hall helped to put all the things on the carriage, but Nightlegion was not finished with the stroll, and did not take the carriage, accompanying Ai Chow Chow to walk along the street, and finally came to the front of a restaurant. To be intelligent master finished, that burst of cloudy wind gradually increased, but also gradually solidified. Slowly formed the figure of the grey-robed old man. I do not know the identity of the grey-robed old man, but I can be sure that the grey-robed old man will not be a ghost. It should be a real person, or another existence. After being loosened, Jin Yun plopped a show kneeling on the ground, and then crawled all the way to the side of Han Jinhan, to Han Jinhan's feet. Han Jinhan swished a moment to pull out a machete hanging on his waist to block the idea of the Jin Yun approaching his own. He was able to block Jin Yun's approach to him by drawing a cutlass from his waist. So this time Shi Tianzi firmly led the soldiers to the determination. But see, this is about to and the enemy close to a stone's throw when those ghost soldiers even rushed out. The crime man let out a sharp but low decibel wail of pain, as if his strength had been drained from his body. Firstly, Index Finger was not an ordinary person who could be well fooled. All divine objects were bound to have special senses in the senses of an expert of this level. Every divine object carried its own unique energy. Therefore, if it was any other kind of item, Index Finger would not fall for it at all. If at this moment, another crane or something appeared, I'm afraid it would really make Shenhao feel like there were immortals. The meteor hammer fell like a meteorite, smashing on the box. The sturdy purple gold box was split into pieces on the spot. So you can imagine the great force of the wolf demon. If it smashed into Yifei, it would be strange if he didn't die. The bottom of his eyes had never seen these several innate figures, as if in front of his eyes, and Ziyuan, Long Zai-Tian, Qin Crouching Tiger and the others were like ants. Not worth mentioning. Battle merit points were very precious to the Wood Clan's children. This was because as long as they accumulated enough battle merit points, they could enter the Wood Clan's Holy Land. the Woodlands Heavenly Pool, and undergo an incomparably precious baptism in the outer perimeter. In addition to that, battle merit points could also be exchanged for most items within the clan. I'm transferring to an aristocratic school. Don't pester me anymore in the future because you don't deserve me. Lin Yushu spoke harshly, not caring about Yi Fei's feelings at all. But there was no hesitation. Put on his jacket. Red Lotus was notified and immediately drove Chenhao to Jiangbei City South Street. I see. Guan Yao gave Yi Zheng a deep look. His eyes were so deep that one could not figure out what exactly he was thinking. Morong Ro faintly smiled, and then stepped into Wolf Fong's room. There are only 3 rooms downstairs. Currently only Wolf Fong and Shadow Spike Shadowkill live in 2 rooms. Now there is also a room that is empty. The blind man's hands bubbling with purple void energy had just lifted up when a barrel filled with potent wine violently appeared from a side of the grass. Chapter 89, Harvesting Pets. Coming. The pupils of Yi Hongyi's eyes suddenly shrunk. That triggered it? So sudden. Lu Ran was startled. Team up. Lu Xinshin said calmly. Can't see the monster yet. But when the Titan Python appeared, Lu Ran was about to go on a killing spree. Without a group, Lu Ran's skills were indiscriminate attacks. In the meantime, the staff in Lu Xinshin's hand was violently pestled towards the ground. Her hands clenched. Said Zhu Yuxing took off his shirt, revealing a strong Jianzi muscle. Inverted triangle shape extraordinarily spiritual. Only those scars make people creepy. She'd had enough of the hard life, and never wanted to return to the constricted and shabby life of her tyrannical tempered husband. Li Kai, who stood still and didn't move, watched them after they walked up to him. The moment these 2 burly men made a move, he also made a move. It's nothing to look at. But to look at and say this kind of words that only the world in chaos is very excessive. They'd all discussed it privately before they came. 25% was the bottom line. I didn't expect to end up with a traitor inside. She had just won the 2 out of 3 rounds about 2-0, which was an important step in gaining momentum and turning the tide. Mu Hao wobbled upstairs, and when he knocked on the door of his grandfather's room, he was broken inside. At this moment, when Shen Tianming, the people of the Shen family, the director of the first hospital, Mo Long and the others saw that Grandmaster Shen had been killed, they all shuddered inwardly. This pressure was not exerted on her by Li Mo Long, or even anyone else, and what put Wan Qian under pressure was precisely herself. After arriving at Zhongjing Palace, everything was routine. After asking for peace, the Empress let other people disperse, leaving only Mu Keqian to accompany herself with the meal. Watch and see, Tadori replied in her mind. Anyway, it's just a guy with a strange tainted breath that interferes. It doesn't have much to do with me, right? This tart can do whatever he wants. As far as Tadori was concerned, everything was fine as long as the play didn't affect her life. The person who had first started this topic saw that Meng Jun was unwilling to continue the conversation and snorted and went around it, while Marquis Dingxi looked at Meng Jun thoughtfully. Chang Mu, Ninger, come over for breakfast together. Although Jian was already 30, the years hadn't left many traces on her face and she still looked like she was in her 20s. 4 or 5 layers, or layers, 2. Anyway, it must be until I find something to my own satisfaction. The yearling replied vaguely. Bailey Qingfeng marched to Cooling Pass to eliminate Morong Haoshuan and Suyong's father and son. Leng Aotian killed Bailey Qingfeng under the pretense that the Great Lian Kingdom invaded the border gate of the Nanzai Kingdom by killing the border guards of the Nanzai Kingdom. Xiaoming looked up and saw that indeed Peng Ziyuan was walking towards the village entrance with 3 of his men. One of them was carrying a Type 05 microcharger and the rest of them were all holding Type 92 pistols. Xiaoming and Han Zhenyu leaned next to a big tree and waited quietly for Peng Ziyuan and his men to arrive. Morong Haoshuan was almost all pissed off and couldn't hold back any longer. And he who had never spoken foul language, couldn't help but curse secretly in his heart at this moment. However, just when the old prince decided to launch a full-scale attack, suddenly, a burst of alarm came from the battlefield. Under the dismay, the old prince looked for the sound. And when he saw what was going on, his face couldn't help but change. Goths, really not so easy to be willing to be a turtle in a jar. I just looked. With this diamond card, we can go to the better elegance seating area up there. Long Air said. Xiaoming's fiancée. I picked her up from Tianhai City overnight. Lingyu looked at Lu Shiyu's disappearing back and a flash of anxiety flashed in her eyes. The one who reacted first was the Flame Lord, who was the only one of the many cosmic lords on the 10,000 swirling lakes who possessed a peak domain type supreme treasure. Chapter 90. Others can't do it. Lu Ran can. Lu Ran brought the bracelet closer. The bracelet formed by the Titan Python was exquisite, black and emitting an ebony light, as if it was an obsidian bracelet. The head of the snake bit the tail and the whole thing solidified. However, Lu Ran was able to feel the powerful aura of life on the bracelet. With just a thought from him, the Titan Python could directly evolve its body and manipulate it at will. The other 3 presidents came to heel. looking enviously at Lu Rant's titanic giant. Listen, even if you're dragging corpses, drag them to the city gates for me. Falling Leaves saw that numerous soldiers had already fallen to the ground. His heart was enraged. Originally there were 100 or so Yasukuni soldiers. Now there were less than half of them left, or all of them were seriously injured. Mr. Zhang thought for a moment and said, stop work for a day tomorrow and say it's a safety inspection. I'll go and hire another tall person. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Night Feibai felt that this was very good. As long as Shadow lay quietly by his side, he would be fine even if he was hurt for a longer period of time. His footsteps lurched, and he turned around to see Night Feibai holding the child in his arms, coaxing him somewhat helplessly. The Empress immediately understood. No wonder just see Sun's sister is not. Feelings are sent to bring help. The Emperor for the scene in front of him is quite strange. Yuan Jingying fell to his knees on the ground. The Empress is standing on the sidelines. Do not listen to. Qin's sister dragged the princess's intimate sister. This is going to go where? Yes, it must be Golden Pearl. She remembered that Golden Pearl had once gone to her to let him go with Tuoba So, proving that Golden Pearl and Tuoba So were connected. Hearing that the execution is once brilliantly Daosher, guillotine surrounded by the people who came to see the crowd pointing and cursing redundant sighs. The dress of these people was similar to hers, although slightly different, but ultimately there were some godly colors, and at first glance, it was the same practice. She had always been known as the two golden flowers of the Merchant Alliance alongside Lai Ruyu, but in front of absolute powerhouses, they were nothing more than red-powdered skeletons, and why would they hang on to them when they didn't have as many beauties as they wanted? However, in such a situation, anyone with a discerning eye could see that it would be difficult for Bandito to move his opponent away without damage. It's not really that you've changed, it's that you've exposed your truest side after being stimulated in some way. Maybe your heart thinks it's unnecessary to cover up. Maybe it's unwilling to cover up. Maybe it's not worth covering up. In a word, you don't want to be covering up. Zhuang Murong said. Although Wang Ji was looking at the magazine, but has been paying attention to the door, saw the three people came in, hurriedly welcomed out with a smile and said, several people came. How not to see Professor Yang? Wang Ji said and also probed to look outside. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Yu had already arrived at the Moonclear residence. She didn't enter through the front door. Instead she carried Mo Wuchen on her back and flew in directly from the roof. Wang Peng, I did the wrong thing with the recording, but ultimately it's in the past. I hope you can forget about it. Zhong Hongxian stood in Wang Peng's doorway, looking at the smile hanging on the face of Wang Peng, who blocked the doorway and was a head shorter than himself. His mouth spoke lightly, but his heart couldn't help but shiver. Unlike before, this time Zhu Lishi unexpectedly also took out part of the money into the company, and the final share distribution became 51% for Wang Ming, 10% for Zhu Lishi, and 30% for Tian Wang Lu. The three of them signed their names on the contract under the witness of the lawyer. Mother *********, so close. Zhong Feng patted his heart, and suddenly had the feeling of having walked through a dynasty from a ghost gate. Wang Ji thought about it. After all, A's is still too young, and in the army is the promising time. This time to have a child does have some impact, although he envied, but out of reason is still in favor of abortion. Moller's apathy is understandable. As long as a man has a direction and goal in life, he will always put in marvelous efforts. Throughout the ages, examples of beggars becoming great men abound, and ragtag men have the possibility of becoming kings. Chapter 91. This kid really isn't simple. As I said, there's no need for you to worry about it. However, all of your people here need to be evacuated. Yi Hongyi said. The knot that runs the array to block the entrance is in the tower, and the tower is at the mouth of the valley. The professionals on duty there, so to speak, had a clear view of the valley. That's not good. Lu Rant's hands were seen by them, and a random panty-waist mouth could be directly stabbed out. No, the boundaries need to be maintained by someone. Her arm was broken and blood was flowing. It was cut off hard just as she blocked that sword chi. Only one undead creature did not make a move. Looking at the announced solo, there was a trace of intolerance in the eyes of this undead creature. But unfortunately, this undead creature did not choose to make a move to stop it, which made Solo more or less disappointed. Hiding from the rain? What are you doing robbing my energy? Her tone, without a single change, remained cold. Leaving the Azure Peninsula. This is considered to be out of the city limits of Haiyang City. The national highway was not as congested as expected, and the drivers who turned into zombies basically didn't stay on the road, but roamed around. He took out a jade talisman in his hand, which was given to him by Guan Xingxian when he left. At first, Guan Xingxian had told him that when this jade talisman was in trouble in Qingshu Palace, he would pinch it to pieces and someone would come to help dissolve it. Choi Young Shui breathed a sigh of relief that his life, or rather his lifeblood, had finally been saved. It was because Water Viscera Thunder Zephyr had collected much of the power that was on the side of Spirit Royal and Qin Mu Zhao, only to see the two giants summoned by the Star Compass and would shuttle crushing the thunder in front of them and coming back towards the Water Viscera Thunder Zephyr. It only took half a day for the remaining robbery points to be destroyed by Louis and the others. At this time, Louis also received a reward from the system. Yes, at that time, if you guys want to go out, I can take you out to have a look, Louis said. Ding! One Night Drift killed Fantasy Rincewind with a Desert Eagle Sky God piercing shot for a double kill. Lin Shi's face fiercely reddened like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Incomparably adorable. After about 15 moves against each other, and Fei suddenly stared, and a card instantly burned, turning into a fire dragon that attached itself to his axe. He had already killed a total of 27 ghosts, and there was clearly a significant increase in his cultivation realm. I'll let you off the hook tonight if you go get me 2 signed pictures of hot guys. After the two of them finished eating and walked to the same place where they had seen Yin Xin before, the fat girl suddenly said indignantly to Tion. These 2 rats chased and fled, and were lost in an instant. Ling Feng was not afraid of them getting lost. There was a mental connection between the 2 rats and him. As long as they were within 1,000 miles of each other, they could clearly sense each other's presence. Hello, my name is Harry. The elf boy timidly greeted Shuken and Eve. It's not because of the reason I'm not performing well. It's because I'm violating the company's rules, Yun Hian said helplessly. The smell of the Dan is getting stronger and stronger. The chirping sound coming out of the cauldron is also getting louder and louder. The entire body of the cauldron began to shake violently, a majestic as the sea of mighty qi, spreading towards the surrounding dispersal. The one that Zhao Chen wanted to exchange was the haste level essence stone, because his current level was already at 0% of level 79, and as long as he held on a little longer, he would be able to level up to level 80, and then he would be able to equip a level 80 suit. She looked up and there was no moonlight, no starlight, just endless, howling winds, like the night on Sunrise Peak. Mido took out the recovery elixir and lit up the 100-mile wear defense gear on his body. Meeting the sound wave of 1,000 armies felt like billions of living beings sprouting and thriving and then withering away in the sound. Even with the mother alga liquid bubbles and the defense gear's blockage, the energy shockwave super violent soundwave still shocked Mido to the point where his chest became nauseous. Although this strike of the 2 was not the peak level of the 2, the combined strike was enough to kill an ordinary Xianzhao realm on the 9th rank expert. Chapter 92, This guy is invincible. Eyes began to generate white fragments of skeletons in the air. Wei Yingying is no stranger to this skeletal storm of the necromancer. But, Wei Yingying raised her eyes. It's just too wrong. As far as the eye could see, there were pieces of skeleton as far as the eye could see. A storm of skeletons formed, instantly covering all monsters in range. But that's not all. The storm of skeletons grew denser and denser, almost obscuring the view of the Yi Feng lay collapsed on the ground. Before closing his eyes, he looked to Xiao Huangfei. His eyes cannot hide our apologetic and remorse. Perhaps he also felt that Year's behavior is sorry for Xiao Huangfei. Otherwise why would the thank you and sorry together to say? However, during this time, suddenly one day, the history teacher came to Yunyao with a serious face and asked her to go to the office. Why would his blood be able to cure diseases and poisons like Butterfly Valley's long-lost Shenong soup? The other people who did not follow White Feather's command had a momentary hesitation at this point. Yet it was this momentary hesitation that led to the extreme consequences they would suffer. Prior to this, Lin Lord Xiong had not dealt with Sui. He naturally did not know that Suyi's reputation in this circle in Yanbei City was very bad, and at this time, he was even more irritated by Suyi's rebuttal. To be honest, everyone could only recognize a few of them, and if it wasn't for Mu Xing, it would probably take even longer. The first round of elimination had eliminated more than 600 people, which meant that there were still more than 300 people left at the moment, and these 300 people would have a second round of tryouts, and when the second round of tryouts was over, there were still more than 200 people to be eliminated. Some may scoff at the latter as not suitable for much thought, or perhaps I'm not good enough at it yet, but at least the word experience should be appropriate. The Green Sable hadn't reacted to the fact that White Feather was going to make a move on him at this point. However, the moment White Feather made a move, the Eastern Sparrow also made a move. Neither of these two had a good header though, or rather they failed to blast a good ball in each other's entanglements, and Alessi's header went over the crossbar. Then, with a word, she glanced at Kimishin and inquired with her eyes, "What is this man doing?" Mother Wu originally thought that this would make Mrs. Gao know what to do, but she didn't expect Mrs. Gao to say even more shocking words. Zhou Nan out of the door of the Lan family, but suddenly felt a silence around the Lan family. From the outside look, like a dead house. 4 square, circled a Wang Wang cell like heaven and earth. This is the antique wooden house. The door is also hung with 2 lanterns, and a party written with the word of the lawn mansion of the plaque. It's been raining continuously for the past few days, and in the blink of an eye the cold swept over us in a winter that wasn't even that cold yet, and the cold took us by surprise. That is to say, you are indeed dead, but because you used a forbidden technique to keep your soul in the present world, you ended up being, said Hong Fu, turning her head to look at Ling Fanyu. That's right. Liang Yi gave him a forceful slap when she heard his words, hitting Black's body so hard that he stumbled 2 steps because of the slap. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's that thing again. Blue Zephyr had obviously felt the horrors of this kind of spatial rift, and they had suffered a lot before. Su Evening then asked if her husband was at home. She had something very important to discuss with him. In particular, today's Ruan Qingjin seemed to be extraordinarily gentle. Normally, when young master treated himself, it was completely bland. It was as if she only dared to treat him as the young master, as if he was her own master. Yi Arrow raised an eyebrow. Also, she didn't have much affection with her grandfather in the first place. They could talk because Mo Jiangye was there. He gave her the bracelet because of Mo Jiangye, and he treated her well because of Mo Jiangye. Chapter 93, The way you look at your sister is a bit horny. Rarely encountered a monster burrowing in the dirt. Neglected. Although Lu Ran is fine, but it is indeed negligence to have such an accident. She had just told Lu Ran that there was no need to summon the ancient magic statue here. Or did Lu Xinqin propose that Lu Ran keep this habit in mind? Otherwise, Lu Ran might have been beaten out of both the Yin and Yang realms by now. After all, the ancient demon statue in Lu Ran's precious gourd wasn't enough to counteract the damage caused by the poisonous earth dragon's explosive attack. After sending a Sage-Eye to the car, Zhang Xiaofei turned on the safety device on the car. A primary defense barrier that could effectively withstand laser ray attacks. Alright, go back to the headquarters, Zhang Xiaofei said, only to see blood seeping from the corners of the old hunter's mouth. His eyes glazed over, and his chest had been penetrated by an arrow. In an instant, the entire tourist attraction was quiet. Everyone's ears were still echoing the domineering words just now. Just now, who in the world was the one who shocked back the 2 old guys? Keto Black Lotus and Kurota Jun. With a single sword? Comparing his height to the stake, Jiang Yu realized that he had actually grown a bit taller. And as the silver light dispersed, Zhang Zhou's original life elemental baby also appeared, and the same purple light flashed and drilled into Zhang Zhou's heavenly soul cover. But she doesn't regret it. At least the child is by her side. She can see them all and won't let anyone bully her. Lord Lu, did you know that our family is coming and are waiting here? The palace came to the Chamberlain. The carriage to the Lu family gate is not far. The Chamberlain lifted the curtains to see Lu Ming resting there, jumping, countless illusory body of the evil soul hovering over the pool of water. This time, they are not disorganized scurrying around, and no long teeth and claws of the chaotic howling, all neatly arranged, layer by layer in a circle. However, Master wasn't that kind of person at all. Master had always been someone who looked out for others, so how could he possibly intentionally harm a fairy under his seat? It was completely impossible. After saying that, he turned around and left in a dashing manner, not caring about Su Yuxing's meaningful laughter behind him. Suddenly, she remembered that last night, Hua and Jiang seemed to say that there was something going on today and that they had to bring her along. I remember that brother was nice to the original owner, but the original owner's big sister was nice to the original owner, and didn't it still end up sucking to move here? Luing also saw the spectacle and grinned a silent smile. At the same time, his hand loosened and the huge hammer he had just blasted down dissolved into stars. The Battle of Kings officially begins 3 days from now, and at that time, Lord Fire Heavenly King will personally preside over it. This is the King token to participate in the Battle of Kings. Make sure to keep it in your collection. Without this King token, there's no way to participate in the Battle of Kings. Butler Mu took out a few brilliantly glowing, thick and ancient tokens with an open mind and explained. The 3 armed police officers in Group 3 were going the other way to the center of the park, where they were going to check on Group 2. Roar! The repeated warnings were retorted back by Junling Tian. The firefly demon insect was truly enraged. The next morning, the sunlight outside was blinding, but reflected in the cell with only a few rays of light. Yesterday, Qin Zhang had asked the head of the liquor department for a thin shirt, and with a bundle of grass underneath, he lay down on the ground. He slept until noon. Suddenly, bang! 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 Suddenly, there were 3 sounds of a wooden stick banging on his head. There are priorities. After our Ming dynasty calms down the civil unrest, recuperates and recovers, my lord will definitely do his best to persuade His Majesty to send troops to Japan to solve the Japanese problem. Please be patient for a while and do not act rashly, so as not to jeopardize the matter. Xiangyang Township is located in the southwest of Honli County, only a few dozen miles away from Burma. Across the Julong River, and then traveling another 200 to 300 miles, You can enter the armed military zone in northern Burma, which was once a base for drug manufacturing and trafficking. Fu Anan was viciously exasperated, and the pang of aggression in her heart instantly turned into fierce anger. Chapter 94. This wave is going to shock the world. Time passes by. Nanako looked at the motionless endless tower global ranking. While his heart was relieved, he was still worried that the necromancer would suddenly attack and make a wave. After all, the death arena had some suppression, and although he didn't know the specific strength of the necromancer, it was definitely not bad. The mate at her side looked at Nanashir carefully. He said, "President, do you want to keep watching? It's been quite a while, and have you ever heard of what hell is? Hell is when the French are the police, the English are the cooks, the Germans talk about love, and the Italians come and organize everything." I said, "You?" Ding Ruoshue was still reluctant, but just as his words started, Ding Jiushi interrupted him. Since Zhao Evening Night left, she was left alone in the palace to be the sole favorite, and it has been up to a year, but no one in the harem dared to say anything more. Who let Li Yuan Hao favor her? This Mo Zicheng is really a crown prince. Doesn't he even piggyback on other people's feelings? Looking at the shocking red of blood on her body, the spots of blood made him not bear to look at more. Is it those underlings? He looked at the closed door of the room and sighed in his heart. "Ma'am, let's talk over there." Wilmy waved his hand for those bodyguards to leave. Everyone was surprised. It was hard to believe that something else had happened last night that the crowd didn't know about. Very annoying. It was just that he added a sentence, even though Lin Xiaoxi's back was turned to him and she couldn't see his expression. However, she could feel the disgust in his tone, and her eyes suddenly blurred. The few times she tried to open her mouth, she couldn't make a sound because she was choking. She didn't want him to see it. That reluctant smile looked so gentle, so comfortable, so dazzling, so charming to Morrison Linghuan. The corner of Moringhuan's mouth crossed a light smile, and a different kind of tenderness was still hidden in the depths of his eyes. Heart tightened. Lu Zerwa without even thinking turned his head directly and ran back, while looking for the waiter to come and open the door. "I know that you asked me out today. The main thing you're talking about isn't this matter. Go on." Xiao Yu didn't state his position right away. He felt that there must be something else that Li Xiaoqin was looking for him today. Semi, on the other hand, wore a dance dress embroidered with cherry blossoms, and the long skirt and wide-mouthed sleeves were beautifully embroidered with a blooming cherry blossom. It looked like it should be the dance dress for today's dance. Hanging up the phone, Li Suro put the cell phone back on the table again and didn't take it seriously. This time the printed volume of the sound album is enough, just for the possibility that it might be a big seller to go. Beforehand invested 2,000 copies, and was planning to add more, but after seeing the results of the new song, it didn't put it in the record store again. And at this time on the south bank of the Yellow River, Chaoran leading his generals was grasping to reinforce the city defenses of Xingyang and Changao, and Xiao Chang also retreated back in time from his fief Zhengmo to help. Sun Quan had no time to consider what confidence in that remote place of the 4 counties of Jiangnan would be loyal to Lu Qi at this time, only sensitively noting the place they had previously attacked for many years. Then, what about Jiangxia County? He has not been able to receive the information that Jiangxia is empty for the time being. Gu Yueying looked at the sea of fire in front of her and instantly remembered her own master, the previous head of Immortal Zun Town. She clearly remembered that back then, her own master, just because she had broken a little rule, she endured the sea of fire on the mountain of swords by herself. The Gu Yueying at that time was similar to the current Zhang Xiaobeimer, a beanpole. Nerd, sis, let's go back. Looking at Lin Yu's silly face, Ouyang Yu was a bit amused and pulled Ouyang Qing's hand to leave. Other than the sounds of Xie Changfeng rolling on the ground and wailing and cursing, all other sounds were gone. However, Ming Xian was also too bold. Right, just letting these 3 corpses lie here, emitting the smell of blood, not afraid of attracting other magical beasts? Wang Jingwei listened to Nakamura Ichiro's moderated tone, knowing that the other party is also a party member, and that he himself cannot go deeper into this matter, so he casually waved his hand, and then looked at Nakamura Ichiro with bright eyes and said, Chapter 95, Brothers and Sisters. The night was spent at the cottage. Yi Hongyi was right. The meals in the southern border were different from all the meals Lu Ran had eaten in Blackfire City. And, because it was personally arranged by Wei Yingying, the chefs were all of a high grade. Even one meal added 2 points of intelligence, 1 point of stamina, and 3 points of agility to Lu Ran. At the same time, Lu Ran also gained a bunch of food buffs, although these food buffs only lasted for a few hours. The evil ghost that had just blocked Zi Yun Yuan's shot appeared in front of Zi Yun Yuan. It blocked the punch again by virtue of its great strength, while at the same time, behind Zi Yun Yuan, dozens of evil ghosts appeared. They lunged at Zi Yun Yuan with open teeth and claws and bared their teeth. Still really thick-skinned. Sure enough, it took it well. Dang Tianya appeared in front of Jiao Long in an instant. He just didn't rely on his aura to rush. He relied on the power of his physical body to fight from the beginning to the end. And he was very clear about what kind of consequences it would be if he exposed his full strength. So he wouldn't do such a stupid thing. After saying that, even before I had the next step, she got up directly, sat on the end of the bed and undid the waistband of my pants. Meng Xiao stretched a lazy waist. Bathroom, took off the dusty clothes on her body. If Mother Mu did not send servants to monitor her, it is estimated that she will still obediently follow the etiquette on the mountain. Mui Chen was not going to get himself into this kind of inconsequential strife, and it was certainly much better to have someone take the lead than himself. It had been a day and a night, and Demon Gold hadn't moved in the slightest. For Demon Gold, as long as it was a matter of cultivation, no matter how painful it was, he could endure it. However, it was just one day and one night without moving. In the past cultivation, Devil Jean tried to meditate for a month within the pile of poisonous insects. Brother Long, you don't say. It's quite refreshing now. It's like a fire has been lit in my stomach. It burns unbearably. Huang Fei had a bitter look on his face. Cheng Pingping naturally took my elbow. I guess if this scene was seen by my sister-in-law, she would have to explode. Mountain Bomb hid in the bushes against the broadleaf, eyeing this side of the scene, and recited an Ami Tofu. Geez, no. Reddit suddenly picked up her cell phone and flipped through it like she remembered something again. No wonder. The past 2 days always feel like there's something left undone. The tampon placed in her bag was still lying there quietly. Shi Jiao looked at the front and back of the officers and soldiers jumped into the water, because he does not know how to water, can only be on the sidelines dry anxious. In the past, which palace of this great Vietnam she was not free to come and go, but now it is not possible to take a look. She could not help but laugh to herself. Zhang Ruoxi this time leaving aside important matters to come early to patrol Phoenix City not only because he knew that Ming Sting was almost burned to death in the Zhou mansion, but also because he knew of another matter. In the midst of this darkness, a light appeared, and Itsuki and Lunaira arrived from the Alola region. Gu Hao, old Gu, Master Gu, please answer when you hear me. Fong Shanmu picked up the intercom to call Gu Hao, patting him on the shoulder, implying that his old man was gone, and that this Li family was his to hold firmly in his hands. You can't just sit back and wait for death. You have to take the money and go away before the United Network completes its investigation and collects all the evidence. It is for this reason that Joey knows that his time is running out, and he is eager to cash in. She pursed her lips slightly as she watched the blood run down the teenager's neck, dripping onto her collarbone as if it were blooming into a flower. Mo Fan said with a smile. Then under the store owner's cannibalistic gaze of anger, he began to instruct the people present to pick their treasures. Prodigal son Qinhan wiped his dirty and ugly face, and as a heart demon, he saw that words could not shake the will of Qinhan's original body, so he planned to come to the hard way. Everything is still unknown. Do you think the people there will make their news known so easily? Song Dome descending dragon star. Yu Yan Longxing appearance is not long ago foretold. Their appearance for the time being there is nothing foretold. Feng Taisher did not have any emotional fluctuations as he said to that Yan Longxing with eyes full of gravity. Chapter 96, the first person of Long Xia. And this moment, professionals around the world, almost all of them were paying attention to the ranking panel of the Endless Tower. Although he couldn't see the scene of that necromancer big brother impacting the 62nd floor, you can only see the change in rankings. You can only see the change in the number of layers. But this has attracted global professionals as usual. Sure, it also includes Nani, who is still number 1 today. She looked a little tired at the moment. Go go go. Hurry up and don't talk nonsense here. Luo Zhang's tone seemed to be upset when he heard someone kissing his ass, but his face clearly showed a smile. P.S. The era of one shift is about to pass. So please be patient. The era of explosive shifts is coming. And look at his appearance today. Clearly is deliberately looking for trouble. His own slap up is likely to hit him not to be hit. At that moment, he realized. He withdrew his hand, twisted his head and walked away. I don't know if this is a good sign or not, but I realized that my life is tilting towards the life side as well. When Sun Shaoqing was by my side, I was always thinking about success and being untouchable. But after experiencing so much right and wrong, I realized that I was slacking off a bit. Slacking off on my career. I followed the method that Jiao Yazi handed to me, and after a while, I felt as if my body had become lighter, and slowly floated in the air. I looked down, and there was another me sitting on the bed with my eyes tightly closed expressionless. He, it's really quite fun, Wang Jinlong said and pulled the dagger out again. A blood stream erupted from Situ Liang's abdomen, accompanied by another miserable scream. May I ask Lu Xiang, in the past, you had developed well enough in our country. Why did you come to Huaxia to redevelop as a newcomer? Another reporter asked. Even though she kept it low, I could hear that her vocal cords were a little shaky, like she had just cried. I swallowed a handful of saliva, not because Sun Xiaoqing's cheeks were scarlet, but because I suddenly thought of Wang Yingli's mission. If Xiao Wanyu's husband was this man, then if I went to get Xiao Wanyu into bed, by this man knowing about it, would I be lit up in the sky? His Majesty looked at me, then hooked his fingers into the collar of my tall coat. A purplish-red strangulation mark was revealed to all. Now is simply a life winner, step forward wife beauty in the arms. The sky also fell a baby meat lump. That 3 grandma know the truth. Happy face folds are flat spread a lot. Before Michelle could react, she was pulled strongly, and she turned her head to see Lance's anxious face. As the voice of her calling his name came out, the sound of what sounded like a fight and dropping something came out of the phone. And then the phone was hung up, and Zhang Mengsheng was calling is turned off. These were 2 different feelings, even with just a glance. Just by virtue of the contact between him and Enlingchen over so many days, he was able to ascertain. Just so together the spirit mountain barrier autonomy open and close, except the suspended floating top of the body. All around, rustling shake, the air within the aura of autonomy since the weaving and winding up. Biting winds like whistling, endless surplus winding, stirring a black robe are colorful red as the sun. Such a fact caused Chua Dusty Xiao's entire heart to instantly fall into a quagmire filled with dead air, while feeling unable to crawl out. At the same time the aura of gloom filled with negative emotions slowly spread out from him, causing the entire atmosphere of Fenghuan Palace to weigh heavily. Yunhio turned her head to see them like this and was really shocked by this action of Gu Shiqing. The idea was brought up by the 2 of them, but it was Fields who actually operated from behind. Morong Wei was stunned. Seeing that it was getting late, she wondered if it was time to go and pay her respects to the Emperor. A frenzied ghost could only occupy one lifeform at a time, so a single frenzied ghost wasn't really scary. What was scary was the speed at which it reproduced. Chapter 97 Level 30. It was destined to be an extraordinary day. Long Xia's mysterious necromancer big brother, suppressing Nanasan, topping the #1 spot, and the global buzz. Sure, most of the other countries are just watching. Only Sakura, itself a bullet point, is now well on its way to taking a global top 1. As a result, he had not yet warmed up his hoo-hoo, and was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Long Xia. It was not yet Yu King Song who favored him to put him back over the top. He was resurrected and later died. The 5th Blade Emperor nodded slightly. He was aware of this matter, and it had been rumored in the immortal realm that it was done by a few immortal kings. We turned to look at an old white man hunched over an old whitewashed uniform, holding a camel behind him with 2 large bags hanging from it. One side of the bag containing some grass and the other containing something that looked like grain or something like that. After all, this auction came to all peer companies. This auction down, in fact, can also get a lot of peer information through the auction. Even if it was just a shrine, then the strength of its guards would definitely not be weak. And according to their current strength they would probably be killed in seconds, which meant that they would have to be prepared to wait for death once they were discovered. To be honest, if we really fought, we would definitely be no match for them, but I knew that we would definitely not be able to fight, and I never had any intention of trying to fight them right now. Since Luo Hao and the 3 of them were all injured in the fight with Saint Envoy Xuanna, several of them entered the cultivation state on the way of the giant ship to the barren forest monument. Then the other people who know me in tomorrow's capital city should also know more or less about my situation in the capital. It is estimated that during this period of time, there will be a number of people to call me one after another. I stood outside, listening to Zhang Xian's rant, and while I felt pity for Zhang Xian's words also confirmed what I had just thought in my mind. As if he wanted to, he purposely didn't give me a chance to get in the car, and took the car away and called a couple of new trainees to get in the car. The wind in early fall always carries a little parting sorrow, but with Shen Linfeng by my side, I am not afraid. Instead of drying up and dying as the Chinese ZF said it would, or coming back to life as everyone expected, the Yuan Chi tree is half dead. The enemy has invaded? Fang Hao was startled and hurriedly removed the sensor suit and helmet on his body with 7 hands and 8 feet. Then first crouched down on the ground to listen carefully to the surrounding movements. And the crops are getting better and better, mainly because the varieties have been optimized. The seeds are getting stronger every year, the corn cobs are bigger, the grains are fuller, even the varieties of sweet potatoes are more and more, and accordingly there are more types of fertilizers, and the breeds of livestock are better, so the days are really considered to be running out. Carrying a password box in his hand, he was walking shoulder to shoulder with Boss Meng. If he didn't even have a password box in his hand, wouldn't he look like a follower walking beside Boss Meng? I really don't know about this. Fang Xiaofeng only knew that LV Yingna was suppressed by the officials, but he didn't expect LV Yingna to be so rigid, only to hear a bam. Qin Yukai flew out more than 2 meters away before he snapped and fell to the ground. A stream of blood flowed down Qin Yotsai's forehead. In fact, even if Qin Tang didn't go ahead and initiate the hype, the media would definitely dig out the relationship. Although the treasure seeker mouse was not Chen Yufan's summoned object, but as its master's master, the treasure seeker mouse naturally knew Chen Yufan. Under such an attack, Chen Yin, with his super high blood defense, and Sir, with his undead physique and half-witch demonization ability, didn't care much about the attacks of these ordinary reincarnators, but the sacred hands didn't have the same ability as the two of them. Chapter 98 Weakened version of Lu Ran? Lu Ran immediately stopped. Previously, Lu Xinxin had said that the only purpose of upgrading here was to quickly get Lu Ran to level 30, and now the purpose has been served. But the three presidents stood aside, somewhat bored while not realizing that Lu Ran was already level 30. Since they were going to let Lu Ran have the experience all to himself, they didn't need to participate anyway, and when they got into the team, they would instead split Lu Ran's experience. Have a close look at Lu Ran. Fortunately, they eventually escaped, but unfortunately, the other two teammates, which included Ironhead's own brother, were dragged away alive by the pursuing dark creatures, yanking their legs in front of them. A man in a black overcoat followed by an old man walked slowly out of the airport. As John was planning to leave, there was a commotion from outside, and by the sound of the voice, John knew who it was. You, Kim Sung-woo, who was almost so angry that his teeth itched, swallowed his heart's pent-up anger hard as soon as he thought about the terrifying strength the other party had displayed. He fiercely inhaled a deep breath and coldly grunted. Fingers repeatedly twisted back and forth. Luo Frost wanted to say something, but was worried that the other party misunderstood or even rejected. 7 up and down apprehensive thoughts. Make her blistering over the days to wear out layers of tender skin of the palm gradually wet, with a little stinging pain. After Zhao Taizhu finished speaking, he glanced indifferently at Ally, and it was obvious that Ally's intentions still hadn't escaped Zhao Tieju's eyes. Niang Ziquan cried out Rong Shimian's name and cried for a while, and jumped forward to cling to the hooves of Rong Shimian's horse. Seeing this amazing scene, as if there was a thorn under his butt, Song Mingxian unnaturally twisted his body, and in the end, he directly stood up and returned to Lu Qingxian. I am like a fish bait, thrown out by the old man. Then the three chiefs are the sharpest fish hooks. The more I walk the more unsettled my heart is, although he is following me, but the general public cannot detect it. There were 7 boars in a row, one of which I slaughtered, which meant that there were 6 boars left that must be fighting off the 3 leopards at the moment. Summerlin and Xia Yonghai and the others also froze for a moment and looked at each other. Then they all smiled and nodded. The man in black glanced at Yi Xiao Jingqi. His figure flickered and flew, landing on the branch above Yi Xiao Jingqi, adjusting his breath to look around, no longer paying attention to Yi Xiao Jingqi. To be able to split into 1,000 with a single thought, and to be able to manipulate 1,000 divine thoughts at the same time with such precision and accuracy, this is already capable of mastering all sorts of difficult xiandans. A vice president said in shock, already speechless with astonishment considering Zhang Kuan's age of less than 20 years old. The seniors were happy to see Conlon become a professional chess player, though almost everyone wondered how they convinced the teacher and principal. Famous residual snow turned into a shadow. The blade of ice spirit was incomparably sharp, able to cut open everything in general. Gently scratched across the body surface of the Dark King-level monster, there was a deep bottomless crack in his already frozen huge body gradually spread, and finally turned into white fragments all disappeared invisibly. Nothing left. Sister Ing, do you really want to go to the appointment? Linda massaged the stiff body of Qi Chengying, who was lying on the big bed. Although it didn't have the visual impact of Ji Qing's immersive experience, Wei Qing had also seen from afar the scene of people falling over, rising up into the sky, and then landing peacefully and neatly, which did have an unrivaled infectiousness. Gu Yanning's thin lips hooked slightly. Yuera was right. This boy, this maturity beyond his years alone, and the ruthlessness similar to his, was indeed worth saving. Therefore, when they saw that even young Master Best and Master Daniel of the world-famous great plutocrat family had traveled thousands of miles to help Xiao Yao, they were all a bit incredulous. Chapter 99, New Skills and Words. This statement was made. Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai, and even Lu Ran, all immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Yeah, Lu Ran's skill range was now enough to cover more than 100 kilometers, though the corrosion buff is something that can only be applied to teammates, i.e., friendly units, but just team up and enjoy the buffs. Especially in the case of a national war, the whole country is divided into formations in the form of groups of armies. Cheng Tianfang sneered and took the initiative to charge over. The dagger blade in his hand flashed with silver light, as if it was a hungry beast that seemed to devour the enemy's flesh and blood. Before the words left his mouth, several Templars and shield guards leaned in, with a cursed knight mixed in. However, there was no time for him to think about it, and under the successive losses of the Green Toad Master, he simply activated the power of the sword formation to its strongest. Yang Guang's efforts to push forward many initiatives to weaken the lineage, and therefore subject to the clampdown of the lineage. There is no way out of the situation. With this in mind, cold desert reflecting wind swept a glance around, and every member who sought his gaze immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Now looking at the other side really hated to get the other side dead, but now is not the time to sulk. He would like to know what the hell is happening. Wei Yuanzhao pondered for a moment with a cloudy expression, then stood up and went to gather those he was going to bring with him to break out. Odysseus and Ling Zun quickly ran to Lu Qi's side, who was lying motionless on the ground, having fainted. At that time, the agreement began to change. The moonlight is not on. I could only hear the sound of blowing wind shells on the west gate. The shouts suddenly rose. The torches on the gate burned chaotically. The gates were wide open, and the drawbridge was lowered. Cao Cao scrambled to enter the city first, patting his horse. Unki and the others got off the ship at Surprise Harbor, changed into disguises, and rolled over to the Adventurers Guild at Surprise Harbor. Liang Yi and her sister-in-law split the money, put the rest in their pockets, and happily went to cook. Yi Xinwan's words had just been uttered and she regretted it. This tone of voice, it seemed as if she was complaining that Su Luo didn't give her money to spend, and Han Mengyi chose pediatrics, more specialized in pediatrics, so naturally she went to the pediatrician to help. Seeing him blurt out so offhandedly, Ji Jingxian was a bit furious and glared at him, turning around and walking away, remembering that this matter was the single most wrong thing she had done in her life. The distance she could move was too short now, and even more so, she didn't dare to expend too much of her psychic energy because there was still a child in her stomach, the songli in his mouth. Chi Chi seems to have heard of it before. It should be the same as Chao Wan, also writing romance. Secret chat, friends, offline, light of the glowing fire whispers to you, here. Ah Ji, this is my freshly minted master, vertical and horizontal 7 Shao. Ling Yun said this guy is not bad. Do you want to meet him too? Yi Xinwan squatted on the ground. Cold sweat broke out on her forehead from the pain, and blood dripped down her knee, dripping onto the ground. After obtaining enough energy, the soul tree and star lamp began to feed back the energy transformation again, constantly releasing bubbling soul energy that dispersed into the world, and the 9 divine dragon guards became full of life. As a dragon race and a great dragon king, the heavenly flame sacred dragon possessed absolute arrogance, but it was also ashamed of itself when facing the 9 sepulchre demon saint. Ice in the fire, fire in the ice. The original reddish-red flame at this time has turned greenish-blue. Xiao Wuxie's surroundings white bare flame wrapped, while the real feather Qian Yi is wrapped around a layer of cold ice. Firmly will Xiao Wuxie flame blocked outside. Among the 4 pugilistic bodyguards, one of the unusually tall and lanky bodyguards took a step across and blocked directly in front of Guan Miaotong and Bing Xia. Click click. The surrounding ice fog rapidly converged and came. The ice layer instantly formed under its feet. The ice layer became thicker and thicker, and its originally athletic body actually became incomparably heavy. A day later, Yunfan came to the periphery of the entrance of the inner valley. Looking from afar, the entrance of the valley presented the shape of a gourd mouth, with 2 tall peaks vaguely visible on both sides, and there was still the power of formations on it, leaving only an entrance at the mouth of the valley. Chapter 100. Hit as many layers as you want. Inside the Sakura replica hall, Nanako passed the 63rd floor, but didn't leave. She gazed at the endless tower global ranking panel in fascination. Frozen. It was an honor destined for her. The first place she had defended to the death to get it back. She would never allow anyone to take it away from her. A mere necromancer. Less than 53 levels. Even if he can be on par with me, what's the point? As soon as the phone was connected to the phone, Go Huang's voice that was full of vigor rang out, and the figures of Nan Qin Li, several people all appeared in the light screen. Cousins came up and gave Qin Yang a cover, and after the cover, Qin Yang passed the ball to Cousins, who then took the ball and impacted the basket. With a place like this, with people like this, perhaps being good-hearted is the biggest crime. Being irresponsible. Wu played well at the rim, but his shooting was so crummy, especially the N1 free throws. It was unbearable to watch. After Cousins receives the ball, the probable event will be that instead of impacting the basket, he'll take a direct jumper from the high post. I don't know these pets at home. In the end, what is the meaning of? Obviously the size of each one of them is bigger than Jojo, but when it comes to something, love to hide behind Jojo. I don't know what in the end to hide or what things. With only a handful of people behind her, it was obvious that the army would not follow her into the city, and facing the people of Mordor, Estes naturally would not release her powerful aura. That's why they were still willing to accept the 2 of them even if it looked suspicious as hell, just to avoid the possible passing of innocent strangers. No matter how many times I've seen it, the transformation is still chilling. It's not because Chicken Man is so intimidating, it's just that the transition is so bizarre and the contrast is downright stark. Then, The Heavenly Dragon Emperor took out a copper mirror with his hand and placed it in the air. This round copper mirror, with a diameter of 1 jang, floated above the heads of the 3 people, and a cylindrical light shot out from its face, enveloping the 3 people within it. Since there is no blood relationship, naturally there is that possibility that Qi Qingru is changed because of Ouyang Haitian, but it is reasonable. Suddenly, the sword python split in the air and transformed into 4 black swords, 3 of which were entangled with the killing immortal's 3 swords, while the other one came straight towards the back of Lakha's heart. On one side was the threat to life, on the other side was the reward of good things. In fact, no need to say much, the 3 celestial immortals knew what was going on, before and after. Choosing that one, then it must be the former is better, but at this time, Yang Lin no longer had the chance to react. The sand beast had already rushed to Yang Lin's face, and with a flick of its slender tail behind it, a swish sound stabbed straight at Yang Lin's face. Night Shilei couldn't help but tighten her eyebrows. Recovering from her frozen state, her mood became depressed and heavy. She could see the damage that the demon lord had done to someone in A. Once again, she had put him in danger, and this time, it was difficult for even her to get out of it herself. Suuxin sneered. Was this to put a high hat on his head? The hope of the universe? Waiting for the Great War to come. These proponents are watching from behind, letting Suyu become the mainstay of the stream, and then die without retreating? 9527C to hear to understand. Its nature is also like a quiet and plain life, so it does not want to get into any trouble things, which is why it will be Wang Kai injected into the virus of the things are set out, so that Tiepi know, to save it in the future downfall is not very good. If any of them were to face this kind of attack, they would definitely be seriously injured. Not like Yang Lin is now. Why don't you remember? The more talented you are, the better it is, and when the old lady likes it, she releases him and her own stress disappears. The origin of the so-called Imperial Association Army is that the Japanese copied the late Ming Dynasty's Guijin Shun Army and made it this way. After saying these words, Porsexi slowly turned around and faced the direction of the Poseidon Temple. At this moment, she looked as if she had aged a few points, pausing for a moment before taking a step up the steps on Poseidon's mountain. Without taking a leap, it was just that one step upwards. The sea god's 7 holy pillars guardian Doluwas followed closely behind. Chapter 101, Suppression of the Global List 1. Okay, Lu Ran answered. One last look at the global rankings for Endless Tower. This wave, take it by a landslide. Let the other countries can't surpass it for 3 years. In the next second, Lu Ran's figure disappeared into the Endless Tower's teleportation array. After the reappearance, Lu Ran met the Dark Elf race that was somewhat similar to the Storm Naga of the previous tier. The Dark Elves, to be exact. One could only see that its fur was snow white and frosty, soft and smooth, with a fine icy blue pattern hidden underneath the thick fluffy fur. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll behead you and bring your corpse back to the Nine Sepulchre Saint King, the Black Horn Armored Hell Underworld General said. Tonight, Lucifer acted at his usual pitch, walking down to the top of the Bishop's Cardinal Tower to Red Moon's room, pulling out Yurei, who was going crazy, and telling him to go and do his nightly guard duty. She knelt there and cried for a long time, said something intermittently, but in the end called him to follow the difficult. He looked at her eyes red, pale, only heartache and helpless, hesitated for a long time. Fong held her shoulders to help her up. Zhao Ziqin didn't like to cause trouble, but he definitely wasn't afraid of it. What's more, he was in the midst of extreme depression in recent days because of the love compulsion, and when he encountered a youth who came looking for trouble, he certainly wouldn't be pleasant to him. Whereas the whole lunge set in the psychic tower was the original 9th floor cell, it was now 30 meters above the ground in mid-air. Last night she watched a TV drama after a little sleepy, then went to sleep first. I do not know whether Shin Hanshi came back last night. She looked at the position beside her. Empty. She raised her hand and touched it, above the cold piece. I do not know whether he did not come back last night or already got up to go to the company. Song Song's relationship with the old man were so deep. Sadness for a day or 2 days is not even a problem. This has been a week. She still looks preoccupied. The uneasy feeling in his heart grew heavier and heavier, always feeling that her perverse reaction would bring about something he didn't want to see. In the camp of the great desolate world, a young man in white robes was riding a white crane, hovering in the air, his large hand grabbing towards the void to intercept this nebulous skybreaker boat. The heavenly demon prince didn't pay too much attention to Yin Tianchi. Perhaps he didn't even think that the Xian realm griffin would dare to sneak attack him, and was actually hit. The dragon bone feather was even harder than the innate gung gene, and actually landed a gaping hole. On the audience's side, everyone was holding their breath, their eyes not blinking, especially those on Su Nan's side. Each of their faces were pale, their hands and feet were cold, and they didn't dare to move a muscle. When Zhou Jin was going to cross the God King tribulation to sweep all 4 of Ling Hu Yuan's divine monarch henchmen into it, Ling Hu Yuan had already known about it again. And at the beginning Ling Hu Yuan was still very disdainful of Zhou Jin's behavior like this. After all, his 4 henchmen were divine monarchs, and Zhou Jin was only crossing the divine king tribulation, not the divine emperor tribulation. Chen Shu said that nominally Jun Changlan is Li Su's concubine aunt, and in terms of age, she is also 7 years older than Li Su, plus Li Su's birth mother, Empress Gu, abhorred her hobby, so everyone found it unbelievable when Jun Changlan confessed to Qing Beauty that she was in love with King Duan. When the body of this special energy are converted into their own energy, Zhou Jin found that his soul force has increased by a trace. To know Zhou Jin's soul force is how pure can increase a trace? That is to say, this special energy contains the soul power is very considerable. In the tripod, there is a bubble burst, and then, there is a figure of a blood cow pulling up from the sky, powerful and extraordinary, hissing towards the sky. Above the strong body there is a barren and furious breath coming from the sky, after many years and not scattered, overbearing and incomparable. Dongfang Yu subconsciously touched her face and screamed again when she saw the greasy dirt on her hands. Chapter 102 Strong Suppression. 12 minutes later. Endless Tower Global Rankings. The Necromancer is still number 1 as well, but the panel still refreshes once. This was because the number of pass levels for the Necromancer had become 65, and at that moment, Nanako, still a record of 63 floors, was laboriously attempting inside the 64th floor. That's already a 2-tiered difference. This has also caught the attention of all professionals globally. In the entire Heavenly Saint Academy, I'm afraid that only this underworld Saint Master would dare to treat the Dean with this attitude. Although the assassin's manpower is large, but the people in Xia Chuyi's hands may not be less, so at most, when it's dawn, they will be completely safe. Have you seen enough? I can't believe you haven't blinked since you came in. A teasing voice pulled me back to my senses. He is a disciple of Exodus, not a ghost or an immortal. Yet he has an aura that is different from ordinary people, and the faceless man will definitely like it. Yang Hao explained. When Xiao Ruo looked up again, her face was no longer streaked with tears, but the hidden tears under her eyes still made Chang Lanqing's heart sink. It's okay, we just need to do our best. Even if it won't work, I guarantee that this credit from the professor won't go to waste. Zhang Kara was indirectly giving him a promise, promising to definitely give him benefits now, and it wasn't until then that he realized that Yun and I was dead, having become a sun-dried herb. What happened? After a moment of silence inside the room, Courtiside suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Hearing Lei Liang agree, Tang Song was also relieved. If he didn't agree, Tang Song would only have a headache. Let go. I yelled at him in no uncertain terms, and out of the corner of my eye, I swept behind me and was in an extremely bad mood. Seeing that he spoke with sincerity, Ning Zhouer knew that he was sincere in wanting to be with her, and then she joyfully said, Brother Shangguan, as long as I can be by your side, I'm satisfied. I believe in you, so don't talk nonsense again. She leaned her head over and pressed it tightly against Chang Guanyun's chest. Qin Ju and Zhongli Yu had a nice dinner, and Deshan learned of their bumpy and legendary exploits. I haven't got any money. Hidden tears were welling up in her eyes, and she looked pitiful. How could Xiao Jian be polite? He grabbed Shang Guanyun and angrily shouted, You devil! How dare you find your way to Iron Sword Villa? Are you tired of living? The 4 brothers, Xiao Plin, Xiao Di, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mo also went out the door, and several people surrounded Shang Guanyun. Ba Shan sure does not let the enemy to slow down a breath. Both feet a stomp high jump. People in midair and grabbed to Zheng Tiandu. The Heavenly Dragon Monastery Master directly fell to his knees. His eyes were devoid of spirit, and he directly fell to the ground. Almost nothing but broken flesh and white bones could be seen on his body. Li Zhichen's face changed. His body rushed upwards and stabbed his sword into the void. I feel like we're traveling in a hole now. We can only passively move forward and can't dodge. The loud sound in front of us should be the collision or crushing of 2 major objects, while the gravitational force of the black hole is just too great, and the gravitational force generated by the 2 major objects is not enough to suck in the ship at all. Su Xiaojia said, Professor, everything is normal inside the ship, the outside is red, as if it fell into a sea of red. We are also contacting Su Jiawei, but there is no response. Lin Shanshan said. Mo Zishan stood back up, straightened his school uniform, and finally glanced at her again with a heavy gaze. I'll go with the one whose eyes can shoot light. If it wasn't for the flying shield, he almost killed me and almost destroyed my beloved flying shield. Very Cold looked at the expressionless boss with hatred. Su Sheng's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the world and gradually diminished, seemingly moving away from here. Moria suddenly pointed behind Shur with a look of amusement, and once she turned around, she found Delia blushing and weak, as if she would collapse at any moment. Chapter 103, Worlds No. 1. At this moment, Nanako was in a state of stupor. That necromancer was over half an hour past the 3rd floor. Now it's past the 66th floor. She had originally wanted to try the 65th floor, but right now, she suddenly lost her heart. The difference is really too great. Her opponent passing 3 layers in a row in a short period of time was a different concept from passing 64 layers at her limit. And Nanako's 4 pieces of equipment are damaged. Shin Zhaozhao is a little anxious, but forced by the force of Muichen only obediently sit in the seat, turn around and go back. Where there are people. She had no heart and was mentally exhausted. The stress of the past few days had been too much. In less than 30 breaths of time, the aura of heaven and earth within the entire abandoned heaven mystery territory surged madly towards Feng Wang, and the huge mountain beneath him trembled, with pieces of rock crumbling down, the earth similarly shaking, and a crack in the ground appearing at the foot of the mountain. It's just that the other player tried to kill him 3 times and the mole kept stirring up trouble, so he still couldn't resist fighting back. Just walking down the steps, he suddenly saw a figure standing on the surface of the lake, and it was the demonic man, a black dress fluttering with the lake wind, and his long hair likewise. Even though it was broad daylight, it looked frightening and terrifying. Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes at a few people, then prepared to slide down to read about Su Qinghe's introduction. Shenwei He also has a certain understanding of Zhang Liang'an, and knows that he is not someone who will pity his opponents. That's why when Yellow Hair called to ask if he had a seat, he said he did, and only when people came did he pretend to say that someone had taken the seat. The two ate and drank until nightfall, living slowly and unhurriedly. Shen Yen against Shen Boyan's gaze, firmly grasping the key. Today is the king of heaven to come, this key cannot be handed over. I fought, whimpering noises escaping my mouth, and before long, there was a sound of footsteps, coming towards us from far away. Even if she had gotten away with it at the time of the Underworld Night Palace's slaughter of the valley, she would have been blown to pieces a few days ago. A military general like him who has fought against thieves and bandits and has gone to war, whose family has fallen and who feels the emperor's favor is the most useful, or at least loyal. But I'm also the one who spends time with him every day now. She made a point of saying the words spend time with very heavily. I was tense in my mind, but I couldn't struggle. I could only stare and watch as he used the dagger, on my wrist, to slice open a wound. Looking again in the direction of the bed in the southeast corner, the bedspread had been hooked up, and no figure was seen inside. Compared to the flat tone of the electronic voice, Guo Chui, who had wanted to see Mou make a fool of himself, covered his mouth with both hands, his face full of incredulity. These faith values came from the players' sporadic upgrades along the way, as well as the contributions of the 3 players who had shared the Vermilion Birds experience once they had arrived at the village of Crystal Seals. This fat man kept walking back and forth among the stragglers, seemingly saying something, but most of the stragglers shook their heads helplessly. As soon as she saw Wei Chengsu, Shu Magpie excitedly greeted her. For some reason, seeing this fawning look on her face, a touch of strangeness welled up in the bottom of Wei Chengsu's heart. SGT. Hayes had the best of intentions, inducing Captain Duranba to think in the direction of a one-man raid, when there would be a chance to free the hostages. Shen Xingyu was very satisfied with this place, with the people here, and couldn't pick a single fault at all. Look to see if there's a place to rest nearby. Suiza stared at the road in front of him without blinking. Tiger Pingtao practiced all day in the narcotics brigade. He could now accurately tell the difference between most common substances, and further make judgments on objects he grabbed and touched through his sense of touch. Alright, Xinhua clamped a large mouthful of noodles and stuffed it into his mouth, without a moment's effort. Finished the noodles. Chapter 104, If only Lu Ran was here. The forest of 10,000 corpses was once the territory of the corpse-catching sect. It's a mass grave. It's not very big, but after global data mining, the area here was expanded as the global area multiplied. Countless walkers roamed among them, and large numbers of them slept beneath the earth. Even the corpse catchers, very few of them are willing to come here, and are careful to keep their corpses on the fringes. Yi Hongyi opened her mouth. At present, although Su Meilin was asking Zhang Yang, she remained flat on her back. Zhang Yang hesitated for a while, but still went forward and walked to the bedside to start massaging Su Meilin. It wasn't until the present time of solitude that he seemed to have reverted back to the time when he had been a country doctor in the village of Luhua. The Northern Wing royal family guards brought by Beitanghe and Beitanghe surrounded the disciples in the entire compound. Before Su Gushi finished her latter words, Knight Yuyo had already guessed what Su Gushi wanted to say. From the symptoms it should not be. Sister-in-law, extend that hand over and I'll take a closer pulse. Zhang Yang sensed that the problem was a bit serious and decided to secretly use his divine power to check it out. Big Mom, how can you talk like that? Wu Yuhan was very angry. Big Mom was not giving her any face at all well. In fact, their own strength. also able to resist these cold air. After all, these ancient cold air does not care about the realm of cultivation of the high and low. To everyone's feelings are the same. The Japanese spy Kozuho did not forget to spy even when he himself was in deep trouble and running around. What kind of spirit is this? I'm going to the county town tomorrow to collect grain. Shen Mingtang got rid of one thing and focused on the matter of the flood, unlocking the taboo. From the new access to mana, Jin Shi Virgin Mother did not strike at Yen Dance, but shed tears. Yen Dance froze, did not expect the Golden Pond Virgin Mother to drop tears. This is completely inconsistent with the image of the cold and merciless Golden Pond Virgin Mother in Yen Dance's mind. Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Emptiness is color. Color is emptiness. What's that? Oops, whatever. Oh Yang, I'll go with you. Hell, I don't believe that my buddy can't conquer such an extreme challenge. 7 Kill took 2 steps forward, puffed out his chest and rushed Ouyang Jia by his side. However, King Ching had killed 9 top executives of the Elixir Company, which was already a mortal sin, and the military department was also spreading the word during that period of time. Why not Su Xian? Lan Sheniying far more in love with Su Xian than Lu Yanmeng. The speechless heart was uncertain. That's senior. Your magic power is high, so you shouldn't be bothered with me, right? Yen Dance smiled at the man. After Ouyang Jia appeared, he directly approached the white-robed priest Da. This guy was extremely reluctant to partner with Optimus Prime, and after seeing that 7 Killers was resisting Da, he rushed up without the slightest hesitation. I, Shang Chu Dong, swear to the heavens that if the Red Cauldron is a plot of mine, I shall not die well, and my entire family shall not die well. In the years that followed, the Wet Realm would open up to an era of true chaos, and one after another, many absolute tops would die. Grandpa, I was going to the next village to play, and this big brother was giving me a ride back, Xia said as she hugged her grandfather's leg. With the killer mace of the Heavenly Sea Demonic Sound Quartet in hand, it might be possible to not worry so much, but Xiao Yunxian always felt that things were not that simple. There was a dead silence in the Norlanders' square, but the murderous aura emanating from them was getting more and more severe. The ones that Raymond had brought with him were all men of 100 battles and had participated in more than one-dimensional war. Facing these natives of the lower realms, they simply didn't need to use roars to boost their morale and intimidate their opponents. After reporting the box number, the manager led her to the door of a high-class and luxurious VIP box. In fact, the existence of ice-cold water was only discovered after the people from the Inviting Moon Palace had explored the area many times, and before the Inviting Moon Palace, even if someone came in they would not be able to go deeper, or would not be able to leave if they went deeper, because of their cultivation. Chapter 105 I really want to fly. The thought just popped up. When he looked up, he saw a woman dragging a young man flying in from outside the forest of 10,000 corpses. Both had light wings on their backs. The guy didn't recognize it, but the woman, she was Lu Xinxin. It's really Mirror Flower Water Moon's Lu Xinxin. All 3 assembly presidents are here. Why? Yellow Hair was all confused. Could it be that they had sensed their movements to secretly infiltrate Long Xia? But it's not right. As if that magical oriental fairy magic? Catherine, am I really dreaming? Edward opened his hands in shock. I don't know what Xishan and Pan she actually arranged on Ing Mountain. The battle on the mountain just had a result. Xia and Miao Barbarian's army has already begun to withdraw, and even the chain of fog bottles are not taken away. The nun saw Xian Yuan this look, cannot help but feel compassion. To see her right hand outstretched, seems to help Xian Yuan. Wait, Ping head. Only a dragon roar could be heard shaking the 9 heavens as a silver dragon rushed out of the gun, sending Fielder flying backwards hundreds of meters away. As his pursuers were approaching, he scattered and ran wildly, and at this point, he only hated the fact that his legs were too few and too short to shake off the pursuers of the 6 great clans. Boom! With a soft sound, the tip of the wind and thunder unity drilled through the first purple shield, leaving a hole without the shield shattering. Finding his seat and sitting down, he closed his eyes and prepared to sleep after a night of drinking. The Supreme Lord said and scrambled to go untie Tianlong and the others. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn immortal boys knew that they had stirred up a big mess and also rushed over to help. There is, and it's big. The former shows that he predicted something was going to happen and then responded to it, while the latter is a sign that he predicted something was going to happen but could only go on as he predicted and could not change it. Zixin explained. After Deshan fell sick, his followers rushed to ask someone to cure him. Perhaps it was because of the lack of suitability of the soil and water, or because Deshan had suffered a great deal of vitality when he got rid of the evil dragon. But after a period of time, Deshan's condition did not get any better. The old monk lowered his head, seemingly asleep, and only slowly raised his head after hearing the abbot exit. In the dim light, his face was hidden. Special forces are not conventional troops. They often perform some deep behind the enemy to carry out decapitation operations to disrupt enemy communications and other difficult tasks. The opportunity to fight with the enemy at close range is much higher than conventional troops. Arriving in the parlor, Lu only saw at a glance a bearded man sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, obviously in a long-awaited manner. The Lu family all went to the town to sell vegetables. In addition to Lu Mu and Lu Meyer take a small amount does not count. The number of pieces is about the same. The most successful sell is Lu Ping their group. At noon, Sophie Marceau had just finished an interview with a fashion weekly was ringing on her cell phone. Lu Ziheo, right? Li Xiaoting finally shifted his gaze to the icy to the core Lu Ziheo. Good. Lin Wan inwardly couldn't wait for him to send her upstairs. She couldn't wait to be with him every day. Moreover, he demanded that the supplier must be able to deliver the production line within a week, for which he paid the full cost of the line, totaling $1.78 million. Some of them looked gloomy. Judging by the talent that Peter Su Ling had displayed, it would definitely pose a huge threat to their competition for the Grand Throne. When Su Enyi heard Sun Fei Fei's unkind tone, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow even though he didn't say anything. After all, one is the offering of Marquis Lu Yun of Xiongzhou Fruit Lai, and the other is the offering of Lu Jin of Kuangtian. The difference in power is huge, and the distance is even more distant. Even with Yuan Jin's ability, he didn't expect Ling Tiandi to suddenly strike, and the moment he did so, it was a killing move, and by the time he reacted, the two thunderbolts had already landed on him. The Violet Thunder Monarch looked up to the sky and leaned down to write 9 words on the stone slab. The Violet Thunder Monarch realizes the way of fire here. Regardless of what these cultivators ended up achieving, they were not something that those ordinary cultivators could look up to. Chapter 106, Do the monsters here still recognize people? Instantly, the group panicked. Don't go down. Everyone hold steady. The yellow hair leading the group shouted. The others were constantly pushed outward by the wall of earth flowing through the wall. Anxiously, he looked around for a place to land and a place to hide, but it was nowhere to be found. The hill is so big, it's like a pillar stuck in the middle of a forest of 10,000 corpses. Where can I hide? Don't panic. Stay steady. Don't jump yourself. Earth Knight's Earth Flow Walvan. Free your surname Tian. Tian Yi said lightly. Jianghu polite words Tian Yi lazy to say too much detail. Yi Tian planned to stay here temporarily for one night, and leave here tomorrow to head to those places south of the Spirit Dragon Clan that originally belonged to the Divine Dragon Clan to move the clansmen here back. The Earth Dragon Clan had already returned those places to them privately. The purpose of his visit this time was also to finish this matter. Seeing Tian Yi let go of the only yogurt he had on hand, Mo was happy, unscrewing the lid and sipping it enjoyably. That's why at this time he needs to seize the time to enhance the strength, or not yet go back to the earth that maybe already died in this life planet somewhere. It is also hard to say. The height was a few dozen centimeters taller than the werewolf next to him, and his body type appeared even stronger. In addition to that, the sharp claws and sharp teeth were all gone. There were only less than 2 or 3 centimeters of nails in front of the fingers, and there was only a short section of sharp teeth exposed in the lips, and the fur was much thinner as well, so it looked more like a human being rather than like a head wolf. Xiao Lao tasted a mouthful. Indeed, it was almost the best porridge he had ever eaten in his life. But who knows? He himself was only 60 years old this year, and there would still be plenty of time to eat good food in the future. Everyone in the tent was silent, except for the wood crackling in the campfires on either side. Asterisk 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 isn't it afraid of burning itself? After seeing this scene, Song Jiang shouted again, not at all having the demeanor of an inner chamber disciple of the heart-stirring stage, but instead looking like a country bumpkin who had never seen a trial before. Zhang Yi's brain began to analyze everything that had happened from the time the two walked into the hospital room until now, which was an easy task for Zhang Yi. That sword-using teenager gave Mu Wu a hateful look, then looked at the broken sword in his hand, shook his head in frustration, sighed darkly, and left the place. Only those who are overly self-seeking and inwardly accustomed to placing themselves at the center of the world are particularly fond of being new and different. You see it as you are still smart. You cannot see my excellence. That is you spilling the beans. The great tonic pill is nothing. I still have a few of better color in my hand. However, they were also auctioned by chance, so they are really rare, Yi Bufei said. On one side, Yi Yun was looking at the contract carefully, meticulously, not intending to let go of a single loophole. She was reading it so carefully that she was hardly attracted by the disturbing content of the conversation over here. Within the Hu family, all Ding Yi could do to support Hu Wei was to support Hu Wei and Cinda Electric. Although Ding Yi had a lot of cooperation with Cinda Real Estate through Hongda, he had no say within Cinda Real Estate. Xuanshua's words made Lin Junyi's heart startled. He hurriedly followed Xuanshua to look ahead, but there was nothing in front of him. Lin Junyi was wondering. Suddenly a man's voice came from inside. These spell powers kept spreading and also kept invading the surrounding area, and also fed back a lot of information and power to Evil Eye. Feeling an uncontrollable torrent in the body, but the mouth cannot have any indication, so that Zhou Yunshu slightly biting his lips, but the voice is always a stream of repressed charm, slightly shaking. What do you mean? I don't have a heart? I'll let you talk nonsense again. Miao Yunwan refused to comply and jumped over to him, wanting to twist his ear, saying that, Dingy cannot help but sigh. This year is the year of running a horse. No horse, that can only go a few steps. How much land to circle? Chapter 107, is this still a human being? Lu Ran wandered around like an emperor. The walkers that could be seen were all instantly controlled by Lu Ran's skeleton throneward. Next, Lu Ran maneuvered the walkers and first set fire to the Eagle Sauce's professionals, killing them one by one. Same time, Eagle Sauce, Congress. In the large conference room, Neil was communicating with the Congress about the recent storming of the Tower of Endlessness by Nanasen and the Necromancers. I didn't realize. Zhou Ping went to the faculty office to sue you, saying that you hooked up with outsiders and bullied your classmates? Teacher Zhang said, although she was in absolute disbelief, but that Zhou Ping was covered in injuries. After all, it was not true. Her mother ran to the school, condescending and arrogant, wanting to find Tantai Mingyue to theorize, wanting to meet Tantai Mingyue's parents. Despicable. Slashed by Suja's electric knife, the rat cursed and hastily reversed his body to avoid the electric knife's attack. When the rat stabilized his body, he then realized that a layer of cold sweat had emerged from his forehead. When Wu Gang heard her words, he frowned slightly, his dark pupils like the stars in the sky, clear and bright. The person you're going to work with isn't me anyway. Ma Xingyao smiled and looked at Tantai Mingyu. Just then, a board meeting was to be held in the company, and for this meeting, Li Haonan had to attend. However, Wei Yan's divine sense carefully searched the hall, but did not find any trace of that Xin Bone old ancestor, which could not help but make his heart palpitate a little. Lu Hao's clothes are Bulma using special materials and technology manufacturing, even if into the sea inside will not affect the activities but very close to comfortable. Because stop to LJ How also do not need to take off clothes directly from the jet inside jump down on the line. You take it. I don't like antiques. I like fresh contraptions. Probably when I'm old, I'll like antiques too, but for now, I still like all kinds of fresh things. Tantai Mingyue laughed. Above the backstage, the old man who brought Lu Feiyang here was talking to the unlucky old Lu, obviously basically all about Lu Feiyang's topic. When those people had left through the window, the building seemed to instantly quiet down again. All was silent, and Sure Yulong seemed to hear his heart pounding. Sister Lun, it's not as bad as Mom's. You know, Mom hurts me so there's an element of heartache in there. Aren't all moms that way? I'm fine. Actually, as long as there were no contractions or pain from the anesthesia everything was okay. After finishing organizing the pieces, Yeluchi left, leaving Fanghua sitting alone at the table, not knowing what to think about. Finish actually stretched out his hands to her. That look is completely pick up lost children. Fanghua looked in the eyes. Inexplicable heartache. Yeluchi sorry, think your good intentions I have to fail this time. She passed. Either one. She did not want to follow back. Although Liang Zhonglin had begun to learn how to paint, he still took a few pictures of landscapes once in a while when his hands itched, only that there were no longer any characters in his pictures. It seems pretty bad. How did you get it? Inquiring as if offhandedly, Wilmy looked her in the eye and whispered. Steward Wilmy wiped the sweat from his forehead. Even at night he was in the best state of etiquette. He couldn't be faulted for his attire, hair, or demeanor, but at this point, he was still sweating the back of his head. Flying Snow Rouge had only experienced a battle with the Ghost King before, and her internal elements were damaged and depleted, so she just drank this cup of 100 flowers brewing honey wine to replenish her chi and nourish her elements. The green dragon looked like a real ancient divine dragon, and wherever the dragon passed, the wind wielded by Mei Ruoxue shattered inch by inch, instantly transforming into countless pieces of powder. Fanghua happily commanded, and those present responded by rushing to get busy, and for a while the house became lively. Chapter 108 How can a holy weapon be so easy to get? Wei Yingying believed. On Lu Ran, there were still secrets she didn't know. Still, she didn't ask. By now, she had fully understood Lu Ran's significance to Long Xia. This is also the reason why Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, Lu Xinxin, and the three assembly presidents brought Lu Ran to upgrade together. And, now, it seemed that the time when Yu Qingtsung shut down the cross-country teleportation was exactly when the newborns awakened to become professionals. These, can I choose not to eat? Hey, you're not really planning to feed me these, are you? His heart was unwilling to do so, but the strength attribute of Machi, who was a fishman, could not compete with Cedric's, so he could only be pulled away by Cedric in a hard way. Reggie, you are my idol. you were so awesome just now. Mang Su, who ran all the way from the backcourt, rushed to Reggie Miller's side at the first time after he finished the dunk, and praised Reggie Miller's dunk just now while high-fiving him in celebration. Is it time to go out and fight, or honestly obscene development? Which makes some difficult to choose. Li Chinfeng's head is a little big. Mu Wantong spoke softly, recalling the previous images of being together with Beichen. She felt incomparably warm, and if he could choose again, he would still make the same decision. But what he didn't expect was that once this order was given, this summoned beast immediately lost control, turned into a black shadow, and directly rushed at Wu Hao's chest, and the sharp black claws directly swung towards Wu Hao's neck. Zhou Yuan injected the poor guy with the red RNA stop command, and then he was disconnected from Hope's link. On the way, Yin felt that the name Yang Shichi he seemed to be where he had seen the appearance, but could not remember where he had seen it, and even more forget that it was seen in this world, or seen in the previous life. Being a mother-in-law and being afraid of this and that, I think you might as well be a fishman? Linda sneered at Gareth. The ministers in the court didn't speak. There was a scarce peace in the great hall, to which Beichen wasn't in a hurry, sitting on a side seat, sipping the tea in his hand, and just calmly looking at the king of Zhao. However, Chang Feng was seen to show another look of panic, and even lowered his head, and also raised his right hand to cover the location of his temples. While I was hesitating, the knocking on the door suddenly had stopped. I hurriedly looked out the cat's eye again and realized that the person had disappeared. We then literally heard a rumble of thunder and shifted position, moving everything directly inside, next to the coffin. In the next second, Leng Qiufeng reached a meter in front of him and slashed at his neck. Su Ping hurriedly released flames that coalesced on his arm and directly blocked the slash. After a few minutes of Su Bai briefly describing this matter, Morong Qiu Ning and Yu Rin Xing, one with a happy face and the other with a black face. However, the stage was silent because just now, Chen Yi had directly blasted a huge pit in the center of the ring with his physical body alone. The corners of Yu Rinxing's mouth rose slightly, enjoying herself as she closed her eyes to listen to this yet another song that belonged to her. I fished out a tissue from my body and raised my hand to wipe Father Wang's sweat while looking closely at his eyes. At first, he thought that it was because his own strength was stronger than Uchiha's, but now that he thought about it, perhaps it was simply just because the divine tree was also judged to be a part of his body, so that his seeking the way jade could move as it pleased within the area covered by the divine tree. Somehow brain thoughts in the fierce rummage, but not the slightest clue. Father accident when he was only 5 years old. Because of what happened, he did not know, and even more than 10 years passed. The appearance of his father, Song Hao cannot remember, left in the memory of only a magnificent figure. Chapter 109, The Fellowship Orochi. Lu Ran of Long Xia was merrily brushing monsters and upgrading Sakura's Nanoha, however, did not return to Ikinai Daisha after leaving the replica hall. Instead, they came to Shintoism. Being the godchild of the Shinto religion not only meant that Nanisher was Sakura's #1 yin and yang master, but it also showed that she had some special privileges. In the conference room, the top brass of the Shinto religion are here. Son of God, do you think that if you reverse the bond, your Shusiki idea is very good, but wait for him to really get the results after he existing point of trouble. The reason is that unqualified people are really a little too much. If all let them leave the public security front, that below the Public Security Bureau cannot function properly or a problem. General, are you really going to see our brethren die? When one person spoke out, it would immediately resonate with the others. And today, it happens to be Yamamoto Chuanjun to Qingyang City on the first day. Looking at the side of the hall of Qingyang City's vice mayor also came to pick up their own. Yamamoto Chuanjun's face naturally revealed a disgusting arrogance color. Speak up. I didn't hear you, and for my orders you only have to answer yes or no, the instructor said. She has always been stubborn by nature, and what she decides is extremely difficult to change. For this, Sumu Yu and the Grand Elder both know this very well. Seeing that Sita Mingkong was angry, Yongchuan Kaori laughed and advised, Master Li, don't be angry. That girl didn't know us just now. Why should we care so much about what she said? As Wingchuan Kaori said, she picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea and served it to Sita Mingkong. Unbeknownst to him, this look of Dian Wei's almost made all the people around him laugh their heads off. However, due to Dian Wei's status, apart from Zhao Yu and Gui Jia, the rest of the generals were all forcibly holding back their laughter. Some of them, in order to hold back their laughter, almost suffocated their stomachs. This time, the Tontian demon sect and the Black Lotus demon sect similarly had people coming, and they were just using this place as a place of trial. That star-tailed giant tortoise was escaping on one side, looking behind it to see if anyone was coming after it. That long neck, which just happened to be sticking out from within the turtle's shell, was looking towards the back. This was definitely a joyous event for the Star Holy Land. and Yi Xian ordered that the entire Star Holy Land celebrate for a month long. As soon as the words fell, Luo Gang pulled out his fine steel axe from behind him, and with all his strength, he swung it round and threw it towards the ghost-faced man. A few teachers around them got a bit flustered and rushed to pinch people's throats and call people's throats. This guess wasn't a blind guess on his part. Their purpose had been stated last time: to monitor and stop Morning Wind from disrupting the balance of the market in time so that he wouldn't jeopardize the population. At the same moment, Lu Yanxue truly realized the true meaning of the word happiness, not only limited to themselves, but also friends and family and thousands of people. Even if he was the escort who appeared at the charity dinner, it wouldn't be enough to scare Huangfu Haotian away, right? But he had other ways. Since the mysterious energy within his body was able to refresh and warm the meridians, it would definitely be able to solve this situation in front of him as well. What do you think I should be up to? Chekhov poured himself a glass of wine with an inscrutable look. Song Xingui's expression was nothing, gesturing as if to tell Chen Feng that he would do his best to favor you. How bumpy the road has been over the years, and how many tears have been mixed with the pain he has suffered. Only he knows. Song Xingchen was counting the time to arrive at the Rue Wangfu. After all, it was the royal family, and their work and rest had a certain regularity. Song Xingchen did not worry that the masters of the Rue Wangfu would stay in bed because they were sleepy. The two of them had been together almost all the time, except for sleeping, since Night Ranger came back, and now Night Ranger was suddenly not by her side, and when she was sick. Chapter 110 Opening an Abyssal Teen Copy. When Lu Xinxin recovered his sight, she had arrived on top of a huge teleportation array square. This is the Elfin Forest. The trees are much taller than normal forest trees. Raising his eyes, directly in front of him, behind the scattered buildings, was the thousands of meters high Tree of Life, which symbolized the core of the elven race's origin. The Tree of Life emitted a faint glow, and its huge crown covered the sky. Sturdy branch. When Xu Xiao came out, I'm relieved. You keep this money, Zheng Dong said as he pointed at the large bag of cash. Zhou Qi interrogated in the tea garden for a day. Actually no one saw suspicious people, but there are two fellows in charge of cleaning this area, and they cleaned it separately, and neither of them saw any rat droppings, and none of the fellows saw any rats. Then he listed what kind of qualification physique should choose what kind of gong method to be able to open the most doors. Golden scales are not the stuff of the pool. You can't keep them, Lin Yin said. When Lin Chan was the same. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, she went out to explore the world. The first friend that Jiu Fanghe made when he went out was Tang Hu, and Tang Hu befriended him, and Jiu Fanghe has been full of goodwill towards him since then. What's that? Just find some time later and take you to their clan to see. Where? They don't have a black mist shrouded over them. Berserk Lion opened his mouth. Xian Ning, my sister and I will continue to press the goods forward. You hurry to the Qi family to discuss with them. If they have already circulated the goods, it will be difficult for Qianji. Zhang Hao was also very decisive in his actions, making decisions on the spot. Sitting on the single sofa, Ji Zhiting was calm and relaxed, as if he hadn't heard what Lin Monrong had just said. When Feng Wuwei reacted and wanted to pinch the pure body technique to get rid of his odor, Zhong Nanshan's voice resounded in both of their ears. Oh, it wouldn't have mattered if we had been discovered after we were eradicated. But now then. Ha ha, Lin Xian has really done us a big favor, Lei Jin said excitedly. Nie Tian's voice was heard in every corner of Luo Zun's immortal mansion, and those hidden immortal realm powers all heard it clearly. Even Luo Zun heard it word for word, and his gaze flickered with an icy cold aura. Luckily, the only instantaneous tyrant bear can't instantly move over long distances, and the Manman fruit, which can move over long distances, but leaves in a way that's too slow and not enough to be a problem. In this matter, you have to stay out of it because I'm not sure at all. This is the green power of the entire Ludong province. The slightest mistake will be shattered, so you don't have to do anything. Just watch, Jiang Jinlong replied. If they were on easy ground, if they were Yi Chou, facing such a sharp attack, I'm afraid they would have already been exhausted. Demon Emperor Jun said slowly, those radiant eyes seeming to have already explored all illusions. If that's not the case, then how can we explain that expression on Huang Qing's face after he died? Huang Jun said in disbelief. The Jade Void Palace disciple hurriedly introduced himself in a respectful voice, his eyes surreptitiously sizing up Yi Chio and the others. And this side of the pirate group the most dazzling, and let a person most respect the most fear, which is like a half-moon like beard, who all 623 understand what such a pirate group means. Represents what? Aisha was fine. She had told her many times that she wouldn't listen, and had always thought that Xiaoming was the god in her heart. But what was wrong with these two newcomers? Why are they treating him like a god? He even killed God in the Godslayer world. Okay? However, Nya Tian's heart was shocked, and why wouldn't Luo Hua be shocked? Just after a battle, Luohua was almost certain that Nia Tian was just a youth of the 7th heavenly elephant. Yet, in a single collision, he fought with himself like this. As I dislodged his arm, his other hand had already struck at me, and I choked him and lowered Song set straight to the ground. Chapter 111. This mission is a bit complicated. What Lu Xinxin didn't expect was, it was surprising that the elves' high-powered patriarchal prophet didn't live at the top of the Tree of Life. Instead, it's in an obscure corner. The thick trunk of the God of Life tree was like a large road, where the branches split. A small cabin sits. There are some flowers and plants by the cabin, so it's a nice secluded spot. After the guards brought Lu Xinxin, they left on their own. It is already 3 days. Wang Zhang went to inquire about Zhou Jingji has not returned. Zhou Jingji woke up. Zhang clan and Pun clan listened and laughed. Zhou Qingyuan glanced at Zhou Qingqi with a quiet smile on her face, but in Zhou Qingqi's eyes it was very additive. She waited and glanced at her sister who was born a concubine. No, it's only when the sword goes off the edge that it's taken by surprise. Zhao Fei laughed, and Ling Nan skimmed her mouth, clearly not looking at him favorably. The core technique of the AO family, called the 9 changes of extreme fire, was very different from the clan method of the Feng family, not being stripped of ancient divine beasts, but rather pioneered by human great powers. Has been to the door. Zhao Fei was about to open the door but the phone rang. He took out a look and found an unfamiliar phone number. Thought it was a sales call. Zhao Fei while taking the key to open the door while pressing off, but only to enter the door. The phone rang again. Is still the number. Yi Shijun's eyes were filled with worry. And even Yi Gang and the 4 great supreme elders were startled by this situation of his and came here. The green dragon also disappeared in place, burrowed into the ground, and somehow dug up a green lotus, opening its mouth and biting down. Zhao Fei's face was green, while Huyu Chao Tian, who had just completed his training mission, had a gloating look on his face. Wang Dingyuan finished getting up, turned his head and started wiping his tears. This feeling of being completely trusted was something that could never be found in a military organization. The sword chi was like a sea, constantly chopping from top to bottom, wearing down the frontal bone of Jin with Sai and breaking it by inches, and there was a layer of bone shavings falling down from the heights. From 10 Square City, it was about 10,000 miles away from the Xiandi Island. For Ling Feng, his speed of transforming into a 9-headed dragon to sneak under the sea would probably arrive in less than half an hour. In other words, he still had half an hour of work left to sneak into the island and steal the treasure. As the Iron Blood 10 eagles in front of him trembled in shock, a dull sound rang out as Yi Jinfei kicked the table in front of him. Li Zhanghe emptied all the bullets in his magazine and shot directly at Fielder's head. Bai Feiyu became furious. His wings under his ribs opened up, and a huge aura penetrated straight towards Ling Feng, who had transformed into a purple flame berserker lion. But at this moment, Salomon's voice rang out. He understood that Grand Jean had left all the business of Transylvania and Wallachia to come here with him because she was worried about her state. The enemy only felt a black shadow moving around inside the factory. Every time they fired a shot, one person fell to the ground, but there was nothing they could do, so they had to shoot on sight, and as a result, more of their companions were killed by mistake than those killed by Yi Zining. After being refined by the ghost cultivators through the unique cultivation method, the ghosts, including the ghosts that slowly advanced later, could be divided into, according to their strength, the evil ghost stage, the Li ghost stage, the nocturnal fork stage, the Rakshasa stage, the ghost king stage, and the fury god stage. Thorntree god's 4 python-like fingers. One of them slightly shook, then saw the huge thorn vines probing out of the thorn tree wall suddenly violently shaking up. Python body fiercely towards Wang Pingyu's spell formation twisted down. Look at the momentum. Actually more terrifying than the previous. That looking at the power, it was actually more terrifying than the previous 2 black roots, regardless of how other people, at this time in front of the big men but as if Amnesty General, no longer have the slightest hesitation. A hand to lift that fainting Yi Jinpeng, turn around and directly leave. No, he's here to help us. Let him do his job or we'll all die. The stewardess anxiously urged from the side, but those passengers had already drowned Yi Zining out. Chapter 112. What do you want to do with the carp spirit? Sakura Shintoism. Inside the empty space of the style god, Nanako dropped to both knees and tilted her head reverently. On her forehead, an odd scarlet mark loomed. Only by reversing the bond are you eligible to enter the style space. At this moment, Nanaya's beautiful eyes were dark as night, deep and mysterious, but it's not as introspective or deep as it used to be. On the contrary, it was full of greed and madness, and seemed to harbor in its glance. After walking for nearly 10 minutes or so, I heard a burst of cheering in the distance, and the atmosphere was very enthusiastic. Senior brother E, it's been hard on you this time, a white-clothed teenager within the VIP guest room immediately said with concern. What a shame, how could she have forgotten? just before she fell asleep. Didn't she also think that being held by Chi Hao was quite good? Equity transfer agreement. UUNG has long been drawn up. Only 2 people need to sign. Can complete the handover. There was no more time to think. Madeline had already chased after him, and Shen Lang hurriedly turned back to use the sword in his hand to fend off Madeline's attack. Yes, Shen Haight and Pang Yang led the order and immediately went forward to set up. Although they were scared, but they also knew that riches and wealth were at stake. After all, they were all mercenaries who licked blood from the edge of the sword, and didn't give up that easily. After leaving the front door, Chen Lin looked at the household that went into the pass last night, and estimated that Dawn Yu had already left, and did not stay. Pressing the elevator to go. Boom! An explosion sounded. All of them were shocked. Mu Ziyun froze and looked in the direction of the explosion, and found that there appeared a deep black pit, smoldering with an unpleasant odor, and beside the pit stood some dumbfounded disciples. No! No! The 3 immediately followed behind Kanako, and could only pray that Kanako didn't have the habit of looking around as she walked. Too unexpected. I didn't expect Gui Shangling's heavenly destiny to be the vermilion bird among the 4 auxiliary ministers. No wonder it's so powerful that it can devise a scheme that will make myself gasp in amazement. Ruan Duan Yu realized that there was something strange about Su Xian today. She kept staring at her, although usually this deskmate of hers would also stare at her like this, but it wasn't as strange as today. By the time the 3 came out, one was relaxed, one was expressionless, and one was crying. He has long had a premonition that this Zhang Jiao Zhang Bao 2 brothers want to finish them off. I am afraid that it is not a simple thing. Xiao Qiang and Song Yun felt that this was inappropriate, but it was appropriate to put it on Yu Chun. Either she didn't understand it or she didn't want to. Bai Ziqiu looked at Wang Wu's letter, and although there were only a few words, the eagerness was clearly evident. Yuan Shao's army was not to be outdone, and one by one, mages appeared and began to manipulate the terrain and launch attacks. Yi Tian's eyes were gloomy. He didn't feel relaxed and careless because his hand bone quenching was completed. The amount of energy to be consumed by so many ice cones was astronomical. And Yi Tian would likewise need to consume endless energy if he wanted to resist. No, I am going to take him to my father now, and make him my escort. The princess's lips were thin and her face was naturally baby fat with a good-natured and quirky streak. All 9 candles emitted light of different colors and burned so slowly that no wax oil even fell off. Hearing Ling An's words, although he felt extremely thick-skinned and shameless, Li Mingda turned his worries into joy. Belonging to the same field of artifice, the Night Gnome clan vaguely sensed the purpose of these long chains of metal, and hundreds of constructed shield guards and horrifying armor poured out of the forest of dead souls in an attempt to stop them, but they were desperately intercepted by the 4 great familiars who were also caught up in the frenzy, and the god of the sky did not show up for some unknown reason. Void Spirit Heavy Strike LV1 converts all damage dealt into Void Spirit attribute damage, dealing 10% of maximum life value. He Fingnian suddenly diverted Lin Evening Yin's attention. Perhaps the carousel problem, threatening to throw away the trash tomorrow. Time quietly flowed on the fingertips. In January this year, Lu Zixuan found boys quietly visit the space dynamics. The 2 briefly greeted a few sentences, hurriedly ended. Chapter 113, The Prophet's Face. Early the next morning, although Lu Ran was in Black Flame City, the Academy chartered that Lu Ran still didn't have to attend the morning meeting. After all, the Academy morning meeting, by its very nature, exists to provide assistance to cadets during the 1-month novice period after transferring. The mentors are there to answer and partially assist with all the problems that the students encounter. But for Lu, however, with the 3 assembly presidents behind him, he didn't need the Academy's help at all. I've already given an answer about the question your grandfather's posed, and I won't agree to what he thinks. Rong Primrose refused. Besides, in this battle, Captain Tang's performance had convinced all the warriors, but she can't leave her behind. The only thing that's good for her. Do we have to let her watch Hua Qingqing take a wife with her own eyes? Would that be too cruel? Such as the disk of the full moon is close at hand, as if reaching for the look. The stars one by one looks very clear. Even the shape of the star angle can be distinguished. Everything looks so real, but real very false. This extremely contradictory feeling's really suffocating and depressing. Nana, we'll all support you, and when your child is born, we'll all be godmothers, Gu Xiaotong said with a smile, waving her hand. She indifferently said, well, there's nothing more to do. I know what I should ask and what I should know. You can go now. I heard that you're about to return to the Durasteel country. I'm here to wish you a safe journey. Missing halfway, Ice Dance's body moved. Gu Chaoshi was happy, thought she was going to wake up, gleefully went up but saw her face pale, forehead sweating profusely, her body cold and hot as if she was suffering great torment. Is the digression you are talking about worried about that letter or me? Li Longfei sneered when he saw Mingyue treating herself like this, hating to brush his sleeve and turn away. The atmosphere in the main hall was a bit strange for a while, but Steward Li, who was pressed on the ground, showed a ray of hope that Li Dan was back. He knew that although Li Dan ruled the army rigorously, he treated his subordinates very generously. Otherwise he would not have dared to collude with the Fong family behind Li Dan's back, and he thought that Li Dan would spare him this time. What's so strange about it? Things often change unexpectedly. Heads of state are still in jail overnight, let alone you and me? Meng Yang said calmly with a slight smile. In the effort of redoing the scene with Chen Junxian, Xia Qingyan's take on the scene was getting more and more accurate, making him almost want to exclaim in amazement that it was perfect. But eating fish every day, where can I stand it? So I only kept some for myself, and all the other fish, all of them, were distributed to the villagers. This thing was actually a gold inlaid jade rui, and it was almost identical in shape to the one that the two of them had bought. No problem, the four Muhan said in unison. They had no opinion on Yi Feng's allocation. This viewpoint instantly spread throughout the council chamber. I heard it. Chai Wan and Hu Mint heard it. And naturally, Chai Jijun, one of the parties involved, also heard it. After hearing Zhuang Yi's words, Zhao Xueya still had no expression on her face, and only blandly took half a step back, reverting to the appearance of a bystander. Not good. They burned their bloodline power. The barbarian king's face changed and he immediately burned his bloodline power as well. Zhuang Yi was adjusting his mindset, trying his best to restrain the agitated emotions in his body, constantly suggesting to himself, he was here to brush up on his mission. What am I wrapped up in? I hemmed and hawed, not really caring. It was hard to come across a famous blacksmith, so of course I couldn't miss it. Am I really going to lose the sword of destiny today? Seeing that there was only the last 20% of progress left in unbinding, Yi Feng wasn't attacking the ascetic monk, only that his face was very ugly and he seemed to have given up. Chapter 114, The Queen of the Elves is really hot. Queen Tina the Elf has mobilized her entire army. The battlefield, the Sunset Plains, was located north of the Elven Forest. The Tree of Life is still visible from here. Lu Ran followed the army all the way and was surprised at the size of this copy of the Elves' territory. It's too big. Not bad for a separate copy of a realm that can hold a race. In the meantime, the mission also triggered. Lu Ran, who is an elf envoy. The great master's heart has long been melted by the fourth ant, and he has been coaxed well by the strong and affectionate, because the smell was just too disgusting, and the things in the sewers made her look at them and she couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. He was also not surprised by these things. Anyway, when journalists did not get clear information, they would basically have a brainstorm. These were just routine operations, not so horrible. Lin Yi felt that it was still acceptable. He knows that if the water tree is not removed, the will of the belt earth will be shaken, will affect the implementation of the plan. Luckily, in order to prevent the unexpected, already is to consider the unexpected. Secretly take out the prepared things. Su Lu put on the mask again, all in T North, or in the busiest and most central Zhengxiu East Road. It must be singing this song. Su Yang took a deep breath and mobilized his star power all over his body. He was no longer prepared to talk half-nonsense with the old man. Yun Lifei was seriously injured and needed immediate treatment. Since the old man would not let go of his injuries, the only thing Su Yang could do was to kill him and then heal Yun Lifei's injuries. Just as Su Yang was thinking, Saint Fei's voice transmission finally entered the middle of his mind. And the next moment, the parlor flashed with a golden light, and Su Yang disappeared without a trace. Fuduo waved his hand and said, "No, let's see what he wants to do first. The enemy is in the light. We are in the dark, so it is more convenient to investigate, lest the enemy is on our backs and we are still unaware of it." Saying that, he also gave them a few words not to scare the snakes. Xia Zhang's kisses were like snow water at the beginning of spring, with a slight coolness and warmth drawn from the sun, trickling through every inch of Lin Yuan's body. At dusk, the wind that had been blowing all day only lulled a little, and the dust that filled the air stopped running wild. What? Sure, Zhengyu was overjoyed at his words. It was unthinkable that Tang Chen was such a sensible and righteous character. He was deeply moved by it. He shouted, and several body protection spells on his body erupted with blinding light, forming a defense. Again, it seemed as if rain washed her body away, over and over, layer by layer, taking her into worlds she had never experienced before. This should be the responsibility of the Reincarnation University's administration, to that supreme being in the shadows of their background. At the same time, it was also a responsibility for the students, right? Even when Zhuang's business went bankrupt later on, she maintained this condescending attitude, unwilling to accept his help and instead took her sister abroad. People don't eat you. That's because they find it disgusting. Zhou Qian blinked his eyes and responded with a cold smile. It was only when Uncle Ghost and the maid helped San Yang close to my side that I clearly saw that San Yang had fainted and was covered in wounds all over her body. He looked at the not-so-tall mountain range that separated the western mountain ancient realm from the western wasteland and hesitated slightly, but still chose to go over it. Not long after, air bosses took the return sheet and came in, respectfully handing the sheet to Gio, which clearly recorded the color, style, and fabric, making Gio nod her head. Lu Jiasun thought that Gu Chunfeng had guessed correctly, but hearing Gu Chunfeng say that, it seemed that her heart became sweeter. But just as Gu Chunyi opened his mouth, Gu Qinshue's cell phone, which was kept in a bag on the coffee table in the living room, rang. As soon as Zhang Wei heard that the other party had chosen the roughest item, he deliberately collected his smile and glanced twice at the youth in the Tataga's warrior team who was more gorgeously dressed, yet his figure was a bit thinner than any of his counterparts present. Chapter 115, This Queen I Really Like. The space that was torn apart grew larger and larger, stopped when it got big enough. Then, amidst the dark spatial rift, a large army slowly made its entrance. First up was the Dark Elf Cavalry. It was a creature covered in purple markings that resembled a lion as well as a tiger. Long fangs and a large circle of tentacles around his head stood back as if they were steel needles. The shadow-maned lion, the mount of the Dark Elves, thought it was going to be an uncontrollable duel today, but they changed tactics before they even had a chance to watch. Hello, esteemed sir, this is 05. Please find His Royal Highness. I have something important to report. 05 said urgently. The old man of the Jin family would have no concerns in this regard. And with the fact that the top leader of Jin Yanting's department happened to be a former subordinate of the old man of Jin, this matter was even better. Now all the ministers are at home waiting for orders. The only thing that comes in are the grants. Good. At this time, those grants can become a handle to stop the courtiers, completely using the body of a slightly stronger ordinary person to withstand this iron fist from a top killer. Instead of this, it would be better to simply put up a fight. The first time they betrayed, their hearts were naturally overwhelmed with weakness. However, with the success of the second, third, and fourth betrayal, they had become accustomed to it in their hearts. Old Chu was shocked. He is not unseen turkey, mixed to his level. Of course, understand what it means to be able to influence the direction of the world's iron ore prices. This is meant to be a world of the weak and the strong. Xiaoji did not deny that Su Shuzhen's affair was not her doing. It had been too long since a Do-Chi continent had seen a Do emperor. So a Do sage could be said to be in existence that stood at the apex of the pyramid. Something that Hai Bo Dong needed to look up to. He had been sentenced by the Divine Mountain Judgment Court, while Zhang Si had been completely abandoned by the Zhang clan, especially after several attempts to rekindle the divine flame. It had become almost completely impossible to rekindle the divine flame again. And Gong Ningming this, slightly haloed eye makeup, stiff smile, unnatural movements, and completely mismatched expressions. These two people seemed to be one in the Milan Fashion Week show, and one in the countryside field planting rice seedlings. The entire sanatorium was situated on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by huge green lawns emptied out and staggered with organized vegetation. She also knows a little bit of the situation on the side of the adoptive parents of the time medicine. Know that the adoptive parents of the family are all good. Pick up the time medicine as if it were their own. In the days to come, they use all the time to study diligently and seriously the theory and practice of stock speculation knowledge, the level of operation and the ability to get higher and higher. Stock speculation income one after another continued to improve. Later on, it became our WeChat circle in addition to the two stock god of the third and fourth stock speculation expert. Master didn't say anything, and the magnetic voice of Liang Jingru once again snapped at the door of my heart. This incident had shocked Lingxi. She had never thought that her greatest enemy would be Joe Asahi, so that was the reason for his previous antics. Most importantly, there was also a divine sense imprint that the Green Lotus King and the Peacock King had each left within it, so there was even less chance of getting it wrong. In fact, you really don't need to tell your heart's journey in such detail, Zhang Yang said seriously. In fact, the Holy Lord has a deeper idea. Himself and Wang Yu two people hold each other. In case this third party at the same time to their own two sneak attack, then hold each other two people will be worried about the consequences. So the Holy Lord this roar and full of threatening meaning. Mawoba on the sidelines to see is dumbfounded. He also understands that the vice squad is in the demonstration of their own. Safan Bizhuang turned his head to look at himself, hurriedly nodded his head, signaling that he understands. Although a temporary lead doesn't mean an eventual match victory, being able to go into the halftime break with a lead is a huge boost to both the team's morale and self-confidence. And vice versa, Manchester United is likely to suffer a huge blow to their morale. Chapter 116, I will kill one by one, leaving no one behind. What are you doing? Tina looked. Lou ran up and down. After realizing that he was still the only human, his already irritated heart grew even more festering. The situation at hand. Tina couldn't fix it, couldn't take the clan away, couldn't fight it, couldn't get on top of it, couldn't do anything about it. At this particular time, this human race even came out to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an envoy of the elves, he would have been killed with an arrow. In the meantime, heard a burst of footsteps outside the door came. Color but in the bronze mirror in the Jiang Kaiping that a muscle wonderful skin. There is, the so-called Yen, in the water side. Now is Yen in the center of the mirror. The feelings of the two forgiveness. In the end, when you hadn't been able to completely set aside her relationship with Song Yixing, the main reason is that Sui always felt that when you was shy and embarrassed to admit it. So as soon as when you said that it had nothing to do with Song Yixing, Sui said that she would let her father to the marriage down. Her father is very satisfied with Song Yixing. It wasn't until after he froze in the resurrection hall for a long time. It was only then that he reacted and hastily flipped out the system log. His face relieved after seeing the name that had killed him in seconds. Then he hurriedly opened the friend channel. Uncle! Sui leaned in excitedly, and the large, extra long table, shaped like a fence, hindered the proximity of each other. Many thanks to the 8th prince. Although Fengxing thought that this thing was something given by the 8th prince's master, he still expressed his thanks to Longchen. After all, this kind of thing, just in front of the extreme realm powerhouses was not much precious, but in front of Longchen it could be a precious and incomparable existence. At this moment, Dan Mu's figure also appeared in an instant. Powerful spiritual power toward that figure is to press up. In Dan Mu's hand, a black flame, spreading a strong aura of death, in the entire venue around the hidden vibration open. And at this moment, the heavy armored knight waiting on the other side of the bushes, originally arrogant face, saw nothing moving in the bushes on the other side, and immediately hung an impatient expression. And after walking into this mountain range, Karis didn't stop, but kept walking inward. Seeing Lung Mukin, Nian the girl was only slightly better. Only, having cried for too long, there were still undried tear stains on her face. Originally, the drivers of these carriages had refused to drive the horses for Karis's caravan after seeing the appearance of the cinder block, but under the persuasion of their leader, Obadiah, and Karis's coercion, the vast majority of the drivers had decided to take such a risk. After a chance encounter with Di Cheng, Chu Han deliberately befriended Di Qing, only to learn that Di Qing is the people of the Song dynasty, because of the offense of the powerful, had no choice but to leave their homes, north of the Han, intends to join the army, such as the god of war Xiangyu general, kill the Hu dogs, defend the Great Wall, defend the border to protect the people. The 7 emotions and 6 desires were ultimately human emotions and 6 desires. At the Jindan realm, the cultivator was still in the realm of human beings, and to refine the 7 emotions and 6 desires at this time was a very peaceful and smooth process. However, if one were to delay refining them until after the Yuaning realm, it wouldn't be that simple. But now it is afraid that if he makes such a mess, it will affect the plan that has been planned for a long time by the top. What exactly is the specific plan? He was in a limited position and was not qualified to access the top secrets, but he had a hunch. That plan was big, and once it was reached, it would affect the current posture of the entire Southeast war zone. The ancients said that when a foreign treasure comes out, heaven and earth will move. Could it be that a rare treasure has appeared in the center of the lake? Zoanna glared at Muyu and took the lead in voicing her opinion. Big brother, just say it. Xin agreed in a single breath. For some reason, he actually had a different kind of feeling towards Kai. Even if Kai couldn't wake up the green ox and other eaters, he would still do Kai a favor. Therefore, this Wu Jianyu is still good to Bai Chouyu after becoming the supervisor. After all, although his own business is not good, but he knows who in the department's business line. Chapter 117, The Dark Elves Submit to Me. As Lu Ran's eyes swept over, large swaths of dark elves were controlled by Lu Ran. They were originally without a master, and with Lu Ran's control in hand, they became Lu Ran's most loyal henchmen. Lu Ran was taking control of the entire dark elf army. At this point, Lu Ran has unlocked the A-rank rewards. The speed has also slowed down significantly, but it was not because Lu Ran's control had slowed down, but the higher rewards required to subdue the. It was the most dangerous zone of this deserted island, with many powerful magical beasts, which was the reason why Jing Wu Dao had willingly searched for most of the day on this beach where the number of treasure chests was extremely low and where he hadn't even found a single ordinary treasure chest. Lu Yu and the Divine Pearl analyzed the situation and deduced it tens of thousands of times with the power of the 10,000 laws pool, and finally agreed that they were ready to give it a try. Emotion stood still for a moment. His eyes were cold and his breath was calm, although he felt that Mo Wenjian's strength was still in himself. But this was if he relied entirely on his own strength and did not use any magic treasures. Impossible. How could I? Wang Xikong. Die here. Wang Xikong hissed hysterically, shaking his head. Chen Mo shook off some of the nasty things in his brain and climbed into his own bed, covering himself with the covers to sleep. Unlike Emotion, who practiced all the evil moves that contained the 5 terrifying auras of destruction, devastation, decay, and death, as if they were born specifically to kill. Subordinate is present. The law enforcement elder who had once tried to suppress emotion stood out, looking at emotion with a fierce smile on his face. It turned out to be the wish of the elder brother's own mother so that his own parents would treat them differently among the 2 brothers. In the imperial city, it took thousands of years to build a 20-story palace. And here, even an ordinary inn was 20 stories high. Even the office area was actually 100 stories high. It was clean and neat, with screens over the windows and a screen drawn at the door of the house. But, because of the location, it was in the village. The tree has been destroyed. The perverted man breathed slightly more sharply as he said it. And I knew that the ups and downs of his emotions were more violent and emotional when he said it. And I knew that the psyche was still repressing a lot of feelings that hadn't poured out. Lin Feng was also quite cooperative in escorting Yin Yu towards the direction that the security guards came and squeezed. Finally, after 5 minutes, he managed to meet up with the security brigade and separated himself from the many reporters. Seeing this, Lin Feng also did not delay any longer and went along with the security guards' protection, pulling Yin Yu towards the interior of the arena. Therefore, the most basic chip for participating in such a competition is money. As for the number, this Wan Lu and their rules are a bit odd. Everyone, calm down. The more we disorganize ourselves, the more we will fall into the enemy's trap. Seeing that his comrades around him had started to panic a bit, No immediately issued a loud command to stabilize everyone's uneasy state. Yang Xiaofan was also very good. He shot without saying a word, and the sound of gunfire rang out in the bar. Yang Xiaofan hid behind a pillar. The other side's gunfire was intense. The bullets hit this side of the bar, and one bottle shattered in response. Seeing that it's going to be dark, this boundary doesn't have the slightest movement. Pang Xingyu decides to go to eat and drink enough to make up for her sleep and come back tomorrow. Xia Jingyao couldn't help but tighten his brows as he listened to Zhang Lemon's words. It really wasn't a simple character. Yang Yongqing set up his legs, which were shaking so much that the smud look was close to rushing out of the roof and flying into the sky. It was satisfying for both Tag and Willis that things could be resolved in such a lukewarm manner. Rui and Fan's sleeve embroidered with a phoenix wearing peony suddenly unfolded, and his stern-eye phoenix then glanced fiercely at Su Shixian. Suddenly, Ouyang Tian opened his eyes and also curiously surveyed the green lotus star flame, slurping and marveling in wonder. The elves were talking a lot, but John and Saya did not know anything about this so-called Kaino. But seeing the reaction of the elves, there was one thing they could be sure of, and that was that this Kaino was very strong. Chapter 118 SSS Grade Quest Reward. This great sense of oppression was felt even by Lu Ran. Moreover, as Lu Ran controlled the Dark Elf Queen, he also saw the Dark Elf Queen's attributes. LV 100 Dark Queen, 100 level Dark Queen. This was simply an invincible existence in the current stage of the environment where global professionals were still struggling to raid level 60 team copies. And, at this stage, with the exception of Hawksbane, the other countries, having entered the third hospital for so long, they naturally shared Chen Haichuan's opinion and had long seen that this hospital was very wrong. Early in the morning in Goodyear, almost everyone on the streets was talking about the news that the owner of Golden Stacks Realty had been arrested. Lu Jian was already a little sleepy. The tip of her nose smelled the faint cedar odor, and she was about to fall asleep on Song Yan Yu's shoulder. Although her elder brother had mentioned before that the two families had intended to betroth them, but in the end, since they hadn't settled, Li Jiayan and Dong Lian weren't exactly familiar with each other, and now they were actually considered to be reacquainted. Under the tears, a pair of eyes as clear as, like a glance to the end. From her eyes, he could not see the slightest hatred, could not see the slightest dissimilarity, only a trace of incomprehension and determination. It's not that he didn't have a way to deal with it. He's been in the imperial court for 20 years or so. What kind of big storms hadn't he seen before? Although the boundless Songhai Di Shur Tian had no hands, under his intention, one of the three heads of the great burning flame Azura was grabbed by him and pulled in front of him. A one-room house with bunks in the corner. Jiang Chuan plays the floor in the living room at night, only to be collected into the bedroom during the day. After the last time I'd heard about the hotel and their own scarab brother and Qin Zhangmi things, also know the chemical plant incident. Although today is a weekday, there are still a lot of people gathering in the Black Dragon night market. So many people have noticed the convoy. It was as if a blooming firework had instantly spread over the heaven and earth of the fire prison, while at the same time exhausting the energy that had caused the firework to bloom. Cui Zidu was currently lying on the roof of Qin Si's bedroom. Although this kind of eavesdropping behavior was very shameful to him, but it was also a hopelessly inferior strategy. The passageway was elliptically curved, and Liang Yi and Yi Qiu explored forward along the outer edge, and after roughly 2:30 m of walking, they finally found the source of the cries next to a trash can. Yuan could be said to be particularly straightforward. His segment was too much higher than Yun Qing's, so he was very honest. Because he was confident that Yun Qing couldn't mess with him. Normally, when one grows up, the life gate will gradually close, and there will be no life flowing out from it. So naturally, it cannot attract the ghost's idea. After not seeing Yun Qing for so many days, he still missed her a bit and longed for her body. With this thought, he wanted to embrace Yun Qing in his arms. Her parents died early, and 2 years ago she suddenly appeared in the public eye as Yuxian's assistant with excellent business skills. What's that? Choi Zidu squeezed Qin Si's shoulder, his arm shaking slightly, and lifted his head just in time to meet his eyes full of sorrow and disappointment. Liang Yi had chopped off Bernard's severed hand and temporarily burned a fingerprint, which should come in handy at this moment. Killing, blood, instantly dyed the entire land red. Qin Si could no longer stay in the tent and hurriedly ran towards the city tower. Lin Nuan blushed. She seemed to have eaten a lot. She was busy nodding her head in response, when she heard a burst of laughter. She didn't need to look up to know who it was. What? You're working with Spielberg at the same time? Fan Bingbing now didn't know what to say. Her heart was now very complicated. She couldn't figure out what was as difficult as heaven in other people's eyes, but it seemed like it was easy in front of Li Qing. Now he was in a very lost mood because he didn't know what he had said or done wrong to upset Angie and ended up walking away. Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock, but of course more were skeptical, suspecting that Lin Feng was being generous with his empty words here, squeezing Wavelone peak from his aura. Chapter 119. Is this a power that humans can possess? Congratulations! You've been awarded the SSS class reward, 50 million experience. Congratulations! You have received the SSS class reward, Elven Sacred Artifact Elven Wings. Level has been successfully raised to 35. Level has been successfully raised to 36. Level has been successfully raised to 37. Congratulations! You've successfully unlocked a new phrase, Sleeve the Soul. The series of prompts made Lu Rant's mind boggle. The entire township is located. In addition to the He family, there are two prestigious squires, the Liang family and the Gu family, which are considered to be the second and third oldest in Dayuan Township. Because she died, Gong Xiaoxua's faint voice replied, an unhidden sadness in his eyes. Gong Xiaoxia is also helpless. Xia Fanyuan yesterday are like that he even asked her she can answer? And if she didn't make such a provocative appearance he wouldn't be able to blame him for this, right? However, these were things he would have to consider after entering the inner courtyard, and it was a bit too early to consider them now. Only as soon as she entered the door, Jianyu took her in his arms and then kissed her lips hard. She sighed softly and hooked her hands gently around his neck and kissed him right back. In the middle of the void, like ripples rippling, there was one ripple after another, and a layer of fog inexplicably rose in Building 33. This is normal courtesy. When Uncle Six went, the old man gave the other party also brought something. Although Su Zhengmu did not know what to bring, but seeing the other party brought so many things too, I think that the old man sent something is not simple. This time, the endorsement contract of Isingji's company was signed by him directly with the company, and the company then signed another endorsement contract with her. So she and Isingji did not meet before. Yang Tashi pulled Bai Qingqing towards the stage door and dragged her. Bai Qingqing still had to struggle. Yang Tashi simply lit up the kitchen knife and questioned with a suppressed voice. Xia Fanyuan had no expression on her face, her eyes staring blankly ahead like a rag doll whose soul had been extracted, with only tears flowing silently. Lord Yang, what are you looking at the subordinate official for? Look at what this has done. Shui Tingue rubbed his nose and smiled awkwardly at the other officials. In a flash, the ghost generals around Favored also lay on the ground, each with a jade-colored, warm jade face sword stuck in their shoulders. It just so happened that her friend Wei Yu, she wanted to say something to Wei Yu, so she asked Pinger to go and let her know. However, when Zhou Nan really raised his head, the extraordinarily beautiful eyebrows and handsome appearance called for a momentary look of dumbfoundedness. Until that day, when I saw Master's face that was so gloomy that it was dripping water, and the news that the elder Taishang's impact on the return to Void had failed, even though he intended to forget Shen Qingjia, but after all, they knew each other for a while, and he had loved sincerely. Lu Yu look in front of the standing Liang Xuanzi. This appearance cannot help but laugh. What just now she was so hard to curb the strength of it? How all the clouds flew away. Yichu looked at it with cold eyes and thought, Chen Shi Yuan, can't take this? Things are not over yet. In addition to the collective viewing of the Lake Film Group, but also the broadcasting system of the Lake Film Group are giving away tickets. Mango came to a lot of people watching. Shen Xingjia gave a squeeze of white eyes. This system is really not useful at all. It said that the maintenance has not been repaired for such a long time, because the 5 ghost spirits were rooted in Lin Lixing's body, and Lin Lixing's soul were entangled with each other, and both prospered and suffered. Therefore, Yi Zhiqiu's shocking of the 5 ghost spirits would also injure Lin Lixing's own soul. It was only then that I realized that the team's 0-year-old midfielder Yuan Hongji and center back Tang Su kicked a very good chapter. A board that passes on the pass that control. Action simple and practical. Deal with the crisp and clean. The following is the Grey Award and a pair of Footloose brand shoes for the loser. Tang Sherdao. At the same time, present the winner Scarecrow with the Ginger Award and a pair of I've Been Merciful brand gloves. Chapter 120, if this person doesn't come out, Long Xiao will crush the world. Eagle Sauce. Congress. The familiar conference room was reconvened. This time, an unprecedented number of leaders came. All the major guilds are coming too. Following the deaths of the last 5 guild presidents, Eagle Sauce had lost 5 generals, a portion of its Black Dragon equipment, and dozens of high-fighting professionals, and had suffered a great loss of vitality. Now, it's hard to accumulate a new batch of Black Dragon equipment. Intends to utilize this batch of, and miraculously, some of the birds and beasts captured here had gathered around, each showing a gesture of joy and reverence, and some of the birds chirped around Shueching and sang for her. Ever since finding the location where Zhang Kaifeng had been killed, Zhou Hong had been expanding his search around the location, not letting go of any clues. The stall owner carried a wooden tray in his hand, walked a few steps closely to the table, put down the several dishes in the wooden tray and set them up in a sharp manner, and then retreated. Just entered the door of the house. An object flew in the face. Shizhan had a little, dodged, saw the house grandfather, father, big brother. Everyone's eyes put him, sighed. Zhao Wuxing, you asked for it. Xuanning let out a loud roar, pulling out his giant blade and chopping furiously in the air. The blade energy was like raging waves, vast and volatile, cascading over and over, and Zhao Wuxing was completely overturned all of a sudden. Speak clearly? Ling Sheer pupil laughed twice. This Ling Lin is really good at turning black and white. This move of hitting a rake backwards is really beautiful. After a while, Rory slowly got up. Her clothes and slippers were new, all made by Yi for herself. It was so nice. By the way, the Vedic Dasha that was mentioned just now, is he that divine powerhouse that is directly affiliated with Erzui? Qing Bingha inquired, looking at Mu Xiaomeng in front of his eyes, smiling pleasantly, and in the past the image of little speech has its own different. Long Ao Wolf cannot help but think of 2 number of days ago in the South China Sea trip. Now listening to Mu Xiaomeng said to go to the city with him to stroll around a bit. Of course, the heart is also very happy. Dizzy nodded and should be. Feng Qingha had a jolt of fear, recalling just now, at his level of cultivation, all things had long been looked away, only waiting for another step in cultivation, waiting for ascension. Since the antique this line of work, the so-called real thing is never a minority. If it used to be called 9 fakes and 1 real, then with the current trend of collecting soaring, the price of antiques soaring, in today's antique houses in 100 pieces of so-called antiques, not necessarily find a real thing. Autumn Yuling is not better than others, but the absolute core figure of the floating house, just has not been found. Thought to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Did not think that actually found here. Boss, I'm not sure if it will allow us to hit a big leak, but this painting is definitely hiding an unknown mystery. After organizing his words, Wang Xin said seriously. Everyone applauded in amazement, while the boy's expression of surprise was obvious despite the fact that he hadn't said anything. At that moment, the other, slower reacting angel had only just discarded his broken spear and was about to pounce with his sword drawn when he saw his companion's backwards flying figure zoom sharply into view, slamming into his face and sending him tumbling into the temple. Although there was light in this underground city, the artificial sun was still no match for the real sun after all, and with the dim light inside the building, one could only barely see that Zhang Qingfeng had just leapt up to the 2nd floor. In the face of the old couple's expectant gaze, Wang Zhang's thick skin was nothing, but Yuishua's pretty face was flushed and her jade ears were shyly red. This night was one of the few nights that Yan Juanli slept well, yet it was also the night that the most shocking thing that had happened since they arrived in the suburbs happened. Startled by Xiuxiu's sudden change in attitude, Lu Yin nodded reflexively, not actually hearing what she said at all. New hatred and old hatred added together. Wei Liuxi's purple veil in her hand immediately flew over. Compared to the previous ethereal, at this time there were a few more points of ferocity. Chapter 121, The Real Undead Emperor. Skill, Legion Guardian. Cooling, 10 minutes. Consumption, 80 mana. Effect, summons 10 enhanced skeletons to aid in battle. Skeleton attribute is 70% of player's current attribute. This is a signature skill of the necromancer. Though the cooldown is 10 minutes long like a normal summon skeleton soldier, but it was possible to summon 10 skeleton soldiers at once, and the shouts outside the window rose and fell, causing Kost to be slightly disturbed. Now that he had not yet taken control of Madagal, and had not enough real power in his hands, the fact that such a thing as popular disobedience had already occurred at this time was indeed a major nuisance, and was detrimental to the entire plan. Unlike when he left just now, this time Xiao Ran came back out to greet a lot fewer people, but the weight of the personnel was heavier by an unknown amount. The guards who were charging forward hesitated, but continued to charge forward after a slight pause based on the soldier's instinct to follow orders from his superiors. The guards of the imperial capital were good, so good that they were quite beatable at this point in time. Now that the game time of Legend of Calendar was night, Wang Mo happened to have nothing to do and finally had a chance to go offline. After he went to the outside of the house to rotate around, he stopped by to rebuy a box of nutrient solution, and came back to change the nutrient solution to continue the game. And Shui Yun just threw the mountain gate into the sword mountain within. Storage bag in the clan token immediately reacted. Shui Yun under the color of God under a clap storage bag will be held in the hands of the divine sense into which to view. Suddenly rejoiced. Luo Tian he saw this scene. He knew clearly in his heart that this was the limit of the people who had entered. In such a situation, this was not being able to enter people anymore. If he was able to use power, Noah would be confident that he would be able to solve the problem neatly. Not to mention that it was just a Gilgamesh's doppelganger, but even Gilgamesh's main body who was a Yingling. As the fight progressed, some of the Jedan inner disciples were unable to hold back, and finally either used powerful secret arts and aptitudes, or offered up some powerful magic treasures, which made Shui Yun, the person in charge of adjudication, even more nervous. One appeared and disappeared in just a moment, and then the night remained thick as if nothing had ever appeared. Dao respect to be free. Its breath has alarmed the surrounding floating mountains and mangroves a-boiling. Thick clouds in the Azure Sheep Palace orientation Dudan Moncler Pasher. Is the sky market many palace gate? Has long been seen from afar. Countless people pour out of the porch, out of the courtyard, far away towards the Azure Sheep Palace floating mountain above the look. Can vaguely feel that the extremely heart-beating breath. It was hard not to be disappointed, but that was actually expected. If the space is so easy to poke a hole and let the light and sound from the outside come in, then with her going in and out so many times, I don't know how many things are going to be mixed in from the outside. In the long run, won't the aura in the space also be diluted and neutralized? He had grown much taller, and the figure covered by his robes was able to show the unique youthfulness and slenderness of a teenager. Anyway, Zhang was either doing something bad or figuring out how to do something bad. And even if that cylinder mirror did work and happened to let her hear or see what Zhang was doing, she wouldn't feel guilty about listening to someone's corner. Lun Yu hugged him tightly, and in her heart, she felt incredibly grateful. She was glad that she had come here. She was also glad that she was able to make it here for one night, and she was even more glad that she had met Yi in here. Without this string of fortunate events, she might have missed the chance to meet him, and perhaps she would have missed him in this life. I thought to come and ask sister your opinion first. If sister doesn't agree, I'll go back and continue to plan for Jingbo Lin to give birth. If sister has no opinion, I'll go and beg the emperor, Gu Weifei said. After this Golden Phoenix country soldier led the way into this room, seeing that Yen country soldier general was also in the room, he also rushed to pay homage to the guarding general of the city in front of this Golden Phoenix country and that Yen country soldier general. Chapter 122, The Power of New Words. So it's Legionary Guardian. I remember. This skill is the object of a lot of ridicule. Indeed, 10 skeleton soldiers being called a legion is indeed criticized by many. But it can't be helped. It can't be true that necromancers can summon 1,000 armies. Then the other professions won't have anything to play with. It's not Legion Guardian you're looking at. It's the newly unlocked phrase up your sleeve. With the sleeve, the Legion of Honor Guards. Hearing that the people of the Purple family wanted to examine the injuries, Lu Qianhu was scared out of his wits and couldn't help but look at the Lord of Sacrificial Sky City. But that Lord of Sacrificial Sky City was wearing a smile on his face and wasn't in the slightest bit in the center of his mind. My parents died too. He couldn't really say what year they had died. It wouldn't be right to say last year. He couldn't say they died hundreds of years later. Only Xia Yuling, as always, had absolute confidence in Qini Long, believing that her husband, her own man, could definitely defeat Sa Yu's Shindongyue, and thus bring peace to the world. Let's go! Let's go! If I had known that this trips the heart, why not know each other at the beginning? They are gone or not. From now on we'll be unattached. Blue Rue do not want to live too deep. Do not want to live too sad. Shifei's words turned into the main topic, pure Changji. About yesterday's Tsueju matter. Do you have your own opinion? After speaking, concubine she looked at Yin Shui fixedly, gazing at the change of color on her face. After thinking about it, Chen Daji hung up another phone call to Mr. Lang of Jinsheng Real Estate, telling him that the sooner the completion date of the Chain Village Villa is advanced, the better. If it's a boss coming in for a spike of damage, is it a reflex to spike back as well? The Heavenly Martial King Phantom had a direct connection with the Heavenly Martial King's main body, and with his discerning eyes, he could see at a glance that the Golden Thunder Sea could not kill Su Fan. Originally, when China's patron saint, dragon group's Xian Lao, was besieged by the world's psychics, it attracted the world's attention. At this time, the cell phone that Lan Rui had placed in her bag rang, but the faint ringing sound was drowned out by Ling Ji's furious shouts, and Lan Rui didn't hear it. She had lived in Luo City for more than 20 years. Everywhere was familiar. Familiar streets, familiar people, familiar smells, and the hush of her family as soon as she returned home, making her leave, which she was unwilling to do. Xiao Lin's eyes rolled and raised his eyebrows at Yi Xiao sitting on the sofa, as if he had insight into everything. After carefully checking to make sure that there are no omissions, I was satisfied to open WeChat and find Dr. Lu. Send all the photos over. In order to let Dr. Lu look carefully, all the original pictures sent, traffic and other things, long ago did not care. I'm fine. Lu Bai forced a smile, but it was too forced and his hand kept pressing his stomach. Look, there's a door. The man looked at Luo Qingxin with a few playful smiles, and made a gesture of invitation. His warm breath hitting her face, his low and magical voice, lingering in her ears, Jojo instantly felt all hot and weak, then rushed to cover her face. That's good. Ringing silver and other examples of money, to be discussed after the war, not to take away the people's things, traces of not feasible to do the things of robbers and bandits. Anyone who commits a crime, will be chopped not around. Zhu Yuyan stared at the chapter mind. Zhu Yuyan but understand. At this time the Ming army some places and the Tartars are no different. Ha, how can I not get in? Obviously this door is open and can still see inside. Why can't I get in? Gu Nan muttered to himself in confusion. However, there is also a balance in this world. No matter what kind of person you are, no matter how high or how ordinary your background is, there are gains and losses. Don't forget it. Want it? Give me a look. After Zhang Tian kissed Lung Yuro's cheeks, he returned to the sofa. As the first in the last battle list, Wu Shang was the first to walk towards the instant power tester's hitting target screen, adjusted his breathing, clenched his right fist, leaned his body back, let out a roar, and angrily slammed in the center of the target screen. A series of movements unusually smooth and without a trace of dragging his feet. Chapter 123. How big is Lu Ran's face? What? Lu Ran was a bit confused. He just came to say hello. How did he get into saving lives? And save the Qin family? What happened to the Qin family? Where's Yo-Yo? Injured? Lu Ran subconsciously asked. But as soon as this question was asked, Lu Ran realized that he had made a common sense mistake. After global data mining, there is no such thing as an old injury that has not healed. Even if it is a serious injury or fracture, as long as the life value is restored, the injury will recover. Friend, these two words, are the closest distance and the farthest distance. When I want to be close to you, I am your friend. When I want to leave you, we are just friends. I want it tomorrow. It's best if it can be handed over to me before noon tomorrow, Yi Feng said and reported an address. Jingyan glanced at Chui Bai, who apologized a little. It seemed that Chui Bai was right. The county princess was truly having trouble saying something, but was forced by her own 2 words to not say it. What responsibility am I going to take? I said softly. Although I hadn't been in the Yaor continent for much time, I had more or less heard about the rules of All Saints Town. Xian Gue said, we don't want to get married. A sentence was not finished when I saw Zhao Mizhan double eyebrows raised, a look of anger, scared to swallow back the words behind. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion of the spirit rising technique forced all the Dharma gods and Dharma saints out of the air and onto the ground. Yi Feng immediately drew himself up next to an airship that was playing nice and undamaged when he stretched out his right hand and a purple flame appeared on his palm. In fact, there's nothing much, but it's just taking good aged yellow wine and soaking roses in it. Gu Gue face smiled faintly, adding a bit of rose scent to the wine, which was still something she had gotten out of a whim last year when she saw Xian Fei taking rose-smoked tea leaves. Then let's spar, in a single fight, besides the drunken green ox. Who could beat her? Bai Yu Sang smiled faintly and looked at the fixed half-moon lotus. You mean you want me to dig for treasure in the jail? Xinjin was so surprised that her expression had gone numb. Not bad, not bad. In the face of Yi Feng's insanely rising aura, Yang Jian murmured with a confused look on his face. And he didn't even see him running his immortal spiritual power to resist. So it can be seen that his divine power cultivation is far beyond what Yi Feng can compare. Instead of immediately answering Sobi's question, Tiger slightly closed his eyes, then seemed to be feeling something. The snow appreciation Xian is Jing and into the house after the packing out, dedicated to enjoying the snow. Half of the room is open Xian. Sitting here can be all over the garden scenery. As expected, after lunch General Sun will enter the capital to face the Holy Spirit. He Zitzen and he Zi Dai accompanied by 2 people. The father and son of the 4 people talked about half an hour later. Please get the consent of the Emperor Rinshou. He ping in one after another from the outside to bring in more than a dozen witnesses. quietly sent into the Qianqing Palace. If it is true that there are no ghosts in this world, then what is the explanation for all the things that have been happening lately? Damn! Lin Feng's heart trembled. Could it be that Huli has already something his true purpose of mixing into the heaven, earth, people and health body massage hall? She even threatened herself with this. After the fusion was completed, Luo Yu raised his hand and ejected the space energy star towards Chris Dawnguard, and picked up the Kling umbrella to prepare for defense against its explosion. There's nothing wrong with me. There's really nothing wrong with me, Xiang Yu said as she looked at Yi Yu, closing her eyes for a moment of slight contemplation, as if she had made some decision. The person in charge of the Calica magic shop has requested that our mercenary group travel to the Mystic Forest to investigate a matter. Tiger opened the door and stated the matter directly. Chu Kai stepped into the courtyard door, saw Su Zhaoquan sitting high on the top, a look of waiting for his salute. The heart is quite unhappy. We even formed a mercenary group back then. What did the name of the mercenary group seem to be? Right, the Ghost Hand Mercenary Corps. It's still a C-ranked mercenary corps. Wu Dongxiong also said with a nostalgic face. Chapter 124, The Four Great Guilds Assemble. A few minutes later, a female swordsman who was teaming up to brush the monsters within the copy. Suddenly he raised his hand to look at the communicator. President's notice, Red Clothes House Cabinet Professionals. Assemble at Black Flame City. Moment. The pupils of the woman's eyes suddenly shrunk. Immediately speaking, he said, "This is the end of the day. You guys keep brushing." The rest of the team had turned their heads to look at the woman, brushing copies of the halfway exit. And still a strong lose. Ji Yanning came back to her senses, then broke free from Rong Che's arms and looked towards Bei Gongchen, her head lowered for a moment, not knowing what to say. The last contestant to come out was none other than Zhu Hongjia, who also has a high popularity in Japan due to his pretty appearance and high skating skills, so the cheers were most likely for him. Lin Xiao, whose head was full of black lines, how had he ever seen such a shameless person, closed his eyes and contemplated. In the end, who was the one who had such energy to mobilize the SWAT team? Shura had just practiced 3 low in an attempted manner, and instead of succeeding once, she had also stimulated the pain sensation, causing the effect of that closed shot to gradually diminish. The mountain-piercing beast is not aggressive, but has the ability to drill through mountains in super speed. Once it makes up its mind to escape, it will be hard to find it again, no matter how strong you are. Along the way, the cautious crowd, one after another found formations. Even the blood formation appeared. It must be not far ahead to the place. The more he thought about it, the more atmosphere he felt. Shin Eli blasted his foot on the gas, and the needle on the speedometer kept shifting to a higher point. Not even her Liang Yu, let alone a perennial bottom feeder. Just wait for the jokes this afternoon. Wan Yanjun slowly closed his eyes, and between his brows, there was actually a relaxed and happy demeanor. In him, life and death no longer matter. Humph, good guts. If not for that, how could I force you to come back? Anger crossed that deacon's eyes, but he did not dare to go too far in the face of Gu Zhang, who had extraordinary potential, and only said in a vigorous manner. He had his own insistence in his heart to make a name for himself on the battlefield without the blessing of his old man, which was why, in his position, he would actually lead an army that had been fighting overseas for almost a year. The old man. I have long said earlier the guild to me to clean out all these waste. This voice was, suddenly hearing this somewhat familiar voice, at once everyone in the hall turned their heads to look. Wither away with the canopy boom. Chakra's words fell like a hammer. However, every wound will make most people more resilient. Life is not easy. People should be hand in hand, cherish each other, but such a state in life is really not understood and supported by the public. Alright, you guys go ahead and get cleaned up and I'll wake Noel up, Katrina said with a nod, not really having a problem with that. There are no extra words, only the word war indicates everything, and then a time, again 10 years later, and nothing else. Although some of them are at the heavenly immortal realm, can they really be compared to those veteran heavenly immortals and golden immortals? It could be said that these people who could only beg for food on the streets were all grateful to Shiman Shin, and some even felt guilty and wanted the city lord's office to accept more before they could do so. Hearing this, Ling Tian's heart was immediately upset. What does this mean? Feelings in your eyes. I am a playboy? However, when he was upset, Ling Tian naturally couldn't be bothered with the fact that the old man was doing it for Zhou Yao's sake. In fact, it wasn't able to cause any harm to Lin Tian. It was only to remind Lin Tian to use his heart when conversing with her. Caveat emptor. So many years and still not long memory. Still wanna be locked up for a decade or two. Think about it yourself. That day can open the cold ice lock. Cold ice kung fu is considered to be a great success. Duga God took the housekeeper to go, leaving his son in the nonsense of patting the water. Chapter 125, You Kill. When you were captured from Black Flame City, It seems that your Qin family was planning to leave Black Flame City? Chao Yuan had nothing to do and asked as he turned his head to look at Qin Wuya. Qin Wuya glanced at Chao Yuan, not intending to pay any attention. Chao Yuan didn't mind either. Laughing, he said, Qin Lai, as the Archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's branch in Blackfire City, but not using the connections of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to solve the problem, is also considered a man. But to run away, it will not work well. After the globalization of data, Bo Yanha knew there was little hope when she saw this. She sighed and was about to get up and exit when Wei Yuanzi's voice rang out. Scram! Long Sifeng roared in annoyance. Then with a gas, he directly left, leaving old Nine alone, and could only look at the figure of the car with an empty sigh. Don't move with me on any of the things here. If you do, I'll blow your heads off first, Nan Bing said as he rushed to look around. Gather the men again. Block the Sunset Valley's main gate for me, and hand over the rest to us. Lin Fan's eyes were slightly cold as he looked towards only Beauty Tsangshan and spoke out. Alright, I understand what you mean. It's just right to let our main force go out to sea, so that all the empires can't find out our strength, and we can also open up the sea resources with one mind. Yu Xingxiang said. The Pang brothers' faces both changed. This person spoke arrogantly and was really rude. Both of them were furious and looked at the sound at the same time. Suffered such a lesson. The beast also seems to know that the young man in front of it is not its ability to resist, which is why the four hoes bent, kneeling in the air wailing. The red power of the red subconsciously stares at the wrong place now and leaves the right pressure on the right place. To the old as, this, Howlin 4 Worlds Head Thing Color Su situation. Under the chopping I have knowledge of that and, of the road of the gas Lin let the three most people like to Linsan. Voice that miserable. The moon was in the middle of the sky. Nanny had already sat in the courtyard and drank half a pot of tea. And he still hadn't returned. Tianqing did not expect this to be the case, and was a bit fretful for a moment. He had come here to search for the Blood Emperor in order to decipher the secrets of Pangu, not to destroy the Blood Clan. The magic power consumed by the rare black ice at this moment could almost empty Lunge's own magic power savings. Lunge sitting on the floor of the wall could be said to be powerless to fight back, and he didn't dare to fight back because he was afraid that his magic power would bottom out and he would collapse at this juncture. Nightingale's dance grunted twice, but ignored him. In the past few days, her words in the team were getting less and less. Only when she met the sweet smile of the rich girl, she still responded to a few sentences. It seems that she has been very impatient with the boring game life that has lasted for more than half a month with 3 points and 1 line. With a flick of his divine mind, he offered up an overflowing blood grass and quickly took it. The spell in his hand remained unchanged as he once again activated the soul body technique. Annihilation was beaten to that state. She should have rested for a few days to recuperate, but Nan Gongyan not only didn't let her recuperate, he didn't even let her rub the medicine. He hated her for practicing herself so much. He was angry that she didn't resist Lin Mayan's brutality at all. There was more than a hint of seriousness in the normally jovial living room, and Zhang Wei put away his superficial hangdog demeanor as he explained the next plan to the people present. Harley told him to build a portal to his residence, and Brain Demon Wannabe would teleport some of his necromantic servants over there. 3 big men sat in the hall and chatted for a long time. In the end Zhang Ruochun was unable to bear it, so he fell asleep on the table. Xing Yang and Xing Yu shook their heads and instructed the people on the side to give Zhang Ruochun a room to let him go to sleep, and the two of them arranged for the vigil. Grace. That's what I thought too. After Meng Yuqian giggled a bit, the maids came with the morning meal. Sister Chang and Sister Feng served the 3 of them their own meals, and Meng Yuqian did not say anything after instructing a glance at them. However, this is said to be compared to the 3,000 points of ice and snow. Even with the ancient apes and the native 5 beasts are much worse. Chapter 126, There's no shield I can't break. When Wang Yujiao saw the scene, her heart trembled fiercely. Although Lu Ran didn't react to her in any way, it was this indifference, as if he was a stranger he never knew. She gritted her teeth. Looking toward Qin Wuyao, he said, if he came to save you, he must die as well. Hearing Wang Yujiao belittling Lu Ran in such a way, Qin Wuyao was a bit unconvinced in her heart for no reason, even though she was in danger herself. Subconsciously, he directly retorted, Lu Ran, but well, even if I don't have any experience of love, it doesn't hinder my views on love. If you don't mind if I'm a layman commenting indiscriminately, I'd like to say a few words about my views. Senior Yi Jun. This is not himself. Not himself. Hua Junyu splashed water on the mirror, and instantly the image of the person in the mirror blurred. Zhao Jin has always felt that if he puts out the idea of letting Fan Zhongyan resume his post, the first person to oppose it should be Chen Dizhong. However, now Chen Dizhong recommended Fan Zhongyan. Zhao Jin cannot be surprised. The big country superiors are now busy transferring as much material as they can into the country's nuclear war shelter. Hiding inside there may have a 1 in a million chance of avoiding this extinction crisis. It's better than doing nothing at all. Everyone is busy looking for the last chance to live. Where would they spend their precious time on something like expanding their territories? Thinking that he had just shown that kind of demeanor to a strange man, he immediately blushed and burned terribly, and simply hated to find a crack in the ground, saying that it was too shameful. Inside a large office in the Alliance building sat a very arrogant man. His eagle eyes stared at the list of names displayed on the computer that were closed for registration, and when he saw the line for the country of China, he instantly narrowed his eyes tightly. According to the rumors of the Snow Demon clan, the 1,000 miles underground in the far Northland is the abyss of ice. No one and no demon can survive there. Even the strongest of the Snow Demon clan who was born here is by no means an exception. It is a forbidden area for all life, and at the same time, it is the far Northland, the fundamental source of all the power of the ice and cold. In the near future, Ouyang Chun will personally form a joint investigation team with the Lishan City Lord's office to investigate the circumstances of this operation. As for marquises, dukes, and even princes and other big shots, they had private rooms on the second floor, where they could look down on the whole place, which was a privilege that only belonged to the higher-ups. The game company built in the Chinese domestic rather than in Starfield technology is located in the country of Kiris. Xian valued the number of customers in the country, the supermarket spending power to ensure that the game's ability to absorb money. However, the change of the times had caused both plants and animals to change drastically, and the mutated giant bears had strengthened their physiques. So how many rounds could they hold up under the venom of these arrow poison woods, which had also been mutated? At this time, I saw that the soul around the demon's instant arm was pulsing slightly. This was after being injured. The soul was repairing itself. He must have sensed my sadness and that's why he initiated an instantaneous transfer to my side. And the turbulence in space and time injured him. Gufan would not want to escape at this time, because escaping would be a bit costly for the current Gufan, and it could even be said that he would be doing a losing deal. Something like this, Gufan would not do. It was like spring blending into a snowy valley, or like stones crushing through an empty wilderness, with a resilient will to live that spread slowly but surely throughout the body in the cracks of alternating heat and cold. With no hope, with the possibility of never seeing me again, he chose to live that way. Mei Xiu brought Fan Shui to the outside of the Demon King's palace, and immediately a cloud of black gas converged in front of her, and finally a pair of glowing eyes opened in the black gas, only to see the grayish light dissipate. The leader of the 12 mastiffs of the ice field was just like an insect confined in amber, actually not moving at all. Chapter 127, The Pressure from the Elf Queen. In this instant, the smile on Chao Yuan's face froze. Guild residence shield value, 50, 000, 000/50. 000, but, right in front of Chao Yuan, the shield value was rapidly decreasing, and the numbers were changing so fast that Chao Yuan could not see it clearly. It was barely less than a second. Guild residence shield value, 0/50, 000, 000. Shield value cleared. The blue-robed youth frowned slightly as he looked at Chen Xuanyang's trio. To be able to tame a demonic beast to use as a mount, and looking at the demonic beast it didn't seem to be weak. The other party's origin should not be simple. Yuan Shen Fire. Frownly how slightly. The original body really didn't have too many memories about this aspect. The matter is not yet finalized, but as long as he can meet with Su Xing, this matter is already halfway done. Yu Chuxia's eyes were red at this time, and the blood on her face had already solidified into dark brown blood spots, mixing with the dirt, and it was no longer possible to see her originally fair skin, only to see that on the hillside to the left, a rich male gentleman dressed in purple brocade robes was looking at Li Xianlan and the others with a disdainful look on his face. Sometimes typing and chatting is such a good thing. You can think it through and have enough time to weasel out of it. They had also come out and walked for 4 or 5 kilometers, and the forest wolves had killed nearly 100, but they hadn't obtained any good things. Sima Xin in the center control room was already operating the machine. The door to the closed room was opened. Mengi picked up the glasses Sima Xin had told him to get before he came down, put them on and lifted his foot to walk in. And in the corridor of the boys' dormitory, there were quite a few people who poked their heads out and looked at Yi Ji's side. In those days, Li So-yun had been lamenting why her old father was so shrewd and not at all confused. Scrap could block Xiahou Chen's thrilling blow, only shattering his mask and suffering a small injury to his arm? Xing Tianyu thought about it, but it was acceptable. For the sake of his mind magic, 200 ancient coins to was still a good deal. All told Amy and Sobies. To Alice that is not even a word. But Sunu but experienced the vast majority of the impact on him can be imagined. He just take advantage of this opportunity to properly straighten out the problem. And he also have some things to ask Lenny alone. This is Tiger once explained. After a round of shooting, The three of them immediately threw away the hunting crossbows in their hands and fought side by side, with the spears in their hands all pointing at the Sphinx. There was no pause, no decline after the big move. The lightning flashed again in a way that was beyond people's habitual common sense. The same regular rhythm, the electric current wrapped around the arm and the bitterness, and formed a ring of circles in the chirping vibration. After thinking about it, Xinglian still pertinently opened her mouth. Although the words are like this, but before she finished her words, the man had already tugged her forward first. He suddenly floated up into the air, slowly drifting to a height of tens of meters, parallel to the line of sight of the Inferno King. In such a scene, in front of hundreds of students, she simply had no way to teach this waste with a good lesson, and could only swallow this mouthful of bad temper. Hearing Sunu speak, Hans and his two companions frowned unnaturally, as if they were unimpressed by what Sunu said. Dropping his limp body, Shenglian turned around and looked at Song Li, who had fallen to the ground after being hit by an arrow. Su Luoli glared at her and Su Luoli said, "Sadie, if you keep talking nonsense, I will rip your hair out." Su Mino smiled wryly. Ryan had lifted the black cloth covering the top of the glass case, and from the other side the glass case held a shallow layer of water. "This is natural. Otherwise it's the first beauty of Yen who can marry me. It's really cheap for you." Gu Nianqing threw a wink and said. Yun Ant in the not far away performed a blessed salute. Rules are good. The eyes are not humble. Carefully looked at also slightly with some interrogation of the meaning. Obviously did not take Song Yi's smile as the master to see. Chapter 128, Who dares to touch my brother? Chao Yuan's anger at this point could be imagined. It was so hard to capture Qin Wuyo and use it to blackmail Qin Lai. The person was in the middle of the guild quarters of the four-square-walled city, and behind him were so many guild members of the four-square-walled city. Qin Lai came alone with a minion. This is a crushing inning. Available results. It's only been a single glance, and Chao Yuan hasn't even reacted yet. The necromancer, whom he viewed as a minion, had a stored power. The biggest advantage of the Sima clan is that they can hide and endure. Sima Qing told himself that this humiliation is nothing. Sooner or later he will get back. For a moment, Van Simeon was frozen, and until the moment he returned to his senses, he was even still somewhat in disbelief of what he saw before him. Of course the emperor remembers this sentence, and this is no longer considered a secret of the harem. Many people know that Lin Guifei has such a skill, want to learn to copy, but it is much more difficult. People sometimes want to control their own mouth is the most difficult, often endure 3 or 2 times, cannot help but a long time and a long time. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and grunted, and at that moment, under the crowd's astonished gazes, he walked straight towards the other party. To the eye, it was the same as always, a cliff face right next to the ocean, where the Sea Spirit Sex clan was located. In other times, Yang Fan would have replied like this. However, at this time, he remembered what Lin Feng had said to him and held his tongue. Ning Xiaoshang will take the gold in the handweighed. Face suddenly bad look. Shen Yini thought he was too little, said with him, this back and forth. The gold is most pleasing to eunuch Mo-like, and now the market price to calculate. So a piece of it is also worth 20 guan money. He asked the princess can say that he wants him to repay in the future? The abbot smiled and shook his head. The princess did not even ask his name, just to see him hard work, only to do this good deed. Absolutely do not want any return, only to leave a sentence. If in the future to get the title, must be for the country and the people, to be a good official is. It was only at this moment that Dongfang Yuping truly realized how powerful and profound the feeling of fear that the long-haired ghosts had brought to him in those Asian ghost movies that he had watched back then. At this moment, the onlookers all made way so that Ba could see Lin Feng. Most of them were people who watched the fun, and it wasn't surprising that they did something like this. Chen Yuan, who was in love at the time, did not notice the panic in his eyes. Since then, the two of them have been seeing each other openly as cousins. It's fine. I'll arrange for a helicopter to take you guys back, Zhang Jiayu said, and then asked Chen Yuan to contact Huehua to inquire about their location, while he himself called his bodyguard to pick them up at the VIP lounge. Tang Chuxiao was a bit unnatural. She was just teasing Gu Beihuai. It's not like she really wanted to give any payment, but he acted so anxious, which made Tang Chuxia a bit suspicious. Second brother, don't look at me like that. Who made you just come in with a lost heart? Tang Chuxia stifled a laugh to remind him. Gao Jun walked to the stage and gently waved his hand at Jia Shang, the junior secretary of the Tai Lu department, ordering him to start playing music. Hearing that they could fight many martial arts powerhouses and there were rewards to be had, the two of them were instantly motivated. Tang Chuxia chanted day after day that his sister-in-law's belly hadn't moved yet, and then he waited for an unexpected person. Do, remember to be obedient yo. Li Yunhan got close to Xiaoling's ear and instructed a few more words, turning to leave. Chen Xuan secretly nodded his head and thought for a moment. trying to type crimson plowed flint into the search bar before confirming. Hearing that there is money to be received, Hohak immediately came to her senses, and without saying a word, directly reached out for the silver. Nowadays, the way of survival of the essential sect is to do business mainly and teach secret methods and martial arts skills to the disciples under the sect. The way of survival is not much different from the general sects anymore. In mid-air, there was only Cold Wind Knight quietly carrying his hands behind his back, faintly looking at what was happening below. Chapter 129. I'm going to stay away from this plague. For Square Cottage from its establishment to the present, there has never been such a huge row. On the left is the Red Dress House, with its warbling young ladies, absolutely elite professionals. On the right is its opposite, the rough and tough Battle Flag Protectorate. The seated cracked-hoofed bull panted heavily between snorts, but managed to keep the ranks arrayed. Although it was quiet, the aura of irony and solemnity had already come over him. In contrast, instead of red, formations could be superimposed, and by superimposing multiple formations on top of each other, the power exerted increased several times over, terrifying people and making them deeply afraid of falling into them. For the young man's speech put boy, Shin Shixia cannot help but cross him a glance, only said you good color. Put down the color dare more and more see big. Good in her words, but in the end for Zhang Jinyun just words easy. Only slightly flirting did not hurt people, and did not see to move much fire. Secretly, they looked at each other with vigilance, after which, with natural expressions, they moved a few points closer to loot showers several people. In fact, the bod wasn't the only one. Even the four fighters behind her were starting to sweat profusely between their foreheads and palms, which they tried to cover as best they could. Duh, Lord. Fox Chi Mei tried hard to make herself able to act a little less timid, but her constantly nodding tongue still made her show her timidity. Zhang into the cloud heard the yin yang this kind of fierce and savage evil reasoning, cannot help but turn around and look at her, but see yin yang face is already showing some flushing, gritting teeth, eyebrows Zhangli, eyes have a leap in the road want to try the excitement of the state, and at the same time their own tide of mind actually also with the ups and downs. A cavity of blood is also phase outside the tumbling, filling the chest a few want to tear open. Grabbing in the air, the jade slip in the seven-pointed star formation immediately flew into Sumu's hands. Looking at this jade slip, Sumu's eyes flashed, hiding within his lapel. His figure lurched, and the person had already disappeared from the original place, running towards the traces left by the blood and battles that were constantly present along the way. Dare I ask what's going on with Big Brother? Why are you holding my husband, your second brother's neck with your sword? Su Ruoyo asked again. The words fell. Sumu Mati on several people, sucked a mouthful of cold air, raised his palms and violently slapped on the water. People were suddenly as if they were suspended from the water mo out, stagnant in the air. The feet are appearing to illuminate the entire darkness of the cavern of the flying sword. Zhang Yunze is under the guidance of Tim. Nervous preparation. This is his first time to participate in the regular large-scale league. Some nervousness is inevitable. When it landed, that airplane whipped up a whirlwind. It was felt by the villagers gathered at a distance. It's inevitable that that boat will bump and bruise when things go south, even with insurance, but it's going to be a big headache for a while. Now that this outdoor temperature reached 36 degrees, such a bunch of people stood in one piece, and the temperature was all squeezed in one piece. Mountain City was a city built on the mountains that China was famous for, and easy to defend and difficult to attack were its characteristics. In the minds of the general public, it was believed that battles between mountains and forests were more suitable for creatures with flexible bodies like the insects. Even if he knew that the words of his elder brother and sister-in-law were not sincere, he did not bother to pay attention to the clear from the clear and the turbid from the turbid. His mind is all over the Clearwater Lake. He did not believe that no one knows that the Clearwater Lake is actually in debt. However, Xia Yao, wanting to further his journey on the path to immortality, decided to enroll in the divine patterns here, and thus did not leave. Nürburgring has been bustling with activity for the past 2 days because it was hosting a rock music festival. However, at this time, there was still half a day before the end of the rock music machine, and most people came to Nürburgring by car, so the train stopped at Nürburgring, and only a few people stepped onto the train. When Wang Kai saw this, he already had a plan in his mind, but there were more questions. After thinking about it, he took the hidden pheasant and quickly returned to the original route. When Wang Kai returned to the camp, he threw the pheasant on the ground, gasping for breath, sitting on the ground with his buttocks, in order to rush back earlier to report. Just now it was a burst of good rush. Chapter 130, and a windfall? In an instant, the four major presidents looked at Chao Yuan in unison. Although Chao Yuan was looking down from a top-down perspective, he felt that he was the one being trampled and rubbed under the feet of the four great Buddhas. Plop. Without hesitation, Chao Yuan directly knelt on the ground, shouting, Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding. I already know it's wrong. Fairly routine way of begging for forgiveness. But really, the four presidents did not intend to take on the four-square walled city. Just when Tal Nebula was about to walk to the door, she suddenly felt something in front of her eyes blocking her already unclear vision. I closed my eyes in despair. There were tears sliding down the corners of my eyes falling into my mouth. Salty and bitter. Even if she went to eavesdrop, they would not allow it. Looking at their gloomy expressions, she knew that both of them were now wearing the do not approach sign, and she could not afford to mess with them. I remember the first time we met. He was still a very young man. Body robust, eyebrows handsome, although not quite handsome, but also a charismatic person. After finishing, Lang Chi, as the new shareholder of Moe's, asked Yuan to accompany her to visit Moe's. Normally the request is not too much at all, but Yuan is really too tired and just wants to take a good rest, closed her eyes, and took it as she didn't hear it. When he and I were the only ones left in the room to face each other, I threw myself into his arms and cried straight into silence. The scene just now kept playing out in my mind as fiercely as a replayed movie, my whole body shaking as he held me tightly but a little heavy. The door finally closed, but the bodyguard who stayed here kept staring at Xiao Xiao, who spread his hands and reclosed himself inside the house, as if to show with his actions that what was going on outside had nothing to do with him at all. Hearing such a domineering roar from Ing Sun, at once Xu Hozhao and Li Li, who were tearing each other apart in the room, subconsciously stopped their hands. With that in mind, he also looked back at Chiyuki Nina, only to see that she had already finished eating and was just sitting there quietly waiting. Li Ruhai also didn't want to discuss the topic about Chiyuki Nina with Raimu Yuki. The guy's mouth was too big. Amber Tanichi tried to say something, but it didn't come out, just muttered something, and no one heard what he said. Team Zhang fired a few more bursts into the giant snake's mouth, and this time it paid off. As fishy cold liquid, not sure if it was snake blood or saliva, spewed out of the giant snake's mouth, covering the crowd's heads and faces. She was eager to gain the hearts of Ihara Horio and Sadamiko, so that even if Chiyuki Nina came in the future, she could still have a place by Li Ruhai's side, even if Li Ruhai had already promised her to be together in the future. But wouldn't a multi-layer insurance be better? Her happiness was hard-won, and she had to hold on to it and never let it go. Aso Katsuya's death was very sudden. He chose to take advantage of the chaos to gain profit. That can be gained naturally. Someone will be damaged. He is still very serious about his safety. Have you grown a brain? Can such a momentum be a new army? Which new army has such a majestic aura? This general knows that they were originally tough soldiers. Definitely not a new army. Great King Honghai shook his head. Guessing was simply useless. He simply didn't understand what Aojian, or the North Sea, was actually trying to do. I implore your highness to enter the imperial throne. The people in the hall followed behind the old prime minister and bowed down. So at this time, it is absolutely reasonable for Zhu Hozhao to light up his sword. And from the perspective of the old Zhu family, this behavior of Zhu Hozhao is not only reasonable, but also legal. I ******** you wasn't surprised. If he couldn't even block the slash, he didn't deserve to fight with himself. Using only a spinning body slash, he shortened his figure and swung his sword at Wui's legs. As night fell, the Japanese search also encountered the most realistic trouble. That is, they simply could not distinguish the people 5 meters away, whether they were enemies or friends, even though they were all carrying torches. Chapter 131, The Forge of the Dwarf King. At these words, the crowd looked at Silhouette in unison. You recognize this? Lei Tai asked in surprise, but Silhouette just glanced at Rai Tai and ignored it. Lei Tai looked at Lu Ran awkwardly. It was only then that Lu Ran took over and said, Silhouette, do you recognize this? Rather, this mark looks less like a furnace and more like a fortress. Hearing Lu Ran's question, Silhouette before answering, with a soft click, his palm was already firmly gripped on that trapped dragon sword. With a slight force, he held the sword firmly in his hand. When Su Muchio returned to the house, Fang Gei was sitting on the bed and staring blankly, while Shangsheng and Zi were cleaning up the messed up house. The people sitting at the conference table, some bowed their heads and did not know what they were thinking. Some were looking at each other in the face, while the main people in charge of the power plant who had made things difficult for each other in the negotiations were a bit of a thief, and there were unusually regretful silences. The dean made a detailed note of the requirements that the housekeeper had said, and then began to arrange the examination items for Gu Yu, accompanied by this terrifying roar and hiss. The battle, from the very beginning, entered a white-hot level. Since it is the foundation of the whole building, not only should the material be well selected, but also the size of the root should be accurate. 39 has been prepared. Who knows in the cut saw 40, but found that the center of the serious chaff hole cannot be used. There is no margin for such a large amount of wood. What can be done? Gu Yu, what are you pretending to be stupid for? Chu Nanchen looked at Guyu sarcastically as he opened the computer with his arm outstretched, typing something in with his hands and feet, then pointing it out to Guyu. Ling Chang realized that since he had met Mu Chu, it seemed that there were many more things in the world that even he, Ling Chang, could not do. Next, he had to deal with a challenge from the Thousand Curtain House, Wang Sangun's cousin Lin Jinkai. After establishing a connection, Lin Weiwei learned some information about this sword. This sword was called the Spirit Feather Sword. Whether it was rank or official position, it was far worse, so when they heard his command, they immediately acted, and the vice captain shouted, "We've taken over here, call your 1,000 chiefs to come." I'm not going to speak to anyone else about Carter Scott, or even, for that matter, I'm going to ignore him. Granite's body was slightly shaken. This young princess, is the city already so deep? Baisheng didn't answer, but as soon as one of these calls hung up, a second one would follow. Early the next morning, before dawn, Equation began his preparations, tidying up the makeshift camp and putting away what needed to be put away. It's Rab. Rab is an island whale. Colax felt that Equation wasn't a bad person and decided to tell Equation's group about Rab's story. Suddenly a rumbling and vibrating sound came from outside the passageway. Even the entire hall trembled slightly. However, even so, Fang Yi still felt a stabbing pain in his chest, having just been touched by Zhou Quan's claws. Legend has it that when a person's state of mind reaches a certain level, he can achieve the ability to change the scene at will through his mind. They didn't expect that Yi Chen could possess such a high realm at such a young age. Hua Xiong did not bother to look at the cavalryman's situation. He believed that the cavalryman would handle it himself. As he was a scout amongst the Liangzhou cavalry, scouts were never only the most elite cavalrymen. The ones that were not elite and not strong enough often died long ago. The rest, naturally, were all elites, or the same kind of old scouts. Xianxi Wuyo counting holding melon seeds are high. Listening to the words towards the guests look. Sure Jingtian also look. That Fu shopkeeper and the counter money collector also look at the guests. The deputy leader of the Thunder God mercenary regiment in the field looked at Xiao Feng, who was fighting and killing in all directions in the field, and his eyes were filled with an indescribably shocked expression. As a result of this spot was constantly being surged forward, although the sergeant's brazen low gearing only slowed him down a bit. Chapter 132, No One Can Kill Me. Same time, Sakura. Inside the dimly lit room of the Shinto religion, Nanashir was sitting on the couch, sacrificing the day's resources to the Orochi. Next, the Shinto religion, as well as a few of the top brass from the Ikinai Daisha, walked in from outside. The room itself was spacious and lavishly decorated, but the curtains on several of the windows had been drawn tightly by Nanashir. From the time Nanoha reverse bonded to Yagyu Orochi, she seemed to. It was only now that Fairy Baguio realized that the other party not only wanted the sacred mountain spiritual vein, but also wanted to exterminate his Black Shone Baguio sect. Looking at her own disciples who were dead or injured, Fairy Baguio suddenly laughed. Having lived for too many years, she hadn't seen any scene before. Nanling Du couldn't help but reveal a look of lost soul. So all of this was calculated by the demonic essence. From the very beginning they were led by the nose by the demonic essence. The experience that the seniors of the East Extreme Immortal Mountain used their lives to come up with were all illusions that the demonic essence had put out. No need. I, Dokuroba, defend myself. I don't have to rely on a sharp blade yet. Take care. Dokuroba did not appreciate this, waved his hand and left first. By this time, Lin Bakon had already run to my side, and as soon as I pounced on the ground, my hand had almost touched her when I was about to pounce. When the feeling of vibration eased a little, he immediately stabilized his body shape and leaped forward, far away from the area where the acid flowed. Looking at the acid that kept rolling in, Tang Lichuan only had one way to go, sprinting forward. Second uncle, you want to frame the Yin family for being unkind? If it wasn't for the three of them laying down their lives to save us on this journey, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to return at all. Yen Lingyu let out a chirpy cry, angrily looking at her second uncle. The cloud brocade mansion owner floated high in the sky, only to see countless brocade bands appearing around her, as if they were sharp swords, attacking towards the Snow 8 Beast. The Snow 8 Beast was storming out. If it didn't happen to break through to the Martial King level, it would be troublesome, so the two of them had to stop the Snow 8 Beast. The thousand-armed venerable one's heart skipped a beat when he saw Tang Lichuan's belly bulge strangely, and before he could finish his words of warning, a silvery white ray of light shot out from Tang Lichuan's mouth. Some bones could still be seen on the roadside. Those were dead slaves. In Shao village, those captives without a skill would become slaves. If these slaves were bought by some kind master, their fate would be a little better. If they were in Shao village or in the hands of Shao Mo, their fate would be miserable. The person walks in the painting. The person in the painting looks up, wearing white fur. Shangguan Xiaoyu did not know how long he had been looking at the slanting sun. until the corners of his eyes became sore and a crystalline teardrop fell before he stopped. Thinking of this, a rare trace of compassion appeared in Lin Ziyan's eyes as he dotingly touched Ziwan's hair. Other people's, crocodile, are a section of E-skill approach, and then red rage skill stun. Continuity of the attack hit into. Once again will be the anger accumulation to 50 points, and then in the case of other people are still stunned a red rage Q hit, followed by the second section of the E-skill dashing away. For his own family, Belagar has carried too much, but this is his clan's mission. He knew he had to carry on. Cut the beard and abandon the robe shame? This is for the dwarves is worse than death shame, but Belagar knows that he cannot die, otherwise the clan's great revenge will be no one to report. On top of the summoner skills, the top and middle are choosing something called Ignite. Anyway, don't need to care about the death of the lower road. Just need to ensure an advantage on the line is enough. Holy, Master Neo couldn't even pull on his pants. Panicked and operated the flying skateboard to escape from this waterfall. That water arrow was extremely thrilling, brushing past from several meters away from him, until it exceeded Neo Su's height of hundreds of meters, before it dissipated into a sky full of water splashes. Chapter 133, Deadly Sand Sea. Nanai was notified that her application for entry had been approved. The first departure to Long Xia, and at the Four-Square Cottage, Chao Yuan had already reactivated the Resident Shield. But this was the first time that even with the presence of the Resident Shield, he still felt unsafe. The Resident Protective Shield that had once made him feel incredibly at ease. At this moment, it was as if it was an eggshell, with the feeling that it was going to break at any moment. This, of course, comes from Lu Ran. Wang Mazi obviously also heard the contents of the voice, but he said without blushing. It wasn't long before the children came to the school as well, and when they saw Su Yun, they all shouted hello to Uncle Su. Jade says she has a few dozen days left in her time limit, and it's up to her fate whether she makes it or not. Jolie narrowed his eyes and stared at Lian Hongyi's face that was pretending to be positive. It's fine. I can fix it all. Many high cities were able to withstand their onslaught temporarily, but they were so depleted that if they were not supported, they would surely break down. Immediately afterward, a light flashed in front of Yichin, and a long-distance teleportation array with an ancient shape instantly appeared. Furthermore, taking into account the powerful technological prowess of the alien herald, he certainly wouldn't risk devouring the other side. However, Yi Chuan was different. He was now Chen Xiaotong's master, and in the spirit of prying into the specifics of his disciple's situation in order to facilitate follow-up treatment. This was the second type of vision he had been born with after the Qi and blood visions, exclusively belonging to the divine body, but it varied from person to person. These words from Lokchi didn't stir up too many waves in her heart. She had been through too many storms and was used to being alone. On this day, Li Kaiying leaned her sturdy body against the big class chair. Her trimmed eyebrows were like horizontal silkworms lying on her hanging eyes. Her nose was not high, but her nose was accurate and meaty. A blessed look. Her tan skin looked a little haggard in her saucy red blouse. The Golden Age robot in front of us, named Moss, is judged to be human by the degree of genetic similarity. He'd gone to the scene of the disappearance to investigate, and the Viceroy had just vanished into thin air, leaving behind only a hovercar. Hearing this, Mo Kor fell silent, because what by Xin you said wasn't wrong, and her own father had once been seriously injured, and his lifespan was only 10 years left. No matter what secrets he had, Feng Lin could easily take care of him, and that was the absolute bottom line. The meeting place was set up in the main hall of the county government office. To participate in the meeting as many as nearly 40 people, most of them have not met each other before, at this moment was called to participate in the meeting together. Quite some excitement to look at each other, and then whispering and discussing the theme of today's meeting. Since people had said so, by Xin you didn't make any more excuses and put the remaining things into the storage ring on her hand. Yes, with the exception of the powerhouses of the Saint Realm, all others could be called mole crickets. Even those towering supreme beings would not be an exception. The sword flipped and scratched in his hand, and an incomparably sharp sword chi shot out in all directions, shocking the audience with its intimidating power. That day, Bino put on a pair of earrings, then went and bought a bunch of white chrysanthemums and went to the cemetery. Zhang Yanzu smiled at Lei Tingting, but Lei Tingting glared at him, not because of anything else. She could see that Zhang Yanzu had this idea just now, probably because he didn't say anything considering that it was her money, so he was complaining that he was being outgoing with himself. Before Uncle Missy changed his mind, Lin Shi-snap devoured the food and finished it in no time. Although the ancient god realm had been devoid of true gods for more than 10,000 years, there were still quite a few strong people in the Saint Realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the ancient god realm, which was one of the three realms, would have long since fallen into the territory of the demon realm or the devil realm. The guard formed by the 6 of them was naturally just like the guard of those 6 of the 13 people king. It was the hardest part of the defending demon city. So the demon race that came up in their area was also basically pretty much killed by them. And the lower part of the city wall where they were located was where the most headcounts were found. Chapter 134, I won't stop until I kill the necromancer. The sandworms, which were a nightmare to all professionals, were instead easy under Lu Rant's carpet sweep. Engaged originally somewhat nervous Lu Xinshin 3 people, all completely relaxed. It was as if they weren't venturing into a forbidden area that exceeded their rank, but rather taking a stroll in their own backyard. Easy, cozy. Sure enough, it's a level 70 monster. This would be too dangerous if we came in the normal way. Lei Tai sighed. When Shiwei's serious appearance was especially attractive, even Song Ishi, who was used to his appearance, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at being stared at by him in such a deadpan manner. Then after making a big deal out of it, she called Tian Yuan to bring Lu Tianqi over so that they could see how Lu Xian was disgraced out there. But at this level right now, it wasn't much use at all. Let me eat before I fight. I don't have the strength. Seeing the river god's palm coming, I was scared to death. The mahjong hall was quiet again, and Yunhua Dance glanced down at the deep gully in front of her chest, somewhat puzzled. It's no fun to drink tea. Uncle Qin, you lead the way. Lu Tianlin coldly looked at Nico Ming and walked outside. The rest of us have already passed 2 hurdles, but I'm afraid we'll have to go through 5 hurdles to get out of the island. Just like Guan Yunchang, Mao Huining's brows gradually furrowed, and the meal wasn't cooked. She pulled out her cell phone to call Mao Shi, picked up her bag and headed out. Fixed eyes. You can see Hong Jun show the means of merit. Golden Lotus was blocked out. The devil gas rushed to the sky, the flood for the trembling vibration. Cold breath at this moment spread in all directions. Song Ishi's face was scalding hot as she ate the fruit one bite at a time, never mentioning feeding him again. This sleep woke up only to feel the whole body comfortable. Wait until they get up, clean up and pour a good to more than 10 o'clock before going to the medical room to change the medicine. On the way to meet Xiang Hai Chuan them, only to realize that in addition to their 14, the rest did not pass the test on the island of people have to continue to train every day. There were many of them who were heroes before the establishment of the Dahua Empire, and their strength was even far inferior to that of an ordinary person nowadays. In such a situation, Zhang Baoyu's difficulty in wanting the divine spirit system to be popularized in the Dahua world could be imagined. After so many years of accumulation, their lizardmen hands also have a lot of good goods, such as the set of metal chain armor on the body of Kazvito, as well as the hand of the cold light of the trident, the original strong lizardman patriarch wearing such a body. It does seem to be very heroic. Also, I took Lin Zijian away. That's because I was in a moment of passion and hit him a bit hard. I was afraid that his life was in danger, so I purposely brought him back to save his life. It's not too much for a doctor to ask his family for a little medical fee to save a life, is it? Her temperament continues to transform. The strength is also incomparably strong. 1,000 changes in the as if all the sky. Just a moment Wang Quan Taoist fell back in defeat. A pair of hands were beaten into white bones. Pain and a cold sweat rain sprinkled on the ground. Yu Sucho was a little worried that Zhao Nanshan would fall into an uncontrollable state of self-blame. Many police officers who commanded an operation for the first time would have psychological problems because of casualties among their subordinates. And is this in front of me? Ramen. Ajamanganite couldn't help but smile as she looked at the steaming bowl of snow white in front of her. Fangzong directly passed through the pitch-black poisonous blood, which was evaporated by the true yang fire in mid-air. And the occasional fish that escaped the net was followed by being burned into nothingness when the silver-clothed Big Red Robe's blood-red cloak was rolled and unfurled. This was already the 3rd time that Yang Zining had heard someone mention the force behind Fang Jufo, and he was curious to know what kind of force was behind Fang Jufo. Although Yang Jinxia would definitely protect him, it was quite foolish to place his own safety and security on others. The only way to become strong was to become strong on one's own. Fang Zong had in his hands that could kill the old sword demon. And no matter how terrifying the price offered was, there was still a price that it was possible to put together. Chapter 135, Nani's 3 Great Style Gods. The other people from the Heaven's Path Alliance and full-time alliance around them were also dumbfounded. What's this Nanako doing suddenly breaking out, but not fighting? This Nanoha, she's really restless. Come to Long Xia, say nothing, but don't leave? What the hell does she want? Going out of town? How dare you violate international entry rules? We can kill her all we want. Yu Kung Song looked at Nanio's departing party. If Li Jianqing previously a scolding is a clear scolding, that now Xia Sum this paragraph can be much more profound. The whole word down without a word of abuse, but everywhere hidden in the meaning of shame, especially the last sentence. That is more explicitly said. Li Jianqing did not listen to Park Lingyun's exhortation. Arbitrary to raise troops to logging, only to end up in today's situation. Baka, Terra Regiment Captain really hated this Chinese unit. They took advantage of the situation and tried to escape after the fight. Where is such a cheap thing? After moistening the clay, then there is a 4-square wooden mold, under which dry earth is sprinkled and the wooden mold is placed. Once the clay was put in place, a 4-square stone hammer was used to repeatedly hammer on these clays until they were hammered into a billet shape. As soon as Zhao Gongming stepped down from the ring, someone immediately challenged him, seemingly wanting to take advantage of the fact that Dong Huangtai had just responded to a challenge and had consumed quite a lot, so he was not allowed to rest for a moment. The shameless behavior of taking advantage of the fire, leading to a sigh of relief under the observation platform. Thinking this way, Li Youngjun didn't notice the passage of time as the paper in front of him was densely filled with words, with either lines or circles drawn between them. When the night fell, Li Youngjun squatted down and burned the paper again, and with every step to be taken firmly engraved in his mind, he started to make a phone call. Holding the myriad tree, Junti fought with Jiayin for several more days. In the end, Jodi was unable to defeat him, and was brushed down by the mythical tree to fall into a swirling lake with an enraged Dharma body. With the loss of his strength, Jodi was defeated. When Yang Dong and Jamie arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, a dozen or so members of the night battalion were cleaning up the battlefield inside. I don't know where Dale got a blooming magnolia and stuck it on his breast pocket. The accompaniment had not yet started. Dale slightly tilted his head sideways and seemed to be lightly sniffing the flowers, and the clear song seemed to come from the clouds. And all of this was happening in the midst of a tentative confrontation between the two, with the real battle yet to begin. Duan can be a little perfunctory, randomly ordered too, but one of them is really very good looking. See, Zhang Liang laughed, sighing. Duan is a master who knows this way, while Duan can just smile slightly. Not to be denied. Straight to the old man, angry, a mouthful of Lingxiao blood clogged in the chest to come down. Difficult to kill. Seeing Su Lizi's old mother hen protecting her pups, Su Qinghui slightly sobered up. He just seemed to be too impulsive? Li Chang's fingers brushed against the ball, which hung in the dead center of the goal, and eventually grazed the outside edge of the goalpost and went out of the bottom line. It was her first time, but he knew how to guide it, and it all happened naturally, and it didn't even hurt as much as she thought it would. Borrowed? Who is the owner? You can tell me and I'll beg her. Donnie immediately pressed the question. Remember, in the past years threw away the prince on the throne, incarnation of mortals, after the coincidence of chance, to get the gift of Hongjun master love, do his seat in front of the Tao child, and therefore acquaintance with the 6 realms of the great Zun, acquaintance Yuxiang, the achievement of a good marriage. After Helena reminded him of this, Morimitsu instantly thought he could call Bruce and ask him to help him counter-acquire. Bai Chi didn't stay idle either, taking this time to observe the nearby terrain, keeping the places where people might be hidden roughly in his mind, before waiting for Tyson's return. Let me listen to the sincerity of the Sea Nation's side, alright. Then we'll discuss the specific conditions. Duan Ku and Swinging Boat had already had an exchange and had a general understanding of Swinging Boat's habits and abilities, so when they just met, Duan Ku took the initiative in his own hands. Chapter 136. Can't find me to give her a message. In the meantime, Yu Qingtsong, however, was not idle. He wasn't taking any chances in charging forward. After all, he hadn't come into contact with Nanoha's third style god in his memory. If the third god is a melee burst, Yu Qingtsong insisted on rushing up, but it was a stick-face delivery. Anyway, with so many people surrounding Nanoha, it was entirely possible to take her down without casualties. And so, Yu Prime landed midway through the round. The broadsword in his hand plunged into the ground. Suddenly, accompanied by a sound, Empyrean fell to the ground, and several bullet heads glittering with golden luster slid down from his abdomen, his shoulders, and actually did not penetrate his body. Is the number of forging in a day actually only this much? That's a bit bad. Then probably during the Great War I'm afraid it will only be enough to equip some of the captains of the rogues' army with enchanted weapons. Dekakane frowned, showing some concern in his demeanor. Now the whole county of Teeth have known and the arrival of the army of Wei. Naturally they also know that Wei is about to go to war against Qin this. And the Chen family even got the news that this Wei Xiang will also go to that frontline battlefield, is said to be valued by the nobleman. Haotian turned back again, and behind him, the heavy blood mist had already blocked his eyes from looking at Skeleton Mountain, and the people on Skeleton Mountain. Fellow Daoist, I'm afraid your blood jade spider won't be able to support you if we keep fighting. At this moment, the old farmer exclaimed, a figure floating like a fairy. A figure is a spinning forward. Let people look indescribably twisted. Some get lucky and get some resources, some kill their way into the land of ferocious beasts, and some are eliminated from the entertainment industry. On top of that, there is definite information that all 4 of the golden flowers in the junior acting department are actually having an affair with him. As such, Adrian controlled those golden world powers to leave enough of the demonic races behind, and took into account that many of the demons were made up of cannon fodder for wars like the sinking demons. However, after hesitating for a long time, the vigilance it held in its heart for Suze, whose origin was unknown and whose strength was strong, as well as the wariness of the many demon kings gawking at it not too far away, still suppressed the strong killing chance in its heart, because Matthew had obviously become a lot quieter, and Hermione wasn't too keen on interacting with Neville too much, but this kind of completely brainless, will not produce any value of the riot, completely unlike the style of the Phoenix Society, if they really only have the ability to do this, and why in the dark against Grindelwald for more than 50 years, though not willing to admit it, there was really no way he could climb this first somewhat tall telescoping ladder under his own power. So, for this unknown among the known, his fearful horror was heavier than Byrance's. He doesn't need anyone else to swoon over her, all he cares about is that she accepts herself, and he'd rather live behind a mask in order for her to get to know himself in a new light, just hoping that she'll give him a chance to get to know himself in a new light. Even at this time, he had gotten used to the state of the person next to him treating him as if he were nothing. There was no way around it. Whoever told him that he didn't have the talent and had a weaker character, he knew this fact, so he didn't care much about it. Father slowly his body reacted. His hand could move. Yang felt that he held his hand. His fingers gently moved twice, as she gritted her teeth and pulled out the money. Feng Luotong's heart ached because the living expenses that she called in every month from the North Plains base could really count. With her superior medical skills, Xian Xian was able to quickly return to her condition and throw herself into the fight, hence her score. 4-1. Maureen came out of my arms and solemnly said to me, "This time I want to go listen to the voice of my heart and pursue my own happiness. Even if I will fall into an endless abyss, I will not regret it." Chapter 137, The Kingdom of the Dwarves. Blackstone City, is the main city of the Hills dwarf clan today, Silhouette said as she pointed to a city on the hillside in front of her. Lu Ran let his eyes go. The city is medieval in style, but not old overall. Vaguely you can see dwarves coming in and out of the city gates, but there was no sign of humans. After all, this was still a forbidden area, and Lu Ran and his group were the first human race to set foot here, but Lu Ran felt a little suspicious. Slightly open-mouthed and round-eyed, her expression stiffened as she twisted her head to look at Adaya, who was gripping her shirt with both hands and pulling it downward with all her might, revealing half of her rolled, snow-white globes, with a flirtatious gesture out of the corner of her eye. "We're talking business now, don't mess up." Helan Yao glared at Long Xiaoyan. Her mind was active. Long Xiaoyan did not allow her to smile at others. Usually she did not listen to Long Xiaoyan's words, but today, she would be an adult and listen for once. She would never smile at Long Xiaoyan today. What kind of strange things will Nagato encounter here? Or what kind of adventures can he have that will make him stronger? But to say that things were done by them, yet there were many doubtful points. She came to Qing Yifang just on a whim and didn't tell anyone. They might not be able to expect her to come here. And it seemed unlikely that she could plan everything in such a short period of time and make that series of things seamless. These words spoke to the hearts of the great powers, although now Luo Shua is still very difficult to deal with. But if Luo Shua proved to become a saint, they do not even have the opportunity to live in the floodplains. They naturally will not agree. White Egret and Fei Go originally wanted to help persuade Xiao Wan to spare floating water this time. After all, last time when the two of them were punished, floating water had been helping them plead for leniency. But at this time, after hearing Xiao Wan make the word serious, they hesitated for a moment, looked at each other in the end and didn't open their mouths. What dance? Yi Chan was filled with curiosity and a hint of skepticism, a look shared by everyone else except Jin Yang. Drugless, can't think of anything serious in his head? Sui lazily ignored him, and smoothly took a cup of white water and handed it to him. Regarding his teammate's proposal, Wang Yu shook his head and refused. In his words, 5 ordinary kings were just not enough. Yu Poison is not sure what Guijia is going to do. Anyway, he will be killed in 3 days. Yu Poison is not afraid of what tricks he will use on himself. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately lifted his own fist and looked at it, only to see that there was a hint of black color on his fist in addition to the blood. "This was bought for you guys." Li Fei handed over the yogurt in his hand, which he had just bought on his way through the supermarket. In this era of 9 out of 10 handsome men, Xia Fangyuan feels that this issue should really be pondered over. This is a point. Full favor of venomous eyes. Whether it is the selection or training of spy guards, he is extraordinarily attentive. They looked down in all directions, and with such a chaotic scene, no one noticed that a large living person had actually disappeared. If Ling Yun couldn't find out the truth, then wouldn't Mrs. Shin take the opportunity to completely trample the second house under her feet? "I'll go." "What the hell are you talking about? If I could summon a fairy, then why even ask you?" A random invisibility spell would have stolen Snow Herb, she in the past for her own purposes, to come close to Xiaohua, but was Xiaohua step by step pushed out. so she is very despised Xiaohua. But now, she realized that the real for her good person is who? That. May I ask if you two would like to pay the bill? The cashier, who had been countless for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak. Ha ha, being chivalrous is an obligation that our generation of martial arts practitioners should fulfill. The girl does not need to take it to heart, Tian Gao lightly said. With the successful experience of sacrificing the cultivator blood blade, Yiling then turned his attention to a few medium and top-grade 4th-rank flying swords gifted by his master, Elder Lu, as well as a few other items such as magic treasures and vestments, which were all of similar grades, with no extreme grades present. Chapter 138, You don't want it for free? What is this, a quest guide NPC? Asked Lu Ran curiously. Probably. Lu Xinshan wasn't sure. Dwarf girl in front of you, although carrying a sledgehammer. The sledgehammer was obviously of poor quality and rusty. Its size was exaggerated, almost exceeding the dwarf girl's own body. The clothes she was wearing were also coarse rag clothes, without even basic armor. Be short of. Ergo blushed and looked at the girls. Seeing that they were all staring intently at him, Ergo was thoroughly shy. Still kind of strong jet flames, from the mouth of the fired dinosaur sprayed out. Straight blasted the mythical frog flower and went. The power is not bad, only the level is still too much difference. 360. 4 steps, and the perimeter was empty. Only fallen bodies, no living enemies. A random breath was heavy with the smell of blood. The wise man was extremely surprised that the Lord Mother's attitude towards the Jinling family was very compassionate, probably because she did not understand this bloody history. Seeing that he was about to eat another slap from her, both sides were only a few steps away, and Tianya didn't even have a chance to dodge. Although this flame was not as powerful as the Xian fire, but it was certain that, even if this fire was coming out from inside the Earth's heart source lotus seed, then this fire must be the Earth's heart source lotus flame. It was just that this Xian flame had not yet taken shape, and had not reached the kind of power that burned out the heavens and the earth. Naturally, this memory was more or less false, but most of it was real. And even after Ling Zhao's changes to cover up some things, there was not much left out of Ling Zhao's experiences over the past 10,000 years. After watching it, I took Mu Meiqing to my bedroom, and Mom didn't say anything. After all, people come to my house as a guest. 9 Dragons East has done no less dirty deeds than Pak Pakwak. He just didn't go after Steelhopper and Fat Dog, which can actually be said to be smart and insightful. Taking a short rest in the canyon, Stranger Spirit ordered to march towards the mountain. Last night she had sent Duck Duck to find a hiding place. This mountain has quite a lot of valleys, many natural valleys and caves connected to each other, enough for hundreds of thousands of people to hide. The schedules of the two competitions are not absolutely overlapping. As a matter of fact, it was not an impossible situation to participate in all of the two competitions. However, there was a concern between each other, and most of the dance teams were still intentionally staggered. Some people say that it is the first to reach the top, so of course, there is truth in this statement. But in the end, there is also the saying of respecting the old and loving the young. Although the time is not long, but Young Fan to Fan You Cosmetics Company, Ltd., to provide several products, is already completed the preliminary publicity, and the initial market investment. However, Gilgamesh was pushed on his heels and stumbled forward a few steps before stopping, turning to look back at the place where he had just stood and shouting angrily. Miscellaneous cultivation. He is the oldest hero king. How can he suffer this great insult? As a cursed spear capable of inflicting incurable damage, the yellow rose of perdition had the effect of hindering the recovery of opponents wounded by its stabbing, and was truly like a deadly viper. Yuawa's mouth said that she wanted Chumubai and Ziki's marriage to be delayed for a little while longer, but after a few days, she called them into the palace and negotiated, and then bestowed a marriage for the two of them before the year. For this reason, I stayed up all night for several days in a row, referring to the look of my wedding dress and adding the ancient style elements that are popular nowadays in Dali, designing a brand new wedding dress pattern that combines the ancient and the modern. The crowd on the stage heard the words and looked in response to the sound, but they saw a white-clothed Ming Fei standing at the edge of the martial arts ceiling platform with a pained look on his face. Only at this moment, everyone was shocked to realize that the original Divine Dragon Gang Generation Dragon Head Ming Fei and the Great Qin Emperor Master Ming Tongtian actually is the biological father and son. Although, the Empress Dowager does not treat herself, but as a country after this do filial piety or to do, cannot be neglected. Chapter 139, The Third Possibility. At the same time, Baron also saw Lu Rant's people. It couldn't be helped. Even though Lu Rant's people were at the back of the crowd, the general height of the dwarves couldn't be covered at all. It's too conspicuous. Human race? Baron was a bit surprised, and the big horned disc sheep sitting down also stopped and looked at Lu Ran and the others, blazing streams of fire erupting from his nostrils. As the companion mount of the dwarf race, the great horned coil sheep was not simply used for transportation. Fellow, this is a custom that has been passed down from the time of Duke Mu of Qin in the Qin dynasty, and it is also the root of the old Qin people who dared to carry the Wei Wu pawns hard back then with their humble weapons. Seeing that she had the advantage, Song Han wanted to charge at Lin Feng, but after all, he had just let himself have a move when the match first started, so now that she thought about it, she would let him have a move as well. From Han was suspended in mid-air. At this time the ice spirit sword in her hand was restored to its original state. She lowered her head and looked at Lin Feng. A man of 30 is a flower. You know? Yan Anqing stroked his handsome hairstyle and raised an eyebrow at Ling Yuzhen. Seeing that she always bowed her head without saying anything, Li Yin straightened up his waist and turned in Yuren's body upside down. Seeing her suddenly gloomy expression, his heart moved and he understood what she thought in his heart. Instead of being as worried as she was, her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of mischief and joy. Tired of playing? When Yuki Meng came back to her senses, she realized that she seemed to be in an unfamiliar place. It was only when the snow meow reached his arms that Wolf Bao felt its demonic energy spreading up towards him with a warm warmth, like the rising sun gliding over his heart. Shu Tian has always been very obedient to her old mother. She will do whatever her old mother tells her to do. The new fall-winter collection will be back in a few months, and she is determined to make sure that everyone will see a new and refreshed collection. Ning Yuanlan reached out to hold his hand towards his face and patted it. He turned his head towards her, his hand lightly touching the smooth skin of her face. The unique scent that belonged to her mixed with the smell of the body lotion reaching the tip of his nose. Ling Mo fiercely pulled her into his arms, leaning down to grab his red lips and nibbled on them wantonly. Barren grass, withered trees, a piece of depression. But today's cold palace is unusual lively. Not only the emperor and the queen appeared here, and even has always been the ritual of Buddha. Ignore the world's affairs of the Empress Dowager has moved to the remote cold palace. No matter how Gui Jia struggled and shouted, the mountain bandits were indifferent and just gave him a bath and changed his clothes. The Yellow Turban's defeat has already appeared, and the atmosphere in the Han army camp is much better than before. Only the atmosphere in the wounded soldiers' camp is still dull. Although Lu Wu did not know this, but also must not be easily injured by the wind demons. Red flame blade aura. A move of fire dance wild sand unfolded. Is the several wind demons rolled in it? Blade twisting, wind demons as much as broken. Instantly disappeared. Does she know you? Fuyue seemed to sense her stiffness and nervousness and stroked her back twice. Tanshan finally comprehended his meaning. I cannot help but laugh bitterly in my heart. I suggest to go to the countryside to kill pigs, because Zhou Paopi is looking for the murderer who beat him all over the city. And we two real murderers. It is best to go out early and return late every day to avoid the wind. Oh, Bailey Yushin didn't need to, causing Auntie Yao so much misery, to the point of desperation, and finally throwing herself into the river. Lu Wu suddenly thought of a point and asked what if it was me? What he meant was that if it was him who triggered the 5-elemental robber fire, wouldn't you and Min's plan fall through? I nodded after listening to old Ma's words, and now it seemed that this would have to be the case for now. Today, Nabakiri Irina had purposely put off all her arrangements just to come to the scene to see Chanshan's jokes. Having been exasperated by Wu Dao from the dormitory just now, Dongfang Yuqing didn't have the time to change her clothes back, and was still wearing the same white lab coat that she wore when she gave Wu Dao a medical checkup earlier. Chu Yin froze. Why does this sentence sound so awkward? A good business simulation game. Make so deep why? The production team, you have added too much drama to yourselves, right? Chapter 140, this is the right trip. Words. A hint of trepidation actually appeared on Silhouette's face. With Silhouette's dark elf queen's character, it was impossible for such emotions to arise. She twisted her head to look at Lu Ran. Presumably, she felt alarmed that because of her identity, she was affecting Lu Ran's ability to complete his mission. And so, before Lu Ran could reply, Silhouette stood up. In a deep voice, I said, although I am the queen of the dark elves, not long ago with the Oriental language Qin came to the Oriental home. The Oriental language Qin with her grandfather Dongfang Xiongfeng talked for a while. Tang Chen but the presence of the two people to listen to the conversation clearly. Even Sers, who had amazing eyesight, was only slightly aware of it under the blazing sun. If he didn't know that Chi Tai had used a magic formation, Sers would definitely think it was an illusion. It seems like we really need to study this swordsman for a while. After all, not only does he have an extremely deep understanding of human society, but he also possesses a powerful force. If he really wants to cause trouble, it will be hard for us to stop him. There was a hint of caution in Godless Moon Kyohei's tone. However, elixirs were not popular in the ordinary cultivator world, but only among the 7 great powers and other super powerful forces. He didn't linger, but instead quickly left the dueling altar with Lian Ling and disappeared into the bustling sea of people in Tianqi City. As for the dying and suspiciously, He was sold by Lian Ling to the dueling altar in exchange for 50 taels of blood spirit stones. Wang Butler packed everything, then ready to rest, but heard someone knocking on the door, which made Wang Butler very resentful. It is not easy to be able to rest, but actually disturbed. He opened the door in annoyance, but saw in front of him as a big inner chief or something like that. To put it in a bad way, is a eunuch. In the middle of the deep crypt, a silhouette looked at the information in his hand, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, what amazed Sane was that both the cells in front of him and the dwarves over there were indifferent and not affected in the slightest by the capture of the Earthwalker. The previous Dao boat was not perfect enough. This time Tang Foam strives for perfection. A few months later, Tang Feng's largest warship is beautiful. Talking Plums did notice an enhanced alignment and awareness of the broken deficit deficiency after observation. The Moonlight Frisbee that was brought over was released into the air by Blue Garvey to serve as a communication agent for the crowd and a means of transportation to distant destinations. Lin Tian sat up nicely. His divine sense penetrated. Thinking about what he had just seen, he now kept a much lower profile, not caring about randomly messing with these people. But when his divine sense touched that Buddha statue, he instantly came to a god space. Suing didn't care. Every family was different. Everyone's family had their own stories. She didn't think to ask about other people's family stories, but Ling Xian had done it. What kind of strong enlightenment was this? And how incredible is it? What an arrogant person. Ling Xian lost his smile and shook his head before slowly collecting his smile and uttering a sentence that was bland with a hint of arrogance. Both husband and wife had an amazing level of mental power, together with memories of their youth. So they were completely absorbed in the music, and it also brought the crowd to the city that was located in the sky, where there was a lot of fruits, where there were clear lakes, emerald green meadows, and it was the world of fairies. With the cooperation of the Flying Thunder God technique, the future entered the Awagakure village like nobody's business. After wandering around for a while, the four-tailed and five-tailed human pillars were successively discovered by the future. By Shi and by Ling, by Ing and the others all shook their heads. During the day, didn't the White Lion send White Shadow away? There was no more news. It seemed that the White Lion had been killed, and this matter had nothing to do with White Shadow. On the Golden Beach, Ling Xian stood there proudly with his left hand on the exorcism sword and his right hand on the war god halberd. It was like a supreme god of war, looking out of the corner of his eye and proudly looking down on the red dust. Chapter 141, sourced from Titan Creation. Hearing the Dwarf King say that, Lu Ran instantly understood. Over the plot, yet this is. No wonder the quest is about the eternal flame. And then when you think about what and said earlier, the dwarves lost the eternal flame. This dwarf furnace went straight out of commission. Not only Annie, but the Dwarf King shouldn't be able to forge equipment nowadays. Along with that, the entire dwarf race is unable to forge equipment. And this mission of course, it wasn't all red in the stands. There were a lot of fans in yellow. No, 10 jerseys mixed in, mostly Asian. Said Wang Hui will get up and follow. The mother of Song came to the front of the cabinet. The mother of Song fixed the spirit full of solemn face will be to go forward to open the cabinet. So Elmo immediately made a decision. Vivian, do you trust me? Elmo tightly grabbed Vivian's shoulders, then looked at Vivian's eyes. A few right angles down Mopa Canyon Road and he was home. It was Saturday, and it was nearly noon when he got home, and as his car pulled into the front lawn of his house, Kosker came back from outside. He had a bat in his hand, a baseball cap on his head, and a dirty jersey. By some factories she meant the joint slaughterhouse he had asked her to prepare for, because other than that, he didn't give any project of factories. Eurostep doesn't just give a demonic feeling, it's also a visual treat. The rocket's hardened master is also left-handed. Shooting so many balls cannot cause a sensation. Jean Mousse, a left-handed shot, can cause a sensation. Can only say that the same person has a different life. Sure enough, Zamus also shook hands or high-fived a few Lakers fans next to him, and finally hugged the fans in the stands goodbye. Ji Yuzhen lightly glanced at the crowd, stepped lightly on his feet, and shrank away from the crowd's line of sight. From start to finish, there was no mention of the emperor. When Ginobili makes the European step, we may as well sit down and enjoy the sultry stance and demonic layups, which is definitely a great enjoyment in life. Being able to directly enhance a cultivator's true chi. This Thousand Suns brew could be said to be rare, if not rare, and this kind of wine that aids in cultivation would not be expected to have much of a presence in the Chi family. Plus the Chi family itself is a large family, and the amount of usage that is needed would not be small. Therefore they all rushed out to see the scene again make them feel a little stunned. One day, Huaxia will certainly revive the grandeur of those days, and the giant ship will sail to the countries of the world, so that all the nations will see the majesty of my Huaxia. If you don't want to be in the hospital, then let's go home first. Your leg. We'll hire someone to slowly look at it again, and mommy will find you the best professional nursing care team to treat your leg. Okay? Lin Xiaoxue negotiated with Gu Ziwen. On this day, Zheng Kui came to Mangdang Mountain, bringing with him a large batch of advanced equipment for excavating spirit stones, because Qi Lei felt that he had lost money. Taking something would be a way to compensate for the expenses he had posted for Iron Bridge. As soon as the green mango and the white mango came into contact with each other, it quickly disintegrated like ice and snow melting, as if the yuan power inside the spell formation was swallowed up by the white mango, and there was nothing left. Housekeeper Zhou looked at Zhang Yu. For a moment really do not understand. What is wrong with him today? Actually has been misleading Joey Bai. Said although all the facts, but it is the most one-sided facts. Important things, a word did not mention. It was only at this time that Xia Yuan suddenly recalled that when he had left Flowing Water Town, he had casually left some tasks for the other party. Wang Yang personally appointed. No one dared to say no, not even the repellers, looking at Wang Yang with an innocent face. What's going on here? What did I do wrong? Alas, the Tambayoko Hatano brothers are a real headache. Hashiba Hideyoshi sighed with the same great headache. The crowd did not expect that what Wang Yang had asked before turned out to be just an opening to teach them a lesson with reason. With facts. Chapter 142, The Undead Plague. The Dwarf King led the way. Surrounded by a number of dwarven guards, Lu Ran several people followed behind. Come to the entrance of the canyon. Lu Ran looked to his left and right, and although the crags were winding and twisting, this height, however, was exaggerated. It was as if the sky was a rift. At the end of the canyon is the entrance to the crypt, and the only passage is this sandy sea of stone forest in front of us. This also explained Lu Ran's earlier question. Before Lu Ran, Dad, I know. Jiang Shui nodded and didn't continue the topic, instead taking the two of them shopping. Like Lu Hele, he thought that Ling Yi was going to go head-to-head and beat them up so much that they wouldn't even recognize their parents. But he came up with this. Whoever helps you prepare breakfast, I'll just go and confide in him, Honey said loudly. The old man walked straight towards where the original formation was located. The formation was constructed on top of the road leading to the back of the place. Such a formation can also be used as a defense formation to prevent someone from invading. So there is no problem at all if it is constructed on this side. Why did that greedy wolf take notice of her? Because she had beaten up his man Kudo earlier? Su Qianxian felt that in order to defend her love, it was still necessary for her to make some adjustments. Why don't I call my dad and find someone? My dad still knows a few friends in the public security department in the provincial capital. See if he can help. Xian was slightly silent for a moment, and dryly opened her mouth to say, after taking care of the killers, Jiang Shui's face was a little better. Then she raised her steps towards those people. Coming to the front of those people, Jiang Shui went up to one of them to make up a kick, before taking out the phone to call the police. In the next second, a heavy kick landed on her neck, and through the protective gear, Zhang Mingxue was viciously shaken. Her brain was dizzy for a moment, and then, staggering a few steps, she collapsed on the ground. They went to the vegetable market first and turned around before finding a vegetable seedling seller. Luckily, the man had quite a few vegetable seedlings on hand. A few people bought some vegetable seedlings, and then went to find a place that sold vegetable seeds, and bought some vegetable seeds. I didn't realize that the star I support is so shallow and ignorant. Is it really good that the money I spent on his concert tickets looks like this? Heaven and earth buns. What Kaohsiung and Taiyin told is naturally a secret of great importance, but looking at the appearance of Taiyin and those who were dining just now, Flourishing City did not calm down for a moment yet. It makes sense. If my master knows that I stole the wine and drank it, at most he will give me a slap on the wrist. If he knows that I move against someone who doesn't know Kung Fu, that's not good. He will definitely punish me to face the wall at the Sikong Cliff. Brother Dong, let's go. Ling Huchong put away the wine pot and said to Dongfang undefeated. Then let's hope that the kitty will be safe and bring back news soon, Taiyin said with some loss. Indeed the ups and downs of earlier had made her was for a moment think that she would be able to set off right away to find Bianca back. Inside the conference room in the base, the commanders of each country were sitting, and among them, XIG's Akio Ishiguro was included. Sorry, I don't like playing this kind of brain-burning game. Don Tian gave an answer with both hands. He then walked around the shelves again, driving the lights along the way, and there was no doubt that he shone the most in the arena. Not to mention, Xiang Qiubai himself was a teacher of the Jade Clearance sect, and Ji Shang, as Xiang Qiubai's wise assistant, was considered half a ghost of the Jade Clearance sect. Hao Chang didn't expect Bai Fong to have such a layer of identity, but if that was the case, Bai Fong would be separated from a group. Plus Chang Sun Jian didn't know when he would wake up, so maybe Bai Fong would never be able to return to a group again. Bastard! Shut up! Seeing the other party so calm, without a trace of fear flowing out, Wang Tao let out a hideous growl, loosened one hand towards and directly greeted Fong Ling's face. Chapter 143, New Skills and New Phrases. Lu Ran made his way forward. The Dwarf King had been here many times though, and had been to the entrance of the crypt, but compared to Lu Ran's trip, it was a heaven and a hell. A few people walked idly without stopping for a moment. Wherever they passed, all the Titan stone statues, flooded and burst by the undead army, refreshed at a speed completely unable to catch up with Lu Ran's speed of brushing monsters. Refresh one and it will be instantly slashed to death. This was Chu Tianga's self-confidence, and he wasn't blindly confident because he was powerful in ways that ordinary people couldn't imagine existed. At this moment, because he had practiced the 5 birds bionic fist, Luo Chen was sweating hot, and the pores around his body were open, which was most suitable for absorption. It was a room, not as exaggerated as the previous factory, but large enough that it should be another landing place. But the people were acquaintances. But unlike the secret vortex, as the rift eventually became circular, the rift also seemed to have undergone a mutation, and at a glance, it was no longer a pitch-black color, but a magnificent image. At this time, 2 dog legs guided a very dignified middle-aged looking man in. Presumably this is the legendary chief executive. How the do I know you messed with this? Vomit. Vomit. Li Jiawei was speechless. He had sort of followed Lu Yu's teachings, and had especially held back his left and right when studying this thing, tossing it around independently inside his own barracks, and making 2 layers of spell formations himself. I know you're strong, but that was in bed. Your only opponent was me. Now there are so many of them, and they're so fierce. What will I do if you get broken? I don't want to accompany them. It's disgusting to think about it. Not far away, Kong Rong, Xiao Mao, and Yuan Jiwei were all looking at the changes in the field with complete nervousness. If you slowed down the action. What happened at the same time was that Shen Painting grabbed and shattered Wu Fear's upper shirt. Fan Ping slapped his palm hard on Wu Fear's back, and Wu Fear wiped a knife through He Fong Meng's neck, followed by a mouthful of blood spraying out. The 3 of them surrounded Chu Tianga at this time, and they knew that anyway. If they wanted to escape safely, then Chu Tianga was a nuisance. The last quest is the career quest, because as you can see from the videos bought by the Legion of Judgment, the career quest is one of the easiest. Yen Tao gave the ball to Chen Zihua, who passed it to Zhang Shujie, who was surrounded by many defenders and didn't have a good chance to break into the penalty area for a while, so he knocked the ball back to Chen Zihua, who then passed it to Li Mu at the other end. As the wagon pulling the supplies slowly moved forward, Tai Yingnan took a breath of hot air to warm his palms and fell into a deep thought. Empty City and Mo Woon just couldn't stand to watch. With a kind of triumphant self-good mood, the 2 of them dragged Er Wang away one by one, saving this guy who couldn't figure out the situation from disturbing the good things of their own boss. According to the records, when the 5 great powers were not yet established, many ninjas would go around looking for psychic beasts. If a strong person of the same level opened a large formation to trap and lock him in, he was afraid that apart from brute force, he would rarely have the means to break out of it by trickery. This will be seen when the time comes. For now, you're going back with me, Xia Lu said with a faint smile. Originally, the Qi army was stationed outside the city, but now it had entered directly into the city of Xiufu. And the state of Lu was effectively half existing and half destroyed. That's right. Is it hard to believe that there are any secrets in here that can't be seen by people? The other male doctor who was traveling with him looked at Luo Habin with hatred and said with a hint of malice. Bai Hongying also came over at this time. She fried a lot of twists in the afternoon and saved them for the children to eat. In the middle of the Min River, there seems to be no more changes, but Li Fucheng and Li Qi, who are in Chang'an, suddenly feel empty in their hearts. They were reporting the recent situation of each branch with this cordial master, only to see that their cordial master's face was becoming more and more green, and just now one of the top management was directly stripped of his power and told to go home to recuperate. Chapter 144, No country can kill you. Word, blue is better than blue. Effect, increase the attributes of all summoned objects by 10 times. It's a short phrase and seems to look that way. However, it was important to realize that there weren't just 1 or 2 that Lu Ran could summon. This 10-fold increase in attributes boosted the attributes of an army of 200,000 undead. 10-fold enhancement. What concept was this? Lu Ran knew very well. This is really an undead natural disaster. Lu Ran muttered. In the end, the concept of the human race is based on the theory of the 3 talents. The concept of the human race is the same as the existence of heaven and earth, but the world is included in the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man, but also overriding. So Yi Xiao is no longer a human race. Fa Jing thought this was very good, and immediately asked Guliang to go and select men and horses, and asked Liu Bei to send another 500 soldiers. At those words, the mentally fit old man smiled faintly, then took out a white hand towel and wiped the sweat from his head. Hey Terry, did you know that a while back Roy took out a car thief in Inwood? He shot the bastard in the eyebrow with a .357 McLean from over 30 meters away, said Charlie Bauman. getting a little excited. Things you look forward to immensely. Things you think are a sure thing, will always go wrong at the last minute. Zhao Hao looked at the black giant rushing towards him, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. His Vajra Dharma body hadn't been properly executed yet, and as for the combat power of this Dharma body, he had absolutely no concrete idea. Now that Zhao Hao saw the black giant that was more than 10 feet tall, it was just the right time to use it as a companion. Of course, when the fortifications were being built earlier, more or less, the people had heard the conversation of the soldiers of the 8th Route Army. It was only that they, who had already been targeted by the Grim Reaper, could not be spared, and no matter how much they deployed, it would all be in vain. For the next nearly 1,000 years, Li Qiye and Pill Crazy stepped all over their homeland, climbed dangerous peaks as high as 10,000 feet, fought with the sirens in the deep sea, and dueled with the strongest people in the desert. It's a bit effective. Gao Fei frowned. It's just that the progress is too slow. According to this degree, it's estimated that it will take several years before these stone pillars can be destroyed. If he really let Gao Fei wait here for a few years, he would go crazy. Steady deep inhalation of Sumu coldly grunted. Face grimly surfaced. Here rushed up. Along with the finger had been out of the silver light, and stabbed at the light screen again. After only a moment's hesitation, he made his decision and hurriedly retreated quickly the moment Gong Yue came speeding in. It's a pity about this divine power. Dozed Shadow looked at the 10 seconds or so countdown on the soul cleansing bottle and couldn't help but feel some pity. This essence had been added before, but he didn't have time to use it when he caught Meng Sun Linglong on the middle road, and he didn't use it up when he was blocked under the tower on the lower road. Now there was a chance to use it, but the opposite side of Panfeng actually did not come over. Hey Granny did want to persuade again. As a person who had been there before, she understood that the hunger on the day of the wedding was unbearable, but the rules left by the old ancestors could not be broken. Xiaowei early couldn't wait to look toward the clothes, only to see the smooth and delicate breasts gradually have the arc began to undulate, but that undulating place, the vast majority of it is changed into a dark color. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but survey him, seeing his eyes staring directly at himself in a mesmerized and worshipful manner. That confused look made him not feel a little amused. In fact, Yang Tianbo's temperament is like his father's. He always loves to twist a tendon to the end when it comes to matters of principle. He's figured out where the cause of the disease is, and he had also told Zhu Homu. The doctors and experts at Taiji Villa all agreed with Zhang Taichu's results. Now that Su Qingqing had brought Baby Gu over, the people in the conference room were talking after hearing that Baby Gu would be entering Su's management. He was pretty sure that the person was hiding in one of those trees, but strangely enough, he just couldn't see a little bit of figure. Not to mention he couldn't feel the strength of the person's spiritual aura. Chapter 145. This man is not to be messed with. Listen to the words of Lu Xinxin. Several people. The dwarf king looked at Lu Ran with skeptical eyes. Worried. You may not understand the damage of the dwarf organ. It's very high. I don't know what kind of defense you have, but don't try it. It will really kill you. Even I, at the moment, I didn't think of a good way to get through it. I know that you human professionals have a lot of healing professions, means of defense. Wait until the level is high. Maybe the group of large teams can try it. But at this stage, Sakura was completely flustered. But she was just about to open her mouth when Lu Wei's unblinking eyes made her incredibly bashful. In fact, he used to dislike such a place, but now he has no choice. He still has to do everything by himself. Even though it was her decision to get married, it was he who was now panicking, and the countless times he had called after the wedding, trying to see her, he had been denied. The veins on Second Master Lu's forehead rippled, and the blood instantly filled to his brain. It made his face redden. Ange glanced down at the dress on her body and then at Shang Xiao, suddenly grateful for his thoughtfulness and attentiveness that had kept her from making this fool of herself. However, the mutation suddenly, on the other side, a water column suddenly hit over, hitting the vine. Not only will the vine on the fire extinguished, and the vine more green, than before there is more vitality. Too shocked just now, Zhou Shiryao didn't even notice that there was a cake placed on the ground without candles lit, which would be lifted up and placed on the table by him as he lit the candles one by one. Hey, stop! Morong Chengli, who arrived in the room, saw Long Yuer sweeping the floor and hurriedly stopped to. Qing Yu looked at him, thinking that it was probably because the boss was unwilling to let the children of ordinary families not be able to eat this breakfast, so he refused. After saying that, he backhanded the shark teeth backstabbing towards Tian Ming. Tian Ming, who was in the air, was unable to dodge at all, and could only watch as the shark teeth stabbed towards him. Do you have sufficient evidence? If you don't, release him to me. The person on the other end of the phone yelled. My goodness, who did this? Everyone's eyes were wide open, not being able to believe what was happening in front of them in the slightest. Their side had set up such a tight ambush in the villa, and all of them were run away by these people. Who on earth could have taken out so many ninjas in such a short period of time? Crisp sound rang out. Ouyang Sheng felt a pain in his head, his cheeks swelled up high, and he was slapped with 5 blood marks. I think my current magic control is also enough to learn it. What? Are you worried that my strength will greatly exceed yours after I learn 3rd level magic? Don't worry about it. Anyway, the gap between your current strength and mine is also very large. Chu Yun was still as mouthy as ever. Judging from the fluctuation of magic power, the person who released this magic has only a level 1 magic mastery, and I'm not sure if they have any stronger ones. Chu Yun analyzed. Such a statement is tantamount to saying that he tried to assassinate Ares and that the assassination attempt was successful, right? The 3 short words contained all of Alsace's emotions. Gianna looked at Alsace. She really couldn't accept Alsace's request. The apartment they were in, fortunately, was in a new development area near the outskirts of the city, and many of the buildings over here were still under construction or in a state of vacancy. So the lack of crowded people meant that there weren't too many zombies. If it is in the city center, you can't even get out of the door except for hiding. In this case, if he didn't take the opportunity to abuse Chiu Mu on the field, when he went back, he was afraid that he would have to sleep badly for a few weeks, and those couple spiteful ghosts, who kept changing their postures and trying to make all kinds of soulful sounds, were even less able to do any harm to them. Since the purpose had been achieved, there was no need to delay any longer, and after cleaning up the mess, he left with Linley. Yang Feng only felt inwardly that he was only Shinbagyo's subordinate, and it was impossible for him and Shinbagyo to have any more stories happen, but he didn't want to think that the ravishing fortune came once again and couldn't be stopped. Chapter 146, It's all about chance. It's even conceivable. Lu Ran single-handedly carried the organ tunnel. Enter the dwarven crypt unharmed, then summon an army of undead in the crypt, and wherever they pass, not an inch of grass grows. He suddenly understood why Tina, the nature elf queen, was so sure of Lu Ran. Even the level 100 Dark Elf Queen silhouette was willing to follow Lu Ran around. Such a terrifying ability. I'm afraid it's the first of the human race. The real computer's internal circuit board soldering is not any such tin ball. The perimeter of the pins, only a minimum of a circle of solder, as if plated to the pins of a layer of film, but the soldering is very strong. There is no false soldering. A glance can be seen. She used the excuse of something came up at the last minute to force Qianla's inquiries away, and then took her leave of the other party. At this time, Luo Rongan, who followed Commander Huang together, was taking down the wreath from the back of the jeep and placing it in front of the grave, and in the early morning breeze, the paper flowers on it were shaking, her heart full of excitement. In this era, there is no video chat. The distance is far. Even send a letter with a photo inside. It will take a long time. So, after Wang Xiaoyu went to the United States, she never saw Guoqing again. That, Moncler, do you know Wang Xiaoqian's home address? Let's go to his house and look for it. Qin Genoa said curtly while pulling out cigarettes from his pocket. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be, and it wasn't until the afternoon that the horrific sound of a dragon's roar coming from outside the pontoon boat smashed his plans to smithereens. Because the pig demon's corpse was too large, Chen Fan still dragged it for 3 days before dragging it back to the mountain forest in the west. Chen Fan swept through the crowd on the deck with an expressionless face, and with a single display of his divine sense, he saw Chen Shui, whose head was wrapped in bandages and lying in the medical care room. The ghost-faced man frowned and stared at the deposit slip. There was indeed no mistake that it was a deposit slip from the Sunrise Money Bank. Being Hattori Heiji's childhood friend, and having always secretly liked Hattori Heiji, Toyama Kazuha instantly notices Hattori Heiji's abnormality. He needed a little time to take in the mammoth news, so mammoth that it could destroy the first half of his life. A moment ago, she was jealous that Lang Lili had such a handsome agent, and was still speculating about Lang Lili's true relationship with Feng Yi, while the vermilion bird on the side kept asking about the specifics. As there was no point more worthy of Xing Yu's attention, he excused himself and left first. But to be honest, even if Zhao Jia Orange's mother faced Xia Andy with an attitude that was superior to him, Xia Andy deep down understood that this was a normal situation, or at least belonged to the normal nature of humans. This is one of the reasons why zero chipping can only be called chipping, while the Tezuka field can be called a field. The blood dragon side of the soul tiles shattered continuously. So how come there was no discovery, no alarm, and no support? He solved Andrew's apparent desire to support his hometown's economy, to bring a pharmaceutical plant, to have a pharmaceutical plant in the city of Icon, although the names might have been renamed. In the case that the looks and appearance and family history and so on were the same as what he knew, Chen Anxia had already determined the world he was in this time. Bai Hocheng didn't open his mouth to answer when he heard this. He just nodded his head as an answer to this question. You who? Still tough-mouthed. Lu San. Take his fingers and smash them one by one for me. I'd like to see if this son of a can still bark like this in a while. Zhang Ying grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth and laughed. She is now incense to make long. In wearing, incense courtyard has a fixed quota. Although the style are very old, but at least it is also gold hairpin silver jewelry. Not long after, the man had swum back. He rolled and crawled to the shore, and looked back, but he saw that Black Whirlwind did not pay attention to him, but was tossing and turning in the water, not knowing what he was doing, and he was sort of relieved. Chapter 147, Numb, really numb. Lu Ran came to the torch. Looking at the small fire in front of him, there was a profound suspicion that this was not the eternal flame, but it's also definitely not the normal lighting fixture here. Inside this hall, which was empty, apart from the dwarven statues on the left and right sides, this torch was the only one that stood out the most. And the spot where the torch was located was right in the middle at the end of the hall. Absolute C-suite, just to be on the safe side. Lu Ran also, last general is here. When Li Jin and Yuchi Baochuang heard Li Yunfei's words, they instantly felt a secret joy in their hearts, knowing that they would be able to lead the troops in the future, and couldn't help but stand out with their heads held high in chests, as if they were standing tall like a bamboo general. Dream Inquirer stayed overseas to heal his wounds, and the group of overseas cultivators dived within the sea of clouds, and at this moment, nearly 20 figures in the rolling hills rushed out one after another, going in two directions to the Green Peak Mountain and the ice plains. There are stretch marks, only lighter in color. There was a light layer of pigmentation on her eyelids and cheeks, so light that it was barely noticeable. Ha! Everyone rest assured, there's nothing wrong with King Qin, but girl, can you let the old man take your pulse? After observing for a long time, the Medicine King probably deduced Li Yunfei's situation, but he still had to finalize whether it was or not, and now the Medicine King was 80% sure. In fact, Gong Xiaoxia really felt that if Xiaofang Yuan was afraid he wouldn't have pulled Xiaofang Yuan hard to go. Senior need not be polite. Between you and I is exchange. Have come and gone what thank you word can say. Fongla this heart can still think of which Shin Bing in prana. Worried about this Dan Guzi to block their words, immediately is the first to say. This arrow of sorrow, which was equivalent to a high-level storm cloud god Real Might, was incomparably powerful, and it was a bit difficult for Cloud to kill it without turning on the Heart of Creation energy conversion. Ha! I really don't know if I should scold my heart for being too pretentious. How can I be a good person when I'm already as stiff as iron and stone? Ding! A metallic clinking sound rang out. The longsword in the other party's hand had actually caught Xuerengui's this blade, and that was even with Xuerengui swinging the blade with all his might. And the most difficult for people to understand is that the Japanese army staff will ignore the extremely important information collection and organization and logistical supplies. Almost most of the war, there are Japanese soldiers where a large number of freezing, starvation and death of disease appeared and even appeared to starve to death more than the death of the example of the war. What answered Lu Tu was a roar to kill. Immediately after that a golden light rose up into the sky. It was 100 feet tall, like a sword plunging straight into the sky. In the next moment, the mountain peak shattered. The banks of the stream at the moment were covered with maple leaves as red as fire, thick and fluffy as scarlet cushions. Shin Kongping originally wanted to follow his sister back to Kyoto. At least there is he can take care of. But Shin Jiaojiao how reluctant. If the big brother followed her how can still be free to take care of Joey? I don't know about this. After all, I'm not clear about what happened between you two. But Zhang Sanfeng, this person's style of behavior is very strange. Even for us, it's difficult to get along with him. Heaven's Fury said seriously. Ha ha, who are you? Han Yi couldn't help but lighten up as well when he heard Shin's words in his mind. Of course, but don't worry, it's impossible for the vast ocean borer clan to stay in this place, and when the time comes, I'll naturally take them away, and you'll be the true king of this place. Han Yi said slowly. The humble minister is willing to hear about it. There was no way. Since the leader liked this tone, Shin Yu could only cooperate at ease and fulfill the leader's vanity needs. After this battle, I will also stay away from the Jianghu. I don't know when I'll be able to see this chatterbox again. Chen Kuhong slightly missed it, and also felt that he was being cheap, actually missing the annoying chatterbox. Chapter 148, Forge of the Dwarf King. Good thing this time, with Lu Xinxin's acceleration skill, and downhill, Lu Ran's speed flew. It's almost like pulling an egg and running. Get to the end of the organ tunnel as fast as you can. Lu Ran's eyes swept. Sure enough, in the corner of the root of the wall, a fist-sized button was found. Holy, such a big pile. Why didn't I realize it before? Lu Ran muttered. Press the button casually. Instead of helping the big boss get off the hook, she'd just wait for the big boss to go to jail and then she'd change her identity along the way. Which wouldn't be long anyway. Less than a month's time. So she'd just wait. The other people are all relieved. Look. 2 months they are helpless. Did not expect MOEN 2 days will be 6 son snatched back from the ghost gate. Now his breath is very stable. Inside and outside of the injury is also a lot better. Just have not woke up. Got MOEN this sentence. They are more at ease. As men do. Get involved with as many people as possible and let their chi drain toward her. That corpse saw Luffy. And also followed Luffy's example of holding his belly and pointing his finger at Luffy. Laughing so hard that he couldn't straighten up. By noon, MOEN had solved a 209-star river lion. And was lying down by the river to rest. With a snow-white rope in his hand. And the other end of that rope was tied. To the very same river lion. In the end, the manager ordered a table full of food. For a person who was no longer a company to be so polite. Jane Yu was a little puzzled to understand what kind of show he is singing. Ling Yuchi stood on her tiptoes and directly blocked his lips. She loved his taste. She was going to take advantage of these 3 days to have enough. You don't want to say that this berserk blood rhinoceros was killed by Yin Fan, do you? Meng Hai couldn't help but snicker with a mocking expression. I knew you were disrespectful for old age. Chu Yang immediately executed the Wandao Xian sword, breaking the attack with a sword. The sword walked like a snake. The sword chi penetrated horizontally and horizontally, forming a sword net, blocking the 3 chi-ons, but he was also forced back by that strong impact. Jinchu's prediction was right. As soon as she opened her eyes, she noticed a strong sense of binding gradually trapped soul. Some kind of huge power is deep inside the carving down layers of shackles and marks that do not belong to them. Complicated symbols accompanied by silver lines will be the entire soul entangled like a chrysalis. In the hijacking cannot be escaped. The director of instruction, who had arrived late, did not know what was going on, and thought that the students had discovered the arrival of Zhao Jiaka, and in a moment of excitement had rounded up the people. But Li Berlin here left a mindful eye and brought those treasures with him, and there was actually a hint of a fluke in his heart. However, because of some reason of Yondu's, it made him not fulfill Iago's employment and gave up his original mercenary status to become a marauder. And since then he has been marauding throughout the universe for a living. I hurriedly turned my head to look, and realized that there was no one behind me, but a streak of blood. My heart instantly a little hairy. Feel my scalp began to tingle. She cursed him in her heart for eating so late. He would have to be fat in the future, and would also have 3 highs. Not the high of being rich and handsome, but the high of blood fat, blood pressure and blood sugar. Of course, the Tai immortal seed of the Demon King realm would not have any effect on demon zones for those above demon zones, and this was one of the limitations. Until after successfully developing the smart brain system, he was assassinated by a commercial spy from another country and died accidentally. But he knew his situation. Perhaps the Northwest was the best place for him to be, and a big reason why he chose this place was because of his realm and his right hand. Inside the amethyst-like orb, eyes like the pupils of a beast were revealed as if space had been torn apart. Tao Guixian sniffed, then retrieved the folding fan in his hand, and also threw the precious sword that was nailed to the ground not far away in front of Chen Biao, then raised his head and left. Chapter 149, A Dwarf Forge. You'll be satisfied. Monolithic Castle. King Baron the dwarf stood in front of the dwarven furnace and looked at the dead dwarven furnace, looking back at Lu Ran and the others waiting behind him. Then turning back, he took a deep breath and carefully took out the eternal flame. When Lu Ran had first included it in his backpack, he had taken it in directly. At that moment, he watched the dwarf king hold it in his palm. It's like a candle flame that could go out at any moment. The youth frowned, looking impatient with Bai Chi's repeated disobedience, and was planning to do a little coercion. But before he could explode his words, he was stopped by another youth tapping him on the shoulder, and jerked sideways and backed up a step, seemingly wary of the youth who had tapped him on the shoulder. Rin Niai pretended to push back a bit, and then agreed with a look of compulsion as if she was overwhelmed by the hospitality. Toys? Just kidding. Gu Knight raised her head just as a flying bird swept by. She raised her hand in a seemingly casual manner, took a slight aim, and shot the crossbow in her hand. The bird snapped out of the air. As the two Bai Chi brothers passed by their nest, they happened to see them flying out of the nest and moving around. Imagine how many devices with attribute protoliths attached to the entire city. These things were simply the rations of the beasts, including the humans themselves who were also their delicacies, so one could imagine how great the city's allure was to the beasts. The minds of the young girls in the audience and those who were planning to look for a match for the young girls and their families came alive. Ji Yu knew Yu Lingan's concern. It was really that this trip had too many bad memories. Even if it was as tough as Yu Linghan, there were also times when he felt fear. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. Yu Linghan revealed this side not to mention Ji Yu. The audience outside the field were killed a large part of the second. Although he also wanted to help his sister, he really had little talent when it came to medicinal herbs, and felt that many herbs looked similar. He'd done a few favors with good intentions, but he kept getting mixed up. and was forbidden by his sister to touch herbs again. The older brother, Ai Yurin, who was disabled, has to shoulder the heavy burden of taking care of all the affairs of the whole house. Li Bai wrote the poem, The Bright Moon Comes Out of the Tianshan Mountain, between the vast clouds and the sea. It is about the Tianshan Mountain near the city of Wu. The star spirit ticked away, only for less than a few seconds to pass, only for the star spirit to be alerted again. Of course, it was the high-level demons who were behind it, urging the tides of beasts and agitating the demons, forming a huge disaster that invaded and attacked the various parts of the human race, thus causing the lives of the people to be in a state of abundance. This player was a breeder and boarded a beast after arriving in the human kingdom. This fellow Daoist, are you really an heir of the Taiji Hall? Someone really couldn't suppress their curiosity and asked. Cough, cough. Collapsing on the ground, Mu Yun Chang spewed out another mouthful of blood and let out a painful groan. The other players who had teamed up with Hakuho were all rather puzzled by what he was doing at this point. However, in the eyes of the onlookers, Qin Ming's words were obviously a step down for the Star Lord. Qin Ming has been a man of two lives, and naturally understands very well about these people who know how to deal with the world. Bai Wei got into the Kyoto Experimental Middle School with excellent grades, the same school as Qi Shuyo. In addition to Ji Yenma transferred to a city to go to school. The remaining 4 are still in Kyoto. Lin Nuan scraped Nyenner's nose and then felt that it was not enough, so she couldn't help but touch her own brother's slippery and white face again. The makeup artist was discussing the shade of makeup with them, and after the makeup was done, the brides would leave the makeup artist with wedding candies symbolizing sweetness. Nyenner looked at the weapon spirit's red dress, and that blood-red hair, like ruby eyes. If this appeared with such a look, it would probably scare a lot of people. Lin Nuan nodded. She rather felt a little embarrassed. She always thought that she was smart, but sometimes she really used her heart and mind too much. Lin Nuan often fell into a daze recently. Chapter 150, A New Sacred Weapon. Snap. Lu Ran took the sea-defining trident in his hands. You can even feel the warmth on it. He couldn't wait to open the attribute panel to check it out, but haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Just got an alert. Your equipment Dwarven Sacred Weapon Vonin Sea-Setting Trident has entered the second place in the global equipment ranking. Does it display your profile information? Oh, Lu Ran's eyes lit up. The call was from the apartment owner, and she told him that she and Sishin were lovers, so she couldn't use her ID to register. However, she could pay him 3 times the room rate, so that he could make a quiet phone call to inform her when someone came to her door. By the way, he could find a way to help her delay. I told Wei Lianshu to stay at home and drove to the hospital. When I was about to call him in front of the hospital, he had already appeared next to my car. Mu Yi looked at him powerlessly. Her eyes were a little dulled by these icy words of his. The first time Mu old man to find outsiders to borrow money. A high Taiju questioned. Feel a bit ashamed. The bottom of the heart was born to beat the drum of the heart. Upon hearing this, Qian Fu Gue let out a sigh. Seeing that Imo Shangu refused to leave, he couldn't say anything and could only leave. It's okay, it's just an engagement, not a marriage yet. Xue Jingxue didn't know how she should go about comforting Qin Shan. What kind of a character Su Fei was. She had inquired about some of them during this period of time. If Qin Shan really married Su Fei, then she was really jumping into a fire pit. Qin Hai was clearly dissatisfied, protesting inside Qin Yu's embrace, looking pitifully at Lin Xingmao, clearly intending to let Lin Xingmao carry him. Tai Zhu. It's not that old Uncle Mu doesn't want to borrow. It's just that this interest rate of yours is really too high. More than what my heart expects. Eat some together? Lin Xingmo served out some of the medicinal meal and pushed it inside a white porcelain bowl in front of Qin Yu, her eyes full of smiles. Lin Xingmo felt that perhaps she, herself, could really try to make a fresh start with this man in front of her. No, it was Xue Jingxue who told me, Lin Xingmo whispered, obviously feeling some hard feelings about misunderstanding Qin Yu. The master honors the servant, and the servant represents the master's face, and now that Kakai has been reached with a pig's head, it represents someone else slapping him, Di Qiuxing Xiaowei, in the face. As the Phoenix City's city lord, the Phoenix City's young city lord, one of the 4 emperors, Mo Fengmai and Mo Liani have both been to the Phoenix Hall. They certainly know that this Phoenix Hall is not so easy to open. If no one opens it from the outside, it's impossible to get out at all. Education in Yokohama also flourished as never before, with Chinese merchants investing in a Dado school for Chinese, which was filled with Chinese students. Alas, it's been so many years. When will he be able to return? Although all along, she had never revealed to others the thoughts in her heart. In fact, every day when she woke up, as soon as she opened her eyes, she would anxiously look around for the figure of her husband who had not returned for a long time. This time the phone rang. Look at the number is Lu Chengfeng. Chen Fei. After connecting Lu Chengfeng will time and place to tell Chen Fei. He said that he had made an appointment with the person in charge of the Kongshan group, and that he would be at Chenfei's hotel at night. Forget it, asking is also in vain. Continue to look for it. No way. Who let this main city make such a bigot? But so looking down also do not know to find when. Why do not I try to use the divine sense to check? So I closed my eyes, with the idea of controlling the divine sense. Will spread out the divine sense. Began to carry out carpet check. In fact the following day it was Dracula's who left without saying goodbye. He told no one and instructed Leonard to leave quietly. I'm looking for Uncle He to ask clearly. The more Wu Yulin thought about it, the more impossible it became. Turning around and about to go out and down the stairs at He Yehua. Chapter 151 All I want is experience. Got the finished forged weapon. Honestly, Lu Ran was actually not particularly satisfied. I was expecting it to be very bombastic. After all, the Elven Wings, which was a holy weapon, not only allowed Lu Ran to have the ability to fly, also, it is possible to summon the Nature Elf clan to aid in battle. Contrast. Although the Tinghai Trident has a higher 4-dimensional attribute, and by itself provides an exaggerated 20% increase in damage from all skills. His words did not fall. Next to the Dongling Iwu figure a move. Several ice-ons stabbed out. Actually will be silver-ons at once grid open a few feet. And Dongling Chinyu also did not idle. With a wave of the hand. Around them, crackling a sound. Various colors of spiritual light flashes. In the surroundings of the flash of spiritual flowers, Cui Wen couldn't stop the panic in her heart. And when she suddenly saw Cui Yin come in, a few complaints arose in her heart. Many people have some objections to 100% pure fruit juice, because looking at the box clearly written 100% pure fruit juice, but the ingredients are written on the concentrated fruit juice and water. The Jing Spirit King finally softened after gazing at Adila for a long time, and after inviting out the 10 elders to come out, he invited Adila into the secret room to talk to him. You're not? Chenlu also froze. He turned around and seriously looked the co-lieutenant up and down, the smile on his face slowly disappearing. Obviously, this Lu is also often mixed in a variety of secret realm of people. Know that this time can never move. This time to participate in the battle of the return to the realm of the absolute few. If this time to stand up, and so on the back of the people came. The two how to die don't know. Seeing Miao Ji's body alone but also well planted in the jade basin, Melanie was relieved and hurriedly put one hand on Miao Ji's branch, wanting to put her into the ring space. People can always see the success of the successful people when the glory and how many know that they were once down and out? Defeating the blood-colored giant sword, the silhouette seemed to fade a bit, more dimly, with some fatigue on his face, and returned to the lance, everything, as if it hadn't happened. The supreme ruling power. Humph, who do you think you are? Tian Xiang waved his hand and slapped it. Continue on. What do you use to rule over other creatures? The male humanoids, in particular, hadn't seen a single one accompanying them. A scratch, life and death. The only remaining 6 snipers, all planted from the tree, and the solution to the Mu where the battle, around a circle of trees, as much as be cut off. Although his body was like an iron tower, Qin Tianju's hands were extremely flexible, and when Yan Wuji reacted, he could only reach out to resist. This kick was extremely heavy and fierce. Although his hands caught the kick, he flew out. He was so annoyed that he was just about to stare angrily, but he saw that the light machine gun was pointing at him. Looking at all the things Shang Che had done, Lin Feng smiled and without saying anything, he directly approached Ji Changhua as the leader of the dragon team. After a hangover, Lin Yu woke up the next day with a splitting headache, but he is not a normal person. Running the 7-star sword technique mind back to clear and bright. The pain also went away. Lu Lingmeng on the side of the thoughtful offer of fragrant tea into the throat, run the heart. The whole body is soothing and refreshing. Head hanging low, this blood-robed figure was silent for a while, before he spoke softly, with some struggling colors flashing in his eyes, but immediately after by Shu's words, Xiao Yuro was disheartened, lost her light, and crouched on the bridge and cried into tears. In fact, even without Gui's help, with Wang Jian's hands, he could climb down slowly along the elevator slide on the wall, and with Zhao Tong's command missing, the others were all on their own, and for a while, they were unable to break through the trio's defense. The heavenly rank high-grade martial skill was emitted, and in this place where he could use his internal chi infinitely, Xiamu's palm had reached the full strength that he could use. After reading the reply message provided by the game, Li Hao grabbed the 4,000 yuan on the coffee table and left the hotel room. He went to a convenience store next to the hotel, then used the change in his pocket to buy a can of coffee. It was possible to use RMB in Macau. It was just very uneconomical. Chapter 152 Skeleton soldiers thrown as cannonballs. After getting the elven wings, Lu Ran had tried flying, but it was the first time he flew this high. Looked down. Instead of feeling afraid of heights, Lu Ran felt soothed. The elven wings behind him were also not difficult to maneuver. As if they were Lu Ran's own arms, they could be manipulated at will. Ground. Countless dwarves were looking at Lu Ran in the sky. Is that the human necromancer? We'll go pick up Mom together. And certain people will stay here to do their homework if they can't finish it. Fong Jikong glanced at Fong Rushu. She pinched this Lin Jichio's hand. Lin Jichio is the root of the clan. Throwing away this unworldly sect, she can't let this Lin Jichio die either. Instead of being with someone like Ai Zhenlin, who says one thing and does another, it would be better to be with someone as simple as Zhao Zikai, who at least doesn't have to fight so much if he's with Zhao Zikai. Gu Jili's heart was as hot and painful as if a knife had cut through it. How could he not be heartbroken? Gao Hongfei looked at Ji Yuping's mouth as if she wanted him to put him on speakerphone, which made him even more embarrassed. So said. Chongde Emperor immediately remembered. 3 years ago to given Zhang Kungfang impeachment at that time has been the secretary of the Taishan Temple of the Shishir. In the Huayang inspector once dried up the stolen silver and salt coarse silver more than 300,000 too, because the amount is huge. At that time had left a deep impression to the Emperor Chongde. Why don't we buy half a chicken and cook some chicken soup to make chicken soup noodles? Lu Mingxing cleared the table and asked. Since Boss Jade said it's delicious, then I'm sure there will be a lot of bosses picking it up later. Shen Xiaoming said with a smile. Zhao Zikai was acquainted with Ai Zhenlin, and in the past, he had already had several encounters with Ai Zhenlin, and each encounter still had a bad impression. And when I saw Bai Suzhen in real life today, I was really amazed by her worldly beauty. She did this. Nico also had to temporarily spare her life. Or tomorrow will certainly be rumored that she harsh treatment of subordinates responsibility. Lu Ming's grip on the knife became tighter. Cold sweat rolled down from his forehead. Suddenly, a black shadow chopped down. Lu Ming jumped out of the hole like a cheetah and swung his knife to kill the black shadow. The black shadow was Shi Kai, and a dozen experts attacked like ghosts. This uneasiness, which lasted until the end of the birthday party, not only did she not settle down, but she became more curious. Lin Xiaohuan blushed and hurriedly raised her hand to rub the corner of her mouth, but it was clearly dry there and there was nothing there. She was bewildered, but Wei Nightwind seemed to be very happy, his face full of triumphant treachery. What was that feeling like? Trance, disoriented, fainting. It always felt like her entire head had been pickled in a pickle jar by Yu Hong, muddled until she lost all ability to think. No matter how furiously Anan called out to her, she couldn't focus. I was the one who got you into trouble in the first place. So I should be the one to say I'm sorry. To be able to see that you're alright before you die. I'm really happy. Wan'er looked at Qi Ming's very warm face, forced a smile and said softly. Truthfully, she didn't accept Yang Jia painting now. She just thought that he was a good guy to try. In the bottom of her heart, Lu Shi's shadow still lingers. She still misses those times. Misses that clean and gentle boy who amazed her throughout the years. It was also unknown who sucked in a breath. And the sound was clearly transmitted into Han Siyu's ears. The man's thin lips pursed into a line, his eyes dark and deep. Yes, this metal giant that seemed to be like a sea-pin reflected a silver-colored light under the illumination of the bright stone. But this was not the focus of the whole scene. The real focus was, in the center of the cylindrical metal giant. What was that azure blue? Suspended, but without the slightest light coming through? When the dean of the Cultivation Academy was chanting, a soft voice slowly came from the distance, and finally the door opened, and a black-clothed figure entered here. Chapter 153, Nanako gives herself away. Northwest Sand and Sea. The fringe of where Lu Ran and the others once were. Nanako was so winded that the cloak she wore was covered in gravel. It was the first time she had felt the torment of the wind and sand since she had come to Longxia in her childhood days. The cape had lifted. Nanashir looked off into the distance at the seemingly calm area of the sandy sea. Opened the map to confirm. Sunkenly, he said, this is where they should have gone in. Iron Man cursed. At the moment can only choose to escape. But not yet flew out much farther was caught up by the missiles, accompanied by violent gunfire. Iron Man planted down. Hanan's face changed slightly as he felt such a strong aura, and his figure immediately flew toward the back. This piece of land are accidentally got. With the sky dropped pie almost. I did not think much at that time. Do not want to feel sorry for Dad. Confused to accept. I said. I looked again at the position of the black tall man at that moment. It was more than 10 meters away from us, and the melon was 7 or 8 meters away. And black tall man was 200 meters from the finish line. I looked at his words, my heart pounding, came to the bathroom to wash up, saw in the mirror there is a white and pink face, eyes are smiling, involuntarily touched his own face, the skin smooth and bouncy, looked down and cannot bear to look at, but with the young family army behind them, Wei Jing and the guards, a group of martial artists, were united in their resolve, for the court had already established a 350 000 strong young family army. Chang Xin sat across from me with an elegant demeanor, tasting the food with extreme care, occasionally looking up to say a sentence or two of small talk. Regarding the cooperation, he did not mention that it was not convenient for me to talk incessantly when he was the host, so I simply said one sentence and left it. In Ling Zhao's opinion, Dukeo was undoubtedly challenging his bottom line by saying this, making him apologize to Kyle? What kind of logic is that? Isn't this the surface of cowardice? This kind of attack, in such a wide battlefield, obviously can't play any role, but delaying some time is more than enough. The Dark Lokia obviously ate a loss earlier, so watch out for Ling Xiao. Even more not dare to meet with Ling Xiao face to face. Basically by the time we were done, which was when she fell asleep on top of me, I couldn't believe that what had just happened was really true. Mrs. The side of the Yen housekeeper heard that called a heartbeat. He used to follow the waiter in Kyoto. This life is the first time to hear someone dare to talk to the old lady Mu like this. That lady's temper. But catch up with an old queen. Their family lady in the future. The lady's temper can be compared to that of an old empress dowager. And their wife will not want to be well. 5 turns enlightenment pill. Grade 5 pill. Efficacy. Is enlightenment. Let a person have an epiphany. Different levels of cultivators. The length of time of the epiphany after taking it varies. The effect also varies. To say that this He Miao and Lu Pan's personality is really similar to a few points. And even say words like this. Lin Jiajia sometimes envy them this dashing and unrestrained. But her personality and upbringing so that she cannot not be irrational. Fu Shijin laughed back in anger and didn't say anything. His pair of dark eyes looked at Lin Jiajia in a clear and cold way. And his curved thin lips hooked out a touch of mockery. Lin Jiajia? What are you talking about? Why does it seem like it's quite deep? I can't even understand some of it. He Miao asked as he looked up while eating his food. He fell headfirst onto it and wrapped his arms directly around my waist to hold me in his arms, looking exhausted. While looking to return to the Dong mansion, Han Jinhan happened to meet an acquaintance. This acquaintance is no other than General Nubizi, who led the last arrest at the tea house. Mu Jijun teasingly surveyed her. The fear on her face had completely pleasured him. The more uneasy she was, the more excited and energized he became. Lu Wu whispered in her ear before her body was picked up by him. The head was pressed into his arms. Lippy asked his team to take advantage of the opportunity to step up their attack. But France's midfield defense was tough, the combination of Vieira and Makalele was impermeable, and there wasn't much Italy could do for a while. Chapter 154, New Skills and New Phrases Unlocked Again. Northwest Kunlun? If I remember correctly, the northwestern region of Longxia is still a forbidden region, right? The leader mused. Indeed it is a forbidden area. The Kunlun zone is also a forbidden area. The Death Valley is the only passage in the Kunlun zone. Although the level of the monsters is also very high, but at least it is not a forbidden area. Now that President Neil and the others have infiltrated into the Dragon Summer, and so far they are fine, President Neil's ability is still unquestionable. Someone said. The leader then nodded in satisfaction. As long as they are not the kind of people who are on the verge of death and whose blood and young energy have failed, they are generally not afraid of ghosts. Coco, I really didn't think about how I should say this matter before, but you're my friend, so I feel like I should talk to you about this matter. Yan Fei made up her mind. After coming to the store and taking a look, even with his knowledge, he couldn't help but see a flash of amazement in his eyes. Just as Landon and Evina went back to rest, the group of 200 had reached an inlet and, after some hesitation, finally stopped. The current Liu Bei is not yet the future lord who will only use tears as a weapon, and he can't look too weak when he's holding a two-stranded sword. Even Li Su-man, who had always been arrogant, had to bow down to Wang Taika under such suppression, something Wang Taika had never thought of. Tile brought the food on his fork into his mouth with the elegant posture expected of an aristocrat, chewing slowly and swallowing fully before speaking. When this was said, Gu Hanshi didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, when Liang felt her heart and liver tingle again. This time, however, Lilith had taken the initiative to appear in front of Vivian, dragging a corpse. When the crowd heard Sima Yi's words, they all said, the world says that Lord Sima and Lord King don't get along, but it seems to be something out of nothing. Thinking of the fact that previously Sima Yi had repeatedly advised Yu Jing not to go to war, they felt that Sima Yi was a loyal person and an excellent friend. The ghost girl didn't wait for Lu Jingshui to react before launching a surprise attack. Demon girl, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that, a handful of carbon was smeared on her whitest leg. Lu Jingshui did not show any weakness to launch a counterattack. Just by a single leap, he flew up in the air, and with a fierce forward swing of the 10,000 Ren Dragon Abyss sword, a green-colored pike flew out towards the 24 Ice Spirit Divine Needles. After swinging out the pike, he made several more turns in the air, turning around sharply. Wang Xianlong shook his head to signal that he was fine, coughed lightly twice, and walked slowly toward Grandpa Lu's hospital bed. Tingjia, I still have a bit of a story with this Kai Yi. Then Chen Ning told the story of when he invited Kai Yi to join the new army in Shandong. After picking up Shi Yan, the four of them helped him heal his wounds, and while he was healing his wounds, the old man with the skull suddenly changed a gesture. Seeing him do so, another old man with hair that was a little yellow and white hastily stepped in to stop him. However, at this moment, Yun Feng was as if he had been possessed by a magic pattern book. Even his divine soul had the feeling that it was about to go out of his body. At this time, not only Xiaolin, but also the people at the bottom were baffled. What happened? How did it disappear all of a sudden? Lu Atomi picks up her cell phone and sends a message to Lu Lingshan. The plan has been successful. Fei Liangyan has completely collapsed. Lu Atomi looked at the message has been sent on her cell phone and smiled coldly. She had completely gone back. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from her neck as Xie Chao took a bite of her neck. Sharp teeth piercing through the skin and continuously sucking her blood. They're completely ignoring our attacks and focusing all their defense shield energy on the wing thrusters. Quite a headache, Valentine said sharply. Su Chen didn't know about Zhao Dayan's grudge against his sister and Ring Yuan's brother-in-law, and smiled faintly at Zhao Dayan before sitting down. Let's leave today. Knowing where Shi Qingxuan's anger came from, the teenager let out a bitter smile and rubbed his nose in embarrassment, strongly pressing down the horror in his heart. Shiman Juni instantly disappeared into the rain. Although this Riang garrison was not elite in his eyes, he was by no means willing to try to be chased down by a large army. Chapter 155, Manipulation Even After Death. Skill, Resurrection of the Dead. Cooling, 60 minutes. Consumption, 100 mana. Effect, resuscitate all non-professional non-boss units within 30 meters that have been dead for no more than 5 minutes for 1 minute. This skill, of course, Lu Ran had already known about it. And, this skill is still famous and is the iconic skill of necromancers entering a new phase. The dead come back to life. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt that she didn't know where to start with these words and looked at Lu Kaiqing suspiciously, waiting for her to explain. Li Lishuan didn't train on the training field, but stayed on the sidelines with his computer. And more yen is instead of Li Lishuan's position on the field and the players to play training games. In this way, STR Yen itself is young. Instead, STR Yen is like a student, and Li Lishuan is like a team coach. Lu Shui said follow me, said she took out a piece of ice. Lei immediately agreed to cooperate with the ice into the high-voltage electricity. This is not to see that she is more familiar in Jiangnan. Want to ask her something? Morong Shiyu explained. In fact, he suspected that Leng Painting Ping also had a purpose to come to Jiangnan, and that purpose was exactly the same as his. It was all for that fake emperor's son-in-law. The two of them had the notion in their heads that they were in any position to interrupt when their master was speaking, and that their names were in any position to be heard by him. I'm not sure, but lately Jinan has been experiencing more frequent troop movements, and supplies from all over the world are being shipped to Jinan in a steady stream. The rest is unknown. Yi Xian said as such. During this period of time, he was also reflecting on the fact that if it was always in this state, then what was he doing in Jinan? Leng Shanchue directly left the front hall, and Leng Qingfeng said to Leng Painting Ping, rest well, don't think too much. Then he followed Leng Shanchue's footsteps and left. Lin Joy then called his 404 brothers and told them to arrive early tomorrow to help. In Hong Rui's memory, the feng shui of the Heavenly Court is not the most outstanding place of feng shui in the world, but on the contrary, it is flawed everywhere and imperfect in every aspect. At first she purposely didn't heal his injuries in order to get out of the way, and she often fought with him, purposely pissing him off. Nonsense? Yao Jin raised his eyebrows. His expression was very contemptuous, not putting Feng Rui in his eyes. Mo Longyue was startled and hastily supported her, reaching out and naturally resting on her wrist, but saw that her pulse was weak and heavy, but seemed to be there but not there. But it is clearly the image of serious injury. No, I only bought the house back later when I realized you sold it. He shook his head. Saying that, Lu Qingyi pulled Mo Langyu to the inner bedroom. From the hidden compartment on the wall, he took out a long box, opened it and took out a long sword from it. The snow on the ground melts a little and freezes again, and that's because the butterfly's tears are falling drop by drop. Back in the bedroom, after Shueishan and I showered, neither of us were sleepy, so we turned off the lights and lay on the bed to talk. What to do? She should have expected Tian Ming to be like this. How could Tian Ming be fine at all after a seizure like that? He must have been having a hard time, but had been holding it together until the end. In no time at all, a variety of kebabs were delivered 6 by 6, arriving before some of the first arrivals, and both the owner and the guest seemed to feel that this was the natural thing to do. Abandoning the use of brute force, he took a serious recollection and hammered the electronic lock control window with his finger tiger, stripping a few wires and cross-connecting them. A spark flashed and the door cracked open in a line and resumed its motionlessness. All the lights going out with it. Oh, I'll listen to you. Liang Xuechen's thin lips hooked up a touch of evil arc. Between his eyebrows there was a deep meaning. One hand rubbed the hair on my forehead, and only then started the car and drove towards the road home. The concierge recently received too many annual gifts, only asked which family sent, did not look into it and left it. Later on, I looked closely and realized that it was not a yearly gift, but a congratulatory gift for the lady's birthday. Chapter 156, The First Encounter with Nanako. After the three of them had read it, there honestly wasn't much of a ripple in their hearts anymore, because any miracle that happened to Lu Ran seemed to be so rare. They're getting used to it. But the shock, always, remains. Right eye bristled breathlessly. He said, it's so hard to have a skill that's a bit of a cocktail to the current stage of Lu Ran, but as it turns out, the words instantly make up for it, transforming it perfectly. Without waiting for her to open her mouth, the man in front of her had already raised his hand and removed the mask, revealing the demonic handsome face that charmed all beings. Gu Qing waited for Gu Beixing to fall asleep before coming out of the inn. The night outside was already dark. There were few pedestrians, only a few restaurants at the end of the street were still brightly lit. After all, in the eyes of many people, he is also half of Dumbledore's support for the full-fledged successor. Even if some time ago because of the matter of Umbridge and Hogwarts relationship is slightly tense, but as long as you can successfully plant a nail in the school, that is considered to be a success. When Shen Yuscape saw this, she pouted unhappily. Why is this person like this? Could it be that he really likes that manly woman? The relationship between the sons of the royal family is most delicate, especially the brothers around Shin Nanchang. Most of them are afraid of Shin Nanchang, so even if they have some dealings, they are only superficially attending the palace banquet together. The concubine is also bad luck. If usual, Kangxi lost her child, at least we'll pity her some days. Not far outside the woods, Gu Qingwan leaned behind a tree and watched the scene, her face expressionless, her fingers clasping hard on the bark of the tree. What really shocked Brendan Dwayne was that a minute had passed, and his player was still weaving around in the sky, and hadn't gotten out of Elena's lock as cleanly as he'd hoped, and started trying to counterattack. You all actually carry a medicinal scent on you. It can't be that you're all disciples of the Lu family, right? Hu Ling opened her eyes, her slightly raised corners of her eyes charmingly showing. Before long, the three of them arrived one by one at the backstage of the hall, where some people were still cleaning up the mess. Jia Zhang once secretly wiped with a corncob and was discovered and severely criticized by the members of the community. Thus, the task of finding Shirley's whereabouts falls on Bourbon, a top-notch figure in the organization in terms of intelligence-gathering ability, observation and insight. Cage immediately made a move to destroy all the contracts after saying this. A wail that penetrated deep into the soul emanated from the contracts, but Belle did not feel any different. After figuring out the principles of alchemy and learning that she still had spiritual power, Xia Yuanyue had more confidence, but they had a mutual friend, so they couldn't talk with impunity, and only sent 2 crying emojis, meaning not to bring him along. This guy is going to fight for his life. Adam sensed the abnormality, and the 6 ice wall drawings that had already been prepared were spread on top of the ground. Night and day together. Let her forget. Shilan Yu from not a good person. He is a tent businessman. Is a good hand in moving the wind and clouds. Is that a wolf in sheep-esque clothing? Shen Jizhenjin was so full of guarding the feelings of his senior brother and nephew at this time that he had no time to care about anything else. He made a move to stop Xia Ruyue, but Xia Ruyue had already set her sights on Feng Yuanyi, who was flying towards the side, and had no intention of circling around with him as she leaped forward and headed straight towards Feng Yuanyi's side. It was not easy for himself to have a little bit of development and open up some industries, but there are always people who want to make trouble. This problem can never be spoiled. Amuro Turu brings his apron to help, completely unaware that he's just leaving and Ji is sneaking up on the teacher. Originally, Zhang Yu was still eating lines with Chen Wuyin on the lower road, but realizing that the other party had possibly entered the wild area, Chen Wuyin and Zhang Yu immediately turned back, and without even taking a look at the defensive tower, they directly withdrew in the direction of the second tower. Long Xiaotian must know about his master. Therefore, Yifeng felt that if he had the strength to fight Long Xiaotian, he could know everything. Chapter 157, Don't Panic. Beauty. The sand is a little light this time of year. Nanasan was at the edge of the forbidden area, facing the sandy sea area. Suddenly, she looked up with a furrowed brow. Not far away, a young man who looked hangdog and not too old walked slowly over. 4 eyes met for a moment. A glint flashed in Nanashi's eyes, then frowned and murmured, "The necromancer." But only 47. Jane was sensed a moist and gloomy air behind her. The movement of rubbing her eyes paused, and pretended to continue as if nothing had happened. while her remaining light fell on the shadow of the window prongs that were cast down by the dark moonlight in the middle of the carriage. I have a question and some conditions. I hope you can answer me directly the exact information, Tim asked seriously as well. As the beam missed him by a fraction of a second, Callens mistook it for a miscalculated maneuver by the enemy, and instead of making a move to block it, he accelerated towards the pyramid-shaped satellite infested with shadow creatures. The teenager who called himself Michelle was a chestnut-haired, blue-pupiled, beautiful boy who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old, dressed in a white golden ceremonial robe, with a hood on his head, and carrying a solid gold cross. Only after hearing the words of these Shui family members did Chen Xiangfu let out a slight sigh of relief. The only thing she relied on now was Ling Hao. Plus she herself was grateful for Ling Hao's outburst, so she naturally didn't want Ling Hao to suffer any failure. As soon as the words fell, blood awnings flew from the ghost demon Z's body as he took a step towards Yi Tian, his large hand sweeping fiercely towards Yi Tian. In the past 2 months, the most talked about figure in the immortal sect was the wife of the Feng clan's head of Henzhou, who had been strangely missing for 12 years and had only recently reappeared. In the eyes of the apostles, it was a lead gray mech that stood 300 meters tall and was so large that it was beyond normal. Most of Yang Tingfan's attention was on that long iron rod, so she could see it more clearly. Awesome! The Shushan sect is really as awesome as I thought it would be. Takiko Nagishi couldn't help but say excitedly as she finished reading it right after Ayumi. After a few moments had passed, slightly calming some of the agitation in his body, but Blue Starry Night was still selling her ghostly roars and screams in his ear. Bai Zhan looked at the pretty face that disturbed his mind, his big innocent eyes blinking, watery and full of tantalizing pink lips. Feng Qingqing didn't even know about the invitation. She was stopped by the door guard who asked her to show the invitation. Tang! White River's voice had just come out when he saw Tango suddenly drop Tiger's hand and press his side ear against Tiger's chest. Aren't all females delicate and weak, waiting for them orcs to protect them? Why does Tango have that kind of killing aura? What kind of person was Tangwei in the end? This doubt couldn't help but pop up in the hearts of almost all the beastmen present. She went near the heat source only by instinct, even hugging Chu Ruijia's waist, close to his chest, and unceremoniously resting on his arm. Up so early to make breakfast? Don't you have a little more rest? Jin Xing didn't look up, only raising his eyes to look at the clear porridge at the table. I casually surveyed this dormitory. The standard bed under the table, 4-person dormitory. Zhang Xinyue's position in the right-hand side of the window position. But she had just crossed over today and encountered a demon, making her feel that what she had learned had not been in vain. Li Sisi sighed, however, did not respond for a long time, so Lin Yu turned his head to look and found Li Sisi sitting on her side with her hands on her knees, resting her head sideways on her knees. The man frowned for a moment before walking up and kicking the guard directly in front of him. Good. Then I won't be polite with Captain Niu. There might be times in the future when I really need to trouble Captain Niu, Li Yanla said nonchalantly. Roar. A roar like that of a wild beast came out from Xie Wuji's mouth, and with both of his feet treading heavily on the ground, he charged towards the door again. Chapter 158, This Nima is invincible. Nanazin had never imagined that on the premise that the opponent would not utilize the elven army or put up any skills. It was amazing how she could feel panicked, and that's with her having the Orochi as a helper. Big talk, today, I will kill you. Nanayoi gritted her teeth and said. Seeing that Lu Ran really didn't use his elven wings, she was filled with joy. Although he was inwardly alarmed, he was also excited by Lu Ran's arrogance. Suddenly, a burst of pain on the head. Wang Xianlong busy loosened the ring around the waist of Lu Xiaoling's hand straightened up. See, Lu Xiaoling again reached out and clutched the hair on his head, forcefully pulled out. Again a few hair was hard to tear off. Straight pain. Wang Xianlong, a burst of teeth, grinning. Frowning, Chen Yi's eyes suddenly glared. His pupils contracted violently, and a terrifying idea appeared in his heart. And as soon as this idea appeared, it suddenly got out of hand and invaded Chen Yi's mind like a wildfire. Good guy, didn't you say you want to lose weight? Fei Lianyan snatched the chips from Shiyi's hand and held them in his hand, looking at Shiyi, looking at himself with a confused face. It was only after half a pillar of incense that Chen Yi nodded, and then walked towards the site of the auction. Chen, I really didn't expect your country to be in such a state. It looks like your Qing government will be finished soon, said George, Emily and Entwined. I reckon they must have stayed up all night, Lin Ping said excitedly. Therefore, to take this corpsine fruit, the best period is the fruit just after the condensation, absolutely not more than 1 incense time, because the longer the time, the fruit itself will lose more. Although Dong Chang and Bai Tang had always wished for Chen Yi's death, they now shared a common thought. Death, and you'll die after you win for me as well. Pang Shua snorted coldly, unflinchingly sarcastic. Going out is fake, cowering in the mansion is real. Right. Saying this, he pushed the butler away and lifted his steps towards the mansion. At this moment, in the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, in the middle of a secret room. Brush. However, Lu Pengfei was seen appearing in front of a coffin. However, just at that moment, a shelling sound startled him so much that he sprang up from his bed. No way. This won't do. More natives must be allowed to join in. Li Jiang muttered darkly as he mulled over the matter, and finally sent for Zhang Shihe, and after informing him of the situation in detail, he waited for his reply. However, this hairstyle of hers and the original are two very different styles. Ask yourself, Lin Ziyun still prefer her current hairstyle a little more. However, how to use him or arrange him is a thing that Li Jiang needs to carefully consider. Although he is smart, but let him suddenly join the research and development. I'm afraid that there is something wrong. Gentlemen, then let's talk while we fight. Tilio cut off the discussion between Berber and Sangra about the situation. But how could such a smart child suffer from that kind of problem? A term instantly flashed in the mind of Fireless Dance. Children with that kind of problem, they don't grow tall. It could be said that Lin Hao's identity was too amazing. However, after Lin Hao told that Wu Huan general to get up, Wu Huan immediately ordered to prepare a horse for Lin Hao and left the place. Could it be that you're just going to tolerate it? Nua frowned. She was never a character to be messed with. But whenever she was wronged, she would definitely retaliate at the first opportunity. Chang Yu's cultivation level was much higher than Yang Xian's, but at this moment, he was motionless, slightly hanging his head as if listening. The Falling Clouds sect all took out the 100 Spirit pill. The Danyu sect also took out the God Condensing pill, while the Sword sect took a box of ointment. The latter even found out that Mr. Shin and Jiang Lingxi were acquainted with each other, and visually the relationship was not bad, which was simply another knife into Su Qingmei's heart that had been continuously frustrated. Everyone thought of ways to make her happy every day, but she just couldn't be happy. Although she was far away from Su Ling, she could hear or see Su Ling's name every day, and she couldn't hide from it. Chapter 159, a little shock for Nanao. Do it, kill him, Nanako yelled. The original calmness had long disappeared without a trace, and at this moment, Nanako lost her composure. Lu Ran's calm, invincible demeanor caused goosebumps to rise all over her body. Not even Orochi's attacks are effective? Orochi was clearly very displeased by Nanako's yelling, but right now, it also felt that the necromancer from Long Xia in front of it was a bit weird. Gu's father has already begun to calculate which property in his name is the furthest away from them, and it is best to throw this son of a over there today. Out of sight, out of mind. You can't see that his gray hairs have disappeared in the past 3 years. In order that he does not have to start early in the thermos cup of Chinese wolfberry life. This son or early to get rid of the better. But it doesn't seem to work if you don't give it. Then again, it can't be helped by the fact that the plant Chasho is also a normal need. His favorite person was being bullied by the population. Ning Rongrong, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, was not happy and immediately stood up and retorted. Just then, the craft screen flickered and red streams of data appeared, converging into the Red Queen's form. In the next instant, Chen Yang howled miserably as his eyes exploded with blood, and then he couldn't see anything anymore. Looking at the 3 words Jian Zufu on the door plaque, Anan cheered, and then saw the 2 rows of fierce gods and goddesses, and hastily sank his voice. Either the legs go down and the back and arms are still up, or in short, they go up and down and the body is not coordinated at all. You're far away. So he appears to roll in the system without a doubt. The other side gained ranked village work strength. Then through this place, he and Wushuang City and the world society had always been in a hostile relationship, but what made Sword Saint strange was that Xiongba's strength had clearly exceeded his by a lot. He Shuryon looked at the departing Chu Yen, frowned, and looked at the cell phone number left on his cell phone. A resource like her naturally couldn't be allowed to be discovered by other sects. It had to be firmly held in his Star Palace City's hands, because the mood is not very good. So Shui Rui's lunch made relatively cope with a little. Shui Zhonggui understand his mood so did not say much. That came over to replace Shui Rui's husband, because he has not eaten Shui Rui's cooking, just as he is a normal play. So naturally even more cannot say anything. Prosperous streets are naturally crowded with people, and innate and unusual in general. From time to time, you can see one. Some are majestic iron armor guards, some are rich lords with flashy clothes, and some are even traveling merchants who come and go. As for the things that they will, that is the people in the Hades Hall tell themselves. Anyway, to the Hall of Hades people think. Money lost in the belly of the child has not been unloaded. That is to kill. People see the money lost in the life of the Yang also less than. Put back the money lost. And Qian lost Fan also with people to ask for some secret formula for survival. Third brother Zhao, either you demobilize and come back to my place. Show me a scene or something. Yang Shizhua looked at Zhao Yang seriously. Who did this? Ma Yang was also furious when he heard this. He and Yang Shizhua had always had a good relationship. Zhao Su really didn't know what to say, but his heart was quite happy. because Bai Jia has now been good with him again, then he will not come back to ink in the future. At the same time that the white ape stopped, Jiang Ning instantly felt that sensation of energy exploding and rushing through his body once again. I'm afraid that it was all an unknown number of years ago. It's really hard for you to remember. Jiang Xiaoxue laughed. There wasn't much conversation between the two, and in 3 or 2 minutes the ring had been enveloped in a transparent, light blue shroud of light. When the second dog heard these words, it was as if he had received some kind of amnesty. Immediately nodding his head to help, the tiger master stumbled outside and fled. Fong Zhang fell to the ground. His chest was in severe pain. This punch was more than 2,000 pounds of force, causing his chest to be sunken in, and his mouth was spitting out blood. Chapter 160, Body and Soul belong to Lu Ran. Instantly, Nanako tensed. After all, she'd always thought of herself as a pretty good-looking girl with a nice body, and in Sakura, the dream goddess of countless little lives, she knew absolutely nothing about Lu Ran. What if Lu Ran used this minute to do something to her? It's hard to understand that at this point in time. In this situation, Nanako still has these messed up thoughts. Presumably this is a woman. Ha, Mr. Wang, have you gone off the deep end lately with your debt collection? Are you sure you're calling for me? Li Ruofei had a puzzled look on his face. Back at home, stripped naked and jumped into a Situilan, adjusted the water temperature of the vat. After Pei Guang politely greeted him, he avoided the gaze of Ha Jinyuqi and came over to Fong Chang's ear and whispered. Just now, Ai Chiron had flatly refused Aiz's unreasonable request. Why did his attitude change drastically as soon as he opened his mouth, and took out the 3 cones of incense and handed them over to Aiz? How could it be like this? Those miscellaneous disciples who were watching the competition in the 9th ring, some were already pointing at Xiong Tianhui, and even words such as some cowards had already drifted over from afar. Marriage has also been more than 10 days. The things that should have been done last night have also been done, but this is still the first time Situilan has called herself husband, about which the always expectant Shui Tian remembers very clearly. Everyone knows that the entrance to this cave is the gateway connecting the immortal and mortal realms, and one step through it will lead to the legendary flooded immortal realm. The moment the wooden box was opened, those elders on the high platform did not have anything. After all, it is the old man who has been through the storm for a long time. Although the stone sword blade was blunt, it was sharper than an unusual divine weapon, and it split off the arm of the spirit locust demon venerable in one go. But strangely, no blood dripped down. 3. Abolish the original military system. Set up a military council. Abolish the governor system. The former governor Belina as the first general counselor of the military council, responsible for the coordination of all local military affairs in the north. All officers are appointed and dismissed by the military council. The local officers may not appoint or dismiss subordinate officers without authorization. The surrounding area was bright, with flowers blooming and clouds winding around, but it was even more beautiful than Mount Wuji. Qiandu looked around in surprise. There was no one else but her. Ming Church Master Hu Chongyun half a month ago was arrested and imprisoned, but did not wait to torture him on the end of his own death is dead in prison. Ming Church, some of the forces on the surface of the point by the Genie Way and the East Chamber joined up to a net. I believe that for a long time the Ming Church can no longer afford to make a big wave. Ice Emperor School Festival is very grand, and it is also particularly domineering to have live broadcasts on local TV stations and the internet. I have to kneel down, and at the same time, I feel a little ashamed. When she thought of seeing Chu Tianli's seductive face tonight, and the imposing demeanor of his hands and feet, Shi Jiani was a bit apoplectic. It had been 10,000 years since there had been a cultivator who had ascended to become an immortal on the Zhangjian Great Road, and the life expectancy of a ferrying cultivator was only 5,000 years, and it was only 10,000 years after he had survived all the heavenly tribulations and become a river cultivator. A few days ago, old Mrs. Situ got the news that uncle he was even keeping an elite team of bodyguards for Situ Xian. Lu Shi's face darkened into a pot, but he could only walk into the competition venue. I Ching looked at him and said a silent apology in his heart. She forced herself to calm down, not to act impulsively. There were just too many high ranks in the spirit world. She could only barely sense that the one who attacked her was in the realm of harmonization. She couldn't even sense exactly how. In any case, no matter if it was a man or a beast, it wasn't something that she could solve alone. Auntie Lan, I'm counting on you for the baby. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of Jin Jingxiao's nursery. Even if Yu Meijia started to refuse, then if Lin Kefeng played the emotional card and demanded Yu Meijia with emotional bondage, would she turn against him? Chapter 161, Letting You Serve in Bed. Nanako was not expecting to see these three here. Like Yu Kangkang, Nanazan was no stranger to them, and although he had more contact with Yu Kangkang, these three were absolute stormtroopers in Long Xia. At this point, the three walked over to Lu Ran and stood with him. Brother, You're pretty quick with this, Yihongi said with a snicker. Brother? Nanako froze. Lu Ran is Yi. We are not enemies. There is no need to test each other. So feel free to say whatever doubts you have. Lisha smiled and shook his head. I definitely didn't mean to blindside you. Roger shook his hands about and busily denied it. It was later rumored that Jabbar thought Dwight Howard was too muscular to ever develop a finesse offensive technique. That diagnosis is the same as Hakeem Olajuwon's. They now had only one thought in their minds. The person in front of them was too terrifying. Not even making a move. Just glaring. The people around them died. How could they possibly be defeated by such a person? Between the mountain gullies. From time to time. A string of blisters and strange whirlwind-like vortex. Dozens of meters high coral trees in the searchlight's 7 colors. Tall iron trees like jasper. Showing translucent. As if carved. In the original Shenlanyan with Su Shiji. Shang Xiuxuan with Song Shidao. Shan Wanjing with Shang Ming. Dong Shu Nai is with Li Yuan. They are all true love? But since they can do something so audacious, they must have the courage to do this. Chucky Brown big hand. Anderson and Baines mentioned the archtop for blocking. Taylor accelerated dribbling to get rid of. Rush to the right side of the 45-degree sharp stop 3-point shot. The whole set of action is very hasty, also not enough to even the crown. Zhongling Shiral felt the fishy wind pounding to the back of his head. His heart flinched, thinking that he was afraid of dying here. Even the gun couldn't hurt the thing, and he didn't expect the flying dagger to be able to hurt the monster. The compound-eyed raven was stunned as the image of General Bayou swinging his sword was reflected within dozens of red eyes. Back to your majesty. The chief county guards have given orders to all 326 counties of the Ling Tian ancient dynasty that all people will wear white mourning bands when they offer sacrifices tomorrow, including merchants from other countries who come to our country to trade. Standing behind Zhuge Liang, the chief county guard of Ling Tian ancient dynasty, Fire End replied. Just now, in the Hell store, Xian Sangyi took a look at a prop that he cared more about, the memory ball. A figure violently popped out from the assassins, changing its shape and swiftly pouncing towards Xueming's foothold. Without thinking, Xueming raised his hand and fired a shot. That person is obviously an expert. A foot pick. But the assassin who was still on the ground holding his thighs and wailing was kicked up and blocked in front of him. It doesn't matter who I am. How about returning to the general's residence with me? I'll guarantee you glory and prosperity in your future. The man in white laughed. Divine Wind Hall Master. Seeing the person who had come, Lok Wuxue as well as Lok Ran, they rose up in a million pieces of panic. As soon as his eyes opened, he saw the divine gate that stood proudly in front of him holding a light and shadow divine sword. What? Fable froze for a moment. He had always thought that it was him and Chen Jianyu who were in a dangerous situation right now. Now that he didn't know about the Ring of Stars, he naturally wasn't clear about the priorities in False Year's mind. Don't worry. Tian looked around and found a stone to hold in her hand. I'll watch it for you. The crowd sniffed and sniffed at so many aromas that tickled their taste buds, and they couldn't help but gulp, their hunger pangs rising. Zhuangjian also smiled indifferently at this. Although the Zen spirit is strong, but it is not unheard of. It is not charged by the spirit emperor. Want to rely on the name is to scare it off, and is not so easy? Changing it haphazardly is so awesome, but also wouldn't it be better if you change it seriously? Gui Nianfei heart happy. This song she pondered for some days, today finally got what she wanted. So, after grabbing Gui Nianfei's hand actually forgot to let go. Chapter 162, the more you know, the more terrifying it becomes. By the way Lu Ran, I heard Xin say that you can summon a female demon? Yu Qingsong asked, but the words just fell. Yu Qingsong immediately and instinctively looked at Nani. After all, Nanako is an outsider. Lu Ran seemed to have seen through Yu Qingsong's worries. Waving his hand, he said, don't pay any attention to her. She's under my complete control now and won't leak anything. The words just fell. Lu Xinxin also added, after 10 days, Kai Zi is in the office. Hazhan Gazili called Kai Zi, told his younger brother Kaog Delijan was enrolled in Yunnan University. Kai Zi is also very happy. Holding the phone and waiting for half a day there is no movement. She would have liked to hear the other side of the voice and then she can analyze whether it is the right call. But the lack of movement was beyond her expectations. 9 lines of the Shin turtle rage a tilt of the head. A silver-white color ball of light flew out. When the ball of light elevated to 3 feet, under the control of its mind spread, countless ice spikes toward the entire space confinement area, even including the 9 lines of the Shin turtle's own area of the wildly scattered. Its momentum is extremely vast. Kai Z slow. After a while mental Zavi tingling slightly slow, Kai Z whispered, Aunt, you tell uncle. First try there. This is nothing. In a few days to do it yourself. When the uncle to go there well. A first-grade immortal elixir? He. Although this kind of contraption was simply trash in the place where old ox I was in my splendor. It's considered a precious elixir here at this moment. The bull demon emperor heatedly smiled and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Hey, look at you mesmerized like that. What are you thinking about? Pai Weiluan couldn't stand Ling Lai's expression and couldn't help but touch him. He. After collecting your soul, I will naturally tell you the truth. Morose cold words came out from Fengfan's mouth, and after performing another instantaneous transmission technique, Fengfan instantly came to the vicinity of the black-clothed old man's Yuaning. With a single hand, Fengfan had already thrown out the soul regeneration bag. This guy is a terrorist. Extremely dangerous man. He can do anything. Nian Gui nodded. After Yi Bingyin had a knife in her hand, she was instantly much more confident, and when Bull Ghost 67 slashed his knife, Yi Bingyin followed suit and swung his knife, which danced like a tiger, and the two knives touched each other and struck a few sparks, and then the two of them were instantly separated again. Eat? I'll eat. Godmother, don't clip it anymore. Can't put it down. Ouyang Yao was not pretentious. She didn't even use chopsticks. She directly grabbed the lobster with her hands and ate it with a big mouthful. T Lin Su's every word, every expression, are all collected in the bottom of the eyes of Shang Yin Kong. Shang Yin Kong has seen too many officials, all kinds of colors, all kinds of styles, all kinds of types. He can long ago determine its true meaning. The last two words, Su Miao said already due to, Zhang is a smart person, and how can not know the meaning of this girl? Slightly frowned, and then looked at the side of the big head of the family. For example, add a booster pump for the steering wheel, add linked anti-opening buttons for the doors, add window shades, partner with Brigade watches, a division of Genolt, and have them build a shockproof clock to mount on the dashboard. But although he was very headstrong, his feet were not slow. Fong Lang's figure flickered, and he immediately pulled a large distance away from the Karip who had fallen into a berserk state. In the face of the approaching crisis, he no longer dared to have any reservations and immersed himself in the world of the painting almost the entire time. But even so, as the environment of the world of the painting shifted, the world under his real feet felt like it was changing. As a cannon fodder vigilante weapon, the Stormbase started out as a cheap and plentiful weapon. Aside from the relatively high tech of the software and the slightly more technical mechanical structure, the entire robot had no technical content whatsoever. But you can't say anything even if you don't like it. Honestly, building a house is the right thing to do. Su Miao looked for a while, then turned around and went home to make lunch. Sanlang had been living and eating at Mr. Wu's house since school started, and Su Miao would regularly send his rations over every month. Chapter 163, I don't want to go back to Sakura. It's better for me to speak. What Principal Jian wants to talk about should also be the 100 Cities League, right? Yu Qingcong looked at Zhang Jinbei and said, yes, that's right. Zhang Jinbei rubbed his hands together and said. Immediately afterward, he looked at Lu Ran, continued, the current new students awakening. The overall is not very good. To pick out one as a 100 Cities League player. In fact, Qin Wuyo instead more suitable. After all, it is a hidden profession. Lu's students, although the level is high. Lying on the ground, Inkbrand's mouth was still bleeding continuously, and at this point, his face was already completely disfigured. Because, this ability to communicate and interact with plants and trees is not something that anyone can do. Now well, with the addition of Zhang Tieju's family, there was more joy here in the Peach Garden along with some other chi. Grateful at the same time, Gao Lanning heart also in the hidden worry. Sure that His Highness is very human, also basically sure that the great disaster will really come. The great disaster in their own husband and wife destiny. How? The melodious song sounded, and the lyrics were so in line with what Lei Jun wanted to say to Tan Yingxian now. He didn't know who was helping him, but right now his heart was on Tan Yingxian. According to Hua Yuan's words, Yingsheng resolutely abandons his career and is willing to return to Yuntai Mountain with Suan to practice. The two of them pack up and embark on the road to Yuntai Mountain. Glancing at the densely packed heads in all directions, Lin Kongxue once again swung her wings slowly towards the general's platform. Is there any way to save my students? I beg you all. Xu Pingting's words were already full of a low tone, almost saying the word please out loud. The neighbors all scoffed at them because they knew that they were always doing wrong and acting recklessly. Who is Mrs. Xiao? Is a widowed old woman in the village. Several years ago blind. Thanks to a dog. Extremely humane. Firewood and water are led by the dog. The loss of this dog, Mrs. Xiao will starve to death. How come there seems to be some missing? After Wang Fan opened the suitcase, he realized that not only were the batteries loaded inside a bit messy, but it also looked like a few dozen pieces were missing. Lin Chen's head of long hair had turned silver white, and it hadn't turned black in a short period of time. The 5 heavenly kings are still surrounded by the side. Seas also cannot help but some froze. The 4 Sea Dragon King is also considered to be in contact with an old friend for many years. I do not want to be like this. Body fell, turned into ashes. Of course hateful heavenly water wanted to kill Lin Chen. Lin Chen had killed so many elders and disciples in the Ziyang sect. This was already a hard slap in the face of the Ziyang sect. To know that the world's first poetry event is a 10-year mega event, this event, respectively, there are poems, words, couplets, 3 major themes. Poems should be the main scene, should be the topic, but this couplet is much for the examiner to think hard about things. The major general who had been waiting beside Long Ting respectfully received the order, and then took a big step towards the outside. Lu Che just lowered his head in contemplation for a long time without uttering a word, and Wang Minghan seems to be in no hurry, just like that, quietly standing in the temple waiting. At this moment, in the outside world, inside the city lord's mansion, as Cross disappeared, the henchman who was reporting back first froze, and then became alarmed, and was about to roar loudly and prepare to call out for help when Xue Qian casually sent him into the inner world and suppressed him. But after the extreme hunger, it was true that, as the Star Core had said, a warm feeling emanated from his body, causing him to temporarily forget about his hunger, and he worked tirelessly on his hard labor. 45 seconds. In less than a short minute, the massive black bull that Ning Tianlin had incarnated directly scrapped all the tanks into scrap metal, and at this time, all of the American soldiers on the ground, including the armored vehicles and the ones inside the police cars, were all taken care of by the 10,000 legged centipede. That is to say, due to being in the tropical zone in terms of latitude, high altitude is, in the Andean region, rather an advantage. Although the Chu family surrendered, they were forced by the current situation, while Xiang Qi surrendered on his own initiative. Therefore, the Chu family will most likely despise this old great prince, and let the two of them work together, and Ing will never be able to make waves again. Chapter 164, How strong are you really? Oh yeah, almost forgot about business. Yu Qingtsong slapped his head. Looking toward Lu Ran, he said, Eagle Sauce Storm Guild. You should know about it. Lu Ran nodded. Lu Xinqin. Several people also looked at Yu Qingtsong. Nanako's heart was also in the right place. Of course she knew about the Storm Guild, the only guild in the world to take the level 60 team copy of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. She also tried to get her hands on the Storm Guild 3 times. However, that pressure hadn't changed at all, because he was now already transformed into a return to one realm, a supreme being. Huang Kujin's pair of old faces turned up red because of Dim Mo's words, and he laughed in anger as his cultivation of the 8th stage of the condensed origin realm exploded out. You're the ding-dong, aren't you? Don't you hide it from me. Suddenly, the captain became agitated. Back to the villa, the army found on the living room. Chu Fei left a note to himself. This Chu Fei is not a cell phone. Send a message can be, the army muttered. Thinking about the news he got last night, the vicious look on Mo's face instantly became gentle again. Zhu Yan knew that the average height of those people in ancient times was much higher than that of the current ones, so it was only normal that this cave would be taller than the one he saw now. With a slight movement in his heart, Yi Feng released close to 90% of the Earth Yuan power in the Earth Yuan Dan and filled the entire meridian. This sentence seems to be some endless magic. Yang Jingtian wanted to avoid but found that he could not move, and Yang Jingtian's subconscious mind has already fallen without realizing it. Ji Euro smiled, then looked at Ji Yutian and the others. Yutian, Lightning, you guys should stay close, don't get separated. Ji Yutian and Shueqingyang. Several people nodded. Damn it, you even used such despicable means. Lu Tian forced himself to endure the pain in his eyes and said, right now he could be said to have truly turned a blind eye. One eye was illuminated by the bright light, not being able to see things around him clearly. Gui Jiao, who happened to be holding a plate over, looked at Ouyang Ji, a tangled and difficult look, could not help but draw the corners of her mouth. Entering the house, Appos threw Adele onto the soft animal skin. 2 big hands grabbed the black robe she was wearing, and with a slight force, after the cracking sound, the robe split in two, revealing the leather jacket and pants inside, and Adele's exquisite body was exposed under the dim oil lamp. Yunker thought fiercely, originally this meal, is her to Wusong first pick love? But to Pan Jinlian stole the limelight. When she thought of the days she had spent with Yun Fifan, she felt bad in her heart and even regretted that she hadn't gone up and kicked a few feet just now while the chaos was going on to vent her anger. Although they felt that it was not very possible, but after thinking about how Gui Jiao had changed today, they felt, again, that it seemed not impossible. Looking at the results showing the 6 words of established paternity, Lu Mingchuan's mind was already in a state of confusion. In fact, as long as Niawei used his Heaven's Eye to check on Qian Liang's mother and son, he would realize that his Heaven's Eye was ineffective against these 3. With these some of the potion materials, the restoration pill, and the restoration of her wood and water system's psychic abilities, it would be much less troublesome for her to treat her grandmother again. Wusong said coldly, but it amused the crowd. We all know that at this moment, Li Gui is difficult to die. Not to mention opening his mouth to speak. Even breathing is a kind of torture. Lord Peyton, what a powerful stone giant. Olivia looked at the Golan warrior and heartily exclaimed. Xiao Chang has always had his own standards. Sent 2 prefects in 10 years. He has seen more than enough of the collusion between the leaders, but seldom saw anything constructive to Wu Tong, so he would rather his position in the position of director of the county government office in place, but also not willing to throw himself on which leader to get a promotion. After eating out, Hua Zhibei suggested to go together to drink a cup of tea again. Wang Peng pushed Mo Fusang to come, to accompany her, politely refused. Chapter 165, Neil the Evil Soul Knight. Above the cliffs, Lu Ran sat comfortably on the ground, his hands supporting the ground, his body leaning at a supine angle, looking up at the sky. Although he had already gotten used to Yihami and the 3 of them being around, but it's kind of hard to get used to suddenly being free. Nanayoi stood on the sidelines, looking at Lu Ran, and every now and then looking again at the Death Valley below. Neil and the others haven't shown up yet. Now I don't know if the information is accurate, but within this valley of death, after the heavenly cultivator was taken away, the remaining Zephyr cultivator, Fire cultivator, Thunder cultivator, and so on, all of them, began to slowly disappear. In the end, completely disappeared. Although there was no grassland in my heart, there were grass mud horses in my heart, and those thousands of grass mud horses kept galloping after these words of Chao Jiaying's landed on the ground, which also made my brows furrow. Dong Jiajia hung her head, pursed her lips tightly, and placed her 2 hands on her lap, her palms full of sweat. She was too eager to get close to the dire consort. The face was exactly the same as in her memory. That is, the proud and capricious nature was also very similar. She did not dare to tell the truth, for fear that once she said that the dire consort would not be appropriate for her to be a sister, she had to say plausibly that it was a dream she had dreamed. Images jumped across the screen. They were projections, and the stage immediately turned into a curtain, playing up the film like a movie theater. Even the white Qilin needed to pass through Zhao Renfan to be able to utilize its healing abilities, but the greenwood god bird was able to directly heal others, showing its terror. Waving his hand to dismiss the bystanders, Qinshou picked up the blue and white thin-flavored porcelain tea light in front of him, but was slow to send it into his mouth. Chu Xiaoxiao knows Mu Li Yan and Shu Baby match into. Heart is also very happy. No matter how to know Shu Baby is Mu Li Yan's son, she is happy. The guilt in her heart and a little less. Hurriedly called to let Sakura accompanied her to the hospital. Qianlong silently watched for a while, suddenly realized that just now the heart for Xiao Yan's dissatisfaction has magically disappeared, leaving only for the mother and son in front of the 3 people full of love. Who are you? Jingyi didn't feel scared, but was surprised. Could it be that Bai Xiao Shui had a twin sister? Seeing the second legendary character appeared, my Linglong's mood at this time has lightened up a lot. Compared to Zhao Gao, she on the contrary does not have so much feeling on the rules, just quietly follow Zhao Gao to return the salute after, patiently waiting for the many bigwigs in the back. It was obvious that he had just been kicked off by rainfall, but the weirdo didn't look scared or scornful at all, but instead calmly rubbed his face and revealed a smile. The juncture was sold, and Benjamin J chose to take a technical timeout, trying to find that look of impatience on the faces of his 3 roommates. Wei Sun this year 25, born bladder and waist dark and fat. Heart is perhaps the second time as the prince envoy ordered to do business. High sitting on the back of a horse he tiger wind, full of arrogance, full of the royal relatives of the reserved noble. Shu Yunwan saw Mu Xiaoxiao acting like this, and heard Yao Roland's cries outside, and for the first time, he felt such a dilemma between the two. Seeing that Big Eyes had said so, the top captain thought about it and didn't refuse Vickers' offer, playing a game where everyone wasn't doing it for someone else. At the same time, Lu Jianing also said that his side, after seeing the opposite side of the raven, directly a foot Q skill fly out, but this time did not Q to the opposite side of the raven. By the opposite side of the raven is very easy to avoid. To be a safe place, Pei Yen faced blood loss, gasping for breath, eyes are filled with panic. It was a long time after receiving the message that Charles VII, who was pacing back and forth in contemplation, cast his eyes on a young man behind the curtain and softly called out his name. Li Xin is also very pleased with Su Dingfan's letter. I did not expect Su Dingfan will maneuver tactics used so skillfully. It seems that the entire peninsula will not take long to fall into a hot water. Chapter 166, Lu Ran's True Strength. Lu Ran stood tall at the edge of the cliff, looking down at Neil and the others who were gradually approaching. Nanayoi stood beside Lu Ran, looking at him every now and then at Neil's group. Instead, Neil and the others hadn't noticed anything unusual. After all, normal people don't usually look up easily. On the contrary, as their group gradually approached the mountain pass, the number of nearby monsters refreshing became less and less, and their levels also became lower and lower. So she wanted to make up for her faults. Li Changmu had already gotten everything that the prophecy had said, and her killing Li Changmu now, who was bent on working for the Great Moon, would only be counterproductive. Rescuing the Jianing Emperor, who should have collapsed 3 years after Wu Yang's death, was the most fundamental way to remedy the situation. The list of the 10 strongest Paragon Saints changed a lot of things, such as the battle that was about to start on the unrepeated mountain now, and the heavenly serpent ancestor and the immortal of Qingshu, who had been away from the divine and demonic realms for a long time, wanted to find out just which of the 10 strongest Paragon Saints in the 3 realms were now. Shinjicho twisted her head to look at Lan Xianshu over there, whose eyes were dead set on the TV, and again she didn't know what she was thinking. 2 shares of light in the air violently touched, out of a burst of thunderous explosions, shocked the entire void or ripples, like water waves, rippling toward the sky to spread, but does not disappear. Yawning 5 years on the 15th day of the first month, Li Lingyi failed to return to Yi Mansion to celebrate the Lantern Festival with all the people as he said before he left. In fact, Zhao policy is to tell Lu Zhigao himself first to go to buy flowers, to visit patients in the hospital without flowers. Like what words? Zhao policy came because it was already night. There are no flowers for sale. There is no way. Reform and opening up is to open a door to the world. Was suppressed for a long time. The young people is hungry and thirsty to breathe from the outside world of the free wind, even if this wind's side of the dregs of the full, but the desire of the heart, so that the young people simply do not care about their own body and mind all open. Xian Dingyang the said Su Dongqing heart straight drums, to start from the provincial party committee to rectify. Do not know how many hall-level cadres to step down it. At that moment, the queen called the Bixia children, said, take the car and I chow the line, saying that the queen will be vegetarian. Hand lightly flick, scratch down a thing too. The bystanders only do not know. Galen and Yui Day both understand one thing. The opponent's spiritual power and their own comparable. Further fight can only be the result of both. By the opponent's spiritual power injury and become an idiot. When he gripped the sword, his eyes had changed, becoming incomparably stern. He had his back to this person, so others couldn't see the change in him. This is the power of the holy intense sword technique. Shi Hongyan moved his feet, and in the next second, he appeared several miles away. Ding Hua's pupils suddenly tightened. He would never forget this man who had once ripped his heart out. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will fall back. So except for some of the dart masters who go out to go darting, most of the people will come here to practice every day. Some practiced sword technique, some practiced boxing, and even off the sword and halberd, such a large-shaped weapon. Under the hooting and dancing, it was lively and extraordinary. Falling Plum Wind's flute suddenly exploded in length at this moment, and then turned into a thin sword with a flute as its hilt. And Yi Qingyu had also already danced her own double sleeves up. Only on top of these double sleeves, there was indeed a lethal concealed weapons. As Gu Fei Yang narrated, Tang Zhao's eyes seemed to see that cruel and tragic battle before his eyes, as well as that saw in long divine beast's last minute, powerless, unwilling roar. Demos was amused by Karit's look of both indignation and resignation, so he held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. A dark shadow slowly touched in. The person on the bed didn't move at all. The dark shadow paused, lightly walked up, sat on the edge of the bed and sighed slightly. As for the other pseudo-army prisoners, according to the policy of the demobilization of the demobilized, not willing to go to the left to stay, in addition to surrendering some of the captured cigarettes to the military region and headquarters authorities, the rest was done by Li Ziyuan as a favor to the regimental chiefs of each regiment, each of whom had a few cigarettes. Chapter 167, Precision Guidance. 1 Strike to Kill. Formation. Neil let out a yell. The disorganized crew behind them instantly began to line up in an orderly fashion. It really looks like that, and it seems to have been rehearsed many times. The whole thing is unbelievably silky smooth. Nanako looked out over the crowd, murmured, demon hunters are in the core area, ready to explode. Bards are in charge of control. They should be trying to pull Lu Ran down and then suppress him on all fronts. Neil. But this does not cut off the Shu army's news flow. Yang Lai just need to wait until Tianzhou's next attack on the Shu army. Then he can let the spy planted in the army to report the news. Not to mention a few more days of detour is. Did Tianzhou think that this would solve the problem of the spy? Don't worry. It will get better. God is sure to protect the good people. Said this when Lin Yu swallowed. His own do not believe himself. So then, he simply all but undressed himself as well and squeezed into the tub with her. Adding the fact that Gong Yang had traveled thousands of miles to come to his Lingshi tribe to visit Ling Tianjie was proof enough that Gong Yang was that generous-hearted person. Come in, Jean Lu said without a good breath. This kind of problem must be dealt with in one go. Not given too much time to think. A delay would not be allowed. Yu Qing is very sweaty, But she thought that Ken in that situation can still calmly handed the message to them. Wang Sucheng obviously is not an unusual generation. Can have today's achievements as also should be, if not the new government. I guess she is also buried in the Wang family's backyard. And then depressed. Something important? That cow gave you a mission? Geez, tell me about it. Ray pouted, stamping her foot in exasperation. Although they threatened Huang Dongxian that if he didn't let them into the city, they wouldn't help deal with the Shu army when it came. But if the Shu army really came, could they still stand by and watch? Then why did they come all the way here? After wondering for a while, Gong Yang reacted. He saw that in addition to Wei Daonan and the 3 Yufeng sects Yuaning, there were 9 more cultivators with Yuan power laws flowing around them, revealing themselves from under the Sky Cold sect. Because it is always a telephone contact, Lu Tianming received the order did not dare to slow down. Immediately appointed Guan Dashang Deputy Bureau is reporting on his office as a full-time deputy team leader. And at the same time deployed nearly 600 civilian police rushed to Longshan County, Hao Erzwang Township, Wakaner Mountain. After speaking a few more words with Qin Jun, the 2 of them each took their leave. With the cultivation of the Yuaning true monarch, even if several years of sleeplessness, there is no hindrance. Ling Chong only meditated for an hour. Wait until dawn. Came to Ling Kong house, but see the bed no one. Ling Kong has long since risen, and went to preside over the official business. Good. You continue to occupy the seat. I'll go buy buns. Probably because of the current reason of food, Shinsu Cherry didn't bother too much with Su Wake. Softly appeased him with a few words like a sister. Put down the big bowl and rushed into the battlefield of the bun fight again. Shin Xiaoyang's sword heart is calm and steady, and between his steps, his sword strokes have a bit of the roundness and flawlessness of the hole in the void sword technique. Ling Chong so choose the middle flat sword, is for this reason, 2 people conceptual differences, but not life and death of the enemy, not to be determined by the death of me and you, like the door to compare skills, although not to stay hands but can be tolerated, it is just right. Even the Empress had someone else's eyes and ears by her side, which showed one thing, that is, how powerful this person who arranged the eyes and ears was, and even dyed the power into the deep palace. Even with these memories of being reborn, Nightshin didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to go very far. Moreover, one ran like the wind. What caused the changes in White Dye Star? As Yui had said, although Nightstar had guessed some of it, it was only some of the clues, unable to know the whole of it. Chapter 168 Ridiculously Powerful. As Lu Ran lifted the sea-setting trident in his hand, swish, a blood-colored spear appeared in front of Lu Ran, facing the direction of the distant near. Blood spear? But, it's so far away. Nanako looked at Lu Ran doubtfully. She was aware of the power of Lu Ran's blood spear. It can kill Orochi in seconds, and of course Spike Neil no problem. But what is Lu Ran doing at such a distance? Or, Fire Yen walked while carefully observing the terrain on this side. Shandong his cousin lived in this village, named East Mountain Village. This village is surrounded by mountains. The village is built on the mountains. East and west a highway, leading out of the mountains. Fire Yen they came from this road. Therefore, no matter how provocative the other party was, Chu Feng still maintained a posture with one hand behind his back, and he only looked at Gatling with the eyes of a stupid beep before gently stretching out his right hand and popping out a middle finger. Nurimet Beg was very fond of the tea set that Yu Jingyan had given him, but, after all, he still had that little bit of sense in him, and didn't show it on his face. The Marquis looked at the Ancestor Master and said, Ancestor Master, I don't think Empyrean Valley should need me to take care of her. She is perfectly capable of taking care of herself. Until Yi Chen appeared. Although they had known each other for only a day, it made her happy and gave her a sense of home. When Jiang De and the others leave, Chao and Wu continue to drink, talking about how to deal with the officials and praising Jiang De for his righteousness. Otherwise, everything he had done before was considered to be in vain, and every time he thought of the scene at the bottom of the Sea of Fire, when he fought for the Spirit Sword, and later on, when he was forced by Ao Su and had to worship him as his master, his heart was dripping with blood. Fiery Yen brought Gu Shui directly to a clothing store in the city. Fiery Yen parked the car and let Gu Shui get out of the car. Then, with Gu Shui in tow, he walked in towards the clothing store. After some sarcastic digs, just as his Saint Martial doppelganger returned to the Kunshan Sea, he then exited the Great Hall and went to recover on his own. The crowd that ate the fries were confident in the so-called fried chicken tenders, and all thought this shouldn't taste bad. Could it be that I am still unable to obtain your forgiveness and capture your heart? His heart startled with 10,000 waves of ripples. His steps no longer moved forward, but turned backward. So that's how it is. Then I forgive you. Hatsumomo reappeared with a smile. It turned out Juno wasn't seeing a pretty girl change her mind. Then she was relieved. Hey, I say man, you mean to say that we are all demonic and evil people who can't enter the city? right? I suddenly stepped forward and questioned, a hint of a sneer in my expression. She was well aware of the power of the sword formation formed by these 4 swords in front of her, and underneath the seemingly harmless light was the coldest killing machine in this world. His heart grew more and more agitated, and his face was already wringing out moisture. True immortal was already a behemoth, able to hide itself for endless years, a trace of its true spirit undying before the 3 plagues and 9 tribulations came, living ragtag, running to Wuzhou just to ask for money. Such a scoundrel she has seen a lot. In addition to bragging nothing, Du Chang then became a statue that stood in the Pure Land World Palace Square, and that was enough. Facing the towering Ji Hua, Wang Arai was as imposing as a rainbow, and after arching his hand towards Ji Hua, he pointed his spear at the layout just now. Sun Xianzhong also do not know why he resisted the service for Sunbuki, maybe the tomato garden more red hot, the loss of his heart, more will be overflowing, simply out of sight. Seek a peace of mind. Only 3 times to resign the other side to hand over the olive branch. But for Du Chang, archery, which could only be improved by hard work and practice, was instead the drawback of the dream system. About 1/3 of the ants were boring their way up the transparent plate, and they all seemed to know that whoever climbed up the transparent plate first would hold the initiative to assimilate the other. Chapter 169, Sakura screws up and destroys the country. Evolution? Lu Ran's eyes lit up as he said, the style god thing can still evolve? This Lu Ran was obviously unaware of. Nanako nodded. Explaining, he said, there are only 2 ways for a god to be powerful, and the first one is impossible to choose, and that's the god's talent, the quality, and all gods are divided into grades. For example, my Tightrope and Tamagotchi are both of the S grade, and a god like Carp Spirit is AB grade. No, this is the first time to see such a shameless person Chen Feng. He has never seen the tube people want money but also to be so justified. Shaking his head, He Zhenzhong sighed. There is no use for him to think about these, the domestic culture, the people's thinking, and not a moment to be able to change. That's when I suddenly remembered the sap-smeared pant leg, which might have some effect. Bear. With 2 sounds, I cut open the pants leg with my dagger and ripped it off. Shorts are shorts. Anyway, I'm just a life of ripping sleeves and pants legs. Living is important. Time passed by. The Russian army might come out at any time. If they were discovered, I'm afraid that their 2 regiments wouldn't be able to escape. And even, his idol, Admiral He Zhenzhong's strategic plan would be lost. Mrs. Prime Minister closed the door, walked to the side of Mo Nishang, carefully looked at Mo Nishang. Looking at her somewhat tired face, Mrs. Prime Minister face is also very heartbroken. Among the many, many faces, Ling Bing's beautiful face immediately occupied all of Yu Xiao's attention, still full of youthful loneliness and persistence. On the shores of the West Sea Lake, her eyes with a faint poignancy, again appeared in Yu Xiaoxiao's mind. So Minghua put Fat Ping in charge of eliminating the county pawns, Gong Zhongyin went to integrate the Dingshong sent by the various clans, Dongfang and Postwuxin went to Xishang and Nanxiang to recruit men to fill the vacancies of the county pawns respectively. The old ghost glanced at Fatty too and reminded, don't forget that saving ourselves is also saving people. A reflexive phrase came out of my heart that saving people can't harm them either. There were 3 tea canisters placed on top of the tea table, and due to the covered lids, Morning Wind couldn't see what kind of tea was inside. He Chenghan looked at Su Fei Yuan. He didn't expect this guy to pit himself against Master Lin's friend. Each of these guys has the strength of the realm of enlightenment. It is not a general horror. And the 8 subfamilies, in this case, there are 8 realms of enlightenment. So how can the Li clan cope with it in such a situation? Today, just like yesterday, it is also scorching hot. I am also an ordinary person with flesh and blood. How can I not be hot? My body is even covered with prickly heat. But this is all no way. Nowadays, this corset strap is not very useful for me anymore. Hey, why didn't you come to school yesterday? Ing Susu said as she looked at Zhou Qing's face with a smile on her face. For some reason, she always felt that Zhou Qing's face was getting more and more handsome and attractive the more she looked at it. In the usual way, he didn't sleep very soundly every night. But tonight, he slept unusually soundly, and by the time he woke up, it was 8 o'clock in the morning. In a couple of tries, Chen Yao's arm was twisted by the police and pulled down to the outside of the interrogation room. Eldest senior brother. There is no fear of not having wood to burn if you stay in the Green Mountains. It's important to preserve your cultivation. Another third peak cultivator came forward to persuade. If Kodapeng was really deprived of his cultivation, if they went out, they probably wouldn't have a good time either. Mouth a light drink fell. Steep yellow evil that miserable screams came out, but once again in the air with a few half of the tail fell, and yellow evil face became hideous. When he thought of this, the jealousy in his heart, coupled with the powerlessness of Shinshio who was lying in the emergency room at the moment but could do nothing about it all turned into a torrent of anger. When the crowd's gazes flocked to the frosty-faced evil Frostian, they were still amazed in addition to being amazed. But none of them dared to look at it more than once, because just evil Frostian's cold as ice look sent chills down their spines. Chapter 170 Hawk Sauce is finally honest. Lu Ran also just flirted a bit and didn't continue to delve into Nanao's problem. Looking ahead, he said, the main city is just ahead. Let's go. Instead, Nanako followed Lu Ran. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly asked, what would you do if you wanted to evolve the carp spirit? Would you take a shot against Sakura? Lu Ran looked back at her, said, nonsense, or what? Nanako's heart shook and she gritted her teeth. The same thing as the night feather of the moon's incomprehension also do not know what the reason is. After thinking for a while still no results, so sex also do not think about this problem. Concentrate on watching the final of the Youth Cup. The old man has just talked to impeachment about the content of the commission. However, what the old man said was very complicated and could not get to the point. The mountain was dug through a large opening in it, gradually extending outward, and the originally green and verdant mountains revealed a whitened patch in the center. Feng Li's face was heavy, walking and stopping, seeming to be in a great inner struggle. Yang Jiao's heart moved. He knew. Probably now this Feng Li's heart is swinging between Li Qingling and Xuanwu Palace Lord. After all, it is the flesh and blood. I'm afraid that in his heart there is still a little bit of care for Li Qingling, driven by the tremendous power. The long sword was not like a flying sword at all but more like a cannonball flying towards Hua Yuqian. In fact, Lin Chang was the most important guest. Once Lin Chang came, of course Liang Filon personally accompanied him. After looking outside for a while, Liang Filon let Lin Chang sit down in the hall of the martial arts hall. Liang Zhengfei accompanied him. In disbelief, I asked by Yi again. At the same time, I also stretched out my finger and pointed towards the top of my head. After doing so I got the same affirmative look from Bai Yi. Being on top of the thunder pool, Long Ling looked at this huge thunder pool. In the thunder pool, the thunder and lightning rolled over. I really don't know where this thunder and lightning actually came from. Build epic level equipment? Luffy was stunned. And then, he heard the systems beep again. Such a character actually had a selfish heart and wanted to betray the country and its people. Just imagining it, Lin Feng felt that the situation was very serious. Eagle team rests, Pang team replaces it, Tiger team supports, Bear team attacks forward. Ouyang Xiao commanded in a good manner. This was originally supposed to be Zhong Tianyou's task, but he was temporarily grabbed by Beidou to be the negotiating warlord. So he took over. She didn't even look at those. Finding a senior shirt from her casual wear collection to block the neckline, then pulling on a pair of denim pants and rummaging for a pair of loafers. Big brother Liang, we can finally be together forever. Linger is really happy. Mu Linger cried out in joy and violently jumped into Liang Dong's arms. As Liao Yun was about to approach Su Zhe suddenly launched an attack, crossing paths with him and Liao Yun's surprised gaze. The minor required for graduation from Shangjing University is 8 points, which means that you have to take 8 subjects. So Lin Shifan still has a lot of choices, and this can be considered slowly. But on the contrary, the side of the Iron Man is really enough leisure. Completely is constantly eating big. This let Lu Fei Yang and Han Ling is very envious. Fought today's meal, but usually absolutely cannot eat. Even if it is the Hong Yuan, a clan of people, is not able to be every day is such a super luxury meal. At this time, the eyes of the people under the stage looking at Liang Dong changed again. The little bit of skepticism they had left was gone, replaced by respect. The strong should be respected everywhere. Gu Xiaobei was lost in thought as she sat on the bed, her gaze blankly looking out the window at the moon's color. She was now almost certain that Li Haonan, including all of them, was hiding something from her, and these things, definitely about herself, might be a heavenly secret. In a glance ahead, he instantly saw that the large knife, as if in slow motion, flew towards his head, and with a slight tilt of his head, the knife just managed to fly past his ear. Chapter 171, Playing with Your Life. Qin Wuyo helped out. It didn't lessen the intensity of the taunts from a few people. One of the youths leading the group said, Qin Wuya, I heard that you didn't sign up for this? What? Are you worried that if you're rewarded, your family's little white boy won't have a chance? The words just fell. Qin Wuya then took a healthy step forward. Snap! A big mouth went up. Thunder and lightning. Lu Ran's eyes lit up as he watched. He liked Qin Wuya. Superpowers? The small dish hadn't seen any superpowers, as if one of her own roles was to be the king's weapon, but no one had ever used her. Feng Liu inexplicably glanced at Jiang Chen, and after a few moments of silence, he waved his big hand and sent ancient heavenly fury flying like a dead dog. The wild continued to run wildly, hooves raised high as it stomped hard on Yi Juntian's head. If this was stepped on Yi Juntian's head, melon would be worse than a rotten watermelon. You are overthinking. Since you know that thinking about each other hurts, Why do you need to think about each other? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, Bai Ji had already opened her mouth. But Zhang Jin didn't say yes. And then ATV asked him what exactly his conditions were before he would jump ship. And he came right back with 4, separation of production and broadcasting. For everything that Qi Yanghua experienced in the world of heaven, Qi Yanghua himself did not mention it, and Gu Shao never asked. As if that part of the matter did not exist at all. In this regard, Qi Yanghua is naturally secretly happy in his heart, but Gu Shao seems to be completely unaware of anything. Since you already know that this is likely to be the case, then you are still in such a hurry to go out to sea. Blankly glancing at Ellis, Roger looked out the window helplessly. Daming is still peaceful, but on some official roads, there are several groups of people speeding from the south to the north. Time is especially precious at this time. So can I be wrong? This old lady has been an old patient since I arrived at the hospital for my internship, and I've even been in that department before. The nurse said and instructed the sick person who was hanging the medicine to remember to ring the bell for her when the bottle was finished and went out. Left chest, found you. In front of white eyes, that power core covered in chakra was like a bright light in the dark night, shining brightly. Chaos is no pole. Pangu opened the sky. Axe split chaos. Evolution of Taiji is between heaven and earth. Everything is born in the order of yin and yang. The world must have yin and yang. Flood land in all directions, all over the spirit of Zay, is the yang, and within the flood, most, yin gas, the gas, blood gas, dead gas but converge in one place, is the yin. The meaning of Su Bei's words is actually quite clear. It's not that she doesn't want to, but because she is poor, she doesn't dare to think at all. She'd been smashed so many times before that she had experience and was really thinking she'd be fine this time. After a while Tang Lin saw more and more like himself, being led away by the magistrates, all destined for the huge black palace in the distance. Tang Lin thought to himself that that might be the place where he would be judged where he was going to be, and whether he would be able to be reincarnated or not, and whether he would be able to go back to that home of which his memories were blurred. If I ran here, no one should be able to find me. A voice mixed with a dialect was transmitted into the cave entrance. Anling Rong heard that concubine Hua put in a good word for her, and couldn't help but feel grateful, and her face was a little red. However, Ningji didn't dare to spit it out to Linshi. What if Linshi didn't agree to teach him anymore? He wouldn't even have a place to cry. The blood on his body had long since coagulated, mixing with the dirt and sticking to Linshi's body. If there was one place on Linshi's entire body that was clean, it would be Linshi's sword, and those magical elements that entered Niefeng's body through his absorption were being constantly transformed into Niefeng's magical power by that mysterious three-mangled magical array in a special way. Just before he came, he had instructed the fox demon to go to the palace of King Qin Guang, which was occupied by the ghost kings, and had also taken his plume, just in case of this situation in front of him. Chapter 172. No need to hide anymore. Lu Ran finished and didn't give them a chance. Turn around and be on your way. A few of them gritted their teeth, but they were too stupid to squeak in place. Verbal bets. Playable. Contract betting. Can't afford to play. Verbal bets can be broken and disavowed, just to stay alive anyway, but as long as the contract is signed, then it's a real death when the time comes. But just then, snap, Lu Ran and Song Xiaoya were on the wrong side of each other, within the abyss below, but a deep voice came out, followed by a thieving old man. From the depths of the Forbidden Land walked to release the projection. Xiao Yang. What's his origin? Just this one type of spirit crystal. The Yen King's domain. Alone would require 3 million spirit jades, right? Ancient Wasteland asked in a dull voice. The inmates lying on the ground. Although it is clear that this old man is very powerful and is an existence that cannot be messed with in prison. No. 1. Since then, the name Zhang Xingxing had been swirling back and forth in the minds of the Seagull Grand Cruise's many powerful people. Kinski was silent again. Her third silence of the day, and this one was long, 2.5 minutes. Holy, does fashion have to be luxury? What kind of healthy life philosophy is this? Wu Yi saw Gui Yuji's Mercedes-Benz saloon car from a long distance away, parked in the parking lot in front of the hotel, very eye-catching. Of course, after you. The security guard was startled by Cui Mubai, who suddenly lost his temper, and a layer of fine sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead. At this moment, he had already hated Du Ziteng to the bone. The terrifyingly surging to the extreme energy of the heavens and earth swept across the entire world, causing countless hearts and minds to tremble, and the immortal powerhouses couldn't stand still, their 2 shares trembling. So that means he really does have access to huge channels now that none of those international distribution companies have gotten? The agent asked, not leaving any mercy at all. Emily, who was known as the strongest person of the young generation of the Wabi-Sabi continent, was said to be flawless and red in the face. She followed the scent of meat to the kitchen and saw fine earthenware pots hanging over the fire. with roe deer meat stewing in the pots. Hearing the footsteps, Fuyu did not raise her head, but only buried her head to polish a rusty bronze mirror. Originally, he recorded too much gone into the fire, mistakenly grew his own record of the customer's speech list as a customer order list. Handed the chef. No wonder the chef took over to see the face of a confused. He wanted to die, but the 4 divine beasts would not die, and even if he died 1,000 times, he would still be resurrected and then suffer endlessly. Could it be the material? This silver order was born without that kind of function? Or is it simply a fake? Elder Kong couldn't help but say in his heart. Mubai saw the mute and desperate look on the faces of the ministry, and shook his head slightly. It seems that the killing of the official army last night has left a deep impression in the hearts of the ministry, and if you want to remove the fear from your heart, you can only sharpen it on the battlefield. To 3 streets away from the Chen's medical center to buy the treatment of burns ointment. Chen also said that, in fact, if only burns red and swollen, directly smeared with soy sauce, in less than an hour, quasi good. What Yin Xiao Huai is thinking? Yin Xiao Ting does not know. Yin Xiao Ting is a do not care about anything, just afraid of trouble. Wooding held up his wine cup. The rage in his heart can be imagined. He has long known that the king of Xian will not stop. Only, never expected, fruit nuisance actually and the king of Xian collusion, in public to come to such a forced palace. After experiencing 2 incidents with Song Shui and Aolai, the school has been demolished twice, and Zhang Chuan actually feels a little guilty in his heart. During the auction, Yang Fu observed that the cultivator who shouted 1001 spirit stones disappeared. The 2 officers looked at each other. What Baby Feng had said so far basically matched Huang Fu Jin's confession. Bam! With a crisp sound, the saber in Shidushan's hand unexpectedly broke, which made him very alarmed. He lowered his head and looked incredulously at the broken saber in his hand, unable to think of a reason. Chapter 173 Guild Challenge? Qin Risang was shocked, and hurriedly led the main elite of the Taiping army to the east, trying to withstand the onslaught of Manchu cavalry, but under the infection of the defeated Taiping army, where can still effectively organize the formation? The faces of these young men, who should have been vigorous, no longer had much of the spiritedness they had at home. Instead, their brows were furrowed, their minds were distracted, and they already had a twilight look about them. There were also Kirikawa Gold Mountain, Nakayama Gold Mountain, Abe-Umejima Gold Mountain and Izu Gold Mountain, which were explored one after another. More and more people from the Chinese mainland were employed to come here to mine gold, and no longer was the Republic of China directly organizing the relocation. But as the capital got closer, he became more and more uncertain, especially after realizing that there was still so much drama to come in the capital. His own right-hand man James Butler was finally persuaded. Yan Yong obviously relieved. If it comes to that time to make the generals and marshals, and the momentum of the rise of the Young family will be disrupted by their own careless decision. The heart to one place to make such a force is the most powerful. The Young family to be united. Do not split up. Under the pull of a mysterious force, these demonic forces actually took 60 years to complete their integration, forming a huge and incomparable demonic sect, the Second Demon Court. A long, high courtyard wall with 3 gates, the center of which is the main gate, is the tallest. In front of the courtyard wall, there is a green stone floor as big as 4 lanes, and in front of the green stone floor is a big lotus pond, and the berserkers Tiger Wei and the dog slayer Morong Yen Rui, as the existing 2 major lieutenants of the mercenary army, were leading their respective brigades of men and horses, and in accordance with the mercenary training military system that Chu Xin had initially formulated, they were ruthlessly drilling their subordinates. In the dimness of the night, she seemed to see Pei Shuo and Jiang Yao watching in the dark again, about to extend their sharp claws on her. Don't look at yourself as a Jindan cultivator already, but someone else's infant successful old monster can take your life with a lift of his hand. Lan Hai was stunned. He did not expect Li Yu's counterattack to be so overwhelming. What kind of person was he? He was a genius among geniuses among the demon race, having been through 10,000 battles, almost invincible. Yi Shenghan on the car, although there is no research, but from the appearance alone, this year just out of this BMW i8 is indeed very beautiful, dazzling red color, all in one model. People just look at the heart thumping, blood boiling. After a few breaths, he put away his windlaws and let the dust fall on his body, both eyes looking straight at the explosion. Cymbeline, that's true. Eating people's mouth is soft. Taking people's hands is soft. You can't stop the temptation, so whoever believes in it, buys it. Carrying Hua Ying on my back, I move forward with all my might in the sand with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, while concentrating on dodging the aimless trampling of the furious enlightened beast, watching the Dimjin slowly drilling into the ground. Its speed was more than 10 times slower than before. Xiao Yang was blaming himself, but he didn't know why he was blaming himself. Tong Miu was also helpless. Shirzi sometimes made up her own mind very much now. She was asking herself everywhere, Xiao Yong thought to himself. The setup of the elders here is too deep. I don't know how much more complicated it is than the Cloud Sword sect. He is still too young. He doesn't know anything about these twists and turns. He only knows to do things according to his nature and to speak based on his power. Chi Blue Knight, who had already dribbled into the three-point line, only had the basket in his eyes, and in the midst of a hissing sound, he stepped over the free throw line and directly rose up. Both hands heavily poured the ball into the basket. In a burst of vent-like gravity, the basket issued a creaking sound. In his haste, Xiao Yan directly sent out a shockwave at the tail to displace himself out of the tail's attack range, but he himself could not control himself as he swept to the side. Looking at Consort Flower Roan's gloating expression, Guo Lin couldn't help but cry and laugh. He hadn't offended her. Isn't it just 10,000 contribution points? It's not like I can't take it out, Guo Lin said in his heart. He even imagined the exquisite expression of Flower Roan concubine when he took out 10,000 contribution points. Inside the temple, the crowd has returned to silence from the initial clamor, but also because of the unpredictability of the danger outside the room and apprehension in the silence. But I do not know where to drift from the mysterious laughter. Raspy old, approaching and far away, the rabble ear, but could not find the speaker. Counting the dates, the Empress had already been pregnant for more than 5 months, and she still had too much to do, so she was even more afraid to have a hint of slackness, even to the point of being wasted. Streaming dust nodded and left. Her tears finally fell. Now it was already evening. By the time evening came, she was going to go to Qingzhen Temple to take a look. No matter what, without seeing it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe that all this just happened. She had left Qingzhen Temple only yesterday morning. How could such a thing happen overnight? But in this way, the speed of the advance of the army can be affected. Originally at full speed, if the 10 days can get out of the elf forest, the army froze to go nearly a month's time. Vote for this pavilion. From the murder. In the middle of the scattered heart. No fear. To a war. Manipulate the Qin first made all the elegant sound yet playing. The air said good. Not far away as eating grass into the hands of the deer beast caught the attention of the Joe ghost. Think he is wondering this deer beast ate the grass of this place did not. A few people alert toward the deer beast. The deer beast has obviously also found a few people. Perked ears, eyes squinting at them, presumably to see a few people have what action, or escape. Around Guolin, there were 5 other contestants, namely Guolin's elder brother Gui Yuhao, Wang Excellence, Chen Ping, Zhu Sheng, and there was also the middle-aged man who had also advanced from the Dragon Gate field with his hair tied up in a bun, named Jin Jun. Chapter 174 4 Great Guilds, jointly raised. So that's how it is. You guys are still messing around with this stuff, so there's no point in saying that the spot, it has to be ours. The 4 guilds had a very strong attitude. Jiang Jinbei almost laughed out loud. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by another person. The quota we want, but the guild challenge must also be accepted for defying us so much this time. Immediately after, there was another person who looked directly at Lu Ran and at the same time to Jiang Jinbei. I don't know what kind of light is behind this black wind vortex. I hope I won't be disappointed then. Xia Haorun muttered. Chao Qing looked down at her and sighed softly once again. Song Song. She took her hand. Her expression looked as usual, but those clear eyes carried a heavy sadness. You've grown up. Silly girl, don't cry. Aren't I fine? Well, having such a legendary father teaching his children himself was certainly better than a schoolteacher. Honggu tugged on Showa Ichi. What's the point of talking when you have this kind of opportunity? Wang Ming was like a hummingbird, secretly flying into a forest of thorns with a chaotic spider web. There were densely packed formations and forbidden orbs everywhere that were very dangerous to others. As a cultivator, Xia Haorun's body was like a huge vortex, radiating attraction to the opposite sex all the time. With a plate-inch head and, more importantly, a decent casual t-shirt, his body was even more exposed. It was both sunny and handsome without losing the maturity and stability of a man. Isn't that all we said? What is there to think about? Yang Fengping was about to laugh, but he was jolted. Xiaosong met Su Yingjing's eyes and asked if it was okay. From what Mr. Smith had revealed from his mouth, the two should be close friends. She didn't like the idea of releasing her picture to the public, but it would be too rude to refuse outright. During this series of processes of the great god sealing robbery of the otherworldly continent into the flood, the saints were given a share of the chi merit, of which the 6 saints were given 1 point each, and the all-truthful beginning saints were given 4 points. Turning her head, Mu Qingqing was sitting on the railing of the Crescent Moon Bridge in the backyard of Chunhua House, gently swaying her 2 legs, waiting for her. However, he knew very well that if he arranged for these people to go out this time, he was afraid that none of them would be able to come back. But unfortunately, he wasn't a member of the Sima family after all, so he didn't have any right to speak at all. Drugs. Long Yi's face became a bit grim. I do not know when to start. Probably just started to follow the ghost Taoist priest to learn medicine. Time to start it. Leng Yi especially hate drugs. Where in Binhai, Leng Yi let Xiao Qi's old Leng company to do the first thing is to clear the drugs out of Binhai as a whole. Since the Western Army since the pacification of the Western region, there has been no war. Yusuji Kenshin while practicing, although now the Western Army is compared with the Southern Army, is also slightly inferior, but the quality of soldiers, Yusuji Kenshin but dare to say that, is the army, the best of the best. Although Zhao Xian had a strange look, he had already gone out on a limb and didn't care about the details. Ever since he had found a fellow member of the soul departing sect, Zhao Xian had felt that he had a backer, and he had gotten bolder, especially since Elder Gong Yang had also come, then he was even more bold. However, to Lin Jingfeng's surprise, a teenager walked in outside the main door of the Bright Moon Hotel, but instead of going back to town and occupying the first bush, he retreated into his own bush and waited for the troop line to come online. What do you mean? It can't be that you want to hoodwink this Dog King so that you can be a wallflower, right? The Dog King narrowed his eyes and asked in a suspicious voice transmission, looking behind that crystal door again. When you glance at it, it shines with light and still looks like a city. Sasaki grunted coldly, and was about to sneer at Jaya for a few moments when his words came to a screeching halt in the middle of his sentence like a duck that had its neck stepped on. Chapter 175, We're all adults. Zhang Zhang and Sun Ling had already been beaten up. Their clothes were broken, and their faces were full of green fist marks. The dog left to hide behind the wall, rushed to learn the chickens to crow. Changning pretended to think deeply. Leadership. Old Xiao. The two words, I am a late generation of students. Something in the future. We discuss to, as for this matter, or to look forward. The total to Ina. The living cannot let the dead dragged back. It turns out that this is the Lion and Tiger Mercenary Corps in the highest city of a stronghold. And this blonde man is the Lion and Tiger Mercenary Corps of the Golden Tiger. Although at this time he said on his lips, cannot be wrongly accused of other people, but really know his talent to understand. Wrongly died under his hands of not 1,000 people also have 800. Cho Sukboy grunted in displeasure at her brother's idea and twisted her waist to walk away. Originally, the Li family was more powerful than all the families in Taiyan City, and now the people in Taiyan City were actually killing each other for so little antidote. How could a scattered existence like this be able to deal with the powerful Li family? Xia Xinqing glared at her for a while and finally deflated. What do you want? Her family is very strict. She can go out not many opportunities. It is not easy to find a way to raise money privately. The details are calculated. I did not expect to run into the hands of the natural enemy again. They were then brought into the valley. While those people ordered them to dig those yuan stones, there was a ration task every day, and the amount was so large that it was hard to complete the task even if they kept digging. Two huge handprints collided in the deep ocean, erupting with terrifying power, and then the earth-shaking power, surging and surging to tumble away, like ripples, tumbling and rowing away, rolling and boiling. The powerful and noble people of the Nansha kingdom then came up with numerous ways to stop the migration, and in the beginning it was also in secret, because they didn't want to clash with Wu Yong, and they still wanted to rely on him to help them fend off those strange beasts. Li Dong this word out, not only is Lu Jin, is the sight of Wang Shurun also stared round eyes at Li Dong, so that the officials would like to be lazy can't. I'm afraid that by the time all the officials will change the style of the past, serious work, conscientiousness, just want to get the end of the year to get a qualified assessment, to keep their official position. Anyway, he had already procured all the medicinal herbs he needed, so Lin Juanhe decided to start refining the pills straight away. Moreover, Su Lin is not a person from Nanyan City, but from outside the city, because his industry is not in Nanyan City. Even if Zhang Changsho wants to do something to him, he can't do anything about it. Capturing the rain lynx called Lynx Liang is the best choice. Animals within a radius of dozens of miles felt this aura and instinctively fell to their knees, shivering. However, as he ran, he realized that the silent youth had gradually come from behind him, and then gradually pulled away, without even glancing down at him. Just the one I just bought. Bring me in a white one, Li Tianchen said lightly. Jiang Yongrui anxious, not minding that the phone is not yet hung up, but a big step forward, a pull on the just ready to go out of the smell of. Yang Lily had thought that once she said these sarcastic words, Li Tianchen would definitely be ashamed of himself, would be very faceless, and would be very embarrassed. But what she didn't expect was that Li Tianchen was still as if he was fine. He had previously sent Lu Changqing to test Lin Chen's strength and learned that Lin Chen was very strong, and now he saw that Lin Chen's name had been left at the top of the mountain ladder. Snowflake Village was such a big place. Basically as soon as Zhuang Yi walked out, naturally, he became the center of attention of the villagers. The arm exploded and cracked open, and all the places that were pressed down by the shadow broke open. and the white bones of the hand were exposed, turning into fine powder that drifted away with the gusty wind. You think you're avenging her? You're doing exactly that by releasing the culprit who killed her. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Was there such a miserable holy dragon? Not even the 8 veins in his body could be found. Isn't Mr. Qi afraid that I will purposely harm you? Lin Xinhuan raised her eyebrows and looked at Qi Moya. Where did this man get this damn confidence from? Other than the nearby cultivators and demonic beasts. The first to feel it was the Jianzhou Demon Slayer sword sect. Feeling that thick, sharp, and arrogant sword Qi, the entire Demon Slayer sword sect gave a start. The others either had happy faces and rushed towards the bank, while some others had stony, dead faces. The eyes were also dull and lifeless. Obviously this entry into the river did not yield them any gains. She did not mention this talk about chicken legs. The hungry 4 days of the ghost only feel the mouth acid water flowing, belly immediately rumbling. Lin Xiuan is the most tender, has long been tired to go on, just to see this atmosphere thick, unwilling to sigh again makes the teen mentality even worse. As for Horsley, he couldn't be counted out because he had been injured and delayed for more than a month, so he had been disqualified from the examination and didn't participate. But the head of the public relations department looked at a few large exclamation marks on the WeChat sent by Sister Lily and thought about ordering the message down. Therefore, those people are more and more sure that the car is sitting in the Yuwari 50-year-old concubine. Seeing Jun Jingmo's divine fantasy disappear, the realm spirit was treated like a gardener who planted grass. Chapter 176, If you lose, you'll keep your sister. Shen Wan tangled, entered the bathroom, sat inside the bathtub a little dazed, thinking of Wan Guigua's aggravation, and felt very poor. This room full of ravens thought I had portrayed the horror vividly and specifically enough, and I lazily straightened up and stretched in front of the crowd. Vice Dean Yin Che, who had been saying something to Tutor Yen, was looking at the collapsed mountain in horror, and he couldn't stop his hands from trembling slightly. After a few moments of hesitation and restraint, the shirtless man finally softened and withdrew the steel knife that was between my neck. However, as time passes, more and more troubles arise, and the most recent one has resulted in casualties. Xiaoling just now also did not notice the stage in the end or who. After all, Zui Yifei to their own arrangement of the program is enough to be serious about their own to see, and not to think about other have no. How she wished at this moment that her fiancé, a man more than 20 years her senior, could help her out right now. Shen Luan gathered courage and looked at Wan Guigui with determination. Wan Guigui hooked up the corners of his mouth and smiled. Pulled Shen Luan. Shen Luan sat next to him. He raised his hand and rubbed it on Shen Luan's head. Messing up Shen Luan's head of black hair can be played in the palm of the feeling, such as the fire-burning body like difficult, the emotions out of control. I toured the yin inside and outside wantonly vent to the heart of the anger. Lu Aihua was coldly surprised when she stuffed a piece of brined meat into her mouth. The fishy flavor rushed straight to her head. She instantly let out a wow sound, opened her mouth wide, spit out the piece of meat, and dry heaved several times, before she straightened up with tears in her eyes, and looked angrily at Cui Lanhua. Master Bailey Yu, covered in dirt and grass stars, looked at them aggressively as they sailed away, so angry that he stomped his feet, but did not dare to follow. While Su Lan was removing her makeup, she suddenly remembered something and hurriedly reported the hospital address to Lu Qiushu. So even if it was difficult to cultivate the concealment technique, Mu Feng would not give up. As long as he could gain power and grow his abilities, then any amount of pain would be worth it. Ling Zihuan smiled. The hooked-up corner of his mouth carried a shallow chill. This Tai Yuchi where he didn't recognize himself. It was clearly a pretense. As I spoke, I came back to Shu Yeqing's ear, and Shu Yeqing's body jumped straight up, then ran to the door ready to escape. The heavenly devil took out the golden tablet with the word earth, then silently recited the mnemonic, and then transported the spiritual energy into the gold metal. And then the gold metal began to emit a golden light, which became brighter and brighter, and in a short while, the golden light filled the entire hall. At that moment, the sound of footsteps reached the door. The door of this meditation room creak was pushed open from the outside. A person stepped in. Yasha grimaced. Admittedly, if it wasn't for this common intractable enemy, how could their two nemeses come together? Seeing this situation, Mu Feng is also shocked. Mu Feng secretly in the seven-colored thunder also added a large group of their own seven-colored spiritual power, so it has not been screwed up. Jiang Yang on the immortal. Lucy Mortal really powerful. With such a blow, even a first-jack Lucy Mortal will be instantly bombarded with flying dust and annihilation. Why is it thundering in broad daylight? Could it be that the god of thunder had drunk too much? Thinking so, Ruali continued to walk towards the big tree. The eighth blessed Jean was a little embarrassed at her words. A blush appeared on her face, accompanying her beautiful face. It really attracted people's attention. How could it? Obviously there was only a wisp of fire left on its body. Obviously it drilled into the seawater. How come the flame on its body didn't extinguish, but instead it became more vigorous? Elder mother, don't lie to your son. You have been talking to your son like this for a month, and as a result, aren't you still not well? Injin pursed his lips. As for the few beasts that accompanied them, they acted even more anxious. All of them were land creatures, and letting them drift in the sea for a few days in a row had reached the limits of their bodies. The yellow turban veterans stationed on the mountain, they became very happy after seeing Chensu, Chan Jing, Dianwei and the others on the mountain. Empress, you are so beautiful. Surely you are the most beautiful on the grasslands. Meng Guqing coaxed her in a gradual manner. Here, it's a special space. If you live here, the giant dragon won't disturb you, and you won't be in any danger. The dragon turtle, as a member of the second batch of the migration here, put Long Fei in a good mood as well. I listened to that song the other day and I know a little bit of it. I just still want to ask for your guidance. Li Siming said. Even if at the moment they're just the junior team, even if maybe many of them won't continue to play in the future, or the idea of becoming a professional footballer is no longer on their minds, or maybe they'll leave the place later on, but so far, they're still members of Liverpool and still playing for Anfield. Hanging up the phone, Chu Xixin's black eyes looked ahead. 3 seconds later, his face regained its color, and just a few steps later, his cell phone rang once again. When the things about her I believe that Master Ouyang does not investigate, the people around her will also help her to investigate, but now the resources are after all limited, and I'm afraid that even more in-depth things will not be investigated so carefully, right? Li Muyan's eyes sank slightly. The smile at the corner of his lips did not change, quietly listening to Lin Nuan's words of rejecting him in this birdsong, without the slightest fluctuation in his heart. Trouble you. You rest first. Vancy felt a little guilty, only worrying about Faithful. She forgot about the jet lag. Chen Tai also picked up a green moonfruit and took a bite. It was very sweet, a bit like the flavor of cantaloupe. It was very good. Chen Tai ate a green moonfruit in 3 or 2 strokes, silently felt it, and was sure that the green moonfruit was not poisonous. Only then did he pick up another, and handed it to Lin Liyuan. Chapter 177, What kind of heaven-defying background is this? The steward picked up the first letter of recommendation and opened it suspiciously. Then the brain exploded. A letter of recommendation from the War Flag Protectorate? You are Lu Ran? Level 47 Necromancer Lu Ran? From Blackfire City? The steward asked with a face full of incredulity. Yes, it's me. Lu Ran nodded. Open up your attribute panel, show it, and prove your words. The steward bristled and stood up. So it's war. Willing to gamble? I'll just listen to your arrangements next. Tang Lanyue angrily put away the curved sword in her hand. Although she was a bit unwilling, she still calmly accepted the fact that the plan had failed. Li Yan's accomplishments with these 3 songs can be said to have helped Li Yan lay down his roots in the music industry and allowed Li Yan to prove his talent and strength. Angel Hikari was scolded and his face sank. Galen was even more angry with a slight facial twitch. This sneak attack is really ing strong enough. Before the climax was interrupted, this ing shadow in the future how to do? And it appears that Li Yan did do just that when, on stage, Li Yan was yelling hysterically. Nangong Rinching was originally still paying attention to these 2, but at this moment, she skimmed her head and stopped looking. The Dharma martial technique 8 steps to catch the cicada steps was used, and he instantly joined the battlefield of great powers, taking over the other great power of the Infine sect with a powerful Vajra palm. Elder G. There's really no need to add it. I'm not doing all this for the sake of being famous either. If I were to seek fame and fortune, wouldn't that go against my original intention? Lin Feng stood his ground. Grandpa Chiu, don't blame yourself. This kind of thing is hard to spot from a normal perspective. I only noticed this when I felt the heavy yin qi in the house. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see it just the same. Lin Feng said comfortingly. Bear given advice. Really some good. Although he can feel, Bear is also with a little selfish. That is, Wada let himself more in his platform to open the live broadcast. This component must also have, or will not start if you said this. Shuahao saw his master leave and sat on the bed with his knees crossed. Master's medicine is really magical. The pain in the whole body. After drinking the medicine, it doesn't hurt anymore, Shuahao secretly thought. Old man Zhao Xian said with a casual face as he looked at Bastra, who was questioning himself with an iron face after putting away his sword. However, Chindi's powerful palms gripped her slender shoulders like iron pincers so that she couldn't move. Already can be said to be killing Red Eye Tang Feng can be said to hate them. Will not allow them to come and go as they please? Su Nan was even more enraged. Didn't he think that he would actually say something like this? He was too lazy to stay any longer. He stood up. Pulling Chu Yunwan, he headed out. Yuan Tail was a bit hesitant. knowing that being the mount of an immortal cultivator means recognizing the immortal cultivator as the master and the honorary one. Which Kaiin is the Purple Charm's disciple and Yuan Tail's nominal senior sister, and is twice as old as Yuan Tail, so it's not appropriate to step on her back. Chungrass then once again got on the carriage and gently placed the child on the soft cushion before getting off the carriage, and then took the 2 cold steamed buns in Shangguan Yu's hand, and a pot of water. At the moment, the man in black was staring at the handsome man in Confucian clothes standing on the other side of the stream with the wind in his face. Mr. Jean. It couldn't be helped. The banquet hall had already started on a song and dance program. She felt that since she was here she should put on a show of appreciating the arts. Only her line of sight happened to be completely blocked by Jin Yen, so she had to raise her head and shout towards his back, even though someone had already reacted and hastily raised the gun in his hand, aiming it at his own head. Huang Jiahong was still ready to fire again, aiming at that most hated character in his eyes. Tianya and Tony looked out from the window of the airplane cabin with their special binoculars, and what was displayed in front of their eyes was an island covered with green-colored vegetation, floating on the azure blue sea like an emerald, glittering. Chapter 178, We Have a Little Fangirl Too? After Yu Qing-song brought Lu Ran to the Heavenly Dao Alliance's headquarters in the imperial capital. A room was specially arranged for Lu Ran. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Lu Ran's mansion in Blackfire City, in the imperial capital where every inch of land was gold, Lu Ran's treatment in the Heaven's Path Alliance even surpassed that of many of the full members, the high combat professionals. The competition doesn't start until tomorrow morning. It's still early today. Lu Ran, you can just stroll around the imperial capital, Yu Qing-song said to Lu Ran. Get out of the way. All of you. A captain of the Black Clothes Society kept driving the people upstairs to the side, and from time to time, a path had been opened up. Zhang Haoren is awesome. Taking advantage of Lang Rushan crossing the river to train soldiers, Zhuang Yingying went to the cavalry regiment, and froze with 3 inches of tongue to carry Mei Xian and Mei Xiang's sisters to the bed. Granny Wang's voice was so loud that even Lu Ha and the others, who were running ahead, heard the sound. Are you afraid that when the time comes for us to go to war with the Black Clothes Society, the people from the Anfei safety zone will take advantage of the situation? Wang Chao said. Karinai Shuelian was also used to Lan Shuer posturing in front of herself and ignoring her, but she was also extremely curious about Duanfang Rui, and also took her eyes to look at Yun Feiyu with concern, wanting to listen to his explanation. Aereo is a rabbit eagle clan. The human form is only a mimicry. The body form is a rabbit eagle. When the 2 body types change, naturally it will cause damage to the clothes worn on the body. Considering this kind of problem, the market launched a lot of intelligent clothing. In the end, it proved that Jifeng was worrying for nothing. The fighting quality of the Immortal Sword Gang's cultivators was truly good, although there was a panic because of the red mist, but they still held on to the impact of the polluters, and were not crushed by the polluters in a single blow, which made Jifeng's heart feel very pleased. Yifeng called all 4 people over and together they studied the star map on the flowing light flying boat. It was also the first time for all of them to come into contact with this thing, so they were dazzled and didn't know where to start. The 4 habitually looked at Changyu together, usually relying on Changyu to give out ideas at this time. Honestly, his father's words should even be considered a rather impressive compliment. It should be noted that 8 years later, Kobue Hybra would only be 21 years old, and even 10 years later, he would only be 23 years old. In the history of the Rondo Theory Requirements exam, this is something that can be ranked at the top of the list. The benefits of the internet are changes for all of humanity. Information is flowing at high speeds and the entire shape of society changes. The room was quite spacious, and the bed was in disarray. There was not a single attendant. For a child to live alone in such a place was too cold. The crowd saw this, all were shocked. Such an invisible force actually let the just also fought the enemy in the middle of the sky. Resting soil is no longer difficult to escape. Although the divine origin machine is terrifying. How much performance can a mere 4th level mechanic utilize? Let me do a test first. In the silence of space, Nirvar let out a wordless murmur while opening his arms to the Azure Land. After installing the cassette and battery, Li Fangcheng picked up the handheld that belonged to him and placed it on top of the pole scale that had been prepared in advance, and once weighed, it weighed 328 grams, so it was no wonder that it was heavy. Is your majesty worried that Held is counting on prey? Callens flattened his white porcelain teacup in his hand and twisted his head to look at him. Not being a master and disciple, the people of the Chen clan naturally thought that Ling Hao should be Chen Yuezhu's classmate, as well as Linger as well. Today I got the news. Do the soap human experiment people a day to wash 7 or 8 times a bath, all using soap. 3 days pass nothing at all, indicating that this product has no side effects. Sir, upper body strength is what I do best. Guderian warmed up very cautiously, then added the barbells power piece by piece. And, more to the point, Marvel Distribution not only released evidence about the reported antitrust, but also obtained the NEC's handover to them. At the Akihabara site. Chapter 179, These Wise Eyes of My Lady. It was reasonable to say that this Song-yu was quite pretty and was of the petite and cute type. Although Lu Ran wasn't ugly, he wasn't so ugly that a beautiful woman would come up and approach him. At this point, Song-yu suddenly said thievishly, "Hey, see you have the idea of making money. So well, I'll take you in and help you register to join the Necromancer Alliance Guild. But then, as a return, in a while you have to help me to complete a task. How about it?" Yeah, that's right. Since he had the system's route hints, Duan Feng only spent 3 days before arriving at the Martial Spirit Academy. However, the courteous Mu Baiji was suddenly interrupted, causing the crowd to be unprepared. Bang! The sound. Li Qianhan all of a sudden used his hand to break a thigh-thick peach tree into 2 pieces, while the tyrannical aura in his eyes grew heavier and heavier. Okay. Thank you, boss. American Camel good cigarettes. Zhou Xinghua picked up the cigarettes toward the back door of the class. Naruto also asked about Orochimaru's bases, and Sasuke told Naruto a few, but those weren't places where Orochimaru proper stayed. Gusty winds constantly raged across the land, and an ancient, vicissitudinous atmosphere filled the air, giving the impression of a long history. Other things such as tables, chairs, benches, and even the clothes we wear. All the same, 10 years ago, we wear clothes, but not so fine, comfortable, convenient, and now you see, the people are dressed in the spirit of the people. With a wave of this person's hand, the spiritual treasure beside him easily destroyed the duo's attack, and even shot out another dozen or so flying blades of spiritual energy without any haste. It had been days now since he had moved his hand, and for Sun Wukong, it all felt like his hand was getting a little itchy. It's like Wang Yang is just ing with the return of the light at this time. Totally thrashed He Shufan. People from all directions had come to this city for the same purpose. Although the young dragonflower had not yet bloomed, the entire city was already emitting a very strong smell of gunpowder. Mo Yushin paused, her face not very good, and said, "Qing Yang, this soft cry, although it was not very loud. However, it did cause Gao Xian's sword that was originally prepared to chop out to pause, and now that he had appeared here, it was obvious that his cultivation level had already reached the peak of the open wheel realm. That person didn't even let out a single scream as he was stabbed by Gao Xian's sword and directly died. The beautiful snow demon beast was convinced that no matter who it was, as long as they touched her once, they would be obsessed with that soul-crushing taste, and after that, they would definitely not be able to escape from her, because she was their poison. He Shufan said to Wang Yang at this time, "Kill them. I'll give you the golden elixir." Afterward, He Shufan directly pulled out a golden elixir, but she couldn't move or resist when he held her down, and the leg that hadn't had time to put her pants on had his big, dry hand wandering. A few people were stunned, and then they saw that the purple color that was sprayed out actually turned into a mass of purple baleful gas, which directly condensed into a baleful halberd and flew backwards back into the hands of blood demon Lang Yu. In fact, it was Daodu who had surrounded someone, and Lin Xuan was the one who went up to help. At that time things were like this. In the next few days, Chang'e found the opportunity to go to the Imperial Hospital to get medicine, stay up all night to make poison. However, Rongguifei is very interested in this child. The diet is carefully examined, such as Chang'e, such as the identity of the unknown number 1 suspicious person. There is no opportunity to access to Rongguifei's diet. Although the old man's body is retired, his heart cherishes the people. He is too sick to die. It's really pitiful. Talent is limited. The meaning is obvious. But the people are useless. But they are also the top level. Not enough ability, but also at least can cope with these businesses. Since they are left by them, Hua Beixiao must also be responsible. Chapter 180, You Can't Be the Champion. At this point, Heaven's Path Alliance headquarters. Inside Yu Qingsong's luxurious office. In addition to Yu Qingsong, Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, Lu Xinxin, there was also a middle-aged man with a young girl sitting opposite Yu Qingsong. At the same time, there were several high combat professionals standing behind them, seemingly bodyguards. The young girl looked somewhat similar to Song Yu, and even had the same hairstyle, but her hair color was white. Meanwhile, a face. Sure, Yi's eyes were a little moist. She tapped the table and was just about to say something when the door to the conference room was knocked on and a man's voice came through the door. That person was dressed in white. That person narrowed his eyes slightly. He held a silver-white longsword. His feet stepped on the 7 stars, and his bright sword awns connected into a lunar arc. However, Lei Yu being able to fight the undead commander to a draw in terms of soul battle was shocking enough. Yang Ji's teeth involuntarily trembled. Nothing to do with the cold. He cultivated for many years a pure yang true qi. Even to the cold abyss cannot make him feel cold. It was just because of a fear. the natural fear of the strong that cultivators would have. After saying that, Taruchi's expression also stared, because there was something he was very concerned about, but he felt that this kind of thing shouldn't have happened for it to be true. If the crown prince was completely unaware of the situation, it stands to reason that he wouldn't have arranged for his own sister to take the risk. Plus, the battlefield synopsis said that the crown prince had a plan. In fact, this incident everyone has misunderstood Yenang. Wang Yan thought that Yenang is like herself, only to come to accompany her, to make her happy, cleanliness fetish serious. He even helped himself to catch cockroaches. This is not like themselves will do. What is it? Consciousness seems to be like a pair of invisible hands in traction. As early as 10 days ago from the Sin domain back to Wind and Thunder City to find a wee like clubhouse things Lu Tua has forgotten. But looking at the road of deja vu, Lu Tua still gladly go. After flying for several seconds, when he saw the things under his feet clearly, Lu Yu couldn't help but feel shock in his eyes. The ancient sword circled 3 times in the sky, washing away the blood stains on its body with the help of the rain before slowly flying in front of the teenager. Both of them glared at Tang Jihang at the same time, and Tang Jihang could only sit down on the sofa and poke at the table, staring blankly at the illusory, massive figure beyond the bright feather realm. Luo and I was in a bit of a trance. Countless vines directly pierced through Qin Yang's body. His body gradually disappeared. Ying Xiong's eyes fiercely shrunk, his face filled with ecstasy. This Qin Yang's body must have a big secret. So many advanced techniques. If he got it himself, then he would be able to do everything without fear. Yi Xian hurriedly took 3 steps out of the backyard where he lived and came to the front yard's meeting corridor, where Chao Feibai was pacing back and forth, appearing disturbed. The man fell into the sea of clouds and then traveled forward through them, finally seeming to reach the place and plummeting down into the sky. As if it understood, this big yellow dog barked and then hurriedly ran in towards the yard. Zhuo Jun looked at the youth in front of him with a bitter smile. Obviously an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years, but he has the appearance of a teenager, or the heart of a teenager. Zhuo Jun, who knows the inside story, saw his strange appearance and felt even more strange. There was an emotion in Kunme's hushed voice that no one could understand, almost to the point of becoming a kind of mental hypnosis. ZMO knew that this was them being jealous of the owner of this place. If they were outside, they would have already taken themselves out. An explosive cry came from the air. A huge silver longsword descended from the sky. That dead soldier felt the aura of death approaching, and hurriedly turned around for defense. But when he turned back, he only saw a longsword coming face to face, and directly had his head sliced off by the longsword. This time, Tianyan became an invincible general who has survived bloody storms and broken through iron horses and gold. There is also iron tenderness, horse treads on mountains and rivers. He has millions of soldiers. All the kingdoms of the world are afraid of them. Chapter 181. I'm not like my sister. This was the first time Lu Ran had seen such a large-scale necromancer. When I was in Blackfire City in the past, I only saw some sporadically, but here it is. As far as the eye could see, they were all necromancers. The halls are looking at missions to pick them, those who gather in 2s and 3s to discuss it. Even the staff were basically all necromancers, with the exception of a few living professions. Collection of books. It was only fair to just judge the accuracy of the medication, which he was still qualified to do, but it just depended on how these two really felt about it. Is your boyfriend like that at school? Ryoko Gono asked tongue-in-cheek. I've been fighting with Pops again, and one of the things I've done the most since I can remember is fight with Pops. Ruji didn't think he hadn't found Sadako now, but was there thinking about how he was going to get in touch with Sadako? He needed to at least let Sadako know that he had come over to save him, and not to cause trouble. I looked incredulously at Che Yun, too shocked to say a word, and he didn't change his face, like he had just stated a simple fact. The spider fell into her palm, as if she was sensing something, then she smiled coldly, letting the spider crawl into her sleeve, and continued to meditate and cultivate with her eyes closed. A sound of punches and kicks came over, and Asamiya Hitomi followed Kitagawaji's instructions, squeezing her eyes shut tightly and not even daring to let out a breath. Thinking of this, the heart unconsciously rose a burst of stifling. Think I was born since. When was someone cheated? Was that teased? Always as only I cheat others teasing others. Wan Yen Yucheng thought that hand-to-hand will be a county siege. Shouting a word, Hemp Cheng will send his wife Chu Shicheng out of the city. But the new Valley County soldiers and civilians in the Hemp 9 under the leadership of the people, valiant resistance, repelled Wan Yen Yucheng's attack again and again. At this moment, Yang Tianan did not look like a majestic underground emperor, but instead looked like a neighboring old grandfather. Inwardly shocked, Ling Jinan remotely commanded his men in the provincial city to clean up the mess while he began to inquire about what exactly was the relationship between Xiao Han and the Tang family. By Muhan this matter has not told him to let him official announcement, just let him by some marketing number. and then contact with the platform side to control the direction of public opinion, as long as it is not denigrating or slamming words. Other random hair. On this issue really is Duan Chanwan deep inside. Not to be able to stand, not to be able to do something, not to be able to know what to do, but he had no idea that he would run into the man from yesterday again, and it was the man he was going to have to step in and beat up. Xiang Xiqing said this so that Lin Anping could not pick up. She could not say, yes, no, not even friends. Ha ha ha. Heaven and earth. You have left. Leave me alone to stay in this vast world. Even if it is the domination of all things, let him let the 10 seas and 8 wastelands at his feet. The sky blocked my way. Then break the sky to become a god. As the energy above the old man's hands appeared, it gradually connected with the cauldron in mid-air, and the cauldron was quickly lifted up by the old man. Show yourself on it. This natural to build on your strengths and avoid weaknesses. The company's training or he did not forget. Between the golden dragon spit and suck, the wind swept wild clouds. His body emitted a golden light with a qualitative metamorphosis. After our group left, the person behind the scenes informed Wang Linfeng to start the layout of Chivalrous Island. In an instant Linfeng made a decision. Just don't fight you hard. With the 5 elements body technique in motion, Linfeng arrived at the side of Fire Underworld Blue, and once again struck out with a shot towards Fire Underworld Blue's neck. Sister Mickey? Mu Ziqiu always felt that this title was a bit awkward. Calling a man, why did he have to be called sister? Luckily, his body reacted ahead of his brain, and the vectors under his feet steeply erupted with terrifying propulsion, allowing him to barely dodge the fatal part. Chapter 182. This guy, so strong, the dispel effect will reduce most wild hate drastically. It's something that circumvents the harassment of wild monsters during the rush. Lu Ran immediately gave a gentle squeeze. Ka! The pills crumbled, but the next second, the stench was overwhelming. Holy, this thing is called exorcism incense. This ing stinks. Lu Ran's tears were about to be smoked out. His nose was strongly stimulated, and snot and tears were about to be mixed outward. Fu Xinghan straightened his hair a bit, then found a suit that looked a bit more decent and put it on. Heading downstairs. After the meal, Li Hanshat and Tillis, who had completely recovered after a nap, started a new round of battle for the remote control. Anyway, Lin Sangbai really couldn't understand why these two were so obsessed with grabbing the remote control when they obviously had a much more convenient tool like a computer and cell phone to watch whatever they wanted. Lin Yuan said helplessly. He didn't want to engage in this kind of thing either, but the truth forced him to be shameless. Only then could he crack the Tang Fei Guild's outburst. I say, the sun is up pretty high now. Are we too late? I've heard that many troops have their recruiting offices shooting up at Zhonghua Gate, but they've recruited away a lot of new recruits in the past 2 days. And I've also heard that the garrison command has set up a student regiment, saying that it's recruiting 10,000 people to set up an army. Zhang Igua said. The Cyclops was still crouched under the tree, still subconsciously reducing his presence to the point where it was hard to notice. If a child looks at you but gazes like there's something else hiding behind it, you're inevitably going to feel creeped out. That depends on whether I can manage him or not. I think I can. Ling Yunping's eyebrows rose slightly, full of confidence. A few miles away from this group, hundreds of wolf riders ran towards this group. At the head of the group was a youth with an untamed expression, who frowned sullenly. Lin Sangbai and Hibiscus Face are black. Reasoning can make Hibiscus Face black. This girl level can also be said to be very high. Instead, 6th Hua, 7th Hua and Chu Tao rushed towards the scorpion spirit. Chu Tao was about to make a move, but Hong Hua had only just been born. His hands were itching, only to see that he took out the purple gourd. A collection of words, pike, a moment, the scorpion spirit. But seeing the world in a different capacity is obviously a bit different from what one used to know. But at this time the driver had already opened the car door, and before he himself had time to react, he saw Lu Fengchuan quickly grab the driver by the ground collar and grabbed him back into the driver's seat. But at the same time the people hiding in the shadows also scurried out. The one who knelt in one shot was good. Right, and I took a few more hits. He Sihan retorted unwillingly. This was his peak strike. Simon was calculating him at the same time. He was of course calculating Simon. Facing life and death, both of them were calculating each other. Her voice was very soft, very sweet, and there was a hint of nervousness, the shy kind evident in her tone. Come in, he said faintly, gently removing me from his arms on one side and putting on his midriff and lifting the covers to get out of bed. If Ruaning acted like Ciee today, she wouldn't praise her for acting well just because she was afraid Mu Qi would hold a grudge. However, within these 7 transmission jade slips, 4 of them contained martial arts techniques that overlapped with part of the Heavenly Heart Hall's inheritance that Zhou Yan had obtained in the beginning. I'll be back in a day at most, and I won't forget what I promised to make up for your son. Zhang Qi had planned this long ago. Even certain well-executed policies in the Empire were the thoughts of the Golden Princess in her occasional casual conversations. Watching Ma Yu look so uncomfortable, Lin Feng was also subconsciously about to go up and grab him, but just as his hand was about to reach out, he was stopped by the Bien Magpie. It was worth mentioning that although all three were able to become students of the Boundary Law Academy, it did not necessarily mean that they would absolutely succeed in graduating.